Traversing through a fantastical realm, I find myself as the second son of a baron, fortuitously endowed with a system. Initially, I aspired to indulge in the delightful life of nobility, yet my barren father imposes upon me the rigorous training of a knight. Just as I anticipated liberation due to the baron's short lifespan, he, in his final moments, bequeaths upon me a mandate to explore and cultivate the wilderness. I had hoped to embark on a pastoral existence, only to discover that the wild is inhabited by monstrous beings, feral beasts, and aberrations. Fortunately, the system I possess allows me to offer extraordinary traits for a chance at celestial lotteries and to synthesize these traits, cleansing them of any impurities. Thus, I don various identities, confront otherworldly entities, and ascend to greatness. Chapter 1. Fortuitously, I am a noble. Those familiar with the experience of traversing worlds are aware that the initial foray often leaves one feeling bewildered and disoriented, questioning the very essence of existence. However, seasoned travelers recognize this as a natural phenomenon, akin to an infant's first cries that signal fear upon entering a new world. Whether others feel trepidation is uncertain, yet I, am assuredly composed. I do not find myself in a state of panic, doubting the authenticity of my translocation. It appears I crossed over after a sudden demise, as I remember drawing back the curtains to glimpse the dawn at 4 in the morning. Perhaps the abruptness of my movement caused the darkness to envelop me, accompanied by a sharp pain in my heart, leading to an untimely banquet where I bid farewell to my loved ones. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a dimly lit chamber devoid of windows, with only an aperture resembling a prison's barred window to separate the inside from the outside. Blinding sunlight streamed through, revealing the dust-laden air within, yet failing to illuminate the somber ambience of the room. The sunlight fell upon a sturdy wooden door, which bore an unusual semicircular shape at its top, rather than the conventional rectangular form. The door was enveloped in iron plating, demonstrating remarkable craftsmanship. Perhaps in a post-apocalyptic scenario, this room would provide a sense of security, I mused malevolently. Before I could rise, a thunderous roar erupted in my mind, flooding me with a torrent of memories. It turns out the original owner of this body was also named Mou, with the surname Jean Sway. Mou Jean Sway, at the tender age of 12, is the second son of Baron Jean Sway, a noble of Jean Sway Town. His status is precarious, though he is one of the Baron's 2 sons. He occupies a lowly position akin to that of a historical illegitimate child. Although the Baron favors Mou, the societal norm dictates that inheritance follows the legitimate firstborn. The young boy's mother was seemingly a Yanan refugee who perished in childbirth. In my memories, the Yanan people resemble those of ancient Asia, yet their language and culture are entirely distinct. Despite being a mixed-blood child of lesser standing, Mou's appearance is strikingly remarkable. With raven-black hair cascading in soft waves, framing a delicate and handsome visage, his deep azure eyes and gentle features lend him an almost ethereal allure, reminiscent of an enchanting young girl. Though his lineage is not esteemed, his father, Baron Jean Sway, is willing to invest in his knightly training. Mou has not disappointed at merely 12 years of age. He has already attained the rank of a lowly knight squire. The information implanted in my memory astonished me. I had presumed this world to be a typical alternate medieval setting, yet it harbors the concept of knightly breathing techniques. From the memories, it is evident that knights possess extraordinary powers, as illustrated by the vision of the Baron effortlessly subduing a galloping steed with a single hand. According to the knight instructor's words, knights are categorized into squires and full-fledged knights. As I attuned myself to my physical prowess, I was astounded to discover that this 12-year-old body boasts strength surpassing that of my former, somewhat frail adult self. It is noteworthy that I am merely a lowly knight squire, with avenues leading to intermediate, advanced, and full knight status still ahead. My heart ignites with fervor. Few can resist the allure of extraordinary power. Delving deeper into the memories of this 12-year-old boy, I discern that this world is called the Vise world, comprising 3 continents: the continent of truth, the continent of white narrative, and the continent of Yanan. I reside in the baronial domain of Jean Sway, located in the westernmost reaches of the continent of white narrative, beyond which lies the wilderness. Consequently, Jean Sway and neighboring baronial lands are often regarded by the nobility of the royal city as barbaric, a source of shame for the aristocracy. I remain unconcerned by such judgments, preoccupied instead with the circumstances surrounding my predecessor's demise. How could such a robust body fall victim to a scheme orchestrated by my nominal mother, or was it merely an unfortunate accident? Should it indeed be the result of a conspiracy, what will the unseen puppeteer do upon discovering my survival? The ensuing machinations may leave me beleaguered, ultimately leading to my inevitable demise. Thus, I began to recollect subtle details I had previously overlooked. Suddenly, I recalled the visit from Baron Serpent, during which I was tasked with hosting his second son. Upon departing, the young heir expressed his gratitude and gifted me a dark green gemstone. After returning to my chamber, I found myself captivated by this seemingly precious gem, a rarity I had never possessed before. Most suspiciously, the original owner clutched this gemstone as he drifted into sleep, only to awaken no more. I hastily rose to search for this extraordinary gem, soon discovering it nestled within the bedding of my wooden cot. Indeed, it appeared exceedingly valuable, explaining the original owner's attachment to it. I carefully wrapped the gemstone in cloth, grasping it through the fabric, preparing to scrutinize it for any peculiarities. Just as I was about to delve deeper, a melodious chime echoed in my mind. I snapped back to reality, only to find a panel materializing before me, a mere attribute interface, but a platform for offerings and a synthesis window. The panel indicated that I had discovered a low-tier extraordinary trait and inquired whether I wished to extract it. Instinctively, I acquiesced, and the dark green gemstone in my grasp dimmed, as a mysterious essence was drawn forth into the panel's storage section. Uncertain of the storage's capacity, I noted the first entry, a white orb of energy, marked with the numeral 3 in the lower right corner. Upon touching it, I received information. The panel grants 3 sacrificial opportunities, with a chance to offer skills, items, or entities from myriad realms. So the panel offers 3 unrestricted lottery chances, I mused lightly. The second entry revealed a green orb, which, when touched, conveyed another message: soul poison, a low-tier extraordinary trait with slight contamination. By assimilating this trait, one may attain the rank of Sequence 9, with the side effect of rendering water toxic. It may be subjected to low-tier sacrifice or synthesized with other extraordinary traits, eliminating side effects and impurities thereafter. I gazed at this information, astonished. What were these extraordinary traits, Sequence 9, and contamination? The wealth of information contained within left MOU reflecting on the perils of the world. It appears the original host succumbed to the soul curse. However, the reason why Baron Snake would target someone so inconspicuous is indeed perplexing, MOU pondered. Chapter 2, A Miraculous Draw. Unable to fathom the Baron's motives, MOU resolved to set aside his thoughts. Given that the Baron had opted for such a subtle method to ensure his demise, it suggested a desire for secrecy, which in turn afforded MOU a greater advantage in terms of caution. Despite the existence of extraordinary powers in this world, the cost of quietly eliminating someone without detection would likely be substantial. Unable to suppress his yearning for a lottery draw, MOU decided to indulge himself. He extracted a white orb from his storage and placed it upon the altar. Upon pressing the sacrifice button, the orb transformed into a radiant light and was absorbed by the altar. As the orb vanished, a dazzling brilliance erupted above the altar. Gold. Bestow upon me gold. MOU focused his will, hoping to influence the outcome of the lottery. As the light dissipated, a purple orb descended from above, landing in his storage and occupying a slot. With a mere thought, MOU accessed the information contained within the purple orb, a Soul Reaper's Zampicudo from a realm of death. Though in its initial state, it can inflict harm upon both body and soul. It will grow alongside its master, and with earnest communication, it may eventually unlock its Shurkai and Bankai. Goodness, a Zampicudo from the realm of the Soul Reapers? This altar is quite remarkable. MOU felt a sense of satisfaction with this draw, as a weapon capable of harming souls was indeed rare. Moreover, it could scale in power with his own strength. The potential for explosive growth through its Shurkai and Bankai forms meant a doubling of power. Who wouldn't desire a striking and formidable Zampicudo? He promptly retrieved the white blade resembling the Zampicudo. Its streamlined blade and curved, sharp edge felt weightless in his grasp. The Zampicudo transformed into a stream of light, merging with MOU's brow, connecting with his soul. It now resided within him, ready for use at any moment. After toying with the Zampicudo for a while, MOU secured it at his waist, intent on deepening his bond with the weapon and hastening his understanding of its true name for the eventual use of its Shurkai. MOU then directed his consciousness to the panel, placing the second white orb upon the altar. After clicking the sacrifice button, a similar radiance shimmered before fading away, revealing a green orb. Upon touching it, he uncovered its significance. Observation Haki, a unique power from the world of One Piece, developed through the honing of one's senses amidst continuous assaults. This ability offers various functions: sensing attacks, predicting an opponent's next move, gauging the strength of beings, perceiving their emotions and thoughts, as well as detecting the location and number of entities beyond the field of vision. Evidently, the green orb is somewhat inferior to the purple one, yet observation hockey is still a valuable asset that will immediately enhance my capabilities. Mou felt content with this draw, recognizing that this ability was precisely what he needed to detect impending dangers and sinister plots, proving invaluable against Baron Snake's next scheme. He immediately claimed the observation hockey from his storage. The green orb fused with his brow, and in moments, Mou closed his eyes, yet became acutely aware of everything within the room, extending his perception to various corners of the Baron's castle. He could sense the presence of numerous individuals and small creatures alike, with his range extending roughly 200 meters, albeit only allowing for a vague awareness of larger entities. Let's go. One last draw. It must yield gold. Mou utilized his final chance at the lottery, knowing that his subsequent opportunities would require sacrificing extraordinary traits. The light faded, seemingly in response to his fervent wish. This time, he truly obtained a golden orb. The golden orb settled into his storage, and Mou eagerly examined its contents. A small fragment of an undernourished chakra fruit, hailing from a world of ninjas. Consumption will grant access to the chakra cultivation system, along with the initial forms of Sage Body and Sage Eyes, capable of evolving into the Six Paths Body and Rinnegan, ultimately leading to the Bloodline Web. Goodness, is this a piece of the fruit consumed by Kaguya Otsutsuki? Why is it just a fragment? If it were whole, I would directly ascend to the Six Paths level. The outcome indeed left Mou somewhat disappointed. This chakra fruit was certainly not the one associated with Kaguya, but rather a fragment from an unknown, barren planet. Upon claiming it, a ping-pong-sized, vividly red piece of fruit materialized in his hand. Observing the seemingly ordinary chakra fruit fragment, he brought it to his mouth, and before he could bite down, it transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. A surge of energy began to manifest, initiating a transformation within Mou's physique. His azure eyes morphed into a striking crimson, a tomo appearing within. His Bodhis vitality surged, an influx of cellular energy coursing through him, dramatically enhancing his physical prowess and regenerative abilities. His soul was nourished, undergoing a metamorphosis, enabling the generation of greater mental energy, while his mind became clear and his insights surged. Mou experienced a profound enhancement in both physical and spiritual attributes, evolving into a genuine prodigy, where feats such as photographic memory and rapid comprehension became mere foundational changes. At this moment, Mou instinctively harnessed the various attributes of chakra, including yin and yang. He could unleash energy attacks of 5 elemental types and engage in yang-based healing as well as yin-based illusions. The energy within him began to absorb the abundant cellular and mental energy, resulting in a greater accumulation of chakra. Simultaneously, the thin fighting spirit within him began to grow and develop rapidly. Compared to chakra, the fighting spirit in this world was more ferocious, formed from the natural energy resulting from the fusion of bodily energy with physical filtration, leaning towards enhancing physicality. In contrast, chakra was more agile and versatile, allowing for the execution of various ninjutsu and secret techniques. Once the transformation of Mou's body was complete, the fighting spirit and chakra began to merge, ultimately synthesizing a new form of energy reminiscent of sage chakra or true essence, combining the attributes of chakra and fighting spirit. This new energy allowed for the release of diverse techniques, while simultaneously nourishing and enhancing his body and soul. Within him, the fighting spirit painstakingly accumulated by the original host was transmuted into what Mou termed true essence. Furthermore, the operational pathway of the foundational Knight's breathing technique was entirely revamped, resulting in a more intricate and efficient process for condensing true essence. At this juncture, the true essence within Mou surpassed the original fighting spirit by more than double, propelling him into the realm of an intermediate knight attendant. Rising from his meditative posture, Mou's body crackled like popping beans. After stretching, he retrieved his attire from the wardrobe. It was early morning, and he needed to partake in breakfast before attending night training. He pulled out his night training uniform. Made of linen though not particularly soft, it was loose-fitting and well-suited for physical activity that appears somewhat akin to a cloak, cinched at the waist with a belt, designed for the suspension of a crossed sword and dagger. On either side of the garment, there exist large pockets, the purpose of which remains a mystery. Mou pushed open the sturdy ironwood door and traversed a narrow passageway, arriving at the training grounds. Indeed, the humble Mou resides adjacent to the training field. His nominal mother claimed it was for the sake of convenience in his training. Well, at this moment, MOU is indifferent what could even the finest living conditions offer in comparison to the modern world. After filling a basin with water from the large vat beside the training grounds, MOU picked up a towel that appeared relatively clean and began to wash his face. He then took a willow branch, carefully chewed it, and bit off the tip. Dipping it in coarse salt, he applied it directly to his teeth. He spat out a mouthful of brine mixed with wood shavings. Thus concluded MOU's rough yet meticulous hygienic routine. Bah, I vow to procure a toothbrush and even invent toilet paper. As MOU emerged from the lavatory, the absence of a designated toilet and toilet paper left him seething with frustration. Who could have imagined that the toilet was located on the second floor, without any plumbing leading to a sewage system? It simply descended from the second floor into a ditch on the street below. Excrement piled high, only to be carted away by designated individuals from the town. Fortunately, the climate in Jinsui Ling is relatively cool, hovering around 16 to 17 degrees Celsius year-round. Thus, there are not many flies. Chapter 3. The affable Baron, having completed his morning ablutions and purged his internal organs, MOU made his way towards the dining hall of the castle. Despite his relatively modest status, he was granted the privilege of dining alongside the Baron, a concession made necessary by the rigorous nutritional demands of knightly training. Without adequate sustenance, one's physique would inevitably suffer. The Baron's castle, though not expansive, comprised 2 stories, each approximately 400 square meters in area. The dining hall, situated on the ground floor near the kitchen, was a spacious room devoid of any bustling servants. The Baron was impoverished, burdened with the expenses of training his 2 sons as knights, while also maintaining a standing army of 100 men. The economic output of the Golden Spike territory relied heavily on a low-grade magical herb known as Golden Spike wheat, which constituted a significant portion of its income. Additional revenue stemmed from grain sales and horse breeding. In his financial straits, the Baron had employed only 9 maids, 3 comely ones who attended to the Baron, the Baroness, and MOU's elder brother, Dole, while another 3, of decent appearance, managed the kitchen duties, though one should not harbor high expectations for culinary delights. The remaining 3 were robust individuals tasked with cleaning and laundry. Thus, aside from the 3 masters and 9 maids, there was but 1 male servant, who also served as the steward. This scant staff rendered the castle quite spacious, and, despite the limited number of inhabitants, none of them had a personal chamber for MOU. Upon entering the dining hall, he found the Baron already at the long table, the only other occupant being the Baron's male servant, West. West was an unremarkable middle-aged man, who nodded in acknowledgement as MOU entered. It was unsurprising to find only the Baron present. Both the Baroness and Dole were known for their lethargy and had yet to arise. Both mother and son were rather corpulent, and given that Dole was undergoing knightly training, one could imagine his character. "Lord Baron, the young master has arrived," announced the servant, adhering to the conventions of noble etiquette. "MOU, my child, come and join me for breakfast," the Baron called warmly. "Yesterday, the patrol team brought down a wild deer. Ah, the venison is exquisite. You must taste it. You will surely enjoy it." The Baron appeared exceedingly kind, and to MOU, he had already gone above and beyond in his generosity. "Very well, father," MOU replied, adopting the silent demeanor of his previous self to avoid revealing any weaknesses. The Baron was a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, his meticulously groomed mustache lending him an air of gallantry. He paid little mind to MOU's reticence, aware of his younger son's considerable potential. Allowing him to undertake knightly training was, in part, a means of atoning for his obligations to MOU's mother. MOU pulled out the chair at the end of the table and sat upright. Before him sat a silver cover designed to retain warmth. Upon lifting it, he found 3 succulent pieces of venison, beautifully garnished with sauce, visually appealing, notwithstanding the coagulated blood that lay beneath. Beside it rested a substantial loaf of bread, emanating an irresistible aroma. This bread, crafted from potion-infused golden wheat, possesses the ability to subtly enhance one's physical constitution. This constitutes MOU's breakfast, which appears rather sumptuous. MOU takes up a knife and fork, slices the bread, and spreads it with butter and jam. Upon tasting it, he is met with a coarse texture that starkly contrasts its aromatic promise, attributable to the absence of fermentation and the unhulled grinding of the golden wheat. The bread proves somewhat difficult to swallow, necessitating a quick gulp of milk to wash it down. The venison, albeit tinged with blood, evidently shows that it was not bled during the hunt. Nevertheless, its flavor is quite pleasant, devoid of any fishy taste, and when paired with sauce, it becomes quite delectable. The venison is satisfactory, is it not? Inquired the Baron. Indeed, father, it is exquisite, replied Mou, hastily finishing his meal in preparation for the nightly training warm-up. However, he was interrupted by the Baron, who was sipping red wine. We shall postpone the night training for this morning. Your brother has recently advanced to the rank of Junior Knight Squire. Once he arrives, I will take you both to a certain place. Very well, father. Mou settled into his chair, closing his eyes to cultivate his knightly essence. It wasn't long before his brother, Dole, entered the dining room. Dole was neither excessively stout nor particularly muscular, embodying a balance between the two. Father, my apologies for the wait. Mou is here as well. Why have we not yet commenced training? Enough, Dole. Today holds other matters. We should not train this morning. Dole, please eat quickly. Once finished, I will take you both to a special location. Dole, who was ravenous, devoured his meal with an impressive display of aristocratic etiquette. This must be a talent, thought Mou to himself. Before long, Dole had completed his meal, wiping his hands with a napkin. Come, follow me, the Baron instructed, rising to lead the way. Dole and Mou silently trailed behind. Soon, the Baron brought them to his study. He first pushed aside a bookcase, then twisted a candlestick at a precise angle, and finally pressed a specific spot on the wall. The stone wall behind the bookcase gradually opened. Coolme, follow me. They entered a small, hidden chamber, filled with a plethora of gold coins alongside exquisite weapons and armor. The Baron activated several more mechanisms, revealing another concealed room. This chamber contained several seemingly ordinary objects. Father, is this the family treasury? What brings us here? Indeed, this is the essence of our lineage. As my sons, you are both entitled to knowledge of this place. Only upon reaching the status of Junior Knight Squire are you permitted to know of it. This has been a tradition upheld by our ancestors through generations. Our family once faced a severance, but descendants inadvertently rediscovered the family treasury, allowing us to rise anew. To prevent future severance, any descendant of the family is entitled to know the location of the treasury. However, this is not the most crucial matter. Now that you possess fighting spirit, it is time to embrace the legacy of our family. The Baron retrieved a piece of bee skin adorned with enigmatic patterns. This artifact represented the most significant legacy of the family, a nightly breathing technique of stellar caliber. The nightly breathing methods were categorized into 4 levels: mundane, stellar, crescent, and solar. The nightly training was further divided into ranks: Squire, Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, Grand Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Legendary Knight. The mundane level could only facilitate the advancement to Junior Knight, while the stellar level permitted ascension to Senior Knight. The crescent level allowed one to become an Earth Knight, and the solar level enabled one to attain the Legendary Knight status. Ordinary individuals could never aspire to reach the Senior Knight rank in their lifetime, whereas I was merely an Intermediate Knight. It is noteworthy that the strongest in the kingdom were merely Earth Knights, and it had been ages since anyone had progressed to the rank of Sky Knight, let alone the fabled Legendary Knight. By taking turns to infuse their fighting spirit, you could acquire the stellar level flame breathing technique, along with the wisdom compiled by our ancestors. Dor was the first to extend his hand, and as he infused his fighting spirit, the beast's skin shimmered, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Father, why are those 4 items, a cloak, a hat, a crossbow bolt, and a brooch, placed here? Mou inquired curiously, pointing to the 4 peculiar objects that stood in stark contrast to the other treasures in the vault. Those are extraordinary taboo artifacts. Their abilities are rather trivial, and they carry a hint of corruption, which is why they have been secured in the treasury for safety. All right, let us hasten to accept the legacy, the Baron urged, handing the beast's skin to Mou, signaling him to infuse his fighting spirit. Mou, however, infused not fighting spirit, but genuine essence, successfully receiving the legacy information, overwhelmed by the abundance of experience and unable to focus on the external world. Although not unconscious, he remained motionless in place. After an indeterminate period, Mou finally assimilated the knowledge. While he had ceased practicing the nightly breathing techniques, the nightly combat skills contained within were quite commendable. There was 1 combat skill for squires, 2 for junior knights, 3 for intermediate knights, and 4 for senior knights, totaling 10 combat skills. At present, MO you could only train in and utilize one combat skill, Flame Impact. Upon regaining consciousness, MO you discovered he was still in the secret chamber, with Door still in slumber and the Baron having departed. Chapter 4. The Family Legacy. MO you stealthily scrutinized the 4 peculiar items, a brooch, a hat, a cloak, and a crossbow bolt. First, he employed his observation hockey to ensure no one was watching him. He then slowly reached out to touch the brooch, prompting the system to issue a notification. Would you like to extract the low-tier extraordinary trait? MOU contemplated extracting one to test whether it would damage the brooch. Evidently, after making his selection, the brooch remained unchanged. Not a speck of dust fell away, nor was it harmed. Consequently, MOU extracted the low-tier extraordinary traits from the hat, cloak, and crossbow bolt as well. He discreetly returned them to their original positions just as Door began to awaken. "Oh, what in the world is happening to me?" Door exclaimed, finding himself sprawled on the ground in confusion. "Brother, we lost consciousness while accepting the inheritance, did we not? Where's father gone?" Dale rubbed his throbbing head. "You have awakened. It is time to return and digest the experience." The initial acceptance of inheritance can be overwhelming, the Baron remarked as he entered the chamber, observing Dale seated on the floor. "Indeed, rest is in order. My head still aches," Dale replied, shaking his head in an effort to regain clarity as he gradually rose to his feet. Dale had been unconscious for nearly 2 hours, which meant that Moyu had also been present for that duration. As Moyu and Dale followed the Baron out of the study, the Baron imparted a final admonition. "Return and take time to process this. Attempt to practice the flame breathing technique. It will expedite your accumulation of combat energy." Upon returning to his room, Moyu sat cross-legged upon the wooden bed and began to practice the flame breathing technique. With each breath, he followed the prescribed method, allowing the true essence within him to circulate slowly. As it traversed his body, it gathered excess spiritual energy and physical energy, merging it with the natural energy drawn from the surroundings. After completing a full cycle of circulation, the spiritual and physical energies blended with the external natural energy, gradually giving rise to a new strand of true essence. Moyu noted that the Flame Knight breathing technique appeared to place greater emphasis on the absorption of physical energy and fire attribute energy, whereas the previously modified Foundational Knight breathing technique maintained a more balanced approach. Overall, the efficiency of the Flame Knight breathing technique was comparable to that of the foundational technique. However, the flame breathing technique was not without its advantages, as it encompassed 10 knightly combat skills and the wisdom of predecessors, addressing various doubts encountered during training, providing tips for utilizing combat energy, and revealing critical insights for breakthroughs. Moyu found the flame breathing technique commendable, particularly for its ability to facilitate the rapid operation and generation of true essence while practicing knightly combat skills. It resembled the dynamic techniques found in martial arts literature, whereas the foundational modified breathing technique could be practiced in any position, standing, sitting, or lying down, albeit requiring meditation for optimal speed. Moyu resolved to employ the flame breathing technique during knightly combat skill training and to utilize the foundational modified knight breathing technique in his daily practice for maximum efficiency. Moreover, Moyu contemplated the possibility of merging the Flame Knight breathing technique with the foundational modified knight breathing technique to create an even more potent and effective breathing technique. He accessed his interface to examine the extraordinary traits acquired during his recent foray into the treasure vault. In the inventory section, 4 new green orbs appeared. Upon selecting the first orb, information regarding the extraordinary trait was revealed, a mildly contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait that endowed the ability of noble etiquette, resulting in impeccable noble manners upon activation, albeit with the side effect of losing one's expressiveness. Gazing at this extraordinary trait, Moyu felt somewhat speechless. This was considered an extraordinary ability? Nevertheless, it confirmed his suspicion that the stronger the ability, the greater the side effects. He then opened the second extraordinary trait, which had been extracted from a hat. The mildly tainted low-tier extraordinary traits possess an ability that surpasses others by a notable degree. Once utilized, no one shall stand taller than you, though the consequence may be osteoporosis. The second trait is equally futile, a rather comical characteristic. MOU began to examine the third extraordinary trait derived from a cloak. This mildly tainted low-tier trait grants an ability that often goes unnoticed. Once employed, it becomes difficult for others to perceive you, unless you choose to speak out or engage in wrongdoing, with the side effect being a gradual loss of olfactory senses. This trait proves to be relatively useful, and MOU intends to retain it alongside the Soul Curse Poison as a trump card, possibly serving a purpose in the future. To mitigate the side effects and contamination of both traits, he must retain a useless, extraordinary trait, sacrificing it to eliminate the adverse effects and pollution of the ones he wishes to keep. Lastly, there lies the extraordinary trait from the crossbow. This mildly tainted low-tier trait guarantees a shot that will invariably strike the knee of the target within a specified range. Yet the consequence entails enduring the same pain inflicted upon the target. MOU finds himself at a loss for words. The ability to ensure a hit on the knee seems promising, though the denizens of this world are not devoid of armor. Since it is stipulated to be within a certain range, the potency hinges on the draw weight of the bow. A saying echoes in his mind. Once, I was a remarkable adventurer, until an arrow pierced my knee. Admittedly, this lackluster ability may only serve for lotteries or material synthesis. Thus, MOU possesses 5 low-tier extraordinary traits, of which 2 are commendable: the Soul Curse Poison and the ability to diminish presence. The remaining 3 must yield 1 for synthesis, implying that MOU is entitled to 2 green-tier lottery attempts. However, he plans to conduct the draws later in the evening, as lunchtime approaches. At noon, in the dining hall, MOU partakes in a lunch reminiscent of breakfast, seated at a table alongside the Baroness and Door. The Baroness appears quite corpulent, yet harbors a rather petty demeanor. She is the sister of Baron Bland, having married into the baronial family as part of a strategic alliance. The principal product of Baron Bland is exquisite wines brewed from Bland potions, which enjoy considerable sales. Baron Jean Sway's golden wheat is supplied to Baron Bland for winemaking. After lunch, as MOU prepares to retreat for an afternoon rest, he is halted by the Baron. Montague, you and Door must concentrate your primary efforts on the flame-breathing technique and knightly combat skills. As for equestrianism and archery, you have already passed and only need to reinforce them occasionally. I shall dismiss your knight instructor, and from henceforth, your training will be primarily self-directed. The Baron, relieved by the savings from no longer needing instructors for his 2 sons, feels a sense of ease. Very well, father, I take my leave. After MOU answered, he promptly exited the dining hall, preparing to return to his quarters. The news of not having to undergo knight training was indeed a welcome relief, as it spared him the daily obligation. MOU mused to himself. Chapter 5. The lottery once more reclining on his bed. MOU resolved to engage in the lottery at that very moment. With no knight instructor to oversee him in the afternoon, he only needed to refine his foundational swordsmanship and archery skills, as well as his equestrian abilities. Although MOU had inherited the experience of these skills, he was eager to ascertain whether he possessed a greater innate talent than his predecessor. Summoning his interface, he beheld 5 green orbs of energy and decided to utilize the aristocratic etiquette and the trait of growth. He dragged the extraordinary trait of aristocratic etiquette into the altar, preparing for the sacrificial offering. This marked MOU's inaugural act of sacrificing an extraordinary trait. As the green light flickered and then dissipated, a green orb materialized, landing in the storage compartment. It appeared that the green tier lottery could only yield green quality rewards. Upon selecting the drawn orb, a piece of information surfaced. Captain Spike's compass, once localized, could be used up to 5 times daily, yet it could not locate forbidden objects or magical creatures with high tier traits or above. It pointed towards the location of one's desires. Follow the needle, and it shall guide you to what you seek and whom you wish to meet. Ah, splendid. A rather exquisite item indeed. With this, finding extraordinary traits should be a breeze. Although there's certain limitations, it suffices for my needs. MOU toyed with the bronze compass before placing it back into the storage compartment. It was not yet the opportune moment to seek extraordinary traits. He would wait until his strength had increased further. MOU proceeded to sacrifice the second extraordinary trait, commencing the second draw. As the green orb fell, the 2 lotteries concluded. The breath of the sun, originating from a world where demons devour humans and humans slay demons, is the breathing technique of the world's child. the reincarnation of Kuni Yurichi. It enhances physical prowess and utilizes 13 sword styles to harness solar sword intent and natural energy for attacks. It counters all shadow attribute beings and inherently possesses the pinnacle of swordsmanship, clarity of the world, the ultimate breath technique, patterns, energy, and sword intent. Hidao. This is truly remarkable. It seems fortune is on my side today. Muyu was highly pleased with the breath of the sun, as he was in dire need of offensive capabilities. The upper and lower limits of the breath of the sun were commendable, making it an ideal fit for Muyu. As Muyu accepted the breath of the sun, his breathing method automatically transformed. It shifted into the mode of the breath of the sun, rendering Muyu an embodiment of the youthful Kuni Yurichi. His daily breathing morphed into the breath of the sun, and the 13 sword styles became ingrained in his mind. By continually employing the breath of the sun to strengthen himself and mastering the 13 sword styles, he would gradually awaken the patterns, clarity of the world, and Hidao. The breath of the sun, indeed, proved to be more efficient than the breath of flames, as the natural energy assimilated within him far exceeded that of the knight's breathing technique. Muyu naturally entered a state of perpetual calm, with the natural energy continuously nourishing his body. After absorbing energy, the cells become more resilient and the muscles gradually tighten. Muyu drew his Zanpakuto, infusing the natural energy coursing through his body with the scorching essence of the sun's sword intent. This fusion of solar sword intent and natural energy flowed into the Zanpakuto. Breath of the sun danced in circles. With a sweeping motion of his Zanpakuto, crimson flames entwined around the blade, forming a fiery aura enveloping his being. Muyu sensed that this technique did not merely unleash flames. Rather, it was the influence of the sun's sword intent that led others to perceive flames where there were none. However, the released sword energy, intertwined with natural energy and sword intent, would still impart both physical and energy damage. Those struck would feel the sun's searing heat, hindering their wounds from healing and suppressing malevolence. With the powers of the Sharingan, Kinbunchika Haki, and the breath of the sun, Muyu felt capable of standing his ground even as a lowly knight. In the afternoon, at the training grounds, Muyu first retrieved a bow and arrows from the weapon rack, intending to practice archery. Given his current lack of range capabilities, it was essential to bridge this gap with archery. Examining the recurved bow in his hands, he noted that it was indeed a recurved bow, not a simple longbow. In Muyu's memory, weren't longbows the standard in the medieval era? It wasn't that the recurved bow was superior to the longbow. Rather, its craftsmanship was far more intricate. With a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder, Muyu approached the target range. To his surprise, the range was deserted. It seemed his elder brother, Dao Heir, had no intention of joining him. After all, he had been reluctantly training under the Baron's request alongside his knight instructor. Muyu knocked an arrow onto the recurved bow and took a standard shooting stance, aligning his aim with a 50-meter target. He felt an innate assurance that if he released the arrow, it would surely strike the target's perimeter. This was one of the advantages brought by the Kinbunchika Haki, an intuitive sense guiding Muyu to know precisely where he could hit. Thus, he began to make adjustments, and after several attempts, his intuition assured him that he could hit the bullseye. With a swift release, the arrow flew from Muyu's bow, striking the bullseye with a satisfying thud, the fletching still vibrating from the impact. With the assistance of Kinbunchika Haki, Muyu diligently honed his archery skills. Each shot was preceded by careful adjustments, resulting in a hit on the bullseye. As Muyu continued to shoot, the time spent adjusting grew shorter and shorter. By 4:30 in the afternoon, he had achieved a remarkable feat, hitting the bullseye consistently at 50 meters. This success came from his own mastery, no longer reliant on Kinbunchika Haki, as he had internalized that feeling. Even at 100 meters, without the aid of Kinbunchika Haki, he could still hit the target 7 out of 10 times, with 2 arrows finding the bullseye. It could be said that with the support of Kinbunchika Haki, Muyu's proficiency in archery had soared to remarkable heights, no less formidable than his knightly mentor. Should he employ the observation Haki, his knightly instructor would undoubtedly concede defeat. It is worth noting that his mentor is merely a low-ranking knight, yet possesses skills that far surpass those of an ordinary knight. Given his role as a specialized trainer of knighthood, indeed, possessing extraordinary abilities is fundamental to establishing oneself in an alternate realm. Having set aside his bow, Mou's arms had begun to swell from the exertion of drawing the bowstring all afternoon, leaving him with some strain in his muscles. Fortunately, the sun-breathing technique is remarkably effective for bodily recovery. After a brief respite, he soon felt his arms improving. Venturing to the nearby stable, Mou approached his designated horse. "Carrot, I have come to see you." He produced a carrot to feed the small mare named Carrot. She whinnied with delight. Nutzling Montag us palm affectionately. With a few bites, she eagerly consumed the carrot. He then took a brush and groomed her thoroughly, followed by saddling her with a saddle and stirrups. Leading Carrot out of the stable, he mounted her with agility and galloped across the paddock. Though Mou lacked natural talent for equestrianism, had it not been for the inherited experience from his predecessor, he might have struggled to even mount a horse. Nevertheless, his observation hockey allowed him to sense Carrot's emotions and convey simple thoughts, facilitating a rudimentary form of communication that enabled him to ascertain her condition. After practicing for a while, Mou departed the paddock. Chapter 6. The Search for Extraordinary Forbidden Relics. After dinner, Mou returned to his chamber. By this time, his arms had fully recovered, and he intended to cultivate his true essence for a spell. Today, he had acquired both the Flame Night breathing technique and the Sun breathing technique. He planned to amalgamate their strengths in his practice, anticipating fruitful results. After freshening up, he promptly settled himself in a meditative posture on his bed. His body brimmed with the abundant natural energy absorbed through the Sun breathing technique. This energy remained unprocessed, and Mou aimed to digest it, which should significantly enhance his true essence. As he diligently operated the Flame Night breathing technique, the true essence within him began to surge with remarkable speed. It coursed through his meridians, enveloping all the residual natural energy that his cells had yet to assimilate. After several cycles, his true essence evidently expanded in magnitude. Continuing this grand circulation, the energy absorbed through the Sun breathing technique gradually replenished his reserves. Mou was uncertain of how much time had elapsed, but he felt his true essence swell considerably once more. He unleashed a punch, producing a resounding crack. The combination of his formidable physique and vibrant true essence instilled him with soaring confidence. Mou resolved to seek out forbidden relics imbued with extraordinary properties the following day. Having achieved a breakthrough, he felt no trace of drowsiness until he glimpsed the full moon hanging high outside the cave, compelling him to prepare for slumber. The following morning, Mou completed his morning routines and donned a casual outfit. "Mou, are you not wearing your training attire? Are you planning to venture out?" inquired the Baron, observing Mou's change of clothing. "Yes, father, I intend to visit Jinsui town," replied Mou. "Very well. Here is a gold coin. Purchase something you fancy," the Baron said, tossing a gold coin toward him in a nonchalant manner. Mou quickly caught it and tucked it into his pocket, which already contained 3 gold coins and 22 silver coins, savings from the original owner. In the world of Wii, gold coins hold tremendous purchasing power, with 1 gold coin being equivalent to 100 silver coins and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. It is said that above gold coins, there exists a currency known as magic stones, with a stone the size of an infant's fist capable of being exchanged for hundreds of gold coins. This had been mentioned in Mou's recollections, yet he had never encountered one. After finishing breakfast, Mou stepped out of the castle gates. The castle was perched atop a modest stone hill, accessible only by a winding mountain path, rendering it easy to defend yet difficult to assail. As Mou meandered along the serpentine path to the other side, he beheld the quaint town nestled at the foot of the mountain. This town boasted over 2,000 households, its structures predominantly constructed of white stone with charming 2-story buildings adorned with red tiles. The houses stood in neat rows, and 2 main streets intersected, interspersed with smaller lanes. In the gentle morning light, wisps of white smoke drifted above the town, while pedestrians traversed the streets, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. Beyond the town lay a small, crystalline lake, its shores lined with lush greenery, glistening in the sunlight. Surrounding the lake were orderly fields, with verdant wheat seedlings swaying gently in the breeze, forming rippling waves of green. Mou felt as though he were gazing upon an impressionistic oil painting, breathtaking and tranquil. Descending the mountain brought him to the main road outside the town, where he followed a few farmers selling vegetables into the heart of the settlement. MOU produced Captain Jack Sparrow's compass, which was currently pointing towards a specific direction. This time, it indicated the location of the nearest extraordinary forbidden object within the Gene Sway territory, centered around MOU. Following the compass's guidance, he navigated through the streets and alleys until he arrived at a modest dwelling. The compass indicated that the extraordinary forbidden object was within. MOU approached and knocked on the door. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a little girl of about 8 or 9 years, peering out. With her reddish-brown hair wrapped in a floral headscarf, her cherubic face was dotted with adorable freckles. "Brother, who are you looking for? Is there something you need?" she asked innocently. Little sister, is your guardian at home?" "Montague in Kviot." "No, my mother went out to deliver the freshly laundered clothes," she replied. "Oh, when will your mother return? May I come in and sit for a while? I brought you a small gift," MOU suggested, pulling out a pastry he had purchased for himself en route. Waving it enticingly before the girl. "Mother will be home shortly. Please come in. My name is MOU. What is yours?" MOU inquired as he was led into the house by the little girl. "I am Vixie, 9 years old this year," she replied, guiding MOU to a small stool and pouring him a cup of warm water. "Hello, Vixie. Is this your artwork? It's truly beautiful." Following the compass's guidance, MOU pinpointed the extraordinary forbidden item, a short, nearly depleted crayon. "Yes, I adore painting and dream of becoming an artist, but alas, my crayon is almost finished." "Oh, did your mother buy you this crayon?" "No, she found it on her way home." "May I take a look at this crayon?" MOU asked. "Here, but please do not damage it," the little girl said as she handed the crayon to MOU. Ding! Low-level, extraordinary characteristic detected. Would you like to extract it? Yes. MOU watched as a green energy orb was drawn away by the panel. To compensate the little girl, he crushed the now ordinary crayon. "I'm sorry for ruining your crayon. Here, a silver coin. You could buy a new one." Seeing the girl's tearful eyes, MOU offered her a silver coin. For a commoner, a single silver coin was enough to purchase a month's worth of food. It could buy several crayons as well. "No need, I found a crayon, and I was going to finish it anyway. You need not compensate me." Although Vixie hesitated at the thought of parting with the silver coin, her innate kindness ultimately led her to decline it, despite the fact that it would take her mother half a month's laundry to earn such a sum. "It's all right. Consider it a reward for your kindness," MOU said, gently patting the little girl's head before turning to leave. The little girl watched as MOU's figure gradually faded around the corner, clutching the silver coin in her hand. "Vixie, what are you staring at by the door?" Vixie's mother returned with a basin of dirty laundry, noticing her daughter lost in thought at the entrance. "Mother, just now a young man visited and brought a gift. He accidentally broke my crayon and gave me a silver coin, which I don't want, but he said it was a reward for my kindness." "Well, Vixie is the kindest and loveliest. Since that young man gave it to you, you should buy a new crayon." "Mother, I don't want it. I wish to buy bread instead, so you won't have to work so hard this month." "It's all right. Even if you buy bread, I will still be washing clothes." But Vixie stammered for a while, unable to articulate her thoughts. "All right, let us enjoy the pastries sent by our guest. Do you like them, Vixie?" Chapter 7. The tavern's first encounter with monsters having left the alley, MOU took out the compass to continue his search. After the compass spun a few times, it pointed in another direction. MOU proceeded along his path, traversing streets and alleys, keeping his head down as he hurried along. Soon, he arrived at a tavern, where numerous mercenaries were entering and exiting, all with flushed faces. Babbling incoherently, MOU stepped inside and promptly pinpointed the location of the extraordinary forbidden object. It was a die, rolling within the cup of a middle-aged, alcohol-sodden mercenary. "Guess high, guess low, place your bets," the mercenary announced, slamming the cup onto the table. Surrounding mercenaries and drunken gamblers eagerly placed their wagers. MOU approached, producing a gold coin to bet on the outcome of a leopard. "Come on, let us see it. This must be a big win." The mercenary, slightly unsettled, felt the weight of his own gambling prowess. This was his first time in the Golden Harvest territory, and he had intended to rake in a fortune. Yet, in this initial round, someone had wagered a gold coin on the very result he had rolled. Cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. He feared he might lose everything. "Open it, hurry! Are you hiding something?" The mercenary's legs trembled as beads of sweat dripped from his nose. Caught in indecision, should he reveal the result or flee? "If I win, I'll 1T take your money. I simply desire one of the dice inside as a gift." MOU spoke coolly. His words felt like divine salvation to the mercenary, who immediately unveiled the cup to reveal 3 ones. A leopard. Oh no! How could it be a leopard? I was planning to bet on that. What a pity, I hesitated. A bystander lamented. Everyone this round doesn't count. This young man has hit the leopard, and he said he doesn't won the money, just the die. Let us bear witness. The mercenary quickly insisted. Which die do you want? Choose freely, MOU replied, selecting the die with extraordinary attributes and pocketing the gold coin from the table. Detecting low-dimensional extraordinary characteristics. Would you like to extract? MOU consented, and a green orb materialized in his inventory. Just as he prepared to leave, a conversation nearby piqued his interest. Have you heard? A monster has infiltrated our town. I haven't heard. What kind of monster? It's called a neighbor at night. It transforms into the neighbor of a weak family. What is there to fear? My neighbor is quite lovely. Don't be foolish. It only seeks out the feeble and then coerces them into assistance. Is that so? What is wrong with helping? You underestimate this creature. If you refuse, it will extend its claws, tear out your heart, and question whether you possess one for denying a neighbor's request. Then I'll just agree, and I'll be fine, right? Don't be absurd. If you acquiesce, it will open its gaping maw and bite off your head, proclaiming, indeed, the eager neighbor is the most delectable. What do we do then? ISNT that certain death? Indeed, just last night, someone lost their head to the neighbor. Upon hearing this, MOU comprehended the nature of the monster. Nevertheless, he had no intention of provoking it. Exiting the tavern, he once again retrieved his compass, hoping to search for any remaining extraordinary forbidden objects. Regrettably, the compass needle continued to spin without indicating a clear direction. Once MOU relaxed the restrictions and searched within a 10-kilometer radius for the nearest extraordinary attributes, the needle finally pointed toward a specific location. It appeared that I had exhausted the extraordinary forbidden items in the Golden Spike territory, yielding 2 findings, which could be considered satisfactory. MOU ventured out to assess profitable projects, as his financial situation was rather dire. After surveying Golden Spike Town, he realized that prospects were grim. To extract refined salt would be futile, as the town, being adjacent to the sea, already engaged in salt production. Distilling liquor was similarly unfeasible, given that the taverns predominantly served distilled spirits. As for soap, this world possessed a bubble tree, whose sap was more effective than any laundry detergent MOU had known in his previous life. Glassmaking was also out of the question, as it had already been established, and producing cement required a tall furnace, which was impractical. Regarding perfumes, people already had potion-grade scents. After much contemplation, MOU concluded that producing toilet paper seemed the most reasonable venture. Although paper existed in this world, it was derived from a tree known as the bark tree, whose bark rolled into cylindrical shapes resembling scrolls. At a loss for a straightforward method to earn money, MOU decided to return to the Baron's castle first, as he had yet to examine the 2 extraordinary attributes he had acquired that day. Upon his return to the Baron's castle, the afternoon was drawing near, but fortunately, MOU had purchased some cakes, so he was not hungry. Sitting on his bed, he accessed his storage, and indeed, 2 green orbs had appeared. He opened one of the extraordinary attributes from the crayon. It was a mildly contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait that possessed the ability to make dreams a reality through drawing, allowing the user to create large cakes upon activation, albeit with the side effect of losing the sense of taste. Drawing cakes to stave off hunger. What a ridiculous ability, MOU thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. No wonder Vici had used it for so long without triggering its potential. It could only create cakes. With little else to say, he promptly opened the extraordinary trait associated with the dice. This was also a mildly contaminated low-tier trait, granting the ability to divine one's fortune for the day. Once activated, the user could foresee their fate, but the downside was that any misfortunes foreseen could not be avoided. This ability is rather impressive. It offers more than just fortune-telling, he mused, although the side effect was rather troublesome. Unfazed by the drawback, MOU knew that with a slight synthesis, he could achieve an ability devoid of adverse effects. He intended to retain this trait, waiting until he had gathered a sufficient number of extraordinary attributes to choose the best among them. Thus, after a busy morning, MOU earned a chance for a lottery draw. He felt content with his accomplishments and dragged the extraordinary trait to the altar. Upon selecting to sacrifice it, a green light orb emerged. The 9-aperture golden pill, an exquisite elixir from a vast world, required placement within the heart for use. Its effects were gentle, capable of cleansing the marrow, enhancing one's qualifications, augmenting comprehension, extending lifespan, facilitating rebirth, and elevating potential. What a marvelous treasure! With the 9-aperture golden pill, I shall surely soar. Promptly clicked to receive, and instantly, a radiant golden elixir materialized in his hand, emanating a brilliant glow. Why isn't it directly placed into my heart? The dilemma that now plagued was whether to abandon his chest and heart. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, he decided to proceed with the abandonment. Stripping off his garments, he meticulously disinfected a small blade. With a cloth clenched in his mouth, he grasped the knife in his right hand and held the 9-aperture golden elixir in his left. Exerted all his strength to operate the breathing technique of the sun, regulating the flow of his blood and constricting the blood vessels at the incision site with muscle. Chapter 8. Knight of Slaying Demonic Beasts plunged the knife in his chest, swiftly severing his heart, and rapidly deposited the 9-aperture golden elixir into the atrium. The process was fleeting, deftly avoiding the major blood vessels. Only a few droplets of blood gushed forth from the heart. However, the excruciating pain nearly caused him to shatter his teeth, with beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Yet, soon after, the bitter ordeal transformed into sweet relief. The elixir, nestled within the cavity of his heart, began to exert its potent effects. The severed flesh and tissue commenced their rapid healing, drawing together as cells divided, leaving behind but a faint crimson trace. Subsequently, the elixir's power was propelled through the bloodstream, and experienced an exhilarating coolness coursing through his entire being. An abundance of beneficial substances and unique energies were delivered to each individual cell, while a multitude of bodily impurities were expelled from his pores. He hastily rushed to the restroom, eliminating the waste within him, an indescribable filth, with a thick layer of grime emerging from his pores. After a swift cleansing shower, he was liberated from the oppressive odor, feeling refreshed, as if each breath was imbued with fragrance. Indeed, everything pales in comparison. Compared to the stench, ordinary air was naturally sweeter and more invigorating. Perceived the 9-aperture golden elixir pulsating with life, as if he had acquired an additional heart. With each breath, it felt as though his heart was beating twice, his strength gradually augmenting with each heartbeat. The elixir resembled a formidable heart, enhancing the efficiency of his original circulatory system. Found his mind remarkably clear and astute, as insights emerged with merely a recollection of knowledge. A plethora of ingenious ideas surged forth, akin to a fool suddenly awakening to brilliance. Determined to harness the elixir's medicinal potency and energy for cultivation, experienced unprecedented progress in his training, propelled by the continuous influx of medicinal power and natural energy. In just an afternoon, his advancement equated to a month's worth of training. By evening, he was on the cusp of breaking through to the rank of Senior Knight Squire. The astonishing speed of his progress could only be attributed to the abundant fortuity and the formidable external assistance that facilitated such a miraculous transformation. Dressed in fresh attire, prepared to head to the dining hall for dinner. Upon entering, he spotted the Baron, his brow furrowed. Beside him, Dayer and the Baroness remained silent, casting an air of tranquility over the room. Mou quietly finished his dinner and noticed the Baron gazing intently at him. "Father, is there something you wish to discuss?" The Baron replied, "A creature of darkness has infiltrated Golden Ear Town. It is a level 9 neighbor, not particularly formidable, possessing physical capabilities akin to a mid-level Knight Squire. A portion of our military force has been borrowed by Baron Bylon, leaving us somewhat short-handed. We require patrols during the night, and I need you and Dor to accompany me." "Very well, father. I am not particularly afraid of a mid-level Knight Squire. It should pose little risk." Mou thought to himself, "After dinner, you and Dor should come to my study. I have prepared some armor for you." Once they had finished their meal, Mou and Dor followed the Baron to his study. They arrived at the same secret chamber as before, where the Baron produced 2 pieces of chainmail and handed them to Dor and Mou. "You are still growing, so it is a bit early for full armor. Consider this chainmail a transitional piece." The chainmail resembled a long-sleeved shirt, intricately woven from interlocking iron rings. Mou felt confident in its defensive capabilities and promptly donned it. "Now, take your knights' swords and bows. I will equip you with signaling arrows. Should you encounter the creature, fire a signaling arrow, and help will arrive swiftly. Outside the castle, the Baron was clad in full knightly plate armor, wielding a knight's sword, while Mou and Dor donned chainmail that protected only their upper bodies, carrying bows and swords at their waists. Now, go forth and patrol. Stay safe, and I wish you good fortune. After parting ways with the Baron and Dor, Mou strolled aimlessly down the deserted streets. Although Golden Ear Town was not large, with only 50 or so individuals patrolling, it still felt understaffed. Night had fully descended, and Mou longed to locate the creature quickly so he could return home to rest. Suddenly, an idea struck Mou, and he promptly retrieved Captain Jack's compass. He mused that the compass might guide him to the creature. As he focused on finding the creature in Golden Ear Town, the compass's needle began to spin rapidly, pointing in a specific direction. Mou immediately set off towards that direction. As he progressed, an inexplicable anxiety gripped him. The path felt eerily familiar. He sensed something was amiss, aware that it was a hint from his observation hockey. Yet he could not discern any precise information due to his insufficient mastery of the technique. Continuing along the path, Mou eventually realized that it led to Vichi's home. He began to sprint towards her house with great urgency. Meanwhile, inside Vichi's home, she was engrossed in drawing with the new crayons she had purchased that afternoon. Beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp, she was sketching an image of Mou. Her mother had instructed her to present the drawing to Mou the next time they met. Vichi's mother sat nearby, sewing clothes, occasionally glancing up with a warm, affectionate gaze at her daughter. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed through the air, prompting Vichi to rise and answer the door. Vichi, continue your drawing, her mother instructed. I shall see who is at the door. Upon opening it, she found Mrs. Peter, their neighbor, a woman known for her petty behavior and penchant for bullying Vichi's family. Mrs. Peter, what brings you here at such a late hour? Vichi's mother inquired, her gaze wary of the woman standing outside. An unsettling sensation washed over her. It was peculiar for a neighbor who seldom visited to suddenly appear at night. Could you do me a favor? Mrs. Peter asked, her expression inscrutable. I'm afraid I may not be able to assist you. Perhaps you should seek help elsewhere, Vichi's mother replied, preparing to close the door. Unbeknownst to her, a sinister smirk began to form on Mrs. Peter's lips. Mom, close the door quickly. Vichi, who had been observing intently, sensed something amiss and warned her mother. Just as Vichi's mother managed to close the door halfway, Mrs. Peter's hand forcefully stopped it. How heartless of you not to assist your neighbor, she retorted. No sooner had she spoken than a claw burst through the wooden door, lunging toward Vichi's mother's heart. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth, painting the air with crimson blossoms. Ah, mother, what has happened? Vichi cried, rushing to her fallen mother's side. In Mrs. Peter's grasp lay a slowly pulsating heart. Tears streamed down Vichi's cheeks as she desperately pressed against the gaping wound. No, please, mother, don't die, Vichi pleaded, her heart breaking as she watched her mother's life fade away. Cough. Run, Vichi, run. Live well. Your mother will always love you, her mother's voice faltered, the light in her eyes extinguishing completely, leaving behind a lingering concern and affection for Vichi. Mother, don't leave me, Vichi sobbed, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching danger. Perhaps she was aware, yet the weight of despair rendered her indifferent, her spirit resigned to the inevitable. Chapter 9. The Aftermath of the Monster as the Transformed Mrs. Peter loomed over Vichi, poised to strike. The hurried arrival of Mou revealed the scene of Vichi's mother sprawled on the ground and the neighbor ready to attack. Anger surged within Mou, his breath quickening as he channeled the scorching energy of nature, merging it with the essence of the sun's blade, manifesting as flames escaping through his clenched teeth. In a fit of fury, Mou activated the full concentration mode of the sun's breath. Flames erupted from the knight's sword in his grasp, radiating with a fierce brilliance. Sun's breath, sixth form, scorching bone sunfire. Mou transformed into a streak of fiery light, instantly appearing before the neighbor. The searing flame slashed forth, severing the neighbor's arm and head just as it was about to strike Vichi. The relentless essence of the sun's sword burned the wounds that sought to heal. Yet, the neighbor remained unvanquished, seemingly impervious to harm. With a dismissive air, Mou sheathed his knight's sword, conjuring a blade of soul-cutting energy in his hand. Gazing at the neighbor on the brink of recovery, he prepared to strike once more. The breath of the sun, the 12 forms, the flame dance. The searing crossfire of the sword energy cleaved the neighbor into 4, dispatched by the Zampicudo. The neighbor could no longer maintain their original form, transforming into a faceless humanoid entity. Reduced to ashes, they slowly faded into the air. Detected low-level extraordinary characteristics. Extract. Extract. A swirling green mist coalesced from the neighbor's remains. Collected by the panel. Vici, are you all right? MOU observed Vici, who stood in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Mom is dead. Why did this happen? Why? Vici's lifeless tone was enveloped by a profound despair. Vici, your mother wanted you to live well. Carry her spirit and bravely move forward. Will you? Vici merely wept, pressing tightly against her mother's gradually cooling body. Why did Mom have to die? If I had opened the door, would she still be alive? Vici, pull yourself together. Your mother wishes for your survival. Your life was given to you by her, and now she has bestowed upon you a second chance at life. You must live for her. It seemed that MOU's words struck a chord, as Vici suddenly threw herself into MOU's embrace, unable to contain her emotions. Her hot tears cascading down. It's all right. Let it all out. Your mother will be watching over you from the sky. MOU's observation hockey faintly sensed the soul of Vici's mother, who smiled at MOU and Vici before slowly dissipating into the air. Holding Vici, MOU gazed at the spot where Vici's mother's soul had vanished, pondering where souls might go. MOU, are you okay? A booming voice from Dole resonated nearby. Soon, a throng of soldiers wielding torches surrounded the area, sealing off the street. MOU, where's the neighbor? Did they flee? The Baron arrived, surveying the scene, but failed to locate the neighbor's corpse. Father, I killed the neighbor, MOU replied calmly, shielding Vici behind him. What? How could you possibly kill the neighbor? Isn't it necessary to burn the monster with fierce flames or erase its essence with an extraordinary sequence to slay it? The Baron expressed disbelief. Father, I comprehended certain things which enable me to slay the neighbor. MOU took a deep breath, entering a state of total concentration. Visibly exhaling flames that enveloped his knight's sword in a blaze reminiscent of sunlight. How is this possible? It's a concept. You aren't even a formal knight. How could you grasp such a concept? The Baron stared in astonishment at the undeniable essence of sunlight, his speech faltering. Father, it was during the day I received the knight's legacy that I inadvertently comprehended it. MOU concocted a source for his breath of the sun to avoid suspicion. What a genius! A knight can only transcend to the rank of a grand knight upon comprehending the essence of chivalry, a realization that must be achieved while still an advanced knight. Yet, you remain a mere lowly squire. If you grasp this essence, your path as a knight shall be smooth and unimpeded, leading you effortlessly to the rank of Grand Knight. The Baron, both surprised and bewildered, feared his inability to protect his child. Should news of the Squire MOU's enlightenment leak, a torrent of both malice and goodwill would inevitably follow. The high nobility would seek to recruit MOU for their own purposes, and should he decline, they would ensure no one else could have him. Today's revelation must remain confidential. Otherwise, the Jean Sway family will vow, in the name of their lineage, to expend all their resources in pursuit, refusing to relent until the matter is settled. Yes, we shall keep this secret at all costs. Dozens of soldiers loyal to the Jean Sway family swore their oath. Very well, contain the information. Lippy said that the neighbors were bound and burned to death by us. Yes, MOU, however, harbored doubts about the Baron's capabilities. Within his perception, he sensed malevolence emanating from 3 individuals amidst a crowd of goodwill. Wait, Father. After comprehending the essence, I can sense the emotions of others, and these 3 harbor intense malice towards me. MOU pointed out the 3 individuals, their hostility glaring like a flame amidst the sea of benevolence, unmistakably identified by him. You 3, step forward. Whose spies are you? The 3 were brought forth by the soldiers, cold sweat cascading down their faces, their fear reaching its zenith. My Lord Baron, spare us. We acted out of coercion. Do not make me repeat myself. Who sent you? I trust you comprehend that death can, at times, be a form of mercy. Spare us. I was sent by Viscount Bailon. He meant no harm. I was dispatched by Baron Poison Snake. Do as you will. I was sent by Count O'Hunter. Do you dare to kill me? The Baron, a vassal to Count Hunter, bore no trace of emotion upon his face, revealing an endless chill. Take them away, execute them. Moments later, the three were forced to kneel, while another soldier tightened a noose around their necks, standing upon their backs until they perished. Let us depart. Clean up the aftermath and return to the castle. The Baron turned to leave, instructing the soldiers to manage the bodies. Father, I wish to take in this little girl. Her mother has passed. Mo.U. hastily interjected. The Baron glanced at Vici and then at her mother's lifeless body. Very well, every child deserves a servant. Let her be your maid, with her wages sourced from the steward. The Baron regarded Mo.U. and then spoke slowly. Watching the Baron retreat, Mo.U. drew Vici close. Vici, you shall accompany me from now on. Live well. Mo.U. had long learned from Vici that she was alone in Jeansui town, with nowhere to turn. The following day, Mo.U. and Vici buried her mother's ashes on a hillside by the lakeside. Due to the peculiarities of this world, neglecting the handling of corpses may lead to their transformation. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Your mother would surely appreciate it. Mo.U. gazed at Vixie, who was planting flowers and grasses on her mother's grave. Indeed, Mother had always cherished this place, and it is hoped that its beautiful vistas may transform into an everlasting dream accompanying her. In the realm of wee eyes, it is said that upon death, one ascends to the highest tier of the dream realm, where benevolent souls bask in eternal dreams, while malevolent beings are ensnared in perpetual nightmares, endlessly reincarnating. Come, let us return to the castle, albeit my residence is but a secluded corner of the fortress. Very well, young master, Vixie replied with a cool demeanor, quietly following Mo.U., facing the rising sun as they walked into the gentle morning light. Chapter 10. Ascending to Sequence 9 in Vixie's home. Mo.U. awaited her as she prepared to gather her belongings for their stay at the Baron's castle, necessitating a selection of clothing and other essentials. At that moment, Vixie had already packed several bundles. One contained garments, another held meaningful trinkets, and the last was filled with her art supplies and completed paintings. Young Master Mo.U., this is a painting my mother asked me to give to you. Vixie produced a rolled-up piece of paper and handed it to him. Upon unrolling it, Mo.U. discovered a portrait of himself. While the execution was rudimentary, the effort was evident, capturing his essence. Thank you, Vixie. I truly appreciate it. Do continue to paint. Indeed, I shall. I will depict the sights that Mother has yet to behold and share them with her in dreams. Everything is packed. Let us set forth. Mo.U. picked up the two heavier bundles and led the way. Vixie, clutching her clothing bundle, glanced back every few steps at the house filled with memories of her mother. Fear not. You may return here whenever you wish, Mo.U. reassured her, sensing her reluctance. Upon arriving at the Baroness' fortress, the Baron had arranged for his male servants to await Mo.U.'s arrival. Young Master Mo.U., the Lord has instructed me to arrange accommodations for your maid. Shall it be near you? Butler West gestured slightly before speaking. Thank you, Mr. West. Please place her nearby. Very well, this lady shall accompany me. I have brought some everyday clothing, maid attire, and various necessities. Henceforth, you need only care for young Master Mo.U. On the first of every month, you may approach me for your salary, totaling 5 silver coins. With that, he led Vixie to a chamber not far from Mo.U.'s, which was of similar quality and layout. Mo.U. followed behind them, akin to a servant, carrying Vixie's 2 bundles. Upon entering the room, Mo.U. set down the bundles and observed Butler West bringing forth a wooden case, presumably containing the maid supplies. Very well, Lady Vixie, young Master Mo.U. I shall take my leave now. West elucidated some information about the castle to Vici, as well as the tasks for which she was responsible. However, the details were quite simple, given her tender age, which limited her to undertaking only basic duties. Vici, take your time to tidy up. I shall return to my room for now. Should you need anything, I will call for you, said Mo.U., who intended to retreat to his chamber to reflect upon the day's experiences. Upon returning to his room, Mo.U. sat cross-legged upon his bed, recalling the sensations associated with the total concentration breathing technique. He categorized the art of sun breathing into several stages. The first stage involved the initial execution of sun breathing, allowing one to draw in energy while breathing, thereby revitalizing the body and executing fundamental sword forms. The second stage, known as constant concentration, transformed the breathing technique into an instinctual practice, continuously operating the sun breathing, which gradually enhanced physical prowess. MOU had just entered this stage upon first learning the sun breathing technique. The third stage was total concentration breathing, wherein one's mind became completely immersed in the breathing technique, maximizing the flow of energy and sword intent, resulting in a significant amplification of both physical abilities and sword techniques. The fourth stage, total concentration constant, saw the breathing technique become an innate practice, leading to rapid enhancements in physical capabilities and a substantial increase in strength. The fifth stage was the pattern phase, where the body reaches the limits of human potential, allowing for exceptional sword skills and a profound infusion of natural energy into the flesh. Currently, MOU had only achieved total concentration and was unable to attain total concentration constant. Even maintaining total concentration while awake proved challenging as his physical abilities had yet to meet the requirements. Nevertheless, MOU consciously practiced total concentration frequently, gradually extending the duration of his focus. He opened his panel, eager to examine the extraordinary trait he had acquired after vanquishing a neighbor, which he had yet to inspect. Upon selecting the fifth green orb, he discovered it contained the extraordinary trait from the neighbor, a lightly polluted low-tier extraordinary trait, possessing the ability to genuinely alter one's form within a range not exceeding 20%. Upon activation, this trait granted the user the capacity for shape-shifting and the manipulation of soul vibrations, though the side effect was the loss of one's original appearance. MOU found this extraordinary trait particularly fitting for him, as he was well-versed in the art of survival and believed that the ability to assume another's appearance could significantly enhance his survival capabilities. For instance, during pursuits, assassination attempts, or warrants for his arrest, this ability would be an unparalleled asset. Thus, MOU resolved to enter Sequence 9, utilizing this shape-shifting low-tier extraordinary trait. However, prior to activation, it was necessary to synthesize it to eliminate its pollution and side effects. He dragged the shape-shifting trait into the primary synthesis slot and placed the low-tier extraordinary trait that ensured a hit to the knee into the secondary slot. As MOU clicked the synthesis button, a burst of green light erupted, accompanied by sinister murmurs. Yet, the panel shielded him from the sounds, though familiar pleas for mercy could be faintly discerned, including those of his father and Dor. As the light dissipated, a green orb materialized from the synthesis slot. MOU opened it from his storage panel. The extraordinary traits of the low-level sequence grant one the ability to metamorphose, allowing entry into the realm of Sequence 9. As one's true essence becomes obscured by these extraordinary characteristics, engaging in actions that align with such traits serves to confound the world's understanding of this individual. Consequently, the world will alter its perception of the individual's true essence, bestowing upon it a renewed significance. MOU takes great satisfaction in the capacity for synthesis. For those who have ingested the unrefined, extraordinary traits, while they may acquire such abilities, the contamination results in a soul that loses its purity. Perpetually subjected to the whispers of pollution, should one's mind waver, they may gradually descend into madness or even distortion. Moreover, the side effects stemming from these extraordinary traits may unveil deadly vulnerabilities. Should one's capabilities be divulged, it could lead to the deduction of the extraordinary traits in use, thereby exposing one's weaknesses. Thus, the extraordinary sequence resembles a masquerade, a game of hunters, where one conceals oneself, discovers others, and ultimately strikes with lethal precision. However, MOU can declare his withdrawal from his clumsy game. He extracts the pure essence of extraordinary traits. The chilling aura of these traits is inhaled directly into his being. As the extraordinary essence permeates his body, MOU senses the augmentation of his soul's core, uplifting his true essence. This sensation, along with the knowledge of his true essence, is acquired post-ingestion of the extraordinary traits, as advancement within the sequence brings inherent wisdom. This includes techniques for utilizing spirituality, rituals, sequences, metamorphic abilities, the soul, pollution, and esoteric knowledge of sorcery. Spirituality, birthed from the true essence of the soul upon the elevation by low-level extraordinary traits, connects to the spiritual realm, giving rise to extraordinary energy akin to combat energy. It is a unique energy belonging solely to the soul. The influx of spirituality into the body can enhance physical prowess, and when wielded in attack, it inflicts spiritual damage. Mastery of rituals allows for their arrangement, while the command of sorcery enables its casting. Chapter 11. Understanding the Extraordinary Realm regarding the sequences. You gleaned a concise introduction from the knowledge afforded by his advancement to Sequence 9. Sequences 9, 8, and 7 are categorized as low-level sequences. Each ingestion of low-level extraordinary traits facilitates advancement until Sequence 7. High-level traits correspond to Sequences 6, 5, and 4, while mythic traits align with Sequences 3, 2, and 1. It appears straightforward. However, each ingestion necessitates an extended period of embodying and assimilating the extraordinary traits. Regarding the art of embodiment, you acquired certain esoteric knowledge concerning taboos from the synthesized, metamorphic information and insights gained post-advancement to Sequence 9. The true essence represents the innermost layer of the soul, encapsulating the world's perception and understanding of the individual, and thus embodies one's fate. Essentially, the true essence serves as a personal anti-counterfeiting label, a unique code that safeguards one's identity. The world assigns a number to each individual, recording their existence, compelling them to act in accordance with their respective destinies. Upon ingesting extraordinary traits, one's true essence becomes obscured and the world's recognition of them dissipates. To re-establish this recognition, one must engage in actions that resonate with their extraordinary abilities, thereby performing the role necessary to restore their positioning in the eyes of the world. As you ingest more extraordinary traits and ascend to higher sequences, the world will continually reshape its perception and understanding of you. One day, after consuming higher level or even mythic traits, you shall shatter the world's comprehension of you time and again, ultimately transcending the earthly realm. Regarding the transformative extraordinary trait, morph, utilized for advancing to Sequence 9, further details are provided post-advancement. Morph can be deemed one of the most effective extraordinary traits for impersonation, allowing one to assume the appearance of others while enhancing self-concealment. This ability, categorized into 4 stages based on the assimilation of impersonation, unfolds as follows. In the initial stage post-ingestion, one can undergo physical and attire alterations, with a change in body shape limited to 20%. At the 30% assimilation stage, one can mimic the temperament, along with the language and movement habits of the individual, with body shape alterations reaching 40%. Upon attaining 60% assimilation, one can simulate soul fluctuations and access some memories pertaining to the interpersonal relationships of the individual, with body shape adjustments extending to 60%. Finally, at complete assimilation, one acquires half of the individual's innate talents and basic information regarding the skills and abilities they possess, with body shape modifications reaching 80%. It can be asserted that the morph extraordinary trait is indeed remarkably powerful, albeit not heavily combat-oriented, resulting in minimal enhancement of physical attributes. However, MOU possesses other cultivation systems to compensate for this. From the esoteric knowledge acquired at Sequence 9, the understanding of the soul is revealed. In this world, the human soul consists of a 7-layer structure, namely the etheric body, emotional body, mental body, will body, 7 spirits body, 3 souls body, and true spirit body. The first 4 layers represent the surface structure, which can potentially recover even if tainted. Pollution of the etheric body is deemed a minor pollution, leading to insomnia, auditory hallucinations, and illusions. Pollution of the emotional body constitutes a mild pollution, resulting in emotional instability and the perception of foul murmurs that drive one to madness. When a mental body is tainted, even moderate pollution may cause erratic behavior, alternating between moments of insanity and lucidity. Upon the pollution of the will body, severe contamination occurs, rendering the will nearly incapable of resisting the taint, leading to perpetual madness and incoherent ramblings. Pollution of the 7 spirits body signifies physical distortion. As the 7 spirits govern the corporeal form, ordinary means of restoration become ineffective, with only high-level sequences possessing the potential for salvation. If the 3 souls body becomes tainted, it is effectively beyond redemption, with only mythic sequences having a chance for healing. Lastly, the true spirit body, when polluted, transforms into a vessel for the outer gods. An exceedingly terrifying fate, serving directly as a conduit for the revival of these beings, possessing strength equivalent to a sequence 3 mythic entity. Concerning sorcery or magic, these are spells crafted by high-level sequences, designed to channel their abilities through incantations. Upon the utterance of these spells, powers can be transmitted through the dream realm, allowing the caster to utilize them. However, not all are so benevolent. Some renowned grimoires and spellbooks may harbor traps, leaving the caster uncertain of what they are connecting to, potentially invoking an outer god, resulting in complete pollution and distortion. Therefore, if one does not possess absolute trust in another, one should never attempt to utilize the spellbooks provided by others. However, there exist certain legitimate spellbooks crafted by powerful individuals for the benefit of their descendants or followers, devoid of any sinister traps. This practice serves as a common method for these high-ranking beings to assimilate extraordinary traits. Lastly, there are rituals, which resemble a fusion of formations and ceremonies, often capable of connecting to scattered abilities within the spirit realm through known rites. The possessors of these powers are typically mythological entities or deities. Consequently, the application of rituals can facilitate the accomplishment of feats that appear unattainable, such as extracting extraordinary traits, mitigating the pollution of such traits, channeling power, and summoning mythological beings, among others. Thus, a secure ritual can be deemed an invaluable foundation, seldom disseminated widely. Nonetheless, rituals carry their drawbacks. Each usage necessitates the expenditure of costly, extraordinary materials, as only these materials can sustain the might of the mythos. Therefore, even if one procures these extraordinary materials at great financial cost, they are reduced to ashes after a single use. Whilst advancement to Sequence 9 bears no risks, others who engage with unprocessed extraordinary traits are perpetually haunted by tainted whispers. Should one falter in resolve or lose mental fortitude, the degree of pollution may escalate significantly. Even after promotion, one might still occasionally hear these foul murmurs, especially when interacting with magical entities or extraordinary traits. Finds great satisfaction in the formidable power of his external enhancements, for they are a crucial safeguard in his standing within this realm. Sensing the latent force within his soul, albeit faint, it possesses a potency that surpasses even that of the concept of the sun in terms of lethality against extraordinary beings. Rising from his bed, focuses his thoughts and transforms into the likeness of Vixen, flawlessly replicating her appearance, both in form and attire. However, his expressions betray his true identity, as he is currently in the act of undressing. Observing his diminutive, youthful form feels a twinge of embarrassment, especially since his usual tools of mischief have been altered beyond recognition, though he senses the capability to manifest them once more. Yet, he dismisses this notion, deeming it rather perverse. Subsequently, shifts into various individuals he has encountered, Dor, the Baron, and Butler West, reluctantly returning to his original form. He realizes that his spiritual essence has been nearly depleted. Nevertheless, this transformation has allowed for a slight digestion of his extraordinary traits, approximately 1%. Seated cross-legged on his bed, resolves to test how long it might take for his essence to fully replenish by doing nothing. Thus, he remains in contemplation for over an hour before restoration occurs. Chapter 12. The Contest. Feeling the pace is somewhat slow, he wonders if his training will accelerate. Stroking his chin, muses aloud. Inspired by his thoughts, he rises once more, preparing to transform anew. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within him. Could he possibly assume the form of a virtual character? With this thought, meticulously recalls the visage of Yukino Kuji Yuki. Soon, MOU succeeded. After recalling the character setting of Kujino Kuniyuani, he donned a crimson haori paired with black hakama, his long red hair tied in a high ponytail. A fiery red mark adorned his left forehead, complemented by his light pink eyes, sun-shaped earrings, and a blade, the Nicaran sword, at his waist. Breath of the Sun. Second form, Raging Heaven, echoed in the air with an indifferent tone in Japanese. As MOU transformed into Kujino Kuniyuani, he wielded his Zanpakudo, unleashing a flame-infused sword aura that manifested as a crimson ring, both beautiful and perilous. MOU then transformed again, this time opting for Nagato, brandishing a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, his golden mid-length hair flowing gracefully, adorned with a Konoha headband and the Hokage's ceremonial robe. He pondered wistfully whether he could harness the powers from the world of Hokage in the future. Afterward, he morphed into numerous anime characters, both male and female, all with remarkable success, indulging in the pleasures of the two-dimensional realm. However, MOU discerned a peculiar trait of his shape-shifting ability. It could only fundamentally alter his physical form. Clothing and weapons would merely undergo superficial embellishment, a mere reflection of his perception. For instance, when he became Nagato, the kunai he held remained his Zanpakuto. He simply believed the kunai to be the standard gear, prompting the shapeshift to disguise the Zanpakuto, making it appear as the kunai. Aside from tactile interaction, others could not discern the original form of the weapon, facilitating the concealment of his true identity. Similarly, his original attire transformed into armor, yet lacked the defensive properties of true armor, unable to withstand blades. Nonetheless, this was considerable progress. If he could alter the characteristics of weapons and attire, MOU mused that it would surely transcend low-tier extraordinary traits. Content with his appearance, MOU vowed to never lose his guise again from that day forth. Should he attend a comic convention, he would undoubtedly stand out as the brightest star. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, he sat cross-legged on his bed, fully engaging the Flame Knight's breathing technique alongside the breath of the sun. He sensed his true essence rapidly expanding, bolstered by the presence of the 9-aperture golden pill, as he grew stronger by the moment. With the augmentation of his true essence and the natural energy enhancing his physical prowess, MOU felt his spiritual energy swiftly revitalizing. This restoration of spiritual energy also benefited his true essence, accelerating its condensation. In this state, he quickly restored his spiritual energy, taking only a little over 10 minutes. With a substantial influx of spiritual energy, the proportions of the 3 types of energy, physical, mental, and natural, seemed to shift under the influence of the sword intent from the breath of the sun, approaching a balanced ratio of 1 to 1 to 1. Gradually, MOU found himself just a step away from entering the realm of a high-ranking knight squire. His physical attributes surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than 3-fold, and the quantity of his true essence rivaled that of a low-ranking knight. MOU paused his cultivation, exhaling a breath of stale air. Under the influence of the 9-aperture golden elixir and his spiritual essence, the speed at which his true energy condensed had accelerated dramatically, at least several times faster than before. He almost missed dinner. Had it not been for that, he would have faced an empty stomach. As he muttered to himself, a knock resounded at his door. Rising to answer it, he found it was Vixie. "Young Master MOU, dinner is almost ready. I came to fetch you," Vixie said, her expression brightening somewhat, appearing less sorrowful. "Oh, thank you. Had it not been for your reminder, I might have gone hungry all night," MOU kindly fibbed. He proceeded towards the dining hall, with Vixie trailing behind him, clad in a black and white made uniform that made her look quite adorable. Young Master MOU, I wish to go outside the castle to paint tomorrow. Is that all right?" Vixie asked shyly, lowering her head. "Of course you may. I will be occupied with night training in the morning and cannot accompany you. Do take care of your safety." "Thank you, young master. I will only be on the winding road outside the castle, where the entire landscape of the town can be seen. I too believe the scenery there is the most beautiful, especially at sunrise and sunset." "I understand, young master. Farewell. I shall head to the kitchen now." Vixie offered a slight bow before turning to leave. Watching her retreat, MOU smiled as he entered the dining hall. After finishing dinner, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. A night of practice left him invigorated rather than fatigued. The 9-aperture golden elixir rendered his body nearly immaculate, allowing him to go days without sleep without feeling weary. Having halted his meditation, he felt a significant enhancement in his true energy and decided to rise and practice his swordsmanship. It had been a while since he last trained, and he was uncertain if he had regressed. After freshening up, MOU donned his chainmail, grasped his knight's sword, and made his way to the training ground. At that moment, a group of soldiers was practicing basic sword techniques. They were ordinary individuals with mediocre talents, resulting in their movements appearing stiff and lacking finesse. MOU chose not to disturb their training, but instead found a corner to draw his knight's sword and prepare for his own practice. The knight's sword he wielded was a single-handed blade, suitable for one-handed use, though it could also be wielded with 2 hands. The swordsmanship was characterized by agility and adaptability, focusing on footwork and intercepting strikes, primarily suited for facing unarmored or lightly armored bandits and mercenaries. As MOU continued to practice, he began to sense that the rigid swordplay did not align with his own style. This generic sword technique failed to showcase his unique attributes, prompting him to gradually modify it. Each move required considerable time to adjust in terms of force application, arm extension, and angle of attack. Once he harmonized each motion to his own capabilities, the foundational knight's swordplay had been transformed beyond recognition. The revised basic knight's swordplay became exceptionally fluid, as MOU creatively connected every movement with any other, resulting in a seamless flow of techniques. Thus, the knightly swordsmanship uniquely crafted by MOU appeared exceedingly enigmatic, leaving onlookers utterly confounded regarding his subsequent strike. Furthermore, the modifications MOU made to the sword technique countered the inherent weaknesses of the foundational swordplay. Consequently, with MOU's formidable observation hockey anticipating his opponent's moves, he would counter their attacks with swift precision. "What manner of swordsmanship is this, MOU?" inquired the Baron, who had emerged from the castle to observe the soldiers' training, only to discover MOU's peculiar swordplay. "Father, this is a sword technique I have adapted from the basic swordsmanship, better suited to my style," MOU replied respectfully, halting his practice. "The foundational swordsmanship is a craft honed through countless trials. No one has the right to alter it. Let alone you, my son. Although you are indeed talented, you are still too young," the Baron insisted stubbornly, believing his son was prideful and straying from the right path. "Nay, father, this is a swordsmanship uniquely my own, transcending the basic techniques. I have even designed counters to the foundational swordsmanship," MOU attempted to elucidate. "Very well, let us engage in a spar. It has been quite some time since I last guided you in swordplay, and today I shall teach you once more," the Baron conceded, realizing he could not change his obstinate son's mind. "Of course, I welcome your guidance, father." MOU readied his sword, assuming a basic sideguard stance. The soldiers, having overheard the exchange between MOU and the Baron, were eager to witness this modified swordsmanship, as they had just been contemplating a way to alert MOU. The Baron casually drew a two-handed sword from the weapon rack, adopting a relaxed stance that revealed few vulnerabilities. "Come attack me. Let me see how much you have progressed during this time," he beckoned. Chapter 13. Unveiling the persona in response to the Baron's challenge for him to initiate the attack. MOU had no intention of yielding. He positioned his sword and slowly approached the complacent Baron, and when they were within 2 meters of each other, MOU unleashed a lightning-fast thrust aimed directly at the Baron's unprotected chest. MOU's speed was evidently beyond the Baron's expectations. He had intended to simply deflect MOU's blade, but now found it quite the challenge. The Baron angled his sword to intercept, preparing to deflect MOU's strike while simultaneously delivering a diagonal slash towards MOU's abdomen to defeat him in one fell swoop. However, as if forewarned, MOU instantly retracted his blade upon being deflected, angling it downward to stab at the Baron's arm, which was poised for the upward diagonal strike. Just as MOU was about to pierce the Baron's arm, the latter had to employ physical prowess far surpassing that of a mere squire, evading MOU's counterattack in an instant. MOU remained unfazed by the Baron's superior physical capabilities, as he sought to test his own inherent strength. The downward thrust of his sword was seamlessly transformed into a side slash, targeting the exposed gap at the Baron's left chest. Yet this strike too was thwarted as the Baron employed his exceptional physicality to parry the blow. The clash of two swords sparked a few embers. Yet MOU remained unfazed. He had long anticipated that the Baron would adopt a defensive stance, so he maintained his position and allowed his sword to glide along the Baroness' blade. This was also a process of harnessing the Baroness' own force. As MOU's sword slid over the Baroness' blade, that energy became exceedingly potent, manifesting in the swift trail of his sword as he maneuvered to the Baroness' flank. This strike was perilous, had the Baron failed to evade. The tip of MOU's sword could have swiftly pierced through his left chest, potentially puncturing a lung or even the heart. However, thanks to the Baroness' extraordinary physical prowess, this maneuver did not yield success, as he swiftly retreated to dodge the attack, though it left him drenched in cold sweat. "All right, I concede your sword play possesses merit, but it remains insufficient," the Baron muttered stubbornly, yet the dignity of a father prevented him from conceding defeat. It was now the Baron's turn to attack. He launched a powerful plow sword technique, utilizing the friction of the earth to gather strength, delivering a strike that was both rapid and forceful. This initial move was clearly intended to shatter MOU's stance, leaving him vulnerable for subsequent attacks, ultimately aiming to pin MOU's neck with his sword. Yet, events did not unfold as the Baron had envisioned. In the face of this formidable strike, MOU was already prepared. Seizing the opportune moment, MOU executed an upward slash, preemptively striking and colliding with the Baron's upward thrust. This interaction imparted an additional acceleration to the Baron's already swift strike, rendering him unable to control his sword's velocity, nearly causing him to lose grip. Even without relinquishing his weapon, the Baron found himself in a precarious position, his arms raised with his sword, exposing his chest. After the collision with the Baron's blade, MOU's sword rebounded, allowing him to retract and launch another thrust aimed at the Baron's chest. The Baron, perceiving this impending strike, resorted to sheer force, forcibly halting his backward momentum and directing a downward slash towards MOU. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of MOU's mouth as he swiftly trembled his hands gripping the sword, transmitting the quiver into the blade, creating an illusionary flurry of sword blossoms. The Baron found himself passing through the ethereal image of the blossoms, failing to strike MOU. Faced with the threat of being skewered by the sword blossoms, the Baron had no choice but to retreat. At this juncture, every move MOU made effectively countered him. A moment's inattention would lead to his downfall. Were it not for his vastly superior physical capabilities rescuing him each time, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Father, shall we continue? I am out of energy. Perhaps we should postpone until next time. MOU offered the Baron a graceful exit, softening his stance. Very well. I shall guide you next time. I must return to attend to matters. However, you have proven yourself competent in swordsmanship, the Baron replied, seizing the opportunity to save face thanks to MOU's concession. As the Baron walked away, MOU no longer feigned exhaustion. It was now midday, and he first headed to the dining hall for lunch. Afterward, he returned to his residence to rest and change his attire before preparing to venture out. Earlier, MOU had noticed a mercenary guild in the town and intended to assume an alias to register as a mercenary. This not only promised a modest income, but also offered a means to utilize his extraordinary traits. Traveling light, he quickly arrived at a secluded corner of the town. With a focused thought, he selected a previously transformed template and underwent a metamorphosis. Notably, the information of the characters he had transformed into was stored by his shape-shifting extraordinary trait, allowing for swift transformation upon selection. At this moment, MOU had taken on an entirely new appearance. His medium-length white hair slicked back like steel needles, beastly pupils, a scar across his left eye, clad in chainmail, and adorned with a wolf's head necklace. Indeed, he had become the formidable monster hunter, Geralt of Rivia, the master of Gwent, and the Witcher extraordinaire. MOU surveyed his attire with satisfaction, drawing forth a knight's sword and a zampicudo, sheathing them behind him. Apart from the absence of a silver sword, the resemblance was approximately 90% accurate. Lacking the original's aura, it missed the essence of iron will and weariness. However, that was inconsequential, aside from MOU himself. No one knew what the original looked like. MOU no. He should now be referred to as Geralt or the White Wolf, stepped out of the alley and strolled leisurely down the street, where the townsfolk regarded him with indifference. Due to the proximity of the Gold Grain territory to the deathly wastelands, numerous mercenaries were scattered throughout the area, including the neighboring baronial lands. Most of these mercenaries were robust, ordinary adults with a basic understanding of combat techniques and lacking proficiency in nightly breathing methods. Some had undergone night training and had learned either the mundane level nightly breathing techniques or incomplete nightly breathing methods. MOU arrived at the bustling mercenary guild, ready to register and accept a mission. Hey look, a fresh face has arrived. Seems like a newcomer, a middle-aged mercenary, his face flushed from drink, pointed at MOU. Enough, Roger, you drunken buffoon. Be careful not to get beaten up by the new face. Old Jack, a staff member at the mercenary counter, replied. Nonsense, Old Jack. If I weren't intoxicated, I'd teach him a proper lesson, Roger retorted, exhaling a breath laced with alcohol. Come on, just you? It was evident that Roger had indulged in drink once more. The nearby mercenaries chuckled, hoping Roger would bring some unexpected amusement today. Good day, sir. What brings you to the mercenary guild? Old Jack, his hair as white as snow, inquired of MOU, who stood at the counter. I wish to register as a mercenary, MOU replied, his expression impassive. Hey look, he truly is a greenhorn. Even in my drunken state, I can discern that. Roger boasted to the mercenaries who had previously mocked him. MOU gazed at the disheveled, drunkard Roger and swiftly snatched the glass cup from his hand. Channeling his inner essence and enhancing his physical strength through his breathing technique, he exerted pressure, causing the glass to shatter effortlessly in his grasp. The mercenaries around him looked on in astonishment at his remarkable feat of crushing the glass cup with bare hands. Meanwhile, the smile on Roger's face froze, rendering him speechless. Chapter 14. Accepting a mission. Though this action appeared simple, it was beyond the capability of most low-ranking knights, let alone the mid-tier knight attendants among the mercenaries present. Observing MOU assert his dominance, Old Jack promptly broke the silence. Very well, sir, allow me to register you. Please provide your name or title, your age, and your strength. He pulled out a registration form and addressed MOU. My name is Gerald. You may register me under the title White Wolf. I am 34 years old and a mid-tier knight attendant. MOU replied, estimating Gerald's age based on his appearance. Very well. White Wolf, age 34, mid-tier knight attendant. Old Jack recorded the information without hesitation. Is no other information required? Montague infiltrated casually. We are all operating on the edge of danger. Some are even wanted criminals, who would dare provide detailed information. Many register with false details. Roger, reclining in his chair, slurred. Indeed, that is the case. However, Mr. White Wolf, are you certain about registering as a mid-tier knight attendant? Some missions may restrict participation based on strength, and mid-tier knight attendants may not be eligible for certain tasks, Old Jack cautioned. That's quite all right. Just register me as a mid-tier knight attendant. I can always amend it later, MOU replied nonchalantly, as he had countless aliases at his disposal, allowing him to fabricate a new identity for higher-level missions. Very well. As you wish, Mr. White Wolf, Old Jack acquiesced. Here is your mercenary badge. You may only accept individual missions of Black Iron 2 and group missions of Black Iron 3. He handed over a badge forged from black iron. MOU examined the badge, which was circular in shape, crafted entirely from black iron, adorned with 2 sword marks, with White Wolf engraved on the back. Do not be deceived by its simplicity. The alloy formula for this black iron is known solely to the Mercenary Guild. The sword marks and your name feature the Guild's unique anti-counterfeiting technology. Old Jack seemed to sense MOU's curiosity and elaborated. Furthermore, please refrain from allowing others to use your badge to accept missions, and do not disguise yourself for this purpose, as we possess your appearance information. We will compare it when you accept a mission, Old Jack reiterated. Very well. May I see the list of available missions? MOU requested of Old Jack. Of course. But you will only be able to view missions appropriate for your level, Old Jack replied, retrieving a list marked with black iron 1 and 2 tasks, and handed it to MOU. MOU promptly accepted it and began to peruse the contents. Initially, there was an abundance of tasks listed under Black Iron 1, spanning 4 to 5 pages, each containing a dozen or so assignments. Level: Black Iron 1, Solo, Objective: Assist the Village of Flowers in expelling a swarm of murderous bees. Location: the Village of Flowers. 5 miles east of Golden Spike Territory. Task Initiator: the Village Chief of Flowers. Commission: 1 gold coin. Then perused any task on the second page. Level: Black Iron 1, Solo, Objective: Assist the Village of Melons in driving away a horde of tusked boars. Location: the Village of Melons. 6 miles north of Golden Spike Territory. Task Initiator: the Village Chief of Melons. Commission: 1 gold coin and 24 silver coins. The subsequent pages contain similarly mundane tasks, involving ordinary beasts or trivial errands. Thus, dismissed the Black Iron 1 tasks and proceeded to the Black Iron 2 task list. This time, there was a significant reduction, with only a single page and around 10 tasks. Level: Black Iron 2 Group. Objective: Assist the Village of Nuts in eliminating a pack of savage wolves. Location: the Village of Nuts. 15 miles west of Golden Spike Territory. Task Initiator: the Village Chief of Nuts. Commission: 3 gold coins. This task, however, was deemed too distant, and the necessity of slaying numerous savage beasts rendered it impractical for it to accept. Level: Black Iron 2, Solo, Objective: Assist the Village of Berries in exterminating ferocious tigers. Location: the Village of Berries. 4 miles west of Golden Spike Territory. Task Initiator: the Village Chief of Berries. Commission: 3 gold coins. This task seemed rather appealing, as it had a singular objective, was conveniently located, and lay in the direction of the extraordinary forbidden artifact had detected. After reviewing several more assignments, which either presented excessive distance or complications, he finally determined his target. Old Jack, I shall take on this task, declared, indicating the mission to slay the ferocious tiger. In this world, animals possess peculiar traits, with opportunities for mutation and demonic transformation. The aberrant beasts are significantly more formidable than ordinary wildlife, posing challenges even for low-level nightly attendants who may struggle to prevail alone. As aberrant beasts continue to mutate, they become increasingly savage, with savage beasts exhibiting superior size, strength, and speed. Even mid-level nightly attendants may find themselves on the losing end against these formidable foes. Should a savage beast undergo further evolution, it enters a phase of demonic transformation, awakening latent, extraordinary bloodlines. Demonic beasts are immensely powerful, endowed with unique talents, and even high-level nightly attendants may find victory elusive or achieve only a Pyrrhic triumph. White Wolf, allow me to caution you. Even mid-level nightly attendants face the risk of injury or death when confronting savage beasts. Additionally, should the savage beast be provoked, it may instantly transform into a demonic entity, a challenge far beyond the capability of mid-level nightly attendants to resolve, Old Jack kindly warned. Thank you, Old Jack. However, even against a demonic beast, I believe I can hold my ground. Await my good news, and upon my return, I shall treat you to a drink, replied, accepting the task certificate while exiting the mercenary guild. Very well, I shall await your promising tidings, Old Jack replied with a faint smile. Hey mates, do you think we shall see him again? The drunken Roger grinned as he spoke. Unbeknownst to him, the last unfortunate soul encountered a fierce tiger on the brink of transformation into a monstrous entity, which directly provoked the creature's metamorphosis. Had fortune not favored him, and the tiger's transformation not been entirely successful, he may very well have perished. Even so, he paid the price with the loss of an arm. I find the situation precarious. That semi-transformed tiger is already comparable to some early-stage elite night attendants, unless that rascal White Wolf is concealing his true strength. He certainly won't emerge unscathed. Come now, exercise some restraint. This task has lingered for quite some time without resolution, interjected Old Jack. We are quite self-aware. I wish to live a few more years rather than confront a semi-transformed tiger, replied the cynical drunkard Roger. Meanwhile, MOU procured some provisions and water to stow in his storage compartment and spent 3 silver coins to rent an old horse. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, MOU aimed for a swift resolution, hoping to have ample time to seek out that extraordinary forbidden artifact. Mounted upon the old steed, he departed from Golden Earldom, heading westward towards Berry Village, situated 4 miles away. Chapter 15. First departure from Golden Earldom as he rode the old horse at a moderate pace towards Berry Village. He occasionally glimpsed other villages along the way. However, as MOU ventured further from Golden Earldom, the scenery grew increasingly desolate. The sparse population, dense thickets, and towering trees obscured the sky, rendering the path through the woods eerily quiet and somber. Only the occasional chirping of birds reminded MOU that life still thrived beyond the trees. The 4-mile distance was not overly daunting, and soon, MOU arrived at a small mountain village, Berry Village, the designated task location. This village was relatively prosperous, renowned for its abundant berries, which were exquisite in flavor and the ideal choice for jam production. Consequently, they had the means to erect a wooden gate and 2 watchtowers. At that moment, a middle-aged man, presumably a hunter, stood vigilantly atop one of the watchtowers, keeping a wary eye on the approaching MOU. Greetings, I am a mercenary from a guild, here to undertake the task of slaying the monstrous tiger. My name is White Wolf. Could you kindly open the gate? MOU called out loudly. Hey, mercenary, lower your voice. You might alarm the beasts, the hunter hastily cautioned, urging MOU to refrain from making such a commotion. As he prepared to descend from the watchtower to open the gate for MOU, he suddenly noticed a pack of wild wolves charging out from behind MOU. These wolves were gaunt, their fierce gazes betraying their hunger, their glowing eyes fixated intently on MOU and his rented horse. Those beasts better not lay a paw on my old horse. I've paid for it, MOU declared calmly as he dismounted and unsheathed his night sword. The hunter atop the watchtower, witnessing MOU's dismount, felt a wave of despair wash over him, believing the mercenary was doomed, and thus decided against descending to open the gate. Had MOU remained mounted, perhaps he could have found refuge within, just as MOU intended to utter more words. One of the impatient wolves lunged at him from behind, with a sudden sound akin to flesh being pierced. It was revealed that MOU had anticipated the wild wolf's ambush using his observation hockey. He deftly thrust the knight's sword from beneath his arm, directing it towards the wolf, which collided mid-air with the blade, its throat impaled. MOU then spun around, casting the wolf aside, unfazed by the bloodthirsty and ferocious demeanor of the creature. Simultaneously, 3 wild wolves charged forth, one aiming for MOU's ankle, another targeting his groin, and the last lunging for his throat. Curse these wretched beasts! Do they have no decorum? MOU lamented, even as he drew his sword in a swift arc. In an instant, the heads of the 3 wolves were severed, falling silently to the ground. Such tenacious skulls these creatures possess, my poor knight's sword, he mused, gazing sorrowfully at the blade, which now bore several nicks, though this sword was merely one he had grabbed from the training rack. The force and technique with which he wielded it should not have resulted in such damage. He recalled that he had previously sparred with the Baron using this very sword, leading to its weakened state. The Baron, as a mid-level knight, possessed formidable strength. Despite MOU's attempts to temper his swordplay, the impact had inevitably caused somewhere on the blade. Fortunately, despite the nicks, it did not hinder MOU from dispatching the wolves with efficiency. He engaged the pack with swiftness, moving through them with the grace of a dancer, evading each wolf's assault by mere inches before countering. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of a dozen wolves, while not a single drop of blood stained MOU's attire. He bent down to wipe the knight's sword clean on the pelt of a wolf before sheathing it, preparing to lead his horse into the village. As MOU handled the wolves with an artistry that astonished, the hunter, accompanied by the village chief and a throng of villagers, arrived to witness his display of prowess. They were taken aback by the finesse of his swordsmanship and expressed relief at the prospect of his ability to vanquish the ferocious tiger that had been terrorizing them. MOU sensed that his extraordinary traits had absorbed some energy, perhaps reaching a semi-formed state. It appeared that showcasing his talents in public facilitated the assimilation of these traits. The village chief instructed his men to open the gates, welcoming MOU's arrival. "Ah, brave warrior, are you here to confront this savage tiger?" he inquired as he escorted MOU into the village. "Here, this is your task certificate. Arrange for someone to guide me. I must seek out that tiger," MOU replied, eager to resolve the matter swiftly and pursue his extraordinary traits. "Very well, noble warrior. It would be fortuitous if you could indeed eliminate that tiger. This once magnificent beast, now corrupted, has consumed the entire forest's wildlife in its quest for power. The pack of wolves you just encountered fled here to escape its wrath." The elderly chief lamented with a heavy heart. Soon, the chief's escort arrived with a gaunt young boy, appearing no older than 13 or 14, his complexion pale. "Brave warrior, this lad shall be your guide. His name is Ander, and he is 15 years old," the chief introduced the reticent youth. "Are you dismissing me? I seek a guide familiar with that forest who can lead me to the ferocious tiger. Look at him. He appears to have never known a full meal, let alone ventured into those mountainous woods," MOU remarked, somewhat exasperated. "No, I can do it. My father was the guide for the mercenary last time, but the mercenary fled, and my father was devoured by that beast," the boy shouted, his eyes reddened with grief. "Very well, but consider your family. They would not wish for you to accompany me on this perilous adventure," MOU attempted to console the youth. "No need. After my father's death, my mother succumbed to illness not long ago. I have no family left. I only wish to slay that beast and avenge my father," the boy declared with resolute ferocity. "See, it was Ander's own choice. I am powerless to intervene," the village chief expressed his helplessness. "Do you not harbor hatred for the mercenary who abandoned your father?" MOU inquired with curiosity. "No, for that mercenary also lost an arm and suffered grievous injuries. He urged my father to flee when he encountered the tiger, but my father chose to stay and witness the beast's demise, while the other guides escaped," the boy elucidated. "Well, brave warrior, this child's grandfather perished at the jaws of that very tiger," the village chief awkwardly explained. MOU nodded, observing the boy's unwavering determination. Clearly intent on witnessing the tiger's end, and felt a twinge of concern. All right then, gather your gear. If we succeed in slaying the tiger this time, may you live well. No need. I have concealed ample poison on my person. Should the tiger consume me, it will surely meet its demise as well, Ander replied, nonchalantly uttering words that sent chills down the spine. Ultimately, Muyu left his old horse at Berry Village and set forth with the boy to confront the demonized tiger. Chapter 16. The ferocious tiger within the forest. Muyu traversed the primeval jungle alongside Ander, where ancient trees loomed, casting shadows that obscured the sun, and moss blanketed the ground. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the occasional birdsong, as the two walked in silence, their heads covered. Ander, how much farther do we have to go? We must have traveled several miles by now, Muyu remarked, somewhat speechless at the vastness of the forest, where even wildlife seemed scarce. We are close. Just ahead lies a valley, and a cliff marks the entrance to its lair, Ander replied, fatigue evident in his voice. After all, he was merely a frail, malnourished boy, and traversing such rugged terrain was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Ander, once I have slain this brutal tiger, what are your plans? Muyu asked, intrigued. I'm not sure. Perhaps I will continue living in Berry Village, or maybe venture out to see the world. After all, I am a free man, Ander said, a sense of confusion clouding his thoughts about his future. All right then, do you have any dreams? Muyu inquired once more. Dreams? When I was a child, I once wished to become a knight and travel the world, Ander reminisced, lost in thought before responding. What inspired your desire to become a knight? Muyu asked, his curiosity piqued. Because my father once recounted the travels of a knight. I learned from him that the tale originated in a tavern in Golden Ears Town, Ander replied. The exchange of words drained Ander's energy significantly, causing his breath to become irregular, rapid, and labored. Noticing that Ander had reached his limit, Muyu said, very well, Ander, look at me. I shall teach you a breathing technique that may alleviate your condition. Muyu simplified the breathing method of the sun and the fundamental knight's breathing technique, crafting a unique approach to breathing which he imparted to Ander. Ander diligently emulated Muyu, sensing vaguely that this was a transformative experience that could alter his destiny. Initially, the transition to this new method of breathing proved exceedingly challenging and even somewhat painful. However, his unwavering resolve enabled him to persevere. As he adapted his breathing, a chilling sensation enveloped his body, whisking away the fatigue. I feel much better. Thank you, Mr. White Wolf. Is this the knight's breathing technique? Ander inquired with curiosity, having never encountered such an extraordinary method before. Sort of. How do you know about the knight's breathing technique? Muyu asked. The breathing technique Muyu taught Ander combined elements of both the knight's breathing technique and the breathing method of the sun, allowing for gradual enhancement of physical recovery and ultimately the generation of fighting spirit, contingent upon Ander's perseverance. My father mentioned that only by mastering the knight's breathing technique could one hope to become a knight, Ander exclaimed excitedly, realizing that with this newfound skill, he could indeed aspire to knighthood. Indeed, if you wish to become a knight, seek out the second son of Baron Golden Ears. He is my apprentice. You may pledge your loyalty to him and thus become a knight, Muyu proposed, intending to recruit this promising youth for himself. Mr. White Wolf, may I not accompany you? Could I not be considered your disciple? Ander asked, voicing his inner doubts. I'm a wanderer, roaming without a fixed abode. As for you, once you cultivate your fighting spirit, you shall be regarded as my disciple, Muyu responded. Very well, Mr. White Wolf. What is the name of the Baron's second son, and what is his character like? Ander inquired with intrigue. His name is Mo Eugene Sway, and he is 12 years old. As for his character, he is composed, kind, and respectful of others, Muyu summarized. That sounds promising. I admire those who respect others. I believe we will become good friends, Ander declared with confidence. Let's hope so. However, before that, you must retreat. The ferocious tiger is approaching. Muyu drew his knight's sword and cautioned. Understood, Mr. White Wolf. Please be safe. If you find yourself in trouble, flee quickly. I shall poison it, Ander exclaimed as he turned to run away. The roar of the tiger echoed through the forest, causing leaves to cascade down, while a foul wind swept in from the distance, inducing nausea. The sounds of snapping trees and bushes reverberated, accompanied by the tiger's ferocious growl. Such a beast. It is enormous. Muyu marveled, from Blue Star. The largest tigers weighed no more than 4 to 500 kilograms, and measured just over 2 meters in length. Before Muyu stood a swiftly approaching black-skinned, hairless tiger, measuring 5 meters in length and towering over 2 meters at the shoulder, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The black skin seemed to signify the tiger's transformation, albeit a failed one that resulted in the loss of its fur. Yet, this unfortunate alteration rendered it even more fearsome, with rippling muscle contours that left no doubt about its strength. At this moment, the black tiger had closed the distance, crouching low and glaring menacingly at Muyu. Muyu held his knight's sword in a mid-stance, the tip directed at the tiger, as both man and beast faced each other in tense opposition. Ultimately, the black tiger, losing its patience, deemed this human unworthy of competition. With a speed that surpassed that of the knight's attendant, the tiger lunged forward, its claws poised to bring Muyu down, aiming to seize his neck in a deadly grip. Muyu activated his observation haki to its fullest extent, perceiving the tiger's extreme velocity as if it were in slow motion, allowing him to react accordingly. He swiftly sidestepped while the tiger leapt toward him. With a horizontal slash, Muyu aimed for the tiger's abdomen. It was not that Muyu was swifter, rather, he had discerned the tiger's movements, enabling him to formulate a countermeasure as the tiger attacked. This foresight allowed him to evade and retaliate against the black tiger. The knight's sword grazed the tiger's abdomen, leaving only a shallow cut. The immense force of their collision was transmitted through the blade at the point of contact with the tiger's hide. The result was merely a small gash upon the skin, revealing the remarkable resilience of the black tiger's failed transformation. As the tiger landed, it immediately swept its tail toward Muyu's head, the long tail gaining momentum as it arced with the tiger's movement, creating a whip-like effect. Muyu anticipated this strike, understanding its terrifying potential. Thus, he chose not to confront it head-on, but instead retreated to evade. As the arc of the tiger's tail diminished, by the time it reached the tip, its speed had surpassed that of sound. A thunderous crack signified the sonic boom produced by the tiger's tail. Had it struck, it would likely have resulted in a catastrophic injury. At this juncture, Muyu was still relying solely on his natural physical prowess to respond. He possessed the ability to amplify his physical attributes using true essence, enhancing his attacks, and could further strengthen himself with the breath of the sun technique. Nevertheless, Muyu wished to hone his skills through this battle, as both his combat awareness and experience required prolonged engagement for improvement. Chapter 17. The ferocious tiger transformation, the black tiger, witnessing Muyu evade its tail attack, was somewhat taken aback, for its adversaries typically succumbed between these two strikes. Yet, despite its surprise, the black tiger swiftly pivoted, unleashing its left paw. The long, sharp claws cleaved through the air with a piercing wail. Anticipating the tiger's claw strike, Muyu promptly raised his sword to intercept, striking precisely against the back of the tiger's paw. With a swift stroke, the sword cleaved through the skin of the black-skinned tiger, as Muyu infused a thread of true essence, transforming it into lightning attribute energy that clung to the knight's sword. The high-frequency lightning cut into the tiger's exterior, numbing its left paw and inflicting a degree of paralysis and burning. The black-skinned tiger released an enraged roar, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Despite the discomfort in its left paw, the tiger reared up on its forelegs, unleashing a series of powerful strikes with its paws towards Muyu. Anticipating this assault, Muyu darted in like an eel, swiftly thrusting beneath the tiger's belly as it stood tall. Before the black-skinned tiger could react, Muyu's blade sliced through the connection between its right hind leg and abdomen with precision. This maneuver resulted in the shattering of one of the tiger's precious jewels and the severing of a tendon in its right hind leg. Consequently, after the tiger's flurry of missed strikes, its forepaws collapsed to the ground, its hind leg faltering, succumbing to a debilitating weakness. The resulting agony from the shattered jewel was an unbearable torment for any male creature, prompting the black-skinned tiger to emit a heart-wrenching howl, not merely from pain, but also as a lament for the loss of something invaluable. Amidst the tiger's anguished cries, Muyu seized the moment, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved through the muscle at the base of the tiger's tail, rendering it incapable of executing its formidable tail whip attacks. The pain from this strike jolted the tiger back to awareness, and it attempted to retaliate with its tail, only to discover its newfound weakness. Any vertebrate, when injured in the muscle, suffers from impaired movement in the affected area, and the black-skinned tiger was no exception. It lacked remarkable self-healing abilities, leading to the incapacitation of its tail attack. Furious, the tiger cursed the slippery biped, observing MOU from a distance with keen intent. It resolved to bide its time, seeking to decipher MOU's attack patterns. Alas, MOU would not grant it the luxury of time. His eyes underwent a rapid transformation, the white wolf's beastly pupils morphing into blood-red Sharingan, a single tomo spinning wildly. MOU cast a simple illusion upon the black-skinned tiger, making it believe he was charging towards it. Ensnared by the illusion, the tiger roared in fury, clawing at the air before it in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, MOU, having stealthily approached the tiger, unleashed his sword, piercing directly into the tiger's left eye. The intense pain broke the tiger free from the illusion's grasp. Yet the loss of sight in one eye severely hindered its vision. MOU evaded the tiger's vengeful strike by slipping away from its left side blind spot. The severely wounded tiger came to a halt, and within the gaze of the Sharingan, a surge of natural energy began to flood into its body. Its skin darkened further, filled with a torrent of chaotic energy, causing fissures to form in its flesh, and its form swelled dramatically. Quickly interrupted, it is about to undergo a transformation, came the panicked voice of Ander from the depths of the forest. Is this truly the metamorphosis? Indeed, it is extraordinary. MOU swiftly approached the black-furred tiger, which, despite its transformation, was capable of retaliating, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement in both strength and speed. MOU barely managed to evade the attack. Had it not been for the warning from his observation hockey, he would have surely fallen victim to its strike. Realizing his ruse had failed, the black-furred tiger lunged at MOU with an astonishing velocity, its movements akin to lightning. However, forewarned by his observation hockey and the predictive capabilities of his Sharingan, MOU found himself unable to mount an effective counterattack or evade the assault in time. He could only perform a roll to escape the initial strike. Yet the second claw followed closely behind. MOU had no choice but to roll on the ground to evade, quickly regaining his footing and leaping onto a tree to evade a third attack. In a desperate flight, MOU scaled the massive tree like a gecko, finally creating some distance. The black-furred tiger roared at him from below, and MOU sensed that the tiger was on the brink of completing its transformation. Unexpectedly, under the life-threatening pressure exerted by MOU, the tiger achieved a second transformation despite the low odds. This was a classic case of proceeding without consulting the omens. However, MOU was not without the means to resist. He began to channel the true essence within him, augmenting his physical attributes and offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, he employed the breath of the sun technique, infusing his sword with the vibrant energy of the sun, the searing flames swirling around it. This technique enhanced the regeneration of his true essence, granting MOU greater endurance. He executed the second form of the breath of the sun, Azure Sky. Leaping down from the tree with remarkable speed, MOU positioned himself above the black-furred tiger, preparing to deliver a strike. In response, the tiger leapt upwards, aiming to seize the airborne MOU. Without hesitation, MOU hurled his knightly sword towards the tiger's nose, but the transformed beast deflected it with a claw, causing the sword to ricochet back towards him, while the tiger closed in on the now immobile MOU in midair. Yet, this was all part of MOU's calculations. He deftly stepped onto the returning knightly sword, using the slight force to execute a front flip, altering his position midair, and landing above the neck of the transformed black-furred tiger. In an instant, a blade appeared in his hand, his concealed trump card, the Zampicat. MOU infused the Zampicat with a substantial amount of solar energy and natural essence, channeling all his true essence into his hands. In the astonished gaze of the black-furred tiger, the Zampicat erupted in solar flames, his arms swelling with the influx of true essence, transforming them into powerful weapons. He prepared to unleash the ninth form of the breath of the sun, Dust Turn. The radiance of the sun flickered, and with an impeccable blend of speed, technique, and strength, a sword struck with precision. The crimson sword aura traced a graceful arc, cleaving through the neck of the black-skinned, demonic tiger. Its once impenetrable, iron-like hide was severed effortlessly, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. With unparalleled finesse, the blade navigated the gap between the vertebrae of the tiger's neck. Where no bone obstructed its path, only some connective tissues and neural blood vessels. In a sudden burst, the tiger's hot blood gushed forth, soaring to heights of over 10 meters, creating a crimson geyser. The head of the tiger was propelled aloft by the force of its own blood, tracing a perfect parabolic trajectory. The body, propelled by inertia, continued to ascend momentarily, only to be met with the opposing force of the blood's ejection, imparting a downward acceleration. This resulted in a complex motion of deceleration that confused the high school student as the tiger's body ascended slightly before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater and sending dirt flying into the air. Executed a graceful turn, landing softly with slightly bent legs to absorb the impact, then rose to perform a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. As the tiger's head, drenched in hot blood, fell behind him, he approached the carcass of the black-skinned tiger, contemplating the creature whose might surpassed that of an ordinary high-ranking knight's retainer. The creature's 6-meter-long frame still exuded an undeniable aura of power and death. "Mr. White Wolf, you have slain it. How incredible! It is finally dead. Vengeance has been achieved. Grandfather, father, you may rest in peace." Endel wept bitterly, collapsing to the ground, the weight of his emotional burdens finally lifted. "Stay here. I shall investigate the lair of this tiger," resolved, sensing that the forest that birthed such a demonic beast held secrets yet untold. He ventured towards the black-skinned tiger's den, following the path carved by the beast, encountering little resistance until he arrived at a precipice. The cliff formed a triangular shape, with the tiger's cave situated at its apex. A massive cavern. Surrounding the entrance were scattered remnants of bones, both animal and human, all bearing the telltale marks of the tiger's teeth. Enduring the overwhelming stench of decay, entered the cave, navigating through the disarray of rubble and fragmented bones, delving deeper into the abyss. As he traversed the spacious cavern, he reached its innermost depths. Disregarding the exquisite stalactites and the breathtaking formations of the cave. At this juncture, the cavern's width was no longer accommodating to the tiger's physique. Upon a stone platform at the deepest point, beheld a peculiar skeleton, reminiscent of a human frame, yet with an eye socket-like cavity upon its forehead. This being possessed 3 arms, each exhibiting a bestial mutation, notably adorned with a tail, and was draped in tattered black robes. Scattered nearby were various objects, a staff resembling a withered branch, embedded with a red gemstone, an unknown metallic bracelet, and several curious crystalline stones. Moyu was somewhat unfamiliar with these items. After collecting them, he placed them into the storage compartment, intending to examine them through its identification function. Summoning the panel, he navigated to the storage section and beheld 3 items he had gathered. The first was a staff embedded with gemstones. Upon selecting it, a surge of information was revealed. It was a Tier 3 magical artifact, the Blazing Flame Staff, crafted by a sorcerer who had distilled the magical crystals of beasts to form this staff. It possessed innate sorcery, including first-tier spells such as Wizard's Hand, Fireball, and Grease, second-tier spells like Scorching Ray and Withering Vine, and a third-tier spell, Explosive Fireball. It could be activated by the sorcerer's mental energy or through extraordinary spiritual resonance. Astonished, Moyu exclaimed in disbelief at the existence of sorcerers and Tier 3 magical artifacts, as he had previously thought this world contained only 2 types of extraordinary systems. Next, he selected the second item, a storage ring. This was a sorcerer's storage ring, encompassing 8 cubic meters of space. By utilizing void stones, sorcerers could enlarge its internal cavity for storage, which could be accessed through the sorcerer's mental energy or spiritual resonance. What a fortune! Montak Yumuzit. Although the storage ring might not be of immediate use to him, it undoubtedly held the legacy of a sorcerer. It appeared he would have to advance in 3 extraordinary systems simultaneously. Elated, Moyu felt as if destiny had bestowed upon him a great gift. The final item was 8 crystalline stones. These were medium-grade magic stones, extracted by sorcerers from magic stone mines, encapsulating pure energy that could enhance the efficiency of a sorcerer's meditation and a knight's breathing techniques. So this is what magic stones are. A windfall indeed. How many gold coins must this be worth? Overwhelmed with joy, Moyu nearly broke into a dance, observing what appeared to be the remains of a Tier 3 sorcerer. He drew his knight's sword, which was on the verge of being reforged, and dug a deep pit in the ground. He placed the remains within and respectfully bowed, completing the ritual, taking out the storage ring, He adorned it on his hand and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, he perceived a dark space, yet was able to distinctly sense the items contained within. Among them lay a piece of animal hide parchment, seemingly inscribed with something. He carefully retrieved it and saw it bore large, somewhat crooked letters written in the common tongue. My name is Li Wei, a Tier 3 elemental sorcerer hailing from the Elemental Tower. In my youth, I was the second son of a viscount from the White Shua Empire, identified with first-class sorcerer aptitude, and I traveled to the continent of truth to study sorcery. After 387 years, I ascended to Tier 3 sorcerer. As the president of the Sorcerer's Truth Association, I sought to create the Gate of Worlds to explore the unknown. However, for reasons unknown, the continent of truth was destroyed, causing the sorcerers to undergo a mutation. Now, I, located in the White Shua continent, am on the verge of madness, tormented by countless filthy whispers. Departing towards the frontier, intent on journeying to the continent of truth in search of answers, I find myself on the brink of complete madness and degradation, contemplating self-destruction. Mou felt a surge of trepidation, having believed that the malevolent entities were inherent to this realm. It dawned on him that these fiends and the grotesque distortions might have been unleashed by wizards who opened the gateway to this world. Truth. It appears yet another tale of a deranged scientist's folly, Mou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He returned the animal skin parchment to his storage ring, only to retrieve one final item, a book. Evidently, this wizard, Levi, in his quest to rectify his own aberrations, had rendered himself utterly destitute, failing to achieve any restoration. Mou commented dryly. However, upon his spiritual essence making contact with the tome, he sensed something amiss. It emanated a taint reminiscent of the aura released upon a neighbor's demise. Mou promptly placed the book into his storage compartment and proceeded to examine its contents. It detailed the corrupted legacy of the Explosive Flame School, encompassing the Explosive Flame meditation method, spells from the 1st to 6th tiers, alchemy, and the inheritance of magical arrays. An unidentified supreme entity, disturbed by a swarm of minuscule insects, cast a curious glance at their cultivation system and, with admiration, initiated a transformation. Anyone envisioning the runes of this meditation method would inevitably connect with the reflection of this unknown supreme being, falling into an inescapable state of pollution and distortion. Nevertheless, the legacies of spells, alchemy, and magical arrays remained safe for use. Mou was astounded by the revelations contained within this school's teachings. He speculated that perhaps a 9th-tier wizard had opened the world's gateway, encountering an unknown supreme entity, which subsequently tainted the meditation method, rendering it a source of corruption. Fortunately, the spells, alchemy, and magical arrays remained usable, which he deemed a significant gain. He tore out the polluted meditation method from the book and stored away. Chapter 19. The Return Journey. Mou surmised that the emergence of this corrupted tiger might have stemmed from the remains of a 3rd-tier wizard and the mid-grade magic stones scattered across the ground. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad life forms arise. The resting place of a 3rd-tier wizard provided ample, extraordinary elements for the creatures of this locale. Exiting the cavern, Mou approached the carcass of the corrupted tiger, observing the grieving Ander, unsure of how to offer solace. Silently, Mou employed his soul-cutting blade to strip the hide from the corrupted black-furred tiger. This pelt constituted the tiger's corrupted organ. If crafted into armor, its defensive capabilities would far surpass those of ordinary knightly plate. The massive tiger yielded a hide measuring approximately 6 meters in length and 3 meters in width, sufficient to create 2 double-sided leather armors. He stored the tiger hide in his storage ring, subsequently dismantling the tiger's flesh and bones, categorizing them for preservation to prevent spoilage. As for the internal organs, he collected a heart the size of a human head and a nearly 1 meter long tiger tail, while excavating a large pit to bury the remaining entrails. Ander, are you feeling better? We must return to Berry Village. Mou inquired of Ander, who was squatting on the ground. Mr. White Wolf, I feel much improved, Ander replied. Ander's eyes, once filled with tears, regained their resolute demeanor. Let's return swiftly, he urged. Mou approached the tiger's head, measuring over 1 meter in diameter, and placed it into the storage compartment, contemplating that perhaps some noble would appreciate such a trinket to be utilized as a decorative piece once properly processed. At midday, MOU and Ander returned to Berry Village, where they were met with a warm welcome from the villagers. Mighty White Wolf Warrior, we are grateful for your valor in vanquishing this threat. Here is your task certificate. You may claim your reward at the Mercenary Guild, the village chief said as he handed the completed task certificate to MOU. It was my duty. No need for thanks. MOU responded courteously, recognizing the compensation already rendered. White Wolf Warrior, please do join us for lunch in Berry Village. It is a token of our gratitude. The chief extended the invitation. Very well. After such a prolonged battle, I find myself rather famished. Ander, you should accompany us as well. I suspect you are hungry too. MOU readily accepted without hesitation. The villagers of Berry Village had prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring various meats, along with the village's specialties, berries, jams, and fruit wine. After enjoying the meal, MOU bid farewell to Ander and the chief, mounting his old horse and leisurely heading in the direction indicated by Captain Jack's compass. He ventured down a narrow path, flanked by dense woods, where the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, showing little sign of recent foot traffic. Consulting his map, MOU confirmed that this path was marked and led to a village named Iron Mine, located northwest of Goldspike Town. This route had been established years ago for transporting iron or to the western wilderness, but had since fallen into disuse, traversed only by a few mercenaries and caravans. Given its proximity to the wilds, it was not uncommon for beasts to roam here, yet they posed little threat to MOU. After walking for several kilometers, MOU swiftly dispatched a wild wolf that lunged at him, surveying the ground littered with carcasses. This marked the fifth such encounter he had faced. They were merely ordinary beasts, and MOU collected some valuable pelts before continuing on his journey. Before long, he arrived at the location indicated by the compass. A fork in the road, one path leading north to Iron Mine Village and another east towards Goldspike Town. Noticing no signs of any extraordinary forbidden objects, he dismounted his whip-tailed steed, brandished the compass, and circled the area. Following the direction indicated by the needle, he discerned the locus of interest. It lay at the very center of the crossroads, yet the ground revealed no traces. Consequently, MOU drew forth his discarded knight's sword and began to excavate. For if nothing lay above, it was conceivable that something was buried beneath. In short order, he unearthed a 2-meter-deep pit, within which he made a remarkable discovery, a knight clad in full plate armor, peacefully resting. Grasped firmly in his hand was a magnificent two-handed cross-knight sword. As MOU withdrew the sword, he found it to be as keen and polished as if it were new. The blade is adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, a testament to the numerous forge folding processes it has undergone. This signifies the remarkable craftsmanship and superior quality of the sword. MOU, thoroughly pleased, extracted a cloth to meticulously polish the hilt and sheath until they gleamed, revealing its original splendor. The sheath, inlaid with silver and gold threads, appeared exceptionally luxurious and refined. The hilt, designed to fit comfortably in the hand, featured a non-slip technique with a red gem embedded at both the top and bottom. MOU sheathed the knight's sword and slung it across his back, resuming his examination of the corpse. He felt akin to a grave robber, delving into the secrets of the past. The knight's armor was severely damaged, bearing marks from both sharp and blunt instruments, indicating a death that was far from ordinary. Like an archaeologist, MOU methodically categorized and arranged the various pieces of armor. Ultimately, he accounted for the skeletal remains along with some burial artifacts. Only a solitary skeleton remained in the pit. Through his rudimentary forensic knowledge gleaned from hearsay, he deduced that the deceased stood approximately 1.98 meters tall, was male, and based on the suture lines of the bones, was between 25 and 35 years of age, having succumbed to a skull fracture and significant blood loss. The skull exhibited radial fractures, and the thoracic cavity revealed an arrowhead, suggesting a surprise attack by archers followed by a brutal assault with blunt weapons. Survival was nearly impossible. Gazing at the irreparable armor, MOU decided to allow it to rest with its owner. After filling the pit, the diligent MOU began to tally his findings. First and foremost was the magnificent knight's sword, already secured upon his back. Next, he discovered a necklace, an extraordinary and forbidden artifact. Upon extracting its transcendent qualities, he allowed it to accompany its original bearer into the afterlife. MOU summoned a panel to examine the newly acquired transcendent trait. The slightly tainted low-tier transcendent property possessed the ability to convey the inner thoughts and words of loved ones. When utilized, it ensured that even across vast distances, hearts remained closely intertwined, albeit with the drawback that the user would be more susceptible to life-threatening crises. Goodness, it's truly a case of whoever wears it meets their doom. MOU remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It seemed this unfortunate soul had perished due to this unassuming necklace, a veritable curse for the solitary. With another opportunity for a draw, MOU felt a surge of joy, especially coupled with the acquisition of an impressive knight's sword, truly a double blessing. Leading his weary steed, he prepared to return to Jeansway Town, though the horse appeared exhausted and reluctant to continue, forcing MOU to traverse the terrain on foot. Chapter 20. The sudden appearance of Ghoul's help. Please save me. A monster is chasing me. A panicked voice echoed behind MOU, compelling him to halt. Swiftly drawing the newly acquired cross sword from his back, he turned to face the narrow path behind him. There he beheld a middle-aged man, his face pale and drenched in sweat, scrambling towards him with all his might. Help me. There's a monster. Stop it. A middle-aged man, breathless from running, babbled incoherently about monsters. What kind of monsters? Why are they pursuing you? MOU inquired, as his observation hockey failed to detect any other life forms nearby. The man hastily reached MOU's side. Trembling as he spoke, they are a horde of man-eating monsters, resembling humans yet possessing tails, sharp enough to pierce through my horse in an instant. They are devouring my horse, crawling on all fours like beasts, with fingers that are razor-sharp and tongues that extend long. Once the man steadied his nerves, he continued to describe the creatures, though his complexion remained pale. We must flee. There are many of them, formidable foes we cannot defeat. We must seek the knights. Only they can resolve this. The man, utterly terrified, was eager to escape. How many are there? Where did you encounter them? MOU pressed for more information. I couldn't see how many there were. Upon returning to Iron Mine Village, I found it overrun by these monsters. Not a single person remained. Once they spotted me, I mounted my horse and fled, but my horse grew weary, and they caught up and devoured it. They are incredibly powerful. We cannot contend with them. Let's hurry. It's too late. They are already here, surrounding us. Do not run off. MOU's expression turned grave as his observation hockey detected 8 creatures resembling the crawlers from the world of Resident Evil encircling them. Unlike the crawlers, these monsters had their brain matter concealed, sporting tails reminiscent of xenomorphs. Each of these 8 creatures possessed the strength of a fierce beast, and their purple claws appeared anything but harmless. Faced with the onslaught of these monsters, MOU felt no fear. They posed no threat to him. But the same could not be said for the middle-aged man as survival. You mount your horse first. I will carve a path for you. Rush out. MOU instructed the man. What will you do if I leave? Perhaps we should flee together. The man was taken aback by MOU's insistence that he escape without abandoning him. Staying here only hinders me. If you leave, I can handle them alone. Now, no more hesitation. They're tightening their encirclement. MOU shouted sternly. Without delay, the middle-aged man scrambled onto his old horse. Upon witnessing their movement, one of the monsters lunged at them. Its sharp foreclaws resembled human fingers, albeit with tips that were exceedingly pointed and venomous. Thanks to the combined effects of his observation hockey and his Sharingan, MOU anticipated the monster's intentions and trajectory, perceiving its movements as markedly sluggish. He sidestepped and executed a swift upward slash, severing the creature's head, which fell to the ground, its body convulsing helplessly while the head flew far away. Before MOU could clear a path, 2 tongues, each armed with venomous fangs and resembling chameleons, shot forth towards him. From the appearance of the tongue, MOU discerned its remarkable resilience. He promptly activated the breath of the sun, enveloping his sword in flames. The blade shimmered like a stream of light as he unleashed a sweeping arc, the sword's brilliance flickering momentarily before it severed the 2 tongues into several fragments. Without hesitation, MOU struck the old horse's flank, prompting it to neigh and gallop towards the Iron Mine Village alongside the middle-aged man. However, a monstrous creature charged forward, intent on eliminating the old horse. Yet, MOU was swifter, catching up to the horse from behind. Just as the creature's tongue was about to pierce the horse, he swiftly drew his sword and shattered the appendage. With a quick bend of his leg, he propelled himself like a released arrow, transforming into a blaze of fire that, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the side of the monster and decapitated it. He then rapidly pivoted, leaping towards another creature that lunged at the horse's back. Mou gathered his strength and thrust both hands forward, piercing through the monster's skull, the blade emerging from its mouth and exiting at the back of its head. Ensuring that the middle-aged man had successfully ridden away from the encirclement, Mou commenced his hunt. As he faced the assault of the remaining 6 monsters, he sidestepped an oncoming beast. Merely holding his sword horizontally, the creature was cleaved in 2 by the crossblade. He then leaped, evading the claws that swiped from below. With his legs spread wide in midair, he sent 2 airborne monsters tumbling away. Upon landing, he stepped onto the back of one creature, driving his cross sword through its skull from the nape and embedding it into the ground. Mou withdrew his sword, spinning to dispatch 3 encroaching tongues. Closing in, he swiftly decapitated a resistant monster and, without even glancing back, thrust his sword, piercing the brain of a creature that attempted a sneak attack from behind. At last, 3 monsters lunged towards him, claws aimed at various parts of his body. Breath of the Sun, first form, circular dance. Mou's indifferent voice resonated just as the circular flame, sword energy cleaved through 3 monsters' necks in a flawless 360-degree arc, rendering them lifeless. With a flourish, he sheathed his sword and, observing the old horse nearing the distance, he whistled sharply. The horse promptly turned around and galloped back. Mou casually stored one of the relatively intact monsters in his inventory, intending to assess its origins. It was an imperfect ghoul transformed by the extraordinary ritual, tainted by the properties of a ghoul that had been grafted onto the villagers, resulting in ghouls devoid of extraordinary traits. Mou furrowed his brow slightly. This information clearly indicated the misdeeds of an individual with extraordinary abilities. To have grafted his own corruption onto the villagers, rendering them into crippled ghouls, was the act of a cunning lunatic who would stop at nothing. Mou had anticipated such occurrences, though he had not expected this person to manage such a graft. If not for the power of extraordinary traits, this individual would undoubtedly be a genius. Esteemed warrior, are you a knight? Can you save our village? Perhaps there are still survivors. The middle-aged man, brought back by the old horse, wept. What is your name? Why were you not present in Ironmine village that day? Mou inquired curiously, gazing at this man who possessed a modicum of conscience. In response to the knight, I am called Kent. I was summoned by the village chief to undertake a mission in Gold Earldom, only to return and discover this calamity, the man replied, suppressing his sorrow. What mission were you tasked with? Mou pressed further. It was an investigation into a series of unusual disappearances that had plagued the village in recent days. Then I shall accompany you to Ironmine village for a reconnaissance. Mou resolved, intending to assess the situation. If a resolution was within reach, he would act. If not, he would retreat to Gold Earldom for reinforcements. With his full powers unleashed, no one could keep pace with him, unless they possessed extraordinary traits related to speed. Chapter 21. The ghoul cult. Mou gathered dry twigs from the surrounding woods and, alongside Kent, placed the bodies of the ghouls upon a pyre, setting them ablaze. The remnants of corruption lingered within the ghouls' forms. If left unaddressed, this area risked succumbing to contamination. Let us proceed under the cover of night to investigate Ironmine village. Mou suggested. Having completed their grim task, the pair set off as dusk approached, determined to reach Ironmine village. They traversed approximately 5 or 6 kilometers in darkness before finally arriving at the so-called Ironmine village. However, unlike other villages that thrived at night, this one was illuminated by a central bonfire, around which a multitude of ghouls gathered. The houses stood in ominous darkness, devoid of any light. Mou surmised that the villagers had all been transformed into vessels for the cult's contamination, now encircling the fire as ghouls. Kent, clearly grasping the grim reality, covered his mouth tightly, tears streaming down his face. At the center of Ironmine village, the cultist Forster was conducting a grand ritual. Should this rite succeed, he would be able to dilute his own contamination to a negligible level. He laughed maniacally, tears of joy mingling with his mirth. He could now continue consuming lower-tier extraordinary traits without fear of complete aberration. Although it cost the lives of several hundred villagers, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice. The ritual was infused with crimson blood, mingled with the dust of malevolence and pure white pus, inscribing the remnants of the ghoul cult's secret scripture. He merely awaited the moonlight to shine directly upon the ritual, allowing him to purge the taint from his being. By connecting his spirit with the corrupted ghouls of the village, he could link his soul with theirs and dilute the pollution that had nearly warped him. Several hundred villagers, now transformed into ghouls, crawled into the ritual space at Forster's behest, assuming specific positions, forming a strange and eerie symbol. As the moon rose high, its light cascaded onto the ritual, igniting with extraordinary brilliance. Following the pattern of a rite, each point of light illuminated, ultimately coalescing into a singular, radiant whole. The ritual officially commenced with great success, as the extraordinary spirit of Forster flickered in unison with the tainted essences of the ghouls he had infected. Upon recognizing the alignment of their spiritual energies, Forster's sevenfold soul was illuminated before the world, revealing a radiant structure comprised of 7 layers. Though the first 4 were marred by a vile, blackish-yellow taint, the ghouls, too, exhibited a semblance of the sevenfold soul's glow, albeit with varying degrees of corruption. As the luminous essence of all souls ignited, guided by the ritual on the ground, the brilliance of the ghouls' sevenfold souls extended towards the central figure of Forster. Just as the light from the ghouls was nearing Forster's own radiant manifestation, a knight's sword, riddled with chips and cracks, pierced through the air and struck Forster's chest. The tremendous force propelled him backward, interrupting the ritual and causing the extraordinary light to burst forth uncontrollably. In an instant, the ritual erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, resulting from erroneous circuits, obliterating a significant portion of the ghouls. Forster's expression fluctuated between dark fury and madness, the tainted sevenfold soul, now further corrupted by the disruption of the ritual, intensified his rage rather than alleviating the pollution. The blasphemous whispers he could hear became increasingly lucid. He forcefully suppressed his inclination to listen to the maddening murmurs, resolutely using his spirit to subdue the restless aberration of his corporeal form. Curse it, pursue them. Whoever dares to disrupt my extraordinary ritual shall pay dearly. I will extract your soul and preserve your flesh. Grasping the knight's sword cast aside by Moyu, he detected a discernible path of essence marked before his eyes, a tracking ability acquired after devouring a first-tier magical beast through his ghoul-like traits. Meanwhile, Moyu, after discarding the knight's sword, swiftly turned away without a glance and fled, having previously instructed Kent to ride off on an old horse. Moyu did not sprint at full speed, as he intended to gather more information about the cultists of the ghoul sect. However, he seemed to have underestimated the speed of the ghouls, leading some to encircle him from the front. Fortunately, Moyu was no coward. He brandished the knight's sword and charged towards the 3 ghouls that lunged at him. The 3 ghouls attacked in a triangular formation, yet they underestimated Moyu's swordsmanship. Flames ignited upon the knight's sword as he unleashed a reverse-shaped sword aura, cleaving the 3 ghouls asunder. After employing the breath of the sun technique, Moyu became akin to a pillar-level swordsman confronting mere common ghouls. His speed was remarkable as he darted through the forest, leaving trails of fire in his wake, a testament to his agility as he continued to harvest the approaching ghouls. Damn it! How dare you interrupt my ritual and slay so many of my ghouls? You shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Forster arrived at the scene, witnessing Moyu effortlessly dispatching the dwindling number of ghouls with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The enmity of old and new compelled Woes to materialize before Moyu in an instant, his hand reaching for Moyu's heart with deadly intent. Montague, utilizing his observation haki, anticipated Woes' assault, and with the inside of his Sharingan, he discerned Woes' movements. Consequently, he preemptively swung his sword towards Woes' arm. However, despite Moyu's near-maximum effort, his strike merely sliced through Woes' flesh, halted by the bone beneath. Swiftly, Moyu withdrew his blade to defend against Woes' claw aimed at his head, only to be met with overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. Before he could regain his balance, Woes lunged forward with a powerful knee strike aimed at Moyu's head. Moyu had no choice but to adjust his stance to confront the attack, while simultaneously channeling his true energy and the breath of the sun technique. In the face of Woes' formidable kick, Moyu, still airborne, instinctively swung his sword, targeting the Achilles tendon of Woes' incoming leg. This preemptive strike, executed with remarkable speed and precision, severed Woes' tendon, causing Moyu to crash onto the ground, leaving a deep trench in his wake. impressive combat awareness, and masterful swordsmanship. My interest in you grows by the moment. I intend to mold you into the strongest ghoul to serve my purposes. Wost's tendons swiftly regenerated, knitting itself back together. Strength, speed, regeneration. I'm intrigued. Just how potent are the properties of ghoul? Mo sensed Wost's spiritual presence and recognized him as a sequence 8, yet he had not anticipated such formidable strength. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle with Wost. Do you desire such power? Simply submit your body and allow yourself to be transformed into a ghoul, and you will grow stronger. Wost extended his hand, inviting Mo. I apologize, but I have no desire to become a creature devoid of humanity. My curiosity lies solely in your extraordinary abilities. If this is all the strength you possess, prepare for your demise. Ha! How amusing, truly delightful. While I cannot fathom your confidence as a sequence 9, I relish it, for when confidence transforms into despair, it becomes all the more beautiful. Wost's figure suddenly appeared beside Mo, his left hand morphing into a bone sword, poised to pierce Mo's midsection with a piercing whistle. Breath of the sun, scorching bone flame. Mo swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a fiery blade that blossomed into a mesmerizing crimson lotus before him. Wost's arm was stripped of flesh, the essence of the sun's sword intent impeding the healing of his wound. Such remarkable swordsmanship, embodying the profound essence that only a grand knight can comprehend. My admiration for you grows. Become my prized possession. Wost cackled maniacally, a surge of spiritual energy washing over him as flesh rapidly reformed on his left hand. His limbs transformed into razor-sharp blades, dancing like a storm of swords, unleashing countless sword energies that obliterated the surrounding trees into splinters. Faced with a multitude of sword energies and perilous blades, Mo activated his observation haki to its fullest, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he sought to uncover any potential weaknesses. The fiery sword energy intertwined with the ethereal sword aura, embodying an exquisite blend of danger and beauty within these two resplendent sword lotus blossoms, moving with an astonishing velocity. Even with Mo's exceptional physical prowess, the effects of true essence and the breath of the sun rendered him somewhat unable to keep pace. Fortunately, his ability to anticipate moves and his formidable dynamic vision allowed him to maintain an advantage. Woster propelled Mo away, his feet forming blades that spun forth dazzling beams of light, which reached above Mo's head in an instant. Mo's knightly sword unleashed a phantom strike, the searing flames of his sword energy successfully countering every strike from Woster's dual sword feet. Will you truly not join me? I can offer you a plethora of transcendent attributes, even those subtly tainted yet ritualistically processed. Although Woster's words attempted to entice Mo, the onslaught of his sword strikes did not relent. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a stray dog indeed. Such methods of transferring and diluting pollution are beyond your reach. Mo boldly articulated his conjecture, narrowly evading the slicing blades above him, though a lock of his hair was severed in the process. And what of it? As a servant of the corpse-eater cult, such rituals should be shared. Alas, they only care for their privileges and refuse to grant me access. Thus, I must claim it for myself. Woster remained unfazed by the exposure of his secret, swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms aimed at dislodging Mo's knightly sword. It is truly fortunate for the corpse-eater cult to encounter you. Thankfully, I arrived in time, or you might have succeeded in transferring the pollution. Mo unleashed the breath of the sun, forming an illusory solar rainbow sword shape, which Woster disrupted. Yet Mo managed to strike at Woster's neck with a swift blow. However, in the haste of the moment, he did not strike with his full might, and Woster's neck, both skin and muscle, proved extraordinarily resilient, far surpassing ordinary steel, ultimately halting Mo's blade before it could sever the spine. What remarkable swordsmanship! Why have I never heard of it? However, your strength is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, I might have been slain by you. How perilous! Woster showed no concern for the wound on his neck, merely utilizing his muscular strength to clamp down on the knightly sword, preventing Mo from withdrawing it. Brilliant beams of sword light sliced through the air, aiming for Mo's chest, while his hand struggled to extract his weapon, leaving him vulnerable to a piercing strike. In a flash, MOU propelled himself off the ground, leaping above Waster, his right hand conjuring a Zampicudo that shot downward with lightning speed towards Waster's crown. Although the Zampicudo was extraordinarily sharp, it met the resistance of Waster's formidable skull, embedding itself only an inch or two deep. Yet nonetheless struck the brain tissue shielded by the cranium. Waster emitted a muffled grunt, swiftly transforming his sword-bearing arm into a claw to seize the Zampicudo and attempt to extract it. Meanwhile, MOU leveraged the pressure from Waster's muscular grip on his knightly sword to force the Zampicudo deeper, striving to deliver a fatal blow to Waster. As Waster found himself unable to withdraw his Zampicudo, he inadvertently allowed MOU to leverage the power of the knight's sword, driving the Zampicudo deeper into his own brain. Although his mind could regenerate in a short span, the encroaching presence of his soul reacted with alarm as the Zampicudo pierced through. The outer structure of his soul had been marred by the blade, and the excruciating pain it inflicted made it increasingly difficult for Waster to suppress the lingering taint within him. Damn you, where do you acquire such methods? Waster gritted his teeth, releasing the tension in his neck muscles. The knight's sword, which MOU had been forcefully pulling, was suddenly dislodged, leaving MOU without leverage. In a swift motion, Waster extracted the Zampicudo from his own body. Reacting with swiftness, MOU utilized the thrust from the Zampicudo to elevate himself by another meter. Reclaiming the blade from Waster's grasp and channeling his energy into the knight's sword. Flames erupted along its blade, gathering power as he exhaled a fiery breath. Breath of the sun, slanting sun turn. The knight's sword, now at the zenith of its potential, radiated an unparalleled solar flame, seemingly extending to 2 meters in length. A dazzling arc of light cleaved through Waster's neck, the crimson flames enduring and forming a vertical ring of fire. Waster's head was severed and sent flying, while MOU landed some distance away, turning to witness Waster's headless body racing towards its own severed head. From the neck of Waster's head, several meters of fleshy tendrils emerged, flailing in the air as if searching for its body. As the body approached, the head was swiftly reattached by the tendrils, restoring its position, and shortly after, even the residual essence of the sun sword was washed away, the wound rapidly healing. Ah, truly remarkable. This is the price of underestimating you. Who would have thought you could actually sever my head? Had it not been for the deep corruption of my soul penetrating into my 7 souls, resulting in the distortion of my physical form, I might have perished. However, to express my gratitude, I shall make you my most formidable masterpiece, a vessel to quell the fury of my tainted 7 souls. Strangely, even amidst the grotesque transformation of his body, Waster retained a flicker of rationality, despite the numerous repulsive fleshy protrusions and tendrils sprouting from him. He was not completely consumed by madness. Curious about why I still possess my wits, are you? Would you like to know? This is my most cherished secret. Care to join me? No, I cannot allow you to join. Damn it, the corruption is causing me to act abnormally. Waster oscillated between insanity and calm, occasionally bursting into maniacal laughter. Chapter 23. Waster's escape, though intrigued. MOU resolved that if he could slay Waster here, all of his secrets would become meaningless. Even a monster can be killed. MOU sheathed the knight's sword upon his back, then, after a long absence, drew forth the Zampicudo, ever vigilant for Waster's vulnerabilities. In the initial stages of subtle corporeal distortion, Forster's physical prowess has significantly elevated, now rivaling that of senior knight Squire. Coupled with his formidable regenerative abilities and bodily defenses, along with the bizarre transformations brought about by the distortion, his self-healing capabilities have further enhanced. Even a great knight must approach Forster with caution, while at present, MOU remains merely a mid-tier knight Squire. However, prolonged combat has awakened the 9 orifices Golden Dan within MOU's heart. Additionally, through the sustained application of the sun-breathing technique, his body has become infused with natural energy. As these forces converge, the blazing night breathing technique operates at full capacity, enveloping the medicinal potency emanating from the Golden Dan, and channeling it vigorously through his meridians to refine both the medicinal power and natural energy. This process transpires rapidly, a result of MOU's body autonomously breaking through, resulting in the blazing night breathing technique functioning independently. His true essence surges exponentially, reaching double its original strength. Under the influence of this true essence and the sun-breathing technique, his physique has dramatically strengthened, attaining 5 times that of an ordinary person's, thus entering the realm of a senior knight squire. With this newfound strength, MOU has become significantly more formidable, capable of contending with the previous 3 versions of himself, and now faces Forster with enhanced confidence. Regrettably, even in death, your corporeal form may still serve my purpose. I hope to preserve your sword intent. For losing it would indeed be a misfortune. Forster, now in a state of preliminary distortion, has become swifter. When he strikes with a claw, the previous MOU, even with foresight and deliberate slowing of movements, might have struggled to withstand such an assault. Yet now, MOU stands unprecedentedly strong, truly in his prime. And the connection with his Zanpakuto deepens. Perhaps soon he shall uncover its true name and achieve its initial release. Nevertheless, in its current shallow state, the Zanpakuto suffices for MOU's purposes, its ability to harm the soul being pivotal to his victory. As Forster's claw lunges towards him, MOU concentrates fully on the sun-breathing technique, and with his Zanpakuto, he unleashes a blazing arc, blossoming like a resplendent flower, cleaving through the unexpected strike. The Zanpakuto slices through the skin and muscle of Forster's arm, the solar sword intent impeding healing as it grazes the very soul. This inflicts a duality of agony upon Forster. Although it merely wounds the outer layer of his soul, the sensation remains unbearable. Throughout their skirmish, Forster has yet to inflict harm upon MOU, as his 2 extraordinary traits do not directly enhance combat prowess, compelling him to endure through brute force. However, as Forster sustains further injuries, he finds himself unable to endure the torment of the soul any longer. In an instant, he resolves to feign a strike, launching himself off the Zanpakuto, propelling backward several meters, then swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest without a glance back. Cursed scoundrel, tell me your name. One day, I, Forster, shall return to claim your life. He bellows as he flees. MOU pursued fervently from behind, yet due to the disparity in their physical prowess, the distance between them continued to widen. I am Geralt, the Witcher, known as the piling machine of monster hunters, the White Wolf. Next time, it shall be you who suffers. MOU, steadfast in his identity, cloaked in Geralt's mantle, naturally seeks to uphold the reputation of Geralt. It is not that MOU fears retribution upon the revelation of his true name. Rather, he is wary of the peculiarities of this world, where curses may be invoked based on one's name. Moreover, unlike certain individuals who brazenly roam under the guise of others while still among the living, MOU holds a different standard. Cursed be Geralt. I shall remember your name, and pray we do not cross paths again, cursed White Wolf. Waster harbored intense animosity towards MOU, for he, a distinguished figure among the ranks of the 8th tier, a being of extraordinary prowess rivaling that of renowned knights, had tasted the bitter fruit of defeat at the hands of this obscure White Wolf, a mere knight esquire. As Waster fled further away, MOU resorted to employing Captain Jack's compass to guide his way, hoping Waster would pause. Regrettably, after trailing for half the night, MOU found himself at the gates of Count O'Hunter's castle, where Waster had also taken refuge. The knights outside the castle remained oblivious, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that suggested 2 possibilities. Either Waster's stealth skills were impeccable, allowing him to bypass the dense defenses and enter the castle undetected, or Count O'Hunter was colluding with Waster, thus granting him passage through the knightly ranks. MOU inclined towards the latter theory, for despite their prolonged engagement, he had not witnessed Waster attempting a hidden ambush during their skirmishes with ghouls. Furthermore, Waster would be unwise to infiltrate a stronghold brimming with several mid-tier knights, numerous low-tier knights, and a multitude of knightly squires. Such an act would only place him in a precarious situation, even with formidable strength. He could not single-handedly dismantle an army-S formation. Thus, MOU did not linger, seizing the cover of night to return to the Golden Spike territory. As dawn broke, he arrived back at the mercenary guild, which was sparsely populated, save for a drunken Roger and old Jack. Oh my heavens, the White Wolf has returned safely. Good grief, exclaimed the inebriated Roger, his bleary eyes wide with surprise. Old Jack, noting MOU's entrance, remarked, "Splendid. Mr. White Wolf, you have returned safely. Was the mission accomplished? Fortunately, Yes, though I encountered some unforeseen circumstances along the way, MOU replied, handing over the mission token to Old Jack. After verifying and archiving it, Old Jack presented 3 gold coins to MOU. On my return, I encountered a survivor from Ironmine Village pursued by ghouls. MOU noted as he pocketed the coins, which were essentially stored in his inventory. I am aware. A fellow who claimed to be a survivor from Ironmine Village reported the situation to the Baron late last night, Old Jack interjected, displaying his keen awareness of the happenings. Indeed, I returned to Ironmine Village with him, only to find that all the villagers had been transformed into ghouls by the cannibal cult. This rascal had only recently issued a mission, and yet the very next day, Ironmine Village was obliterated. Curse that ghastly congregation of ghouls. Ha ha. Hiccup. How fortunate this fellow is, surviving merely by virtue of his mission. Truly, such is fate. The drunken Roger exclaimed with a belch. Do not fret. The Baron will investigate this matter. There are always some desperate cultists seeking refuge at our borders. Old Jack remarked nonchalantly. Such occurrences are not surprising. These outer villages, as free folk, do not enjoy the same protections as the Baroness serfs, who are merely given a token semblance of security. Thus, at the borders, these villages are periodically laid waste by monsters, cultists, and beasts. However, due to the fertile land and low taxes, it is common for both fleeing serfs and free folk to establish roots here. Chapter 24. The Gravity Ring. MOU arrived at the tavern, spending 3 silver coins to procure a bottle of brandy, as he had promised to treat Old Jack. Old Jack, behold what I have brought. The finest brandy. Do give it a taste, MOU declared, brandy in hand, as he entered the mercenary guild. Oh, Mr. White Wolf, you are exceedingly generous. This brandy is truly unforgettable, Old Jack responded, retrieving 2 goblets from the cupboard with a smile. The taste was indeed delightful, smooth and sweet. MOU took a sip and remarked, Indeed, this is the signature product of Baron Brandy, a tradition spanning several centuries, Old Jack said, savoring the flavor. Old Jack, how are matters regarding the village massacres by these cultists handled in the past? MOU inquired, buoyed by the effects of the drink. What else can be done but to strengthen defenses? As for those outer villages, it is all a matter of luck. If captured, they are executed. If not, the matter fades away. Old Jack replied with a sense of indifference. Well then, in this cursed world, let's raise a toast. I must return to catch up on my sleep, MOU concluded, finishing his drink before heading back to the Baroness Castle. Having assumed the persona of Geralt for an extended period, he found that his extraordinary traits had further developed, reaching a 5% enhancement. His spirituality had also proportionately increased, albeit marginally, as he had yet to discover effective methods for harnessing this newfound ability. Upon returning to his room, MOU took a bath and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Vicky, hearing the commotion from his room, hurried over to open the door and check. Upon entering, she beheld MOU lying asleep on the bed, his weary face evoking a gentle softness in her eyes. She tenderly draped a blanket over him, quietly closed the door, and stepped outside. Although she was unaware of the reasons for his prolonged absence, she could not bring herself to disturb the tranquility of his deep sleep. By midday, MOU awoke, stretching lazily, feeling rejuvenated and remarkably comfortable. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. All fatigue and languor had dissipated, leaving him invigorated and full of vitality. MOU gently caressed his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger as the midday hour approached. He made his way to the dining hall. Father, why are you the only one here today? Upon entering, he was surprised to find only the Baron present, for it was customary for Dor and the Baroness to join him for lunch. Oh, it's you, MOU. Your timing is impeccable. A cultist from a flesh-eating sect has arrived in the territory of Jeansui Town, and the villagers of Ironmine Village have been nearly annihilated. It has become exceedingly perilous lately. I have sent Dor and the Baroness to Viscount Byram for their safety, and had you not returned, I would have dispatched someone to find you. Though the Baron had witnessed the horrors inflicted by cultists, it did not deter him from taking every precaution. Father, I am aware of this matter. Shall we not take action? MOU inquired earnestly. MOU, you must understand that I am but a Baron. My duty is to protect my subjects, and I lack the strength to intervene in those outer villages, the Baron replied. Very well, Father. Last night, I encountered a most suspicious individual, whom I believe to be that cultist. I followed him and discovered he entered the castle of Count Ohen Te, MOU disclosed directly. Are you certain you are not mistaken? How can you be sure that man is a cultist? The Baron appeared incredulous, doubting his 12-year-old son. I possessed the sword intent of a great knight. I sensed immense strength and malevolence emanating from him, a presence steeped in chaos and filth. Damn it! This is indeed dreadful news. I hope Count Ohen does not fall under the cultist's sway. The Baron's expression grew grave. Montague, do not disclose this information to anyone, or it could lead to trouble, he warned. Yes, father, I shall keep it to myself. After finishing lunch, Mo.U returned to his room, still mindful of the low-tier extraordinary traits he had acquired during the journey. These traits were rather trivial, serving merely as material for a lottery. In addition, he retained 3 low-tier extraordinary traits: presence, divination, and soul curse for future use. Mo.U opened his storage panel and dragged the newly acquired extraordinary trait to the altar. As a green luminescence flickered, a green orb materialized. Mo.U inspected it closely. It was a gravity ring from a certain science fiction realm, capable of uniformly applying 1 to 20 times the force of gravity within a 10-meter radius. Useful for enhancing physical prowess and ambushing enemies within its range. The gravity ring seemed rather promising. It could yield surprising effects when used unexpectedly. Mo.U claimed the gravity ring, and a silver, technologically sophisticated band appeared in his hand. He secured it around his left wrist, only to feel a sharp sting. The ring extended a probe, binding and authenticating his genetic identity while implanting a nanobiological chip, allowing him to connect and control the ring through his brain's neural pathways. Determined to experiment, Mo.U immediately applied 2 times the force of gravity upon himself. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as though he were burdened by the weight of an adult. However, for Mo.U, it was still rather effortless. He promptly adjusted the gravity to 4 times its normal weight, and at that moment, he could feel every cell in his body being subjected to the force of gravity. Although his movements remained unimpeded, Mo.U grasped his knight's sword and proceeded to the training grounds to practice fundamental sword techniques. It wasn't long before he sensed an intense depletion of stamina, exceeding 4-fold compared to before. Yet in this state, the true essence within him and his breathing technique began to accelerate, a result of his passive resistance to gravity. Both the growth of his true essence and the enhancement of his physique accelerated significantly. Mo.U felt that in less than a month, he would ascend to the rank of a formal knight. Subsequently, Mo.U ventured further into the realm of self-challenge, intending to test his limits of gravitational endurance. He incrementally increased the weight, and upon reaching 10 times the normal gravity, he felt as though his cells were on the verge of bursting, his blood vessels distended, and his expression twisted in agony. He immediately reverted to 4 times the gravity. Although he could endure 5 times the gravity, his speed diminished considerably during movement. Despite the rapid circulation of his true essence, the overall efficiency remained highest at 4 times the gravity. This recent experience made Mo.U acutely aware of his lack of range capabilities. Although he could utilize the 3 first-tier spells of the explosive flame staff through his spiritual affinity, these spells were all mid to close range, with a striking distance limited to 20 meters. Additionally, the casting required a lengthy preparation time, and the spell speed was sluggish, even with formidable power. Mo.U could only exhaust his spiritual energy after casting the first-tier spells thrice. Therefore, he resolved to acquire a fine bow and stockpile a variety of versatile arrows, which would diversify his combat prowess. Moreover, he discovered that his true essence could coalesce within the arrows, allowing him to inflict energy damage. As for how he knew this, one glance at the arrow target he had obliterated sufficed. The true essence could also envelop his spiritual energy and the intent of the solar sword, further augmenting the damage dealt by the arrows he released. Chapter 25. Learning sorcery suddenly, Mo.U recalled that he possessed a 6th-tier sorcerer inheritance from the explosive flame school, which ought to contain knowledge on crafting alchemical tools. He retrieved the inheritance tome from his storage and began to peruse its contents. Previously, Mo.U had only skimmed the table of contents. This was the first occasion he had the time to scrutinize the detailed information thoroughly. Indeed, this school's inheritance tome was extraordinarily potent and comprehensive. Aside from the tainted meditation methods, it was divided into 3 main sections. The first section covered sorcery inheritance, documenting spells from basic incantations to 6th-tier sorcery. The runes of these spells could be released simply by sketching them with spiritual energy. However, These runes were exceedingly intricate, each embodying a three-dimensional structure. If one were to sketch them anew each time a spell was cast, the process would be exceptionally slow. So how did sorcerers resolve this issue? They disassembled the sorcery runes and transformed them into fundamental meditation runes, which they could then manifest in the sea of consciousness using mental energy and elemental meditation. By combining these fundamental runes, they could cast various spells. However, you could not adopt the tainted meditation methods. He would have to analyze the sorcery runes himself and reconstruct suitable meditation runes tailored to his own needs. However, this approach is fraught with peril. The process must occur within the depths of the spiritual sea. A moment's carelessness in manifesting the foundational runes akin to those in the sorcerer's meditative practices could result in contamination, directly tainting the essence of MOU's spirit. Thus, it is inadvisable. Although one could theoretically meditate to successfully create a sorcerous rune in one go, the complexity of such an endeavor invites failure. A misstep could lead to chaos within the rune circuitry, igniting turmoil in the spiritual sea and potentially rendering one a fool. Suddenly, MOU contemplated his true essence. This essence, a confluence of chakra, fighting spirit, and spirituality, ought to possess characteristics of the latter. Moreover, the true essence, akin to that depicted in the immortal cultivation novels of MOU's previous life, represents a fusion of vitality, spirit, and energy. To validate this hypothesis, MOU retrieved his explosive flame staff and infused it with his true essence. Indeed, his expectations were met. The sorcerer's hand he triggered was not only successful, but remarkably so, as the true essence-activated sorcerer's hand proved more potent than its spiritually activated counterpart. Subsequently, MOU endeavored to inscribe the sorcerous rune within his dantian. As he immersed his mind into this sacred space, he began to sketch the fire-igniting spell. The true essence acted as a guiding force, remarkably stable and enduring, unlike spirituality, which perpetually dissipates. Even when separated from a body, it could persist for a time. Alas, despite this advantage, MOU faltered while inscribing the fire-igniting rune, resulting in a violent explosion that caused turbulence within his dantian. He grit his teeth against the discomfort and endeavored to calm the tumultuous true essence. Pausing to reflect on his failure, MOU recognized that a flawed inscription harmed both the spiritual sea and the dantian. Yet, inscribing externally was a viable option. Although spirituality dissipates swiftly and mental energy struggles to manifest, true essence could indeed exist outside the body for a duration. Resolute, MOU decided to proceed. He used his finger as a quill and his true essence as ink, beginning to sketch in the air. Although the task proved exceedingly challenging and failures were frequent, he persevered, since his true essence had yet to reach the level of a low-level knight capable of generating a cyclone of fighting spirit autonomously. He began to meditate using the flame knight breathing technique to replenish his true essence once it was depleted. Throughout the afternoon, MOU encountered repeated failures yet steadily progressed. Eventually, the issue shifted from incorrect inscriptions to the protracted duration of the process, resulting in the earlier true essence dissipating before completion. After dinner, MOU resumed his efforts, and the speed at which he inscribed the sorcerous runes increased, along with his proficiency in the fire-igniting spell. By around 8 in the evening, he achieved a dual outcome. While he succeeded in inscribing the spell rune, it inadvertently activated upon completion, manifesting as flames within MOU's palm. He could control this flame, yet it necessitated a continuous infusion of true essence. Furthermore, MOU aimed to embed the sorcerous rune within his dantian rather than merely casting it, and the process proved excessively slow, requiring nearly 2 minutes to inscribe this fire-igniting rune, a rather cumbersome endeavor. MOU found himself with an insufficient reservoir of knowledge, unable to draw upon the experiences of others. Thus, he could only embark on a gradual journey of trial and experimentation. He began to ponder why the runes he inscribed directly invoked magic, rather than being stored like a wizard would disassemble them into fundamental symbols. Consequently, MOU took to deconstructing the magical runes. However, he hesitated to break them down to their elemental forms, fearing that such an act might unleash contamination. Yet, without resorting to elemental decomposition, he grappled with the challenge of dividing the runes into 2 or 3 segments. acutely aware that a moment's negligence could lead to instability and chaos. This process was exhilarating yet exhausting. It was an exhaustive method reliant on sheer luck, leaving MOU uncertain even about the viability of such disassemblage. After an hour of fruitless endeavors, MOU relinquished this gamble with fortune, convinced that a certain pattern must exist among these magical runes. He then turned to his spell book, and, after several hours of comparative analysis, he finally discerned a glimmer of a pattern. It appeared that all magical runes shared a common minimalistic stroke, one that did not belong to the elemental symbols derived by wizards, but rather represented the most fundamental element. It was akin to the pivotal moment of bringing a dragon to life with a single stroke of the brush. Without this essential stroke, the magical runes retained stability yet remained in a latent state, waiting to be activated. Once this key stroke was added, the runes could be completed and the spell cast. Soon, MOU meticulously sketched the ignition rune, which had lost its critical point, and stored it within his dantian, where it immediately claimed the core of his true essence. Within the dantian, a relatively independent entity formed. Intriguingly, upon assembling the rune, the missing true essence was replenished, effectively raising the upper limit of his true essence. Did this imply that MOU could augment his reservoir of true essence by inscribing a multitude of runes? Alas, this was not the case. After inscribing the mist spell and the flying arrow spell, he found it increasingly difficult to add further magical runes. Regardless of his attempts, the newly integrated runes could not penetrate the dantian, though they could replace existing ones. Perplexed, MOU decided to investigate the contaminated meditation method to see how wizards dealt with such issues. Although tainted, if approached with caution, avoiding the whispers of filth and refraining from physical or mental contact with the contamination, one could generally emerge unscathed. Armed with tools, MOU began to peruse this meditation method, which indeed proved beneficial. He discovered that the challenges he faced had already been encountered by the pioneers of the magical system. He realized that he could only accommodate 3 magical runes. Thus, employing various experimental techniques and dissecting magical beasts, he sought answers. Chapter 26. The creation of unique talismans. It turned out that within the magic crystals of certain magical beasts existed a circuit that served to stabilize the magical runes. When he meditated upon this energy circuit, the magical runes became anchored at their respective nodes. As he continually acquired the magical crystals from high-tier magical beasts, he gradually refined this cycle, culminating in a design akin to the visualization diagrams found in meditation techniques. With each successive generation, these diagrams became increasingly intricate, capable of accommodating a greater array of sorceries. As meditation deepened, so too did the potency of the magical runes, resulting in a corresponding enhancement of the wizard's mental fortitude. By manifesting the visualization diagram through meditation and subsequently embedding first-tier sorceries into its nodes, one could ascend to the rank of a formal wizard. Previously, those who could only meditate on simplified spells, essentially the cantrips of apprentices, were merely wizard apprentices able to visualize 3 simplified spells during their training phase. By refining these simplified spells into first-tier sorceries and integrating them into the visualization diagram, they could advance to first-tier wizards. The first 3 tiers of wizards focused on perfecting the cycle of the visualization diagram. The more complex the diagram, the greater the number of spells and mental strength one could master at the same tier. The cycle comprises 3 layers. The first layer serves as the core, accommodating a maximum of 3 first-tier sorceries. The second layer pertains to the stage of second-tier wizards, where, depending on the meditation method employed, one might master between 3 to 9 spells. The third layer represents the complete delineation of the visualization diagram, corresponding to third-tier wizards. In pursuit of transcending to higher tiers, wizards sought to render the visualization diagram 3-dimensional, adding a dimension that allowed their mental energy to solidify the 3-dimensional diagram, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. As for the subsequent stages, records are scant, preserved only in the tomes of 6th-tier legacies. MOU endeavored to condense the visualization diagram using true essence, but his efforts were thwarted as he lacked the requisite true essence to form even the first layer of the diagram. He subsequently attempted to outline 3 simplified sorceries as first-tier spells, but this endeavor also met with failure, as the complexity far exceeded that of the simplified spells. And his true essence was wholly inadequate. Visualizing a simplified sorcery rune signifies the status of a first-tier wizard apprentice. 3 simplified sorceries indicate the second-tier wizard apprentice stage. A single first-tier sorcery corresponds to a third-tier wizard apprentice. 2 first-tier sorceries denote a fourth-tier wizard apprentice, and 3 first-tier sorceries classify one as a fifth-tier wizard apprentice, nearing the threshold of first-tier wizardry. Presently, you might be considered an atypical second-tier wizard apprentice, feeling as though he may have embarked on a path reminiscent of an immortal cultivator. It is vital to recognize that the journey to becoming a wizard is by no means simple. Wizardly talent is exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 1,000 individuals possessing such an aptitude. Wizard talent bifurcates into elemental affinity and mental prowess. Only those with strong elemental affinity can capture the elements within themselves that resonate with their essence, while those with weaker affinity struggle to grasp even a single elemental attribute. Mental prowess is contingent upon innate strength. The more robust one's mental capacity, the greater their ability to capture elements, even forcibly. Possessing both talents allows one to harness elements within themselves, merging them with mental energy to form magical power, which is then painstakingly accumulated through meditation to condense sorcery runes. Each step in this process is exceedingly arduous. For individuals of moderate aptitude, beginning to capture elements and form magical power at the age of 10, it typically takes until the age of 30 to attain the status of a third-tier wizard apprentice, highlighting the profound influence of innate talent. With the innate physique of an immortal and the nascent form of an immortal eye, MOU possesses an extraordinary affinity for elements and an astonishing mental prowess, rendering him a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber. This exceptional nature enabled him to swiftly ascend to the rank of a senior knight attendant, and shortly thereafter to condense 3 simplified spells. Had it not been for a deficiency in his true essence, MOU could have continued his endeavors. MOU resolved to experiment with his wizardly tricks. As he infused his true essence into the runes of the fog spell, he effortlessly replicated a spell rune and channeled it into his palm. Upon its release, he meticulously inscribed the most critical element, successfully executing the spell. A thick fog emanated from the inconspicuous runes in the air, and as long as MOU's true essence remained intact, it would continuously siphon natural energy to transform into mist. The room soon became enveloped by this dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and it was not until nearly 2 minutes had elapsed that the fog ceased its release, gradually dissipating over the course of the next 10 minutes. MOU was immensely satisfied. Both the potency and duration of the spell, formed by his true essence, were significantly more formidable, at least 1.5 times greater than the original. With a volume of true essence at his disposal, he could cast the spell 5 times, which was commendable, considering that an average second-level wizard apprentice could typically manage only 3. Subsequently, MOU delved into the realm of alchemy, preparing to study the intricacies of this complex discipline. Particularly, potion alchemy demanded an intimate knowledge of various herbs' properties and their native habitats, as well as the techniques for processing these materials and extracting their efficacious substances. This branch of alchemy was resource-intensive in its early stages and heavily reliant on innate talent, necessitating a formidable capacity for mental control. Typically, during the apprentice phase, one merely familiarized themselves with the properties of herbs and assisted with rudimentary tasks. Given MOU's circumstances, mastering this art in a short time was implausible, so he set it aside for the moment. Next was the study of item alchemy, which hinged on one's mastery of spell runes and circuits. By employing items with high energy conduction rates, one could inscribe spell runes and circuits upon materials that contained energetic reactions, thus creating alchemical devices. MOU had recently hunted a demonized tiger, whose hide and organs were ideal for crafting apprentice-level demonized items. However, he lacked energy superconductors, typically precious metals like gold and silver, which, when continuously refined and purified while infused with energy, could yield the simplest forms of demonized metal. This process required alchemical tools and a cauldron, akin to the necessity of a large pot for potion making, both of which MOU currently lacked. Although there existed a rather extravagant alternative, grinding demon stones into powder and mixing them with specially formulated pigments to inscribe spell runes. Mou opted against this method, deciding to gather the necessary materials before proceeding. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could utilize energy-infused animal hides, or metals, combined with a medium of moderate energy conductivity to concoct ink. Ultimately, by employing his true essence through this specialized ink to inscribe spell runes on the hides, he might be able to create his own talismans. However, this necessitates the two-dimensionalization of the witchcraft runes, as they inherently possess a three-dimensional structure. Mou discovered a technique for the two-dimensionalization of these runes within the alchemical schematics of witchcraft artifacts. This method involves deconstructing the runes on the same plane and interlinking all the deconstructed elements through an energy circuit. Without hesitation, Mou proceeded to disassemble the witchcraft runes, meticulously documenting each component, and then practice skillfully with a traditional brush. Indeed, this world is familiar with the use of brushes. Over the course of a single night, Mou adeptly dismantled the various segments of an unfamiliar, simplified rock armor spell. At dawn the following day, he mixed the blood of a magically altered tiger with some gold powder to create ink. He then retrieved some irregular scraps of tiger skin, cutting them into a dozen palm-sized rectangles. Utilizing his true essence, he expelled the moisture from these pieces while simultaneously infusing them with energy. Finally, Mou dipped his brush into the tiger blood ink and began to paint. Given that these were deconstructed rune structures, there was no risk of explosion. Once Mou completed delineating the entire structure of the rock armor spell, he began to outline the energy circuit. With the final stroke, the talisman, or more aptly, the spell card, flashed with brilliance, immediately activating the witchcraft effect, enveloping Mou in a thin layer of rock armor. Chapter 27. The Enchanted Tiger Bone Bow. It turned out that Mou had inadvertently illustrated the activation point of the witchcraft, leading to its immediate manifestation. Nevertheless, the successful creation of the spell card brought him immense joy. When the rock armor dissipated after 15 minutes, the tiger skin talisman remained intact, albeit with a slight depletion of energy. This was not a significant issue. A simple infusion of true essence would suffice. Upon retrieving the tiger skin talisman, Mou noticed that the intricate rune structures and circuits had entirely vanished. It seemed this ink was not particularly effective, rendering it unusable after a single application. Regrettably, he lacked superior materials. Mou proceeded to craft another rock armor spell card, this time omitting the crucial activation point. However, to utilize this version, he would need to supplement it with a bit of true essence to trigger its function. This presented a somewhat impractical situation, as it implied that only Mou could wield such a spell card, making it unrealistic to sell for profit. Thus, Mou began to scour the inheritance text for a solution, and, indeed, he stumbled upon a method. It involved a sealing rune. Once integrated into the energy circuit, this rune could encapsulate the energy within, effectively halting its flow. This not only extended the shelf life of the spell card, but also facilitated activation. To break the seal, one merely needed to infuse it with fighting spirit or spiritual essence, allowing the energy to flow freely once more and activate the witchcraft. Remarkably, even applying human blood directly onto the rune could yield results, thus enabling ordinary individuals to utilize it. As the abundance of energy in this world bestows enhanced physicality upon them, with their blood containing a modicum of energy. Throughout the morning, Mou meticulously crafted 5 rock armor talismans and 3 fog talismans, storing them away to prevent any loss of energy. For the storage space exists in an absolute stillness of time and space. Subsequently, Mou retrieved 2 ribs from a magically altered tiger, along with a tiger sinew over a meter long, intending to fashion a longbow. Although he had never constructed a longbow before, he possessed a blueprint from his alchemical heritage, which illustrated the process of utilizing the ribs of a magically transformed beast. While it may not qualify as an alchemical artifact, it ingeniously employed the very materials of the beast itself. For a night, such a bow would suffice. However, to amplify its power, one could inscribe runes and circuits onto the arrows, bestowing them with magical effects. Despite having the blueprint, the task proved cumbersome due to Mou's lack of tools, forcing him to use a sharp soul-cutting blade to painstakingly etch the alchemical array onto the ribs. Each rib measured nearly 2 meters in length. And after more than 2 hours of meticulous work, he had successfully carved the array patterns, then outlined them with a special ink. This alchemical array enabled the ribs to morph according to MOU's intent, not only organizing the material's patterns, but also mending any minute imperceptible flaws or cracks. In essence, it constituted a unique form of material deconstruction and reorganization, albeit limited to a macroscopic scale, without delving into the molecular level. As the alchemical array was completed, it shimmered with a spiritual light, granting MOU only a fleeting moment to execute the reconstruction. Thus, he could not afford any delays or errors. Unsurprisingly, he faced failure. Although the rib remained intact, the previously inscribed array had become deformed due to the material reconstruction, rendering it unusable. MOU's inexperience with reconstruction led to his exceeding the time limit, yet he was close to completion, having already reformed the body of the recurved bow. However, he had spent too long refining the internal patterns, resulting in the omission of the string groove. Though he could manually create a string groove, which would still render it a functional bone bow, MOU had no time to squander. He grasped another rib and commenced a more adept etching of the alchemical array. After swiftly outlining the array with the special pigment, MOU began to rearrange the skeletal patterns, aligning them vertically to enhance their resistance to bending moments. The time taken for this pattern refinement was significantly reduced until he successfully reconfigured it into the shape of a recurved bow, ensuring the string groove was present, and adding anti-slip textures along with aesthetic embellishments. Ultimately, MOU triumphed. The bow's body was complete. Next came the bowstring, created in a similar fashion. He inscribed the alchemical array onto the robust sinew, and then proceeded to draw and finally reconstruct it. This process was comparatively straightforward, akin to pulling noodles as he elongated, folded, twisted, and wound the sinew repeatedly until it formed a suitably sized string, composed of 1,024 slender sinews intricately entwined. The ends were fashioned with loops to fit securely into the string groove, culminating in the creation of a seamless magical bone bow. The entire bow measures approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, adorned with mysterious runes that emanate an ethereal white hue. Its draw weight is extraordinarily high, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to draw, yet MOU is capable of pulling back 2/3 of it. Upon arriving at the shooting range, MOU retrieves an arrow, nocks it, and aims at a target 100 meters away. The arrow, akin to a shooting star, produces a piercing sound as it slices through the air, obliterating the target in an explosive display. Following this, he tests its range, and to his satisfaction, discovers that the bow's effective shooting distance reaches 500 meters in a flat trajectory. Should he employ an arcing shot, it could soar beyond 900 meters while retaining formidable power. However, at such distances, ordinary arrows would falter, necessitating MOU to stabilize the arrows with his true essence to prevent them from disintegrating upon launch. With this formidable weapon in his possession, MOU feels an immense surge of security, placing it in his storage compartment. He then returns to his chamber to lay out the meticulously selected finest arrows. MOU begins inscribing various arcane symbols and circuits upon the arrows, primarily focusing on the techniques of the flying arrow, fire summoning, and arcane shock. These specially crafted arrows will serve as MOU's trump card, potent enough to decisively vanquish demonic beasts. Exhausted from a full day and night dedicated to crafting bows and arrows, MOU collapses on his bed, succumbing to deep slumber until the dawn of the next day. Upon awakening, he immerses himself in mastering certain effective spells from the arcane heritage, striving to achieve the ability to seamlessly interchange 3 runes within his body. Among these spells are notably useful, such as arcane shock, which discharges a bolt of electricity to paralyze foes, phantom technique, which conjures an illusion of himself to obscure his location, and hypnosis, which, as its name suggests, induces a trance in entities with lesser mental fortitude for the purpose of interrogation. Additionally, there is the screech technique, emitting a jarring sound to disorient enemies, and the fresh water technique, essential for acquiring potable water, a crucial skill for wilderness survival. The sharpness technique renders one's arcane tools exceptionally keen, among many others. MOU devotes an entire day to honing these spells, aspiring to execute them directly with his true essence, despite the modest pace of his casting. Nevertheless, at critical moments, their utility is undeniable, significantly enhancing MOU's survival capabilities. Chapter 28. Adopting a disguise, accepting a task on the following day. MOU resolves to venture out once more to accept a task, yet he intends to assume a different guise, aiming for a more challenging undertaking. In front of the mercenary guild in Jinsui town, a man clad in a crimson feathered cloak, with dark red hair and fiery patterns adorning his forehead, strides into the guild. He possesses an aura reminiscent of the sun, his indifferent visage unable to mask the warmth radiating from his eyes. His attire, distinct from this world yet reminiscent of the Ionan people, draws the attention of all within the mercenary guild. This man is none other than MOU's alter ego, Yuan, akin to the son of the sun. Good sir, do you have any tasks you wish to assign? Old Jack gazed at Muyu and said, I am here to register as a mercenary. Muyu responded in a tone devoid of emotion, succinctly affirming his intent. Oh look, yet another newcomer. Reminds me of that rascal, White Wolf. Damn it, why are there so many newcomers lately? None of them even resemble fugitives. Only a fool would come to this cursed place. A glimmer of mischief flashed in the eyes of the drunken Roger, who then slurred, Watch this. Roger's infamous provocation. I wager a silver coin he won't get beaten. Nonsense. You know Roger loves to provoke, yet rarely gets struck. Betting against you is a sure loss for me. Old Jack admonished Roger, then turned to Muyu, saying, I apologize, sir. Roger tends to speak nonsense, but he is rather good-hearted. I am Inakuni Yuichi, here to register as a mercenary, Muyu stated, his expression unchanging in the face of provocation. Very well, Mr. Inakuni Yuichi. May I inquire about your capabilities and age? Old Jack produced a registration form and posed the question to Muyu. 24, high-ranking knight squire. Muyu replied monotonously. Understood, sir. However, I must caution you that while you may report any level of strength, life is your own, so do not overestimate yourself. Old Jack advised kindly, noting Yuichi's youthful visage. After all, there are always those who foolishly exaggerate their abilities, yet the monstrous targets of missions do not relent due to such fabrications, leading to the unfortunate demise of several fools each year. Thank you, but no need for concern, came Muyu's perpetually cool and detached response. Here is your mercenary badge. You are permitted to undertake solo missions of Black Iron 3 rank and group missions of Bronze I rank, Old Jack said, handing over a badge forged from Black Iron. Muyu examined the circular shield emblem, which bore 3 sword marks, and inscribed on the back was the name Inakuni Yuichi. Mission list. Accept mission, Muyu stated plainly. Very well, Mr. Yuichi. Here is the mission list for Black Iron 3. Old Jack presented a stack of papers to Muyu. As Muyu perused the mission list, he noted it was far more detailed than that of Black Iron 2, with each mission occupying a separate page. He began to sift through the tasks, placing those with distant locations and lengthy durations at the bottom, subsequently organizing them. At last, the topmost task was a subjugation mission. Rank, Black Iron 3, Solo. Mission objective, eliminate the monsters roaming the wheat fields. Location, 6 miles south of Jinsui territory. Initiator, Baron of Jinsui. Reward, 12 gold coins. Mission details, the monsters resemble mushroom creatures, possessing a multitude of spore replicas, making it difficult to discern the true body. The essence must be slain to resolve the matter. They are categorized as low-level monsters and are hazardous, as contact with their blood or flesh may result in contamination. So, it is a task initiated by a baron. No wonder the baron is in a foul mood. A monster is wreaking havoc on his assets, Muyu pondered to himself. Accepting the task, Muyu roused the contemplative Old Jack from his musings. Very well, Mr. Yuan, Old Jack said, handing over the mission voucher. Just as Muyu was about to exit, Old Jack issued a caution. Mr. Yuan, it is advisable to engage the magical creatures from a distance. Otherwise, you may risk contamination. Thank you, Muyu replied, gratefully before stepping out of the mercenary guild. Yet another fool, recklessly embarking on a quest to slay magical beasts. Contamination is no trifling matter, Roger remarked, slightly inebriated. How about a wager, Roger? I bet this Yuan, can handle the magical creatures. A mercenary chuckled, challenging Roger to a bet. Trying to win my coin again? Very well, I'll take you up on that. It just so happens I'm short on funds for my drink, Roger said, draining the last of his liquor with a nonchalant expression. What's this, Roger? You're broke, yet you wish to wager? Go to the devil, the mercenary exclaimed indignantly. Stepping outside, Muyu understood that he was to hunt magical creatures. So he headed directly to the blacksmith's shop to procure 100 arrows. Since he intended to wield a bow, he needed to adopt a fitting guise. Otherwise, it would not align with the demeanor of Yuan-Yi. In a secluded spot, Muyu underwent a transformation. Shedding the appearance of Yuan-Yi to don a red and white shrine maiden's attire, wielding a white bone recurved bow and carrying a quiver of arrows. Her hair styled in an elegant classical fashion, her countenance exuded a serene chill, akin to a solitary, radiant moon. Indeed, this was Muyu's favorite persona, Kikyo, whose cool visage broke into a captivating smile. As Kikyo, Muyu exited the small town and made her way southward, opting not to ride. For it seemed incongruous for Kikyo to mount a steed. Along the journey, she garnered numerous glances from passers-by. After all, such an uncommon visage of an Aenan woman, paired with her ethereal beauty, undoubtedly drew attention. However, the majority of these onlookers were serfs of the Baron or free folk renting lands from him, whose courage and strength did not permit them to act recklessly. The bone bow in Muyu's grasp was far from benign. None dared to provoke a woman armed with an instrument capable of slaying them all. Although this world lacked the adage that the elderly, children, and women are off-limits for confrontation, the inhabitants were aware that survival in this perilous vicinity near the wilderness demanded a modicum of skill. Mu-Y presided anferidly, fortune favoring her as no brigands dared to interrupt her path. Instead, she encountered a caravan. They were en route to the southern city of Tidal, intending to sell their recently acquired barley and procure dried fish for sale in the northern towns. While they were astonished by the sight of such a beautiful woman traversing the treacherous wilds alone, they kindly invited Muyu to ride in their cart. However, Muyu declined, noting that this caravan comprised only around 10 individuals, with merely 8 guards, mercenaries of feeble strength, with only one having received knightly training, possessing the prowess of a mid-level knight squire. Her icy demeanor rendered conversation difficult, prompting them to board the cart and depart ahead. Half an hour later, as Muyu approached his destination, he sensed movement ahead. Chapter 29. The Spore Duplicate Monster. Upon closer inspection, Muyu discovered the merchant caravan he had encountered previously, currently besieged by a dozen mushroom creatures, perilously close to ruin. Although they were referred to as mushroom beings, this was merely a semblance. True mushroom folk resided in swamps, rarely venturing out, subsisting solely on fungi and refraining from consuming meat. Clearly, these creatures, reeking of foul contamination, were not mushroom beings, for the latter stood at most 3 to 4 feet tall and possessed a gentle, endearing nature. In stark contrast, these monsters towered at 6 feet, their mouths twisted into malevolent grins, their eyes dark and foreboding, and wielding thick, elongated fungal tendrils that radiated danger. Muyu surmised that these might be his intended targets. Consequently, he knocked an arrow to his bow, infusing it with his essence, forming a sphere of searing energy at the arrow's tip. At that moment, the caravan's mid-level knight attendant, the captain of the guards, pushed aside the caravan leader, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, who had invited Muyu to ride along. The captain brandished his sword, severing the tendrils of fungi, and quickly retreated, wary of the tainted blood that could lead to contamination. "Oh, Matthew, I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue. Without you, I would have surely perished." The caravan leader expressed his gratitude to the captain. "It is merely my duty." "Chief Hook, I fear I can only assist you in escaping this encirclement," Matthew replied gravely, observing the shrinking perimeter and the guards retreating behind wooden shields, whispering to Hook, "Damn those monsters. I spent dozens of gold coins on those carts of barley." Hook lamented, his heart heavy with loss. Just then, one of the guards was ensnared by a fungal tendril, toppling to the ground, as the others were unable to provide assistance and were on the brink of danger. With a swift whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air with a resounding crack, piercing the mushroom creature that had clutched the soldier's ankle. The arrow penetrated 2 of the mushroom beasts, igniting Muyu's essence with the sun sword's intent, causing flames to erupt from the wounds of the monsters. Although the fire elicited horrific shrieks from the mushroom creatures, it was a transient blaze, swiftly extinguished by the filth and malevolence that enveloped them. Recognizing that the mushroom creatures lacked vital points, a single arrow would not suffice to slay them. Thus, Muyu began to experiment with various attributes to discern which would best counter the mushroom beings. He attempted arrows imbued with fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, sunlight, and shadow, striking 7 mushroom creatures in total. Remarkably, he discovered that only fire, lightning, and sunlight inflicted the most damage, yet none could achieve a fatal blow. Consequently, MOU enveloped his essence around his spirit and released another arrow, this time yielding greater potency. It left a substantial wound on one of the mushroom creatures, but it began to heal slowly. Therefore, MOU wrapped his essence around his spirit once more, incorporating the Sun Sword S intent, and transformed his essence into fire and lightning attributes. With this final arrow, he dispatched one of the intact mushroom creatures, or rather, he purified it, leaving behind only a residue of corruption. Having discerned the optimal ratio, MOU promptly unleashed a volley of arrows, dispatching the remaining mushroom monsters with precision. Yet none yielded extraordinary traits. Meanwhile, Hook and Matthew observed the enchanting woman they had previously encountered, who effortlessly felled the monsters they had been evading but could not vanquish. They were relieved they had not exhibited malice towards this formidable beauty, for had they done so, they might have met their demise before reaching this point. Beautiful lady, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Please accept my token of appreciation. Hook approached MOU, a pouch of gold coins in hand, eager to express his gratitude. There's no need for that. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. Even in your absence, I would have eradicated these fiends. MOU, in a bid to enhance the progress of extraordinary trait assimilation, reluctantly declined the offer, for Kikyo had never accepted rewards. Indeed, MOU's assimilation progress surged to approximately 25%, bolstered by the earlier solitary transformations. Your spirit is as pure as the Alfu snow mountain. Even the moon goddess Eve pales in comparison to your beauty. Hook hastily tucked away the gold coins, showering her with unrestrained flattery. The Alfu snow mountain, a breathtaking peak soaring over 9,000 meters in the western wilderness, is renowned for its beauty, while the moon goddess Eve is a figure from ancient mythology, revered in a world adorned with 3 moons, of which Eve is the most exquisite. The other 2 bear the scars of cratered landscapes. There is no need for such flattery. I take my leave. Kikyo interjected coolly, preparing to depart in search of the essence of the monsters. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? This quiver of arrows is a humble gift to express my gratitude. Matthew offered a quiver filled with arrows to MOU, his sincerity evident in his tone. Due to MOU's efforts in slaying the mushroom monsters, the quiver was now half empty, and the arrows that had been used were tainted and required incineration alongside the remnants of the monsters. Thank you, Kikyo. Farewell. MOU accepted the quiver, slung it over her shoulder, expressed her succinct gratitude, and departed. Kikyo, truly as beautiful as the flower itself, Matthew remarked, lost in thought as he watched MOU's retreating figure. In this world, there exists a flower named Kikyo, even more exquisite, hence MOU's ability to respond to that name. She ventured along the paths carved by the mushroom monsters through the wheat fields. Shortly thereafter, MOU arrived at a settlement, a humble abode for some serfs. This ordinarily overlooked enclave was abuzz with activity. A contingent of 20 knights had taken up residence there, the leader being a knight whom MOU had previously encountered in the castle's training grounds, the deputy commander of the Baron's knightly order, clad in full plate armor. Wielding a knight's sword and a kite-shaped shield, an intermediate knight, squire named Yachts. Though the soldiers numbered over 20 and were termed a knightly order, not all were fully armored. Many donned chainmail that sufficiently covered them, armed with spears and shields. The 2 squad leaders, low-ranking knight squires, were adorned in half-plate armor, wielding knightly swords and shields. They were tasked with safeguarding a cluster of a dozen settlements from the ambushes of the mushroom creatures, yet they had no intention of actively expelling or exterminating these monstrosities. The creatures possessed hundreds of doppelgangers, each stronger than a lowly knight squire, and carried a foul miasma that could ensnare the unwary, leading them to either self-destruction or a desperate struggle that would render them tainted, transforming them into aberrations. Thus, they stationed sentinels to eliminate the occasional lone mushroom creature, occasionally luring them out for hunting, though the mushroom creature's strong territorial instinct made it a challenging endeavor. The arrival of MOU caught the attention of the soldiers, for this cursed place had never seen a stranger, let alone such a beautiful woman. My lady, have you perhaps lost your way? This is the gathering place of the serfs of Baron Jean Sway. I can arrange for someone to escort you away, as this area is fraught with danger. Chapter 30. Slaying the mushroom creature. Mo was taken aback by Janice's chivalrous spirit. Despite his lackluster strength, his knightly etiquette was impeccable. No need for that. I am here to deal with the monster. Here is my mission token. Mo produced the token and handed it to Janice, then employed her Sharingan Jinjutsu to hypnotize him, making him perceive her as a personal mercenary named Kikyo. Very well, beautiful lady, but this creature is perilous. We can assist you in confronting it, Janice said, his eagerness palpable. Just tell me the creature's location. I can handle it myself. You stay here to protect these innocents. Mo coldly declined Janice's offer. All right, I wish you safe travels, lovely lady. The monster lies not far ahead in the wheat field. It remains rooted in place. The wretched thing. Janice indicated the direction, his face contorted in indignation. Thank you. Mo replied indifferently before proceeding deeper into the wheat field. After a short while, her observation haki detected the presence of the mushroom creature. As she drew closer, she discovered 3 wandering mushroom creatures. Without hesitation, she unleashed 3 arrows imbued with spirit, true essence, and the intent of the sun's sword, which sliced through the air and struck the 3 creatures instantaneously. The effective amalgamation of these 3 extraordinary techniques resulted in the immediate demise of the mushroom creatures, leaving behind a ground littered with filth. Mo, bow in hand, continued her advance, her crimson garment shielding her legs from the sharp wheat blades that might otherwise inflict injury. Not long after, she beheld a gathering of hundreds of mushroom creatures in the center of the expansive field, making it impossible to discern the original from its copies. Surrounding them, all the barley had either been devoured or cleared away by the mushroom creatures, leaving a barren expanse. The creatures silently observed Mo, refraining from launching an attack. Mo was not inclined to investigate the reason for their non-aggression. Instead, she stood 400 meters away and began to call them out individually. When her true essence and spirit were depleted to half, she paused to recuperate, ensuring she would not exhaust her energy and fall prey to a sudden ambush from the mushroom creatures. Thus, after a brief interlude of a few minutes, the restored Mo commenced the roll call, each arrow resembling the scythe of death, relentlessly harvesting the mushroom creatures. Half an hour later, Mo initiated the 3rd round of archery, and this time fewer than 20 remained. In a single sweeping motion, Mo eradicated the remaining mushroom creatures. Yet, still no extraordinary traits were uncovered, indicating that the true essence of the mushroom creatures did not reside here. After replenishing his true essence, Mo ventured towards the area where the mushroom creatures congregated. To his astonishment, he discovered a concealed cavern, shrouded in darkness and obscured from sight. However, with his observation haki, he discerned that the cave was not particularly deep. The true essence of the mushroom creature lay beneath, its mycelium sprawling in all directions, forming an underground kingdom of mushrooms. Within this realm, some smaller mushroom beings existed, albeit tainted by pollution, yet retaining a semblance of reason. They were diligently clearing the mycelium of the mushroom creatures, striving to prevent it from consuming the surrounding matter. This vast subterranean chamber was, in fact, a remnant of the material devoured by the mushroom creatures, all of which had been transformed into avatars. Some of these avatars were engaged in combat with the numerous but feeble mushroom beings, while others prepared to ascend to the surface, only to be felled by Mo's arrows. Mo conjured a spell rune before him using his true essence, invoking the Featherlight technique, which would allow him to descend gracefully from heights. As the rune took shape and the spell was successfully cast, a luminous aura enveloped Mo, bestowing upon him a sensation of weightlessness. Gazing at the cavern's entrance, he leapt downwards, approximately 10 meters, landing in a limestone cave. Observing the towering 3-meter mushroom creature, Mo couldn't help but chuckle, as its extensive mycelium had ensnared it, allowing movement only through its avatars. The mushroom beings, upon witnessing a human female descend suddenly, began chattering animatedly, gesturing frantically. Essentially, they urged Mo to flee. Mo was aware of the mushroom beings' origins. They were life forms from the First Era, possessing an ancient language system, though it was now a rare form of ideographic writing, largely incomprehensible to most. Disregarding the anxious mushroom beings, Mo swiftly drew his bow and eliminated all the avatars of the mushroom creature, astonishing the mushroom beings with his prowess. After clearing the spore avatars, Mo prepared to confront the mushroom creature itself, this time opting not for his bow, but instead retrieving the long-neglected third-tier fireburst staff. Having not tested the spells within this staff for quite some time, the dimly lit, uninhabited underground cavern provided the perfect opportunity for experimentation. As for the mushroom beings, one must first comprehend their language to fear exposure, since no one can understand them anymore. Mo felt no trepidation about revealing any secrets. Mo infused his spiritual essence into the explosive flame staff, and in an instant, he realized that he could empower one of the mystical runes contained within. However, given his current reserves of true essence and spiritual energy combined, he could only cast a first-tier spell twice. Without hesitation, Mo chose to imbue the fireball spell. Despite its unassuming name, once he poured nearly all of his spiritual essence into this first-tier fireball rune, he felt an overwhelming readiness to cast it. With the staff aimed at the mushroom creature, a flash of brilliance illuminated the air, and a massive fireball, approximately 3 meters in diameter, materialized, radiating an aura of terrifying flames that warped the surrounding air. Yet, as Mo beheld the colossal fireball before him, he felt no heat, only a gentle warmth. In stark contrast, the mushroom beings in the distance shrieked in panic, hastily retreating into the subterranean river to escape the searing heat, for they were moisture-loving creatures, ill-equipped to endure the fireball's scorching intensity. Disregarding the frantic cries of the mushroom creature, the immense fireball collided with it, resulting in a horrific explosion accompanied by a piercing scream. When the flames subsided, all that remained of the once menacing creature was a charred heap. Mo approached and collected the low-tier extraordinary traits from the ashes into his storage compartment. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he prepared to depart when a group of short-statured mushroom beings emerged from the water, chattering animatedly at him, though he could not comprehend their words. However, Mo was not without recourse, for he recalled a spell that facilitated seamless communication. He promptly began to draw a mystical rune using his true essence, and soon he successfully cast a useful spell, the language comprehension spell. Although the chatter in his ears remained a cacophony within his mind, it transformed into coherent meanings he could understand. "Thank you, help us, grateful, gift for you." Although the translation was somewhat terse, it sufficed for understanding. The language comprehension spell enabled mutual communication on a spiritual level, allowing Mo's responses to be comprehensible to the mushroom beings. Before long, one of the mushroom beings approached him, presenting a beautiful little mushroom that emitted a purple glow. Although Mo harbored doubts about its potential toxicity, he accepted it. Through this brief exchange, he gleaned the origins of these mushroom beings and their story with the mushroom monster. They had originally inhabited a wild marshland, forming a community of over 100 mushroom folk. However, they encountered an invading monstrosity. The leader of the mushroom beings led them in a valiant effort to combat the creature. Although they succeeded in slaying the beast, their leader succumbed to corruption. In a bid to safeguard their kin, they resolved to vacate the area, yet the leader had been irrevocably tainted, ultimately transforming into a new monstrosity through the extraordinary traits of the original beast. After vanquishing a considerable number of mushroom beings, they hastily fled, only to be drawn into an underground river by a swirling vortex as they rode away, accompanied by the pursuing mushroom monster. In an effort to prevent the mushroom creature from growing ever more formidable, they endeavored to eradicate it, yet found themselves outmatched, helplessly watching as the creature multiplied until the arrival of Mo. Mo placed the violet luminescent mushroom into her storage compartment and bid farewell to the mushroom beings before making her way towards the cave entrance. Utilizing the featherlight technique, she leapt 6 or 7 meters into the air, gaining further height by leveraging the cave wall, and after several more jumps, reached the surface. This cave entrance was likely to be sealed by the mushroom beings, who were not concerned about being discovered. Upon witnessing the mushroom beings transporting soil mixed with mycelium, a form of earth controllable by them quickly formed, effectively blocking the entrance. Returning to the gathering place of the serfs, Mo spotted Yance assembling soldiers. As she approached, she noticed they were fully armed and preparing to depart. "Have you eliminated the monster, my lady?" Yance inquired, regardless of whether you have or not. You must leave this place promptly. A horde of sawtooth rats is on the way. Yance warned upon noticing MOU's approach. Thank you for the warning. I have already dealt with the monster, MOU replied. Though she was curious about the sawtooth rat horde, she refrained from asking further. Here is your task certificate. However, should it later be discovered that you did not slay the monster, the Mercenary Guild will revoke your mercenary status, Yance stated, handing her the completed task certificate while offering a caution. All right, Deputy Commander, this lady has indeed vanquished the monster. I witnessed it myself, a scout promptly informed Yance. Well, it appears I underestimated you, but we must leave this place quickly, Yance advised earnestly, as the sawtooth rats were particularly fearsome, consuming everything in their path, including humans. MOU was one to heed advice and promptly turned to depart, understanding the wisdom of not standing beneath a precarious wall. However, the reality would soon prove disappointing for her. Before she could take more than a few steps, a cacophony of piercing squeaks erupted, echoing all around. Turning back, she witnessed the green fields rapidly fading. As if a tide were rising, a yellow and black wave surged forth, accompanied by the terrifying sounds of gnashing teeth, as countless immature barley heads were devoured by the sawtooth rat horde. On the flank of the rat tide, a battalion of cavalry was relentlessly firing rockets and tossing incendiary bottles, flames blazing a path forward. Yet the horde remained overwhelming in numbers. At that moment, the rat wave was about to reach MOU, while 20 soldiers raised their shields to retreat, laying down straw and branches as fuel for the fleeing serfs behind them. MOU followed their retreat, unwilling to squander her vital energy and spiritual essence, continuously practicing her breathing technique to recover from previous exertions. However, as long as there was barley to consume, the rat horde would not attack humans, or rather, humans were relatively low on their list of food priorities. As the multitude retreated, they ignited bonfires, and numerous serrated rats succumbed to the fierce flames. On the opposite side, cavalry continued to launch arrows. Yet their efforts were but a mere pittance against the hundreds of thousands of serrated rats, causing little more than a fleeting annoyance. MOU's observation hockey spread forth in full force, solely aimed at locating the leader of the rat tide. However, the scope of this method enveloped too few rats, making it arduous to identify the leader. Ultimately, until 1,000 acres of barley were consumed, the rat tide veered toward another direction. MOU followed the soldiers and converged with the cavalry. Yet upon removing their helmets, the faces of his comrades bore an expression of despondency. Among them, the leader of the cavalry unveiled his opulent knight's helm, revealing a familiar visage. It was none other than Baron Jean Sway. We must pursue them to locate the Rat King. Only then can we avert this crisis, lest the fields of wheat in other regions also fall prey to these beasts. Baron Jean Sway declared with palpable indignation, lamenting his misfortune of encountering not only cultists and monsters, but also this uncommon rat tide. Without hesitation, the Baron urged the cavalry onward, leaving MOU with a contingent of infantry. Ignoring the downcast soldiers, MOU promptly sprinted towards Jean Sway Town. Along the way, he sought a secluded spot to transform back into his true form, Ingui Yuan-Yi, as this ordeal had elevated his extraordinary traits assimilation rate to over 30%. He raced back to Jean Sway Town, and upon receiving his quest reward, he returned to the castle, sensing that the Rat King possessed considerable intelligence. It was likely that it had dispatched a significant portion of its forces to impede the majority of the Baron's army. Meanwhile, MOU intended to strike at the Baron's potion cultivation site, specifically the Jean Sway wheat fields. This would elucidate why MOU had failed to detect the Rat King within the tide, while the serrated rats refrained from retaliating against the Baron's troops, merely serving to delay him. Mounting his mare, Carrot, MOU galloped towards the eastern Jean Sway wheat fields. With great speed, he soon arrived at the cultivation site, where 30 soldiers were stationed under the command of Captain Shuen of the Knightly Order. A seasoned knightly squire, skilled with spear and shield, he was of commendable strength. Upon MOU's arrival, Shuen swiftly intercepted him. Young Master MOU, this is a crucial area. You must not gallop recklessly. Shuen, I suspect the Rat King's target lies here. We should urgently inform the Baron. MOU articulated his conjecture. Young Master MOU, this is merely your speculation, devoid of any evidence to substantiate your claims, Shuen replied nonchalantly. Shuen, you must understand, If the Rat King does not come here, you may endure a mere reprimand. However, should the Rat King's aim indeed be this location, and you dismiss my counsel, leading to the Rat King's conquest of this place, your negligence could warrant a death sentence. Mou fixed his gaze intently upon Shun, causing him to falter slightly. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. If the Rat King does not arrive, then you and I shall face the same punishment. Young Master Mou, ignite the beacon. Shun immediately commanded at the signal tower. Chapter 32. The cunning king of the sawtooth rats, Mou, followed Xiao into the camp and immediately commanded the soldiers to don their armor and shields in anticipation of the Rat King's arrival. However, an hour passed without any sign of the king, and the soldiers began to show signs of reluctance. Young Master Mou, it seems we are destined for a reprimand, Xiao remarked, managing a laugh despite the tension, showcasing an admirable composure. Wait, listen closely. There's movement beneath us. Mou's observation, Haki detected a faint tremor in the ground. Xiao promptly dropped to the earth, straining his ears to the surface, his expression swiftly darkening. Damnable creatures. They are indeed coming for us. If we had been unprepared, our entire forces would have been annihilated, he said, his face etched with concern and fury. We must immediately lay down firewood and oil on the ground. When the Rat King breaks through, we shall ignite it and incinerate them. Quickly, follow young Master Mou's command. Xiao ordered, and the soldiers hurriedly piled firewood on the ground, swiftly dousing it with oil. Meanwhile, the tremors intensified, prompting the soldiers to ready their shields and assume a defensive stance. Before long, a resounding roar erupted from the earth, and a gaping hole appeared as a torrent of sawtooth rats surged forth, akin to a fountain. The absence of the Rat King prompted the soldiers to refrain from igniting the fire, remaining quietly concealed outside the camp. Ultimately, as the last of the sawtooth rats emerged, a colossal rat, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, leaped forth, its sharp, serrated fangs glistening ominously. Mou conjured a spell, casting a technique of earth manipulation that allowed him to control the surrounding soil and stone. With cunning precision, he sealed the base of the hole, preventing the tide of rats from retreating. Meanwhile, Xiao and several soldiers unleashed arrows, while others hurled oil and firewood. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the Rat King commanded the swarm to break through the wooden barricade. A fierce blaze ignited as thousands of sawtooth rats writhed in the flames, effectively engulfing nearly the entire horde. The nauseating stench of charred protein permeated the air, and a thick plume of smoke billowed skyward, visible to the Baron 3 miles away, who hastily mounted his steed and rode forth. Mou drew his bone bow, knocking an arrow inscribed with arcane runes, infusing it with his essence. The arrow pierced the air, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the Rat King. Unfortunately, sensing the impending danger, the king melded into the mass of rats, using several as shields, resulting in the arrow merely grazing its forelimb. The residual arcs of electricity caused the Rat King to shudder, but quickly regained composure. Extracting the arrow with its jaws, casting a venomous glare at Mou before crushing the projectile as if it were the young master himself. This creature possesses a remarkable sense of danger. It appears I must escalate my efforts, Mou thought, activating his Sharingan. As he locked eyes with the Rat King, he initiated a hypnotic trance upon the creature. The arcane rune arrow in hand was unleashed once more, and the overwhelming sense of impending doom jolted the Rat King from its illusions. Yet, it was too late to raise a shield. It could only swiftly turn its head, narrowly avoiding a direct shot to its eye. Nevertheless, the arrow struck its cheek, penetrating the upper jaw with excruciating pain that rendered the Rat King's small eyes bloodshot. The intense voltage coursed through its brain, robbing it of control over its body, leaving it immobilized and voiceless. It could only command the numerous serrated rats within its body to form a protective barrier, layered thickly, preventing further strikes against the Rat King. However, this was a double-edged sword. Without the Rat King's direct oversight, the digging serrated rats dispersed, succumbing to the engulfing flames. By the time the Rat King regained its faculties and extracted the arrow from its mouth, ready to command a retreat for the serrated rats, its forces had been decimated by more than half. Those that remained were all grievously injured, their fur singed and severely burned. The last of the serrated rats finally breached the thick wooden wall, only to be met by the fully armed battalion of the Baron awaiting them outside. A volley of fire arrows, coupled with thrown oil, ignited the serrated rats attempting to escape through the narrow opening, oblivious to the chaos outside. The Rat King incessantly commanded a breakout, resulting in a protracted tug-of-war. A deluge of arrows targeted the tide of rats surging forth. After an extended struggle, only the Rat King and its loyal guards remained, a singular first-tier magical beast and 8 ferociously transformed serrated rats. These 9 creatures, each comparable to a 400-pound wild boar, charged fiercely at the Baron. Unfortunately for them, they faced a military formation. As the ranks shifted, the 9 colossal rats were systematically divided, with the Baron confronting the Rat King, while Captain Moyu and Knight Commander Xiaowen dealt with 2 of the feral serrated rats, and the 2 vice-captains, Yance and Matt, took on another pair. The remaining 2 were overwhelmed by a collective assault. Moyu drew his knightly sword, and under the gaze of many, he chose not to employ the breath of the sun, but rather to utilize an untested knightly technique. The Flame Knight's breathing technique, a morning star-level skill, grants only one knightly technique at the Squire stage, the Flame Impact. This technique channels internal energy along a designated path, exponentially increasing mobility, allowing the wielder to strike with enhanced speed. The sword's form is flexible. It can thrust, slice upward, or deliver horizontal cuts. In this instance, Moyu aimed to swiftly eliminate one of the feral beasts. As Moyu activated the Flame Impact with his true essence, he felt his leg muscles invigorate, both strength and speed surging. He became a fleeting shadow, poised to stab the feral beast. With his observation haki and Sharingan engaged, he anticipated the beast's movements. With a decisive thrust, the sword pierced through the feral rat's eye, plunging into its brain. Despite its desperate attempts to evade, Moyu had predicted its escape route perfectly, delivering a fatal blow. As Moyu withdrew the knight's sword, the second beast, emanating a cold glimmer with its serrated teeth, lunged towards his leg. Unfortunately for the creature, it encountered Moyu, who anticipated its movement with remarkable precision. In an instant, he pivoted to evade and maneuvered to its side, thrusting the knight's sword into the intercostal space aimed directly at its heart. The heart shattered, blood gushed forth from the wound, and after a few agonized screeches, the beast collapsed lifelessly. Fortunately, these ferocious creatures had mutated primarily in size and strength, enabling Moyu's knight's sword to penetrate their defenses with ease. Moyu surveyed the other battlefields. Shuan was engaged with 2 beasts, managing a balanced exchange. The 2 vice-captains each faced one of the creatures with measured caution, while the Baron toyed with a first-tier Rat King, leaving it battered and bruised. The only challenging scenario involved over 50 ordinary soldiers encircling 2 ferocious rats. Their strength did not allow for a single fatal blow. They continuously raised their shields to defend against the rats' assaults and thrust their spears through the gaps to inflict wounds upon the beasts. Their strikes merely grazed the surface, penetrating only an inch before being obstructed by muscle, yet the sheer number of them could be likened to ants overwhelming an elephant. Moyu sensed that these 2 ferocious rats would ultimately bleed to death, given the multitude of tiny puncture wounds adorning their bodies. Chapter 33. The End of the Rat Tide and the Refugees. Moyu seized a spear from a soldier, expertly aiming for a gap and swiftly plunging it into one of the ferocious rat's eyes, piercing through its cerebral tissue and ending its life. The remaining rat would serve as a training exercise for the soldiers. One such beast no longer posed a threat to their lives. At that moment, the Rat King succumbed to the Baron, whose prowess as a mid-level knight far surpassed that of the Rat King. Approaching the fallen Rat King, Moyu sensed an aura of corruption clinging to its form. Moyu, do not approach, cautioned the Baron. This Rat King likely harbors some forbidden, supernatural substance within, tainted by pollution. Though minimal, it is unwise to take any risks. The Baron meticulously cleaned his knight's sword before sheathing it, addressing Moyu with a paternal tone. Understood. Father, I'm merely curious. This is my first encounter with a magical beast, and I wonder if it possesses a magic crystal. First-tier magical beasts do indeed yield magic crystals, albeit diminutive, roughly the size of a fingernail. It is probable that this Rat King's innate ability was to facilitate the evolution of its kin, which explains why it had 8 ferocious rats as guardians. Such innate abilities render the crystal core of little value, likely fetching no more than 20 gold coins. Father, from where did this swarm of serrated rats originate? As far as I know, this wave of rats escaped from the territory of Count Bylon. This was also the reason Count Bylon borrowed half of my soldiers recently. The swarm feasted its way through several baronial lands without eliminating this rat king, which ultimately led them to my domain. It seems that grain prices will rise significantly this year. However, my losses remain relatively minor. The Baron felt immense relief that the swarm had not completely devoured his territory. Most importantly, the golden wheat had been preserved, resulting in minimal losses. His primary income relied heavily on these few acres of golden wheat. Thank you, MOU. Had it not been for you, my losses would have been considerable. Xiao-In is rather dull-witted and lacks the meticulousness required for such matters. I can reward you. Just let me know what you desire, but do not be excessive. Although the Baron is generous, his generosity has its limits. Father, I wish to acquire the extraordinary forbidden artifact of the Rat King. I have yet to collect such a rare item. MOU feigned interest in the forbidden artifact. Are you certain, my child? The extraordinary forbidden artifacts are perilous. If their abilities are mediocre, they 1T fetch a good price, the Baron inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, father. I wish to collect it. It would serve as a meaningful memento from our battle against the Rat Tide. Montague promptly replied. Very well, then. You may dissect the Rat King's belly and see for yourself. The Baron remarked indifferently. Without hesitation, MOU drew a small knife and cut open the abdomen of the Rat King. Following the guidance of his instincts, he swiftly discovered a ring from its stomach. MOU requested one of the soldiers to fetch clean water to wash the filth from his hands and diligently used sap from the bubble tree several times until the foul odor dissipated. The ring in his hand exhibited a bronze hue with a slight emanation of spirit and pollution, though it posed no risk of contamination, only leading to nightmares at most. MOU directly extracted the extraordinary properties, causing the ring to revert to an ordinary bronze ring devoid of patterns or inscriptions, rendering it unsellable. However, MOU noted that this ring, having once housed extraordinary properties, possessed remarkable energy conductivity. Calmly, MOU placed the ring into his storage compartment and retrieved the previously acquired gemstones and dice that contained extraordinary properties. Indeed, he found that these items exhibited an exceptionally high energy conductivity. MOU was elated. He could craft some permanent magical tools. Regrettably, he possessed only 4 items that had once housed extraordinary properties. As for Little Weishi's crayons and the 4 items from the Baroness' secret chamber, he could not access them. The crayons had been entirely used up by Weishi, as the last ferocious rat was slain by the combined efforts of the soldiers. The Baron promptly ordered the cooking of the rat meat, sufficient for a hearty feast. As for the reason to consume rats, these feral creatures were larger than fat pigs and contained energy that could enhance physical prowess. Were it not for the lack of preservation methods, the Baron likely would not have shared them with the soldiers. The group busied themselves with cooking, enjoying a grand feast, while MOU collected the unwanted bones and blood, which could be considered low-tier extraordinary materials, proving beneficial for his aspirations in alchemy. My lord, over 1,000 refugees have arrived in your territory. Shall we expel them? A scout reported to the Baron, who was preparing to depart. Those damned scoundrels, after suffering significant losses in their own lands, they drive the free folk to my territory. The Baron seethed through gritted teeth. Father, we can accommodate these refugees. Our territory has not sustained substantial losses this year. Perhaps we could offer them work in lieu of aid, MOU suggested, understanding that the Baron would likely wish to expel the refugees. And he could not bear the thought. What does it mean to offer work in lieu of aid? The Baron was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a term, which in fact was a neologism coined by MOU himself. Father, our borderland is exceedingly perilous, plagued by monstrous creatures and beasts. Perhaps we could construct some fortifications. The roads outside Jinsui town are also exceedingly narrow and uneven. After repairs, the transportation of supplies and the swift return for defense would be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, Jinsui town, serving as our stronghold, lacks any fortifications. In the face of a coordinated assault by hordes of monsters or beasts, it would be swiftly breached. Therefore, mobilizing the displaced to undertake these projects while simultaneously planting a round of barley or other grains would be prudent. We can provide them with sustenance to survive until the summer harvest. This approach would not only facilitate the construction of previously neglected projects, but also grant us the labor of thousands of free men, integral elements for the fortification of your territory. MOU was astonished that a border town lacked walls, and that even the main road was riddled with potholes, barely allowing a single cart to pass. Very well. MOU, your suggestion is commendable. Henceforth, you shall oversee this endeavor, with the city officer Ryan responsible for its execution. It is imperative that this task is accomplished well. After this, my Jeansway territory shall grow ever stronger. The Baron felt invigorated by the vision MOU had painted, stirring within him a surge of enthusiasm. According to your will, my father, I shall oversee it diligently. MOU felt a sense of joy in undertaking a humanitarian endeavor in this cold and perilous world. With that settled, you and Shuin shall lead the soldiers to escort these displaced individuals. I will return to Jeansway Town to inform Ryan to allocate provisions. The Baron stated as he mounted his horse, addressing both Shuin and MOU. At your command, my lord, replied Shuin. Very well, esteemed father. Please prepare simple accommodations and tools for them, MOU added. Rest assured, I am not so foolish, my son. Though you are quite clever, do not underestimate me. The Baron remarked, stroking his beard with a knowing expression. Chapter 34. Escorting the displaced after watching the Baron depart. MOU and Shuin promptly mounted their horses and rode forth with the soldiers to meet the group of displaced individuals. Within a mere 2 kilometers, MOU spotted the group. Contrary to his expectations of ragged refugees, they appeared relatively composed. After all, they had not wandered far, and most possessed some personal belongings. Thus they did not yet exhibit the gauntness of starvation. Greetings, I am the second son of Baron Jeansway, MOU announced as he stepped forward to address the assembly. The group exchanged glances, and, after a brief discussion, an astute-looking elder emerged from their midst. His meticulously arranged attire and well-groomed beard suggested he was not merely a refugee, but rather a gentleman. Esteemed son of the Baron, greetings. I am Robert. Chosen by this group to speak on our behalf, the elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hello, Robert. The Baron has heard of your plight and feels great sympathy. My father has eradicated the rat plague with minimal losses and has thus decided to assist you. We can offer you a means of livelihood. May I inquire if you would be interested? The group of refugees appeared somewhat astonished, as they had anticipated being driven away, fully prepared for such an eventuality. To their surprise, however, they were met with good news. Although their provisions could sustain them for another month or two, this was but a fleeting respite. Without sufficient food during this time, the majority would surely perish. While some might resort to cannibalism in this bizarre and tainted world, such an act would incur the curse of the flesh-eater, leading to contamination or binding them to an unknown entity. Thank you for bringing us such joyous news. The Baron of Golden Spike's benevolence surpasses even that of the king. Robert and the others expressed with deep bows of gratitude. Very well. I shall assist in escorting you to Golden Spike Town, where the Baron has prepared accommodations and provisions for you, he continued. Your task will be to follow the engineer's guidance in the construction of walls and roads. Additionally, land will be allocated for you to cultivate until your harvest is ready. In the meantime, as long as you work diligently, sufficient food will be provided. As MOU led the refugees onward, he elaborated on their duties and benefits. Thank you. We are quite satisfied with this arrangement and will commit ourselves earnestly, Robert replied, feeling content with the opportunity. The journey proceeded without incident, for even the fiercest beasts would flee at the sight of 1,000 formidable upright figures. Upon reaching the outskirts of Golden Spike, the Baron awaited their arrival atop his steed, accompanied by several officials. A smile spread across his face as he spotted MOU at the forefront. Father, I have fulfilled my duty and brought them safely. MOU dismounted and respectfully bowed. Excellent, MOU. You truly live up to being my son, and I am quite pleased, the Baron commended, then turned to the refugees, nodding approvingly at their well-being. Greetings to you all. I am Baron of Golden Spike, and I shall be your lord. Perhaps you have heard from my son of my intentions to employ you, and I wish to extend my warmest welcome. I have prepared 10 gathering sites outside the town for your accommodation. You may rest for a day, and tomorrow I shall arrange your work. Thank you, noble Baron. The refugees chorused in unison. Now, I will assign soldiers and officials to guide you to these 10 settlements. My son, MOU, along with the city affairs officer, Ryan, will oversee your work and living arrangements, he added. Soon, 10 clerks emerged from behind the Baron, each taking a group of over 100 individuals to their designated locations. The refugees were swiftly settled, while the Baron engaged in conversation with Ryan and the engineer. Ryan, ensure this group does not cause any trouble. I will arrange for soldiers to keep watch, but your management must also be effective, the Baron instructed. Understood, my lord. I will handle it well, Ryan replied, a tidy and efficient man in his 30s, diligently recording arrangements in his notebook. Upon finishing his words, the Baron turned to the engineer, Hall. I have redeemed you for the purpose of executing these constructions. Remember, prioritize the roads, followed by the walls of Jeansway Town, and finally, the watchtower fortifications. He advised with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, my lord, Hall replied respectfully, I shall repay your life-saving grace and ensure the projects are completed with both quality and timeliness. Having arranged everything, the Baron returned to the castle with MOU. During dinner, MOU's curiosity about Hall prompted him to inquire, Father, did that engineer commit a crime? I knew you would ask, the Baron responded. Hall was commissioned by Viscount Bylon to expand the castle. Due to the incomplete state of the construction, certain areas remain hazardous. The Viscount's fourth daughter secretly met with a knight, and during their clandestine rendezvous in an unfinished section, an unfortunate accident caused them to fall from a height. The knight emerged relatively unscathed, but the Viscount's daughter suffered grievously, becoming a living corpse. The knight, being a low-ranking one of significance to Viscount Bylon, was spared, and Hall was made to bear the blame and was imprisoned. To facilitate the construction, I expended some gold coins to procure Hall's services. The Baron regarded the matter as a mere gossip, reminding MOU that the people of the medieval era were not devoid of curiosity. MOU, feeling somewhat bemused, recognized Hall's misfortune but attributed it to the prevailing norms of their civilization. MOU, since I have appointed you to oversee the situation, it will be prudent for you to inspect the progress daily to avoid any complications, the Baron advised. Yes, Father, I shall take this matter seriously, MOU affirmed. Prepare to regard this as a valuable opportunity for personal growth. MOU, what is your current strength? The Baron inquired, uncertain of MOU's capabilities, having witnessed him effortlessly dispatching 2 ferocious rats previously. Curious since MOU's combat energy had transformed into true essence. Father, I am currently at the level of a mid-tier Knight Squire, yet even high-tier Knight Squires are no match for me, MOU replied, feigning confidence. That is good to hear. In these days, the forces of Jeansway territory are stretched thin. Your elder brother, Dayer, and your mother are set to return. Take 10 soldiers to escort them back, the Baron remarked, somewhat exasperated with his wife and eldest son, who seemed to flee at the slightest disturbance but would return upon hearing of safety. Very well, I shall go tomorrow, MOU responded, sharing the Baroness' sentiments about the two, who seemed to share an uncanny knack for inefficacy. As the second son, MOU is also required to address the Baroness as Mother, a tradition reminiscent of ancient customs in Huagua. Chapter 35. Purple light mushrooms and telekinesis. Upon returning to his chamber, MOU prepared to examine the spoils of his recent conquest. The first item of note was the extraordinary trait acquired from slaying the mushroom creature. MOU opened his inventory to inspect the newly acquired low-tier extraordinary trait. The mildly contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait possesses the ability to create spore duplicates, with their quantity being directly proportional to one's mental strength. However, the drawback is that spore duplicates that exist for prolonged durations may develop a consciousness of their own. As MOU perused the introduction, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This ability, in conjunction with his shape-shifting prowess, was a perfect match. He resolved that once he fully assimilated his shape-shifting capabilities, he would immediately employ the spore clone ability to advance to sequence 8. However, at present, he had only digested a little over 30% of his shape-shifting characteristics, and attaining sequence 8 would require considerable time. Subsequently, MOU activated the purple luminescent mushroom gifted by the mushroom folk. He surmised that this must be a rather precious fungus. Otherwise, the mushroom people would not have taken the trouble to bestow it upon him. This low-grade potion, the fully matured purple light mushroom, could be consumed directly to enhance mental faculties or used in the creation of alchemical concoctions. Utilizing the spores beneath the mushroom's cap, one could cultivate more purple light mushrooms, though this required a substrate of flesh soil in dark, damp conditions. MOU was somewhat astonished to discover that the mushroom folk were engaged in the cultivation of magical potions. It is well known that magical potions are exceedingly rare, often requiring generations of luck from noble families to acquire them. Moreover, the cultivation of these potions necessitates continual experimentation to determine effective growth methods, which is why typically underprivileged baronial families lack access to such potions. MOU, having obtained a significant potion that enhances mental power along with the cultivation method, considered himself exceptionally fortunate. Regarding the flesh soil, it was documented in the alchemical potion section of the Wizard's Legacy. Thus, if MOU had the time, he could attempt cultivation himself. It is essential to recognize that not only wizards require enhanced mental faculties, knights do as well. Upon reaching the rank of High Knight, one begins to delve into the mental realm, with the primary manifestation being the comprehension of profound concepts. Such concepts demand not only immense innate talent, but also a strong mental fortitude. The greater the mental power, the more adept one becomes at manipulating combat energy. For MOU, this necessity was even more pronounced. Not only did the amalgamation of the three treasures, true essence, require substantial mental support, but his celestial eye also demanded a heightened mental capacity for activation. Currently, MOU possessed only one hooked jade, which had already significantly bolstered his abilities. He could only imagine the immense power he would wield upon reaching 3 hooked jades or the kaleidoscope form. Furthermore, MOU's Zampicudo remained in its unreleased state. He speculated that perhaps his mental strength was insufficient, which limited his connection to the Zampicudo. Lastly, he had yet to examine the ring he retrieved from the Rat King slain by the Baron. This ring bore a slightly contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait, granting dominion over beings of the same species, with the ability to expend one's own lifespan to enhance those under his command. However, the enhancement could not exceed his own strength, and the side effect was an irritable disposition, potentially rendering him a tyrant. In terms of strength, this extraordinary trait was undeniably potent. If ingested by a human, it could quickly muster a loyal following of unwavering allegiance, making the replacement of a king and the unification of the continent a plausible endeavor. Regrettably, for MOU, this particular trait was one he wished to forego, as he harbored no grand ambitions of establishing an immortal legacy. His sole desire was to continuously enhance his own strength and explore other realms. Even wizards could open portals to other worlds, albeit at the risk of annihilation. Moreover, MOU had no intention of utilizing this trait himself, nor did he wish for it to be disseminated. It was far too perilous. Should it fall into the hands of an ambitious individual or a nefarious antagonist, he could forget about living a tranquil life. Thus, MOU resolved to immediately sacrifice this extraordinary trait, hoping to draw forth something beneficial. He then transferred the trait to the sacrificial interface and proceeded to conduct a lottery. As green light flickered, MOU watched the luminescent orb with anticipation. Soon, the green light faded, revealing a green orb that plummeted into his storage compartment. Eagerly, MOU clicked to examine it. It was a fist-sized, transparent crystal adorned with sharp spikes, its purpose initially inscrutable until MOU delved deeper. This was a telekinetic sea urchin crystal from another world, capable of awakening the mental powers of its toucher, thereby enhancing the user's mental prowess and granting a comprehensive telekinetic ability. Astonishingly, this resembled the telekinetic sea urchin from the realm of uncontrolled psychic powers, albeit in a diminutive form. MOU marveled at the crystalline sea urchin, for telekinesis was an immensely formidable ability, akin to a universal tool, enabling not only manipulation of objects but also offensive and defensive actions, as well as flight. Without hesitation, MOU extracted the telekinetic crystal. As it materialized in his hand, it pierced the skin, unleashing a high-frequency wave. The crystal transformed into a vivid crimson hue. MOU felt his mind growing increasingly foggy, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the frequency intensified, the crystal liquefied and penetrated his body through the wound. He sensed a searing heat coursing from his palm to his brain, seemingly effectuating some form of transformation. Initially, he experienced a refreshing coolness, followed by a sharp pain in his head, yet he endured. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the torment finally subsided. Subsequently, Mo found his mind remarkably clear, even recalling many forgotten memories from his past life. His observation hockey unfurled, extending over a distance of several kilometers before he began to feel strain, yet he could perceive everything within that kilometer with utmost clarity. Furthermore, he discovered that he had seemingly acquired a pair of transparent hands, granting him the ability to manipulate external objects at will. Mo understood that this was his telekinesis. It lacked a distinct form, manifesting instead as a fluid he could control, capable of dispersing and coalescing. The range of his object manipulation corresponded to the extent of his observation hockey's perception. However, the further the distance, the lesser the weight he could control and the slower the manipulation speed became. Mo conducted experiments using items from his own room, discovering that within a 10-meter radius, he could control approximately 100 kilograms of objects. Beyond this range, from 10 to 100 meters, his control diminished to 10 kilograms. And from 100 to 1,000 meters, he could only manipulate 1 kilogram. Nevertheless, this was quite impressive. Moyu's knight sword weighed around 3 kilograms, which meant he could effectively wield the sword of a celestial swordsman within a 100-meter radius. Moyu also realized that he could lift himself with telekinesis, albeit with some strain and for only a short duration, indicating that he had acquired the ability for low-altitude flight. Though his speed was rather unremarkable, slower than his walking pace, he understood that telekinesis would improve with practice and increased mental strength. Furthermore, the recent enhancement of his mental prowess had elevated his Sharingan to the second Tomo, signifying a comprehensive advancement. Even his spiritual essence and true energy had increased, making control far more manageable. Chapter 36. Journey to the Baron's domain. After practicing telekinesis for most of the night, Moyu felt exceedingly fatigued and promptly fell asleep. The following morning, he awoke refreshed, gathered his equipment, donned his chainmail, and strapped on his knight's sword, along with the tiger bone bow and quiver. Moyu was to heed the Baroness' instructions to fetch the Baroness and door back to Jinsui Town. Although he found it odd that Baron Balin had not dispatched soldiers to escort them, he was too indifferent to inquire further, relishing the opportunity to venture outside in hopes of encountering monsters or forbidden artifacts. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Moyu found the Baron enjoying his meal. Clearly in good spirits after dealing with the monsters and the rat tide, the Baron was engaged in conversation with the steward. Moyu, it seems you are prepared to depart. Here is the order to mobilize 10 soldiers. You may set off promptly after breakfast, the Baron said, handing him a document upon noticing his arrival. Very well, father. But why did Baron Balin not send soldiers to escort the Baroness and Dorback? Moyu asked, curiosity piqued as it pertained to his own safety. Oh, I forgot to mention, one of Baron Balin's towns has fallen to monsters, and all his forces are currently devoted to containing that town, which I believe is named Oaktown. The Baroness and Dor are somewhat frightened, so they wrote to me requesting an escort back. Losing a town is quite a blow for that fellow, the Baron remarked with a hint of glee, clearly relishing Balin's misfortune, having suffered his own share of setbacks at the Baron's hands. All right, but father, are the monsters truly that terrifying, capable of overrunning a town? Moyu inquired, taking large bites of the meat from the sawtooth Rat King while expressing his curiosity. Indeed, we are situated on the edge of the boundless wilderness. Westward lies the Death Mountains, teeming with monsters of great terror. This is precisely why I agreed to your proposal to construct the walls in exchange for labor. The Baron replied, a trace of fear evident in his tone, clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of the threat posed by the monsters. Given this, can Baron Balin truly confront these monsters? Moyu quickly began to refine the energy-laden flesh of the Rat King with his true energy. Moyu contemplated that if he were to consume the flesh of the Rat King daily, perhaps within 3 days, he could elevate his prowess to that of a low-level knight. However, even without the Rat King's meat, the surge in his mental strength due to the psychic crystal would enable him to advance in rank within 10 days after a period of acclimatization. Although that scoundrel, Bailon, was insufferable, his subordinates were quite formidable, consisting of 2 low-level knights and 1 mid-level knight in loyalty, coupled with his own status as a mid-level knight. If pressed, he could still be dealt with. Unfortunately, Bailon was exceedingly cautious of his own life and would never take reckless risks. Thus, he spent a substantial amount of gold seeking assistance from the Order of Discipline, likely to summon several rank 8 members for aid, mused the Baron. MOU was aware that the Order of Discipline was an organization prevalent across the white narrative continent, with its most formidable beings being the revered rank Four Saints of Discipline. It was a first-rate force, and even kings of various nations could not compare to the Saints of Discipline. In his quest to enhance his shape-shifting abilities, MOU was constantly engaged in minor transformations, making slight alterations to his original form to incrementally increase his assimilation progress, albeit at a sluggish pace. After finishing breakfast, MOU bid farewell to the Baron, clutching the order as he mounted his steed, Carrot, and made his way to the barracks. Upon arrival, and announcing his presence to the soldiers, he entered the modestly sized yet well-equipped barracks, located not far from his residence. He sought out Shun, the officer responsible for assembling soldiers for training, and presented him with the order. "Young Master MOU, would you prefer to select the soldiers yourself, or shall I make recommendations?" Shun inquired after carefully examining the order. "Please choose for me. We may encounter magical beasts, so it is best to prepare a formidable and comprehensive unit," MOU replied, aware that this journey might not be tranquil and hoping for capable soldiers who would not hinder his progress. "Rest assured, young Master MOU, the Baron has briefed me, and I shall select the finest lads." Shun promptly proceeded to the ranks and soon returned with 10 soldiers. "Young Master MOU, among these 10 soldiers, 5 are exceptionally skilled with the bow, while the remaining 5 possess versatile abilities. Should they encounter unforeseen peril, it would indeed signify a challenge beyond their capabilities." "Very well. Thank you. I shall set off now. It is nearly a 2-day journey to the territory of Count Bailon." With that, MOU took the soldiers to gather armor and weapons, ensuring they were equipped with ample provisions and drinking water before departing from Jinsui town. Since none of these soldiers were cavalry, they were unable to ride horses, compelling MOU to slow his steed's pace as he guided the 10 soldiers forward. The squad leader among the 10 soldiers was a composed and cautious middle-aged man named Dickens, whose abilities were comparable to that of a low-level knight attendant, proficient in various skills. Displeased with the jolting of Carrot, MOU dismounted and led the horse by hand. Though his bow and knight's sword remained strapped to the saddle for ease, Dickens observed MOU, who was around 13 years old and stood approximately 1.60 meters, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "Young Master MOU, it would be prudent to keep your knight's sword at hand, so you may respond promptly to any unforeseen circumstances," Dickens advised earnestly. "Ah, yes, thank you for the reminder," MOU replied, somewhat awkwardly, though his observation haki was always active, allowing him to sense movements within 1,000 meters. He heeded the advice and secured the knight's sword upon his back. Dickens was well aware of MOU's prowess. After all, he had single-handedly confronted 2 ferocious serrated rats, defeating them before the captain of the knightly order. This indicated that MOU was at least superior to the knight commander at the advanced knight squire stage. However, despite his formidable strength, one must not grow complacent. Dickens presumed MOU to be a proud individual, possibly dismissive of wisdom gained through experience, yet he still felt compelled to offer a kind reminder. Observing MOU's compliance, Dickens was reassured that he was not a person of arrogant disposition. After a journey of over 10 kilometers with a party of 11, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, resembling a no-man's land. The forest path was not particularly wide, yet sufficient for a carriage to pass through. However, the carpet of fallen leaves made it hard to believe that summer was approaching. The dense underbrush suggested that something might be lurking nearby. At that moment, MOU was holding Captain Jack's compass, searching for magical creatures and forbidden artifacts. Having set a 2-kilometer detection range, he had yet to yield any results. As he gazed at the increasingly overcast sky, it was clear that rain was imminent, and judging by the density of the clouds, it would likely be substantial. "Young Master MOU, it would be wise for us to seek shelter in a cave from the rain," Dickens suggested, reminding MOU that not everyone possessed his extraordinary resilience. Thus, he resolved to find a place to take refuge. It was still before noon, and MOU estimated it to be around 10 o'clock. It was unlikely that the rain would cease in less than 2 or 3 hours. "All right, everyone, let us find a place to shelter from the rain. We shall set out again once it has passed," MOU instructed the group. Chapter 37. Confrontation with the transformed swift dragon. MOU's observation haki soon detected a cave beneath a cliff, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people seeking refuge from the rain. "I have found a cave. Follow me," MOU declared, leading the way, with the soldiers trailing closely behind. Although Dickens was puzzled as to how MOU had discovered the cave, he recognized that it was not the time for questions. They quickly traversed a few hundred meters along the path, pushing through the underbrush until they arrived at a massive rock face, revealing the cave entrance. Clear out the cave and prepare firewood. I will go hunt for some game, as it seems this rain will linger until noon, MOU instructed the soldiers. Young Master MOU, perhaps I should accompany you. Venturing out alone is perilous, Dickens cautioned, drawing upon his experience that warned against solitary excursions in the wild. Very well. It would be beneficial for both of us to have each other as support. MOU agreed without objection. Be vigilant, everyone, regardless of the task at hand. Do not act alone. The wilderness is fraught with danger, MOU reminded the 9 soldiers. Subsequently, he removed the tiger bone bough from his steed and, accompanied by Dickens, ventured into the dense forest. However, with the presence of the observation hockey, it did not take long before detected his quarry, a forest deer, approximately weighing around 80 to 90 pounds. Upon approaching within 300 meters, he swiftly released an arrow that pierced through the foliage and directly struck the grazing deer. The formidable kinetic energy propelled the arrow into the deer's eye, emerging from the back of its skull, and with a thud, it embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. Dickens, somewhat astonished, had not even glimpsed the prey before had loosed the arrow. Judging by the ensuing commotion, it was clear that he had hit his target. As guided Dickens through the underbrush, they soon beheld the slain deer. Let's take this one. I believe one more kill will suffice, he remarked. Given the substantial appetites of both the soldier and who typically consumed bread made from the magical golden wheat in the castle, it was difficult to gauge his true capacity for sustenance. In reality, for such localoric food, a knight's retainer's appetite could be quite formidable. This was one of the reasons many failed to become knights. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished often left the latter undernourished, and attempting to cultivate their fighting spirit under such conditions could leave them utterly drained. The two continued their trek and soon hunted down a boar with tusks, weighing over 200 pounds, ample for their needs. As they prepared to return to their cave with their spoils, suddenly halted. Be cautious, a magical beast approaches us. You should take the 2 prey and retreat. I will cover your rear, instructed Dickens. Young master, allow me to stay back instead. Magical beasts are far more formidable than their feral counterparts, Dickens insisted, having dedicated 3 generations of loyalty to the Golden Wheat family, unwilling to place in peril. Rest assured, it is merely a swift dragon, with its magical enhancement focused on its fangs. I am confident in my ability to handle it. You must depart now, urged Dickens to leave, as he intended to confront the magical beast. The magical beast represented a crucial resource essential for crafting spell cards and alchemy alike. The swift dragon resembled the raptors of Earth's prehistoric past, possessing a highly diluted ancient dragon bloodline, thus surpassing ordinary magical beasts in strength. Ancient dragons were the apex extraordinary beings of this realm, seemingly extinct for eons, yet many creatures with traces of ancient dragon lineage still roamed the world. As Dickens ventured further away, retrieved an arrow inscribed with the arc lightning spell, aiming at the rapidly approaching swift dragon, now 400 meters distant. The creature was imposing, measuring nearly 10 meters in length and around 5 meters in height, significantly larger than the magical feral tiger, having existed as a magical beast for quite some time. In a moment of precision, released the arrow, which sliced through the air, traversing 300 meters in an instant to blind one of the swift dragon's lantern-like eyes. Although the swift dragon sensed the imminent danger, its reflexes did not rival those of felines, and thus the arrow struck true. Unfortunately, due to the magical enhancement focused on its teeth, the jaw and skull of this magical swift dragon were reinforced, preventing the arrow from penetrating its brain directly. The swift dragon emitted a mournful roar akin to a dragon's lament, immediately abandoning its carelessness to widen its eyes, only to swiftly close its semi-transparent eyelids. It then squinted, attempting to shield its other eye from being blinded as well. Observing the swift dragon, which had been momentarily slowed by the arcane lightning, MOU chuckled softly while rapidly retreating and knocking an arrow imbued with ice crystal magic, targeting the dragon's flared nostrils. MOU aimed to impart the sensation of nasal congestion. This arrow did not disappoint, striking true within its nasal cavity, prompting another anguished cry. However, the sound was peculiar, reminiscent of a cold, as the ice crystals filled its nostrils. Enraged, the swift dragon promptly closed its other nostril and charged towards MOU with accelerated speed. MOU, amused by the dragon's cleverness, grinned in sinister delight. Although he could not match the dragon's pace, it would require time for the creature to close the distance. MOU once again drew his bow, this time aiming for the dragon's gaping mouth, which it could not fully close due to its large teeth. Without hesitation, he released the arrow, which pierced into its oral cavity, embedding itself into the upper jawbone, dangerously close to the brain, causing the dragon to stumble. Yet, it was not enough to topple the creature. MOU swiftly loosed another arrow, this time targeting its faltering feet with an earth wall spell. The already unsteady swift dragon found one foot ensnared by a rising earthen wall, causing it to topple and carve a massive trench into the ground. Before it could rise, MOU exchanged his arrow for a spiraling, armor-piercing projectile inscribed with sharpness magic. In its struggle to regain footing, the swift dragon opened its eyelids, leaving only a thin membrane to shield its eyes, granting MOU an opportunity. The arrow flew with remarkable speed, tearing through the air like a falling star, traversing over 100 meters to embed itself in the dragon's eyelid membrane. Although the membrane was resilient enough to prevent the arrow from penetrating the eyeball directly, it continued to spin, and with the enchantment of sharpness, it soon pierced through the thick membrane. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the swift dragon was plunged into darkness, now blind and filled with panic, attempting to rise and flee. However, with only 2 feet, it was rendered helpless in its inability to see. MOU unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the dragon's exposed eyeball, each arrow finding its mark within the frantic, unclosing eyelids. Even though its skull was formidable, it could not withstand the continuous assault. MOU, cunningly keeping his distance, continued to fire. In a short time, the eyelids and membrane were breached, crimson blood flowing from the eye sockets. Ultimately, with one final strike, he pierced through the skull, leaving the dragon motionless. Approaching with caution, MOU used telekinesis to control his knight's sword, driving it into the eye socket to stir the remnants within. As the swift dragon emitted a final, defiant roar, its attempt to ambush MOU in its last moments came to a conclusive end. Indeed, it remains entertaining. MOU promptly unsheathed his sharpest Zampicudo, commencing the process of skinning and dismembering. In no time, the bones, flesh, skin, and entrails were meticulously separated. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, MOU categorized and collected every part, placing them into his storage compartment. Chapter 38. Encountering a fleeing noble upon returning to the cave. MOU found the anxious Dickens waiting, clearly worried about his safety. "Young Master MOU, are you unharmed? What happened to that demonic beast?" Dickens approached him with relief, inspecting for any signs of injury. "It's nothing. I drove it away with my bow and arrows. It's unlikely to return," MOU slightly fibbed, not wishing to reveal that he had swiftly dispatched a demonic swift dragon. That's a relief. This area is probably within the territory of that swift dragon. We should leave as soon as the rain stops. Dickens expressed his lingering apprehension about the dragon, fearing that if it appeared again, only MOU would be able to escape. "No worries. Come and enjoy the meat. Look, it's all roasted to perfection." MOU gestured towards the golden, oil-dripping roast, eager to indulge. Despite the heavy downpour outside, the cave offered a delightful feast, although the freshly roasted deer leg might not have been the most flavorful. MOU had prepared well. He had concocted a variety of spices and salt into a seasoning blend, the aroma of which made the soldiers salivate. Reluctantly, MOU shared some of the seasoning with them, earning their heartfelt gratitude for this exquisite taste they had never experienced before. After finishing a rather sumptuous lunch, MOU gazed at the intensifying downpour outside, feeling a pang of frustration. "I wonder how long this rain will last. It seems reaching Baron Bylon's territory in 2 days is quite unlikely." Fortunately, as time was not of the essence for MOU, he allowed the Baroness and Door to remain in a state of unease for a few more days in the Baroness domain. With nothing pressing to attend to, MOU adjusted the gravity multiplier on his gravity ring to 5 times and picked up his knight's sword to practice his swordsmanship. Although his strength was commendable, achieving a higher realm necessitated relentless honing of his skills. As afternoon approached, the rain began to diminish, yet it remained substantial. The soldiers sat by the fire, warming themselves, while MOU's observation Hockey sensed an unusual movement. From a kilometer away, an arrow suddenly entered his perception range, accompanied by faint tremors from the ground. Baron Wayne lamented his misfortune. Although he was a noble, he had long lost his fief and relied on commerce for his livelihood. He owned a tavern in Bylon City, amassing considerable wealth from the sale of beverages and grain. However, while leading a caravan to Oaktown to procure custom barrels, he had to return early due to pressing matters. Consequently, Oaktown was besieged overnight by demonic creatures, leaving his son, Steward, and a substantial amount of gold trapped in the onslaught, with only his own escape intact. Upon hearing that the monsters were advancing toward Bylon City, he hastily gathered all his possessions and fled southward to Tidal City, accompanied by his only daughter and a guard. Unexpectedly encountering a torrential downpour, the travelers sought refuge when they spotted a wisp of smoke. However, as they approached, they were besieged by a pack of bloodthirsty jackals, led by a first-tier magical beast. It is noteworthy that he was accompanied by an elite group of guards and the strongest among the hired mercenaries, a senior knight squire. While he himself appeared to be a mid-level knight squire, with a combined strength of fewer than 50 guards and mercenaries tasked with confronting nearly 60 bloodthirsty jackals. At this moment, casualties had already begun to mount, despite having bows and shields, which afforded them some means of defense. 2 guards had perished and 1 mercenary slain even before the first-tier jackals engaged. Although he was a mid-level knight squire, he had never fought before and trembled incessantly while clutching his knight's sword. Yet, he steadfastly stood before the cart, for within it lay his only daughter, and he could not flee. "Father, are we going to die? I am so frightened," whispered Roseheel, curled tightly in the corner of the cart, her face pale and limbs trembling. "Do not fear, Roseheel, your father will protect you." Though Baron Wayne spoke these words while shaking, his voice remained resolute. "Baron Wayne, our mercenary group is doomed. Who would have thought that a routine escort mission would encounter a first-tier magical beast? What a dreadful world we live in," lamented the leader of the Oak Shield mercenary group, struggling to slay 2 approaching jackals, his words tinged with bitterness. He understood that escape was futile, for the first-tier beast lurked outside, ready to tear apart anyone attempting to flee. As time passed, more guards and jackals fell, and the encirclement grew tighter, while the bloodthirsty Jackal King's eyes glinted with a cruel hunger. It observed the strongest member of the Oak Shield mercenary group, silently infiltrating the pack of jackals, inching closer to the mercenary leader. Just as it was about to reach him, its speed surged, seizing upon a momentary lapse in the leader's defense. And with a flurry of blurred motion, it ripped open the mercenary leader's throat. Crimson blood gushed forth, and the strength of his body seemed to drain away, life ebbing with the flow from the severed carotid artery. He desperately attempted to staunch the bleeding with his hands, but it was in vain. He collapsed heavily to the ground, gazing at the overcast sky as raindrops fell relentlessly, washing away his blood, yet failing to erase the scarlet stain. At this juncture, Baron Wayne had ceased to tremble. Even with the death of the strongest mercenary leader and the continuous loss of his guards and mercenaries, who were being slyly ambushed by the bloodthirsty Jackal King, he and his daughter remained resolute. By the time MOU arrived, only Baron Wayne, his daughter, 2 guards, and 1 mercenary still drew breath. In that moment, they harbored no thoughts of fleeing, for such an act would only hasten their demise. With over 20 jackals still assailing them, and a first-tier Jackal King lurking within, poised to strike. As MOU approached from several hundred meters away, he swiftly loosed an arrow that pierced the skull of a lurking, bloodthirsty jackal. Apart from the Jackal King, the others were mere ordinary beasts, and faced with MOU's arrows, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Baron Wayne and his companions saw a glimmer of hope, prompting them to defend with even greater fervor. When MOU drew within 200 meters, only 8 bloodthirsty jackals remained alive. Aware of the threat posed by MOU, these jackals abandoned Baron Wayne and charged towards him with haste. However, the distance was too great, and MOU eliminated them all with his arrows. Only 1 bloodthirsty Jackal King nimbly evaded MOU's shots, and at this moment, MOU was less than 20 meters away from the first-tier Jackal King. Such proximity would allow the Jackal King to cover the distance in the blink of an eye, given its speed. A first-tier magical beast? A talent for speed? How intriguing. MOU sheathed his tiger-bone bow and drew his knight's sword, his two-hooked jade Sharingan fixated on the Jackal King, while his observation haki surged to full power. The Jackal King's speed, enhanced by the Sharingan and observation haki, would allow MOU to barely cope. Yet, this did not imply that MOU lacked any capacity for resistance. Against such a swift magical beast, victory or defeat would be determined in their initial clash. Otherwise, if the beast discerned his limits, it would wear him down relentlessly. MOU prepared to strike decisively, exploiting the Jackal King's ignorance of his capabilities to create an informational advantage. Chapter 39. Instant kill of the first-tier bloodthirsty Jackal. MOU fully channeled his true essence, amplifying his body to its utmost limit. As the breath of the sun entered its concentrated state, wisps of flame escaping from the corners of his mouth. The knight's sword in his hand erupted with a blaze, his body enveloped in the rock armor technique, further enhanced by the golden sharpness technique on the sword. Lastly, he cast the swiftness technique upon himself. At this moment, MOU was augmented to his extreme potential, while afar Baron Wayne, Rashir, along with 2 guards and a mercenary, watched intently, fervently praying for MOU's victory. Otherwise, they too would fall to the Jackal King's wrath. The Jackal King continuously shifted positions, probing for MOU's vulnerabilities. Yet, MOU remained steadfast, akin to a top bowstring poised to release a star-like arrow. Observing the Jackal King circling around him, MOU marveled at its caution. Even the occasional flaws he exhibited went unheeded by the creature. It was indeed a remarkable hunter, possessing ample patience. Alas, montacuous equali unyielding. As the full operation of his true essence and the breath of the sun allowed his power to swell rapidly. This marked the first genuine life-and-death crisis he faced. However, he was not one to abandon others in peril. Such was his character, instilled through his upbringing. As seconds ticked by, the torrential rain gradually subsided, giving way to a light mist. As the fog thickened, visibility diminished, and despair began to set in for Baron Wayne and Rashir, who realized that the emergence of the mist had reduced MOU's chances of victory, making it increasingly difficult to discern the bloodthirsty Jackal King charging from within the obscurity. Regrettably, the bloodthirsty Jackal King underestimated MOU. The swirling mist could not impede the perceptive insights of MOU's Sharingan. He discerned a mass of energy representing the Jackal King stealthily lurking within the fog, poised to strike at the moment of densest obscurity. What a cunning beast! It seems you had the scheme in mind. Yet the mist cannot obscure my vision. MOU taunted the Jackal King, fully aware of its position through both the Sharingan and his observation haki. The creature moved silently, its stealthy approach to MOU eliciting a sense of ridicule in his eyes. As the mist thickened to its peak, signs of dispersal began to emerge, indicating that the moment for a counterstrike had arrived. Indeed, the Jackal King had stealthily crept within 5 meters of MOU, its hind legs coiled, brimming with latent power and speed. Without a sound, MOU glimpsed a flicker of yellow light. The Jackal King was unleashing its innate ability, heightening its velocity beyond comprehension. With a speed imperceptible even to lower-tier knights, it burst forth from the shroud, its chilling claws and bared fangs aimed menacingly at MOU's throat. MOU scoffed, his gaze locked onto the airborne Jackal King, his eyes filled with an intense and frigid murderous intent. The target was within 1 meter of himself, and the gravitational force was amplified 20-fold. As he activated the gravity control bracelet, the overwhelming weight bore down upon the Jackal King, propelling it uncontrollably toward the ground. Panic flickered in its eyes as its height diminished to the level of MOU's waist, yet remained over a meter away. The immense gravitational force caused its eyes to bulge, internal organs to rupture, and its brain to suffer damage, but inertia compelled it forward, still hurtling toward MOU. In less than a second, MOU employed telekinesis to create a barrier of psychic energy before him, akin to a cushion of soft air. Its speed was cushioned, and though the recoil strained its neck, it did not break. The rear of its body, slowed by the deceleration of its head, began to rotate upward in a circular motion, rendering its form perpendicular to the ground. At that moment, seizing the Jackal King's momentary lapse in reaction, MOU struck with a swift sword. Breath of the Sun, 12th form, Flame Dance. An arc of fiery sword energy cleaved through the Jackal King's head. with hot blood and flames coalescing into a crimson ring of sword energy. The Jackal King's head was severed in an instant, its lifeless body crashing against the psychic barrier before collapsing to the ground, its 2-meter-long form still quivering, the severed head soaring away, eyes filled with lingering confusion. Mou stored the Jackal King's body and head in his inventory and slowly approached Baron Wayne. As the mist gradually dissipated, Baron Wayne and the others anxiously observed the retreating fog, praying that the figure emerging would be the young knight rather than the vicious Jackal King. Ultimately, they breathed a sigh of relief, for their wishes were fulfilled. The not-so-tall youth emerged from the dissipating mist, framed by the clear, twilight sun, as if stepping forth from the very light itself. The Tyndall effect caused the light surrounding the youth's form to create a radiant column that outlined his silhouette, and a vibrant rainbow manifested above his head. In that moment, they felt as though this boy was a deity, the son of the sun. The lingering essence of solar swordsmanship that still enveloped Mou induced a mesmerizing illusion among them. "I praise you, my lord. You are the embodiment of the sun god." Baron Wayne could not help but extol Mou as he approached. "I am not the incarnation of the sun god. I am merely the second son of a passing baron." Mou replied with a hint of amusement. "Thank you for your rescue. I am Baron Wayne, and this is my daughter, Rashiel." Wayne expressed his gratitude once more, drawing the dazed Rashiel closer. Rashiel felt an undeniable affection for this gallant and handsome youth. Her heart raced, and a rosy blush adorned her lovely face. Rashiel, what is the matter? You should thank our benefactor," Baron Wayne urged, rousing his daughter from a reverie. "Thank you, valiant and fearless warrior. My name is Rashiel." She restrained herself from uttering words that could be misinterpreted, fearing that any declaration of devotion might embarrass her father. "Greetings, Baron Wayne and Miss Rashiel. I am Mou Jean Sway, the second son of Baron Jean Sway of Jean Sway Town." Mou introduced himself succinctly. "Ah, thank you, brave young master Mou. Please allow me to visit Jean Sway Town to express my gratitude to your father for raising such an exceptional son," Wayne exclaimed in admiration. "However, we should hasten to bury the bodies. The stench of blood will attract more beasts or monsters," Mou reminded, surveying the lifeless corpses scattered around. At that moment, Dickens, observing Mou's swift departure, followed closely with the soldiers. Upon seeing that Mou was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief, but was immediately struck by the sight of the dead and the bloodthirsty wolves, causing a cold sweat to break out. They knew that if they were targeted by the pack of bloodthirsty wolves, it would likely spell doom for their entire army. Mou quickly instructed the soldiers to assist in burying the bodies, then prepared to take his leave of Baron Wayne. "Baron Wayne, I have been dispatched to White Orchid City to escort the Baroness and the Baron's eldest son back to Jean Sway Town. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave," he said, addressing Wayne while observing the soldiers who had finished burying the bodies and were lining up to depart. "Oh no, my lord. The monsters are preparing to attack White Orchid City. Going there now would be tantamount to courting death. I have just escaped from White Orchid City." Baron Wayne responded with trepidation. "Fear not. Baron White has already sought assistance from the Order of Discipline. There should be no cause for concern," Mou replied, unafraid of the monsters, instead eager for the chance to acquire more extraordinary traits. "Very well. I wish you luck, young master Mou. I shall visit Jean Sway Town to convey my gratitude to your father," Wayne conceded, knowing that further persuasion would be futile. "Then, I bid you farewell, Baron Wayne and Miss Rashiel." Mou performed a knightly salute and promptly mounted his steed, ready to depart. "Young knight Mou, please ensure your safe return," Rashiel called out, waving her hand in farewell. "Understood. Wishing you safe travels," as Mou, riding atop a turnip, vanishes from their sight with the soldiers. Chapter 40. Night assault by wolves and monsters. As evening approached and darkness began to envelop the land, Mou and his soldiers sought refuge beneath a rocky cliff for the night. After bidding farewell to Baron Wayne, they had traveled approximately 10 kilometers. With over 40 kilometers remaining to Balan City, they anticipated reaching their destination by tomorrow evening, provided all went smoothly. As night fell, Mou organized the soldiers to take turns keeping watch, while he resolved to forego sleep in favor of cultivation, enduring the night through meditation. The wilderness posed significant dangers, and the night amplified these threats. One must remain vigilant and alert, for the perils of the night could claim one's life before they even realized it. For dinner, they consumed the flesh of the bloodthirsty jackals MOU had slain earlier, ensuring the soldiers had taken sufficient portions before departing. Although the meat was rather tough, it was still preferable to venison, yet venturing out into the inky darkness for hunting was not an option. With simple provisions and the meat of the bloodthirsty jackals, they concluded their evening meal. MOU then settled against the rock face, adopting a cross-legged position to meditate and cultivate. Following a grueling encounter with a first-tier bloodthirsty jackal, the essence within him had significantly increased, nearing the threshold of condensing a cyclone of energy. That night, MOU intended to expedite his cultivation using a precious mid-grade magic stone, combined with the effects of the 9 orifices golden elixir and the breath of the sun technique, which he believed would substantially elevate his energy limits. Clutching the valuable magic stone tightly, MOU absorbed its pure energy, significantly enhancing the conversion speed of his essence. At that moment, Dickens and 4 soldiers were on watch while the remaining 5 slumbered, tasked with guarding the night. The crackling of the fire added to the stillness of the night, while the occasional calls of unknown creatures instilled a sense of dread. However, MOU paid little heed to these external factors, instead employing the lowest power of his observation hockey to survey a 200-meter radius around him, conserving his energy. With each breath, he delved deeper into his cultivation. MOU's essence had already begun to rival the fighting spirit of lower-tier knights. Yet he still could not condense a cyclone. Only under his guidance did the essence begin to slowly circulate, absorbing more energy for transformation. The 3 core witchcraft runes seemed to serve as the center of his dantian, aiding in the rotation of his essence. Suddenly, a thought struck MOU. Could he dissolve the witchcraft runes to allow his essence to return to his dantian, thereby increasing its total amount? Cautiously, he began to disband one of the runes, and instantly a surge of essence flowed back into his dantian. The essence began to operate autonomously, circulating throughout his body to enhance his physical attributes, while external energies and those within the magic stone were swiftly drawn into his being, participating in the accelerated cycle of energy. MOU's essence surged, and the energy within his dantian began to resemble a whirlpool, though it had yet to rotate on its own. MOU was greatly astonished. What was this operation? If he continued to dissolve the runes, perhaps he could achieve a breakthrough, and moreover, the total amount of true essence after the breakthrough would far exceed that during the dissolution of the runes. This implied that whenever MOU encountered a bottleneck, he could utilize the dissolution of runes to advance, and then, once his total true essence increased, he could once again condense the runes. However, this operation required MOU to have a certain accumulation, enabling him to precisely time the breakthrough. Typically, dissolving true essence does not lead to a breakthrough, as the rate of true essence condensation does not elevate in the same manner as during an actual breakthrough. Thus, while dissolving runes in normal circumstances could augment the total amount of true essence, the inability to meet the breakthrough requirements precluded any advancement. MOU felt that even if he dissolved the remaining 2 runes, it would not suffice for him to break through. The accumulation during this period was insufficient for him to advance to a formal knight. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, MOU recondensed the dissolved runes, ensuring he had adequate measures in place for any unexpected events. Subsequently, he replenished his depleted true essence. With this method, future breakthroughs would become exceedingly manageable. As long as he amassed enough, he could transcend the barriers. As midnight approached, MOU abruptly ceased the operation of his true essence, for he sensed a pack of night shadow wolves encircling the cave, clearly targeting MOU and his companions. Dickens, wake them up. A pack of night shadow wolves is approaching. Montague alata Dickens. He instructed the soldiers to stoke the fire, then ventured to the outer perimeter to assess the number and strength of the night shadow wolves. Upon careful counting, he discovered there were an astonishing 79 of them, fortunately lacking any first-tier magical beasts. The Wolf King was merely a demonized night shadow wolf, possessing the ability to nearly vanish in the darkness. Regrettably, this ability was countered by MOU's innate advantage. The night shadow wolf king's invisibility was merely optical, while MOU's observation hockey did not rely on visual locking. Although the other night shadow wolves boasted pitch-black fur that reflected little light, granting them formidable nighttime concealment. They were predominantly ordinary beasts. Aside from their considerable numbers, they posed little other threat. Mo, wishing to avoid trouble in the dead of night, promptly aimed his tiger bone bow at the invisible Wolf King, intending to eliminate it directly to force the pack's retreat. The arrow employed was inscribed with the sharpness rune, further augmented by infusing it with true essence and the intent of the sun's sword, sufficient to annihilate the not-so-resilient demonized Night Shadow Wolf King. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, transforming into a streak of light, aimed at the stealthy Night Shadow Wolf King, who believed itself undetected. The Wolf King did not have the time to howl in despair before the arrow pierced through its eye socket, directly penetrating its skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The surrounding Night Shadow wolves were startled, only to realize that their king had fallen. Just as they prepared to retreat, the king's 4 personal guards suddenly turned against one another, exhibiting a mindless competition for the position of the Wolf King. Mo paid no heed to the fray among the Night Shadow wolves. Instead, he utilized his telekinetic ability to drag the Wolf King's corpse back and stored it in his inventory, contemplating that the pelt of this invisible wolf could be fashioned into a cloak of invisibility. At that moment, the contest among the Night Shadow Wolf pack had determined its victor. A loyal guardian of the Wolf King had seized the throne. Yet before it could issue commands, Mo swiftly loosed an arrow, striking it dead and pinning its lifeless form to the ancient tree. Only then did the pack recognize their true leaders, and in a frantic disarray, they clutched the corpse of the fallen Night Shadow Wolf and fled. Mo had anticipated a tranquil night ahead, but to his astonishment, as the night deepened, peculiar sounds began to stir. The soldiers, equally bewildered, rose to gaze into the abyss beyond the cave, sensing an inexplicable allure beckoning them. In the pitch blackness of the night, devoid of any light, the darkness harbored whispers that, upon closer listening, revealed the voices of those most cherished or longed for. Each time these voices echoed, Mo's Sharingan instinctively activated, slowly rotating to shield him from the invasive allure of these phantasmal sounds. Unfortunately, the soldiers were not as fortunate. Drawn by the visions of their loved ones, they began to wander into the darkness. Without hesitation, Mo incapacitated them, his gaze gravely fixed upon a certain point in the shadows. Chapter 41. The man who aspires to be the king of bandits. There stood a figure clad in a white dress, with black hair obscuring its face, a presence unmistakably ominous, emanating a distinctly foul aura. Indeed, this was a creature of the abyss, possessing the ability to induce illusions through sound. Lured by the sanguine scent of the Night Shadow wolves, it had hoped to feast upon their flesh and grow stronger. However, it encountered Mo, who was impervious to its illusions. Though it succeeded in ensnaring 10 soldiers within its phantasm, it could not harm Mo in the slightest. As fate would have it, Mo was the natural nemesis of this creature, which, despite its apparent prowess, could only produce illusory sounds. Relishing the opportunity to vanquish such a reckless entity, Mo unsheathed his knight's sword, harnessed the breath of the sun, and unleashed a sword aura reminiscent of a fire dragon. In an instant, he traversed dozens of meters, cleaving toward the creature's neck. To his surprise, he discovered that this entity was but an illusion. It lacked a physical form. Had his knight's sword not been imbued with the essence of the sun, it likely would have failed to harm the spectral creature. Although the sun's essence scorched the creature, it remained undeterred, persistently generating illusory sounds in an attempt to hypnotize Mo. Sheathing his knight's sword, Mo drew his Zanpakuto, once more unleashing a fiery sword aura that swiftly severed the creature's head. With a piercing scream, the illusion dissipated into the air, and a wisp of green energy was absorbed into Mo's storage. In the stillness of the night, he felt an exhilarating triumph over the formidable foe. Gradually, the soldiers began to awaken, witnessing Mo standing at the cave's entrance, still enveloped in a lingering essence of the sun's sword intent. Master Mo, how did we lose consciousness? I could have sworn I heard my daughter calling me. It's quite strange. I had a similar experience, another soldier chimed in. I heard the voice of my deceased mother. I was dazed, and then I glimpsed her figure before I was overcome by pain in my neck and fell unconscious. The other soldiers chattered amongst themselves, recounting the eerie sounds they had heard and the loved ones they had seen. It was merely a monster. Its illusory sounds lured you outside. I rendered you unconscious and dealt with the creature, Muyu remarked with an air of nonchalance. Ah, so it was indeed a monster. If it weren't for young Master Muyu, we might have met our demise, one soldier exclaimed, the gravity of their situation sinking in. Indeed, had we ventured out, we would likely have been devoured by that beast. Filled with trepidation, they resolved not to sleep for the remainder of the night. As the specter of the monster haunted their thoughts, Muyu returned to his position and sat in meditation, opening his storage interface to examine the information regarding his newly acquired extraordinary trait. The low-tier extraordinary trait, mild contamination, possessed the ability to emit illusory sounds that could hypnotize weaker-minded beings, with the unfortunate side effect of inducing nightmares each night. Contemplating this rather lackluster ability, Muyu decided to utilize it for a lottery draw, drawing it into the altar. As the green light faded, a luminous green orb emerged. It was a wondrous ninjutsu from a certain ninja realm. Earth Release, Earth Spear, which could envelop the body in a layer of rock as hard as diamond, providing formidable defense against any physical or elemental attacks, except for lightning. The Earth Shield technique had been transformed into the Earth Spear ninjutsu. Is this what I get from a single green lottery draw? Just an Earth Release ninjutsu? Muyu mused as he observed the complexity of the Earth Shield technique. One of the 3 runes within him, now intricately altered. Nevertheless, he could clearly envision and outline the runes for the Earth Spear sorcery. Comparing it to first-tier sorcery, Muyu discerned that the complexity of the Earth Spear exceeded that of first-tier spells, but did not quite reach the level of second-tier sorcery. With a thought, he replicated the Earth Spear's sorcery within himself and cast the spell. Instantly, a fluid, black rock layer formed upon his surface. He struck it fiercely with a knight's sword. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew. The Earth Spear remained unscathed while the sword was deflected. Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Having acquired a powerful first-tier sorcery with a consumption level akin to a spell trick, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. At that moment, he recalled that he could attempt to utilize ninjutsu. However, based on his memories, neither the Fireball Jutsu nor the Water Dragon Jutsu, which required intricate hand seals, could be executed here. The hand seals were a hallmark of the Naruto world, and in this realm, they proved ineffective, especially since even the Earth Spear required a sorcery to localize it. Muyu realized he had been engaging in fanciful thinking. There were fundamental rules to adhere to. Yet, he remembered a ninjutsu that did not require hand seals, which he might be able to employ. Indeed, it was the chakra ball. This technique required merely to manipulate his true essence in his palms, controlling a chaotic rotation. Understanding the principle, the method of energy manipulation was not overly complicated, and his mental acuity and control were sufficient. Thus, Muyu began to practice diligently, and as dawn approached, he finally succeeded in forming the initial version of the chakra ball. The spiral technique unleashed by Jinyuan exhibited a remarkable potency, effortlessly creating a gaping hole in a tree as thick as 2 people could embrace. It was evident that lumberjacks would remain gainfully employed. The power surpassed even that of the chainsaws wielded by the bald men of Bear Mountain. Muyu found himself bereft of time to further innovate advanced techniques, such as the Great Ball Spiral or Wind Release Spiral. As dawn broke the following day, the faint morning light pierced through the treetops, illuminating the mist that lingered in the forest, casting dappled beams upon the leaves below. The dew on the foliage silently cascaded down as the early birds began their foraging, while various small creatures stirred from their slumber. Muyu roused his weary soldiers, who, despite their exhaustion, had managed to remain unscathed through the night as perils. The day's journey unfolded without incident, covering nearly 30 kilometers by midday, where they casually consumed their rations before continuing on their way. By evening, Muyu finally beheld the oak-clad hills that marked the territory of the White Orchid Domain, a sight lush and vibrant. A smile graced his lips as he noticed an unexpected encounter amidst the woods. "Why we halted, young Master Muyu? We should reach White Orchid City before nightfall," Dickens inquired, puzzled by the sudden cessation of their march, assuming Muyu intended to rest for the night. "There are 12 bandits preparing to ambush us. Though they appear rather amateurish," Muyu remarked with intrigue, noting that this was his first experience with highwaymen. The miscreants wielded farming implements, such as sickles and hoes, with only their leader possessing a rusted sword riddled with nicks. "What shall we do, brother? It seems we have been discovered." One of the bandits expressed trepidation. "What is there to fear? We possess that artifact. Can we not handle these ruffians? Another retorted, albeit uncertain of their foe's tenacity. Noting the bandits carried no visible spoils or signs of wealth. Fools, this is our inaugural foray into banditry, and it must be executed with flair. Charge forward with me, the leader commanded. Very well, that horse could fetch a handsome price. Before long, 12 robust men, resembling more of a band of displaced persons than true brigands, emerged from the thicket. Robbery, comply, and surrender your valuables, the leader declared. Pray tell, esteemed gentlemen, what brings you here? Do you not fear the wrath of the Viscount of White Orchid? A bandit retorted, incredulous. The Viscount is too preoccupied. White Orchid City is on the brink of collapse. He has no strength left to concern himself with me. I am the leader of the Black Pig Gang in White Orchid City. I wisely vacated the city early to assume the mantle of Mountain Bandit King here. How amusing. Yet you believe your meager armaments can confront us, fully equipped. What hidden card grants you such audacity? Montague interjected. I have my tricks. If you wish to survive, you will obediently yield your treasures. Oh, I shall test your hidden card. What if you deceive me? The leader challenged. Wait and see. You may come to regret your choices. At that moment, the leader produced a whistle from his garments and was poised to blow it when Mou activated his two-tomo Sharingan, hypnotizing him. Under the spell, the bandit relinquished the whistle, tossing it to Mou. Intriguingly, I did not anticipate this to be an extraordinary and forbidden artifact. It is far too perilous for you to manage. It would be prudent to entrust it to my care, declared after extracting its extraordinary properties, addressing the leader. Brother, what are you doing? Why have you cast away our trump card? A nearby bandit exclaimed, shaking the leader vigorously until clarity returned to his mind. Where's my whistle? Who took it? Was it you? Without the whistle, how can we execute our heists? The leader looked suspiciously at his empty palm, interrogating a subordinate beside him. Brother, have you lost your mind? You threw the whistle to that child yourself, and now you seek it from me. Where's the brotherly loyalty? The subordinate grumbled with evident dissatisfaction. Ahem, little one, that whistle belongs to your uncle. Might you return it? I can trade you some candy for it. The absurd leader offered, producing a crumpled piece of candy in an attempt to reclaim the whistle. What do you think? With such incompetence, you wish to be a bandit? Are you aiming for graduate studies? Remarked with a look of disdain. What is graduate studies, brother? The bewildered subordinate inquired. Get lost. I advise you to read more, yet you remain ignorant. But brother, I have never been educated. I've always been tending to the fields. Do you oppose everything I say? Do you wish to usurp my position as leader? Not all, brother. My mind isn't sharp enough to become the leader. Hey, what are you all discussing? Can you not show some respect for your profession? Dickens, bind them and escort them to White Lawn City for judgment, said, somewhat exasperated. Understood, young master, Dickens replied, instructing the soldiers to prepare ropes before approaching the bandits. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am quite formidable in combat. Do not disrupt the peace. The bandits attempted to resist, but they were no match for the well-trained soldiers, swiftly subdued and bound hand and foot with a single rope. Let us proceed to White Lawn City, declared, leading the way. We cannot go to White Lawn City. It is perilous outside, with monsters lurking about. The bandit leader struggled against the ropes, attempting to flee, but a soldier's kick swiftly subdued him. It appears the monsters from Oakwood Town have shifted towards White Lawn City. They have yet to be dealt with, and they have breached the blockade. What utter incompetence! Scolded, however, was indeed unjust in his criticism of the Viscount of White Lawn. Without specialized means, some monsters are not easily vanquished by mere knights. Accompanied by soldiers and the captured bandits, soon arrive at the outskirts of White Lawn City as twilight descended. The soldiers atop the walls ignited torches, preparing for any eventuality. The city walls of White Lawn stood approximately 4 meters high, brimming with soldiers, while bonfires illuminated the surroundings. It seemed White Lawn City had entered a state of martial law. I had not foreseen the situation deteriorating to such an extent, mused. Who goes there? Why do you approach White Lawn City? A knight, possessing the strength of a high-ranking knightly squire, inquired of. I am a second son of Baron Jean Sway, tasked with escorting the Baroness, who is the sister of the Viscount of Bylon, along with the Baroness' son back to Jean Sway Town, Muyu declared loudly. What about those bound individuals? They're a group of farmers who have just turned to banditry and attempted to rob us. I have apprehended them and intend to have you detain them. How can you prove that you were sent by Baron Jean Sway? I possess a letter from Baron Jeansway addressed to the Viscount of Bylon, bearing the Jeansway family crest. Muyu replied as he produced the letter from within his garments and presented it to the knight. Very well. I shall open the city gates and inspect you. I hope you do not attempt any treachery, lest you face immediate execution. The knight descended from the city walls, instructing the soldiers to open the gates, and stepped outside to receive the letter, examining it with great care. The letter is in order. I must ascertain whether you are tainted by any malevolent entities or parasites. The knight held a lantern in hand and approached the group. Muyu sensed a faint spiritual aura and a sanctified essence emanating from the lantern. This is the holy flame lantern of the Church of the Sacred Fire, capable of detecting any contamination or traces of malevolent beings. Should such a presence be detected, it would ignite explosively. The knight elucidated, seemingly aware of Muyu's confusion. This lantern appears to lack sensitivity. The bandit harbors a tainted aura due to contact with forbidden transcendent materials, yet has regrettably gone undetected. Muyu pondered whether this was due to the lantern's insensitivity or if the contamination fell beyond its detection scope. Very well, you may enter. I shall have the soldiers inform the Viscount and arrange accommodations for you. Do not venture outside at night, as there may be malevolent creatures or soldiers on patrol. The Viscount will meet with you tomorrow. The knight instructed 2 soldiers to escort Muyu and his party to their quarters, while the bandits were taken directly to prison. Following the soldiers' lead, they were brought to a standalone 2-story building near the barracks. This shall serve as your residence during your stay in Bylon City. The entire building is at your disposal, the soldier informed Muyu. Thank you very much. As the soldier departed, Muyu promptly led his horse, Radish, into the stable, providing it with some hay and soybeans before stepping out again. The ground floor featured a hall adjacent to the kitchen and washroom, equipped with ample provisions. At the center of the hall lay a fire pit with a hanging pot above it. After instructing the soldiers to prepare meat porridge, Muyu proceeded to inspect the bedrooms, discovering 6 rooms as anticipated. He would occupy one alone, while the other 10 would share rooms in pairs, a highly reasonable arrangement. Upon returning downstairs, the soldiers began to remove their armor and weapons, evidently fatigued. A simple meal of meat porridge and bread sufficed for dinner that evening. After bathing in the washroom, Muyu returned to his upstairs bedroom, with a storage ring at his disposal. He could easily change into fresh clothes and carry delectable provisions and pure water. Lying on the bed, Muyu opened his panel to review the 2 extraordinary traits he had acquired. Chapter 43, A Night of Terror at Present. Muyu possesses 5 unutilized extraordinary traits. The cloak's ability to diminish presence, the gemstone's soul curse, the dye's divination, the spore replication of the mushroom creature, and the whistle's extraordinary quality. Muyu intends to employ the cloak's presence-diminishing trait for a lottery, as he has acquired the enchanted pelt of the Night Shadow Wolf King, which can be fashioned into an invisibility cloak. Instead of immediately participating in the lottery, Muyu activated the extraordinary trait extracted from the whistle. This low-tier trait, slightly tainted, possesses the ability to emit noise that induces unconsciousness, with the side effect of causing insomnia. Observing this trait, Muyu comprehended why the bandit leader dared to rob solely with a whistle. Once blown, it indeed poses a calamity for ordinary individuals, rendering them defenseless in an instant. Nonetheless, this extraordinary trait holds little utility for Muyu and remains merely immaterial for the lottery. Entering the lottery interface, Muyu placed the presence-diminishing trait into the offering and clicked to sacrifice. From the green light, a green orb descended, which Muyu ignored, instead continuing to sacrifice the whistle's extraordinary trait. Another green orb fell, and with 2 lottery chances, Muyu felt a burgeoning anticipation for the items he might acquire. From the world of Sekiro, he received a healing gourd crafted by the apothecary Ma of the Ashina clan, designed for wound recovery. It contained 3 doses of medicinal liquid, which would automatically replenish daily, capable of reviving even one on the brink of death. Truly a miraculous gourd. Exclaiming in delight, Muyu marveled at the healing gourd. Though it only held 3 doses, it was indeed a rare treasure. He pondered whether the wolf could still combat various sword saints without the gourd. Holding the purple gourd, he joyfully shook it, hearing the liquid within, and contentedly stowed it away. Suddenly, an idea struck Muyu, leading him to retrieve 3 bones. one from the ferocious serrated rat, another from the enchanted night shadow wolf, and the last from the Tier 1 demonic beast, the bloodthirsty jackal. His intention was to refine these bones into a bone vial using a forging array, then blend the powder derived from the extraordinary forbidden object's vessel with the blood of the Tier 1 beast to create ink. Finally, he would inscribe a sealing witch array on the vial to preserve the healing gourd's liquid, hoping to ascertain whether it could maintain its potency. This way, the inexhaustible medicinal liquid could be preserved daily, preventing the waste of its automatic replenishment. As for the choice of 3 different grades of bones, it was, of course, to conduct a comparative experiment and determine which offered the best cost-performance ratio. MOU, resolute in his decision, immediately began inscribing the forging array, then outlined it with the ink before shaping it. The creation was divided into the vial body and the cap, with a special design for a tightly fitting lid. After shaping, MOU commenced the intricate task of inscribing the sealing array. Though complex, it was swiftly accomplished with his telekinetic finesse. The final step involved using the extraordinary traits vessel to create a permanent witch array material. Once the ink was prepared, he commenced the meticulous task of outlining it, stroke by stroke. Through the ingenious design of MOU, the mystical patterns upon the bottle cap align with those on the bottle itself once the cap is tightened, activating the enchantment. As the night deepened, MOU successfully crafted 3 distinct medicinal sealing vials. With utmost care, he transferred the healing liquid from the gourd into each vial, swiftly securing the caps. The ethereal glow of the enchantment signified his success. Suddenly, MOU slapped his own face, realizing that the temporal space within the storage compartment was stagnant. The medicinal liquid could remain preserved without the sealing runes. Nonetheless, it could serve others, rendering his efforts not in vain. He placed the medicinal vials and the gourd into his storage ring, intending to assess the efficacy of the vials after some time. Only then did he turn his attention to the last item drawn. It was a manual of light-footed techniques from a martial arts realm, known as Ling Bo Wei Bu, which embodies the true essence of the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. The movements are graceful and ethereal, allowing one to automatically accumulate inner strength, deftly navigate perilous situations, and revel in freedom. Although it was somewhat lacking, it was still quite suitable for him. MOU had not anticipated that items from a martial arts world would be included in the lottery, but acquiring Ling Bo Wei Bu indeed filled a gap in his skill set. Upon claiming it, knowledge of the technique flooded his mind. He immediately practiced it within his room, following the 64 hexagrams, and felt a noticeable increase in his true essence during the process. Though it paled in comparison to the growth achieved through intense meditation, it was still commendable. MOU continued to practice in his chamber, adjusting his pace as he doubled his original speed, showcasing the profundity of this light-footed technique. Remarkably, as he operated, his true essence not only remained stable, but even augmented. After toiling for most of the night, MOU resolved to forego sleep, opting instead to meditate diligently. In this perilous alternate world, strength was the foundation of survival. As the night approached its latter half, he abruptly ceased his training. For the once dark room now emanated a dim, yellowish light, yet no discernible source illuminated it. Upon extending his observation hockey, he discovered that the yellow glow enveloped an area of several hundred meters. At that moment, everyone within the glow lay asleep. As MOU sought the origin of this peculiar light, he suddenly perceived a shadowy, faceless humanoid creature with claws materializing in a room 100 meters away. In an instant, it slashed the throat of a soldier lying on the bed, blood gushing forth, yet the soldier remained utterly motionless, as if already lifeless. Before MOU could discern the cause, the creature vanished from the room, reappearing in another, repeating its grisly act. A chill ran down MOU's spine. This monster might possess the ability to teleport, and the soldiers appeared to die without a hint of suffering, an unsettling reality. Without hesitation, MOU donned various pieces of equipment, brandishing his Zanpakuto, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. As time progressed, MOU witnessed the monster teleporting incessantly, ruthlessly slaying soldiers, the corpses of those fallen under its wrath, illuminated by a yellow light, withered as if their essence was being absorbed by this malevolent glow. This creature had claimed the lives of no fewer than 60 soldiers, appearing in a disordered manner, without a semblance of predictability, and not a single soldier dared to raise a cry. Just as MOU was about to take the initiative, a squad of Night Watch soldiers ventured into the Yellow Light's domain. They immediately sounded their horns, the piercing notes summoning more soldiers to the scene. The monster seemed to sense their arrival, disregarding the soldiers entirely, and continued its relentless assault on the slumbering troops. MOU rushed to awaken Dickens and his companions, but found them utterly unresponsive. Consequently, he relocated the 10 of them to a single room, ensuring that should the creature approach, he could safeguard the soldiers who had accompanied him. Outside, soldiers continued to discover their slain comrades, the overwhelming stench of blood rendering their faces pale with horror. As a low-ranking knight arrived, he ordered the troops to carry out all the deceased or unconscious soldiers and lay them upon the street. Chapter 44. An audience with Viscount Balin. Another squad of soldiers entered MOU's residence, stumbling upon him as he stood guard over his subordinates. Their astonished expressions revealed their thoughts. Nevertheless, MOU assisted them in moving Dickens and the others outside. Upon encountering the low-ranking knight, MOU noted his ashen countenance, dark as water, and after hearing the soldier's report, the knight turned his gaze upon the still conscious MOU. "Why have you not succumbed to slumber?" His tone was harsh, almost accusatory, as if he had already deemed MOU the culprit. "I have not slept at all, hence I remain awake," MOU retorted, refusing to yield to his demeanor. "Have you any notion of when the yellow light first appeared?" "About 10 minutes ago, the yellow light persists, and it seems the monster has set its sights on us." MOU was taken aback to see that, despite the evacuation of all soldiers, the creature had not retreated. "Have you seen this monster? Provide me with a detailed account." "Very well, but it comes at a price. I am not your subordinate, and you cannot command me." MOU had long been irked by the knight's condescension. The low-ranking knight drew his sword, aiming it at MOU, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. "That does not frighten me. 10 gold coins. Should you continue to threaten me with that sword, the price will increase. Here, take the money, and I hope you do not deceive me, or you shall learn what true cruelty is." The knight coldly instructed his high-ranking squire beside him. A pouch of gold coins was tossed toward MOU, who deftly caught it, having already discerned through his observation hockey that it contained 10 gold coins. It is a creature entirely cloaked in black, devoid of features, with human-like claws, an intermediate magical beast. It possesses the ability to render those who succumb to its yellow light into an unending slumber and can teleport within the range of this light, MOU succinctly described. Damn it, it possesses 2 distinct abilities. Indeed, it is an intermediate magical beast of the 8th tier, and its powers are exceedingly troublesome. The low-ranking knight gritted his teeth in frustration. This creature had not yet been vanquished, and now was the moment to seize the opportunity to slay it, contingent upon one's reflexes and swiftness. Holding his Zanpakuto, MOU meticulously surveyed his surroundings, poised to unleash a strike at any moment. Suddenly, he detected a familiar fluctuation emanating from a soldier positioned at a distance, and promptly issued a warning. Utilizing the wave step technique, MOU almost instantaneously appeared beside the soldier, unhesitatingly delivering a powerful sword strike towards the source of the disturbance. The blade made contact with the creature's outstretched claw, producing a crisp sound, leaving only a faint mark on the appendage. Yet, the creature did not dissipate. Instead, it retaliated with a swift swipe of its claws aimed at MOU's throat. In the gaze of onlookers, MOU refrained from employing the breath of the sun technique, opting instead to infuse his Zanpakuto with true essence to enhance its sharpness. With uncanny foresight, he struck the creature at the elbow joint, inflicting a deep wound. Yet no blood flowed, reminiscent of a desiccated corpse. Moreover, the sensation of his blade slicing through the creature was akin to a rusty axe cleaving through a parched tree root, indicating the formidable resilience of this monster. Before MOU could deliver a second blow, the creature vanished from sight, reappearing behind another soldier. MOU and the low-ranking knight quickly pursued, arriving just in time to intercept the creature's claws, which he severed with precision. Subsequently, MOU ensnared the creature with telekinetic force, applying 20-fold gravity upon it. He struck its neck with his sword, penetrating only an inch before resistance thwarted further incision. The creature's thrashing began to overwhelm MOU's concentration when a low-ranking knight arrived, delivering a powerful strike that also sank an inch deep into the creature's flesh. Yet, before he could withdraw and strike again, the creature vanished, reappearing at the boundary of the golden light. 1 second. The creature could only teleport again after 1 second had elapsed. MOU relayed this critical information. Subsequently, the creature seemed to realize that it could not succeed without neutralizing MOU and the low-ranking knight, and thus launched an assault against them. Fortunately, both individuals reacted with remarkable speed, countering the creature's assaults, leading to a stalemate. The creature understood it could not escape, as it could only jump instantaneously within the confines of the golden light, which remained stationary despite its movements. And it was unable to dismantle and reposition the golden light in a short span of time. Thus, the three engaged in a relentless struggle until dawn broke. As the sun ascended, the creature grew increasingly desperate, and at the moment the first rays of sunlight pierced through, the golden light field shattered, prompting the creature to frantically flee towards the shadows. However, the two would not grant it the opportunity, unable to teleport. The creature was akin to a lamb led to slaughter. Although challenging to eliminate, it remained ensnared. Afterward, MOU ceased his attempts to slay the creature. Instead, he relentlessly drove it back into the sunlight. With each contact with the rays, voluminous black smoke erupted, and the monster grew increasingly feeble. Ultimately, it succumbed to the brilliance of the sun, dissipating into a final wisp of black smoke, utterly evaporated. The two green orbs were deftly captured by MOU's interface, unnoticed by anyone. Thank you. It is through your assistance that I can avenge the fallen soldiers. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The low-ranking knight began to clear the scene alongside the soldiers. Meanwhile, those soldiers who had been plunged into slumber gradually awakened, and upon hearing of the events from the previous night, they were drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping death. The soldier who had almost perished hurriedly expressed his gratitude to MOU and the knight. MOU then led Dickens and the other soldiers back to their quarters, all of whom felt immensely relieved that they had not become part of the 60-odd deceased. Once MOU and the soldiers had washed up and enjoyed their breakfast, a messenger arrived, announcing that Viscount Byron wished to meet him. Consequently, MOU followed the soldier to a castle. Byron City was built against the mountains, with the castle perched atop, a common feature among the castles MOU had encountered. Accompanied by a servant, MOU entered the castle, which was similar in size to Baron Jean Sway's, but far more opulent, its decor exquisitely refined, a testament to Viscount Byron's considerable wealth. Upon entering a conference hall, the walls adorned with exquisite oil paintings and adorned with silver candlesticks, the lavish patterns reflected a certain ostentation. At the far end of the long table sat a portly gentleman in his 40s, clad in a splendid robe, his status as a mid-ranking knight not immediately apparent. Esteemed Viscount Byron, I am the second son of Baron Jean Sway, sent to escort the lady and young master back to the Jean Sway territory. MOU performed a knightly salute, presenting the letter from the Baron to a nearby servant, his voice resonant. You are MOU, correct? I must thank you for aiding in the slaying of that monster. As for my sister and nephew, they intend to attend the ball tonight and return tomorrow morning. You may wait for a day, Viscount Byron remarked indifferently, perusing Baron Jean Sway's letter while casually dismissing MOU. Understood. I shall abide by your wishes, MOU replied, disinclined to engage further, recognizing that he was not regarded as a significant figure. Very well, you may explore Byron City for now. Some items cannot be found in the small town of Jean Sway, Viscount Byron concluded, obviously eager to end the conversation. Chapter 45. Exploring Byron City, MOU is unfazed by Viscount Byron's demeanor. In his past life, he had been indifferent to others' perceptions of him. Such disregard was merely a trivial matter. Bidding farewell to Viscount Byron, he followed the servant out of the castle. It was evident that he had not been invited to the evening's ball, but MOU had little desire to attend such gatherings. With death looming near, the idea of hosting a ball seemed rather absurd. Upon arriving in Byron City, MOU resolved to seek out extraordinary and forbidden artifacts. Drawing forth Captain Jack's compass, I silently invoked the extraordinary attributes of the city of Bylan, albeit with the stipulation that they must not pertain to the forbidden artifacts of the Viscount of Bylan. It was impossible for MOU to acquire any of the Viscount's extraordinary taboo items while he still drew breath. A malicious thought flickered through MOU's mind. Should Bylan fall, perhaps he could take advantage of the chaos. Yet, this was merely a fleeting notion, for MOU genuinely wished for the safety of Bylan, knowing that many innocents would perish in its downfall. As the compass needle directed him, MOU resolved to seek out the nearest extraordinary taboo item. Despite the lurking threat of monsters, the streets remained lively, bustling with vendors hawking trinkets and homemade snacks. The atmosphere was vibrant, with many shops still open for business. Strolling down the thoroughfare, MOU indulged in a local delicacy, a delightful concoction of berries and cream reminiscent of a strawberry milkshake, though he questioned its cleanliness. Regardless, he made a sincere offering before taking a bite. May it be clean and hygienic, dear brothers. Arriving at his destination, he discovered a tailor shop and stepped inside. Valiant youth, what garments do you seek? I possess a wide array of styles, all exceedingly complete. Custom orders are also welcome. An elderly tailor approached him, inquiring with a warm smile. Good day, sir. May I take a look at your wares first? MOU replied. Of course. Feel free to browse. And you may try anything on. There are fitting rooms available. The tailor gestured invitingly. MOU entered the fitting area and perused the garments before him, meticulously searching until he found his objective, a double-breasted coat, albeit a women's version. His aim was one of the metallic buttons, knowing he could not purchase it separately and that the button could serve as an energy conductor. Thus, MOU extracted the extraordinary attribute from the button and approached the tailor with the coat in hand. Sir, how much for this coat? Oh, my young knight, that is a lady's coat, the tailor observed, mistaking MOU's youth for ignorance. Indeed, sir, I am aware. I wish to gift it to my mother. MOU fabricated a lie. Very well, you are a kind child. I shall offer you a discount. It will only be 10 silver coins, the tailor replied. Not well versed in haggling and unfamiliar with the prices, MOU recalled the bargaining techniques of his previous life. Sir, all my funds have gone towards nightly training. I possess only 5 silver coins. Might you sell it to me for that amount? Oh heavens, you are quite the negotiator. Very well. Seeing as you're my first customer, I shall sell it to you for 5 silver coins, the tailor agreed, promptly removing the coat and wrapping it for MOU. A pang of regret struck MOU. He realized he had been too naive, having overpaid 5 silver coins. Yet, there was little he could do, considering it a lesson learned. At least he had acquired a base of extraordinary attributes. Though the tailor had profited, he too had not emerged empty-handed. As MOU stepped out of the tailor's shop, draped in a coat, he made his way to a secluded spot where he detached the buttons, placing them in a storage compartment, while the coat itself was stowed away in a storage bracelet. Once again, he glanced at the compass in his hand, only to find it unable to indicate anything this time, signifying that within the vast expanse of Byland City, no suitable extraordinary taboo items were to be found. How lamentable. He mused that such a grand city should possess but a single extraordinary taboo item, even fewer than those in Jeansway Town. Arriving at an herbal shop, MOU intended to procure some medicinal ingredients, having spent the past period delving into the alchemical knowledge recorded in the gold potions. He had gleaned some understanding and resolved to acquire a variety of herbs for simple alchemical experiments. Excuse me, sir, are you in need of something for an injury? Our shop has a master apothecary who guarantees effective remedies, inquired a young female clerk. Oh, may I take a look at your potions? MOU expressed his curiosity regarding the concoctions available at the herbal shop. The young lady presented a selection of bottles and jars, only for MOU to discover that these so-called potions lacked any energetic response. Some were powders, while others were liquids, based on the clerk's descriptions. He discerned that they resembled a blend of Western and traditional Chinese medicines from his past life. The apothecaries had extracted certain substances from the herbs and mixed them with other extracts, resulting in these so-called potions. If you consider this Western medicine, he thought, the extraction is rather crude, and even the practitioners themselves are uncertain whether their methods can yield effective substances. As for the traditional medicine, they resort to rough extraction techniques to safeguard their secret formulas, preventing others from deciphering their prescriptions. MOU, somewhat exasperated, recognized that these purported potions were of mediocre efficacy, far inferior to the direct use of pure herbal powders. Noticing MOU's lack of interest, the young woman returned the items to their original place. I wish to purchase some herbs. Please acquire 10 portions of each item on this list, MOU instructed, intending to obtain materials for the crafting of apprentice-level alchemical potions. Chapter 46. Dragon's Blood Refinement. He aimed to concoct low-level apprentice potions that either exhibited no energy response or a faint one. Though deemed low-level, these potions would far surpass the so-called potions in effectiveness. The herbs he required were for 3 types of potions: The first was a hemostatic potion, akin to a wound powder, renowned for its exceptional ability to staunch bleeding and prevent wound infections, devoid of any energetic response. The second was an antidote capable of counteracting numerous common poisons and suppressing some potent toxins, exhibiting a faint energy response, thus qualifying as an extraordinary potion. The third was a stamina elixir, also classified as an extraordinary potion, designed to invigorate an individual throughout the day while providing a sense of satiety, reminiscent of a fasting elixir. These were the most commonplace herbs, selected for their simplicity in preparation, requiring no alchemical cauldron for their creation. Are you preparing to formulate potions with these herbs? The young woman asked curiously as she handed Mou the categorized ingredients. Well, something like that, Mou replied, scratching the back of his head. Remarkable. You possess the skill to concoct potions, a feat I have struggled with for quite some time without success. The girl pouted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Haha, I am merely an apprentice, much like yourself, often facing failures, Mou mused internally, contemplating that perhaps it was best not to delve into the intricacies of potion making. After bidding farewell to the girl at the apothecary, Mou resolved to return to his abode, for the dangers of White Orchid City loomed large, necessitating some preparations. Upon arriving home, Mou intended to examine the 3 extraordinary traits he had acquired since his arrival in White Orchid City. A sense of urgency propelled him to grow stronger. Navigating the perils of White Orchid City required formidable power. Opening his panel, he observed 3 newly added green orbs in his storage. He clicked on the first one, a minor polluted low-tier extraordinary trait, bestowing the ability to create a domain of light during the night, within which one can perform shadow leaps. The downside is the inability to bask in sunlight. This low-tier extraordinary trait indeed mirrored the teleportation ability of certain creatures. Quite impressive, yet somewhat impractical. Primarily, it could only be deployed at night, rendering it of limited utility. Secondly, the light domain remained fixed and could not be moved with the user, making it overly cumbersome. Thus, Mou resolved to use this extraordinary trait for a lottery draw. He dragged it to the altar and clicked to sacrifice, a familiar green light blossoming forth. Yielding a green orb, Mou refrained from inspecting it immediately, preferring to view all rewards at once. Next, he opened the second extraordinary trait, which bore a resemblance to the previous creature's ability. A minor polluted low-tier extraordinary trait, capable of inducing a deep sleep from which one cannot be awakened, with the side effect of requiring half a day to be spent in this profound slumber. This trait was a veritable boon for those plagued by insomnia. Yet it too proved somewhat impractical. The ability necessitated that the target first succumb to sleep, unless one engaged in a contest of who could stay awake longer, or resorted to ambushing a sleeping individual. It remained largely ineffective. Unsurprisingly, this trait was destined for the lottery as well, adding yet another prize to his storage. Mou then clicked on the third orb, which contained an extraordinary trait from a forbidden button artifact, a mildly polluted low-tier extraordinary trait, granting the ability to unfasten another's buttons instantly, with the side effect of being limited to wearing button clothing. What a peculiar ability this was, seemingly tailored for those with inappropriate inclinations or perhaps a gentleman's charm. Alas, Mou was neither a gentleman nor such a character. Otherwise, utilizing this ability would turn into a nightmare for any girl adorned in a button-up shirt. This distasteful ability, too, would serve better as lottery material, and Mou reluctantly sacrificed it. Gazing at the 3 orbs in his storage, Mou's spirits began to lift. He clicked on the first orb, the one derived from the shadow leap's sacrifice, a potion from a certain sci-fi extraordinary realm, dragon's blood, crafted from the essence of a royal beast, mixed with numerous precious materials, possessing the ability to significantly enhance physical attributes. However, due to the absence of cosmic energy in that world, its effectiveness is diminished. When applied to the skin, the process is mildly painful. Was somewhat taken aback. Was this system truly so remarkable? Could it procure anything? Was this not the elixir capable of transforming a warrior into a demigod? Without hesitation, he shed his garments and clicked to claim his reward. In his hand materialized a futuristic test tube, within which a crimson elixir swirled, shimmering with specks of light that danced in its depths. With focused intent, he commanded the dragon blood potion to pour forth from the test tube, meticulously applying it across his skin. concentrated deeply, channeling the breath of the sun and circulating his true essence. In an instant, the paradoxical sensations of extreme cold and searing heat penetrated his skin, purifying and enhancing his sinews and flesh to an extraordinary degree. His cells underwent rapid division and differentiation. His genes, subtly refined, while a torrent of primal energy surged into his being. His physical prowess escalated dramatically, yet this transformation came at a harrowing cost. Every fiber of his muscles felt as though it were being torn apart and reformed, rendering them more resilient. The 9 apertures golden core within his heart incessantly pumped the medicinal force throughout his body, causing his true essence to surge rapidly, soon propelling him to the rank of a low-level knight. Though on the brink of unconsciousness, he persevered, sweat pooling beneath him in a small puddle. His blood and bones were tempered anew, while fresh blood was birthed from his marrow. His nerve tissues grew exceedingly resilient, sharpening his reflexes to their utmost limits. After an extended period, the dragon blood was fully assimilated. Although he did not lose consciousness, he lay trembling on the ground, occasionally convulsing. Before long, he sensed the pain lessening, and he rose to his feet, finally able to assess his condition. Chapter 47. Adapting to power before him. His once fair skin now resembled exquisite jade, with pores so refined they were nearly imperceptible. The musculature beneath, though seemingly ordinary, possessed a formidable strength capable of rivaling steel with the slightest exertion. He unleashed a punch, and the air erupted with a thunderous crack, akin to the sound of firecrackers. This was despite lack of proficiency in martial arts, which prevented him from unleashing even a third of his potential. Within his dantian, the true essence had multiplied several-fold, coalescing into a swirling cyclone that spun with autonomy, signifying his ascension to the realm of a low-level knight, albeit with a true essence quantity double that typical for such a rank. Yet, as he had not yet achieved a full-body integration of his power, he could not yet be classified as a mid-level knight. His physical capabilities, having surged dramatically, rendered him unable to fully harness this newfound strength. However, a rough estimation revealed he had attained a force equivalent to 20 times that of an average adult, approaching 2 tons of sheer might. While this appeared substantial and paralleled the physical attributes of a high-level knight, it was imperative to note that originally possessed nearly 6 times the physical prowess of an average adult. Moreover, the dragon blood in its original realm could elevate one's physical capabilities to an astonishing 120 tons. Observe the panel's description indicating a reduction in power, which had diminished to approximately 1/60th of its potential. Nevertheless, even with this attenuation, the remarkable enhancement of his physical prowess remained a commendable reward. Not only has his physical prowess ascended to that of an advanced knight, but his true essence has also reached the level of a novice knight. Furthermore, both his observation haki and mental prowess have doubled in strength, and he has even begun to awaken the extraordinary traits of a celestial body. This has imbued MOU's physique with an invigorating vitality, akin to the regenerative abilities of Wolverine. His true essence now brims with life, capable of accelerating plant growth and healing the wounds of others. At this moment, MOU chose to forego the other 2 rewards and instead grasped his knight's sword to practice his swordsmanship, for he needed to swiftly master his enhanced physical abilities. Harnessing this sudden surge of power was crucial. Otherwise, he risked not only failing to unleash his formidable strength, but also making errors due to unfamiliarity with his newfound capabilities. It is noteworthy that after merely taking a sip of water, he had inadvertently crushed the ceramic cup. Such power, if not controlled and carelessly squandered, could spell disaster. From morning until afternoon, Moyu tirelessly practiced his sword technique, simultaneously honing his agility with a lingbo, weibu footwork. The synergy of these 2 practices significantly amplified the potency of his swordplay, transforming even his less graceful movements into a semblance of elegance. As dusk approached, he finally achieved a preliminary mastery of his body under tenfold gravity, ensuring that he would no longer shatter ceramic cups. However, he still struggled to handle delicate items such as eggs without risking damage. This required further adaptation, and what he lacked was a specialized martial art for body control, akin to the internal styles depicted in novels. Regrettably, he had never drawn such a technique. Otherwise, he would not find himself in this predicament. Since using the dragon blood, Mou had not ceased practicing his swordplay, neglecting even his lunch. Surprisingly, he did not feel particularly hungry, thanks to the abundant energy provided by the dragon blood and the 9-aperture golden pill. However, he was drenched in sweat, a result of both the dragon blood's effects and nearly a full day of sword practice. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he felt rejuvenated and promptly returned to his bedroom. Mou's primary objective remained unfulfilled. He needed to prepare some magical arrows and talismans for unforeseen circumstances. It was then that he remembered he needed to purchase arrows, having completely forgotten during the excitement of the 3 lottery draws. Stepping onto the bustling street, bathed in the slanting rays of the setting sun, he noticed that the flow of people had not diminished. Rather, they seemed to congregate for some peculiar reason at the street's edge. Paying no heed to the gathered residents, Mou pressed on, arriving at a weapons shop. Or more accurately, a blacksmith's forge, where a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard was busy at work, forging a large sword. Mou rarely encountered anyone wielding such a massive weapon, which resembled a door plank, heavy and lengthy, nearly as tall as himself. He could easily conceal himself behind it without detection. However, given his current physical capabilities, he could indeed wield the great sword with one hand, delivering powerful strikes that suited him well. "What can I get for you, young knight?" the bearded man inquired after quenching his forge. "I'd like to purchase some iron arrows, about 100, please." Has recently experienced a remarkable surge in strength, enabling him to wield iron arrows and draw the tiger bone bow to its full arc, even to the point of breaking it. "Young knight, iron arrows require a powerful bow to unleash their true potential. Can your slight frame handle such a formidable bow?" The burly man scrutinized physique, his gaze speaking volumes. "Uncle, I possess considerable strength," feigned innocence, resembling a child in his demeanor. "Ha! Considerable strength, you say? Can you lift that great sword?" The burly man gestured towards an exquisite sword resting in the corner. "Do not underestimate me. How can I not lift it?" retorted with mock defiance. "Lift it, you say? Very well. If you can wield that great sword and execute a basic knight's sword technique, I shall gift it to you. What do you think?" The burly man scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Church of Discipline. He believed himself to be astute, yet appeared anything but robust, were it not for his voice. He could easily be mistaken for a beautiful young girl. "That was your statement. Uncle, you cannot go back on your word." "Indeed, I stand by my word." "Very well, I shall begin." With that, approached the magnificent great sword, its blade adorned with intricate and lavish engravings, its surface resembling a dark mirror. Grasping the hilt, nearly level with his head, exerted a slight force and lifted it effortlessly, feeling remarkably light. Though the sword appeared large, it was crafted from a special alloy, akin to titanium in his previous life, light in density, yet superior in hardness, strength, and toughness. This imposing sword, standing a man's height, weighed a mere 40 kilograms. Aside from its color, this great sword bore a striking resemblance to Lonnie's Dark Moon greatsword, a legendary weapon of great renown. Thus, devised a clever ploy to engage the burly uncle in a wager, despite being financially capable of purchasing it outright. The burly man gazed in astonishment as wielded the great sword with one hand, executing basic sword techniques. As a blacksmith, he had crafted this sword with pride, yet had remained untouched, as no one deemed it worthy of their effort. The awkward situation had caused the sword to gather dust in the corner, only to be effortlessly maneuvered by a 13-year-old boy. "What say you, uncle? This sword is now mine. May I have a sheath as well?" proclaimed triumphantly, planting the sword in the ground. "Very well, the sword is yours. Please bestow upon it a name." "I am rather reluctant to part with it," the uncle replied, nostalgia etched on his face. "Let it be named the Dark Moon Greatsword," declared, pleased as he caressed the blade. He discovered that the material of the sword possessed energy conductivity, indicating its potential for inscribing alchemical runes. "Dark Moon, is it? A splendid name. The Dark Moon Great Sword belongs to you now. However, the sheath is crafted from millennium-old ironwood, and it comes at a cost." The burly man retrieved an intricately designed sheath from a cabinet and presented it to. Together with 100 iron arrows, the price is set at 3 gold coins. The uncle produced 3 quivers and handed them to Mou, without a moment's hesitation, promptly paid for the splendid great sword he had acquired without cost. "Thank you, dear sir, For this magnificent sword, I shall wield it with great care. With the Dark Moon great sword sheathed at his back, it felt akin to bearing a door panel, only slightly hindering his movements. Haha, I'm delighted that the Dark Moon has found a fitting master, he mused. But, good sir, why are there so many commoners still gathered in the streets? Are they awaiting someone? You are unaware? The Knights of the Order of Discipline, sent to deal with the monstrous entities, shall arrive this evening. They are here to greet them. Soon, Lord Viscount and several invited barons and knights will come forth to welcome them. I hear there is even a ball prepared this night in honor of the Order's knights. Ah, that explains it. Thank you. Kind sir, I must take my leave. You bid farewell to the bearded gentleman and ventured to a secluded spot to stow away his iron arrows and the Dark Moon greatsword. Upon returning to the main street, he beheld a group of elegantly attired nobles surrounding Viscount Bylan as they made their way towards the city gates. Among them was the rotund Dor, who strutted proudly in the second row, looking as self-important as a plump peacock, his flaxen hair impeccably styled. Dor spotted Mou and whispered something to a young man at his side, who nodded in response. Dor then approached Mou with an air of superiority. Brother, when shall we return to Jeansway Town tomorrow? Mou, unsure how long the pair would dawdle, took the initiative to ask. Oh, Mou, my dear brother, must you speak such disheartening words upon seeing me? If we are to depart tomorrow, I shall send word to you, Dor replied, preening his lavish garments with feigned nonchalance. Very well, farewell. Mou had no desire to engage further with this fool. Haha, what are you in such a rush for? Do you know whom we are here to welcome? Allow me to enlighten you. It is a high-ranking knight from the Order of Discipline, one of the 8th rank. No less. Tonight, I shall attend the ball with this esteemed knight. Are you envious? Impressive, is it not? Ah, indeed, Mou replied, seemingly indifferent. Dor, incensed by Mou's lack of enthusiasm, blurted out, Do you know why you cannot attend the ball? It is because I told our uncle to exclude you. Ha! You are but a lowly mudborn. You do not deserve it. Ah, indeed, you are worthy, quite worthy indeed, Mou retorted, disinterested in further discourse with the imbecile. Ignoring Dor's taunts and jeers, Mou returned to his abode. He needed to hasten in inscribing 100 arrows as magical projectiles, along with crafting some talismans. Even the Dark Moon greatsword could undergo alchemical runes. Fortunately, with the aid of telekinesis, both the inscribing of the magical arrays and the drawing of the runes became exceedingly convenient, swift, and precise. Moreover, the ability to multitask with several threads of focus significantly enhanced his efficiency. Upon reaching his chamber, Mou retrieved the iron arrows and the Dark Moon greatsword, then took out the dragonhide from the swift dragon he had slain. With telekinetic control, he utilized his blade to slice the beast's hide into uniform pieces, each the size of a palm, ready for use as talisman paper. This portion of dragon hide remarkably yielded over 100 pieces, consuming merely a tenth of the skin. Mou found the use of a single soul-cutting blade somewhat sluggish. He had previously tested his ability to manipulate 10 small blades simultaneously. Chapter 49. The Dark Moon greatsword to optimize his time. Mou understood that one must first sharpen their tools. He procured the fangs of a swift dragon, nearly 2 feet in length and exceedingly sharp. These fangs, being from the enchanted part of the dragon, possessed a hardness and various attributes that rivaled those of enchanted metals. By etching 10 dragon teeth with the soul-cutting blade and employing specially crafted ink to delineate formations, Mou successfully created 10 short blades that could serve both as throwing knives and carving tools. The subsequent task involved controlling these 10 dragon-tooth short blades for multitasking operations, inscribing mystical runes and energy circuits onto iron arrows. It was only when darkness fell that Mou inscribed various runes and circuits onto 100 iron arrows and the Dark Moon greatsword. The most challenging aspect was the Dark Moon greatsword itself, as Mou was inscribing a first-tier spell. The disassembly of this first-tier spell took a significant amount of time. Fortunately, Mou's mental prowess was formidable. He decomposed the structure of the extreme cold moon blade at each circuit's nodes, subsequently using a first-tier bloodthirsty jackal magic crystal as the core. This small magic crystal, which inherently possessed the first-tier spell quickening, was embedded in the sword's eye. It served as the critical point for triggering the first-tier spell while also allowing the use of the quickening spell from the crystal. Thus, Mou's sword-swinging speed with the Dark Moon greatsword was dramatically enhanced, enabling him to wield the first-tier spell extreme cold moonblade. Employing the specially formulated ordinary energy-conducting ink for 100 iron arrows and 100 talismans, with the assistance of his mental energy. MOU swiftly crafted 100 magical arrows and talismans. The final and most crucial piece was the Dark Moon Greatsword. MOU utilized the extraordinary properties of the host to grind and blend the essence of the first-tier bloodthirsty jackal with some gold dust, creating a permanent ink. Carefully, he delineated each decomposed part of the first-tier spell, followed by the runes that sealed the flow of energy, and finally, the energy circuits. Upon completion of this intricate process, MOU forged the first-tier magical weapon, the Dark Moon Greatsword. This sword inherently housed two first-tier spells, Quickening and Extreme Cold Moonblade, capable of directly storing energy for first-tier spells. Even without infusing true essence, it could unleash two ready first-tier spells. With a single hand, MOU grasped the Dark Moon Greatsword and triggered the two first-tier spell runes with his true essence. The sword transformed from dark to a brilliant blue, signifying the activation of the Extreme Cold Moonblade, while the hilt radiated a dark yellow glow of quickening. MOU deftly swung the sword towards a swift dragon's leg bone from a distance. The quickening spell activated, allowing him to unleash the Dark Moon Greatsword with such swiftness that it left an afterimage, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Immediately following, the Frost Moon Blade was activated, and the shimmering Azure Blade unleashed a brilliant glow. A wave of cerulean moon blade energy surged forth, swiftly severing the robust legs of the swift dragon, which were then encased in ice. After conducting his experiments, MOU discovered that the Swift Technique and Frost Moon Blade, both first-tier sorceries, could be sustained for a duration of 20 minutes. During this time, MOU resembled a tempest unleashed, executing the moon blade strikes with astonishing speed, surpassing even the efficiency of a machine gun. The moon blade could extend to a distance of 20 meters, maintaining remarkably high damage output. Ecstatic, MOU embraced the Dark Moon Greatsword, adorned with enigmatic runes and intricate circuits, although he deemed his approach somewhat opportunistic, as true alchemy involves inscribing energy circuits within the apparatus, rather than merely on the surface, where they are prone to damage upon impact. MOU had no intention of using the Dark Moon Greatsword as a close combat weapon. After replenishing the two expended sorcery runes with true essence, MOU stored them away along with the sorcery arrows and talismans. By the time he tidied everything up, night had fallen, and he speculated that the ball hosted by Count Bylan was underway. Within the opulent halls of Count Bylan's castle, elegant classical symphonies filled the air. The centerpiece was a dance floor bustling with elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies, some gracefully twirling, while others sipped white wine, engaging in lively conversations. Lord Dorr sat beside the Baroness, his eyes brimming with jealousy as he gazed upon a dashing gentleman dancing with a captivating woman in the center of the floor. He prided himself on being the nephew of Count Bylan, believing that inviting the Baron's second daughter would be a mere formality. Alas, the lady he had set his sights on rebuffed his advances, instead finding solace in the embrace of another Baron's heir. The atmosphere was vibrant, with clinking glasses and exuberant laughter, adorned with silver platters, golden forks, crystal goblets, and flickering candlelight, all accompanied by melodious music, creating an ambience of sheer normalcy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Count's steward lurked in the shadows, a twisted smile etched upon his lips. As the music came to a halt, Count Bylan clapped his hands, signaling for attention. "Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Church of Discipline for sending the righteous paladin to assist me. Let's warmly welcome Sir Hubert." Thunderous applause erupted as a towering knight clad in gleaming silver armor entered, holding his helmet in one hand and a grand sword of discipline slung across his back. "Very well, Count Bylan. I am here to address the matter of the monsters, not to partake in the ball," Sir Hubert remarked with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 50. The Ball's Unexpected Turn. Count Bylan had orchestrated this grand entrance for some uplifting purpose. Were it not for the substantial gold coins he had donated to the Pope, Sir Hubert would not have acquiesced to the Count's arrangements. Ah, behold how dedicated Sir Hubert is. With him present, these monsters shall be mere trifles. The noble Viscount of Bland, in an extravagant display of self-promotion, reveled in his lavish expenditures, eager to bask in the glory afforded by the Church of Discipline. "Do not hesitate, Sir Hubert," for these libations are the exquisite specialties of my domain. After tonight's ball, take your rest, and tomorrow we shall confront the monsters that plague us." The Viscount exuded a confidence that seemed to surpass even that of Sir Hubert himself. Sir Hubert, feeling somewhat exasperated, accepted the goblet presented by a maid and took a sip. He was indeed fatigued from the arduous journey, during which he had lost 2 horses in the relentless haste to reach the Viscount's estate. The festivities continued, music and dance filling the air, as all revelers indulged in merriment, drinking and savoring sweet confections, lost in the beauty of the moment. However, as the night deepened, an unsettling tremor erupted from beneath the ground, causing the castle to quake. The inebriated knights stumbled in confusion, while the ladies shrieked in terror, seeking refuge behind trusted companions. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Scream Party. Allow me to introduce the monsters in attendance," announced the Viscount's butler, his face alight with excitement as he performed an awkward noble bow. "Old Henry, what madness is this? Speak sense," the Viscount bellowed, shielded by a group of knights. "Ah, esteemed Viscount, I am no longer your Henry. Permit me to introduce myself. I am the first of the high monsters, the parasite demon. Surprised, are we? You fiend, what have you done to old Henry?" "Oh, he has been consumed by me. This aged skin was quite distasteful. I had intended to parasitize your 4th daughter, but alas, I accidentally caused her demise. No, rather a living death. Kill this monster at once." "Oh, you wish to slay me? Alas, I have another surprise in store. Try channeling your energy." The crowd's expressions darkened, including that of Sir Hubert, who found himself unable to summon his energy, feeling a disquieting weakness enveloping him. "Aha! Indeed, you guessed correctly. It is a poison, aptly named the Night's Sigh, part of the Viscount collection, which I discovered for you to test its effects. Curse you! Do you think this will lead to our demise? I have an army." "Oh, your army?" "They have long been encircled by the monsters I orchestrated." A pall of despair settled over the crowd, punctuated by muffled sobs. "Now, without further ado, allow me to present our second guest, the high monster, the burrowing worm." With this proclamation, the earth split open, shattering the opulent obsidian floor as a monstrous worm, over 2 meters in diameter with fearsome mandibles, emerged. Its dark red, ringed body and razor-sharp jaws sent the ladies into fits of terror, while some noblemen trembled in fright. And one, Lord Dor, was so overwhelmed he lost control of his bowels. The surrounding nobles frowned, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Now, we present the final esteemed guest, a high-ranking magical creature known as the Mist Wraith. Let's extend a warm welcome. Suddenly, a thick blanket of white mist enveloped the venue, disorienting the guests as terrifying wails echoed through the air. "Now, shall we engage in a game of hide and seek? To ensure our guests enjoy themselves, allow us 3 magical beings to seek you out. Remember to hide well. You have 100 seconds, so run for your lives, lest we catch you and satiate our hunger." Alas, the nobles and ladies fled in a frenzy, scrambling in all directions. Even the esteemed Baron Blanc and the valiant Paladin Hubert were not spared. However, against the might of these formidable creatures, their speed was utterly insufficient, and they were swiftly overtaken by the burrowing sandworm. Some knights, despite having lost their fighting spirit, attempted to resist. Their robust physiques offered them a greater chance of escape compared to the noble ladies, who lacked any means of defense. The typically delicate and graceful women now flailed about like headless flies, shrieking and weeping in terror. Yet, those self-proclaimed mighty knights found their swords ineffectual against the sandworm's armored hide. Instead, they inadvertently attracted its attention, and with a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, the creature ensnared the knight within its tentacles. As the knight trembled, tears streaming down his face, he was slowly drawn into the monstrous jaws. As the flower-like mouth closed, its keen fangs pierced his flesh, blood gushing forth like a burst balloon. A feeble cry escaped his lips before he was devoured whole. The sandworm then transformed the hard stone floor into sludge, burrowing beneath the surface. It navigated the subterranean depths, using the vibrations above to locate its prey. In an instant, it erupted from the ground, consuming a plump noblewoman. The horrifying screams mingled with the sickening sounds of bones shattering and blood splattering, sending chills down the spine. Meanwhile, the parasite demon floated gracefully within the dense fog, preying exclusively on beautiful young women. it would extend a tentacle, piercing the flesh and injecting venom that dissolved muscle and bone into a putrid slurry. Then, with a straw-like appendage, it would sip the mixture, savoring it as if indulging in a fine fruit tea. Another mist wraith dispersed numerous phantoms, each bearing a human guise. These apparitions darted into the fog, plunging into the body of a panicked gentleman, extracting his very soul. The soul entity was offered to the misty specter, which subsequently sought to capture other souls. Upon verifying the quality and integrity of the soul, the specter faced a choice, to either devour it directly or transform it into a shadow. It exclusively consumed the highest quality souls, while the lesser ones were transmuted into shadows, joining the ranks of the hunting legion. Meanwhile, on the other side, MOU encountered various monstrous assaults. With the Dark Moon greatsword slung across his back and the tiger bone bow in hand, he stepped out of his dwelling. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, compelling him to unleash a barrage of arrows indiscriminately. Approximately 20 of these abominations stood in confrontation with over 200 soldiers from the military camp. MOU aimed at a creature with an open maw full of sharp teeth and tentacles, loosing a mystical arrow. Under the influence of his true essence and the intent of the sun's sword, the lowly monster ignited in flames and perished swiftly. A green energy orb was absorbed by MOU's interface as he entered hunting mode. Most of these monsters were corporeal and relatively weak. One by one, he dispatched them with precision, soon clearing the area of all 20 foes. Turning to Dickens and the others, he handed them 20 arrows, instructing them to trigger their potency with blood, which could injure the monsters. MOU then resolved to head towards the castle, where a powerful aura of corruption lingered. Suddenly, he received a notification from his interface. 20 low-tier extraordinary traits allowed for a high-level lottery draw. Excitement surged within him. If the low-level lottery had drastically enhanced his abilities, what could the high-level one achieve? It then struck him that he had 2 rewards yet to claim, prompting him to check. One reward was the golden light spell from a certain otherworldly realm, Longhu Mountain, which offered a protective aura that repelled all evils. He had successfully localized the spell using mystical runes, resulting in formidable defense and endless versatility. The golden light spell arrived just in time. MOU immediately claimed it, and his mind filled with the localized runes of the spell. One of the mystical tricks in his Dantian was instantaneously transformed into a rune of far greater complexity, rivaling that of a second-tier spell. His Dantian now contained 2 runes surpassing first-tier spells, rendering him comparable to a 4th-level wizard apprentice. Opening the final green orb, he examined the prize's details. It was a nanomaterial blade from the Trisolaris world, exhibiting exceptional strength and resilience. As fine as a strand of hair, yet capable of lifting a truck weighing dozens of tons. The blade could extend for kilometers, displaying astonishing sharpness. MOU marveled at the almost transparent thread in his hand, with diamond-shaped darts crafted from the blade material at either end. It was quite suitable for telekinetic use. Should he control it with his mind, anything ensnared would surely be sliced into pieces. He wrapped the blade in his telekinesis and stored it in his spatial ring, preparing to find an opportunity to test its might. Observing the 26 newly acquired green orbs, which represented 27 extraordinary traits, he felt a surge of anticipation. Having selected 3 mediocre extraordinary traits, I synthesized the previously acquired soul curse, divination, and spore duplication, effectively eliminating their impurities and side effects for future use. Additionally, I favored 2 more abilities, combining them using 2 of the inferior traits, thereby purging contamination and adverse effects. These 2 traits are accelerated learning and illusion control. Were it not for my innate affinity for illusions and phantasms, this creature would present a far greater challenge. The remaining 20 inferior extraordinary traits are reserved for a high-tier lottery draw. In a bid to augment my power, I prepare to proceed with the draw immediately. 20 green orbs ascended to the altar, and this time, the manifestation was not of green radiance, but rather a vibrant purple glow. From this, a purple orb descended, which I promptly examined. It was a character card featuring the childhood protagonist from Violet Evergarden, who, like a wild beast, survives alone on a deserted island, yearning for companionship. She possesses an acute battle instinct, akin to the heightened senses and physique of a beast, rendering her an exceptional tool. What the hell is this? What a pathetic card. After 20 consecutive draws, I end up with a mere little girl. Are you trafficking in human lives? My frustration boiled over as I vented my ire. A powerful, ordinary person from an advanced draw? I am heading into perilous territory for a grand battle. Drawing this character card was utterly disheartening. Nevertheless, I had to confront reality. Leaping onto the adjacent rooftop, I dashed towards the castle, bounding across the rooftops. Chapter 52. The arrival of the little wooden boy within the castle of Count White Orchid. Dor led his mother, following closely behind the Count. 6 formidable knights shielded the Count and his unmarried daughter at the center. Instead of fleeing in panic towards the castle's exterior, they ascended towards its pinnacle. Their strategy was indeed astute. The burrowing demon worms and parasitic fiends showed little concern for their ascent to the castle's upper levels. One preferred to hunt upon the ground, while the other sought out the young and beautiful. Thus, only a few spectral shadows took notice of them, and these shadows lacked formidable strength. They could only infiltrate the bodies of those plunged into extreme terror, inducing such profound fear that the victims would perish, allowing the extraction of their soul essence. Although their assaults were merely fright tactics, the ethereal nature of these entities rendered them impervious to the might of the knights wielding their swords. This created a stalemate. The shadows could not induce death, and the knights, devoid of fighting spirit, could not harm the shadows. Only the light emitted from the lantern carried by Count White Orchid could inflict damage upon the shadows. Regrettably, this cursed artifact was not something he could entrust to another's care. A low-tier, cursed object, its luminescence dispels evil and filth. However, its oil was peculiar, requiring the addition of human blood to ignite, and it consumed blood at a rapid pace. At this juncture, a loyal subordinate would need to offer their blood to sustain the lantern's glow. However, this extraordinary forbidden object, the lantern, does bear certain side effects. When illuminated by the lantern's light, the bearer experiences sensations akin to sitting beside a roaring fire. At this moment, Lord Blanc, a mid-level knight, finds himself drenched in sweat, his lips parched and cracked. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to relinquish the lantern. In such a perilous situation, enduring discomfort is preferable to the specter of death. The lantern's illumination is limited, casting light only within a radius of approximately 4 meters, and they find themselves navigating stairways and corridors. Consequently, the trailing door and the Baroness must quicken their pace to remain within the periphery of the light's reach. Although the castle towers impressively, it comprises merely 3 stories, and they ascend, intent on reaching the safe room crafted by Lord Blanc. Their journey thus far has been relatively safe, with only spectral shadows haunting their path, devoid of other monstrous pursuers. In stark contrast, the nobles below have not fared as well. Of the once bustling crowd of over 100, only a mere handful remains. Scurrying in haste. The ground is stained with blood and littered with shattered bones, the earth pockmarked with gaping holes wrought by burrowing monstrosities. The paladin Hubert of the Disciplined Church, despite having lost the fighting spirit of a high-ranking knight, still ranks as an 8th-tier extraordinary being. Most members of the Disciplined Church traverse the secure pathways established by the Order of the Holy, known as the Path of Discipline, which boasts commendable strength and minimal side effects, ensuring safety. In contrast, other randomly assembled extraordinary beings may face fatal consequences due to their side effects. For instance, one trait's side effect might render water toxic, while another might necessitate water intake. Such peculiar side effects can lead to bizarre demises or leave significant vulnerabilities. Most wild extraordinary beings derive their powers from monstrous entities. Although their abilities may appear formidable, the side effects remain nebulous, leaving their fates to chance. In contrast, the extraordinary traits of forbidden objects, while well-defined in both capacity and side effects, require elaborate rituals or the presence of a 4th-tier saint for extraction, an undertaking only feasible by churches possessing 3 saints. The 4th tier is regarded as semi-divine, endowed with a faint semblance of divinity, and their lifespans are nearly sufficient to witness humanity's extinction. They are capable of performing many astonishing feats, and, to many, they appear as deities. The 9th tier of the Path of Discipline utilizes the Whip of Agony, derived from a relatively common monster. This whip inflicts excruciating torment upon foes, damaging their corporeal form. Its side effect is the necessity of enduring the agony of the whip once a month, which is not particularly severe. The 8th tier's extraordinary trait is known as adherence, allowing the individual to choose one or more behaviors to uphold as a form of discipline, thereby trading this for spiritual fortitude. The side effect manifests when the individual transgresses. The extraordinary trait abandons the transgressor, resulting in a potential reduction in tier spiritual turmoil, and a prolonged period of recuperation before the extraordinary trait can be re-embraced. The formidable nature of the extraordinary characteristics can utterly shatter the essence of a true spirit, leading to the disintegration of one's soul, a fate often befalling those of high-ranking extraordinary status, particularly those of sequence 6 and above. The more challenging and numerous the tenets to uphold, the greater the inflicted harm. The most potent can even reach a level of torment that affects both the soul and the corporeal form, as well as cause corruption. This forms the crux of the teachings of the tenets, a core sequence seldom mastered by others. At the tender age of 25, Hubert ascended to sequence 8 and became a high-ranking knight, a testament to his remarkable talent. He adopted 8 knightly virtues as his guiding tenets, which rendered him exceptionally effective against monstrous beings. In this moment, with the strength of sequence 8, he contained the advanced creature known as the Mist Wraith, fulfilling his duty commendably. At this juncture, MOU, wielding the Dark Moon Greatsword, enveloped in golden light and accompanied by floating blades of nanomaterial, stepped into the mist. In this instance, he did not present himself in his own likeness, but rather assumed the form of Melina, the Witch of the Fated Ones, the destined one to ignite the Golden Tree, affectionately referred to as Little Wood by the vast player community. Chapter 53. Binding the Burrowing Demon Worm? Is there anything amiss with Melina wielding Lonnie's Dark Moon Greatsword? MOU clarified that it was merely due to Lonnie's unfamiliarity, as the 4 arms presented a challenge for her, thus leaving it to Melina. After all, an array of peculiar fated ones, or the fire-wielding maiden would not quite fit. From a player's perspective, it seemed entirely appropriate for the primary wife to wield the sword of the secondary wife, much like the King of Ash entering the Mist Gate or the Elden King entering battle. Thus, MOU strode forward with the Dark Moon Greatsword, as if the monsters within were mere trifles. Upon entering, he beheld a colossal, grotesque worm poised to devour a girl who had already fallen to the ground, its repulsive maw gaping wide. The extending tentacles instilled in MOU a sense of foreboding, hinting at a scene of explicit nature. To preserve the harmony of the unfolding narrative, he intervened, swiftly launching a talisman card into the creature's cavernous mouth like a dart. Regrettably, the power of his apprentice-level sorcery proved insufficient, merely singeing the worm's oral cavity. Nonetheless, it successfully retracted the creature's tentacles, redirecting its wrath towards MOU. The girl was evidently suffering from a twisted ankle, prompting MOU to cast a rejuvenation talisman upon her. However, this action startled her, as she feared he intended to harm her, having just witnessed the considerable force with which he had scorched the worm's mouth. Yet, instead of the anticipated electric shock, she felt a warm flow enveloping her entire being. Her painful ankle was swiftly healed, and her various minor wounds began to mend. She opened her eyes to discover a pale green aura surrounding her, which filled her with astonishment. Hastily, she rose and dashed to stand behind MOU, who was now confronting the burrowing demon worm. "Thank you, kind sir. My name is Afia, daughter of Baron Shansu. Thank you for saving me. May I inquire your name?" Afia's father had perished at the jaws of the burrowing demon worm, leaving her all alone. "My name is Xiaomu. No, I am Melina. Please keep your distance. This monstrous creature is about to charge. When the battle commences, I may not be able to protect you." MOU intends to thoroughly test the prowess of his Dark Moon Greatsword, and this large beast serves as an excellent target. As he observes Afuya retreating, MOU fixes his gaze upon the creature, poised to counter its impending assault. The burrowing demon worm tilts its head slightly backward and then instantaneously propels itself forward, its movement strikingly swift, betraying its worm-like nature. MOU, with remarkable agility, anticipates the attack, leaping to the side, the Dark Moon Greatsword in his grip shimmering with ethereal light, its blade suffused with a pale blue arcane glow. A delicate mist of frost manifests along the sword, with tiny blue ice crystals cascading from surface. Seeing the burrowing demon worm miss its strike, MOU swiftly swings the Dark Moon Greatsword. The azure crescent blade cleaves through the dense fog, striking the creature's compound eye with precision. A splatter of sickly green blood erupts as one of its eyes is severed, a deep gash marking its body. The corrosive blood seeps into the earth, creating a significant pit, while the wound is immediately encased in solid ice, preventing any chance of healing. Previously, MOU had noted the creature's astonishing regenerative speed. His electric arc spell had charred its maw, yet it had recovered almost instantly. Now, with its wound frozen, the creature is unable to heal, and the agony from its severed eye elicits a piercing scream. Its multitude of compound eyes, densely packed, fixate upon MOU, a sight that would terrify anyone afflicted with trypophobia. It opens its gaping maw, spewing forth a glob of viscous green phlegm, which MOU deftly evades, leaving a sizable crater in the ground, with noxious green fumes wafting in the air. The golden light spell surrounding MOU wards off the toxic gas as he continues to unleash crescent blades upon the burrowing demon worm. Its body is riddled with wounds, numerous compound eyes destroyed, driving it into a frenzy as it attempts to capture MOU. But alas, it cannot keep pace with his extraordinary agility. The creature possesses only two ranged abilities. One is the creation of a mud pit, which unfortunately requires too lengthy a preparation, and the second is a highly corrosive acid, which strikes too slowly to touch even the hem of MOU's garment. Thus, it resorts to burrowing underground, scheming to ambush MOU from below. However, the commotion it causes while emerging from the earth is too conspicuous, allowing MOU to evade with ease. At that moment, MOU catches sight of the flying steward, the aura of filth surrounding him unmistakable as he advances toward Afuya. Reluctantly, MOU abandons his assault on the burrowing demon worm and sends a crescent blade hurtling toward this magical being. "Oh dear, discovered. Might I inquire your name, esteemed lady?" "I am the parasitic demon." It dodges the crescent blade and performs a gentlemanly bow. "A sentient creature? It seems you are quite extraordinary." While MOU stands in confrontation with the parasitic demon, he employs telekinesis to manipulate the infused flying blades, ensnaring the burrowing demon worm that seeks to escape underground. The sharp flying blades securely bind the 10-meter-long worm. Though it struggles incessantly to break free, its efforts are in vain, only serving to drive the blades deeper into its flesh. The exterior, endowed with remarkable self-healing capabilities, has been mended, yet the flying blades remain embedded in its flesh, incessantly coiling around it, slicing its body repeatedly before it heals anew. It yearns for escape, but the blades are anchored to the castle's load-bearing pillar, rendering its flight impossible. Thus, it finds itself ensnared in a stalemate, perpetually mending its wounds only to be ensnared again. Chapter 54. Slaying the burrowing demon worm MOU. While employing telekinesis to manipulate the flying blades and restrain the burrowing demon worm, remained vigilant of the airborne creature. Does this esteemed lady wish to withhold her name? How regrettable. I shall take my leave, the creature remarked with an elegant bow, preparing to take flight as the prey in this vicinity had largely been exterminated. Although MOU piqued its interest, a palpable sense of threat emanated from her, compelling it to retreat. As the creature readied to depart, MOU drew her tiger-bone bow, knocking a witch's arrow and swiftly releasing it. The arrow flew with astonishing speed, and despite its desperate attempts to evade, it was pierced through the shoulder. The electric arc from the spell momentarily halted its movement, nearly causing it to plummet from the sky. Its three abilities were not enhancements of strength. Instead, by a twist of fate, they bestowed upon it a semblance of intelligence. With intelligence came the capacity to weigh the merits and demerits, embodying the virtues and flaws inherent in sentient beings. Gazing at the arrow, akin to a shooting star, that continuously pierced through it, the creature succumbed to fear and resolved to abandon its corporeal form. As MOU's arrow struck its brow, a shadow erupted from the decaying vessel and ascended into the heavens, leaving behind a withered, shattered carcass. Regrettably, MOU's arrows pursued relentlessly, inflicting various witchcraft damages and the accompanying essence of the solar sword upon its core, relentlessly dismantling it. The shadow dwindled in size, yet it steadfastly soared higher, imbued with dread of MOU, until it finally escaped her range. Reluctantly, MOU relinquished the fleeing creature and turned her arrows upon the burrowing demon worm. Incessantly firing as it healed itself, draining its essence. Ultimately, when its essence was exhausted, Mou severed it into pieces with the flying blades, collecting 3 green orbs of energy. At that moment, the dense fog had yet to dissipate, indicating the presence of another creature within the castle. Therefore, Mou unfurled her observation skills and discerned the fierce battle between the Saint Knight Schubert and the Mist Demon. Alongside some survivors, Mou, accompanied by Fuya, continued to slay the ghostly apparitions and rescue the living, ultimately arriving at a parlor on the 2nd floor. The Mist Demon lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Aside from conjuring fog and creating phantoms, its only weapon was the installation of fear. It could absorb the terror of its prey and transform it into a dark light that struck its enemies, potentially frightening them to death. Alas, it was confronted by the Saint Knight Schubert, who adhered to a code that included valor and fearlessness. Though he would forfeit the formidable and extraordinary trait of courage upon relinquishing his valor, the precept of steadfast bravery elevated his resistance to fear to its zenith. Due to the inherent advantage of his lineage, Hubert, a Sequence 8, maintained a slight edge, as long as he could endure until the spectral entity exhausted its essence. Victory would be within his grasp. Mou, wielding a bow crafted from tiger bone, unleashed an arrow that pierced the air, striking the ethereal specter. However, due to its phantasmal nature, the damage inflicted was insufficient. The arrival of Mou allowed Hubert to exhale in relief, signaling a shift in the tides of battle. Following Mou were 17 individuals, 12 men and 5 women, heralding a remarkable upheaval at this soiree. Mou sheathed the Dark Moon Greatsword, opting instead to continuously shoot at the spectral wraith, refraining from delivering a lethal blow with the soul-cleaving blade, desiring to conceal her true identity. She wielded the common tiger bone bow, which could easily be mistaken for one crafted from the bones of magical beasts. She had no apprehension regarding the bow revealing her identity, but the soul-cleaving blade was a rarity in this world. The blades here were predominantly curved crescent blades, well suited for cavalry. With Mou's arrows, the spectral wraith's essence was swiftly depleted. Hubert then shattered its form with a single stroke, and 3 green orbs of energy were collected by Mou's interface. The demise of the wraith heralded the gradual dispersal of the mist, signifying the official conclusion of this sanguine ball. Without engaging in pleasantries, Mou hastily departed, seeking a place to shed her disguise and reclaim her true identity. Her swift exit left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. They had intended to express their gratitude. What is the name of this formidable lady? We have yet to thank her. Hubert, the paladin, sheathed his knightly sword, fatigue evident in his voice. I know. Her name is Melina, Aphia proclaimed loudly. She may have pursued that parasitic demon. Hubert elucidated to the gathering. The calamity had passed, and the survivors bore mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. Their joy stemmed from the demise of all other heirs, save for themselves, granting them the opportunity to ascend as the new Baron. Conversely, sorrow enveloped those who had lost loved ones, many of whom had survived due to the protection of their kin or their deep affections. They resolved to seek out Count Bran to restore order amidst the chaos. However, Count Bran and his entourage had encountered misfortune. Their continuous blood offerings to sustain the lantern had rendered them pallid. As the mist dissipated, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, unaware that some phantoms did not vanish with the death of the wraith. Lady Jean Sway and Dao Air, who were already positioned at the edge of the light, became momentarily lost in triumph. Stepping beyond the protective glow, they inadvertently confronted a vengeful phantom, unwilling to fade away, prepared to engage in a fatal embrace. Thus, in a state of both elation and terror, they were suddenly consumed by the looming specter. The Baroness, weakened by blood loss and her ordinary disposition, succumbed to fear and was swiftly seized by the specter, her soul violently torn from her being, both vanishing into the ether. Chapter 55. The Interrogation of Dal Dal. Having undergone knightly training and having taken lives, possessed a relatively steadfast mind. The specter invaded his body later than that of the Baroness, resulting in a stalemate within him. As the specter neared dissolution and could not extract his soul, it resorted to a frantic assault on Dal's spirit before its demise. Although the specter dissipated, it inflicted irreparable damage upon his soul, rendering him incapable of further honing his martial prowess. The cultivation and augmentation of fighting spirit necessitate mental fortitude, which is derived from the soul. With the soul compromised and weakened, his mental strength diminished, leaving him unable to wield his fighting spirit. At least in this world, no method exists to restore a soul, and even if it did, it would be beyond the Baroness' reach. This sudden turn of events left Count Blanche in a state of shock. When informed of his sister's death and his nephew's spiritual injury, he exhibited surprise but no sorrow, for he was not a man of deep emotions. Rather, he was selfish and self-serving. The damage to Dahl's soul triggered his body's protective mechanisms, plunging him into unconsciousness. Upon returning to the castle's lower levels, Count Blanche encountered the remaining 18, most of whom bore injuries. His demeanor brightened upon seeing the unscathed Sir Hubert the Paladin. "Sir Hubert, thank you for vanquishing the monsters and saving us," he exclaimed, evidently believing that Hubert had dealt with the 3 creatures. "Count Blanche, you are mistaken. It was a formidable lady who slew the burrowing monstrosity, frightened away the parasitic fiend, and assisted me in dispatching the Miss Spectre," Hubert replied, his expression turning grave. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not only was his strength inferior to that of the lady, but he was also misattributed with the credit for the rescue. "Oh, where's this lady? I must express my gratitude to her," Count Blanche said, scanning the vicinity but finding no trace of the woman they spoke of. Sister Melina had already departed, presumably to pursue the fleeing parasitic fiend. Aphia also assumed that MOU had gone after the parasite. Otherwise, how could one explain her immediate departure after the Miss Spectre was slain? What a pity it is not to meet this powerful lady, Count Blanche mused, indifferent to who had saved him. In fact, he felt a sense of relief that Melina had not lingered, thus sparing him the obligation of offering gold as thanks for her life-saving intervention. The Count summoned his remaining personnel to address the ensuing matters, as the families of the nobility who perished due to his invitation would require appeasement. MOU returned directly to his quarters, where Dickens and his 10 companions had endured a sleepless night. Each had knocked the arrows provided by MOU onto their bows, their fingers pricked and ready to smear blood to activate the arrow's enchanted runes, prepared to fire at any potential monsters that might appear. "Young Master MOU, you have returned. What is the situation outside?" Dickens felt a sense of trepidation, for the monstrous entities had breached the city, a clear indication of how dire the situation had become. Fortunately, the chaos had subsided, albeit at the cost of many lives. Although MOU had only arrived in this world a month prior, he seemed to be adapting to its harsh realities. "That is well. We shall retrieve the lady and young Master Dole shortly and depart, for Blanc City is perilously dangerous." Dickens was somewhat shaken, as the journey had already been fraught with peril, compounded by 2 encounters with monstrous attacks within the city, leaving him feeling like a startled bird. "Very well, let us rest for a while, and when the lady and Dole arrive, we shall take our leave." MOU returned to his chamber. Regarding the arrows he had dispatched as a mere boon to them, for arrows capable of harming the monsters were exceedingly rare. He did not examine the 6 newfound extraordinary traits acquired from vanquishing the creatures. Instead, he focused on replenishing his essence, which had dwindled significantly after prolonged, intense combat. After more than half an hour, MOU not only restored his essence, but also replenished the arcane energy of the Darkmoon Greatsword, rendering it ready for use once more. MOU contemplated advancing to a first-tier sorcerer, which might enhance his strength further. However, prior to that, he had uncovered the secret of the Golden Light rune during battle. He realized that this rune did not require active release like other spells. Rather, it functioned as a converter and reservoir for golden light. His essence would continuously transform into golden light, which would then be stored within the rune. As he converted more golden light, the rune itself appeared to grow and evolve. With the maturation of the Golden Light rune, the quality of the golden light he wielded also improved, enhancing both its defensive capabilities and effects. MOU surmised that this was a rune capable of growth. "Young Master MOU, young Master Dole has arrived. His mood may be somewhat foul. I advise caution," Dickens whispered to MOU. "It is of no consequence. He likely encountered monsters and was frightened," MOU replied, unaware that the Baroness had passed away, thus remaining indifferent. As he descended the stairs, he beheld Dole standing in the center of the hall, his countenance dark and brooding. "Are we prepared? We can depart for Goldgrain Town at once," MOU stated in a businesslike manner, his words resonating with the assembled crowd. After all, Dole had previously ridiculed him, And although he did not take offense, it did not mean he was without temper. "You wretched bastard. My mother is dead. Do you understand? Why did you not come to protect us? Father explicitly instructed you to safeguard us." Dole's hysterical outburst echoed, his blood boiling, face flushed, and veins protruding. "What of it? Your mother's death is of no concern to me. Was it not you who prevented me from attending the ball at the behest of the Viscount of Blanc?" Mou retorted, unperturbed by Dole's fury, resolute in refusing to shoulder the blame for the Baroness's demise. "You mudblood, even if you were barred from attending, you were still to guard the castle's perimeter. Do you comprehend?" Dole could not bear the weight of his mother's death and the reality of his own impotence. He needed someone of substantial strength to withstand his fury. "Alas, I must apologize," he said, "but my orders are to escort you back to Golden Grain Town, not to offer protection in White Orchid City. If your uncle's numerous knights cannot safeguard you, what can a lowly squire like myself achieve?" Mou remained composed, seated calmly as he regarded the furious Dole. "Damn it, just wait. You will pay for this," Dole threatened, unable to find a way to counter Mou's demeanor. "Have you taken care of your mother's ashes? If you dawdle any longer, I shall not wait for you and will return directly to Golden Grain Town." Mou's words ignited Dole's fury anew. He could not tolerate Mou's nonchalance, as if everything were of no concern to him. "You bastard, go die!" Dole exclaimed as he drew his knight's sword and lunged it viciously toward Mou's chest, intent on killing him. Mou, unperturbed, remained seated and extended his right hand, effortlessly grasping the blade, rendering it immobile. Dole, incredulous that Mou could restrain his sword with a single hand, exerted all his strength in a desperate attempt to overpower him. The chair beneath Mou creaked ominously, straining under the immense pressure. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Mou pushed the sword aside, causing Dole to lose his balance and topple toward him. Just as Dole was about to crash into Mou, he swiftly delivered a kick that landed squarely on Dole's protruding belly, sending him flying backwards as if struck by a freight truck, shattering numerous pieces of furniture in his wake. "Young Master Dole, are you all right?" Dickens hurriedly rushed to assist him. Dole scrambled to his feet, terror etched on his face as he beheld Mou, astonished by his formidable strength. "Get away. I do not require your assistance," Dole retorted, shoving Dickens' hand aside, rising from the ground in a most disheveled manner. Mou had not exerted his full strength. Rather, he had employed a deft maneuver, providing Dole merely with a lesson and inflicting only a minor internal injury. "Let us depart for Golden Grain Town. I shall give you one final chance. Do not overstep your bounds," Mou announced, standing to leave. "Young Master Dole, we must hurry, without Master Mou's escort. The journey will be perilous," Dickens urged patiently. Although he held little regard for Dole's ineptitude, he recognized that Dole was the heir to the Golden Grain Fief. Ultimately, Dole relented, boarding the carriage and following Mou out of White Orchid City. Inside the spacious carriage, he sat alone alongside the urn containing the Baroness's ashes, feeling despondent and unable to devise a plan for revenge against Mou. Due to Dole's procrastination, they had only covered a third of the journey as night approached. Yet fortunately, they encountered no unforeseen dangers. As night fell and lacking a cave for shelter, they were compelled to camp out in the wilderness, relieved that this forest harbored no formidable beasts. During dinner, Mou chose not to venture out for hunting, opting instead for a meager meal of dry rations. The fare was far from palatable, consisting of coarse pea flour and rye flour, seasoned with a modicum of salt and stir-fried with cured meat. Nevertheless, Mou found this throat-catching sustenance tolerable. After all, the whole grain bread he consumed in his previous life was only marginally superior. In stark contrast, the pampered heir struggled to swallow, coughing incessantly and expelling a cloud of dry powder. The others paid him no mind, quietly consuming their food. Mou had arranged for the night watch and then gracefully ascended a towering tree, settling into a comfortable position on a broad branch to practice his cultivation. Mou had already selected the third first-level rune necessary for his advancement to a first-level sorcerer. His existing spells, the Golden Light Charm and the Earth Spear, leaned towards defensive capabilities. While they bore some offensive potential, Mou sought a singularly powerful offensive rune. Thus, he scoured the sorcerer's legacy and discovered a relatively obscure first-level spell rune. This spell, known as Soul Blacklight, served as a method of soul attack. In this world, whether knights or magical beasts, all possessed formidable physiques or rapid recovery rates. yet their soul strengths varied significantly. The rarity of this spell stemmed from its requirement to store one's negative emotions, murderous intent, and a spectrum of dark soul energies within the rune. As sorcerer's runes resided within the sea of consciousness, employing this spell necessitated great caution. A lapse in attention could lead to the contamination of the sea of consciousness, rendering further advancement impossible. Consequently, despite the spell's immense power, comparable to that of a second-level spell, few sorcerers dared to inscribe it into their sea of consciousness. However, Mou was undeterred. He intended to place the rune within his dantian, fortified by the golden light charm, to suppress any negative energies. Even in the event of a potential surge, he could dispel it with the golden light. Upon inscribing this spell, all of Mou's negative emotions and the shadows of his soul could be absorbed by it. Furthermore, after vanquishing foes, any residual negative energy from curses or grievances would also be devoured by this spell. When released, the spell would compel enemies to bear the weight of all this negative energy, causing even magical creatures to suffer from the confusion and corruption of their souls. Remarkably, any unspent negative energy after slaying an enemy could be reclaimed, rendering it remarkably eco-friendly. Chapter 57. An unexpected turn of events throughout the night. Mou meticulously practiced this first-level spell rune, mastering the intricate strokes required to depict it flawlessly. At last, as dawn broke, he successfully constructed the first-level rune within his dantian. Subsequently, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Mou's true essence began to solidify, transforming from a previously ethereal state into a denser form. Astonishingly, at the very core of his true essence vortex, a droplet of liquid true essence coalesced. This droplet required the extraction of a significant portion of his true essence to materialize. Yet its emergence signified the potential for Mou to cultivate additional droplets of true essence in the future. As he restored the emptiness of his dantian, the newly transformed true essence was also a product of compressed, potent essence. When the true essence was fully restored, Mou discovered that his reservoir of true essence had once again doubled. Consequently, he seamlessly advanced to the mid-level of a low-tier knight. His physical prowess further elevated, reaching 23 times that of a robust adult male. Moreover, the true essence within his dantian was gradually liquefying, and the upper limit of his true essence was continuously rising. This breakthrough also solidified Mou's mental acuity, as the liquid true essence was infused with mental energy. The trifecta of treasures unified, granting him perpetual recognition. Mou's mental force partially liquefied, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his observation haki and telekinetic ability, both of which doubled. Even his Sharingan evolved to the third tomo, although Mou was aware that it would not further evolve until he ascended to a high-tier knight. Nevertheless, the third tomo sufficed, significantly amplifying his perceptive, illusionary, and replicative capabilities, surpassing the second tomo by more than twofold. Mou reaffirmed that he was indeed treading the correct path, and even the digestion of extraordinary traits accelerated considerably. He had already assimilated over 50% of the shape-shifting trait, a remarkably swift pace. As dawn broke, Mou concluded his training and gracefully leaped down from the tree with his newfound agility. He would have otherwise left 2 deep imprints in the ground had he acted as he once did. Dower remained inside the cart, not venturing out, much to the relief of the others, who appreciated the tranquility. They did not partake in breakfast and set off directly, as their provisions had nearly been exhausted and they had not procured supplies in the city of Bailan. However, the wilderness was rife with beasts, ensuring they would not succumb to hunger. Approaching midday, Mou and his companions arrived at the site where they had camped previously. The remnants of their earlier battle had vanished completely, yet the spots where the bodies were buried were overgrown with wild grass. The group took refuge in a cave, while Mou ventured out alone, returning with 2 forest deer for lunch. After their meal, with no unforeseen incidents occurring, the group resumed their journey. As night approached, they were still over 10 miles from Jinsui town. After deliberation, they decided to continue onward, believing that nearing the Jinsui territory would mitigate the risk of danger. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A massive earth barbarian bear obstructed their path, evidently intent on making them its dinner. This was a second-tier earth barbarian bear, endowed with the innate skill of earth armor, possessing an exceedingly tough hide and immense strength. Measuring 10 meters in length and over 6 meters at the shoulder, it was larger than an average living room. Its terrifying presence rendered the air stagnant as it fixated on MOU, sensing a palpable threat. Dickens and the soldiers stood on high alert, recognizing their inferiority against a second-tier beast. Dower, utterly petrified, nearly lost control, and upon noticing the cart had halted and silence enveloped the surroundings, he prepared to open the door and unleash a torrent of expletives. The sound of the door opening captured the attention of the Earth Bear, its terrifying presence radiating an aura of extreme ferocity that could chill one to the bone, instilling a paralyzing fear that extinguished any hope of escape. Door awkwardly hunched over, locking eyes with the Earth Bear, rendered motionless by its intimidating gaze. MOU was astonished to find such a formidable creature in this place. This fearsome beast renowned for its strength and defense. A second-tier magical beast. It was his first encounter of this nature. The strongest being he had previously encountered was the paladin Siebert, while Siebert was a high-ranking knight. His imposing presence paled in comparison to that of the Earth Bear. MOU estimated that his own strength of 2.5 tons was merely 1/10 of that of the Earth Bear, yet speed was his advantage. The knight's ability to contend with magical beasts of equal rank stemmed from the power of fighting spirit, which could amplify a knight's strength, speed, and defense several-fold in an instant. MOU's true essence offered similar benefits, being more enduring and less detrimental to the body. Knights, upon unleashing their fighting spirit, often sustained internal injuries from the backlash. Thus they seldom resorted to such bursts of power lightly. Now, faced with this Earth Bear, MOU was eager to test his own raw strength. You all take a detour. I will hold off this second-tier magical beast. Do not linger. Head directly back to Golden Spike Town. MOU drew his knight's sword, fixating his gaze fiercely on the bear. Excellent. Let us move quickly. We will leave this to MOU. Dor was immensely pleased, not expecting MOU to so readily volunteer to confront the second-tier beast. He hastily urged Dickens and the others to traverse the forest, taking a smaller path to avoid the danger. Dickens complied reluctantly, yet worry etched across his face as he glanced back at MOU. Young Master MO, please take care and ensure your safe return. No one believed MOU could leave unscathed. The best possible outcome was severe injury or worse. Chapter 58. Confrontation with the second-tier Earth Bear, seeing its prey preparing to flee. The Earth Bear grew frantic. If these individuals escaped, what would become of its dinner? It charged forth in a frenzy, shaking the very ground beneath it with each thunderous step, leaving deep imprints in its wake. It resembled a small mountain hurtling towards them, the shockwave it generated soaring over 10 meters, snapping nearby trees with a sickening crunch. Quick! Run! Hurry! Dor urged, frantically trying to spur the cart onward. But alas, the horses had already succumbed to the overwhelming terror, lying motionless on the ground. Sensing the impending doom, Dor swiftly grabbed the urn and led 10 soldiers down a narrow path through the woods. The Earth Bear, noticing the change in the direction of its prey, prepared to swat MOU aside with a paw to pursue the fleeing food. However, MOU was no mere fish. He was not so easily dispatched with a single strike. Anticipating the incoming claw, MOU deftly evaded with lightning speed, maneuvering beneath the Earth Bear. Aiming at the bear's vulnerable spot, the knight's sword crackled with electric sparks and blazed with fierce flames. A manifestation of MOU's meticulously prepared arcane technique combined with his solar sword intent. Infused with true essence, this strike represented the pinnacle of MOU's usual power. He leapt and thrust, successfully piercing the 2 somewhat concealed large bells beneath the thick fur of the formidable Earth Bear. Due to the bear's underestimation of the threat, it refrained from utilizing its innate magical abilities, resulting in this blow transforming the once mighty Earth Bear into a lone warrior. The intense pain extinguished the bear's interest in pursuing its prey. It skidded to a halt, carving deep, half-meter trenches into the ground. And with a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, it collapsed onto the ground, its eyes bloodshot and radiating murderous intent. Cautiously, it used its paw to part its fur, revealing its grievous injury. One of its prize jewels had been pierced, with pale yellow fluid and crimson blood oozing forth. In a fit of rage, it bellowed once more, desperately searching for the wretched little insect, MOU. Unfortunately, it underestimated him again, failing to activate its protective spells immediately, instead focusing on inspecting its injury. This lapse granted MOU the perfect opportunity. As the bear turned its head, he unleashed a decisive strike with his prepped Dark Moon Greatsword, empowered by 2 first-tier magical effects. Like a knife through butter, the blade pierced the lantern-sized eyeball, impaling it directly onto the skull. Subsequently, the moon blade activated, carving a deep gash across the skull. However, the thickness of the bone prevented any direct harm to the brain. Yet, the agonizing pain inflicted upon the earth bear was profound. It swiped at its face with its paw, attempting to seize MOU, while simultaneously activating its innate spell to form a thick earthen defensive shield around its body. MOU propelled himself off the bear's nose, deftly withdrawing the Dark Moon Greatsword and executing a backflip to evade the incoming claw. He slashed through the air, unleashing several moon blades aimed at the bear's critical points, such as its eyes and nose. Regrettably, the bear's bright yellow shield proved too resilient to breach, merely rippling under the assault. Nevertheless, the previous strike to its eyeball had inflicted significant damage, with azure ice crystals sealing the eye socket and hindering its ability to heal. The frigid crystals dulled the bear's senses, making it difficult to track MOU's agile movements. It remained seated on the ground for a while, regaining its composure, during which MOU unleashed hundreds of moon blades, yet none could shatter that protective shield. Reluctantly, he distanced himself from the bear's striking range, pondering a strategic approach to breach its defenses. Surely, he could not engage in a mere war of attrition. The earth bear, nearly driven into a frenzy, suddenly rose and charged after MOU. He leapt onto a branch dozens of meters high, deftly navigating between the branches as he continued his advance. Several dozen meters behind, a relentless earth bear pursued, fiercely tearing through the towering trees that obstructed its path. These colossal trees, some of which had stood for decades and were thick enough to require several people to encircle, were mercilessly shattered by the bear in its frantic chase to catch up with the fleeing MOU, who had left a mere 2 or 3 inch deep wound in its wake. MOU inwardly derided the earth bear's brutality, conveniently forgetting the part he played in leading the beast into the forest. With such rapid deforestation, the bear could easily rival the likes of the infamous bald-headed Chong, renowned for his relentless lumberjack skills in the animated series Bears Can't Be Friends. MOU taunted the pursuing bear, occasionally releasing arrows that, regrettably, failed to penetrate its defenses. Even the utmost gravity exerted by his gravity ring merely caused the bear to stagger briefly before it regained its footing. The Tendragon tooth blades, controlled by his telekinetic prowess, were equally ineffective, merely swirling around the earth bear in a futile attempt to distract it. MOU found himself regretting the decision to provoke this second-tier earth bear. Its stamina and relentless spirit, coupled with its boundless physical strength and the magical energy sustaining its shield, rendered him powerless against it. Even the collected venom he had utilized proved ineffective. As the shield acted as a filter, MOU realized that, had he been a different knight, perhaps even a high-ranking one, he would have likely faced defeat. He had never encountered a Grand Knight, and the prospect of facing this frenzied earth bear left him uncertain of his chances. Chapter 59. Indeed, binding is the most powerful with a sense of resignation. MOU resorted to his ultimate weapon, the binding blades of the binder, which promised exhilarating sensations for the wielder. This tool, crafted by the illustrious leader of the Tri-Body organization, the captain of the Judgment Day ship, had garnered nothing but stellar reviews. It was, without a doubt, the finest choice for binding and dismemberment. MOU felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of using the binding blades, as if it revealed some peculiar inclination of his. However, he had little choice. After being pursued for most of the night, he longed for a swift return to rest. Thus, he wielded the binding blades with his telekinesis, weaving them through the gaps between the earth bear's limbs, encircling its massive form and navigating around the surrounding trees. Under his telekinetic control, the blades tightened instantly, and as the earth bear struggled, the binding blades ensnared its limbs, bringing it crashing to the ground. The surrounding trees fell victim to the taut binding blades, unable to restrain the bear's desperate attempts to escape. Due to the shield's presence, the blades did not penetrate the bear's flesh but rather tightened against the shield, seeking to breach its defenses. Regrettably, the bear's formidable protection was too strong. and the binding blades threatened to snap under the strain. In a frantic effort, Mou quickly tied knots with the binding blades on the earth bear, and after several attempts, the creature found itself ensnared and unable to break free. Ultimately fashioned a delicate bow upon the bridge of the earth bear's nose, rendering the creature cross-eyed as it fixated on the ornament. The incapacitated earth bear lay on the ground, its limbs tightly bound. Had it not been for the protective armor of second-tier magic, it likely would have been grievously wounded by the flying blades. Descending from the ancient celestial tree, approached the earth bear. Although he had restrained it, he was yet unable to deliver the final blow. Upon seeing advance, the earth bear struggled fiercely. Had its mouth not been restrained, it would have undoubtedly attempted to bite. Resolved to test whether this layer of shield could withstand his newly acquired first-tier sorcery, the Soul Blacklight. He swiftly replicated the runes of the first-tier Soul Blacklight from his Danteon and activated them. In an instant, eyes transformed into a pitch-black void, devoid of any whites, and a slender beam of pure darkness shot forth, piercing the earth bear's brow. Although the Soul Blacklight was partially obstructed by the armor, a fragment still penetrated the earth bear's forehead, evoking a visceral reaction. In that moment, the earth bear's muscles tensed as if subjected to unspeakable torture, its lone eye swelling with crimson, reflecting immense agony. Indeed, this beam, albeit slightly diminished by the shield, bypassed the earth bear's physical defenses and struck directly at its soul. The very structure of its essence became disordered, akin to poison tainting clear water. The searing pain overwhelmed the earth bear, nearly leading it to the brink of unconsciousness, yet it persevered. Ah, quite the resilient creature you are, enduring such torment. I commend your fortitude, mused, observing the earth bear's condition intently. Not only did it withstand the onslaught, but its solitary eye glared back at him with a mixture of hatred and resentment. How dare you glare at me? What are you looking at? Still defiant, are you? Let us increase the intensity, thought, realizing that his first-tier Soul Blacklight had yet to inflict its maximum damage. As the negative energy accumulated, the inflicted harm would gradually escalate, eventually rivaling that of second-tier sorcery. Seize the opportunity, relentlessly flooding the earth bear's soul with the Soul Blacklight. When a single strike proved insufficient, he resorted to sheer volume, unleashing dozens of beams until, at last, the earth bear succumbed to unconsciousness. It hasn't perished. The damage must be heightened. Nevertheless, it appears that this protective barrier is faltering, noted as he witnessed the dissipating second-tier magical armor of the earth bear, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. To avoid disturbing the slumber of the earth bear, retreated a short distance to replenish his depleting vital energy. Half an hour later, he had regained 80% of his essence, not due to a lack of desire for full recovery, but rather because an ambitious foe had approached, stealthily eyeing the earth bear's wounds, contemplating a potential attack. This creature resembles a mosquito, with a modest size of less than 3 meters and an elongated proboscis measuring over a meter. One must be cautious not to awaken the slumbering earth bear. Mou unsheathed his Zanpakuto and vanished in an instant, reappearing before the mosquito-like beast. Breath of the Sun, second form. Azure Sky. The fiery slash surged towards the creature, intent on cleaving it in two. However, Mou underestimated the speed of this fiend. It narrowly evaded the strike. Although he activated his observation haki, anticipating the creature's evasion, he was taken aback by its remarkable velocity, allowing it to elude his blade. No longer concealing his true power, Mou activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and unleashed his observation haki to its fullest extent, momentarily ensnaring the creature with his telekinesis. Breath of the Sun, 10th form, Radiant Blessing. In a flash, he unleashed over 100 crimson flames in a sweeping arc, encircling him and sealing off all escape routes for the monster. This strike left no chance for survival, shattering the creature into minuscule fragments. 2 emerald orbs floated into Mou's interface. At that moment, he descended from the air, performing a flourish before sheathing his sword. Chapter 60. The consequences of impulsiveness having vanquished the unwise intermediate fiend. Mou approached the slumbering earth bear, observing its contorted features. He recognized the immense suffering it endured, unwilling to awaken. Mou resolved to grant it liberation, to put an end to its boundless spiritual torment. He sheathed his Zanpakuto, His form enveloped in the black rock layer of the earth sphere, which then radiated a golden light for protection. He intended to experiment with an advanced technique, wind release, spiraling sun shuriken. This ninjutsu was a unique creation of MOU. He first condensed a cerulean spiraling sphere, gradually infusing it with wind attribute chakra. In an instant, myriad tiny wind blades appeared around the sphere, whirling violently and emitting a resonant hum. The synergy of the spiraling sphere and the wind attribute, both sculpted from MOU's chakra, granted him exceptional control, ensuring that this newly employed high-level ninjutsu would not detonate and harm him. Finally, he infused it with the essence of the sun sword. The crimson energy merging with the spiraling sphere, transforming it into a brilliant red, with even the wind blades stained in crimson. It resembled a miniature sun, continuously erupting with solar storms, the intense buzzing resonating in the air. Without hesitation, fearing the earth bear might awaken and activate its armor, MOU grasped the wind release, spiraling sun shuriken, sensing its potential to be hurled. However, he refrained from doing so, knowing that such an action would compromise its trajectory. Without a moment's pause, MOU forcefully pressed the spiraling shuriken into the bear's forehead. Before it could utter a cry, its skull was pierced in an instant, resulting in a violent explosion that sent MOU hurtling backward, crashing through several massive trees. MOU caressed his chest, rising from the enormous pit created by the explosion. He had not anticipated the terrifying power of the wind release, spiraling sun shuriken. Had it not been for his cleverness in conjuring 2 layers of shields for himself, he would likely have met his demise here, becoming the first interloper from myriad realms to be slain by his own technique. At this moment, MOU found himself in a woeful state. The golden light spell had shattered the instant the explosion occurred, yet fortuitously propelled him away from the core of the blast. Fortunately, the earthen spear, harder than diamond, ensured that his hand, which had been clutching the wind-release shuriken, remained intact, suffering only a thin layer of skin abrasion. The earthen spear had shattered after colliding with several large trees, leaving only a pitiful remnant clinging to him. His chainmail had been reduced to rags, resembling a beggar's attire, with gaping holes both front and back. His knightly garb was likewise tattered, with only a single sleeve hanging from one arm. Cough. Ah, what an exhilarating experience. Although I have sustained internal injuries and lost a layer of skin on my right hand, the thrill is undeniable. I never expected to have the opportunity to test the medicinal liquid from the healing gourd today. MOU retrieved 3 sealed bone vials containing the elixir, opening each to observe that the potency had diminished only slightly. Overjoyed, he randomly selected 1 vial and drank its contents, placing the other 2 in his storage. A verdant glow enveloped MOU, and his internal injuries began to mend instantly, with fresh, tender skin regenerating on his right hand. To verify the efficacy of the elixir, he deliberately suppressed his innate healing abilities, and the results did not disappoint. Indeed, it was a vital assurance from the world of Sekiro. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant realm of Sekiro, the wolf, having lost his healing gourd, was currently being chased by several hounds from the city of Ashina, leaping about in a frenzy. One careless moment led to his demise at the jaws of the ravenous hounds. MOU emerged from the pit, approaching the remains of a massive earth bear several hundred meters away, a testament to the force of the explosion that had propelled him this far. What a waste! Such a squandering of resources. I'm truly foolish, lamenting like a character from folklore. Indeed, what incited MOU's sorrowful lamentation was the decapitated head of the earth bear, surrounded by scattered chunks of flesh. The ground and trees alike were coated in a thick layer of meat pulp, surely a delight for those who relish dumplings and meatballs. The finely ground flesh was undoubtedly more authentic than that produced by a meat grinder. Most crucially, the second-tier magic crystal, imbued with formidable defensive spells, had vanished, its whereabouts unknown after being flung away. I shall never act recklessly again. Let my words be binding. If I fail to uphold this vow, may my brothers from my past life remain forever unwed. While swearing this oath, MOU, clad in his beggar-like garb, meticulously disassembled the various parts of the earth bear. Once he had categorized and stored everything, he cast a glance at the meat pulp. After much deliberation and inner conflict, he ultimately renounced the idea of collecting it. Let it return to nature, nurturing more beings. The fall of a whale signifies the cycle of life. At this moment, MOU felt akin to a noble sage, liberated from the trivial concerns that once plagued his heart and emotions. He conjured a cleansing spell, purging all blood and filth from his body, extracting Captain Jack's compass. He began his quest for the second-tier crystal core. To his surprise, the crystal was not shattered, but merely displaced. Following the compass's guidance, he departed from the area, traversing the darkness without the aid of starlight or moonlight, uncertain of the hour. Fortunately, MOU was undaunted by the absence of light, making his way through 2 kilometers. Ultimately, he discovered the second-tier magic crystal in a field of wheat. Chapter 61. Farewell to Baron Jean Sway. MOU drew his knight's sword, following the small crater formed by the magic crystal, digging over half a meter deep until he finally unearthed the precious second-tier magic crystal. A conjured stream of water washed it clean, just as he was about to examine the differences between the second-tier and the first-tier crystals. A rising sun appeared on the distant horizon, casting the dawn line over his head. Instinctively, MOU angled the second-tier magic crystal towards the sun, only to confront a harsh reality. This bright yellow, quail egg-sized crystal was riddled with a multitude of cracks. MOU nearly faltered under this revelation. After channeling his true essence, he confirmed that the energy circuit within was damaged. In essence, his reckless actions had rendered the second-tier magic crystal utterly useless. Yet, there remained a semblance of value. It could be ground in a powder to serve as an extraordinary material for ink. With a sense of melancholy, MOU made his way towards Jean Sway town, crossing vast fields, resembling a vagrant more than a knight. His mare, Radish, had perished from the fright induced by a second-tier earth bear, leaving him a horseman without a steed. As he approached the main road outside Jean Sway town, he encountered Baron Jean Sway, mounted and accompanied by Shoen. The fully armed Baron appeared weary and sorrowful. The previous night, his eldest son had returned with 3 disheartening pieces of news, leaving him emotionally drained. The first was the death of his wife. In this world reminiscent of the medieval West, there existed no notion of joy in life as trifles, promotion, wealth, or the death of spouse. Though he bore no love for her, she had served as a vital link in his trade with Count Bailon. The second piece of news concerned his already lackluster eldest son, now rendered incapable of cultivating his fighting spirit. Though he had never held high hopes for the heir's knightly training. The third revelation was about his cherished prodigy, MOU, who had confronted a second-tier earth bear to secure a chance of survival for his elder brother and several soldiers, leaving him with little hope of survival. Even he could not guarantee victory over an ordinary second-tier magical beast, let alone a formidable earth bear. He immediately summoned Shoen, and the two hastily made their way to the location where they had encountered the earth barbarian bear, only to discover the grim aftermath. A considerable expanse of ground was marred by heaps of flesh and shattered trees, with countless signs of battle stretching across a radius of 2 kilometers. A vast swath of forest had been utterly annihilated. They searched every nook and cranny, yet found neither the earth barbarian bear nor MOU. Instead, they stumbled upon mere fragments of MOU's tattered garments and pieces of his chainmail. As dawn broke without any sign of success, they returned to Golden Spike territory, burdened by a heavy heart and profound sorrow. "Father, why have you just returned? Where have you been?" MOU was the first to speak, addressing the Baron, who hung his head in despair. For a moment, Baron Golden Spike snapped out of his stupor, bewildered, thinking he must be imagining things. "My lord, young Master MOU is alive. He is calling for you." Shun alerted the Baron upon spotting MOU, who appeared disheveled and ragged, like a beggar. Shun could scarcely fathom how MOU had managed to survive such a fierce ordeal. "Oh, my dear child, my MOU, you are alive. I am overwhelmed with joy. Thank the heavens." The Baron dismounted and embraced MOU, fearful that he might vanish at a moment's notice. "Fear not, father, I am unharmed." MOU, slightly embarrassed, extricated himself from the Baron's embrace. "My child, do tell how you escaped death," the Baron inquired, patting MOU's shoulder with a sense of nostalgia. "I simply kept fleeing, using the towering trees to obstruct the earth barbarian bear. Though it was perilous, I managed to endure for most of the night. Just as I was on the brink of exhaustion, a figure descended from the sky and rescued me. He struck the earth barbarian bear's head with a single blow, then contained the creature within a ring upon his finger." MOU spun a tale, intending to mislead them. "Ah, I see. That passing noble must either be an Earth Knight or a high-ranking extraordinary being of sequence 6 or above. That ring is likely a storage artifact left by a sorcerer. Father, can Earth Knights fly? And what does sequence 6 mean? Mo feigned ignorance, hoping to lend credibility to his deception. Indeed, Earth Knights possess the ability to fly for brief periods. They are immensely powerful, capable of breaching a 4-meter-thick city wall with a single strike. As for sequence 6, one can progress to sequence 7 by consuming 3 doses of low-level extraordinary essence, and then, by ingesting high-level extraordinary attributes, one can become a sequence 6 saint. Further consumption leads to sequence 5 as a holy cleric, followed by sequence 4 as a saint, also known as a demigod. The Baron, having traveled extensively in his youth and possessing considerable knowledge, would not have encountered Mo's mother, who had fled from the Yanan continent otherwise. I understand. Thank you, Father. Mo wished to avoid elaboration, for the more one spoke, the greater the risk of being exposed. It was better to let others fill in the gaps with their imagination, rendering the narrative more plausible. Come now, my child. Rest well. We must prepare for Heidi's funeral tomorrow. The Baron guided Mo back to the castle, ensuring he had a chance to recuperate. He needed to attend to the aftermath of the incident, leaving him quite occupied. As for Heidi, she was the mother of Dole, the Baron's recently deceased wife. It had taken more than 50 chapters for the Baroness to finally be named, and that was solely due to the gravity of her passing. Upon returning to his chamber, Mo, feeling too weary for a bath, resorted to a simple cleansing spell and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The night's intense exertions had left him utterly drained, rendering him disinclined to even partake in breakfast. Chapter 62. Vichi's embarrassment. Mo slept soundly until noon, only be roused by Vichi. The sequence unfolded as follows. Vichi entered Mo's room, ensuring he was still asleep before quietly approaching his bedside. Young master, the Baron bids you to join him for lunch. You skipped breakfast and will surely grow famished, she gently urged, nudging his arm in an attempt to awaken him. That one tea suffice. You must give me a kiss before I can rise. Mo feigned slumber, intending to tease her, having already been awake. Quiche. That is not permissible, young master. Kisses are forbidden. Vichi's cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively stepped back, covering her warm face with her hands, softly protesting. What should I do then? Without a kiss, I simply cannot get up. Mo persisted, eyes still closed, continuing to toy with the innocent young girl. Please, young master. Rise. Do not torment me. Vichi stammered, at a loss, as this was her first encounter with his playful teasing, leaving her unprepared. But isn't that how maids behave? Dolesme would also coax him out of bed with a kiss. Is that so? But kissing feels quite embarrassing. Vichi began to waver. Budiving moyu is playful fabrication. Let us do it this way. I'll keep my eyes shut, and if you kiss me, I won't feel shy. And Moyu smirked, eager to witness just how naive and adorable this little girl truly was. All right then, young master, but you must not open your eyes. Vichi took a deep breath to quell her embarrassment, clasping her hands tightly behind her back, steeling herself. She then closed her eyes and quickly pecked his cheek. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Mo had been watching her all along, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Realization dawned upon her that she had been tricked. He had never closed his eyes. Young master, how could you keep your eyes open? You are so wicked, Vichi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation, glaring at him, though the effect was far from menacing and instead remarkably endearing. Don't blame me. You'd already closed your eyes. Does it matter if I do or not? Mo retorted, absurdly flipping the cause and effect. Wait, is that really how it is? Something feels amiss. Vichi's instinct sensed the discrepancy, yet her limited understanding could not decipher the underlying truth. Of course, that is indeed the case. Moreover, your kisses were not executed properly. A true kiss must be upon the lips. Mo hurriedly interrupted she's train of thought, presenting a rather juicy piece of gossip, thus diverting her attention from the previous dilemma. Young master, how wicked! I shall ignore you now, she exclaimed, pinching Mo's arm before fleeing the room, her heart racing and cheeks aflame as she retreated to her own quarters. However, in her naivety, she pondered the veracity of Mo's words, resolving to inquire during lunch whether she indeed roused her with kisses. Upon witnessing she escape like a timid rabbit, Mou chuckled softly and promptly changed into a more casual attire. Arriving at the dining hall, the atmosphere bore a certain heaviness, largely due to Daer's morose demeanor. Well, it was true. He had indeed lost his mother. Mou took his seat and greeted the Baron, whose expression remained unperturbed. Subsequently, he began to dine with elegance, finishing his meal swiftly. Just as he prepared to take his leave, the Baron called him back. Mou, Viscount Bylon has declined to attend Heidi's funeral, yet several amicable nobles and a few knighted lords will be visiting Jeansway Town. I need you to investigate the surrounding area. For some inexplicable reason, there has been a surge of magical creatures and beasts lately. The Baron understood that his younger son likely possessed a strength comparable to his own, as he was not entirely confident in his ability to contend with the Earth Bear for an entire night. Very well, father. I shall comply with your wishes. Mou stood to take his leave, intending to return to his room for a moment of preparation. Upon entering his quarters, he encountered Wei Shi, biting her lip, her face flushed and glaring fiercely at him. Young master, how cruel. You deceived me, claiming that kisses were part of the maid's routine for waking Daer. Wei Shi gazed at Mou, a mix of embarrassment and anger evident in her expression. During lunch, she had foolishly approached Xia to inquire if she indeed had to kiss Daer awake each day, only to be met with ridicule from the other maids. Realizing then that she had fallen victim to Mou's trickery. Ah, Wei Shi, what were you saying about kisses? I was still lost in a dream at that moment. How could one take it seriously? Mou feigned ignorance, continuing to tease her. Wei Shi locked eyes with him, her face growing even redder, before marching up to him and stepping on his foot, promptly turning to leave. Humph. I shall never believe the young master's words again. You are nothing but a great deceiver. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Mou pretended to collapse in agony, clutching his foot and moaning. Wei Shi paused, seemingly torn, but ultimately turned back to assist Mou to his feet. Does it truly hurt? I am so sorry, young master. She spoke, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. In truth, while Wei Shi's little shoes did hurt when they stepped on someone, it was not as severe as she imagined. Do not blame yourself, Wei Shi. I merely wish to tease you, as I have noticed you seldom appear cheerful. I should be the one apologizing. Mou employed an emotional appeal, his tactics reaching their zenith. Following their mutual apologies, Wei Shi's ire dissipated, and she no longer harbored resentment. Chapter 63. The Vici Sequence 9 and the Steed. Azu, just as Vici was about to depart, Mou called out to her. Vici, wait a moment. I have something for you. Intrigued, Vici turned to Mou, feeling a sense of bewilderment, as this was the first time he had presented her with a gift. You are aware that this world is fraught with danger, filled with formidable magical creatures and beasts. I cannot always be by your side, so this gift will grant you the means to protect yourself. When I have time, I can teach you the knight's breathing technique and some martial skills. Would you like to learn? Mou produced a sphere of green extraordinary essence, a substance he had synthesized, purged of impurities and side effects, meant for crafting illusions. Master, if you wish for me to learn, I shall, but what exactly is this? Vici felt a rush of joy at Mou's concern and affection, her heart fluttering with an inexplicable delight. This is extraordinary essence. Consuming it will elevate you to an extraordinary being, akin to a paladin of the Order of Discipline. In this world, the influence of the three ecclesiastical powers permeated the continent, reaching down to the provincial level, with their followers often preaching and purging magical creatures in territories below that of a viscount. Ah, such a precious item, master. You should keep it for yourself. In an instant, Vici grasped the value of this essence. As a native, she possessed some understanding of the three holy orders and extraordinary beings, figures that seemed unattainable. Foolish girl, I have already used one portion and cannot use a second for a while. The ability of this extraordinary essence is to generate illusions that can protect you. Very well, master. I shall use this ability to safeguard you, Vici declared with utmost conviction. Wonderful. I look forward to the delightful Vici protecting me, Mou encouraged, guiding Vici to consume the extraordinary essence. As a radiant light flickered, Vici ascended to Sequence 9. Master, I feel something extraordinary. A wealth of knowledge regarding this realm has suddenly filled my mind. Vici awoke, returning to her senses from the extraordinary knowledge bestowed upon her by the essence. Vici, This extraordinary essence is a means of preserving your life. Never use it in front of others, nor disclose its existence to anyone but me, MOU instructed firmly. The revelation of a side-effect-free extraordinary essence would provoke alarm. Should it become known, MOU surmised he would have to flee to another continent. However, once his plans were set in motion, it was likely that no one would care, as many would then possess side-effect-free extraordinary essences, eliminating the risk of exposure. I will, Master, I shall speak of it to no one, not even in death, Vici vowed, deeply moved by MOU's trust. An emotion stirred within her, conveying that MOU was the most important and trusted person in her life, and she would willingly sacrifice herself to shield him from harm. Unbeknownst to MOU, Vici's thoughts were solely her own, and he had not used any hypnotic powers to influence her. This was merely the innocent yearning of a girl. Though she did not recognize it as affection or love, it did not diminish her genuine feelings for MOU. Allowing Vici to practice this ability on her own, MOU donned his gear and prepared to depart from Gold Spike Town to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Baron. The ability to create illusions is exceptionally formidable. It is a form of sorcery that does not merely induce hallucinations, but instead fabricates seemingly tangible illusions. This is akin to the distinction between hallucinating little people after consuming poisonous mushrooms and witnessing a mirage at sea. Were it not for MOU's Sharingan and Kenbunchikahaki, he too might have been ensnared in an illusion, forced to confront an overwhelming tide of fictitious adversaries. MOU first arrived at Gold Spike Town, where he borrowed a steed from the military camp, though it was not as fine as his original mount. He intended to tame a magical beast as a steed when the opportunity arose, to avoid the frightful surprises that might compel him to rely solely on the bus. Mounted on the warhorse, he exited Gold Spike Town with purpose, eschewing aimless wandering. MOU produced Captain Jack's compass to locate the magical creatures residing within the borders of Gold Spike territory. To his astonishment, he discovered that magical creatures or beasts indeed existed in broad daylight. Following the compass's guidance, he reached the edge of a wheat field adjacent to a nearby forest, where he encountered a magical beast. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing it was not a magical creature, he refrained from being picky. The materials from this beast would still serve well for crafting extraordinary items. While some magical creatures leave behind corpses after death, their materials are often tainted and require special treatment for use. MOU observed a wild donkey, seemingly unbothered as it munched on the unripe barley, and found it rather amusing. This was a first-tier magical beast known as the sky-treading donkey, which typically resides among high mountain cliffs and is rarely encountered in the plains. Its innate sorcery, aptly named Sky Tread, allows it to condense air beneath its feet as if it were a solid substance, enabling it to leap with force. Generally, a first-tier sky-treading donkey can execute a triple jump in mid-air, making it an ideal choice for a mount, yet their stubborn temperament poses a challenge to taming. Few have succeeded in domesticating this beast. Only by capturing a youngling and nurturing it from a young age might one earn its obedience. However, MOU had his methods to ensure this sky-treading donkey would heed him. He approached the donkey, whose lecherous visage and long, flopping ears turned upward as it regarded him with disdainful, triangular eyes. Yet, upon meeting MOU's three-tomo Sharingan, its eyes instantaneously mirrored the design. Succumbing to his hypnotic influence as he reshaped its memories to believe that MOU was its master. Chapter 64. Introduction of New Extraordinary Traits. MOU gazed at the unsightly donkey, whose nose and belly were white, while the rest of its body was black, adorned with a triangular gaze and a mane of black hair along its neck. It was evident that this was no ordinary donkey, standing over a meter tall. It hardly resembled a first-tier magical beast. Modifying memories with the Sharingan was an incredibly taxing endeavor on his ocular power. Once the memory reconstruction was complete, MOU found his chakra nearly depleted. However, the outcome was undoubtedly successful. Upon awakening, the donkey, though transformed into a gentle and affectionate creature, still bore a disheveled visage and eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, glinting with disdain. Azu, you have accompanied me. Cease your foraging. This donkey, infused with memories imparted by MOU, is named Azu, a companion with whom MOU grew up. MOU tugged at Azu's ear, urging it to refrain from wreaking havoc upon the crops. If one were to inquire about the distinction between riding a horse and a donkey, you would simply remark that while a donkey's movements are less pronounced than those of a horse, they offer a steadier ride. The narrowness of a donkey's back necessitates a sideways posture for comfort. However, considering Azu is likely still in its youth, there remains ample room for improvement. The Golden Spike territory is not particularly vast, thus it harbors few magical beasts, and during the daylight, no monstrous entities were encountered. Instead, you came across several nobles allied with Baron Jean Sway, who had come to attend the funeral of the Baroness the following day. Most families dispatched a single representative. You refrained from greeting them, as he was not well acquainted. Such interpersonal connections are reserved for heirs. And you had no prospect of inheriting the title of Baron Jean Sway, for the designation of heirs must be reported to the kingdom. Although you could discreetly eliminate Dayer without detection, his upbringing had instilled in him a sense of propriety that precluded him from resorting to unscrupulous methods to achieve his ends, even if Dayer was indeed loathsome. Harboring jealousy over Mou's superior talent and verbally assaulting him, Dayer was rather dim-witted. Had he encountered a more ruthless transmigrator, he would likely be 6 feet under by now. This world has provisions akin to the Edict of Preferential Treatment, albeit less stringent. A viscount may allocate 1 to 3 baronial territories to their offspring according to their merit, and only the primary heir is entitled to the viscountcy. Aside from the hereditary baronial title, barons can only bestow the title of knight to other heirs, though those of greater prowess may grant manorial estates to their descendants. To prevent excessive entrenchment of class, it is stipulated that failure to remit taxes for 3 consecutive years results in a demotion in rank. The father of Baron Jean Sway was once a viscount, but following a 3-year surge of magical beasts, not only was his title reduced to that of a baron, but he also perished in the campaign against the monsters. Thus, Baron Jean Sway diligently strives to restore his family's viscountcy. What should be done? The first and simplest option is to purchase it outright, indeed, buy it at a fixed price. However, the cost poses a significant burden, as barons lack the means to acquire a viscountcy, even a nominally inexpensive one. The second approach involves participating in large-scale wars summoned by the kingdom or smaller conflict called by barons and their lords. If one can achieve sufficient merit or attain certain accomplishments, such as seizing the first rank, slaying generals, or capturing flags, recognition may lead to elevation in title. The final, and most arduous, method entails procuring a development decree issued by the kingdom, as this realm is still relatively expansive with a sparse population. In certain regions, monsters and magical beasts roam freely. As long as one purchases a pioneering decree and establishes a foothold in the designated area within 3 years, they shall attain the noble rank delineated by that decree. This endeavor is typically undertaken by those who consider themselves capable or who seek to exploit Na'vi individuals. Over 90% of pioneering lords ultimately perish in that wilderness. Upon returning to the Golden Spike territory, I returned my warhorse and led Azu to the stable that once belonged to the original Radish. After filling Azu's trough with premium feed, I retreated to my chamber. I intended to take stock of my acquisitions, as it had been far too long since I last organized them, resulting in a certain disorderliness. First, I had 12 low-level extraordinary traits, 4 of which had been synthesized to eliminate pollution and side effects. These included soul, poison, divination, spore duplication, and accelerated learning. The remaining 8 unsynthesized low-level extraordinary traits comprised accelerated regeneration from the high-level burrowing monster, the earthworm, as well as toxic acid and fossil to mud, the mist from the fog demon, shadow, and fear. The earthbound savage bear, a mid-level monster, presented a fatal danger with its blood poison and resistance-free flight. I intended to retain only the more useful traits, accelerated regeneration and mist. The mildly polluted, low-level extraordinary trait possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs and exhibited remarkable self-healing capabilities, albeit with the drawback of significantly reduced lifespan. Another mildly polluted, low-level extraordinary trait could conjure a shroud of mist, disorienting enemies and preventing their escape, yet it came at the cost of vision loss. These 2 traits were worth mentioning, while the others seemed rather ineffectual. Fossil to mud failed to transform mud back into stone. Toxic acid could be substituted with witchcraft, and was disgustingly reminiscent of spitting. Shadow merely created insubstantial phantoms devoid of harm, serving only to frighten the ordinary. The concept of fear was even more ludicrous. It involved collecting fear emotions and dispersing them in the air, causing enemies to experience varying degrees of terror based on their willpower, potentially leading to their demise. Why bother collecting fear emotions when such foes could be frightened to death so easily? Blood poison and resistance-free flight appeared promising. Yet blood poison required the injection of one's own bodily fluid into the enemy, an idea that repulsed me. As for resistance-free flight, one must first be able to fly. Isolating oneself from air resistance seemed futile otherwise. Chapter 65. Night of a lottery, I carelessly selected 2 worthless extraordinary traits and synthesized accelerated regeneration and mist, purging them of pollution and side effects. The remaining 4 were naturally destined for the lottery. I offered all 4 extraordinary traits as a sacrifice and received 4 green orbs of light in return. Opening the first orb, I rubbed my hands together in anticipation. It contained a foundation establishment pill, a treasured item from a certain mortal cultivation realm, claimed to be the collection of a chi refinement stage cultivator named Li Feiyu. This pill boasted the ability to expand one's dantian, enhance the speed of true essence liquefaction, and promote bodily strength through the profound techniques of the I Ching. I could only hope that the self-proclaimed Li Feiyu, the old demon Han, would not be terrified by the sudden disappearance of the foundation establishment pill. For a fleeting moment, I felt sympathy for the still chi refinement stage Han, a fitting retribution for the old demon who had stealthily protected others in his presence. The foundation pill is indeed commendable, particularly suited for MOU's utilization, as the intermediate night stage involves the opening of the meridians throughout the body, enabling the rapid circulation of fighting energy during cultivation. However, MOU remains in the mid-stage of a low-level night, and once he progresses to the latter stage, he may employ the foundation pill to achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the intermediate night realm. Contentedly, MOU placed the foundation pill into his storage compartment and then turned his gaze toward the second orb of light, a golden winter melon, weighing a substantial 140 kilograms and boasting a purity of 95%, was sourced from the private treasury of a corrupt official from a bygone dynasty. Is your reward pool depleted, leaving me with a lump of gold? Do I appear to be in need of funds? MOU mused, though he begrudgingly acknowledged his financial predicament, dismissing the notion that such a worthless trinket could deceive him. With a flurry of exclamations directed at the panel, he ultimately accepted the hefty chunk of gold, albeit with great reluctance. Suppressing his heartache, he employed the water condensation technique to wash his face, suspecting that his unwashed visage might have sullied his good fortune. Having tidied himself, MOU assumed a meditative state akin to a venerable monk and activated the third orb of light, the Sacred Lady's corset. Originating from a grand world known as the Path to Ascension, was crafted by the contemporary sacred maiden of the 4 Extremes secret realm. Utilizing a blend of millennium-old ice silkworm silk and gun gold threads, it offered unparalleled defense, exuded a delightful fragrance, and remained untainted by the mundane. Truly, it was worthy of possession. What audacity! You've entangled yourself in a grave matter. Prepare for the consequences, for even I cannot save you. MOU remarked upon witnessing the panel's audacity, having grown somewhat accustomed to its boldness. He mused that should the panel one day present him with a milk can of his favorite beast's milk, he would not be surprised. As for the Dao Palace artifact, MOU surmised its formidable nature but vowed never to don it, reserving its use solely for female characters if necessary. Undeterred, he recalibrated his standards and turned his attention to the final item. If you dare to present me with another trick, I shall uninstall you. He warned the panel before scrutinizing the last artifact's details. The solar energy pulse pistol, hailing from a futuristic era on Earth, operated on solar charging, capable of firing 100 energy pulse rounds with considerable power, even favored by interstellar pirates. A science fiction creation, how incongruous with the prevailing theme. The last item was a flying blade thread. This one clearly diverges in aesthetic, MOU observed as he lifted the pistol, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. Its silver body adorned with blue energy lines exuded a strong sci-fi allure. Despite its weight, it featured a built-in aiming display and was ergonomically designed to fit perfectly in the palm, rendering it exceptionally user-friendly. Resisting the urge to fire a shot, MOU placed it into his storage compartment. He began to inventory his miscellaneous items, starting with the flesh and bones of a second-tier magical beast, the Earth Barbarian Bear, followed by the remains of a first-tier bloodthirsty jackal and a first-tier sawtooth, Rat King. Finally, he noted the 4 magical beasts, the Swift Dragon, Night Shadow Wolf, and Fierce Tiger, along with the fragmented remains of 8 ferocious sawtooth rats. MOU found himself pressed for time and unable to craft alchemical artifacts. Moreover, the extraordinary forbidden materials he relied upon for producing the permanent guiding ink were nearly depleted, rendering even the most skilled artisan helpless without their resources. Additionally, the purple light mushroom potion gifted by the mushroom folk remained unplanted due to a lack of time and suitable conditions, forcing it to be set aside. The medicinal liquid within the healing gourd needed to be extracted for storage, allowing the gourd to refresh its healing liquid, necessitating the creation of more vials. Fortunately, MOU did not require the sealing vials to be of exceptional quality, a pressing matter that needed resolution. Lastly, he had acquired 3 types of apprentice-level alchemical potion materials, with 10 of each from the marketplace in Byran City. Having clarified his current tasks, MOU retrieved the skeletal remains of a savage, serrated rat, preparing to forge the sealing vials. 2 hours later, he meticulously inscribed the alchemical array upon the bones using 10 dragon-tooth short blades, successfully crafting 99 bone vials, followed by the engraving of the sealing spell array. For this endeavor, MOU utilized a standard guiding ink made from gold powder and monster blood. With 99 sealing vials completed, he had ample supply for the healing gourd. After transferring today's medicinal liquid into the vials and securing them tightly, he ended up with 3 bottles of potion. After organizing his workspace, MOU took out the materials for the 3 alchemical potions, ready to concoct the apprentice-level elixirs. He began with the simplest, the hemostatic potion, which exhibited no energetic reactions, thus requiring neither advanced techniques nor substantial experience. However, it did necessitate the mastery of a relatively intricate apprentice-level spell known as the secondary dissolution technique. Indeed, it was of the secondary variant, indicating that a formal level of dissolution technique existed. The distinction between the two was that the secondary technique could only decompose inanimate objects into the level of macromolecular structures. The formal dissolution technique comprises a series of spells ranging from 1st to 3rd tier, boasting considerable power. Yet, MOU's grimoire contained only information and effects, lacking the specific structure of this arcane art, as it belonged to a secretive school of dissolution that was inaccessible to other mages. Fortunately, the secondary dissolution technique was documented within its own tome. This apprentice-level spell was complex enough to rival first-tier magic. Many aspiring mages, apart from those pursuing alchemy, would not bother to learn this spell due to its low cost-effectiveness. Nonetheless, it proved extraordinarily convenient for processing medicinal materials. MOU extracted one of the ingredients for the hemostatic potion and placed it upon a silver platter. As he began to trace the runes of the dissolution spell, these intricate symbols began to materialize in the air, emanating potent magical fluctuations. Although MOU had previously studied the secondary dissolution technique, his execution remained somewhat unrefined. However, he successfully cast the technique this time, albeit after approximately 1.5 minutes of effort. The runic manifestation of the secondary dissolution technique radiated a soft purple glow, enveloping the dried, medicinal material. Instantly, the ingredient began to disintegrate into fine powder, and under the influence of the arcane light, distinct macromolecular substances within the powder separated into several portions. Among these substances, some are ordinary fibrous materials, others are superfluous amino acid molecules, and there are also various sugars. None of these hold any value for MOU. What he requires are the medicinal molecular compounds, which are positioned at the center of the silver plate. MOU meticulously collects them and places them into a beaker. Although he is uncertain about the precise nature of these medicinal molecules, he is fortunate to have a guide that elucidates how to identify them. He discards the useless powder and embarks on the separation of the next medicinal substance. Fortunately, the raw materials for the hemostatic agent consist of only 7 types, which MOU swiftly extracts in their entirety. The next phase involves delicate operations, necessitating the mixing of the medicinal powder in specific ratios and weights. How then can one accurately extract a mere few grams of medicinal powder to align with the weight proportions of a hemostatic agent? In this technologically undeveloped world, achieving such meticulous operations requires the utilization of fully functional sorcery. Extraction technique, an apprentice-level spell, is indispensable for alchemical practitioners. This sorcery allows for the precise extraction of medicinal powder weights directly according to one's intent. Do not question it. It is a matter of metaphysics, a manifestation of one's will. In this idealistic realm, discussions of materialism hold little sway. After extracting the 7 requisite medicinal powders in their proper ratios, he pours them all into the beaker and stirs. Once thoroughly mixed, the freshly concocted hemostatic agent is successfully refined. Following this, he must familiarize himself with the process to enhance his skills, making them swift and precise. Upon successfully creating 10 portions of the hemostatic agent, MOU feels akin to a master alchemist in the making. Though termed a hemostatic agent, it is actually a powdered form that exhibits immediate efficacy in promoting coagulation and disinfecting wounds. Having completed the refinement of the hemostatic agent, MOU remains humble, recognizing this as merely the simplest of potions. The subsequent detoxification agent demands an additional step. The initial phase requires separation, but the materials encompass a full 10 types. Once the separation is accomplished, MOU must take a moment to restore his true essence. After 20 minutes, he proceeds to the second step, which involves the extraction technique to obtain the medicinal powder in fixed proportions. The third step necessitates the use of the melding technique, which essentially prompts the molecular constituents of the powders to undergo an energetic reaction, generating a wondrous substance with energy fluctuations. However, prior to this, a solution must be prepared, wherein one unidentified powder is dissolved in pure water extracted through the condensation technique. Once dissolved, it forms a solution capable of dissolving the powders required for the detoxification agent. Following the prescribed order, he introduces the first powder into the solution while simultaneously inscribing the runes of the melding technique with his true essence, commencing the spell. As he sequentially adds the medicinal powders, he maintains the melding technique, stirring in accordance with the designated method for the specified duration before introducing the next powder. When all the powders have been incorporated, the melding technique is no longer in effect. In the beaker, a delicate lavender solution emerged, adorned with twinkling white luminescence that resembled a breathtaking spectacle. It was akin to the starlight that graces the sky after a soft lavender twilight. The antidote, clearly a successful concoction, emitted faint energy fluctuations. Pouring it into a prepared test tube and sealing it with a cork marked the completion of this phase. Subsequently, the remaining 9 ingredients underwent the same meticulous process, as MOU's technique and dexterity grew increasingly adept. The final concoction to be crafted was a stamina potion, following a procedure similar to that of the antidote. However, this particular elixir required an array of carbohydrates, amino acids, and other vital nutrients essential for the human body. It bore less resemblance to an alchemical potion and more to a sophisticated nutritional solution. Nonetheless, both shared commonalities. Though the stamina potion necessitated a greater infusion of medicinal properties and energetic reactions. Upon completion, this potion presented itself as a translucent liquid, imbued with white filaments, and was speckled with white luminescent dots, rendering it rather unappetizing. According to the potion's description, MOU discerned that it possessed an overwhelming sweetness, practically off the charts in calories. A mere small test tube could sustain a night's consumption equivalent to that of an entire forest deer in a day. After a bustling night, MOU had successfully brewed 3 distinct types of apprentice-level alchemical potions, each yielding 10 bottles. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the narrow single bed, succumbing to slumber. The following day, the intrusive sunlight streamed through a gap, casting its rays upon MOU's face. Irritated, he draped the thin blanket over his head and drifted back to sleep. The creation of alchemical potions drained considerable mental energy. Each step required meticulous attention, lest the endeavor be in vain. However, MOU's desire for a prolonged slumber was abruptly shattered. This morning, Vici discovered his late rising and promptly made her way to MOU's chamber to rouse him. Young Master MOU, rise and shine. We must attend the Baroness's funeral today. Many guests will be present. She tugged the blanket from his head and playfully poked his cheek with her finger. Under the bright sunlight, Vici could even discern the fine, translucent fuzz on MOU's face, the smoothness akin to the finest silk. His typically bold features softened in serene repose, rendering him even more charming, surpassing her own allure. As Vici's fingers brushed against his skin, an electric sensation coursed through her, sending delightful shivers through her body. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly withdrew her hand, clasping it to her chest, taking a moment to steady her racing heart and suppress the curious sensation. "Young master, please awaken." Vici grasped Mou's arm, determinedly coaxing him from sleep. "Vici, just let me sleep a little longer, just a bit more. I beg you," Mou murmured in a dreamy haze. Though his spirit had been rejuvenated, the rarity of indulging in a leisurely morning made him feel as though this was the true essence of life. "Awake quickly. The guests have arrived. It would be most discourteous to keep them waiting." Ultimately, Vici coerced Mou into awakening. Still dazed, Mou completed his morning rituals and made his way to the reception hall. At that moment, the Baron and Dor were engaged in welcoming the attendees. Indifferent to the proceedings, Mou sought refuge in a corner, anticipating a meal. Among the guests present were merely 7 or 8 individuals, primarily offspring dispatched by various barons or esteemed knights. Mou noticed the absence of the Viper Baron's heir, as he had contemplated employing his Sharingan to interrogate him. Due to the somber occasion of a funeral, the breakfast offered was exceedingly modest. Mou followed the Baron, blending into the crowd, until he arrived at the place of mourning. The guests formed a queue to present the spirit flowers, expressing their condolences. The spirit flower, with its enigmatic name, was, in reality, an ordinary bloom steeped in folklore. To Mou, the tale seemed rather trite, far inferior to his own impromptu creations. The narrative recounted how, long ago, a prince mourned the death of his beloved wife. He dreamt of her spirit residing within a flower she cherished during her lifetime, an aesthetically pleasing violet bloom. Upon ascending to the throne, the prince decreed that this common flower, which he named the spirit flower, be cultivated throughout the kingdom. Lacking fragrance, the flower, when in bloom, bore a resemblance to a beautiful maiden dancing in the wind. Thus, it inexplicably attained the status of the white chrysanthemum from Mou's previous life. Mou, conforming to the ritual, offered a single flower and feigned sorrow before returning to his seat. As the nominal son, he was required to assist Dor in the funeral procession. With the absence of the Viscount's envoy, there were 2 fewer bearers for the casket. Consequently, the Baron and Sir Shuan, along with 2 others, lifted the remarkably lightweight coffin and gradually made their way towards the designated burial site, followed by the gathering guests. Notably, the chosen graveyard was situated on a hillside adorned with blossoms, offering a splendid view of the picturesque Golden Spike town. Based on Mou's rudimentary understanding of feng shui from his previous life, the location was indeed commendable, with mountains and water harmoniously intertwined. As they lowered the coffin into the prepared grave using sturdy ropes, a soldier on horseback approached urgently. "My Lord Baron, the refugees at the quarry have been attacked by a formidable beast, resulting in significant casualties. The road construction has regrettably come to a halt." "Understood. Once I conclude this matter, I shall attend to the beast," the Baron replied, his expression unchanged, nodding calmly. "Father, may I handle it instead? I find little purpose in remaining here." Mou was reluctant to witness Dor's feigned grief, as his acting was painfully inadequate. "Very well, but exercise caution, Mou." The Baron, aware of his son's prowess, offered a word of caution. "Rest assured, father." Mou promptly mounted the soldier's steed and galloped toward the quarry, urging the horse onward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Moments later, he arrived at the expansive quarry, nearing the edge of the forest. Mou unsheathed his knight's sword, dismounted from his steed, and launched a fiery leap directly toward the location of the beast detected through his observation hockey. Before him lay a colossal centipede, measuring 5 meters in length, its dark purple exoskeleton shimmering with a metallic luster, yet possessing a matte texture that rendered it somewhat cumbersome. Its multitude of legs, each over 1/2 meter long, resembled pale yellow blades, plunging deeply into the rocky ground. The creature sported 2 enormous fangs, radiating a gradient of purplish-black hues, sharply pointed, leaving no doubt about their venomous potency. The segmented antennae on either side of its body flickered agilely through the air, attuned to every whisper of the wind. This centipede would surely terrify any human with a fear of multi-legged insects. Fortunately, Mou felt no fear. Rather, he was eager for the challenge, as this marked his inaugural encounter with an insectoid beast. Chapter 68. My lord, times have changed. This was a first-tier venomous centipede, currently feasting on the remains of the homeless, oblivious to MOU's distant assault. The crimson flames danced upon the blade, descending like a meteor from the heavens, as MOU aimed his leap directly at the creature's head. At that moment, the centipede became aware of MOU's rapid approach, quickly twisting its body to strike at the airborne warrior. MOU's sword met the left fang with precision, severing it in an instant, the fang spiraling through the air before crashing onto the rocks below. The centipede writhed violently, its hundreds of sharp legs thrusting toward MOU in an attempt to ensnare him. This was a common tactic of the centipede. Once ensnared, the victim would be swiftly overwhelmed. Yet, MOU had anticipated this move, deftly leaping aside to evade the creature's grasp. Seeing MOU evade its attack, the centipede rapidly unfurled its body, hastening toward him for another strike. Alas, one could not deny the speed at which it moved, its long legs propelling it swiftly over the 5-meter distance. MOU retreated once more, determined to gauge the creature's magical capabilities, lest he fall victim to an unforeseen trap. Thus, the chase ensued, one fleeing while the other pursued. Yet the centipede could not close the distance. Realizing it could not catch MOU, the centipede made a decisive retreat, attempting to escape back into the woods. You wretched beast, do not flee. Behold my artifact. Montauk you commandit. Using his telekinetic powers to hurl 10 dragon-tooth daggers toward various points of the centipede's body. To his surprise, the creature's exoskeleton proved remarkably resilient, the daggers lacking sufficient force to penetrate, merely ricocheting off harmlessly. Resigning to the circumstances, MOU withdrew the daggers and instead bound the centipede in spirals with his flying blades. Let us see if you can still escape now, he mused, finding this method effective. Although the binding did not breach the exoskeleton, it left behind faint imprints on the creature's surface. MOU then leapt down from a towering tree, positioning himself before the centipede, preparing to deliver a final blow. The centipede hissed menacingly, its mandibles aimed at MOU, unleashing a cloud of purple venomous mist from its fangs. In an instant, MOU unfurled a golden light to shield himself, yet the radiant glow continued to hiss ominously, indicating the potency of the poison it contained. So, you were withholding your trump card all along, intending to deliver a grand surprise. Had it not been for the golden light spell, I might have fallen into your trap. Swiftly, MOU maneuvered out of the toxic mist's reach, biding his time for the haze to dissipate before striking again. However, half an hour later, the violet fog remained stubbornly intact, leading MOU to realize that the spell not only released the poison, but also had the capacity to maintain it. Did you think I would be helpless against you? MOU sheathed his knightly sword and withdrew a solar pulse pistol from his storage compartment. Times have indeed changed. With steady aim, he targeted the centipede's head and fired. A brilliant azure energy coalesced along the semi-transparent circuitry of the weapon, culminating in a powerful blue energy projectile that struck the centipede's cranium. In just one shot, the hardened exoskeleton cracked, inflicting immense agony upon the creature. Attempting to roll away in evasion proved futile. It could only emit a threatening hiss towards MOU. How audacious you are! MOU began to unleash a barrage of shots, and after a dozen rounds, the centipede's head was reduced to a pulpy mess. By the heavens, I've done it again. I hope this first-tier magic crystal remains intact. MOU secured the solar pulse pistol and flying blades before approaching the centipede's carcass. At that moment, his observation hockey flared wildly, compelling him to retreat several steps without a second thought. With a crack, the centipede's tail revealed a mouth and venomous fangs identical to its head, snapping at the spot where MOU had just stood. The solid rock shattered under the force, while the purple venom corroded a deep pit into the stone. Such a cunning beast, possessing 2 heads. Yet how do you relieve yourself? A 1,000-legged creature, seemingly dead but not quite. MOU fired again, obliterating the nearly lifeless head of the centipede. Confirming there was no further threat, he proceeded to strip away the exoskeleton, ensuring he did not overlook the toxic glands and flesh of the centipede. Extracting the purple first-tier magic crystal from the earth with his knightly sword, he cleansed it with fresh water. Satisfied there were no impurities or residual toxins, MOU examined the crystal. Noticing no cracks, he breathed a sigh of relief and stowed it away, intending to refine it into a witch's tool when the opportunity arose. Departing from the site, he summoned the soldiers to handle the carcass, instructing Ryan to comfort the displaced and provide compensation to the families of the deceased. MOU rode back to Golden Ear Town. By this time, the funeral had concluded, and the Baron was hosting a luncheon for the attendees. Father, the matter has been resolved. MOU approached the Baron, reporting on the beast situation and subsequent actions taken. You have done well. Such a venomous creature indeed requires incineration for proper disposal. However, you may keep the magic crystal as your trophy. The Baron was pleased with MOU's capabilities, recognizing that even at such a young age, he was already capable of handling significant responsibilities on his own. As noon approached, MOU returned to change into a fresh outfit, for his previous attire bore the marks of battle against the magical beasts. The guests were to depart in the afternoon. Thus the luncheon was lavishly prepared, featuring marinated beast meat, fine brandy, and a golden wheat bread for each guest. Though somewhat dry, the guests relished their meals, compelling MOU to endure the excessively salty marinated meat. He hastily consumed a few bites of the golden bread to suppress the taste. After bidding farewell to the last guest, the funeral of the Baroness of Golden Spike was officially concluded, as MOU prepared to retreat to his chamber. He was halted by the Baron. Chapter 69. The nightly tournament. MOU regarded the Baron with curiosity, uncertain of what further arrangements were required. Montague. This morning I received a letter from Count O'Hunter, the Baron began. He intends to host a nightly tournament and has extended an invitation for the knights of our Golden Spike territory to participate. The Baron's countenance was grave. Ever since MOU had informed him of Count O'Hunter's connections to the ghoul cult, he had been closely monitoring the Count's activities. Father, Count O'Hunter's invitation surely harbors ulterior motives. MOU sensed a scheme afoot, though he could not decipher the Count's true intentions. Indeed, this tournament may pose risks. Yet, as a vassal of Count O'Hunter, participation is obligatory. The Baron appeared troubled, confessing that MOU was the only knight of note in Golden Spike. The others were ill-equipped to face either the tournament or its potential dangers. In that case, allow me to ascertain Count O'Hunter's true designs. MOU declared. However, Father, you must forge a participation certificate for me, designating me as a newly affiliated wandering knight named Jack Bardo. Despite the looming peril, MOU was resolute in his decision. Firstly, the Baron had treated him well. Declining the invitation would likely incur the Count's wrath. Secondly, MOU believed in his own strength and capabilities to confront any danger. With a 1,000-meter-long flying blade suspended by psychic force, he could become a veritable superhero, employing telekinesis to execute a myriad of extreme maneuvers. For instance, he could tether one end of the blade to a fixed object a kilometer away, allowing him to swiftly propel himself across vast distances. In that moment, no wolf traversing the city of Weiming would match the distance he could cover. Very well, but do remain vigilant. Count O'Hunter's vassals, as well as their vassals, will also be present. Exercise caution, and all should be well. The Baron did not question MOU's choice to conceal his identity for the tournament, trusting that his astute son had his reasons. Rest assured, Father, whatever schemes Count O'Hunter may harbor, I am confident in my ability to escape. MOU accepted the participation certificate penned by the Baron, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the tournament commencing in 5 days and a 3-day journey to the provincial city of O'Hunter, it was prudent to embark on the morrow to avoid any unforeseen delays. The Golden Spike League is perhaps the most distant batch from the provincial capital of O'Hunter. The Baron advised MOU to set off for the competition ahead of time. All right, Father, I'll return to prepare and depart early tomorrow morning. After bidding farewell to the Baron, MOU returned to his modest dwelling, where he had some gear ready. Given the name Jack Bardo, how could he possibly overlook the Onion Knight armor? MOU retrieved sufficient enchanted beast bones to craft the Onion Knight ensemble. He began with the helmet, a full-cover piece resembling an onion, with only a narrow slit for the eyes. Using his telekinetic abilities, MOU controlled a dragon-toothed dagger to inscribe the forging array on the skull of an enchanted fierce tiger, preparing to outline the array with energy-conducting ink thereafter. Next came the armor, which resembled overlapping tires and threes. This was relatively straightforward to forge, though there were still some shoulder guards and short skirts to attend to. The gauntlets and greaves proved to be a source of frustration, with an abundance of components, particularly the intricate joints of the fingers. However, after more than 2 hours of diligent work, Moyu finally inscribed the forging array on all skeletal parts. Applying the concocted energy-conducting ink simplified the outlining of the forging array considerably. Within an hour, he successfully completed all components of the Onion Knight armor. The design was remarkably ergonomic, proportioned according to Moyu's transformed physique. When he attempted to don the armor, it required considerable effort, but ultimately, with the aid of his telekinesis, he succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was an exact replica. The Onion Knight was undoubtedly Moyu's masterpiece. Observing his empty hands, Moyu resolved to maximize their potential. With great reluctance, he retrieved 2 second-tier earth bare bones and began etching the forging array to craft the Onion Knight's exclusive dual-handed great sword and thrusting shield. After all, he would be competing against knights, and the hardness of the weapons needed to be formidable. The enchanted beast bones could withstand considerable strain. Both pieces of equipment were exceptional to forge. If not for Moyu having exhausted the permanently conductive ink derived from the extraordinary taboo entity, he would have enchanted the energy-reactive great sword and thrusting shield. At the very least, he needed to inscribe a first-tier sorcery to match the second-tier beast bones. With his weaponry prepared for the competition, Missouri stored them away. In the following hours, he dedicated himself to intensive training, planning to dissolve the first-tier sorcery runes in his dantian that evening. He aimed to leverage the substantial, true essence augmentation from dissolving the sorcery runes to make a breakthrough, achieving the late stages of a low-level knight, thereby enhancing his chances for the knightly competition. An afternoon of fervent training led Moyu to feel on the brink of a breakthrough, just needing a bit more refinement. During dinner, the Baron once again offered some advice and specially handed Moyu 10 gold coins as funding for the journey. Although Moyu was not in need of money at present, he gratefully accepted the Baron's thoughtful gesture. Upon returning to his chamber, Moyu eagerly disbanded the localized runes of the Earth Spear, a ninjutsu of considerable complexity, akin to second-tier sorcery. He commenced his breakthrough into the latter stages of a low-level knight. Chapter 70, Journey to the Auhent Province. A substantial infusion of true essence surged into Moyu's dantian, hastening the rotation of his true essence cyclone. Employing the breath of the sun technique, Moyu drew in copious amounts of natural energy for refinement. His true essence rapidly proliferated, coalescing into a greater quantity of liquefied true essence at the cyclone's core. After more than 2 hours, Moyu felt his entire being purified by the true essence, enhancing his physical attributes once again, culminating in a formidable strength of 2.5 tons. Within the Dantian cyclone, the liquefied true essence formed a small pool, with the total amount of true essence more than doubling. Having successfully broken through, Moyu reassembled the runes for the Earth Spear and fully restored his true essence. With a bit more accumulation, he planned to consume a foundation establishment pill, elevating his cultivation to that of a mid-level knight. The next day, Moyu rose early, as he needed to travel to the Auhent province to partake in the so-called Knights Tournament. He was keenly interested in what schemes the Count of Auhent might devise, doubting that the Count would dare eliminate all the noble participants in the knightly skills competition. Moyu, be cautious on your journey, the Baron solemnly advised upon seeing him enter the dining hall. The number of magical beasts has significantly increased, likely due to the impending tide of pollution. Father, what is the tide of pollution? This was the first time Moyu had encountered this term, and his instincts told him it posed a grave danger. The tide of pollution, a concept coined by the Saint of Regulations, refers to the unpredictable surges in the population of magical beasts, occurring sporadically, sometimes a century apart, and at other times within mere decades. The Baron methodically sliced the enchanted beast meat on his plate while responding to Moyu's inquiry. This notification comes from the Church of Regulations, urging the nobility to consolidate their power and protect the common folk. It has only been 20 years since the last tide of pollution, which resulted in our gold grain family being reduced from a viscountcy to a baroncy. The Baron expressed his deep disdain for the tide of pollution, acknowledging that his strength was insufficient to confront the unknown peril, and that caution was paramount, preserving the flame of survival when necessary. Father, what preparations should we undertake? Moyu finished the last bite of his gold grain wheat bread. feeling that foresight of the tide of pollution warranted early preparations. Haha, of course there are preparations. Otherwise, do you think I would have agreed to your proposal for labor exchange? The Baron remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. However, the greatest threat lies not in the magical beasts, but in various natural disasters. Yet, he reassured, there is no need for excessive worry. The last time the tide of pollution struck, I was only slightly older than you. Though magical beasts were rampant and natural calamities were relentless, with sufficient strength, one can endure. Thank you for your guidance, Father. I will diligently train, Mo responded, bidding farewell to the Baron before heading to the stables, where he encountered the dominating Azu, which occupied a vast area, forcing the other steeds into the corners, its body marked with several hoof prints. Swiftly led Azu away, lest the battle steeds be harmed by Azu's kicks, fighting and causing trouble. Should I render you impotent and turn you into a mindless eunuch donkey? His ominous words echoed as he tugged at Azu's ear. Azu, with his triangular eyes, cast a disdainful glance at, as if to say, is this person deranged, attempting to converse with a donkey? Oh, you're still unconvinced, are you? Just wait until I return from the Alhent province, and you shall become a eunuch donkey. Secured the saddle and bridle onto Azu, mounting his back as they made their way towards the outskirts of Jinsui town. Indeed, Azu lived up to his status as a first-tier magical beast, moving with remarkable speed, rivaling that of warhorses, yet with a smoothness that rarely caused any jostling. I have a little donkey I never ride, yet one day, on a whim, I mounted it to go to the market. Off-key singing accompanied Azu's brisk pace, drawing the attention of the laboring refugees who paused to glance at him. It seemed that young master was in high spirits today. James, leading a squad of soldiers guarding the laborers, remarked teasingly upon seeing riding the little donkey and singing. James, the weather is splendid today, thus my mood is quite buoyant, responded whimsically as he rode past James. James glanced at the overcast sky, forcing a smile that barely curved his lips. Bidding farewell to the road construction crew, gradually moved out of their sight, approaching the desolate wilderness. The somber sky began to clear, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, casting several golden beams. Embracing the sunlight, walked toward the horizon, gradually shrinking into a mere silhouette. By midday, had traversed over 40 kilometers and the sky had entirely cleared. Finding himself alone, transformed his appearance, donning the Onion Knight armor, wielding a greatsword and a thrusting shield. This was new identity for participating in the nightly competition, Onion Knight Jack Bardo. He collected some firewood by the roadside to prepare his lunch. A substantial piece of earth barbarian bear meat awaited, full of energy and devoid of any unpleasant odor. Should he refine it, it could enhance his cultivation, making it an impeccable choice for sustenance. The aroma of the roasting meat wafted far and wide, attracting the attention of various beasts. Their instincts warned them that although the scent was delightful, formidable, upright apes guarded it, and they were wise enough not to approach. As finished roasting the bear meat, he sensed a multitude of beasts gathering nearby. Most were ordinary creatures, but among them were two first-tier magical beasts. Chapter 71. A culinary performance, a yellow-furred, black-faced monkey, towering over 4 meters, with bulging muscles and exposed fangs, appeared particularly fearsome. Also, a colossal eagle circled above, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters, each feather resembling metal, with an exceptionally sharp beak and talons glinting with a chilling sheen. Their objective was not solely the flesh of the bear, but also the essence of Mou, whose physical prowess at that moment surpassed that of a high-ranking knight, his body brimming with an abundance of energy. The foolish beasts, daring to target me, should engage in their own battles. A cold glint flashed in Mou's eyes as they transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, ensnaring the giant eagle in an illusion the instant their gazes met. In that moment, the black-faced monkey morphed into Mou's form, now tauntingly staring back while picking up a stone in preparation for an attack. With a shriek, the giant eagle dove with unmatched speed, catching the black-faced monkey off guard as its claws pierced the monkey's eyes. The monkey, hands clasped over its ruined eye, glared furiously at the soaring eagle. Grabbing nearby rocks, it hurled them like a swarm of locusts towards the eagle, the basketball-sized stones slicing through the air with a piercing roar, obscuring the eagle's form. Despite the eagle's desperate attempts to evade, one massive rock struck its right wing, scattering its resilient, sharp feathers from the sky, a clear indication of significant injury. That claw strike was swift and precise. The Eagle Master had long mastered the art of claw strikes, shattering the Monkey Master's left eye in a single blow. Unyielding, the Monkey Master retaliated with his hail of stones, akin to a shower of blossoms, striking the Eagle Master's right wing with astonishing agility. While feasting on the flesh of the Earth Bear, MOU observed the clash of titans, offering continuous commentary on the unfolding battle. The two colossal beasts fought fiercely, driving away ordinary wildlife, leaving MOU as the sole spectator. Marvelous. Sensing defeat, the Eagle Master swiftly unleashed a phantom duplicate, deceiving the Monkey Master's stone assault, and lunged again towards the Monkey Master's eye. However, the Monkey Master, ever vigilant, narrowly evaded the strike by tilting its head aside. Enraged, the Monkey Master berated the Eagle Master for its underhanded tactics and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the roar of rampage. This sonic wave visibly rippled through the air, momentarily stunning the Eagle Master and revealing a flaw in its defense. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey Master executed a powerful leap, capturing the dazed Eagle Master with a claw. Both descending towards the ground, the Eagle Master hitting the ground first and sustaining internal injuries, blood spilling forth. Unrelenting, the Monkey Master swung a fist at the Eagle Master's left cheek, but the Eagle Master evaded by turning its head, retaliating with a peck aimed at the Monkey Master's right eye. Furious, the Monkey Master seized the Eagle Master by the neck, intent on choking the life from it. The Eagle Master, gasping for breath, in a desperate act of survival, struck with its talons, shattering two of the monkey's bells in a single blow. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the monkey's face turned pale, its gaze blank as it struggled to regain its composure. The Eagle Master seized the moment, pecking at the monkey's remaining eye, which shattered under the assault. Awakening from the agony of its ruptured eye, the Monkey Master fell into a frenzy, opening its massive jaws to bite down on the Eagle Master's neck, tearing away flesh and fur, exposing the damaged trachea and carotid artery. Aware of its impending demise, the Eagle Master fought back fiercely, its claws raking across the Monkey Master's abdomen, leaving a scene of carnage that was utterly harrowing. Ultimately, this grand competition concluded in mutual destruction, with Master Monkey sinking his fangs into Master Eagle's neck, while Master Eagle hollowed out Master Monkey's innards. After finishing his lunch, MOU rose and approached the lifeless forms of the two beasts, wielding his mental prowess to manipulate the dragon-toothed shortblade, dismembering the two first-tier magical beasts. Flesh and bone were separated, feathers and monkey skin collected, and two first-tier crystal cores were stowed away. Not a bad haul, having acquired two first-tier magical beasts without effort. Though regrettably, the innate spells were rather lackluster, merely a shadow clone and a frantic roar. MOU accepted the two magical crystals with a hint of disdain, mounted his donkey, and set forth once more. By afternoon, MOU arrived at a deep forest, where apart from the towering trees, no other sight was visible. The narrow path within the woods was carpeted with fallen leaves, a foot deep, each step echoing with sound. Curse it, had I known, I would have avoided this path. It was certainly not this arduous during my last passage. Previously, while tracking Vorst, a former member of the ghoul cult, he had traversed this very route, moving swiftly and paying little heed. Yet he recalled this path was not so desolate, as it led to a village frequented by villagers. Now, however, it lay abandoned. MOU sensed that something was amiss, thus activating his observation hockey to monitor any disturbances within a kilometer radius. Alas, it seemed that the village had encountered misfortune, as animated corpses were now wandering nearby. His observation hockey detected 3 such corpses a kilometer away, their bodies withered, eyes glowing with a green light, their movements stiff and sluggish. These animated corpses were once humans or animals, including magical beasts, transformed into such by death at the hands of malevolent creatures or in contaminated lands. Due to the pollution of their souls, their lifeless forms, once deceased, were reanimated under the influence of corruptive power, allowing their fragmented souls to re-establish a connection with their bodies, roaming in search of living beings to capture and devour, thereby mending their own flesh. The strength of these animated corpses was contingent upon the physical prowess they possessed in life, varying from strong to weak. Yet none possessed special abilities, except for those corpses of magical beasts, which retained their innate spells. Accompanying the emergence of the animated corpses were malevolent spirits, which, lacking physical forms, possessed abilities akin to mental power and illusions. These spirits were even rarer, arising only when individuals with inherently strong souls succumbed to extreme negative emotions and died under the influence of pollution. Those capable of becoming malevolent spirits often exhibited some degree of sorcerous talent. Yet, regrettably, the sorcerous system had been tainted, leaving extraordinary individuals with little chance to display their prowess until after death. Malevolent spirits were significantly more formidable than animated corpses. While an ordinary person might find a glimmer of hope against animated corpses, the encounter with a malevolent spirit was almost invariably fatal. Though these creatures were not classified within the realm of magical beasts, they still possessed the capacity to infect with corruption. The toxic miasma of animated corpses, if not eradicated promptly, could indeed lead to a tide of corpses. Mou dismounted his donkey, drawing forth his twin-handed greatsword as he approached the 3 animated corpses. The moment the living corpse sensed the presence of the living, it immediately regained its vigor and approached Mou with rapid strides. A guttural roar escaped its lips, accompanied by a trickle of pus from the corners of its mouth, while its hands were raised, revealing sharp and obsidian-like nails. "Goodness, my friend, those are some ominous black nails you possess. I hope I do not catch anything from you." Mou raised his sword with one hand, while his left hand concentrated a rune of electric arc, infusing it into the colossal blade. Instantly, silver-white sparks erupted from the sword, crackling audibly. As the living corpse lunged forward, closing the distance to Mou within 3 meters, it sprang forth to devour him and relish in the taste of blood. With a disdainful snort, Mou evaded the attack with surprising agility, a stark contrast to the rotund form of the Onion Knight. The gigantic sword followed his movement, carving a graceful arc as it cleaved the corpse in 2, dispersing the foul spirit under the influence of the electric arc. At that moment, 2 more living corpses arrived, launching themselves at Mou. With his left hand, he pierced the spike of his shield directly through one corpse's skull, sending it flying. His right hand thrust the massive sword, impaling the second corpse in an instant, and with a swift kick, he hurled it a distance of 7 or 8 meters away. He then cast 3 fire incantation runes, incinerating the remains of the 3 corpses to grant them release. "Great command, transcend the solitary souls," he exclaimed, only to realize he had digressed. How could one transcend souls that were already scattered? Leading Aju, Mou proceeded towards the village, encountering no further living corpses along the way. As he neared the village, he spotted a familiar figure. The figure was mounted on a warhorse, clad in full armor, wielding a knight's sword, with a bucket helm that obscured his face except for a narrow slit through which his eyes could be seen. Yet, the familiar aura allowed Mou to recognize him. Indeed, it was the paladin Hubert, whom he had met previously at the castle of Baron Balan. Hubert, having also noticed Mou, approached him while leading his steed. "Greetings, noble knight. I am Hubert of the Disciplined Church. Do you know what has transpired in this village?" Like Mou, Hubert had just arrived, tasked with traveling the lands, as the Pope deemed him too young and inexperienced, which had led to the tragedy at Baron Balan's castle. "I am unaware. I have just arrived myself and discovered 3 living corpses on the way, prompting my inquiry." Mou, adopting the voice of the Onion Knight, responded in a deep, resonant tone. "Very well, noble knight. May I inquire your name and your intended destination? Might you assist me in ridding this village of its monstrous inhabitants?" Though Hubert was confident in his strength, he recognized that monsters could flee, necessitating a companion to help eliminate them and minimize any potential escapees. "Certainly, it is the honor of a warrior. I am Jack Baldo, but you may refer to me as the Onion Knight, hailing from Losric. The Knight Tournament? Is it not the family knights whom Count O'Hunter has invited? Though I am a wandering knight, I have heard of Count O'Hunter's tournament, and thus I requested Baron Jean Sway to provide me with a certificate of participation." The Onion Knight, portrayed by Mou, responded in a resonant and robust voice. "Well, I appreciate your assistance, Onion Knight. Your armor indeed resembles an onion." Hubert, with his right fist striking his chest, performed the highest gesture of respect customary among warriors to express gratitude towards the Onion Knight. "No need for thanks. May your courage and mission be as radiant as the sun. MOU, in the voice of the Onion Knight, sincerely and gallantly wished Hubert well. Thank you for your kind wishes, Honorable Onion Knight. I believe we must deliberate on how to eradicate the monsters as thoroughly as possible. Although Hubert did not revere the sun, he showed respect for the Onion Knight's faith. I think it is essential to ascertain the number of monsters in the village and their strength. Otherwise, acting recklessly could lead us into peril. Very well. I shall stealthily enter the village to assess the situation regarding the monsters. Should I find it unmanageable, I will withdraw. Hubert, a knight of integrity, assigned himself this perilous task. There is no need for such bravado. A courageous Onion Knight cannot stand idly by while his comrade is in danger. I shall accompany you. All right then, Jack Baldo, thank you. May the sun be with you. The two secured their horses and the companion, Ajou, and then quietly approached the village. With a series of self-assured evasive maneuvers, they avoided several living corpses and reached the outskirts of the village. Jack Baldo, there are too many living corpses on the main road. We cannot pass through. I believe we can approach from the rooftops. A splendid idea. Let us proceed with that. Jack Baldo, are you certain you can climb to the rooftop? Hubert looked at the rotund Onion Knight with skepticism, questioning whether he could indeed scale the roof. Do not underestimate me. I am quite agile, MOU retorted immediately, as if insulted. Chapter 73. The just assault. Hubert was astonished as he witnessed the plump Onion Knight leap effortlessly to a height of over 7 meters. Grasping the eaves of the second floor and then flipping his body, using force from his abdomen to ascend to the rooftop. Seeing the Onion Knight looking down upon him, Hubert emulated his actions and climbed to the roof as well. The two leapt across the rooftops until they reached a house at the center of the village, where they crouched down to peer cautiously over the ridge, surveying the village's heart. It appeared they had detected only one monster. MOU had long since enveloped the village with his observation hockey, yet he could discern only a towering creature feasting upon a corpse. Indeed, there was only one, but this particular monster was of a higher rank, seemingly possessing extraordinary traits inclined towards offensive capabilities. As a paladin of the Order of Discipline, Hubert possessed unique sensory techniques, a spiritual application developed by the saints of the Order. This ability functioned akin to a radar, allowing his spirit to radiate outward like waves. Upon encountering a monster, this spirit would annihilate it, gradually retracting to perceive the quantity and location of spiritual disturbances, thus enabling him to ascertain the number and general direction of the monsters. Before them stood a towering figure, measuring an imposing 6 meters in height, its humanoid form crowned with a bull's head and adorned with the twisted horns of a ram. Its maw was filled with sharp fangs, and it possessed 4 powerful arms, each ending in deadly claws. The reverse-jointed legs bore feet, equipped with 4 more vicious talons, while its pallid skin was taut over bulging muscles. In one hand, it clutched a staff resembling a gnarled branch. This formidable creature exuded an aura of menace, and it was evident that it had slaughtered the entire village. Yet, one could not help but ponder why it had not consumed its victims entirely, allowing their lifeless bodies to rise as undead. Schubert found himself perplexed by the actions of this advanced monstrosity. However, he felt confident in his ability to confront it, even in its singular presence. Just as he was about to reveal himself and challenge the creature, Miyu hastily restrained him. Schubert, we must proceed with caution. What if this creature possesses particularly troublesome abilities or has a direct counter to our strengths? That would spell disaster. But how can we ascertain its abilities without engaging it? Schubert retorted, rest assured, I shall ensure you have time to escape should danger arise. The Onion Knight would never abandon his comrade. Their discussions had inadvertently caught the attention of the demon-like beast, which let out a furious roar before charging at them, its massive, withered branch shattering one of the house's load-bearing walls. Look out! The house is collapsing. Jump! Miyu followed closely behind Schubert as they leaped to the ground. Miyu brandishing a colossal sword in one hand and a shield in the other, both poised defensively against the advanced creature. Are you unharmed, Onion Knight? Schubert unsheathed his knightly sword, wielding a kite-shaped shield emblazoned with the emblem of the Order of Discipline, a crown of thorns surrounded by crossed whips and a broadsword. I am fine. The creature possesses immense strength. Be careful not to get struck, Miyu warned as the beast barreled towards him, its massive branch sweeping with crushing force. Anticipating the attack, Miyu rolled aside, springing to his feet to deliver a swift strike to the creature's knee with his giant sword. The blow was precise and fierce, accompanied by a whisper of wind and thunder, yet it felt akin to a rusty blade slicing through dead wood, barely penetrating by half an inch and leaving only a shallow mark. Such a resilient body. It's nearly impervious to my strikes, he thought, noting its sluggish movements and rigid form. Muyu rolled again, evading the creature's claws, positioning himself behind it. Behold, Schubert concentrated his pale energy into his sword, imbuing it with two extraordinary powers. Sharp blades of light flared around the sword, extending outwards by half a meter, shimmering with the brilliance of his enhanced abilities. As an advanced knight, he had mastered the art of channeling energy to form sword strikes or protective barriers. Muyu, however, was capable of manifesting his true essence directly, a feat beyond the limits of mere energy manipulation, achievable only through the thorough opening of his meridians and the refinement of his energy. With a fierce roar, Schubert unleashed a powerful strike, employing the New Year sword technique, which landed squarely upon the creature's reverse-jointed knee. This blow truly showcased Schubert's prowess as an advanced knight, the sharp radiance of his sword penetrating deeply, inflicting agonizing pain upon the monstrous entity. It let out a deafening roar, twisting its massive, withered trunk to force the two back. Indeed, it was remarkably resilient. My strike barely inflicted any significant injury, merely causing it discomfort due to its extraordinary traits. Hubert's expression was grave. This creature was exceptionally powerful, and the two of them would likely endure a fierce battle. Do you possess any means to attack its soul? I believe he might attempt to assail its essence, he suggested. Was skeptical that this beast was flawless, certain it must harbor some vulnerabilities. However, with Hubert present, he felt compelled to conceal his true strength and refrain from unveiling his Zanpakuto. I possess only a small dagger capable of injuring the soul, an item of forbidden transcendence. Yet, the consequence of wielding this dagger against an enemy is that it will inflict a wound upon my own soul, he explained. Hubert deftly sidestepped the creature's sweeping attack and produced a dagger no longer than 10 centimeters, showing reluctance to employ it. Let us merely test whether we can harm this creature. As long as we do not use this dagger to slay it, my soul shall remain unscathed. As observed the beast assault Hubert, he prepared to strike from behind. Unfortunately, the creature lacked any excretory or reproductive organs, which would have allowed him to inflict agonizing pain. Nevertheless, as swords struck its spine, albeit only a minor wound, yet it successfully drew the creature's ire. Quickly, use the dagger to strike it. I shall divert its attention, he urged, rolled to evade the creature's claws, continuously searching for an opening to attack. Chapter 74. The resilient beast Hubert seized the moment, gripping the dagger with his left hand and slicing across the creature's calf. Although the blade had not penetrated deeply, it nonetheless carved a substantial gash, astonishingly without a single drop of blood flowing forth. To his amazement, the flesh around the gaping wound on the creature's leg began to writhe with growths, swiftly knitting together as if the injury had never occurred. Such formidable self-healing capabilities suggested a protracted struggle lay ahead. But the silver lining was that he need not fear inadvertently slaying it with the dagger. The creature, evidently enraged, unleashed a punch towards Hubert, generating a terrifying wind that resonated with a white energy, causing the air to explode. Hubert reacted swiftly, retreating beyond the range of attack. Be cautious. This creature's punch is no trivial matter. Observation skills hinted at a potential follow-up attack. As he suspected, the beast's arm suddenly slimmed down, yet its length elongated dramatically. Hubert, unable to evade in time, resorted to blocking with his knight's sword, but such a powerful strike was not easily deflected. The sword bent under the force, colliding directly with Hubert's chest. A thunderous sound erupted as Hubert's body was sent flying, crashing through a sturdy wall. The broken knight's sword and the forbidden dagger spiraled into the sky. Buried beneath the debris, he temporarily lost the ability to move. As he witnessed the creature poised to deliver a finishing blow, unleashed his knightly technique, the flame slash. The sword infused with true essence now rivaled Schubert's sword energy attack. With a swift strike, it cleaved into the bend of the creature's leg, causing it to stagger. A sharp claw, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, lunged toward Mou's head. Anticipating the move, Mou swiftly drew his sword, producing sparks as it clashed against the creature's claw. The creature's second arm reached upward towards Mou's body, prompting him to retreat. How could a single sword contend with a creature possessing 4 arms? Mou's intent was solely to prevent the creature from delivering a fatal blow to Schubert. Engaging in a direct confrontation was neither necessary nor advisable. Thus, he focused on entangling the foe instead. This maneuver deftly positioned Mou at the point where the forbidden blade had fallen. As he withdrew, he grasped the fallen dagger. With the dagger firmly in hand, Mou advanced, inching closer to the creature's attack range. The creature's striped, goat-like eyes flickered with a hint of caution, wary of allowing the slippery Mou to close in. It swung a tree trunk to sweep him away, but alas, its speed was insufficient. Under the scrutiny of Mou's observation haki and the 3-tomo Sharingan, the creature's movements were rife with openings. Seizing the moment when the creature's old strength had waned and its new strength had yet to manifest, Mou delivered a vertical strike with his enormous sword onto the tree trunk, altering its trajectory and sending it crashing to the ground. Soil erupted, creating a sizable crater as Mou planted a foot on one end of the trunk, using it as leverage. The creature attempted to lift the trunk to fling Mou away, but this was anticipated. The infused sword, brimming with true essence, struck the creature's thumb with precision. Aiming for the joint, and with the trunk serving as a base, the full force of the blow was unleashed upon the claw's joint. Due to the concentrated stress and the trunk acting as a chopping board, the creature's thumb was severed and sent flying. Deprived of its thumb, the creature could no longer grip the trunk and relinquished its attempt to lift it. Instead, 3 claws converged to ensnare Mou and tear him apart. In this perilous moment, Mou remained composed, as if a cunning scheme had come to fruition. Timing his jump perfectly, he leaped from the trunk in a split position, using his legs to brace against the creature's elbow joint, preventing its claws from reaching him. Simultaneously, his right hand pressed the enormous sword against the third arm's claw, while the forbidden dagger in his left hand plunged into the creature's striped goat-like eye. Despite the eyelid's obstruction, as the dagger made a small incision, the wound rapidly expanded, piercing through the eyelid. The dagger then drove into the eyeball, causing the creature to howl in pain, its strength surging, forcing Mou to bend his legs. Just as the creature seemed poised to capture Mou, he feigned an attack with the dagger, pretending to stab at the creature's other eye. As the creature abandoned its defense against Mou's enormous sword to protect its eye, Mou swiftly redirected the dagger, cleaving into the elbow joint of the creature's upper right arm. Initially, a small incision appeared, which then suddenly widened, resulting in the severing of an entire arm. Ha ha ha, how clever I am! I knew that one of your extraordinary attributes would manifest as a direct reflection of soul injuries in the corporeal form. Roar! The monstrous creature appears on the verge of rampage, its claws, dangerously close to Mou, suddenly elongate and narrow. They are about to make contact with Mou's body. Yet he anticipated this, leveraging the creature's arm with his legs to vault into the air, landing gracefully on the rooftop nearby. Ha ha ha! What do you think of my Onion Knight's finesse? Mou, triumphant, stand atop the roof, laughing heartily. Roar! The creature seizes a living corpse, and with a surge of crimson light, it envelopes the corpse. In a grotesque transformation, the corpse seems to melt into a sanguine fluid, merging seamlessly with the creature's form. The severed arm and damaged eye are instantaneously restored, revealing its complete state once more. What a revolting ability you possess. With so many living corpses, how can I possibly contend with you? Mou's composure shatters. This beast can utilize the flesh and blood of other beings to mend its wounds. Chapter 75, Stalemate Cough. Cough. That hurts, damned beast. Hubert pushes aside the debris weighing him down and struggles to his feet. His chest plate is dented, bearing the imprint of a fist, and a trickle of blood seeps from the corner of his mouth, rendering him disheveled and grimy. Hey, Hubert, are you all right? Mou, seeing Hubert finally recover, intends to ascertain his condition. If he is gravely injured, retreat may be prudent. Mou's Onion Knight guise was originally intended for the nightly tournament, aimed at human adversaries. Facing such a formidable creature, he cannot afford to reveal certain abilities inherent to his disguise, which puts him at a disadvantage. I'm fine, Jack Bardo. I've sustained some internal injuries, but nothing severe. I can still fight. Hubert exits the building and spots MO, confronting the creature. Hubert, this beast can heal its injuries using the flesh and blood of other beings. You're wounded, so focus on dealing with those living corpses. I will handle this creature. MO, notices the building he occupies is about to be demolished by the monster, prompting him to leap to another rooftop. How can I deal with hundreds of living corpses without weapons? Hubert's knightly sword is rendered useless by a single blow from the creature. I'll lend you my great sword. Remember, only by incinerating all the living corpses can we hope to vanquish this beast. MO tosses the massive sword to Hubert, while brandishing a shield in his left hand and a forbidden dagger in his right. He continues to lead the creature towards another building to dismantle it. Very well. Damned beast, your doom approaches. Hubert catches MO's great sword and swiftly brings it down upon an attacking living corpse, charging into the horde, dispatching each foe with ease as though slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, MO diverts the creature's attention, ensuring a steady supply of fuel for the incineration of the living corpses. 2 hours later, Hubert had slain all the undead and gathered them in one place, beginning to transport wood with the intention of incinerating them entirely. At this moment, MO found himself with no rooftops to leap from. The nearby village had been ravaged, leaving hundreds of houses dismantled by the loathsome fiends. With such prowess in demolishing structures, why not work for a demolition agency? Your efficiency surpasses even that of an excavator, MO jested as he stood amidst the ruins, exchanging banter with the monsters while occasionally delivering a swift strike. MO's sole advantage lay in his superior speed, allowing him to anticipate the monsters' attacks. This agility enabled him to toy with them, yet he was ultimately unable to inflict significant damage. At this juncture, MO had discerned two extraordinary abilities of the monsters. The first was their capacity to devour the flesh and blood of other beings to mend their own wounds, along with the ability to manipulate their own bodily mass to extend the range of their attacks. The second ability appeared to temporarily augment the mass of certain objects. This conclusion was drawn from the fact that the monsters had hurled bricks and stones at him with such force that the destruction wrought could not be attributed solely to the speed of the thrown projectiles. The manifestation of destructive power is always a function of kinetic energy, which is directly proportional to both mass and velocity, with velocity remaining constant. An increase in kinetic energy could only be achieved through an increase in mass. MO had previously picked up the bricks thrown by the monsters, noting that some were exceedingly heavy while others were of normal weight. The distinction lay in the time elapsed since the bricks had struck the ground. Those freshly landed were immensely heavy, while after a brief interval, they reverted to their original weight. The third extraordinary ability of the monsters remained elusive, compelling MO to engage in a protracted struggle without daring to take unnecessary risks. Finally, as flames erupted on the far side of the village, MO recognized that the moment for counterattack had arrived. Once more, he circled behind the monster and delivered a precise strike to its knee joint, creating a deep gash. The monster immediately faltered, collapsing to one knee as its tendon was severed. As MO sprinted towards Hubert's position, he observed the monster's recovery process. Despite the lack of undead to sustain it, the creature still managed to heal its wounds, albeit at a cost. MO's observation hockey allowed him to sense that a portion of the monster's flesh was being utilized for its recovery. "Ah, look at you, deprived of flesh. Forced to substitute your own," he taunted. With a deft twist, he evaded bricks that flew toward him like cannonballs, closing in once more with the swiftness of lightning, lowering his form as he dove to the side. His dagger sliced across the monster's ankle, causing the wound to widen, and the creature's body began to weaken. Like a creature with eyes on the back of its head, MO rolled along the ground, evading a claw aimed at him. He struck the other ankle, and the monster could no longer maintain its stance, collapsing to one knee as the other ankle had already healed. MO, akin to an agile eel, slipped through the gaps between the monster's 4 outstretched arms, simultaneously unleashing 4 precise strikes that severed the elbow joints. The 4 forearms hung limply, and before the monster could recover from its injuries, MO swiftly cut through the flesh that connected the forearms, causing them to fall away. With a deft motion, MO wielded his thrusting shield, striking the 4 forearms of the approaching Hubert. "Let us see how much flesh this beast has to compensate after I cast its forearms into the flames," he mused. The monstrosity was on the brink of being reduced to a mere stick by MO's relentless assaults, yet it continued to draw upon its own blood and flesh, intent on regrowing its severed limbs. Seizing the moment when the creature was deprived of its ability to attack, you leaped, disregarding the flailing upper arms, and used one foot to gain leverage on the creature's bent knee, propelling himself to a position directly above its head, just out of reach of its upper limbs. As he gazed down at the creature's swinging upper arms, he timed his movements perfectly, landing a foot upon one of them. His form ascended once more, now hovering directly above the creature's head. Observing the twisted horns resembling those of a ram, you plummeted, aiming to grasp the horns and plunge his dagger into the creature's skull. However, the creature sensed You's intentions and abruptly raised its head. Its malevolent striped eyes fixated on him. Instantly, those eyes turned a blood-red hue, unleashing a crimson light that pierced through You's vision. Although the swirling power of his three-tomo Sharingan struggled to fend off the onslaught, it managed to mitigate some of its potency. To You, the creature seemed to vanish, leaving behind only the colossal, malevolent eye, an embodiment of profound corruption and defilement. This vile essence sought to invade You's very soul, whispering insidiously in his ear, drowning him in a sea of darkness. Though his head throbbed with pain, You steadfastly clung to his consciousness, resisting the encroaching taint. In the external world, his body, suspended in the air, appeared to lose control, descending helplessly towards the creature's gaping maw. In this dire moment, a familiar voice pierced the veil of his despair, accompanied by a radiant golden light. A gentle call sought to awaken You from the abyss of darkness. Montaku, avaken. My name is Wan Xiang. Please awaken. I am Wan Xiang. The voice grew louder and clearer until You fully emerged from his stupor. Wan Xiang, is that your name? I comprehend now, he replied. In his hand, a blade materialized, the Zhan Padao, its summoning signifying Wan Xiang's presence and a reminder of his own identity. Transform, manifest. As the incantation resonated, the blade underwent no visible alteration, yet its attributes surged dramatically. You cleaved through the dark prison forged by the creature's extraordinary powers, reclaiming control over his body. You wish to devour me? Dream on, he declared, as he smashed the thrusting shield against the creature's gaping maw, jamming it shut. Attempting to close its jaws proved futile, and You leaped onto the thrusting shield lodged within the creature's mouth, driving his forbidden blade into its skull. A massive wound opened upon the creature's forehead, slicing through flesh and bone, directly cleaving its cerebral matter. The monster's brain was severely damaged, causing it to collapse onto the ground. As the creature lost consciousness, You relentlessly inflicted grievous wounds upon its injuries. He swiftly severed its forearms and removed its legs. This damage was inflicted within a mere moment, and only after that did the monster regain awareness, only to realize it was now devoid of arms and legs. Its severed limbs had already been cast into the fire by Schubert. You had no intention of using the small knife to slay the monster, as its side effects would jeopardize his own soul. Returning the knife to Schubert, You took up his massive two-handed sword. Jack Baldo, how do you plan to kill this creature? Schubert knew the monster's defenses were formidable. Had it not been for the cursed knife that countered it, they would likely still be engaged in a futile struggle against it. Fear not, I possess a method, my exclusive technique. You theatrically retrieved a vial of potion from the pouch on his back. This is a transcendent elixir that restrains monsters. Gifted to me by an alchemist I know, it is said to inflict significant damage on monsters. Simply applying it to my sword will severely wound the creature. Schubert felt an urge to scoff at the notion of such a potion, suspecting You had been deceived, yet he held his tongue. You poured the liquid onto his two-handed sword, which in truth activated a magical rune of electric arc. In an instant, the sword crackled with lightning, leaving Schubert astounded. The potion that You had poured was merely a standard stamina potion. Approaching the monster's head, You prepared to execute it, determined to end its wicked and chaotic soul, thus preventing it from wreaking further havoc upon the world. You stealthily infused his Zanpakuto into the two-handed sword, utilizing a minor function of the All Things initial release, enabling the weapon to gain formidable, soul-damaging capabilities. Without hesitation, he wielded the sword and thrust it down with force. Even though the monster possessed immense physical defense, The side effects of the extraordinary properties resulted in the soul damage being returned several-fold to its body. With a sickening sound, MOU's sword pierced through the monster's skull, causing the chaotic light in its eyes to extinguish. The obliteration of its soul ensured the demise of this formidable high-level creature. Had it been a knight of the earth without soul-damaging capabilities, it would have struggled to dispatch this monster in a short time. The strength of the Earth Knight lay in its powerful physique and the essence of its fighting spirit, which formed a sword aura capable of cleaving through anything, allowing one to single-handedly vanquish legions. As MOU vanquished the creature, 3 green orbs of energy were absorbed by the panel. Phew, it's finally over. I'm utterly exhausted after such a long night. MOU reclined on the ground, gazing wearily at the stars above, their glow faint against the distant firelight. The prolonged, intense battle, compounded by the creature's treachery, had left him mentally drained. Fortunately, he had gained 3 extraordinary traits and the initial release of his Zanpakuto. The name of MOU Zanpakuto is called W Nexi Ying, and its release phrase is W Nexi Ing WN Hu. The infusion of the weapon with the essence of the soul merely constitutes a trivial function. Its most significant capability lies in transforming into the weapons of MOU's imagination. Endowed with fantastical attributes, this function possesses a remarkably low lower limit, while its upper limit is exceedingly high, contingent upon MOU's capacity for development. For instance, should MOU envision the Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron, he must first conceive its form, followed by its materials, and ultimately the laws of extreme principles. In essence, if MOU lacks sufficient understanding of certain materials and properties, he can only utilize the most rudimentary functions. However, MOU is not devoid of means to expand the capabilities of his Zanpakuto. In Chapter 77, The Art of Deception, MOU possesses a profound comprehension of flames, understanding temperature as the movement of fundamental particles. He can directly bestow his Zanpakuto with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees or forge a weapon at absolute zero. Grasping how to render a weapon razor-sharp necessitates the formation of a single atom at the edge, capable of slicing through virtually anything. Ultimately, it all hinges on understanding, heavily reliant on both talent and accumulation of knowledge, both of which MOU seems to possess in abundance. Rupert dragged the corpses of monsters into the fire to incinerate them, and then reclined beside MOU. Indeed, he had never felt so exhausted even during his training in the ecclesiastical order. What was life in the order like? I have yet to hear. Well, it consists of endless cultivation and training, yet with my best friend by my side, it is not entirely unbearable. Rupert reminisced. Being one of the finest among the children nurtured by the ecclesiastical order, he was also the most solitary, yet he had a dearest friend. Oh, your best friend? Male or female? She is a gentle girl who often encourages and comforts me. Our bond is profound. I do not regard her as merely a girl and frequently engage in playful escapades with her. Your relationship sounds quite close. Do you miss her? Somewhat. If only she were a boy, then she could accompany me in my paladin training, and we could undertake missions together rather than remaining within the church, learning diverse knowledge and instructing newly adopted orphans. Are you certain you would be happier if she were a boy? MOU suddenly perceived that Rupert's reasoning was flawed. He had anticipated a childhood friendship tale, but instead encountered a tale tinged with a tragic twist. Had she not been a girl, he would have surely sought to forge a brotherly bond with her. Of course, think about it. If she were a boy, we could roam freely together, vanquishing monsters. Alas, she can only languish in the church, living a mundane existence. Well, I seem to have overestimated you. I have heard that in your ecclesiastical order, marriage is permissible. Do you have any such intentions? Certainly not. I was rescued from monsters by the church at a young age, and subsequently adopted and educated. Thus I have long aspired to dedicate my life to the eradication of monsters. Rupert, I admire you. You are a person of integrity, free from base desires. MOU expressed a slight admiration, recognizing that although Rupert may be somewhat naive, his noble sentiments could not be denied. Jack Bardo, what about your experiences? MOU fell into a contemplative silence, pondering how to fabricate his tale. After a prolonged moment, he spoke. Schubert, do you recall me mentioning that I hail from Losric? Are you surprised that the continent of Baishu does not recognize such a place? Indeed, I have never heard of Losric. In truth, I originate from another realm. Not quite a continent, but rather a grand island we refer to as the Rodland. This island lies near the Arctic, shrouded in perpetual darkness, where only a few ancient dragons and towering trees manage to thrive. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, a flame was born at the roots of these trees, and drawn by its warmth, life emerged from the shadows. This flame bestowed light upon Rodland, and initially, for individuals gained its power, becoming the primordial Four Kings. The mightiest among them was Gwyn, who wielded the power of lightning, leading his followers to vanquish and slay the ancient dragons, incinerating the great trees and establishing the kingdom of Aenir Londo upon the continent. With fire came the alternation of warmth and cold, the clarity of light and darkness, and the delineation of life and death. Thus, Rodland entered the age of fire, with the four original kings revered as deities. Fire, born from darkness, is destined to extinguish. To combat the abyss of darkness, the sun god Gwyn sacrificed himself to the first flame, allowing the fire to continue to burn and perpetuate the age of fire, becoming the first Lord of Cinder. However, fire is ultimately ephemeral. To sustain the light, the people constructed places of fire transmission and established the kingdom of Losric. In their quest to prolong the first flame, they selected the strongest among them to become Lords of Cinder, casting themselves into the flames to illuminate the world. Thus, the tradition of fire transmission was born, but it also brought forth the curse of the undead. Those who perished would resurrect at the bonfire ignited by the embers of the first flame, albeit losing a fragment of their humanity in the process. Hence, the saga of Rodland persists to this day, where four Lords of Cinder must be chosen to perpetuate the first flame, yet the numbers have dwindled, with even those who have burned once being cast back into the first flame. Some of these lords are reluctant to embrace their fate, weary of this tragic cycle. Rodland has been bereft of life, leaving behind multitudes of lost souls. Among them is my dear friend, the giant King Yorm, who, upon his first transmission of fire, witnessed the flames consume his people, leaving him devoid of both kin and kingdom, and thus he lost his sanity. I honored my pact with Yorm, and after he succumbed to madness, I sought to end his suffering. Alas, my strength was insufficient, leading me to the continent of Baishu to hone my skills, with the intention of returning to Rodland to alleviate my friend's torment. Having listened to the Onion Knight's tale, Schubert fell into silence, realizing that this world, rife with mystery and corruption, was indeed tragic, yet there existed realms even more sorrowful. What a lamentable and desperate world. May you find a way to relieve the giant King Yorm of his anguish. There is no need for sorrow. The sun shines with me. With the sun rising on the horizon, Mou stood tall and proclaimed boldly, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Hubert. I have my mission to fulfill, so I must bid you farewell. May the sun shelter you." As Mou climbed on Azu's back, he offered his blessings to Hubert. "Jack Bardo, may the sun be with you. You are a hero." Hubert bowed in respect, feeling honored to meet such a legendary figure as the Onion Knight. Chapter 78. Where are you taking me? After parting with Hubert, Mou faced the rising sun and continued his journey. Having not slept the entire night, he soon dozed off on Azu's back. However, he urged Azu to remain vigilant. After all, what if he fell asleep and was taken away by monsters? Fortunately, having left the village behind, they found themselves on a main road, albeit without encountering any travelers. Mou was fortunate. Amidst the vast wilderness, he faced no attacks. Azu, following the broad path, was unperturbed by the possibility of losing the way. It was not until dusk that Mou regained his energy, stretched lazily, and began to survey his surroundings. "Where on earth have you taken me? Is this still our homeland?" Perhaps Azu was too hungry, as it had been following a lush riverbank. As it grazed, Mou realized they had strayed too far to return. Embracing the mistake, they continued along the increasingly wide river, eventually arriving at a beautiful lake that mirrored the sky like a pristine mirror. Mou swiftly wrapped his arm around Azu, which was still intent on grazing, and playfully struck it a few times. Yet, the creature continued munching on the grass, casting a dismissive glance at Mou. "Listen here, if I miss the night tournament of Count Hunter, you'd better prepare to become a donkey meat delicacy." Mou jumped down from Azu's back, feeling hunger pangs himself as he observed Azu's appetite. Unfortunately, there was no dry wood around, so he retrieved some previously roasted beast meat and began to eat. While consuming his meal, Imoyu took out Captain Jack's compass to ascertain his location. After carefully comparing it with the map and aligning it with the compass's direction, he deduced his whereabouts. This lake was named Drinking Horse Lake. It was here that the ancestors of Kauno Hunter had pierced through the realm of monsters and beasts. They called it Drinking Horse Lake, as it was a place where horses would drink, signifying its proximity to the Western Death Wilderness. Imoyu realized he had been led astray by Azu. Gold Spike territory lay to the southwest of Ohana Province, while Drinking Horse Lake was situated to the northwest of Gold Spike territory. Thus, Imoyu found himself still in the southern part of Ohana Province, albeit more towards the west. However, it was only a day and a half's journey to Ohana Province. If he pushed himself, he could reach it in a day. As dusk approached, he decided to spend the night there. Imoyu took out his tent, noting the overcast sky that hinted at impending rain. As for Azu, it could endure the rain outside for a night of reflection. Imoyu opened his interface, gazing at the extraordinary traits he had just acquired. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to claim a character card, and without hesitation, he clicked to receive it. A card soared into the air, dissipating like mist, its essence blending into the atmosphere. Imoyu reminisced about their first encounter, and in an instant, he reverted to his true appearance. The Onion Knight armor transformed into a casual outfit, akin to a fashion effect. Although it appeared as though the armor had vanished, it was merely a deception of perception, a conceptual trick rather than a simple illusion. Moreover, the garments he wore retained the armor's intrinsic qualities, ensuring protection. At that moment, the air around him began to distort as time and space warped, emanating a terrifying energy, as if something dreadful was striving to break free. Before long, the distortion reached its zenith, revealing a pitch-black rift from which a small figure tumbled forth. Perhaps due to the nature of her transportation, the girl appeared to be unconscious. Sensing her descent, Imoyu hurriedly caught her as she fell from the sky. She seemed to be around 13 years old, draped in a tattered dress made of inferior leather, lacking sleeves and, naturally, trousers. Around her neck, a metallic collar devoid of rust, clasped tightly like that of a condemned prisoner. Her disheveled, golden hair cascaded freely, reaching down to her calves. With her brow furrowed, her eyes fluttered beneath their lids, as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. The girl soon awakened, resembling a vigilant creature, her sapphire eyes sparkling with alertness as she scrutinized Imoyu. It was then that he beheld her face clearly. Despite the small scars adorning her delicate features, they did little to obscure her captivating beauty. Her expression was neutral, yet her gaze was imbued with an innocent curiosity, reminiscent of a young deer, long accustomed to solitude in the forest, who unexpectedly encounters a kindred spirit. Like a wild animal recognizing its own kind, she instinctively yearned to approach and sniff him, only to realize she was cradled in Moyu's arms. With agile grace, she leapt from his embrace, fixating her curious gaze upon him from short distance away. Moyu felt a shiver run down his spine under the intensity of her azure eyes. It was akin to a formidable beast assessing whether the creature before it posed any threat or belonged to its food chain. Perhaps due to the amiable and harmless aura emanating from Moyu's shape-shifting abilities, she gradually lowered her defenses. Can you always speak? He ventured. Hello? Sawadee ka? Konnichiwa? Annyeonghaseyo? The girl did not respond. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, her exquisite face reflecting an unusual calmness. Rather than tranquility, it was more fitting to describe it as incomprehension. The girl was entirely oblivious to the 5 languages Moyu had spoken, despite his assurance that his pronunciation was impeccable. Even when he attempted to communicate in rudimentary sign language or the common tongue of the White Continent, she remained uncomprehending. Yet the young girl exhibited no reaction at all, as if she were oblivious to her surroundings, displaying no hint of hostility. She simply stood there, like a marionette that had lost its spring, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Her eyes, reminiscent of a freshly graduated student, bore an innocent foolishness. As Muyu approached her, intending to establish a connection through his linguistic charm, his sudden proximity startled her. The girl, who had been motionless, sprang into action with the agility of a feline, executing a flawless backflip that restored the distance between them. Her expression remained impassive, her slightly curved figure arching like a hunting raccoon. Aside from her appearance and physiological traits, Muyu could discern no semblance of humanity in her demeanor. At that moment, a rumble emanated from her stomach, audible to Muyu, who smiled knowingly. He produced some roasted beast meat, demonstrating its edibility by taking a bite before offering it to her. However, the girl did not reach for the meat before Muyu could even toss it to her. She glanced at the lake behind her and leapt into the water. Wait, don't go. This world is perilous. There may be fish-like monsters in the lake. Unfortunately, Muyu's warnings went unheard and unheeded as she submerged. He could only watch in disbelief as ripples spread across the lake's surface. Before long, the girl resurfaced, clutching a large fish while swimming back to shore. Just then, Muyu's gaze sharpened, fixating on the lake as 3 Tomo symbols materialized, spinning wildly. Swim quickly. There are monsters in the water, he shouted, but the girl did not comprehend. Yet her instincts, akin to those of a wild beast, sensed the impending danger lurking beneath the surface. Accelerating her pace, she was, regrettably, still too slow compared to the approaching menace. Muyu swiftly summoned a flying blade, controlling one of the creature's tentacles with his telekinetic prowess and extending it towards the girl. Alas, she could not grasp it in time and was ensnared by a massive tentacle reminiscent of an octopus. Countless suckers clung to her, rendering her unable to escape. And the most terrifying aspect was that each sucker housed an eye, exuding a foul aura that was almost palpable. In an instant, Muyu directed the flying blade to ensnare one of the monster's tentacles, activating both the earth spear and the golden light incantation, which radiated a dazzling brilliance. Muyu propelled himself towards the creature, for it was too vast to be lifted. In midair, wielding his released Zanpakuto, he emanated an overwhelming chill, an embodiment of the absolute zero he had envisioned. In a mere heartbeat, he closed the distance of several meters, and the icy blade of his Zanpakuto pierced one of the creature's tentacles, severing and freezing it in place. Then, with a swift motion, he swung his blade towards the tentacles, ensnaring the girl. Though she too struggled to bite at them, her teeth were insufficient, rendering her attempts futile. Muyu relentlessly severed the creature's tentacles, only for them to regenerate instantaneously, quickly multiplying in number. As he neared the water's edge, a sudden recollection of treading water struck him. With his innate true essence possessing chakra-like qualities, he believed he could replicate this feat. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he successfully executed the maneuver in a moment of desperation. Grasping the girl's arm, he hoisted her up, then wielded his sword to sever the tentacles that clung to her. Surveying the tumultuous mass of writhing tentacles and the countless eyes that grotesquely defiled human aesthetics, he felt a wave of rationality being assaulted. Muyu extended his golden light towards the girl, liberating her from the taint of corruption and the degradation of her reason. Fortunately, her exposure to the foulness was brief, resulting in only a slight contamination of her ethereal form, which was not a grave concern. With a commanding presence, he invoked the breath of the sun, the 11th form, and the dance of the solar halo dragon. In an instant, his blade morphed into a flaming longsword, ablaze with temperatures soaring to 5,000 degrees Celsius. Enhanced by the essence of a solar sword, Muyu felt as though he was cradling a miniature sun. The searing flames coalesced into the head of a dragon, and with his movements, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, severing and incinerating the encroaching tentacles. As he tread upon the water's surface, cradling the girl in one arm, he disregarded the delicate sensations, wielding the fiery dragon as he sprinted towards the shore. Observing the tentacles sprouting once more, Muyu tossed the girl onto the bank and turned his full attention to the monstrous entity. The girl, agile and nimble, adjusted her body mid-air and landed gracefully, rolling to dissipate her momentum. She remained silent, her eyes filled with concern as she watched Muyu continue his fierce battle against the tentacles on the lake surface. Damn it, he thought. How many tentacles do you possess? Is your regeneration faster than my strikes? As he brandished the fiery dragon, he relentlessly cut through the tentacles that emerged from the water, aided by his observation haki and Sharingan. Muyu evaded the entangling appendages, consistently exploiting openings and avoiding the tentacles that sought to ensnare his legs. He was unaware if this creature had consumed some magical essence, for by now, he had severed at least 1,000 tentacles and still saw no limit to its regeneration. Taking control of the flying blades, he infused them with true essence and solar sword intent, weaving through the myriad of tentacles, tightening his grip. and severing them all in one decisive sweep. It seemed to anger the creature, as the surface of the water surged violently, prompting MOU to retreat swiftly. Suddenly, a colossal monstrosity emerged, towering like a building, resembling a grotesquely mutated octopus. Yet, atop its form, a humanoid upper body sprouted, covered in writhing tentacles. Countless eyes fixated upon MOU, exuding an aura of pure malevolence and corruption, as a faint yellowish miasma wafted towards him, colliding with his golden shield. Chapter 80. The high-level transcendent forbidden object emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. MOU hastily intensified his true essence to infuse the golden light talisman, generating more protective golden radiance. It turned out to be a deformed one, and when it was human, its power was remarkably formidable. Otherwise, its post-mutation form would not be so terrifying. Has is a corrupting spirit. The deformed one uttered incomprehensible words as foul, yellow pus continuously oozed from its hands. After absorbing this putrid substance, the deformed one's tentacles instantaneously sprouted forth. Simultaneously, several human faces on the creature's octopus-like head vanished. At this moment, with keen eyes, MOU discerned the object it clutched in its grasp. It was a shattered slab emanating a miasma of pollution, inscribed with writings that MOU dared not gaze upon. Fearing the contamination of his soul, it seemed that through some form of sacrifice or exchange of its own ghastly visage, the deformed one had procured this substance to restore its injuries. As MOU beheld the foul, encroaching tendrils and eyes once more surging towards him, he swung his fire dragon blade in a relentless assault. However, he noticed that the creature's tentacles appeared to possess greater resilience. Yet he was still able to sever them effortlessly. While MOU was occupied with clearing the surrounding tentacles, the deformed one suddenly began to chant an incantation. As the words faded, MOU prepared himself with utmost vigilance. At that moment, he felt the air around him grow thin, gradually transforming into a vacuum. By the heavens, it can wield magic. MOU swiftly manipulated his flying blades to latch onto a great tree several hundred meters away, pulling himself towards it. In flight, he also grasped the girl, who was struggling to breathe. Upon reaching a safe distance, air returned, and both gasped for breath. Terror etched on their faces as they beheld the deformed one. MOU surmised what form of magic this creature was employing. If he was not mistaken, it was likely the meteorological magic of the Salvation Organization. He had perused documents about this group, known for their expertise in atmospheric sorcery. Magic, unlike the sorcery of wizards, is either an extraordinary ritual performed by a transcendent being or a bait left by bizarre cults. In this world, true magic does not exist. All so-called magic is a creation of transcendent beings, often birthed from unspeakable motives. To provide a concept, magic consists of high-level transcendent entities, from sequence 6 to sequence 4, who, to assimilate their extraordinary traits, typically require certain rituals. Most individuals choose to create magic by establishing specific incantations, allowing users to connect with the creator through the dream realm, thereby sharing their extraordinary abilities. If the transcendent being is akin to a deity, then magic equates to divine art, with the user as a follower. These magical practices are fraught with various traps and costs, yet some bear relatively minor expenses, making them sought after. The Salvation Organization thrives on this, delving into various relics while propagating apocalyptic doctrines. It is believed that when the outer gods descend, the world will plunge into an apocalyptic state, resulting in the demise of all humanity. However, their proposed solution to save the world is the annihilation of all intelligent beings, as they perceive these sentient entities as the attractors of the outer god's attention. Meteorological magic is a type of sorcery that, while requiring minimal cost, wields considerable power. As MOU attempts to flee, the aberrant creature relentlessly pursues him, seemingly unwilling to relent until it has eliminated him. If you seek your own demise, then I shall oblige. MOU conjures a sphere in his hand, infusing it with the essence of wind and blending it with the intent of the sun, subsequently unleashing the wind escape spiral sun shuriken. The air is rent asunder by the wind blade, producing a haunting, buzzing sound. This time, MOU does not prepare to wield it. Instead, he casts it forth. The wind escape spiral sun shuriken, akin to a tempestuous sun, is hurled with astonishing speed. In mere moments, it covers the distance of several hundred meters, rendering the aberrant creature unable to escape. With a thunderous crash, a mushroom cloud ascends, and the terrifying shockwave nearly destabilizes the girl, who is caught in MOU's embrace, preventing her from being swept away. The ominous clouds above are dispersed, and the sound of the explosion reverberates for miles as the brilliant flames gradually fade. A vast quantity of steam rises, obscuring the scene from view. Let us see if you survive this. Art is indeed an explosion. Data does not deceive me. As the thick fog dissipates, MOU beholds the aftermath. A massive circular crater with a diameter of 10 meters has been blasted into the lake's edge. The waters are continuously flowing into the chasm. Yet the aberrant creature has vanished, presumably meeting its end. What? It has not perished. Are you a cockroach? To his astonishment, the aberrant creature emerges from the water, having lost a significant portion of its body, yet still clinging to life. In truth, it had employed meteorological magic to conjure a thick wall of air, absorbing much of the blast force. However, this came at a cost. The magic had drained its essence, leaving its ghastly visage diminished. Meanwhile, MOU has expended 70% of his own energy, remaining vigilant against the aberrant creature while utilizing the breath of the sun to absorb natural energy and replenish his essence. The aberrant creature does not allow MOU a moment's respite. It once again sacrifices the remnants of its ghastly face, and the fragmented stone slab oozes foul ichor, restoring its damaged form. It then crawls ashore, advancing toward MOU. Damn it, just wait. MOU retrieves his tiger bone bow and a plethora of witchcraft arrows, preparing for a war of attrition. Perhaps due to MOU saving the girl, she does not resist when he carries her upon his back. Instead, she clings tightly to his neck. Chapter 81. Resolving the aberrant sorcerer, MOU releases an arrow at the aberrant creature without a glance back, then turns and flees. The creature, seething with rage, recites an incantation, and in an instant, the clouds above coalesce. The clouds swirl, thickening to an impenetrable mass, shrouding the land in darkness. As the rotating black clouds stretch for miles, casting a shadow over the earth, the oppressive atmospheric pressure weighed heavily on the heart, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Thunder roared as lightning flashed, a colossal sound akin to the wrath of the divine. The blue-violet lightning shattered the shackles of the dark clouds, akin to a deity's scepter, striking towards MOU and the girl upon his back. What the hell? How could there be lightning? Montague exclaimed, swiftly casting an arcane talisman to redirect the sky's fury towards it. The talisman, crafted from the hide of a magical beast, was instantly reduced to dust, creating a massive crater upon the earth. Yet, the tempest was far from over, as relentless bolts of lightning continued to assail MOU, unyielding in their pursuit. I'm not a celestial being. What kind of madness is this? With no other recourse, MOU manipulated the flying blade threads, sending one end soaring towards the dark clouds while the other entwined around the abomination. The flying blades successfully attracted the lightning, channeling a torrent of energy into the grotesque creature. It shrieked in agony as plumes of black smoke and foulness were obliterated and numerous tendrils were seared. As the relentless lightning struck, the mindless abomination finally ceased its assault. However, it began to chant anew. The lightning dissipated, yet the black clouds commenced a rapid rotation. With a heavy heart, MOU retracted the flying blade threads, ensuring no damage had been done before safely stowing them away. At that moment, the skies shifted once more, as a tornado descended, forming a formidable vortex. Debris, including grass, branches, and stones, were drawn into its powerful grip, causing MOU to struggle to maintain his footing. Family, who understands this? Not only can it summon lightning, but it can also conjure a tornado. MOU hastened to distance himself from the cyclone, yet it relentlessly approached him. Forced to summon the flying blade threads again, he ensnared a tree 1,000 meters away, using it to propel himself towards safety. Yet the tornado, still under the abomination's control, pressed on, uprooting countless trees and sweeping away the earth beneath. Once more, MOU utilized the flying blade threads to escape, embroiled in a cat-and-mouse chase. Ultimately, this tornado was not a natural phenomenon. Once the mysterious force driving it was fully expended, it subsided. Montague, Witnessing the now powerless abomination, incapable of wielding elemental magic, emitted a sinister grin. It is well known that magic is but a borrowed force. It cannot be endlessly summoned, even if one has paid the price. The tides had turned. Now it was his turn. With his inner essence restored to 80%, Mou was ready to unleash another wind escape spiral shuriken. He gently set the girl down, preparing to confront the abomination directly and eliminate it with a single strike. However, the girl tugged at his garment from behind, her expression inscrutable to him. Once more, Mou conjured a language comprehension spell, seeking to bridge their understanding. This time, the girl seemed to trust him enough not to shy away. Together, we shall go. The young girl's intent illuminated Mou's understanding. And though he was uncertain whether it stemmed from fear or reluctance, he resolved to accompany her. Mou, with the girl upon his back, pursued the aberration that was attempting to flee back to the lake. In his hand manifested a terrifying wind release spiral sun shuriken. He feared that a single blow from the creature might spell his doom. Consequently, he infused nearly all of his true essence into this strike, rendering it even more formidable than the previous wind release spiral sun shuriken. Even the mindless aberration could not conceal its dread, its disordered spirit betraying panic as it sought to hasten its escape into the depths of the lake. Unfortunately for it, Mou offered no reprieve. The wind release spiral sun shuriken, propelled at an astonishing velocity, crossed several hundred meters and struck the aberration's head directly. With a resounding boom, the explosion reverberated across the landscape, a towering mushroom cloud and a ring of radiance dispersing the ominous clouds, revealing the starry sky beyond. A crater, several meters in diameter, manifested on the shore not far from the lake, with water gushing forth from the depths, while the creature had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Mou's keen eyes caught sight of an object plummeting from the sky, descending rapidly toward a point several thousand meters away. The foul aura surrounding it revealed it to be a fragment of a high-tier, forbidden artifact held by the aberration, a shard inscribed with forbidden knowledge. Mou, with the girl still on his back, swiftly made his way to a Zhu, who had retreated a kilometer away to observe the spectacle. They set off toward the landing site of the high-tier forbidden artifact. Fortunately, a Zhu was a first-tier skywalker, remarkably swift and adept at navigating all terrains. With both individuals on his back, he raced forward at an exhilarating pace. Minutes later, guided by the foul scent, Mou arrived at the location of the shattered stone tablet. It was embedded in a cliffside, and fortunately, no other creatures were present. Otherwise, they would likely have succumbed to the intense pollution emanating from the high-tier forbidden artifact. Mou halted 100 meters away, leaving the girl and a Zhu behind. Encloaked in golden light, he cautiously approached the fragment. As he neared within 50 meters, he could faintly discern some tainted murmurs, yet he dared not listen. He concentrated intensely on suppressing his perception and spirit, nearly sealing his 5 senses to insulate himself from the whispers. However, upon reaching 30 meters, the murmurs resonated directly within his mind, enticing him to listen, to perceive, and to succumb to chaos. As Mou advanced to within 20 meters, his observation hockey began to sound alarms. Progressing further would invite peril and catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, he pressed on. This was the first high-tier forbidden artifact he had encountered, a discovery too significant to overlook, and he could not permit it to disseminate its pollution unchecked. Mou refrained from activating his spiritual sight, fearing he might be tainted in an instant. Yet, as he sealed his senses and approached the cliff's base, he faced a dilemma, devoid of perception. How could he ascend the cliff and accurately locate the high-tier forbidden artifact? However, deep within Mou's heart, he understood that he must crawl towards the direction where the corruption was most severe. In an effort to bolster his sense of security, he retrieved the sacred garment of the radiant saintess and, gritting his teeth, donned it without hesitation. The effect was almost instantaneous, as the incessant visions of tentacles and eyes in his mind vanished in an instant. Yet, Mou was acutely aware that this relief was but temporary. He needed to hasten his actions and quickly make contact with the source, storing it in the repository. With unwavering focus, Mou activated the breath of the sun, enveloping himself in earthen spears and golden light. His fingers, darkened and covered by the earthen spears, thrust into the rock as he swiftly ascended towards the location of the fragmented stone he recalled. The increasingly potent stench of corruption urged him not to linger, compelling him to climb ever faster. At last, just as the sacred light of the radiant saintess's garment began to wane and tainted hues crept up one corner, Mou successfully touched a sharp, protruding object. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, a prompt from the interface appeared. High-level extraordinary characteristic detected. Would you like to collect it? Yes. 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 Mou realized this was the swiftest response of his life, as he felt his hand, which had touched the shattered stone tablet, no longer belonged to him. The interface effortlessly extracted the high-level extraordinary characteristic from the fragment and subsequently stored away. With a sigh of relief, Mou leaped to the ground, distancing himself from the still tainted stone walls before finally opening his eyes. At that moment, the sacred garment of the radiant saintess was largely consumed by the foul yellow and crimson miasma. The hand that had made contact with the extraordinary taboo object was now entirely covered in tiny, writhing tentacles, extending from his forearm. As the radiant saintess's garment emitted a final burst of holy light, it momentarily expelled the corruption from Mou's arm. Then, it detached itself from his body and ignited in midair, reducing itself to ashes. The radiant light released during the conflagration purified the surrounding area within 100 meters. Oh, my sacred garment of the radiant saintess, Mou lamented, watching the dust carried away by the wind, feeling the pangs of loss. With such a formidable trump card gone, his already meager resources had dwindled further. Why this sorrow? At that moment, a girl's voice echoed his mind, reminding him that they were still connected through their linguistic bond. Ahem. It's because I have lost something precious. Yes, I am hungry. The girl's stomach rumbled incessantly, clearly more ravenous than before. Here, this is roasted meat. Mou offered a piece of roasted beast meat to the girl. She eagerly grasped the meat with one hand and began to eat it in small bites. Perhaps it was due to the metallic collar that clung tightly to her neck. Who put that thing around your neck? Mou felt a tinge of curiosity. Although he recognized the girl as Violetta, her past remained a mystery to him. As a kindred spirit, the girl continued to nibble at her food, clearly famished. Let me see if I can free you, he said. Without hesitation, Mou drew his Zanpakuto and instructed the girl to lower her head, revealing the shackles around her neck. He parted her long, golden hair and activated the initial release of his blade. Fortunately, his Zanpakuto possessed the ability to transform and imbue special characteristics. He shaped it into a saw with fine serrations and a single-atom blade edge. Commencing his task, Mou began to saw slowly, the effects becoming evident. Although he remained unaware of the alloy's composition, its hardness was indeed formidable. Yet, it could not withstand the cutting power of his Zanpakuto. After several minutes, he succeeded in severing one end. However, due to the absence of gaps in the shackles, save for a minuscule keyhole, he needed to cut the other end to remove it. I'm still hungry, she expressed. As Mou prepared to reposition the shackles for another cut, he noticed the girl had consumed over 2 kilograms of roasted meat. What on earth? Have you mastered the knight's breathing technique? How can you eat so much? Though puzzled by her appetite, he retrieved another piece of meat of similar size. I'm thirsty. Water, she requested. Mou then produced a water pouch, opened it, and handed it to her. He resumed his struggle with the resilient shackles. Before long, he successfully removed the restraints and held them up for examination. However, as the girl finished her meal and curiously observed him, Mou still had not discerned much. Upon infusing the shackles with his true essence, he discovered their remarkable energy, conductivity, which filled him with excitement. He promptly stored the shackles away, realizing he could concoct new permanent energy-conducting ink. Turning his attention back to the girl, he found her diligently inspecting the water pouch he had offered, her focus intense, symbolizing her first encounter with such an object. In her earnestness, she did not appear foolish. Rather, she exuded the tranquil demeanor of a literary maiden. Chapter 83. Let us call you Violetta Mou. You quietly admired the girl's profile. Her tousled golden hair danced freely in the gentle breeze, not tangled as he had anticipated, but rather possessing a silk-like quality. Her deep blue eyes, more profound than the ocean, rendered any exquisite gem pale in comparison. Her delicate features bore both fresh and faded scars, yet they could not obscure her exquisitely proportioned beauty. However, the scent emanating from her was somewhat unbearable, a chaotic blend of sweat, blood, and animal musk. Observing her completely soiled beast-hide dress, Muyu recalled his own attire. Given that the girl was of similar height to him, the clothing should fit her quite well. Took out his regular attire and handed it to the girl. Put this on. He immediately conjured a cleansing rune and cast it upon her. Instantly, a layer of black smoke descended from her, revealing the grime accumulated over the years. The girl, astonished by his actions, although unable to comprehend them fully, felt a sense of awe and newfound comfort. Here, my clothes are yours to wear. We shall purchase you new ones upon reaching the town. The girl accepted the white shirt and black trousers he offered, a neutral ensemble. Yet her face reflected confusion as she stared at, unsure of how to don the garments. I can't, she stammered. S expression darkened, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, upon seeing the stiff beast-hide skirt she wore, he steeled his resolve. With eyes closed, he grasped the hem of her skirt and lifted it off. The girl, like a kitten caught by the nape, offered no resistance. He then draped the shirt over her, taking her delicate hands and guiding them into the sleeves. Once her arms were properly adorned, recalling his memories, fumbled for the buttons and fastened them one by one. Upon completing her attire, he exhaled in relief and turned her around. He then picked up the trousers, crouched down, and held one of her ankles, guiding it into the pant leg. And with a gentle pull, he raised the trousers, securing them with the drawstring. When opened his eyes, he beheld a transformed. Though the shirt was somewhat oversized, it surprisingly suited her well. Her silky golden hair framed a face as beautiful as violet petals, serene and doll-like. Her long hair cascaded down to her calves, and she no longer resembled a beggar, but rather a princess. Gazed into his eyes, feeling as though this sapphire had come alive, imbued with new hues. It was the first time he sensed emotion emanating from her gaze. Though he could not decipher it, he surmised it was a positive change. Retrieved his spare tent, for the original had perished in the aftermath of battle. As he entered the tent, clutched the hem of his garment tightly, following him inside. Cast a glance back at the girl, trailing behind him. Why had she suddenly placed such trust in him? Was it due to his act of saving her? Or perhaps a longing for companionship, the first encounter with her kind? Nu had lived in isolation on a desolate island, battling wild beasts for survival until this day. A wave of compassion washed over him for the girl's past. Shall I give you a name? He proposed. A name? What is that? The name serves as your moniker. Everyone possesses a name. For instance, I am known as M.O. Eugene Sway. M.O.U. Does it qualify as a name? Indeed. The young girl mimicked the sound of M.O.U., softly repeating the two syllables, marking her first mastery of phonetics. Thus, you shall be called Violetta, signifying eternal love and the elegance of the violet flower. Violetta. The girl whispered this name, as if she had acquired a true treasure that belonged solely to her. The tent was spacious enough. M.O.U. retrieved a large, plush hide from second-tier magical beast, the Earth Barbarian Bear. After proper treatment, it was exceptionally warm and comfortable. M.O.U. settled down cross-legged, preparing to restore her true essence, which had been severely depleted from the intense battle. The girl nestled closely beside M.O.U., curling up to rest. The day's experiences had been nothing short of extraordinary for her. First, she was inexplicably transported to a different world, and then she narrowly escaped death at the hands of a mutant. M.O.U. paid no heed to the girl, instead focusing all her energy on the breathing technique of the sun, continuously absorbing natural energy to replenish her true essence. After a span of several minutes, her true essence was fully restored. Moreover, due to the fierce combat and the subsequent 2 drainings, her limit had remarkably increased. She felt a sensation akin to a forthcoming breakthrough to the intermediate knight level. Without hesitation, M.O.U. took out a foundation establishment pill, preparing for a direct advancement. Being a lower-tier knight felt somewhat insufficient. Her formidable technique, the wind-escape spiral sun shuriken, could only be utilized once. Gazing at the luminous foundation establishment pill, M.O.U. swallowed it whole. The overwhelming potency of the medicine, accompanied by a chilling aura, enveloped her dantian and meridians. Her true essence surged rapidly, soon exceeding twofold and continuing to climb. M.O.U. immediately directed this burgeoning energy to impact and expand her entire body's meridians. After a considerable duration, the commotion within her calmed, and her true essence had multiplied by more than tenfold, with her meridians widened to their utmost limit, and even her dantian had expanded. Nourished by an abundance of true essence, Her physical constitution now reached 35 times that of an average adult male, possessing a single-handed strength of 7,000 pounds, surpassing even that of advanced knights. MOU felt an unprecedented power coursing through her, with a depth of accumulation that promised a breakthrough to the intermediate stage in a short while. Suppressing her excitement over the impending elevation, she prepared to sleep, reassured by the presence of a Zhu, a vigilant first-tier magical beast, standing guard. Chapter 84. The People's Teacher. MOU noticed Violetta sleeping beside her, curled up like a small kitten, her breathing rhythmic and strong. MOU began to comprehend why the girl possessed such animalistic physical prowess and perception. Violetta, much like the character from her world, had practiced a unique breathing method since childhood, a profound instinctive technique that continuously provided her with exercise. Although Violetta's original world lacked natural energy, preventing her from attaining the formidable strength of her counterpart, it still endowed her with remarkable physical capabilities and keen senses. In this enchanting realm, the natural energy flows through her body with each breath, nurturing and enhancing her physical form. As her body undergoes transformation within this world, it naturally generates the energy known as fighting spirit. MOU seems to grasp the origins of the knight's breathing technique, perhaps in ancient times. Individuals of extraordinary talent possessed an inherently efficient method of breathing. Consequently, as they grew immensely powerful, many sought to imitate their breathing patterns, aspiring to acquire similar unique techniques. However, such acquired methods of breathing can never rival those who possess this trait innately. Typically, those endowed with such a gift can attain the realm of Sky Knights simply by following a systematic path, while becoming a legendary knight necessitates a profound capacity for comprehension. Thus, the intricate framework of the extraordinary system in this world becomes entirely lucid, encompassing knights, sorcerers, and the subsequent emergence of extraordinary sequences. All of these embody the brilliance of human wisdom, steeped in a rich historical heritage. With the truth in her grasp, MOU succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the fact that her breathing method remained unchanged even in sleep. She continued to exist in the state of total concentration breathing, thus unwittingly achieving a state of constant focus. On the following morn, sunlight filtered through the seams of the tent, casting a warm glow upon MOU's face. Stretching languidly, she felt invigorated, and at that moment, she noticed her persistent engagement in the state of total concentration breathing. To her delight, she realized that this state would continuously enhance her physical abilities to the utmost. How could she not feel elated as she was on the brink of remarkable progress? MOU awoke, inadvertently stirring the slumbering Veilrit. Like a kitten emerging from a delightful dream, she slowly opened her eyes, reminiscent of the azure sky. Upon seeing MOU emerge from the tent, she instinctively sprang up to follow. With a casual gesture, MOU conjured 2 spells of cleansing to substitute for her morning routine and began to pack the tent, aware that they needed to continue their journey. Veilrit was savoring roasted meat, relishing its flavor, which stood out as the most delightful food in her memories, aside from fruit. "Veilrit, we must depart," MOU called out. Although Veilrit appeared bewildered, she recognized that MOU was calling her name. MOU gently patted her cheeks and realized that the language comprehension spell had worn off. It seemed she would need to teach her the common tongue of the continent. MOU felt a twinge of frustration, as imparting a language to another is no simple task, though she acknowledged Veilrit's intelligence. Curiosity sparked within Veilrit regarding MOU's actions and speech, prompting her to unconsciously mimic them. This playful act of Veilrit slapping her cheeks brought MOU back to her senses, expressed understanding towards attempts to imitate him. Recognizing it as a fundamental aspect of human nature, is not devoid of emotions. Rather, her prolonged seclusion and lack of nurturing and education have shaped her current demeanor. She resembles a newly born infant, possessing a purity akin to blank parchment, easily moldable into its form. However, refrains from such actions, embodying the principle that a gentleman exercises caution in solitude and does not deceive in the darkness. He feels a sense of duty to impart language, literacy, knowledge, and survival skills to her. Upon recollecting her extraordinary trait, realized that this would expedite her learning process. Tilted her head, gazing at with curiosity, envious of his eloquence. "Here, this should suit you well," he said, presenting her with a green orb, a synthesized entity that had undergone purification to mitigate pollution and side effects, granting the ability of accelerated learning. After gesturing for her to consume it, trustingly complied. As she ingested the orb, a faint, ethereal glow enveloped her, signifying her advancement to the 9th tier. This trait could be deemed a boon for the academically challenged, enabling swift comprehension of literary knowledge and various skills, making learning both easy and profound. Upon absorbing the accompanying knowledge bestowed by the extraordinary ability, opened her eyes, the light of wisdom flickering within them, as she began to grasp the meanings of the information swirling in her mind. This form of knowledge transfer transcended any specific language or script, utilized a language comprehension technique to connect with, preparing to instruct her in the nuances of language. He had her mount while he settled behind her, gently embracing her. He began with nouns, teaching from the basics of pronouns to the flora and fauna surrounding them, imparting knowledge of whatever they encountered, would articulate the name of each object, prompting to repeat after him. Naturally intelligent, under the influence of her accelerated learning ability, required merely a single lesson on any term to master it. By evening, she had proficiently acquired the common language of the continent, as well as Chinese, though had yet to teach her the written form. Seeking shelter for the night, led to a cave. In Chapter 85, titled, What is a Genius?, he instructed to gather firewood while he ventured out to fell a large tree, intending to create a blackboard. Fortunately, his blade could transform into a saw. Otherwise, crafting a wooden board would have posed considerable difficulty. After skillfully joining the sawn planks using traditional mortise and tenon techniques, he fashioned a solid wooden blackboard. He brought the blackboard into the cave, placing it in a corner, and began preparing their evening meal. Given their substantial appetites, they had consumed all the prepared food by midday, necessitating a humble barbecue under the rudimentary conditions, undoubtedly lacking the flavor of their earlier repast. Upon hearing the announcement of a barbecue, Violet felt a surge of joy, for she relished the aroma of grilled meat. Once again, they prepared the bare meat from the 2nd-tier earth grizzly, cut into blocks the size of mahjong tiles, then skewered them with wooden sticks and commenced the grilling. With great enthusiasm, Violet held a skewer of bare meat, mimicking the actions of MOU as she grilled. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched the meat sizzle and glisten with oil. When MOU sprinkled the sole barbecue seasoning and declared it ready to eat, Violet's eyes radiated with delight, eager to taste the meat she had personally grilled. Perhaps due to a novice protection period or the special enhancement of her own creation, she savored the meat with great enjoyment. MOU, you must try this. My barbecue is delectable, she said, confidently offering him the first skewer she had ever grilled. Indeed, is quite good, MOU replied, suppressing his true sentiments, as he did not wish to dampen Violet's burgeoning confidence. Nevertheless, it was somewhat unbearable. He quickly gulped down a mouthful of water to wash it down. Though the meat was thoroughly cooked, it bore some charred spots, and the seasoning was unevenly distributed. After dinner, MOU commenced a lesson. He picked up a piece of charcoal and inscribed some characters, reciting their pronunciations, and Violet quickly grasped the concepts. In just half an evening, MOU had taught her a selection of commonly used words in both the universal language and Chinese. Violet was remarkably intelligent and obedient. Unlike himself during his studies, often lost in reverie during class, she showed no signs of disinterest in learning. Rather, she was deeply intrigued. Having tidied the blackboard, MOU prepared for sleep. Since mastering the concentrated meditation technique, he no longer needed to sacrifice sleep for training, which filled him with a sense of happiness. While foregoing sleep in favor of training was feasible, actual rest undeniably enhanced clarity and comfort. Good night, Violet. Good night, MOU, she echoed, mirroring his farewell. Before long, the gentle sound of Violet's breathing filled the air, signaling her slumber. MOU began to examine his newly acquired extraordinary traits, particularly the high-tier one, for which he had paid a significant price, losing his cherished Taoist artifact, the Holy Maiden's Corset. The first was an extraordinary trait derived from a high-level magical beast, a moderately polluted low-tier ability that granted mastery over flesh and blood, allowing him to use any blood or flesh to mend his or another's wounds, with supreme control over any bodily part. The side effect was a rigidity of the body. This ability mirrored the troublesome capability of the magical creature, contrasting with the ultra-rapid regeneration he had previously acquired. Both abilities bore similarities, Yet MOU found himself more inclined towards the mastery of flesh and blood, as it not only facilitated the restoration of himself and others, but also allowed him to control his own physical form. For MOU, this signified an ultimate mastery over his own powers, as he was aware that his current immense strength, due to the manner of exertion, had yet to unleash even 60% of his potential. Moreover, there arose an embarrassing situation where fragile items could easily be damaged. It goes without saying that this was a contingency plan after MOU had digested the transformation. He activated the second extraordinary trait from high-level monster. This moderately contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait could ensnare an enemy's soul into a spiritual space, rendering them oblivious to the external world. The side effect was that any injury sustained by the soul would manifest in the physical body at a ninefold intensity. This ability was indeed commendable, akin to the illusion of moon dusk. It was precisely due to the side effects of this ability that MOU was able to vanquish that high-level monster. However, the third extraordinary trait from the monster seemed somewhat futile to MOU. This moderately contaminated low-tier extraordinary trait possessed the ability to temporarily augment the mass of an object. But the side effect was that altering the mass of an object would consequently alter one's own mass. Clearly, this was merely a material for a lottery, and MOU had not participated in one for quite some time, making him feel a tinge of restlessness. Without hesitation, he sacrificed this extraordinary trait. As he clicked on the resulting green orb, he felt a surge of anticipation. He recalled the Thunder Child from a certain realm of cultivation, a remarkable object forged from heavenly lightning during the tribulation of golden core cultivators. It was potent, capable of countering malevolent forces, and served as a miraculous means of survival. MOU was unsure how to assess it. While one might argue it was subpar given that it was a trump card, on the other hand, it was undeniably a consumable. In summary, MOU was filled with mixed emotions, lamenting his lack of piety for having drawn without proper preparation. Regaining his composure, he clicked on the final extraordinary trait, which was derived from a high-tier forbidden object. This heavily contaminated high-tier extraordinary trait possessed the power of equivalent exchange, with the side effect being that one would inevitably engage in a transaction with an evil deity. My goodness, this ability was rather formidable. As long as the exchange was equivalent, regardless of consent, transactions could be conducted without restrictions on the type, meaning that both souls and lifespans could be bartered. Truly, it lived up to its status as a high-tier extraordinary trait. MOU was quite pleased with this characteristic. However, as he currently possessed only this singular high-tier extraordinary trait, he could not cleanse it of its contamination and side effects through synthesis, leaving it to languish in his storage. Chapter 86. The chapter of soul noxiousness. MOU further examined the host information of that high-tier extraordinary trait. The fragment of the stone tablet appeared to bear some inscriptions, which he dared not scrutinize. However, through the appraisal in his storage, he gleaned information regarding this stone tablet fragment. The chapter of soul noxiousness, originating from the forbidden knowledge of the desecration scripture, was acquired by a certain cultist of an outer god after offering a sacrifice to the deity. Those who peruse it would find themselves irresistibly drawn, leading them to worship the outer god and succumb to corruption. Various secret methods and rituals could be employed to taint the soul, creating an aroma favored by the outer god. Souls tainted in this manner, when offered as sacrifices, would attract the attention and rewards of the outer god, provided one could endure their gaze. MOU was at a loss for words as the outer god cults, the saviors organizations, and the ghoul churches had all been classified as heretical sects by the three great saints for good reason. The outer god sect embodies madness and chaos, venerating eldritch deities through the frequent offering of souls or flesh, beseeching the divine gaze and blessings of these beings. Thus, the congregation is characterized by a frenzied disposition. Steeped in disorder and filth, they resemble a swarm of ants, sacrificing their own kin in a futile attempt to appease humanity, hoping to receive mere crumbs in return. While the unfortunate may find themselves crushed underfoot, they do not perceive pollution as a dreadful affliction. Rather, they consider it a state of divine closeness. The creation of blasphemous texts does not surprise MOU in the least. He refrains from examining them, fearing the allure of such forbidden knowledge, which possesses an inherent power of seduction. Perhaps the safest course is to eternally consign it to storage. for he can never forget the haunting image of his right hand adorned with tendrils, a spectacle both bizarre and captivating. MOU is acutely aware of the terror that pollution brings, yet he remains oblivious to how those of Sequence 6 and above manage to surmount the formidable pollution inherent in their elevated transcendent natures. For now, however, he is but a pitiful Sequence 9, with his ability to shift forms having reached an impressive 80% digestion, nearing the threshold of Sequence 8. On the following morning, MOU busied himself preparing a barley beast meat porridge, for the daily consumption of monster flesh had begun to wear on him. A gentle breeze wafted towards the cave entrance, rousing Violet from her slumber, her azure eyes slowly opening. As she stirred, a crystalline fluid formed delicate strands from her lips. The aroma wafting through the air was unlike anything she had ever encountered, far more enticing than the previously savored roasted beast. She sat up, clad in a long-sleeved shirt, and carefully fastened the buttons as MOU had instructed her. Preferring the freedom of her attire during the night, she typically slept with her shirt unbuttoned. Initially, MOU had vehemently opposed this, deeming it improper, viewing it as a test of discipline. Yet Violet remained resolute, and whenever MOU attempted to button her shirt, she would nimbly evade to a distance she considered safe, leaving MOU in a state of exasperation. Nonetheless, each morning, he would find her lying beside him once more. Resigned, he would cover her with a blanket, lest he lose his composure. After all, he was merely 13 years of age. Violet gazed outside the cave and noticed MOU crouched by the fire, engaged in some task, steam rising from his work. Rising from the bare skin, she approached him from behind. Food. This was the extent of her understanding gleaned from MOU's teachings in Mandarin. She had never seen food in its entirety, only speculated based on its definition. She tiptoed, bending slightly to observe what he was doing. Violet, you're awake. Good morning, MOU greeted, his spirits evidently lifted. Just a moment longer. It will be ready soon. He added, this is barley porridge, he clarified, noting the distinction from rice. Uncertain if rice would ever grace their meals in this world. Nevertheless, he mused that barley could be considered food in its own right. Violet remained silent, quietly crouching beside MOU, observing the culinary creations before her. A growl emanated from her stomach, a clear indication of hunger. During this period, Violet's physical prowess had been rapidly enhancing, and MOU estimated it to be equivalent to 4 times that of an average human, with primitive fighting energy now surfacing within her. Be careful, it's hot. MOU served her a bowl and cautioned. Perhaps due to the heat, she sipped the porridge slowly. Her movements somewhat clumsy. If you drink it like I do, it won't be so hot. MOU sighed, demonstrating by sipping around the edge of the bowl. Suddenly, he slapped his own cheek, conjuring an ice crystal rune to cool the meat porridge in his hands. Ah, indeed, sorcery transforms life, he mused. And together they finished the entire pot of porridge. As the sun began to rise, the two had tidied up their belongings and prepared to set off towards the Auhent province. The distance was not far. There remained more than half a day's journey, during which they would pass through a town, a significant economic hub under the governance of the Earl of Auhent. Named Minor City, or rather, a phonetic rendition by MOU. It literally means a place of transit or temporary stay. It serves as a crucial stopover for numerous merchant caravans, flourishing in commerce, with annual trade and transit taxes lining the Earl's coffers. We will soon arrive at Minor City, where I'll get you a few suitable outfits, MOU said to the curious Violet, who was gazing around. All right, but this outfit is a gift from you, so you cannot take it back, she replied. Why would I want back the clothes you've worn? I'm not a pervert, MOU said, 3 lines of black appearing on his smooth forehead. What is a pervert? Why are you not one? Violet asked innocently, yet her questions pierced deeply, often leaving MOU in distress. That's an uncharted topic. Let us explore it later. MOU quickly diverted the conversation to avoid being at a loss for words. Chapter 87. The mundane past. Violet cherished her first set of clothing immensely. Despite it being MOUS, it made her even more sentimental. Well, just tell me what you like when the time comes. I have quite a bit of money. I can give you 2 gold coins directly, and you can buy it yourself. It could be a delightful experience, MOU said, pulling out 2 gold coins and placing them in Violet's hands. Is this really gold? It sparkles so beautifully, Violet remarked. Her criteria for evaluating objects revolved around their taste and appearance, reflecting a perspective that was both primitive and modern. Do you remember the currency system I explained? Just be careful not to be deceived. MOU expressed concern about Violet's first shopping experience, not out of fear for her being cheated, but rather for the apprehension that her pure heart might first encounter the darker sides of humanity. Of course, I'm very clever. Gold coins are precious and can buy an abundance of delicious food, Violet assured, her innocence intact. Violet solemnly placed 2 gold coins into her pocket, occasionally checking their presence. For to her, they represented a bounty of sustenance. MOU tenderly embraced Violet, pondering what lessons to impart next. She had already grasped a sufficient command of language. Yet her worldview remained refreshingly simple, leaving MOU uncertain whether to intervene. Just as he contemplated, he felt a gentle poke on his cheek. It was Violet, who withdrew her finger to extend her palm skyward. It's raining, MOU. The rain has begun, she softly declared. MOU snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to feel the cool droplets on his face. Indeed, the rain had commenced, and it threatened to intensify. The rain is falling, MOU murmured. With a gentle breeze, the heavens released a delicate cascade of raindrops. Initially, it was but a light drizzle, insufficient to dampen their clothes. However, as the sun was shrouded by clouds, dark leaden masses drifted in from the northeast, and the sky darkened ominously within mere minutes. In a flurry, MOU dismounted from the donkey, retrieved the tent, and sought higher ground to set it up. He had not anticipated that the previously clear skies would so swiftly succumb to gloom. MOU, will the lightning strike us? Violet pointed to the heavens. Glancing back at him, her pale golden hair dancing in the wind. A jagged bolt of lightning danced among the dark clouds, followed by a thunderous roar, as if the sky had unleashed a torrent of rain, pouring down in torrents. Come inside, don't get soaked. The lightning won't strike us, MOU reassured her, knowing she spoke of the tempest conjured by the distorters, likely frightened by the spectacle. He ushered Violet into the tent, feeling a momentary relief as he frowned at the increasingly torrential downpour. He had initially hoped to reach Minel City by noon, but the deluge would delay their journey. The rain is quite heavy. Don't you dislike rain, MOU? Violet inquired, her azure eyes reflecting the flickering lightning. Typically reticent, her expression offered little indication of her emotions. MOU could only occasionally discern feelings within her gaze. Nevertheless, her initiative to engage him indicated her current state of boredom. Shall I tell you a story? MOU asked, settling down with genuine interest. A story? Very well, she replied, recalling that a story is merely a recounting of someone's experiences over a span of time. Let me narrate a tale of a little child who faced a dire fate before his passing. Once upon a time, in a realm known as 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, there lived a toddler from a quaint village whose greatest joy was the milk of beasts. Eventually, he grew to be a revered figure, the Fire Shadow, nay, the Celestial Emperor. Do you find this story intriguing? In truth, it is merely the fanciful musings of a child on the brink of death. MOU gazed at Violet, who listened quietly, a smile playing upon his lips. I find this story unappealing. The boy suffers greatly. Even his dying fantasies are steeped in sorrow. Although it is Violet's first encounter with a tale, she possesses her own discernment, which brings joy to MOU. Allow me to recount a story of the 5 villages feud. I no longer wish to hear stories. I long to learn about MOU's past. Violet firmly rejected MOU's suggestion, her curiosity about him evident. Very well, I shall share my own story. In a distant realm, on a planet known as Blue Star, in a place called the Hua Kingdom, a boy was born in a small mountain village in the province of Laozi Shu Dao. From a young age, he was no different from others, possessing mediocre talents, leading an unremarkable life, attending an ordinary civil engineering university, and upon graduation, securing a menial job. Assigned to the northernmost city, he endured the biting cold and aridity, rising at 4 in the morning to witness the dawn, then laboring tirelessly, day after day, until a myocardial infarction claimed his life. He arrived in this world, becoming MOU, and subsequently embarked on the life of a Baron's second son. MOU recounted his past in a subdued manner, as if an outsider to his own narrative. Though his tale was not particularly thrilling, I found it endearing. Perhaps it was Violet's way of offering comfort. MOU could not discern her thoughts. Is that so? He mused. For the inhabitants of this world, such a secure and mundane existence is indeed quite beautiful. With a mixture of nostalgia and disdain, MOU gazed at the tranquil Violet. And what of Violet's story? Chapter 88. The city of Minel Mou's words momentarily stunned Violet, who took a long while to regain her composure. Since my earliest memories, I have dwelled on a desolate island, shackled around my neck, living a primitive life. Each day, I had to devise ways to procure food and battle with wild beasts. One day, I heard a voice, one I could not comprehend, yet fully understood. It asked if I wished to leave this place and live among my kind. Upon agreeing, I encountered Mou. A voice, you say? Mou pondered, though his current strength was insufficient to delve into the mysteries behind it. What kind of voice was it? Can you recall anything further? I cannot remember. I do not even know the genders involved, Violet lamented, her thoughts clouded with frustration, yet devoid of any clues. Very well, it matters not. As long as there is purpose, one day it shall resurface. Mou never contemplated matters beyond his capacity, for it served no purpose and only led to internal strife. By midday, the clouds dispersed, the rain ceased, and the horizon revealed hues of dawn, adorned with a rainbow. Mou, how beautiful! Violet's voice interrupted Mou as he tidied the tent. Turning to look, he saw Violet facing the gentle breeze, her golden hair flowing. Illuminated by the colorful sky, a rainbow arching behind her. Indeed, she was stunning. Yes, it is quite lovely, and so are you. Mou finished packing the tent, taking the now dried Aju by the hand as he approached Violet. Hasten, it seems we may yet reach Minor City by noon if we quicken our pace. The two embarked upon the carriage, galloping forth as the fields and villages gradually materialized alongside them. They soon encountered a number of merchant caravans, and, shortly after midday, they arrived at Minor City. Ah, Mou, is this the city? Such towering walls and a multitude of people, exclaimed Veilright, her delight evident as it was her first encounter with such a scene. Minor City stands as the largest inland trade hub along the southwestern frontier. Other cities of greater size are either political or military strongholds or bustling trade ports. The frequency of merchant traffic here is remarkable, with over 1,000 carts entering daily. To Mou, the city walls were not imposing, measuring merely over 4 meters in height, guarded by soldiers clad in chainmail. At the city gates, there was no inspection, yet taxes were required, various in nature. After paying the entrance fee and livestock tax, they were permitted entry. The streets within bustled with life, merchants patrolling soldiers, and various vendors congregating in the vicinity. What a lively scene. Indeed, it was far more animated than Jeansui Town or Bailon City. Under such productive conditions, a city accommodating thousands is quite commendable. The architectural style and cultural landscape here are also worthy of admiration. The eclectic blend of white court and Yanan wooden styles is striking, while the distant tolling of the church bells resonates throughout the broad thoroughfares, teeming with passers-by. Cascading verdant vines adorn the gray-white stone walls, while women don a variety of corseted, pleated skirts, their figures graceful. The men, some clad in elegant suits and others in light work attire, each follow their own pace of life. Though occasionally disrupted by the presence of magical beasts, the daily lives of the people persist. Let's find a place to eat. I suspect you may be hungry, Mou remarked, scanning the surroundings and occasionally inhaling the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Indeed, Veilright replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd as she clutched the hem of Mou's garment. They navigated through the bustling streets until they arrived at a seemingly popular establishment. The enticing sense of food and the elegant decor signified it as a fine dining restaurant. Guided by a server to a table by a floor-to-ceiling window, they could observe the ebb and flow of the street below. The menu was presented to Veilright, encouraging her to practice ordering. However, it contained only names without images, leaving Veilright at a loss, unfamiliar with the ingredients and unable to envision the dishes from their titles. Mou took the menu, perused it, and casually selected a few dishes before reassuring Veilright. Do not be disheartened. You're learning quite rapidly, merely lacking some foundational knowledge. It was uncertain whether Mou's words of comfort or the arrival of the pre-meal sweet treats lifted her spirits. These are 2 delightful pastries resembling little cakes, adorned with cream and a selection of jams and seasonal fruits, seemingly known as ewer crisp fruits. Took a taste and found the flavor quite pleasing, with the fruits exuding a sweet and tangy essence reminiscent of pineapple-flavored apples. The pre-meal dessert was swiftly devoured by who eagerly awaited the arrival of the main course. The main dish did not keep them waiting long, presenting a roasted truffle stuffed with a peculiar bird. The mention of truffle was merely a whimsical fabrication as he was unsure of the actual name of this fungus, especially since the dish was titled charcoal roasted clumsy bird. This clumsy bird bore some resemblance to a degenerated ostrich, albeit with a significantly shorter neck and legs, tiny wings, and a rather naive curiosity akin to a foolish deer. The taste was delightful, with tender meat complemented by a sweet and sour sauce, leaving both satisfied. After spending over a dozen silver coins, felt it was a tad extravagant. Let us go. I'll take you to purchase some new outfits. It's rather unbecoming to always wear the same attire. The two strolled onto the street, inquiring around before entering a ladies' clothing store. Oh, welcome, greeted a middle-aged woman with charm. Despite the vibrant array of garments within the shop, she donned a simple white cloth dress. Oh, what a lovely young lady. What are you looking to buy? Could you please select a few suitable outfits for her, including undergarments? Feeling somewhat out of place in a women's boutique, expressed his request. How many sets shall we purchase? The middle-aged woman inquired. Let us go with 4 sets. I'm not well versed in this, he replied after a moment's contemplation, deciding to make a more generous purchase. Very well. Leave it to me. I assure you will be satisfied, the middle-aged woman said with a smile, perceiving as a noble young master charming a lovely girl with fine garments. Unfazed by her gaze, stood awkwardly, watching the bustling crowd outside with a sense of ennui. Given the young lady's stage of development, she should wear a larger size, the woman suggested as she led into the fitting room, drawing the thick curtain. Initially anxious, calmed upon seeing remain in the shop, settled onto a nearby stool, hoping no one else would enter the store to avoid further embarrassment. Shortly after, the curtain was drawn back, and the middle-aged woman emerged with a transformed. Was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. Silky long hair was elegantly styled into 2 round buns at the back, adorned with a vibrant red ribbon. A snow-white dress embellished with tassels enveloped her slender figure, while the silk hem danced around her calves. Her delicate, fair legs were clad in low-heeled leather boots, and with her hands clasped at her abdomen, she gazed at with an air of nervousness. In an instant, had metamorphosed from a tomboyish girl in a shirt into an ethereal young lady, radiating elegance and grace. How do you feel? Are you satisfied? The middle-aged woman smiled, remarking that while a simple ponytail suited her, a girl of this age should blossom like a flower. I am quite satisfied, replied Mou, his gaze reluctantly averted, his heart racing. Previously indifferent to beauty, he now found it manifest before him. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it was enough for Mou to etch that exquisite image deep within his memory. When the middle-aged woman guided Violet before the fitting mirror, he caught sight of the excitement dancing in her usually placid eyes, reminiscent of a fawn, or perhaps joy. Though subtle, he noticed it immediately. On their way, Violet had seen girls adorned in beautiful dresses, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. It is a woman's nature to appreciate beauty. Regardless of her recent introduction to humanity, this was her first realization of her own attractiveness. The lingerie styles are difficult to demonstrate, but we have samples you may examine. The middle-aged woman's words jolted Mou from his reverie. Despite his attempts to maintain composure, a flush crept onto his face as he hurriedly replied, "Ah, that's not necessary. As long as she feels comfortable." Following this, the woman presented an array of garments, gesturing to Violet for Mou's approval. With a mere nod from him, she ushered Violet into the changing room to try them on. Mou began to understand why so many were captivated by dressing up games in his past life. Every few minutes, Violet emerged from the changing room, transformed, effortlessly embodying various styles and personas. One moment, she was an elegant noblewoman, the next a carefree girl, and then a valiant knight. The allure of a young maiden changing outfits was irresistible. Surely, there was a style for everyone, and Mou was no exception. After settling the bill, he touched his nearly empty coin purse, lamenting that in any world, women's clothing remained exorbitantly priced. Upon exiting the shop, it wasn't long before he felt a multitude of gazes upon them. Passers-by turned their attention, admiring Violet. Her delicate pleated skirt, floral visage, and smooth long hair styled in a bun revealed her alabaster neck. Coupled with her aloof expression, she resembled a rare blossom on a distant peak. Meanwhile, Mou, clad in a white shirt and burdened with bags, appeared more as the attendant to this noble maiden. Violet, somewhat unaccustomed to walking in heeled shoes, stumbled slightly, her awkwardness rendering her endearing. Mou stood beside her, ready to catch her should she falter. However, her innate sense of balance and remarkable motor skills, combined with her accelerated learning ability, allowed her to regain her poise after just a few steps. As they made their way back to the foster station of Aju, imparted various pieces of knowledge to Veilright, endeavoring to help her acclimate to this world. He explained the political system, the extraordinary framework, the behaviors of the surrounding populace, and the etiquette in interpersonal relations. Now, when you attempt to purchase an item, be cautious not to acquire a defective product or fall victim to deceit. In essence, ensure the quality of the goods before making a purchase. Indeed, Veilright pondered, touching the 2 gold coins in her bag. As they continued their journey, Veilright abruptly halted before a butcher shop. "Oh, beautiful lady, what meat do you desire? The beast meat here is all fresh." The vendor exhibited great enthusiasm. "Bear meat," Veilright exclaimed to the vendor, recalling the delectable roasted bear meat that had previously shared with her. We don't have that," the vendor replied with a pained expression. "Where would I procure bear meat? Don't feed yourself to one." "None? Very well." Veilright turned away from the butcher's shop, her gaze sweeping the surrounding stores. Chapter 90. How splendid. My eyes are also a deep blue. Observing Veilright's momentary confusion, spoke up. "I shall go to the adjacent stall to acquire some spices. Select whatever you fancy." With that, he departed to a nearby stall to procure various spices yet to be utilized for culinary purposes. It was prudent to allow Veilright some independence. Excessive reliance on oneself is ultimately detrimental, although rather enjoyed the feeling of being depended upon. "Do I like it?" Veilright murmured softly as she continued her stroll. The street's small stalls and mobile carts diminished, giving way to exquisite shops and vendors selling ornaments, quietly trailed behind her. Refraining from interrupting her inaugural shopping experience, she glanced at a small stall, where a glass display case appeared modest yet impeccably clean, devoid of dust. Inside lay a layer of red velvet, showcasing an array of jewelry and gems. "Welcome," greeted the elderly proprietor with a warm smile. While the jewelry was undeniably splendid, Veilright's gaze lingered on a singular item. Following her line of sight, discovered it to be a silver necklace adorned with a deep blue gem. Compared to the other adornments, its craftsmanship was not particularly outstanding, and its price was modest. Ultimately, it appeared to be merely an ordinary necklace. However, failed to notice that Veilright was not fixated on the necklace itself, but rather on the informational card behind it. The attentive shopkeeper, recognizing this, smiled and spoke. "Its name is the Heart of Eternity, a creation from my youth when I was an apprentice to a jeweler. Though it may not be exquisite, it remains the piece I have poured my heart into the most." As inscribed on the card, it embodies a wish to accompany someone for a lifetime. A lifetime? Is it the time from meeting to parting? Violet pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed, I gifted it to my wife, yet alas, she never adorned it. She was taken from us by a monster before our wedding." The aging shopkeeper's voice faltered with sorrow. "Monsters have wrought much tragedy upon this world. Now, as I approach death, I intend to sell everything, using the savings to take my wife to the place she longed for in life, the Alpsnow Mountains." The old man composed himself, sharing his tale with a smile. "A wife? It refers to a beloved woman with whom one shares a life, recognized by law and blessed by family and friends." When Violet learned about the terms relating to couples and marriage, she felt a burning sensation within. "Yet, you said that wearing it would fulfill the wish of companionship for a lifetime?" "Of course, she is still with me," the shopkeeper smiled. "Where?" Violet glanced around, finding nothing. "Here, in my heart," he tapped his chest gently. "I have my memories of her. That is enough." The shopkeeper continued. "Now it serves me no purpose. But if the young lady desires it, I shall sell it to you at a modest price." Violet gazed at the card, her comprehension of the words clear. "Even death cannot sever our bond. In the realm of dreams, our beautiful dreams shall eternally accompany us." She stared at the inscription, instinctively folding her hands and resting them over her heart. It seemed to stir something soft within her, a sensation previously unfelt. An emotion surged quietly, akin to wild grass sprouting fervently. Companionship, unyielding even unto death. For some, this sentiment is not a curse, but a blessing. "I want it," Violet whispered softly. "What?" The old man did not comprehend, for Violet spoke in Chinese, not directed at the shopkeeper, but meant for MOU. "Then let's wrap it up." Unbeknownst to her, MOU had approached, nodding in acknowledgement before handing the money to the shopkeeper. On their journey home, MOU observed Violet clutching the sapphire necklace. Sensing her inner thoughts for the first time, "Do you like it? The sapphire necklace?" "Yes, I love it. Its color mirrors the hue of your eyes. Like the azure sky, it is beautiful." Violet turned her gaze to MOU's eyes, pausing before responding. "Oh, is that so? I had not noticed the color of my own eyes, but yours are also a lovely azure, quite stunning." For reasons unknown, MOU's heart skipped a beat, and he replied nonchalantly, "How wonderful, my eyes are also azure." Violet turned around, opened her palm, and gazed at the mirror-like surface of the sapphire, seemingly reflecting her own eyes. MOU found it perplexing that such vividly blue eyes were deemed remarkable, yet he refrained from asking any foolish questions. "I am quite fond of the words inscribed on that card. They seem to possess a certain power." Violet, displaying an unusual initiative, spoke once more. "Oh, indeed. Words do hold power. They often encapsulate profound philosophies, beliefs, and emotions." MOU, somewhat at a loss, attempted to articulate his thoughts. "Violet, is it because of that phrase that you intend to purchase the sapphire necklace?" "Not entirely. I also adore the color." Violet's clarity in her preferences marks a commendable beginning, symbolizing her gradual evolution of character, unlike in the original narrative, where she transformed into a weapon of destruction, only changing through a series of harrowing experiences. Such a fate is cruel. Even if depicted beautifully in the anime, it is akin to shattering bones for the sake of reshaping. Chapter 91. Your eyes hold the seasons as they neared the inn, and you suddenly halted. Violet, who had been clutching the hem of his garment, collided gently with his back. It was not due to her wandering gaze, but rather because she had been tightly holding a small red box containing the sapphire necklace. "If it matters so much to you, why not wear it?" "Wear it?" Violet lightly shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I fear I might lose it." "Then allow me to help you wear it. Hand it to me." MOU extended his hand. Violet nodded slightly and placed the red box into his palm. Opening it revealed the sapphire necklace, gleaming brilliantly. Lowering his head, "I will put it on for you," MOU gently reminded her. Violet obediently bowed her head, and MOU adorned her delicate, fair neck with the sapphire necklace. "There you go. Let me see how it looks." MOU grasped Violet's shoulders and stepped back. When she lifted her gaze, the azure of her eyes harmonized with the sapphire, momentarily leaving MOU entranced. "In your eyes, there is both spring and autumn, surpassing all the beauty I have encountered in this world." MOU involuntarily recited a phrase he could not recall the source of, having previously dismissed it as mere drivel from the humanities, yet now it felt remarkably fitting. "Violet, that phrase is so beautiful. I adore it." Her eyes shimmered like a lake ruffled by a spring breeze, with ripples of delight. "Ahem, if you like it, that's wonderful." I can't remember which sage uttered it. MOU awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed for borrowing another's words, but thankfully, in this alternate world, no one would demand royalties from him. "Thank you, MOU, for teaching me the beauty of language." Holding onto the hem of MOU's garment, Violet murmured softly from behind, "Ah, no need for thanks." MOU scratched the back of his head, feeling at a loss for words. "By the way, do you wish to procure anything else?" "No, I desire nothing further." "Very well, let us embark. We should arrive in the province of Auhent by afternoon." The two of them, leading the boisterous Azu, who was making a ruckus in the inn's stable, departed amidst the complaints of the inn staff. They finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon exiting the city of Minel. Azu had monopolized all the delectable feed, kicking at the warhorses that dared to approach. This resulted in MOU having to pay double just to extricate himself. MOU, Azu is quite formidable, able to consume as much as you. Violet was uncertain if this was a compliment, which rendered MOU silent as he reprimanded Azu. The latter emitted a braying sound in a show of mischief, but soon settled down after receiving a few knocks from MOU. MOU, did I misphrase my words? Despite Violet's rapid acquisition of 2 languages, she still encountered some grammatical issues. However, MOU possessed ample confidence in his ability to teach her well. As they neared the province of Auhent, MOU donned the Onion Knight attire. Violet was utterly perplexed and expressed her astonishment. "MOU, why dress this way? It is not appealing." "Ahem, from now on. Do not call me MOU. Please refer to me as Jack Baldo." "Why? Even your voice has changed, and you've grown taller." "Oh, It is because I wish to conceal my identity. Let me explain. Thus, you recounted the tale of his journey to the present. Though Violet still struggled to comprehend, she was awed by Mou's extraordinary qualities. I told you call me Jack Baldo, you little scatterbrain. Oh, very well. Jack Baldo. That is correct. There will undoubtedly be dangers in the province of Alhant. Perhaps I should have left you in Minel. No, I wish to accompany you. Mou is quite impressive, isn't he? Well, there may be those stronger than I. Mou refrained from confessing that he was merely a novice. By the way, how is your combat energy progressing? Violet's physique had already matched that of a low-level knight, and she possessed a considerable amount of combat energy. This was due to her innate breathing technique, which was perfectly suited to her, operating with far greater efficiency than the Stargrade Knight's breathing method. That wondrous energy? It seems a significant amount has already liquefied at the Vortex's center. Violet's progress made Mou feel somewhat inadequate, though he was heartened by his own steady advancement. Having reached the mid-level of a knight. That is splendid. Remember to practice diligently the 13 sword forms and knightly techniques I have taught you. Mou did not intend to disrupt Violet's original breathing technique with the sun's absorption method. He merely imparted the sword forms and knightly techniques of the sun's breathing, enabling her to possess self-defense capabilities. Yes, I will practice earnestly. As they traversed the broad and even road, Mou noticed the scarcity of merchant caravans, instead observing numerous families departing the province of Alhant. While he found this peculiar, he chose not to inquire further. The two individuals swiftly arrived at their destination, a grand city situated on the plains, truly deserving of its provincial title. The towering walls reached heights exceeding 7 meters, yet curiously, the number of soldiers stationed was rather scarce. Remarkably, there were no inspections or tax collections as they entered the city, a tranquility that bore an unsettling undertone. However, once within the city, a lively throng bustled about, concealing any signs of irregularity. The presence of several nobles and armored knights suggested that they were participants in the upcoming knightly tournament. Guided to the town hall, the designated venue for registration. Yet, the town hall was abuzz with activity as many gathered, their voices rising in a cacophony. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the hubbub stemmed from the prolonged absence of their familial pillars, husbands, sons, or brothers, all noble knights loyal to Count. They had vanished without a trace, leaving their loved ones in distress. An official at the town hall explained that the Count had dispatched them on a secretive mission. This explanation, however, failed to assuage the concerns of the women and children, who remained adamant, seeking answers. After all, they dared not approach the Count's castle, where the guards were known for their ruthless nature. Pondered deeply, piecing together the information shared by these distressed individuals, he discerned that the knights had disappeared shortly after pursuing to the Count's castle, and their disappearance occurred in 2 waves. This led him to draw a connection to the forthcoming knightly tournament, though the precise link eluded him. Presumably recognizing that was there to register for the tournament, a minor official directed him to a side entrance. However, protested against entering, prompting to produce a stack of talismans, offering them to her for protection. He had previously instructed her in the various types and uses of talismans, sufficient to handle most perils. After reassuring, and amidst her reluctant gaze, stepped through the small door. Inside was a modest chamber where several staff members busied themselves. Here, to compete? Do you have your registration proof? Inquired a burly official, glancing up at, noting his onion knight attire. I do, replied, presenting the participation certificate bestowed upon him by Baron. Ah, from the newly inducted Wandering Knights. Very well, you are accepted. Here is your competition badge. Do not misplace it. The staff recorded his basic information before handing him a circular badge crafted from brass, inscribed with the number 66. Fortune smiles upon you, a propitious number, mused, reflecting the values of his homeland. Remember, the competition commences in 2 days, precisely at 7 in the morning, within the castle of Count. Understood, replied, departing promptly, unwilling to linger further. It is noteworthy that the rotational and orbital velocities of this world are, astonishingly, not uniform. Influenced by 3 moons, along with a co-orbital icy planet and a massive gas giant in close proximity, this celestial body exhibits such extraordinary phenomena. This predicament has undoubtedly confounded ancient astrologers, who exerted themselves to devise a practical and accurate calendar. After decades of meticulous observation, They ultimately discerned a periodic variation in the orbital speed occurring every 12 years. Consequently, they established a calendar that changes every 12 years, comprising a total of 628 days in a year. Due to the differing rates of rotation, a day could only be averaged to 48 average hours. MOU generally found little inclination to keep track of time, as this world lacked timepieces. All timekeeping relied on bell ringers using water clocks. It was far simpler to observe the sky for cues, which felt rather primitive, although at times the days grew longer. A few days later, they would shift to longer nights. The erratic motion caused by the 3 satellites rendered MOU somewhat oblivious to the passage of time. Fortunately, the absence of chaotic epochs like that of the Trisolarans spared MOU from contemplating the existence of a blue planet 42 light-years away. Upon exiting the small door of the town hall, brightness enveloped him. However, MOU's spirits were dampened, for a group of self-proclaimed gentleman flies was harassing Violet. "Beautiful lady, would you join us for dinner? Such an honor is reserved for the nobility." One revoltingly rotund man, reminiscent of a pig, leered with a grotesque smile, his eyes gleaming with lechery. "Enough, you fat oaf. Your status as a baron's son is inconsequential. If anyone is to accompany her, it shall be me." The second son of the Gooseberry Viscount proclaimed a golden-haired youth, posing as a paragon of charm. "No, thank you. I am waiting for someone," Violet replied, stepping back and gripping a talisman, poised to activate it at a moment's notice. "Oh, but your friend will surely allow you to join us," the golden-haired youth asserted, reaching for Violet's wrist. "Is that so? Harassing a lady is hardly the conduct of a nobleman." MOU interjected, seizing the youth's arm, applying just enough pressure to induce acute pain, causing his face to flush and beads of cold sweat to form. "Release me, if you have the gall. Challenge me to a duel, you ludicrous onion." Despite the agony, the youth continued to speak defiantly, earning a measure of MOU's admiration. "You, a pitiful weakling, are unworthy of being my opponent." With a swift kick, MOU sent him flying 8 meters away. "Amir, are you all right?" A young man, bearing a striking resemblance to him, emerged from the crowd to assist the fallen youth. "Brother, it hurts so much. I want to kill that onion-headed fool." Amir, the self-styled gentleman, lamented while cradling his wrist. "Do not be foolish, Amir. This is not gooseberry territory." Amir's elder brother, evidently a noble educated in the ways of chivalry, exhibited a demeanor of calm restraint, devoid of any impulsiveness. "Greetings, noble knight. I extend my sincere apologies on behalf of my brother Amir. I am Altair Current, and I hope to engage in a contest of skill with you during the nightly tournament." Altair wore a smile, exuding an air of calmness as if no conflict had arisen. "I am Jack Baldo." MOU chose not to speak further, but instead sensed the presence of Altair, a knight of intermediate rank, feeling somewhat astonished. After all, Altair was not yet 25 and had already achieved such rank, clearly indicating commendable aptitude. MOU surmised that the upcoming tournament would be fiercely contested, and it would be unwise to underestimate any contender. Chapter 93. The Cloak of Invisibility. As Altair watched MOU and his companion depart, Amir could not restrain himself from addressing his brother. "Brother, why spare them? What threat does that ridiculous onion head pose?" "Fool," Altair replied, his demeanor shifting from that of a protective elder brother to one of disdain. "I perceive a palpable sense of threat emanating from Jack Baldo, and the girl is formidable as well." With Altair turning his back and walking away, Amir abandoned his previous frivolity, a smile now adorning his face. "Huh, I never anticipated that my brother would be so astute. I had thought the onion head would provoke him. Alas, my acting skills were wasted, though my brother's performance was commendable." Amir smirked, recalling how his elder brother had always feigned the role of a caring sibling. "Just wait and see, brother. The title will ultimately be mine. Since our mother passed and mine ascended to the rank of viscountess, your chances have dwindled." Amir mused, fully aware that his brother was tirelessly striving to prove his worth. Yet he, Amir, was far from inept. MOU remained oblivious to the brothers' exchange and was unconcerned, though he was intrigued by Amir's pretense of suffering. Nevertheless, if he dared to act, he would ensure it was done convincingly and promptly dispatched him, surprised by the lack of resistance. "Did I bring you trouble?" Violet whispered to MOU upon their return to the inn, her expression laced with guilt. "Of course not. It is certainly not your fault. Moreover, if you encounter danger, you have the capacity to retaliate. You are quite strong," MOU reassured her. He understood that with Violet's prowess, even when faced with an intermediate knight, as long as she was not immediately subdued, her remarkable combat intuition and rapid adaptability would allow her to swiftly acclimate to her adversary's rhythm, mastering their techniques and discovering vulnerabilities for counterattacks. It was akin to a diminished version of a Sharingan, which explained why Violet was regarded as a weapon of assassination in the original narrative. Mou opened the door to their room. Due to the nightly tournament, many inns were fully booked, forcing him to select a rather expensive establishment, paying a gold coin per day for a room, which caused him considerable discomfort. One should not assume that all nobles are wealthy. Most possess fixed assets, and only a select few with specialized agricultural enterprises lead more comfortable lives. The other nobles have expended their limited resources on the education of their offspring and the training of knights. A small number of financially struggling aristocrats may even consider selling their territories. As entered the chamber, he was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such opulent decor. Even his eyes widened slightly in astonishment. The room was adorned with distinctive features. A white ceiling hung with a crystal chandelier, beneath which lay a velvet circular bed draped with sheer curtains, and beside it stood a courtly bronze bathtub, while the floor was covered with a vast velvet rug. Indeed, it was extravagant, but one could understand the reasoning behind it. Felt that his previous quarters paled in comparison to this establishment, resembling a mere thatched cottage. If one were to nitpick, the only flaw was the room's vastness, yet containing only a single bed. Was that reasonable? Approached the bed, and suddenly threw herself down. Face first. With a muffled thud, her body sank into the plush mattress. "Oh, how soft," she murmured. Also tried it and found it indeed soft. However, he thought that his own wooden bed was likely healthier. Sleeping on such a soft bed all the time cannot be good for the spine, he mused. Alas, was this the life of the detestable capitalists? What worth did the grand landlords, such as the nobles, hold? Believed that only nobles of count rank or above could truly be called noble, while some viscounts and barons lived in misery. It was no wonder that the nobles of the royal capital referred to the border aristocrats as savages. Nevertheless, did not linger long. He planned to investigate that night, as he sensed that the province was concealing something. Yet before that, he needed to equip himself suitably as a crown assassin. Retrieve the pelt of a night shadow wolf, an item that would render him invisible, an indispensable tool for burglary and assassination. However, it required some processing, such as transforming it into a cloak and subsequently crafting a magical artifact using energy circuits and arcane runes. Quietly observed as took out various tools. Utilized temporary ordinary ink to draw the transmutation array. Due to the nature of the beast hide, he could not carve intricate patterns. Thus, the drawing of the array required precision and had a lower margin for error. However, as a human printer, was exceptionally precise with his Sharingan activated. As the intricate transmutation array was completed, began to manipulate the wolf pelt into shape. Soon, it transformed into a black cloak reminiscent of Melina style. Then used a needle-like blade to inscribe the cloak with tattoos, forming energy circuits and arcane runes. This way, once he applied the permanent energy-conducting ink, the circuits would remain intact despite any abrasion. It was a meticulous task, but fortunately, was quite patient. After inscribing the reserved energy circuits, he began to concoct the energy-conducting ink. As the host of the extraordinary forbidden substance had been exhausted, sought out shackles, Mou transformed his Zanpakuto into a crude blade, incessantly grinding some metallic powder, which he subsequently mixed with the blood of the second-tier magical beast, the Earth Barbarian Bear. This concoction resulted in the creation of a permanent energy-conducting ink. Guided by the patterns on his cloak, he began to draw. As the ethereal light flickered, Mou successfully refined his magical artifact. Chapter 94. Nighttime Exploration. Due to the inferior quality of the demonic night shadow wolf's hide, it could only be fashioned into an apprentice-level magical artifact. The advantage lay in its independence from magic crystals. However, it required Mou to continuously sustain it with his true essence for it to function. He engraved 3 magical sigils upon it: the breath-holding spell, to suppress his energy fluctuations and presence, the soundless spell, to eliminate any minor disturbances he might cause, and the trace-erasing spell, to obliterate all traces he left behind. Coupled with the inherent invisibility of the night shadow wolf's hide, it became the quintessential equipment for an assassin. Dinner was served by a servant on an exquisite silver tray. presenting a generous portion of steak alongside several soft bread rolls. The lower tier of the serving cart was laden with staple foods like blueberry jam and butter bread, followed by a dessert of tiramisu. Violet was particularly fond of steak, relishing the succulent aroma that lingered on her palate. Although she ate slowly, she consumed a considerable amount. After dinner, Violet sat alone at the table, diligently studying languages with a serious demeanor. She was exceedingly obedient. When MOU instructed her to study, she complied wholeheartedly, maintaining 100% focus from dawn till dusk. MOU had prepared for her a selection of historical texts from this world and various nightly travelogues. While he took the opportunity to rest, for he would soon venture out to gather intelligence. As night deepened, a few dark clouds obscured the triad of moons. MOU mused that the dark and windy night was indeed nature's way of providing him with the perfect conditions for stealth. Violet, pause your studies and prepare for sleep. I'm gonna step out for a while. Take care of yourself, and do not fear wasting the talismans I have given you. MOU observed Violet, illuminated by the gaslight, her earnestness lending her an ethereal beauty. It was akin to the age-old adage of admiring a maiden under the lamp's glow, undeniably captivating. All right, when will you return? Montague, though Violet was unaccustomed to MOU's absence, she understood he had matters to attend to. Rest assured, you shall see me upon your awakening, he reassured her. Violet tucked herself under the covers, gazing at MOU as he leaped through the window, her thoughts trailing behind him into the darkness. Maintaining the invisibility spell of his cloak, MOU landed silently on a nearby rooftop. His observation hockey fully activated, ensuring he would not miss any subtle clues. Though he found himself in an awkward situation as he witnessed a couple quarreling in the dead of night. After spending 2 hours circling the city of Alhent province, he found no unusual activity. However, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon an extraordinary forbidden item, albeit a rather odorous one, a dung fork. After removing the extraordinary characteristics, MOU, after much internal struggle, ultimately decided to take the grotesque vessel with him. After all, it was the most significant, extraordinary vessel he had encountered. He pondered whether it would be odorless after a thorough cleansing. With the first extraordinary forbidden object in his possession, MOU mused that perhaps he could employ Captain Jack's compass to seek out other extraordinary artifacts. Fortune smiled upon him as he located a second extraordinary forbidden item, a tattered veil. However, no further discoveries followed. MOU then utilized the compass to search for magical creatures or sources of pollution, yet encountered no responses, limited to the city confines. The outskirts, specifically the O'Hunter Castle, remained unexplored. Upon arriving at O'Hunter Castle, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. A perimeter of warning apparatus encircled the fortress. MOU hesitated to approach, realizing that this contraption belonged to the realm of life detection. Even with his invisibility, entry was impossible. Nevertheless, he was convinced that something was amiss with Count O'Hunter. Circling the castle, he found no breaches. Such mechanisms would alert their creator even if interrupted. Yet, his efforts were not in vain, despite the castle's vastness. His observation hockey revealed some clues. It became evident that few creatures inhabited the castle, with the guardian knights having vanished. Even though MOU could only survey the perimeter, he was certain that the knights were no longer present. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a warning system. MOU had no intention of risking an intrusion. After all, the day of the competition would unveil Count O'Hunter, allowing him to discern whether he was man or specter. Upon returning to his own room, he discovered Violet had not slept, her gaze fixated on the window. Owing to MOU's invisibility cloak, she remained unaware of his presence. "Why are you still awake? Can't you sleep?" he inquired, removing the cloak and placing it back in storage, addressing the delighted Violet. Was she too frightened to sleep in his absence? Violet answered honestly, clearly incapable of deceit. If she were ever to learn the art of lying, it would likely require many peaceful days of living. MOU mused that should she ever master the craft of falsehood, it would signify her growth. Language and writing are wondrous phenomena, conveying the thoughts of individuals. Although merely superficial, they delve deep into the human psyche. As people mature, they learn to cautiously conceal themselves, employing various lies as a disguise. Yet, whether malicious or benevolent, lies ultimately express someone's intent. MOU couldn't help but reminisce about his own moments of deceit. If ever Violet were to lie to him one day, He would no longer need to worry about her. Indeed, the ability to conceal one's thoughts with lies may not necessarily be a malevolent trait. Chapter 95. The Sorrow of Parting. Very well. Yet Violet must also learn to safeguard herself. I cannot remain by your side forever. Mou conjured a cleansing spell, substituting it for a morning routine. As the night deepened, it was prudent to retire early. Why must we part ways? Violet, unusually inquisitive, probed further. Because growing up entails separation, Mou gently caressed her small head. As he uttered these words, he was reminded of his former girlfriend from a past life. Since his departure to the construction site, their forever had become a relic of the past. Life is a ceaseless cycle of gain and loss. Who can truly accompany whom eternally? And I am merely a transient figure in this young lady's journey. I do not wish to part with you. Mou, Violet declared with a newfound intensity, contrasting her previous gentleness. Is that so? Perhaps it is. Who can predict the future? Mou harbored skepticism towards fleeting emotions. He understood that companionship is the most enduring form of confession. Will you cast me away? Violet gazed up at Mou, her azure eyes shimmering with hope. Violet. Mou earnestly called her name. Here. Violet's eyes sparkled, yet her response was resolute. Am I your friend? Of course you are. Do you feel joy when you are by my side? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded gently. Then you shall find happiness in the future. You will encounter many people who will become your friends. Why is that? One will meet numerous individuals, forging new friendships while old ones may fade. I still do not quite comprehend. Violet was perhaps too young to grasp such philosophical concepts. It is possible that Mou's pessimistic outlook was misguided. Mou was indeed a gentle soul, yet he remained detached and melancholic, unwilling to relinquish the will to live. Violet fell into silence, refraining from further conversation. Since Mou had expressed his thoughts, what more could she wish for? If he were to request her departure, though it would cause her great sorrow, the mere fulfillment of his wish would kindle warmth within her heart. The notion of friendship was somewhat foreign to her. She simply yearned to linger beside someone special. On the following day, Mou rose early, needing to survey his escape route and plan for Violet. After all, to be aware of Count O'Hunter's schemes, yet remain unprepared would be the height of folly. He summoned breakfast service, and half an hour later, a servant delivered a meal of jam cake and a glass of juice. This was ordered for Violet, as he intended to dine outside. He cast his gaze towards the velvet round bed. The young lady slept peacefully, yet deeply. The sound of the door opening clearly disturbed the peacefully sleeping Violetta, who opened her drowsy eyes to gaze at Mou. I apologize for waking you. Please continue to rest while I venture out for a stroll. Mou swiftly donned casual attire, preparing to leave. I wish to accompany you, Violetta insisted, despite her lack of understanding regarding the implications of separation. She simply knew she disliked the feeling. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to impart some general knowledge. Violetta changed her clothes even more swiftly than Mou, treating him as if he were not a stranger. However, Mou, mindful of previous admonitions, turned away, ensuring that Violetta did not change in public. What can one expect from a wild child devoid of ethical sensibilities? The two shared their breakfast and consumed a vial of stamina potion before departing. As they exited the inn, Mou explained various uncommon items while making their way towards the city walls. With the rising sun, the scenery along the streets grew increasingly vibrant. The morning market showcased exquisite wines and beverages from distant lands, while the tantalizing aromas of succulent grilled meats and snacks from the food stalls lured passers-by. Mou walked ahead with a bag of snacks, while Violetta gently clutched the hem of his garment, occasionally glancing around in wonder. Being merely a child, she could not resist being captivated by the dazzling sights. Yet, the beauty of the world is but a superficial illusion. If one were to peel back its layers, they would discover that it is not as splendid as it seems. One day, the child will grow up and experience that the world is not solely gentle. It possesses a cruel side as well. Yet, it is precisely through such experiences that one matures. Mou pondered whether he should allow her to encounter this harsher reality. Perhaps, even if he shielded her from it, she would inevitably face it someday. Mou, where are we headed? Violetta inquired as they moved away from the throngs of people towards the outskirts, seeking a potential escape route, for danger loomed ahead. Mou appeared unconcerned, believing himself to be adept at evasion, confident that he ranked third in skill. If we leave early, we can avoid danger. This reflected a typical mindset. A wise person does not place themselves in perilous situations. Regrettably, some pitfalls are unavoidable. Count Hunter is rather petty, and should any noble fail to send representatives to his grand tournament, they might face dire consequences. Moyu did not respond to Violetta. After walking a short distance, he discovered a promising location. Located at the northeastern corner of Ohunter Province's city, this section of the wall remained intact. However, from Mou's vantage point, he could see a colossal tree over 700 meters away, towering at more than 80 meters. It was sufficient for him to use his flying blades to secure the tree and pull himself to safety. Otherwise, scaling the 8-meter-high wall would prove rather challenging. Chapter 96. The Baron of Serpent's second son, Mou, and his companions circumnavigated the city walls, successfully identifying several viable escape routes. Their lunch was indulged in al fresco, with the entire morning devoted to surveying potential egress points and leisurely perambulating. On the return journey, however, Mou stumbled upon a serendipitous discovery, the long-anticipated second son of the Baron of Serpents. At that moment, he was accompanied by a young man bearing a striking resemblance to him, whom Mou surmised to be his elder brother. The two evidently had just arrived in the provincial capital of Auhent, riding leisurely while taking in the picturesque scenery. Without hesitation, Mou pulled Violet to a concealed corner and altered his visage to appear utterly unremarkable. "What is the matter, Mou?" Violet inquired, perplexed by his actions. She was not surprised by his transformation, being well aware of his extraordinary ability to change his appearance. "I have spotted my brother and beloved kin. You may return now," he replied. Given that they were not far from his lodging, Mou felt little trepidation. Very well, Violet complied obediently, making her way back to the inn. Mou trailed the two brothers from a distance of 1,000 meters, employing his observation hockey to maintain a discreet watch. Though he refrained from following too closely, the distance ensured he remained undetected. The two siblings first proceeded to the town hall to register, and subsequently sought out a restaurant for their meal. Mou entered the establishment shortly after they placed their orders. Having noticed that the second son of the Baron had vacated his seat to visit the restroom located at the back of the restaurant, Mou, however, had no intention of acting as a medieval assassin, lurking in the shadows. Instead, he found a secluded spot outside the restroom, waiting for the young man to emerge. The moment he did, Mou employed his Sharingan to seize control of him. "What is your name?" Mou's voice, feigned to sound unfamiliar, queried. "Buxepent," the young man replied, entranced. Berg's prowess was not formidable, merely that of a mid-level night attendant, which explained why Mou was able to hypnotize him so swiftly. "Why did you deliver the gemstone to the son of Baron Jean Sui?" "To kill him." "Why must he die?" "Because of my father's orders." "Are you aware of the reasons behind your father's directive to assassinate him?" "I do not know. I only overheard terms like mine's in development." "Does your elder brother know?" "Yes. He is the heir and is fully informed." "Excellent. In 3 seconds, you will forget all memories of our encounter and conversation, and return to the restaurant as if nothing transpired." "Understood." Mou turned and departed, while Berg, without any indication of the preceding event, returned to the dining area. Mou refrained from further inquiries, recognizing the brevity of time and the young man's lack of knowledge. Could he possibly be linked to mines and development? Mou continued to observe from a distance, and soon the two brothers completed their meal and ventured out in search of accommodations. After inquiring around and finding every place fully booked, they reluctantly heeded a passerby's suggestion to seek refuge at the inn where Mou was staying. "Hee, rascal, why must you willingly throw yourself into the net?" Mou returned directly to the inn, reassured upon confirming that the two were residing in the lavish suite upstairs. He prepared to seek an opportunity to inquire further about the eldest son of Baron Snake. "Mou, you're back," Violet exclaimed in surprise as she observed him enter. Despite her apparent diligence in studying, she found it utterly impossible to concentrate. Mou's absence left her feeling strangely hollow, as if she were a toy devoid of its winding mechanism. His return breathed life back into her world, although she could not quite comprehend why. She was not one to dwell on such matters. "Still studying? Haven't you finished those books?" Mou queried, bemused. "The texts." A straightforward chronicle of the continent's history and several nightly travelogues he had deemed worthy, hardly warranted such an extensive period of study. The content was not particularly extensive. An ordinary person could finish it within a few days, and with her rapid learning ability, she ought to remember it after a single reading. I've finished. But there are no other books to read, Violet replied, her tone calm and merely stating the facts. Well, one can only blame this world for its scarcity of serious literature, and Mo sighed, recognizing the limitations of this cultural wasteland. Only a few chronicles of the continent, family histories, and assorted knightly tales, some serious, others less so, along with overly ornate and cloyingly sentimental poetry were available. Such works were often limited to the nobility, all handwritten and exorbitantly priced. Had he the time, he would have long since penned his own novels and profited from the art of printing. Here, take a look at this book, Mo offered, presenting a tome on the legacy of the pyromancer school. You might learn some sorcery and alchemy. Violet, Mo called. Yes, she replied, momentarily coming to her senses after being lost in the pages of the sorcerer's legacy. Remember, do not attempt to sketch the foundational runes of those spells in the mental sea. If you wish to study sorcery, it must be done under my watchful eye, ensuring the complete delineation of the magical runes. Mo emphasized earnestly, wishing to avoid the sight of Violet transformed into a grotesque aberration. Understood. Violet responded with a clear and resolute voice. Though she did not fully grasp the reasoning behind his caution, she resolved to comply with his instructions. Chapter 97. The Curse of Coprophagia. Mo was somewhat unsurprised that Violet had been groomed into a weapon of destruction. Her tone was more soldierly than that of a mere soldier. It is because the foundational runes have been tainted by external deities. If sketched directly, it would invite corruption, transforming you into the kind of monstrosity that attacked us on that fateful day, he explained with a wry smile. While he appreciated Violet's obedient demeanor, he wished she would question him, as such inquiry would indicate a more robust personality, one capable of refusal, rather than merely serving as a mindless killing machine. Mo opened his storage compartment, intrigued by the two extraordinary traits he unexpectedly acquired last night, yet he had yet to explore their capabilities. The first trait was extracted from a dung fork, the Curse of the Coprophagia. This minorly tainted low-tier extraordinary trait granted the ability to sustain life through coprophagy, while simultaneously cursing others to suffer from the same affliction. The side effect was a grotesque transformation of the body, leading to festering sores. Montag gauzet skyvalt in disbelief. Realizing that this extraordinary trait, though perhaps flavorful, bore a severity he had not anticipated. Not only would he consume excrement himself, but he could also curse others to do so. While it might allow one to sustain life without sustenance, Mo felt it was entirely unnecessary. Perhaps some psychologically twisted modern onlookers would relish such a trait, but he found it utterly unacceptable. Such a power would lead to self-destruction while attempting to vanquish foes. Although it could potentially forge an army unburdened by provisions, Mo was certain that such a force would inevitably be eradicated by the three great holy orders. Suppressing the twitching corners of his mouth, Mo clicked to examine the extraordinary trait from the damaged veil, the Veil of Enchantment. This minorly tainted low-tier extraordinary trait bestowed unparalleled allure when more than one-third of one's face was obscured. Any onlooker would fantasize about the concealed beauty, despite the unattractiveness of the unveiled portion. The side effect was a gradual descent into ugliness of one's true visage. Mo was once again astonished. Even in this otherworldly realm, the illusion of beauty through masks persisted. He recalled a time when he was scrawny and unappealing, yet during the pandemic, wearing a mask made him somewhat handsome, did it not? This trait seemed far superior to any makeup or mask. He pondered whether makeup constituted a form of facial concealment. Uncertain, he concluded that this extraordinary trait was undoubtedly a salvation for those plagued by appearance anxiety. However, for Mo, both the Curse of the Coprophagia and the Veil of Enchantment were merely materials for a lottery. Before engaging in the lottery, Mo performed a cleansing ritual, invoking the divine incantation of purification. After washing his face, he commenced the lottery, motivated by his previous acquisition of the Thunderchild. He was eager to explore the efficacy of metaphysical practices. Soon, the first orb drawn from the Curse of the Coprophagia fell. Mo refrained from looking immediately, waiting until both draws were complete before rubbing his hands together and opening the first orb. He received the Sky Dance Technique, a secret art from the Dragon Ball universe, belonging to the Crane School. By enveloping his body in energy, he could gradually levitate, and with practice, achieve free flight. Excellent. What a promising start. With this skill, if I were to conceal my energy, who would not treat me with utmost reverence as a knight of the earth? Mou promptly claimed the sky dance technique, and knowledge of how to envelop his body in energy flooded his mind. He envisioned the specific pathways for energy circulation, enabling flight while maintaining a tranquil mind, thereby counteracting the planet's gravitational pull. Although Mou could use telekinesis to hover close to the ground, it was too slow, excessively taxing on his mental energy, and limited in height. With the advent of the art of aerial maneuvering coupled with telekinesis, one could indeed soar to great heights. Taking a moment to compose himself, Mou seized the opportunity and activated the second luminous orb. Within it lay a vial of forgetting dust elixirs, containing 9 exquisite pills capable of allowing cultivators to temporarily erase emotions and memories, a quintessential remedy for those who tread the solitary path of enlightenment. This exceptional concoction was the heartfelt offering of a certain Taoist Han, meticulously refined with materials of superior quality, each component cultivated with care, far surpassing the age of similar elixirs of its tier. Mou fell into a contemplative silence, lamenting the dogged nature of the system that chose to torment him anew. Alas, he wondered if his friend Li could still extricate himself from Sister Chun, having lost the forgetting dust elixirs. Mou was somewhat dissatisfied with this draw, as he believed he would not require the elixir's unique properties. However, with the assurance of aerial maneuvering, what more could he possibly desire? He promptly began to practice the art of aerial maneuvering within the confines of the room, thanks to the effortless manipulation of his true essence. Mou swiftly entered a state of focus and control, as his true essence circulated along a predetermined path between his body and the external world. He felt himself rising gracefully into the air. Yet, controlling his direction proved challenging. Nevertheless, endowed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled ingenuity, he quickly grasped the rhythm, effortlessly gliding through the air in various orientations, whether vertical, horizontal, or reclined. Mou's remarkable antics naturally attracted the attention of Violet, who was engrossed in studying the tome of witchcraft. Curiosity piqued, she observed him perform peculiar rituals, engage in soliloquy, and ultimately ascend into the air. Was Mou transforming into a bird? In Violet's perception, birds epitomized flight, and she feared he might take to the skies. Yet, flight was merely an ability. In the future, she too would master it. After all, it wasn't only birds that could soar. Chapter 98. The Art of Aerial Maneuvering. Mou descended as if a master of combat, treading upon the void with an aura that was truly impressive. Could I achieve such a feat? What might that be? Violet was less concerned with the act of flying itself. She merely yearned for the day she could accompany Mou. Once you attain the rank of High Knight, I shall teach you the art of aerial maneuvering. If you cannot grasp it, then you must wait until you become an Earth Knight to take to the skies, Mou explained, intrigued by the principles of flight at the Earth Knight level and whether they mirrored those of the aerial art. High Knight? How long will that take? Violet was unaware of the significance of achieving the High Knight rank. She never doubted her ability, only focused on her aspirations. Perhaps around a year, Mou estimated, acknowledging that Violet, as the possessor of the initial breathing technique, would experience rapid growth. The reason for the High Knight prerequisite was that only at that level could one's fighting spirit manifest and be controlled externally. Violet, have you finished perusing that tome of witchcraft? He inquired, as a unique trait of rapid learning would allow her to retain every detail. Yes, I have completed it. Violet sat quietly in her chair, gently nodding as a strand of golden hair fell and was subsequently tucked behind her ear. How do you feel? What have you learned? Mou believed that Violet was quite suited for the art of sorcery. Alchemy and potion crafting were indeed fascinating. Violet's words momentarily stunned Mou, as he realized that mastering potion alchemy, which required memorizing numerous herbs and preparation steps, was a most fitting pursuit for someone with the ability to learn rapidly. Mou lacked such a memory. He selectively observed and learned from a few well-chosen potions. Essentially, he could only concoct specific brews, while Violet had systematically grasped the underlying theories. Why was she interested in potion alchemy? Shouldn't sorcery be more enigmatic? Mou found Violet's thoughts somewhat perplexing. In truth, Violet's reasoning was quite straightforward. Potion alchemy could heal and save lives, and it could also assist Mou. As a woman, Violet was not afraid of violence. Yet she did not relish it either. Given the choice between the lethal arts of sorcery and the healing remedies of potions, she preferred the latter. She was a gentle soul. Even with blood on her hands in the original narrative, she could not be turned into a killer. It was a commendable thought, and Mu Yu encouraged her to study diligently, for perhaps Violet would one day become a great apothecary and healer. He was pleased that she had found a vocation she cherished. Compared to a machine for killing, he needed a Violet like her. Let us venture out to procure some herbs. You may attempt to learn alchemy, Mu Yu suggested, noting that the day was still young, with time remaining before dusk. Violet never declined his invitations. Perhaps even in the act of killing, she would comply. The two exited the inn, while the two brothers of the Serpent Baron, under Mu Yu's surveillance, had no intention of leaving their quarters. Mu Yu planned to interrogate the eldest son of the Baron when they parted ways, seeking information about the plot against his life. However, Mu Yu was patient. He would inevitably seize an opportunity. After all, the vendetta from his previous life must be avenged. Otherwise, his thoughts would remain unsettled. Upon reaching the street, the pair headed directly to the apothecary, dismissing the clerk's recommendations of so-called potions, and instead purchased a substantial quantity of herbs to facilitate Violet's practice. In the provincial city of Alhent, the availability of herbs was indeed far greater, reflecting a primitive yet technological aspect of the medical system in this world. It was primitive because these physicians, lacking in understanding, resorted to bloodletting and trepanation. It bore a semblance of technology in that they could distill potions, which appeared impressive enough for both nobles and commoners to have faith in their skills. Mu Yu, however, remained skeptical. If they ever managed to heal anyone, it could only be attributed to sheer luck or resilience. He surmised that these physicians learned the art of potion crafting through exposure to former apprentice sorcerers or ordinary individuals who had assisted in cleaning wizard laboratories. Alternatively, one might say that ordinary individuals have acquired fragments of alchemical inheritance. Though they lack the mastery of sorcery, they possess records of medicinal properties and seemingly esoteric techniques of refinement. After all, the study of the medicinal properties of herbs is not something that those engaged in bloodletting can accomplish. It necessitates a comprehensive research process to meticulously document the properties of medicinal materials. This proves advantageous for MOU in procuring herbs. Otherwise, foraging in the wild would likely become an exhausting endeavor. Currently, Weirliet has yet to master the 3 essential sorcerous tricks requisite for an alchemist. Thus, it is imperative for MOU to either create a proper alchemical cauldron or learn these 3 sorceries first. The alchemical cauldron indeed meets the necessary conditions for crafting, so MOU resolves to construct one whenever time permits. However, Weirliet must also master these 3 sorceries, as an alchemist cannot always carry an alchemical cauldron. Weirliet must delineate the complete runes for the 3 sorcerous tricks externally with her spirit. This task is exceedingly challenging, far more so than MOU condensing these 3 runes with its true essence. After all, once the spirit exits the body, it rapidly becomes uncontrollable, a process that lasts only a little over a minute. This implies that Weirliet must sketch a rune of sorcery, nearly as complex as a first-tier sorcery, within a minute. The difficulty of this task would drive even MOU to frustration. However, he has faith in Weirliet. As long as she is given a goal, she will tirelessly strive towards it, never succumbing to despair or negligence, only fatigue. Nevertheless, with her extraordinary ability for accelerated learning, he believes the challenge will be significantly mitigated. Chapter 99. The Baron of Serpent's scheme. As night fell, the Berg brothers, whom MOU had been monitoring, finally parted ways. It appeared that the elder brother intended to leave the inn for an unknown purpose. MOU cautioned Weirliet to exercise caution while practicing sorcery, and then he discreetly followed. Transforming himself into an inconspicuous commoner, he trailed the son of the Serpent Baron from a distance. Upon observing his destination, MOU was somewhat impressed by the man's audacity. It was a brothel, albeit one of a relatively upscale nature, masquerading as an inn. How did MOU discern this? Naturally, he had discovered it while searching for lodging. Damn, this lad is ordering too. He must not fear the consequences, lest he fall victim to the venereal disease. MOU planned to infiltrate the establishment, making his way to a secluded area where he donned an invisibility cloak and leapt onto the balcony of this disreputable inn second floor. However, the young man was on the third floor, and there were no ledges outside the room. Yet, MOU was not without recourse. He could simply ascend. Employing a combination of aerial finesse and telekinesis, he swiftly floated to the window of the third floor. Ignoring the crude language emanating from within, MOU quietly unlatched the window with his telekinesis. The presence of thick curtains inside ensured that his actions went unnoticed. Entering the room, he found himself merely separated from them by a layer of curtains, yet he felt no trepidation whatsoever. He directly lifted the curtain and stepped inside, instantly capturing the attention of the three individuals engrossed in a game of three-man. The moment they beheld him, they fell under the control of his Sharingan. After all, the eldest son of the Serpent Baron possessed merely the strength of a high-ranking knight squire, rendering him utterly defenseless, especially against two ordinary women. As MOU gazed at the Serpent Baron's son, whose eyes had transformed into the three-tomo pattern, he pondered the motive behind the assassination of the second son of Baron Jean Sui. The reason lay in the fact that he was the registrar of the development order. Only by eliminating him could one hope to seize that tract of land. Why was it imperative to acquire this land? Because MOU's father had inadvertently discovered an undeveloped silver mine within its confines. Did you know why the registrar of the development order was the second son of Baron Jean Sui? Indeed, it was because MOU's father sought the silver mine and ventured to the royal capital to purchase the land harboring it, only to find that Baron Jean Sui had already secured it. To test whether Baron Jean Sui was aware of the silver mine, he inquired about the reasons behind the purchase of the land. It turned out that Baron Jean Sui held a deep affection for his second son, but had no title for him to inherit. Thus, he saved money to buy a relatively safe and prosperous piece of land to bequeath to his beloved son, preventing him from becoming a wandering knight or serving another noble. Upon hearing this, MOU felt a tumult of emotions within him. What would the Baron feel if he knew that his beloved son had perished due to the information MOU had inadvertently leaked? A glimmer of cold light flashed in MOU's eyes as he posed another question. Why, after failing to assassinate the second son of Baron Jean Sui, did you not attempt it again? Because my father said the tide of corruption is imminent. Both that tract of land and Jean Sui South Territory are perilously close to the Death Wasteland. This unprecedented tide of pollution will undoubtedly spell doom for the Jean Sui family. Where did this information originate? My father has an extraordinary diviner in the royal capital, who prophesied the unparalleled nature of the impending tide of pollution. MOU felt a surge of agitation, although the Serpent Baron no longer sought to confront him. The tide of pollution loomed like the sword of Damocles. In a foul mood, MOU resolved to ensure that the Serpent Baroness' son would experience a most enjoyable time, relishing his final moments. He issued a command for the three to applaud incessantly until they breathed their last, knowing that the two women would ultimately succumb to guilt and take their own lives thereafter. Without glancing back at the fierce battle behind him, MOU departed. Leaving no trace, weighed down by heavy thoughts, he returned to the inn, contemplating whether to forsake his territory and become a solitary wanderer. As Veilright, who was engrossed in sketching runes of sorcery, noticed MOU's return, she exclaimed, "MOU, I have mastered the lesser disjunction spell. Sorcery is indeed remarkable." Although her emotions were not easily expressed, MOU could sense her delight. "MOU, what troubles you?" Veilright, perceiving his inner turmoil, dispelled the energy of her newly learned spell, her heart heavy with concern for him. "It's nothing, merely facing a choice," he replied, intended to inquire further with Baron Jean Sui, temporarily setting this matter aside. The Baron of Serpents, indeed a venomous creature before his schemes were unveiled, has regrettably lost his advantage. His son is destined to become a lifeless serpent. Perhaps the demise of an enemy and the revelation of his previous life's death have brought clarity to his mind, rendering his spirit remarkably buoyant, as if no barrier remained between his soul and body. Unbeknownst to him, he has transcended his limitations, attaining the latter stages of a mid-level knight, with physical prowess equivalent to that of a robust man in his 40s. With a singular hand capable of exerting 4 tons of force, he stands ready to confront the impending crisis with greater assurance. With the current reservoir of his true essence, is well equipped to construct the circuitry for a second-tier visualization diagram. The diagram, derived from the explosive flame school, is of moderate complexity, allowing for 6 second-tier spell slots in its second layer. Nonetheless, should he acquire a more advanced diagram later, modifications are feasible, unlike the convoluted processes faced by wizards. Swiftly constructed the second layer of the visualization diagram, reserving 6 slots for second-tier spells. Chapter 100. The opening of a nightly tournament. The structure of this visualization diagram bears resemblance to a chain reaction diagram that had observed previously. The triangular first layer has each vertex bifurcating into 2 branches, creating 2 spell slots. Has yet to decide which spells to incorporate, and he has not had the opportunity to practice any second-tier spells. As night deepened, chose to retire for the evening, feeling that his gains for the night had been ample. Holding the slumbering Valet close, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, rose early, preparing to visit Count Alhent's castle. Regardless of the secrets concealed within its walls, was determined to unveil them upon his entry. As for Valet, he instructed her to remain at the inn. Should any unexpected developments arise, she was to depart the provincial capital of Alhent and await him in Minor City. Dressed in his Onion Knight ensemble, exited the inn and made his way toward the outskirts of the city. Along the route, he encountered numerous knights clad in various armors, each displaying a range of abilities. The most formidable among them were the brothers Amir and Atail, both possessing the strength of mid-level knights. Also spotted the exuberant Berg, whose expression was almost bursting with joy, a stark contrast to the sorrow of having lost his elder brother. Indeed, this joyous demeanor stemmed from the comical demise of his brother, who had met his end in the embrace of a woman, despite being a high-ranking knightly attendant. Such a robust physique was reduced to mere skin and bones. Tragically, the 2 accompanying maidens also met a grim fate, succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. The local constable hastily concluded the case, as the bodies had already been preserved and were to be returned to the territory of the Baron of Serpents. Matters such as these are best not dealt with by incineration, but rather resolved by the Baron himself. Soon enough, a gathering of approximately 100 individuals convened outside Count Alhent's castle. Mou concealed himself within the throng, utilizing his observation hockey to assess the circumstances surrounding the castle. It was evident that the defensive formations had not been entirely dismantled, but merely the entrance had been temporarily deactivated. The individual responsible for establishing these formations was undoubtedly a master of the art. Most extraordinary beings could only arrange basic formations with a modicum of skill. However, the formations here were intricate and expertly crafted. Before long, the grand entrance of the castle swung open, revealing an elderly butler who guided the guests to the expansive training arena within. Atop a raised platform stood Count O'Hunter, accompanied by a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak. The surroundings were populated by only a handful of less formidable soldiers, with no sight of any guardian knights. Under the butler's direction, Mou and the others settled into the designated resting area, each taking their place according to their assigned numbers. The surrounding stands were filled with a large audience, comprising nobles, merchants, and affluent commoners, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, Mou furrowed his brow. His observation hockey had thoroughly scanned the castle, revealing no peculiarities aside from the sparse attendance. To his astonishment, Count O'Hunter had arranged breakfast for all the participants and spectators. Though simple fare of meat patties and bread, each guest was served breakfast by a host of attendants. Grateful for the Count's generosity, the crowd eagerly indulged in their meals. Mou maintained an impassive demeanor, feigning the removal of his helmet to partake. In truth, he stored the food for identification, and to his surprise, it was merely ordinary pork patties and rye bread, allowing him to relax and enjoy his meal, especially as he had arrived at the castle without having had breakfast. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Count O'Hunter, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the nightly tournament I have organized, he proclaimed. The purpose of this competition is well known to you all. It is in response to the impending tide of pollution. Clad in an opulent robe and wielding a golden scepter adorned with a crystal from a third-tier magical beast, Count O'Hunter exuded authority. Mou recognized the scepter as a third-tier magical artifact, and it appeared that the Count possessed at least the rank of a senior knight, seemingly belonging to an extraordinary sequence, though the specific tier remained unclear. I hope you all rediscover your courage to confront the approaching tide of pollution. It is my duty as your lord to lead you through these challenging times and combat this menace. He continued, detailing that the tournament would consist of 3 distinct events: archery, cavalry charges, and nightly duels, spanning 3 days. The archery competition was scheduled for that day, with a champion to be crowned in each event. After the 3 trials, The champions would each receive a magical longbow, a horned dragon beast of the subdragon species, and a suit of magical armor. The words of Count O'Hunter stirred the crowd into a fervor once more, as the rewards were undeniably extravagant. Both the arcane weaponry and the horned dragon beasts held immense value, enough to evoke envy in a Viscount. The arcane weapons were essentially a degraded version of sorceress artifacts. Yet these weapons could harness the magical effects of mana crystals through the use of martial energy. Though their power was inferior to that of sorceress artifacts crafted from equivalent mana crystals, they possessed the advantage of being fueled and activated by martial energy. As for the horned dragon beast, it was a steed imbued with a trace of the draconic bloodline, adorned with horns and scales, boasting tremendous strength, endurance, and speed that far surpassed that of ordinary horses. These creatures, possessing a unique lineage, were clearly of a different ilk than magical beasts, though their prowess was difficult to compare. "Now, I declare the archery competition to officially commence," announced Count O'Hunter, prompting the soldiers to begin preparing the various arrangements for the shooting range. Due to the limited number of participants, there would be a total of 40 competitors in each round, with MOU positioned in the second batch. The rules of the competition were straightforward. There were 3 types of targets: 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters. Each target featured a minuscule circular area at its center, deemed the effective zone. A hit at 100 meters earned 1 point, at 200 meters 5 points, and at 400 meters 10 points. Each participant was allotted 30 arrows, with a maximum of 10 arrows able to be lodged in the effective zone of each target. This meant that no one could score more than 160 points, although one could choose to hit another's target, potentially earning up to 300 points. Each arrow bore the participant's number, which alleviated any confusion. All competitors were required to shoot all their arrows within a span of 100 drops, or approximately 100 seconds. Exceeding this time while still shooting would result in disqualification. This peculiar timekeeping device, known as a water clock, was notoriously inaccurate, typically reserved for such competitions. MOU found little interest in watching the ongoing contests, finding them rather tedious. Instead, he diligently scanned the castle inch by inch, convinced that there must be some clue to uncover. His meticulous search yielded some leads, revealing at least 3 secret chambers. Although the materials used to construct these chambers were of a special nature that rendered them impervious to detection. The cunning fox indeed has 3 burrows. MOU also discovered 3 hidden passages, the destinations of which remained a mystery, though they clearly led outside the castle. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck MOU as he considered the subterranean depths. He had unconsciously overlooked the underground, for with so many people missing, it was inconceivable that the castle's underground could house such a number without being hollowed out first. However, he did detect an anomaly. A sort of magical array existed underground, preventing him from perceiving what lay beneath. Little did MOU know that it was precisely because of him, Gerald of the White Wolf, that the sorcerer of Oster had, in a moment of reflection, ceased to be frugal with his extraordinary materials, thus establishing this array to obscure perception. However, it suffices to ascertain that there are issues lurking beneath the surface. Once it was confirmed that the problems resided underground, MOU felt compelled to delineate the extent of this subterranean realm. Through his exploration, he was horrified to discover that both the castle and the training grounds, as well as the underground of the Auhent province, were imbued with a sense of concealed perception. MOU's initial reaction was one of terror, swiftly followed by an acknowledgement of the formidable nature of the individual behind this scheme. Piecing together the myriad clues, MOU discerned that the mastermind was none other than Vorst, the very person he had previously pursued with fervor. What was his motive? To manipulate the Earl of Auhent. Engaging in a nefarious alliance, Vorst could provide the ritual for pollution transfer, while Auhent had access to high-quality materials necessary for transforming ghouls. Indeed, the more powerful the ghoul, the greater the pollution that could be transferred. The absence of any taint upon the Earl, a being of extraordinary caliber, was highly unusual. The figure clad in black beside him was likely Vorst, who, at that moment, had shed the pollution that would have led to a distortion of his being. Thus, MOU failed to recognize him immediately. After all, Vorst belonged to a pure extraordinary sequence, unlike the night sequence that could be sensed through the fluctuations of battle energy. The essence of spirit does not emit waves when dormant. making it challenging to discern the sequence of an extraordinary being unless they invoke their powers. The disappearance of their pollution was presumably due to the execution of 2 pollution transfer rituals. The previously vanished guardians and soldiers, totaling 2 waves, had undoubtedly fallen victim to foul play and had become ghouls, thereby bearing the pollution of both Vorst and Auhand. Yet, why continue to hold the nightly tournament if they had resolved the issue of pollution? The excuse provided by the Earl of Auhand struck MOU as utterly implausible. He was aware that Vorst's extraordinary ritual required the power of a full moon. In the realm of Eyes, there are 3 moons, and each month boasts 3 nights of full moons. Tomorrow night would mark the next full moon, prompting MOU to contemplate whether to flee. Before long, the first round of the competition concluded with 40 participants, nearly devolving into chaos as some resorted to shooting arrows at others' targets. MOU descended from the waiting area and made his way to the archery range, presenting his identification badge to the staff and receiving a robust bow along with a quiver containing 30 arrows. As participant number 66, he positioned himself towards the center, flanked by unfamiliar knights. Their brash demeanor suggested they were well aware of their intentions, and they had set their sights on MOU's 400-meter target. "Hey, you clumsy fool. That 400-meter target belongs to us. You have no need for it anyway," declared a brazen young man with a bushy beard, to which MOU paid no heed. "Look, this comical fool ignores you. But since that's the case, the 400-meter target of this fool is now mine," taunted another, a pale-faced individual with a fierce gaze, his malice apparent. Yet, they had chosen the wrong adversary. Both were merely low-ranking knights, while MOU remained cloaked in his invisibility cape. The spellbinding technique of the breath-collecting art concealed the fluctuations of the fighting spirit, leading the 2 adversaries to mistakenly perceive MOU as an inconsequential knight lacking martial prowess. Since they had approached him, MOU resolved to deliver an unexpected surprise, with the resounding chime signifying the commencement of the contest. Both competitors aimed at their respective targets set at 400 meters, exhibiting evident confidence in their archery skills. MOU chuckled softly and deftly notched 3 arrows onto his bowstring. In mere milliseconds, as the 2 adversaries released their arrows, MOU unleashed his trio of arrows, each soaring towards the designated targets on either side, as well as his own. With the aid of observation haki and the 3-tomo Sharingan, he accurately predicted the trajectories of his opponent's arrows. His projectiles reached their targets with astonishing speed, while the arrows of his rivals merely grazed the sides of MOU's arrows, veering off course and missing the mark entirely. In a magnificent display, MOU's 3 arrows found their way to their respective 400-meter targets. "Shall we each focus on our own targets?" one of them suggested, to which MOU replied, "Apologies, but I can only shoot 3 arrows at once." Surely, no one would miss their own target, would they? The 2 competitors glared at MOU in indignation before abandoning their targets altogether, redirecting their focus towards MOU's target instead. Little did they know, MOU possessed the ability to manipulate trajectories with his mental prowess. Once more, he released 3 arrows. The left and right arrows effortlessly struck their targets, while the central arrow deflected the projectile from the competitor on the right. In a dramatic twist, it collided with the arrow shot by the left competitor, resulting in a miraculous turn of events as MOU's initially skewed arrow corrected its path and struck the target. The crowd erupted in applause. Even Count O'Hunter and Vorst gazed in astonishment at MOU's prowess. The expressions of the 2 competitors darkened, as they had not anticipated that targeting a seemingly soft target would lead them to encounter such formidable resistance. Unfazed by their distraction, MOU maintained a steady shooting rhythm, successfully hitting all 3 400-meter targets in quick succession. After a slight bow and acknowledgement of the cheers, he descended from the competition arena. MOU's score reached an impressive 300, surpassing the highest score of the first round by several points. In the second round, it came as no surprise that no other competitor managed to eclipse MOU's performance. The butler of Count O'Hunter presented a magnificent blue longbow, adorned with intricate engravings that resembled a work of art more than a weapon. Nonetheless, MOU sensed the potent energy emanating from it. Now, let us welcome the champion of the archery competition, Jack Bardo from the Golden Spike territory. Amidst the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, MOU approached the podium, where Count O'Hunter, beaming with delight, bestowed the magical longbow upon him. Congratulations, Sir Jack Bardo. Your archery skills surpass all others in the royal capital. Your Excellency, the Count. I'm truly humbled by your kind words. Feeling the hand of Count O'Hunter resting on his shoulder, Mou furrowed his brow. At that moment, Count O'Hunter was using his aura and spirit to perceive Mou's condition. Due to Mou wearing an invisibility cloak, the Count was unable to discern his true nature and, thus, rudely probed with his aura and spirit. Although Count O'Hunter successfully sensed Mou's intermediate night energy fluctuations in his spirit at sequence 9, Mou also gleaned insights into the Count's own essence, which aligned with his suspicions. Count O'Hunter possessed the strength of a high-level knight, and his extraordinary sequence reached sequence 7. However, both parties harbored doubts, as Mou bore no taint, leading Count O'Hunter to nearly believe that Mou had also achieved his status through a pollution transfer mechanism. Mou understood that the situation could not be resolved amicably, attributing the predicament to Count O'Hunter's reckless demeanor. In the words of a certain deity, "You have already chosen the path to your demise." Mou resolved to eliminate Count O'Hunter. Otherwise, he would remain unsettled. Grasping the arcane energy longbow, amidst the crowd's clamoring, was prompted to demonstrate the bow's might. Sir Knight Jack Balder, this arcane energy longbow can condense ice arrows and bestow ice enchantments upon them. Please, showcase its power for all to witness and to inspire everyone in the forthcoming competition. Very well, Count O'Hunter, I shall not refuse. Mou intended to comply, for as he garnered the audience's acclaim with his archery, his transformation progress reached an astonishing 98%. He aimed to ascertain whether this display would significantly advance his transformation progress. To enhance the performance, Mou infused a substantial amount of true essence, which, flowing through the energy circuit of the arcane energy longbow, triggered the spell within the crystal. A colossal arrow, formed of 3 azure ice crystals, materialized, its energy fluctuations illuminating the space around it. Mou directly aimed at a target 500 meters away and, moments later, unleashed 3 ice crystal arrows. Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air, reaching the target in an instant and shattering it into countless tiny fragments. A cascade of ice crystals and frigid air erupted, freezing the ground within a radius of several meters beneath a thick layer of frost. The audience gasped in astonishment. This was their first encounter with the might of the arcane energy longbow, an unexpected terror, especially when wielded by a master archer. The force displayed was sufficient to threaten high-level knights and could claim the heads of enemy commanders amidst a battlefield. Mou felt immense satisfaction. Each arrow's power rivaled that of a first-tier sorcery, marking a significant enhancement to his strength. Moreover, it sparked new ideas in Mou's mind. He could directly shape energy-conducting metals into the form of energy circuits during the forging phase, thus creating the framework of a magical artifact. Subsequently, he could control enriched materials to envelop the circuit framework, ensuring that the crafted artifact would be impervious to damage from collisions. Due to Mou's formidable performance, achieving a perfect score, the competition concluded prematurely, prompting the crowd to disperse in preparation for the following day's events. Chapter 103, Sequence 8 and the Senior Knights. Mou, too, blended into the throng as they exited, for he abhorred the sensation of being the center of attention. He meandered outside for a while, then, evading the blind spots of those pursuing him, concealed his onion knight armor and the arcane longbow. After several transformations and achieving invisibility, he finally eluded all his trackers and returned to the inn. Notably, revealing one's true prowess indeed accelerates the assimilation of extraordinary traits. Mou has now fully integrated the transformation ability and is but one step away from consuming the second extraordinary trait to ascend to Sequence 8. He intends to ingest the doppelganger trait this afternoon, executing a clever escape plan by ascending his doppelganger to partake in the competition in his stead. Mou, you're back. Today, the city of Alhent has been put under martial law, as they are in pursuit of a cultist who not only murdered the eldest son of Baron Viper, but also annihilated several noble knights' families. Violet also ventured into the streets and learned of the lockdown. Is it still possible to leave the city? Mou suspected this was a scheme orchestrated by Count Alhent. It seems not. Nearly all soldiers have been summoned to the city walls, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Although Violet was not particularly sociable, she always managed to glean kindness from others, thus acquiring much information. How intriguing. It appears we cannot leave the city peacefully this time. Count Alhant has resorted to extreme measures to prevent anyone from departing, likely having grown weary of the uproar. Mou resolved that he must exit the city tonight, or he would surely face peril. Are we leaving? Violet queried, puzzled by Mou's intent to defy the prohibition. However, she was indifferent to the restrictions if it meant she could accompany him. We must depart, or Count Alhant will not spare me. Mou promptly retrieved the extraordinary trait of spore doppelganger, preparing to break through to sequence 8. As he ingested the extraordinary trait, a green orb materialized beside his true spirit, elevating it. He also gleaned some insights regarding this trait's capabilities. With this ability, Mou could create a doppelganger at each sequence, each mirroring his strength and abilities, with equal amounts of true essence and spirit. Essentially, they were replicas. Each doppelganger was an extension of his essence, granting Mou several lives. When a doppelganger perishes, it can be reconstituted, retaining the same strength as his original self. He referred to this type of doppelganger as the real doppelganger, flawless in nature, with each sharing a singular consciousness, allowing Mou to control them as deftly as he would his own hands. The second type of doppelganger, known as the spore doppelganger, could coalesce into a mundane body possessing basic consciousness. Mou held absolute control over this type, untroubled by the possibility of betrayal. In contrast to the real doppelganger, the spore doppelganger lacked memory, with its capabilities entirely dependent on what Mou bestowed upon it. Moreover, this spore clone relies entirely on the spiritual essence of Mou for sustenance. As long as spiritual essence is provided, it will not perish. With sufficient spiritual essence, countless clones can be formed, albeit these clones are capable only of managing rudimentary tasks. Mou surmised that such spore clones could mainly serve as laborers, for his current spiritual essence suffices to coalesce 200 spore clones. Each possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary adult male, akin to Baiju, who is somewhat dim-witted. However, Mou has the ability to bestow certain powers upon a clone, such as telekinesis, the Sharingan, and Kinbunchikahaki. Fortunately, should any spore clone perish or Mou choose to recall it, these abilities revert to his original form. Having ascended to sequence 8, Mou did not hasten to break through to the second tier of sorcery. He planned to consolidate his clones before pursuing further advancement. Although the strength of a true clone does not synchronize in real time with Mou, the power it possesses at the moment of formation remains unless it undergoes training. Otherwise, it retains its original strength. The only way for Mou to update a clone's abilities to reflect his latest prowess is to disband it and recreate it. Thus, he referred to these as mere replicas, though the true clones can evolve through their own training. When Mou disbanded all clones and subsequently reformed them, their advancements would also be reflected across each clone. This process bears resemblance to the shadow clone technique, yet differs in that Mou's clones are corporeal. Mou intended to have 2 true clones work alongside him to refine second-tier sorcery runes. With 3 versions of himself, the efficiency of rune formation would increase threefold. Activating the abilities of his true clones, he summoned forth spiritual essence to form 2 cores. Subsequently, a substantial amount of natural energy and material was extracted, as the hearts and blood vessels of the 2 bodies began to coalesce. Next came the formation of nerves, bones, muscles, and various tissues. As a membrane enveloped them, 2 bare forms of Mou emerged before him. He began to perceive this novel perspective, as if 3 lenses had appeared in his mind. Mou felt as though he possessed 3 bodies, each containing identical true essence and spiritual essence. With his imagination ignited, Mou pondered whether he could channel the true essence from his clones into his own body to facilitate a breakthrough. Fearless in his ambition, he hastily commanded the true essence of the 2 clones to surge into his original form without even donning his attire. In fact, this proved effective. Mou's true essence instantly tripled, reaching the critical threshold for a breakthrough. He swiftly surpassed the bottleneck, evolving into a high-ranking knight, with a significant portion of his true essence liquefying, greatly enhancing its quality. Chapter 104. Second-tier sorcerer and the transparent world Mou. whose physical prowess had already reached the level of a great knight, experienced a rapid escalation, directly attaining a staggering 60-fold increase, granting him the power to deliver a punch with 6 tons of force, comparable to that of a small excavator. Yet, MOU remained humble, having previously sensed a looming threat from Count Hunter. Currently, it is estimated that with no unforeseen circumstances, MOU could single-handedly confront County Hunter in a battle of strength. However, MOU, known for his cautious nature, refrains from engaging in such a perilous conflict laden with uncertainties. It appears that Violet has also sensed the impending storm, diligently practicing a repertoire of combat spells. Observing his 2 naked doppelgangers seated on the ground, replenishing their spiritual essence, MOU hurriedly urged them to don their garments. Next, the task of determining which 6 second-tier spell runes to select for his ascension to the second-tier wizardry commenced. Interestingly, some first-tier wizards, upon their advancement, find themselves unable to collect the requisite second-tier spells and opt instead to substitute them with first-tier spells. This practice is indeed permissible, though it results in slightly diminished power compared to a standard second-tier wizard. In truth, there exists no fundamental qualitative difference among first, second, and third-tier spells. Rather, wizards tend to personalize certain first-tier spells. This has led to the emergence of second- and third-tier spells, while the earliest wizards classified their arts simply as low-level, high-level, and law spells. The first, second, and third-tier spells are merely evolutions of low-level spells. Naturally, MOU chose the more potent second-tier spells, even though third-tier spells were also an option. However, as indicated in the wizard's tomes, it is advisable to proceed methodically when one's mental capacity is limited. Many first- and second-tier wizards, in their ambition, aim too high and select third-tier spells, only to find their mental faculties insufficient to withstand the backlash of their visualization. This can lead to the shattering of their mental imagery, resulting in damage to their spiritual sea and rendering them incapable of further advancement. Although MOU would not suffer mental harm, such a backlash could permanently diminish his spiritual essence capacity. MOU deemed it wiser to adopt a steady approach. For the delineation of first, second, and third-tier spells within the wizarding system signifies a more rational and scientific classification. He does not presume to surpass the venerable sages who perfected the wizarding tradition. Within MOU's inheritance tome, there exists a plethora of second-tier spells. After meticulous selection, he chose 6 second-tier spells: the lightning strike and meteoric fireball for offensive purposes, one being a powerful single-target strike with rapid execution, and the other a wide-area attack with commendable potency. For defense, he selected the Frost Ring and Repulsion Shield, one designed to resist energy-based assaults and mitigate physical attacks, while the other focuses on shielding against corporeal strikes. Lastly, for auxiliary functions, he opted for Quagmire and Slow, one creating a hindering terrain for foes, and the other diminishing the speed and responsiveness of adversaries. Each of the 3 MOUs deftly cultivated 2 runes, placing them within their respective spell slots. Although second-tier spells are indeed more intricate than their first-tier counterparts, they did not pose a challenge to MOU. The 3 MOUs swiftly succeeded in coalescing the 6 spell runes, after which MOU promptly dismissed 2 of his doppelgangers. It seemed as though 2 streams of pure energy merged into MOU's being, instantly filling the spell slots within his dantian. The second layer of his mental imagery erupted in a brilliant radiance, and MOU sensed a subtle enhancement in the essence of his mental faculties. Becoming more solid and substantial, it nourished the soul of MOU, allowing his spiritual ocean to expand. This elevation of the soul evidently touched upon the essence, instigating a transformation within MOU's spirit. As he gazed upon his arm, what unfolded before his eyes was a membrane, revealing muscles, bones, and blood. It resembled a form of X-ray vision, yet was entirely distinct. MOU felt his aura completely contained, enabling him to perceive the internal organs and flesh of others. Through the contraction of muscles, he could discern the impending attacks of adversaries, and these movements unfolded in his mind in slow motion. MOU realized he had seemingly entered a wondrous realm, and through careful comparison and analysis, he understood he had attained the transparent world. This spiritual domain is birthed from a martial artist's ultimate refinement of their skills, body, and mental will. The enhancement to his combat prowess was immense. Despite already possessing the observation haki and the 3-tomo Sharingan, the combination of all three would render MOUS might even more formidable. No one could inflict harm upon him within the confines of his reflexes. Moreover, the transparent world allowed him to suppress his own aura and various fluctuations. In the original narrative, Tanjiro employed the essence of the transparent world to confront Akaza's techniques. Akaza's techniques could predict an enemy's attacks by detecting fluctuations in their fighting spirit. The transparent world, however, allowed one to return to simplicity, leaking not a hint of their aura, becoming the key to triumph over Akaza. In truth, the application of the transparent world bears resemblance to harmonious light, blending seamlessly with the dust, allowing oneself to exist unobtrusively within the cosmos, concealing one's brilliance. MOU felt an overwhelming sense of power. Even a knight endowed with sword intent could engage him in battle. In light of this crisis, MOU resolved to leave a clone to handle Count Hunter and Vorst, both of whom had forsaken their humanity in their quest to forge an extraordinary path through the lives of thousands. Nevertheless, to safeguard against any eventuality, his true self would still need to flee. However, before escaping, MOU intended to expose their conspiracy to the entire city. Let those who could run escape. For those who did not believe, MOU could not save them. Prior to this, he prepared dozens of amplification spell cards, not only to unveil their scheme, but also to incite chaos, facilitating his own escape. Chapter 105, Chaos and Night Escape. After dinner, MOU reconstituted 2 authentic clones, which would remain within the city, one to incite turmoil and the other to participate in the competition. Meanwhile, MOU's true self, along with Violet, prepared to abscond. MOU and one of his clones adopted distinct identities, departing the inn with Violet, who was cloaked in an invisibility cape. He left behind a clone clad in the Onion Knight ensemble to partake in the competition the following day. MOU and Violet arrived at the eastern city wall, a point conducive to escape, awaiting the diversion caused by the clone. Meanwhile, MOU controlled the clone, retreating to a concealed corner, where he produced numerous spore clones, implanting them with memories. In total, over 20 locations throughout the city have been marked with more than 20 spore avatars. Each possesses a unique form, yet they are all implanted with the same memories under the control of MOU. They simultaneously rush into the streets and alleys, calling out loudly. Count Hunter has allied with the Necromancer Church. The city is to be sacrificed. Everyone must flee for their lives. The Guardians have already fallen to treachery, and now they target every soul within the city. Tonight, if one does not escape, death awaits. This is the very reason for the city's lockdown. A multitude of spore avatars traverses the streets, chanting the same grim proclamation. Most remain skeptical, yet some noble families have come to believe this alarming claim. They gather friends and neighbors, leading the charge toward the city gates. The soldiers hesitate, uncertain whether to intervene. Most people are followers by nature, seeing the noble families fleeing. They rush home to pack their belongings, joining the throngs heading for the gates, with the mindset that the law does not punish the masses. The greater the crowd, the less fear they feel. As a tide of humanity forms, they lose their capacity for judgment, focus solely on bursting through the city gates to attain freedom and safety. Ultimately, the gates open, the soldiers do not impede them, and some even join the exodus. In such dire circumstances, only 2 types of individuals typically survive: the clever and the foolish. One leads, while the other follows, with a faction of self-proclaimed wise individuals merely standing aside, critiquing the masses for their folly. In a city of tens of thousands, how could Count Hunter possibly be deranged enough to slaughter them all? If he dared to act so, the 3 great holy churches would not spare him. Thus, this is merely a rumor. Those who consider themselves astute wear a sardonic smirk, deeming the fleeing populace as dupes of cultists seeking to escape the city. MOU, observing the desolate city walls, embraced Valite and ascended into the air. The situation was somewhat better than MOU had anticipated. The number of escapees was surprising, and soldiers had indeed moved to the gates. MOU silently approached the walls, preparing to depart from the Ohana province. Meanwhile, Count O'Hunter and Voster received news of the sacrificial offerings fleeing. O'Hunter was exceedingly irate, just when success was within grasp. Such a complication arose. Voster, it seems the populace here does not suffice for our ritual. Do not panic. These commoners will return. As long as I employ the necromancer army to drive them back from the outside, we can then declare that these undead were the work of the fleeing cultists. Once they are back within the city, we will encircle Ohanares provincial city with the undead, ensuring our plan is foolproof. On the other hand, Mo suddenly halted, sensing a disturbance beneath the ground. He crouched down, pointing his sword toward the earth, probing the vibrations beneath his feet. Mo sensed a multitude of vast caverns beneath the ground, teeming with powerful ghouls racing about. Their intentions were unmistakable. These ghouls had circled around to the front, preparing to erupt forth from the earth. Violet, prepare for battle. Here is a knight's sword and a solar pulse pistol for you. Be sure to safeguard yourself. Violet accepted the exquisite knight's sword, wielding the futuristic pulse gun in her left hand. With neither fear nor excitement upon her countenance, she merely nodded in response. Soon, on the plains ahead, the ghoul army burst forth from the surface like a gushing fountain, saturating the land in a gruesome crimson. These ghouls, entirely blood-red, bore an uncanny resemblance to those Mo had encountered in Ironmine Village, albeit these were considerably larger, each measuring over 3 meters, excluding their tails. The knights were extraordinarily formidable. Mo estimated their strength to be on par with that of low-tier knights, while a few leading ghouls exhibited prowess rivaling that of intermediate knights. The ghouls swiftly fanned out, obstructing the escape routes of the crowd. However, they did not immediately charge into battle. Instead, they advanced slowly, intent on driving the people back into the city. The initial few were not fools. They understood that Count O'Hunter aimed to force them to return. Recognizing the dire situation, Mo promptly summoned his true avatar, leading over 200 spore avatars, each endowed with combat skills and experience in facing ghouls. Esteemed comrades, Count O'Hunter seeks to coerce us back, yet returning equates to certain death. Facing them bravely may grant us a chance to escape. I, a mere knight, shall not allow this to transpire. I will lead my followers in a charge. Brave warriors unwilling to await death, follow my lead, and fight for survival. Huzzah! Huzzah! Though the crowd was uncertain why they shouted huzzah, they echoed in unison. With a determination to fight, we embrace death or glory. Onward. Chapter 106. The ghoul fusion monster Mo's avatar led the charge with 200 spore avatars. As tens of thousands of people, nobles, knights, merchants, and commoners alike, grasped their assorted weapons and surged forward. Some wielded knights' swords, others butchers' knives, pitchforks, or hoes. Mo and Violet surged at the forefront, charging towards the hundreds of ghouls, with a mighty throng behind them. The ghouls, taken aback by the advancing crowd, were momentarily bewildered. Their orders were to prevent the escape of these individuals and compel them to return while minimizing casualties. The actions of these people fell far outside their expectations, causing their feeble minds to falter. Mo and his avatars paid no heed to whether the ghouls would resist. Mo wielded his transformed monoatomic blade, manipulating the flying blade with telekinetic control. His avatar brandished the Dark Moon Greatsword, commanding 10 dragon-toothed short blades. With a single stroke, Mo cleaved the head of a leaping ghoul in two. The figure glided like a streak of light through the ranks of ghouls, each flash of the sword claiming the life of a ghoul. The flying blades wove through the multitude of ghouls, tightening in an instant to cleave several of them asunder. The doppelganger wielded the Dark Moon Greatsword with an ease that belied its weight, akin to wielding a mere toothpick, effortlessly bisecting a ghoul that attempted a sneak attack from behind. A sweeping kick dispatched the protruding tongue of another ghoul, while the dragon-toothed dagger drove deep into its skull. Though Violet possessed only the strength of a low-ranking knight, her terrifying combat instincts and inherent sharpness with weapons were formidable. With a resplendent knight's sword, she deftly parried 3 sharp, elongated tongues, leaping to evade a tail spike that struck like a spear from the side. In midair, she unleashed a flurry of shots, obliterating the heads of several encroaching ghouls. Her agility and finesse allowed her to evade lethal strikes with mere subtle shifts, gracefully navigating the perilous fray. Yet the severed tongues and heads littering the ground signified her dominance in the battle. In contrast, the spored doppelgangers of Mo were somewhat lacking. Devoid of robust physical prowess and effective weaponry, they often banded together in groups of 4 to confront a single foe. Their struggles evident as dismembered limbs and severed legs flew through the air, indicating their heavy toll in the fight. However, they did achieve some success, inflicting considerable damage upon ghouls with the sharp tail spikes and claws they extracted. Among the throngs of thousands, the most powerful knights stood at the forefront, flanked by a motley assortment of spearmen and archers. Their advance was slow, yet the sheer number provided strength and unity. Groups of 10 or so took on a single disabled ghoul, utilizing nets, ropes, and chains to secure commendable victories despite the time constraints. Only MOU and his doppelgangers pressed forward, facing no single ghoul as a true adversary. Their movements and intentions were laid bare to him. He perceived every muscle's contraction and the flow of blood within, identifying their vulnerabilities and critical points. A seemingly unremarkable strike often served the function of the antelope's horn, as ghouls inadvertently collided with MOU's blade. There was no need for grand leaps or elaborate maneuvers. A mere step or a twist of the body sufficed to evade the carefully orchestrated strikes of the ghouls. He swiftly dispatched those who left themselves exposed, and by now, MOU had breached the heart of the ghoul ranks, having slain no fewer than 80 ghouls, counting those felled by his doppelgangers. In the distance, watching from the perspective of the ghouls, Vorst found MOU's movements oddly familiar, yet could not place them. The ghoul's nature disrupted his soul, sometimes causing memories to blur. In dealing with these ghouls, MOU found no need for the breath of the sun. The atomic-level edge of his blade was sufficient to sever all. Even though the ghoul's flesh and bone were tougher than steel, they offered no resistance, parting as easily as slicing through jelly. Merely employed the physical prowess characteristic of a high knight and a few perceptual techniques. However, he discerned that at the tail end of the ghouls, 3 of the most formidable ones were incessantly assimilating a multitude of weaker ghouls. This fusion resulted in a grotesque entity, towering several meters high, adorned with an assortment of limbs and faces, an unsightly amalgamation. This abomination was a veritable fusion monster, repugnant in its appearance. In the shadows, Forster recognized that these ghouls were inadequate to contend with and his companions, thus resorting to the forbidden secrets contained within the grim tomes of the ghoul cult. The creature he conjured was beyond his control, and as it continued to amalgamate more corpses, it grew increasingly terrifying. Its regenerative capabilities and dimensional attributes escalated to those of a high knight. Naturally, could not allow these 3 monstrosities to gain strength. He urged the civilians to hastily incinerate the ghoul's remains while he unleashed his full might, cleaving through the throngs of ghouls. He soon found himself confronting the 3 colossal ghoul fusions. At this juncture, they had expanded to over 10 meters, resembling a mountain of flesh with countless claws, fingers, human faces, and eyes grotesquely scattered across its form. These features appeared haphazardly, and in its grasp was a sword, nearly 10 meters long, grotesquely adorned with sanguineous flesh buds. Its expression turned grave. The foul, blasphemous aura emanating from these 3 ghoul fusions was potent enough to induce hallucinations in the ordinary and poison their ethereal essence. Sensing the formidable challenge posed by and his allies, the remaining ghouls retreated, leaping onto the 3 flesh mountains. After a brief writhing, they merged into the abomination. Despite and his companions' utmost efforts to intercept, the 3 ghoul fusions swelled to over 20 meters in height. Chapter 107. Blood and chaos. The contaminating influence of these 3 ghoul fusions was indeed terrifying. Many ordinary people, burdened with heightened sensitivity and frail wills, howled in agony upon gazing at the fusion monster. They were helplessly haunted by the profane whispers and the monumental existence behind the pollution. In an instant, their eyes shattered, turning their sockets into gaping wounds, from which dark red blood gushed forth. A grotesque smile curled at the corners of their mouths as their bodies began to distort, sprouting flesh buds and oozing pus. Those nearby hastily distanced themselves from these aberrations, only to be cut down by the arriving knights and tossed into pyres for incineration. The civilians who had escaped realized that these 3 monsters were beyond their capacity to confront, scattering in a frenzied flight toward their chosen paths. Their dispersal proved effective, and his doppelgangers could only restrain 2 of the fusion monsters. The remaining one, having lost all semblance of control, seized several slower elderly individuals in mere strides, delivering them into its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. Before they could emit more than a single, harrowing scream, they were reduced to mere fragments, with blood and viscera erupting from its mouth, inciting even more anguished cries from the fleeing crowd, who bitterly lamented their lack of swiftness. Mou and his doppelganger, along with Veilright, did not flee. However, they needed to swiftly resolve the two fused monstrosities. Otherwise, the creature that had devoured countless souls would likely prove formidable. Mou charged directly at the grotesque fusion monster wielding the blasphemous greatsword, his body enveloped in the radiance of a golden spell, Earth Spears, and a repulsive force shield already activated. As the loathsome creature swung its blasphemous greatsword with alarming speed towards the approaching figure, a torrent of putrid slime and blood coalesced into crimson sword energy, slicing through the air like a red ribbon aimed at the swiftly advancing Mou. Mou had no intention of testing whether his triple shield could withstand such vile sword energy. He bent slightly, then sprang forth, his foot striking the ground with the force of a drawn bowstring, propelling him like lightning to the monster's forefront. The afterimage left in his wake was caught in the foul sword energy, disintegrating instantly, while the earth beneath was cleaved, leaving a massive chasm from which a miasma of corruption seeped. Simultaneously, Mou's doppelganger approached another fusion beast. Leaping into the air with a single foot planted firmly on the ground, it utilized the dragon-toothed dagger to gain momentum, soaring to a height of over 20 meters, aligning its gaze with that of the monster. The Dark Moon greatsword in hand shimmered with ethereal light as it unleashed dozens of crescent blades, resembling a vividly blue flower blooming in an instant, striking directly at the creature's foul yellow eyes. A chilling aura crystallized into solid ice as the sword energy shattered the monster's gaze, encasing it in frost. Alas, the creature's flesh surged, rapidly melting the ice, and its eyes were formed anew. From behind, a cluster of 20-meter-long tail spikes glimmered with a terrifying cold light, darting towards the airborne doppelganger with astonishing speed. The doppelganger deftly utilized the void, executing 2.5 rotations in the air, narrowly evading the deadly spikes that grazed its waist. In its hand materialized a staff. Indeed, the third-tier sorceress artifact, the blazing flame staff. With determination, the doppelganger concentrated a searing ray from the crimson crystal at the staff's tip, unleashing it with ferocious intensity. This red-hot beam, possessing a penetrating power surpassing that of laser, surged forth, piercing through the fusion monster's forehead. As Mou deftly maneuvered the staff, the monster's head was cleaved into several pieces, with charred wounds exuding a nauseating aroma of burnt flesh. Observing the grotesque wounds that, despite their charred state, sprouted flesh buds attempting to reattach the shattered head, the doppelganger would allow no respite. It conjured a massive fireball, measuring 8 meters in diameter, imbued with the second-tier sorcery of immense heat exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius and explosive potential. The doppelganger hurled the fireball toward the fragmented head, obliterating it into smithereens. Though the headless fusion beast did not collapse, flesh on either side of its chest split open to reveal new eyes, while its abdomen gaped, revealing a more horrifying maw. This grotesque orifice was lined with layers of bone-white teeth, and one could glimpse the writhing innards within. Meanwhile, Mou, utilizing suspended blades, drew himself to the position of the monster's head. The blade of the soul instantly transformed into a slender sword measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. In a fleeting moment, it severed the head of the fusion creature, inflicting damage upon its very essence, which elicited a piercing scream. In a frenzy, it wildly swung the profane giant sword, unleashing a torrent of tainted sword energy that swept across hundreds of meters. Mou, with an ethereal grace, maneuvered through the gaps, his long sword incessantly slicing through the joints and tendons of the fusion monster. As it began to regenerate its head, he decisively severed its right hand that clutched the blasphemous giant sword. Concentrating a second-tier sorcery, a fireball combined with a first-tier sorcery, grease spell, ignited with ferocity when the flames encountered the oil, resulting in a colossal fire tornado. Ultimately, this inferno incinerated the fusion creature's right hand and the profane sword, rendering it as powerless as a toothless tiger, forced to endure the onslaught of the soul-cutting blade. The third fusion creature charged into the crowd, claiming the lives of numerous elders and children, until it was finally ensnared by a few brave knights alongside Violet. Lacking effective means to harm the fusion creature, they resorted to distant skirmishes with bows and javelins. Violet intermittently utilized her solar pulse pistol, persistently targeting the creature's eyes, causing it to lose its sight intermittently and diminishing the accuracy of its attacks, thereby allowing the knights to evade its tainted sword energy. Violet's sporadic activation of spell cards and the pulse pistol were her only means of inflicting damage. Fortunately, the fusion creature, devoid of intellect, abandoned its pursuit of unarmed civilians once its ire was redirected. Chapter 108. Pursued to the north, observing the dwindling number of spell cards at Violet's disposal. MOU realized the necessity for a swift resolution. Otherwise, Vorst would likely devise new schemes. However, these ghoul fusion creatures possessed no fatal weaknesses. Even decapitation would not impede their relentless movement. Their essence was a composite of hundreds of ghoul souls, and eliminating one or two would not significantly weaken them. To vanquish such a monstrosity, it was imperative to obliterate it entirely in a single strike. Otherwise, it would regenerate after consuming corpses. MOU guided the fusion creature to the side of its headless counterpart, and astonishingly, the two began to merge, akin to a process of mitosis. With countless fleshy tendrils connecting them, MOU and his clone collaboratively fashioned a wind release, spiraling solar shuriken, infusing it with all of the clone's true essence and a significant portion of his own. The shuriken expanded to a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, resembling a star on the verge of eruption. The wind blades swept in all directions, causing the clone wielding the wind release, spiraling solar shuriken to obliterate even the golden light spell and earth spear with the force of the wind. The resounding hum of countless wind blades and the howling of disturbed air left no room for doubt regarding the might of this technique. Even more impressively, a tornado was formed, reaching skyward, centered around the wind release, spiraling solar shuriken. Before the two fusion creatures could fully merge, the shuriken transcended the void and struck the supercharged fusion creature with unwavering precision. Boundless blades of wind and flames surged skyward, transforming into a fiery vortex that obliterated the solitary clouds above. Flesh and bone were scattered, and a crimson mist enveloped the vicinity, extending several hundred meters. This torrent of wind-based jutsu, the spiral sun shuriken, annihilated the upper half of the amalgamated monstrosity. Only its two robust legs remained, hurtling through the air for hundreds of meters before crashing into the earth, carving deep, elongated trenches. This colossal upheaval astonished not only the fleeing civilians, but also sent shivers down the spines of Count O'Hent and Forster, who were observing from the castle. Fortunately, they refrained from pursuing. Otherwise, they would likely have succumbed to an attack far exceeding that of low-tier extraordinary beings. The amalgamated creature, entangled with Violetta and her companions, unexpectedly abandoned them, charging with great strides toward the location where its severed legs had landed. Without hesitation, it fused with the colossal limbs, transforming from humanoid form into a crawling beast on all fours. Its elongated, razor-sharp claws extended, and its head morphed into a visage suited for carnage, exuding an aura of menace. In such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with survival, realizing that one need not outrun the monster, merely outpace their fellow humans. MOU dispelled his doppelgangers, as their essence and energy had been thoroughly depleted. To lose them would mean a prolonged period before they could be reborn. With his own energy dwindling, MOU resolved not to further squander it, grasping Violetta and fleeing. However, the beastly amalgamation seemed to have fixated its wrath upon him, abandoning its pursuit of the civilians. It must be said that 4 legs indeed afford greater speed than 2, and with such long limbs, it swiftly closed the distance to the fleeing MOU. MOU lifted Violetta into his arms, urging her to intermittently use her talismans and pulse guns to hinder the relentless beast. He knew that once his energy replenished, it would signify his demise. Fortunately, the Lingbo Weibo technique possessed restorative properties, or else he would likely find the energy expended on his lightness technique surpassing its recuperation. Had it not been for the Thunderchild placed on the doppelganger in the competition, he would have ensured it experienced the consequences of its actions. While being pursued, MOU dared not head toward the Golden Spike territory, fearing that Forster, observing the battle through the creature, might discern something amiss. Throughout the conflict, MOU had sensed two enigmatic gazes from unknown directions, were it not for his mastery of observation hockey and the ability to perceive the world. He might have remained oblivious. Although MOU was under pursuit, both he and Forster understood that this was merely a temporary predicament. MOU had successfully facilitated the escape of numerous civilians, who were now engaged in preventing the remaining individuals from fleeing. Otherwise, they would be truly overwhelmed. Traveling westward toward the desolate wasteland, MOU was fortunate to have Violetta persistently assault the beast's eyes, disrupting its relentless desire to pounce. However, after several kilometers, the energy of the pulse gun had depleted, and the talismans were exhausted. He resorted to employing a tiger bone bow to unleash mystical arrows, intermingled with some of Violetta's sorcery. This is what allowed the amalgam creature to fall short of pursuing the two individuals. One must concede that the amalgam's impressive length of over 20 meters endowed it with remarkable speed. Each stride left behind a profound imprint, carving out substantial depressions in the ground. Fortunately, it lacked ranged attack capabilities, and its defensive prowess was not particularly formidable. A mere spell could easily shatter its ocular organs. With only a little less than 40% of his true essence restored, MOU was unable to execute the wind escape spiral sun shuriken to swiftly extricate himself from the creature's grasp. Thankfully, ahead lay a primordial forest, and MOU, undeterred by the potential presence of magical beasts, employed flying blades to propel himself forward. Upon witnessing MOU enter the forest, the amalgam creature exhibited no hesitation. Disregarding its own inability to navigate through the gaps of the towering trees, it charged headlong, crashing into a tree stout enough for four to encircle, snapping it asunder. Although these colossal trees could not impede its advance, they significantly curtailed its speed, accompanied by the sounds of splintering branches and roots being wrenched from the earth. The flora and fauna of this ancient woodland suffered greatly. Even some first- and second-tier magical beasts were terrified into retreat. After all, the amalgam creature, possessing the might of a high knight in beast form, posed a threat even to fourth-tier magical beasts, ensuring a mutual destruction scenario. This amalgam relied solely on its physical strength and rapid recovery, rendering it capable of overwhelming the majority of high knights. Chapter 109. The nightly tournament, as usual within the province of Alhent, the participating knights harbored varying degrees of suspicion and caution towards Count Alhent. Whether these rumors were mere fabrications or a veiled truth warranted contemplation, as the offspring of nobility were by no means foolish. Meanwhile, the city retained a populace of over 10,000 astute individuals, steadfast in their belief that the Lord would not descend into madness. It was undoubtedly the machinations of cultists attempting to frame him. Moreover, with the exodus of many, the remaining populace found their lives improving, with salaries for various occupations on the rise. Perhaps it was the principle of scarcity at play. With fewer competitors for resources, prices had declined slightly, allowing them to indulge in meats and white bread previously considered unattainable, as well as to savor a bit of fine wine. This newfound comfort reinforced their conviction in their choices, leading them to deem those who fled as fools, though they derided the escapees in their hearts. They silently prayed for their absence to endure. MOU's Onion Knight avatar remained largely indifferent to external affairs, possessing only the Onion Knight ensemble, a magical longbow, and a thunderbolt seed. Fortunately, the thunderbolt seed was a formidable weapon, offering MOU a chance for a reversal. There was still a viable opportunity to eliminate Forster and Count Alhent, yet the uncertainty lingered as to whether tomorrow would mark the onset of upheaval. The night to come would be a full moon, and the ritual for transferring pollution required the moon's participation. It was likely Forster would not forsake this chance. Otherwise, missing this opportunity would mean waiting another month. MOU focused his mind entirely on his original self, still engaged in a tactical dance with the creeping ghoul within the forest. The entity, known as MOU, has been wandering through this forest, successfully eliminating the majority of the contaminated magical beasts and acquiring a considerable amount of magic crystals. Regrettably, the flesh of these beasts has been tainted, and consuming it would result in the unwelcome growth of tentacles. MOU certainly does not wish to resemble an octopus. MOU has been stealthily trailing a crawling ghoul, while instructing Violet to gather and incinerate the remains of those magical beasts. Otherwise, the creatures that MOU has vanquished would rise once more as formidable undead beings. Wielding the soul-cutting blade, MOU transformed it into a slender blade several meters in length, cleaving through numerous trees and the ghoul's limbs with each swing. Alas, the ghoul's regenerative abilities are extraordinarily potent. Despite relentless exploitation throughout the night, it has merely shrunk in size. Meanwhile, Count O'Hunter and Forster are preoccupied with establishing the ghoul transformation and contamination transfer rituals. The success of this endeavor is crucial to their paths of transcendence. Allowing no room for error, Forster meticulously arranged a circle of costly temporary protective rituals along the ritual's perimeter to guard against any potential ambush from the sixth disciple. They have reached a consensus that every individual within the city shall contribute equally, facilitating a collective ascension to a higher order. However, both men harbor ulterior motives. Forster is aware that Count O'Hunter aspires to ascend to Sequence 6, yet the populace of the city is only sufficient for one to achieve this elevation. Naturally, he will not permit Count O'Hunter's success, as he has orchestrated the ritual, even if the Count masters it. Forster has cunningly concealed multiple traps and contingencies that none would detect. Count O'Hunter, in turn, does not intend to allow Forster to ascend, planning to dispose of him once everything is in place. He has thoroughly studied the contamination transfer ritual, discerning the traps Forster has laid. Not only has he eliminated these traps, but he has also implemented a shielding ritual for the ceremony. Being a master of subterfuge himself, he possesses profound knowledge of extraordinary rituals. He understands that one of Forster's supernatural abilities is seduction. Yet he has never fallen victim to such manipulation and aims to shift all blame onto Forster after this affair. Subsequently, he will emerge as the Grand Lord, avenging his subjects against the heretics, retaining his title as Count, for even in death, the commoners shall be replaced by new ones. Henceforth, he will discreetly utilize the rituals to liberate himself from contamination, as he is on the cusp of attaining Sequence 6. This level signifies a sanctified existence, with few across the continent reaching such longevity, often exceeding 500 years. Though the lowest tier of sanctity, it bestows various remarkable abilities characteristic of that phase. Fundamentally, one can traverse the dream realm, harness the power of three-tiered true name projections, and employ dream realm teleportation. Although Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 seem merely one rank apart, the disparity is vast. Higher-tier characteristics are not to be matched by those of lower tiers. High-ranking transcendents have largely transcended their corporeal forms, channeling great power within themselves, with each inch of flesh intertwined with spiritual essence, rendering them devoid of critical weaknesses and allowing for the effortless generation of flesh. The essence of the soul, possessing elevated characteristics, along with various spiritual and ethereal powers, is sufficient to render lower-tier transcendents powerless to resist. The act of seizing a body for rebirth is merely standard. Even resurrection is not beyond the realm of possibility, as the true spirit already radiates a fundamental brilliance of immortality. However, let us set that aside for the moment. MOU's true form has already fled for an entire night, primarily due to the fusion monster's insidious ability to corrupt, which has infected numerous magical beasts. This pollution is exceedingly tenacious, seemingly endless. Once tainted, it perpetually spawns further contamination. Meanwhile, the fleeing civilians have disseminated news of the situation in the Earl of O'Hunter's province, leaving the nobility across various regions in a state of disbelief. They find it hard to fathom that Earl O'Hunter could be so deranged, prompting them to pen letters and consult with numerous other nobles. After all, their heirs remain in the province of O'Hunter, should any misfortune befall them. The meticulously cultivated successors may meet untimely ends, leading their families towards inevitable decline. Baron Jean Sway and Baron Dusher have also received messages via carrier pigeon, their expressions grave. Baron Jean Sway is troubled because his second son is still in the province of O'Hunter, uncertain if he can escape. Although he trusts in MOU's capabilities, this matter is of great significance. To be prudent, he has penned 3 letters, sending them to the 3 major holy churches. Baron Dusher, on the other hand, is distressed over the demise of his cultivated heir, who met a particularly absurd fate, while his only other son remains trapped in the province, uncertain of his life or death. Should his second son perish as well, his title would inevitably pass to a distant branch of the family, lest it be reclaimed by the sovereign. On the following day, the competition proceeds as usual, the participating knights seemingly unaffected by the rumors swirling around. They enter the Earl of O'Hunter's castle with laughter and conversation, entirely neglecting to discuss the events of the previous day. MOU inspects the castle's ceremonial rituals, noting that they remain concealed, leaving him uncertain as to who these two individuals are guarding against. Upon entering the previous arena, the Earl of O'Hunter maintains his calm demeanor. Noble knights, he announces, due to the disturbances caused by heretics yesterday, we shall conduct today's competition as a combined equestrian and combat event. Pairing off. The first to fall shall be deemed the loser. I have prepared the steeds. Let us engage in valiant combat. The first and second places shall receive rewards. Chapter 110. The conspiracy in the finals with the audience sparse. The applause is tepid, but the Earl of O'Hunter remains indifferent. After tonight, he shall have no further concerns. Today's breakfast has been untouched, allowing MOU to partake with ease of mind. The Earl randomly draws two numbers, corresponding to the competitors in the final showdown. It bears a striking resemblance to the duels depicted in the dramas of the Three Kingdoms. These knights display remarkable prowess, their martial skills and horsemanship exceptionally refined, with each strike igniting sparks. Yet, they remain within the realm of what ordinary individuals can comprehend, with few extraordinary elements present. Soon, it is MOU's turn to take the stage. He opts not to wield the lance offered by the Earl, but instead grasps his own shorter two-handed greatsword and a thrusting shield. In this competition, long weapons undoubtedly hold an advantage over short ones. An inch in length translates to an inch in strength. However, upon observing his opponent, he discerned that the challenger was merely a low-level knight. Though a low-level knight in his 20s may be considered quite talented, he was destined to face defeat against MOU. This adversary conformed to the archetype of a knight, even graciously allowing MOU the opportunity to wield a long weapon. Upon MOU's polite refusal, the knight exhibited no anger, but instead summoned his full strength as a gesture of respect. Gripping his lance, he secured its rear under his arm, forming a stable triangle. Spurring his steed, he charged forth, the lance aimed directly at MOU's chest, creating an aura reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses. Alas, this world was imbued with extraordinary powers. MOU remained stationary on his horse. As the knight closed the distance, he launched an attack that possessed little in the way of vulnerabilities, only to have MOU effortlessly deflect the lance with a single stroke of his sword, the immense force nearly unseating the knight from his mount. As they passed each other, the knight gazed at MOU in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that he, a low-level knight, could penetrate a half-meter-thick brick wall with a full-force thrust. Coupled with the momentum gained from his charge, he had the capacity to propel an adult several meters away. Regardless of his thoughts, the match must continue. He tightened his grip on the horse's belly, the sharp sting of the spurs eliciting a cry from the steed. With renewed vigor, the knight charged once more, clutching his lance tightly. As he neared MOU, he rose from his saddle, leaning forward, his lance poised to unleash an unparalleled force, moving with the swiftness of thunder. The lance tip gleamed with a chilling brilliance, its razor-sharp energy almost manifesting as a lance of light, and as it approached MOU, it swiftly shed several illusory blossoms of lance strikes. These illusions rendered his true intent nearly inscrutable, akin to a venomous serpent striking. MOU's gaze was keen. He was not misled by the phantasmal blossoms. Confronted with an attack that epitomized the pinnacle of low-level knightly skill and force, he swiftly unleashed a strike, shattering all illusions in an instant. Sending a fragment of the lance spiraling skyward, MOU deftly severed the knight's iron lance, and before the knight could fully comprehend the situation, the blade of MOU's sword struck his shoulder. It was only as he landed that he realized he had lost, yet he accepted his defeat with grace. MOU's victory came as no surprise. He returned to the resting area with unruffled composure. As dusk approached, the competition finally progressed to the finals. The delay had stemmed from earlier matches, where lesser knights had engaged in prolonged skirmishes, exhausting each other's stamina in a bid for victory by the narrowest of margins. Ultimately, only 4 contenders remained for the final bout: MOU, Amir, Altair, and a wandering knight from the north, Sost, who possessed the prowess of a mid-level knight. MOU was set to face Altair, while sauced with Dulamir, igniting a fierce contest that revitalized the spirits of the spectators and fellow knights alike. In this semifinal, two groups of combatants engaged simultaneously. MOU and Altair, accompanied by their steeds, approached their respective arenas. MOU retained his familiar attire, wielding a piercing shield and a colossal sword, while Altair, in a surprising departure from tradition, forsook his lance in favor of a fearsome mace. This formidable weapon, adept at breaching armor and shields, proved advantageous for one of great strength. Onion Knight, it brings me great pleasure to face you in battle. I have long anticipated this encounter, Altair remarked, a smile gracing his lips, his golden hair shimmering under the sun, exuding an air of innate nobility. Is that so? Then let us commence, MOU replied curtly, urging his steed towards Altair. Without hesitation, Altair charged forth, his mace raised high, embodying an overwhelming force. The aura of his fighting spirit surged palpably, the golden energy distorting the very air around him. In the blink of an eye, Altair closed the distance, his mace sweeping through an enormous arc, gathering momentum as it descended like a meteor aimed at MOU's head. A chilling glint ignited in MOU's eyes. This man sought to claim his life. With no restraint, MOU responded with a deadly intent that pierced the air. Though he believed he had not offended Altair, the latter showed no mercy, prompting MOU to act decisively. If Altair had chosen to reveal his lethal intent, he must have felt assured of his victory over MOU, who was equally resolved not to yield. MOU thrust his colossal sword forward, the tip aimed directly at Altair's fingers gripping the mace. Altair, caught off guard by MOU's lightning-fast reflexes, underestimated his opponent's prowess. He was compelled to retract his hand, relinquishing the overwhelming strike, and with remarkable strength at his wrist, he redirected the mace's end to collide with MOU's sword tip. The clash rang out, metal against metal. As the mace rebounded, due to being struck at its least forceful point, sparks erupted in the air. MOU's sword ricocheted back, and without hesitation, he executed a horizontal slash aimed at Altair's exposed torso. With extraordinary horsemanship, Altair deftly maneuvered to the opposite side of his steed, evading the blade's arc before immediately pivoting back. Hidden beneath his horse, he harnessed the friction of the sandy ground to regain momentum, channeling his core strength to deliver a powerful blow with the mace towards MOU. However, MOU had anticipated this concealed attack. As Altair repositioned himself, MOU had already thrust his sword towards the returning figure. The blade predictably pierced through Altair's armpit, penetrating his clavicle, lung, carotid artery, jaw, and tongue. Yet, Altair did not succumb to death. Instead, he merely sustained grievous injuries. The punctured lung rendered his nightly breathing techniques ineffective, while a portion of his tongue was severed, leading to a speech marred by an unfamiliar accent. MOU swiftly drew his sword, causing blood to spurt forth. In a state of shock, Altair fell from his steed. His awakened consciousness compelled him to immediately seal the ruptured blood vessels with his fighting spirit. However, the excruciating pain and damage to his tongue rendered him incapable of speech. The physician hurriedly placed Altair on a stretcher and carried him away for treatment. Chapter 111. The curious one, these prairie healers may lack the skill to stitch wounds. Yet they employ a rudimentary method reminiscent of ancient practices learned from shamans in primitive tribes. They capture giant blood-clotting ants, allowing these creatures to clamp down on the wound. As the ants' formidable pincers close the gash, their bodies are severed, leaving their heads to remain on the wound, thus serving the purpose of suturing. These giant blood-clotting ants, as their name suggests, possess large pincers and a mild toxin capable of coagulating blood near the injury. Although they can effectively staunch the bleeding, the toxin induces intense itching, resulting in a torment of simultaneous pain and irritation. MOU found it difficult to discern whether this was treatment or torture. Nonetheless, he had no intention of subjecting himself to the prairie healer's methods. After his victory, MOU turned his gaze towards Amir, who was watching with a smirk as his elder brother was carried away from the arena. MOU surmised that Altair's ferocity was likely instigated by Amir. It seemed that Amir had devised a scheme to frame MOU, employing treachery to eliminate his brother, a formidable threat. Such deceit was intolerable to MOU. particularly when he was unwittingly entangled in Amir's machinations. As Count Hunter announced the commencement of the final match, MOU and Amir approached the arena. This would be their last battle, yet it heralded the onset of even fiercer confrontations. "Are you not curious why my brother sought to kill you?" Altair inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he sought to witness MOU's astonishment. "Not at all," MOU replied, perceiving Amir as a mere chatterbox. If a fight was to ensue, let it be so. He had no desire for futile banter to disrupt his focus. "Curious about the means by which I framed you?" Amir interjected, his demeanor brimming with eagerness, convinced that no one could resist the pull of curiosity. "Not in the least." MOU contemplated finding a needle to sew Amir's mouth shut. "What good was curiosity? Are you not curious why I chose you as the scapegoat?" Amir pressed, his frustration mounting as he had never encountered such a disrespectful individual. Did MOU not understand the essence of conversation? Not particularly. MOU withdrew his massive sword, preparing for their duel. "You are curious." Amir's fists crackled with rage, incensed by MOU's dismissive attitude. "Not at all." MOU remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. "Very well. In light of your indifference to curiosity, I shall grant you a complete corpse." Amir detested individuals of this ilk, who showed no consideration for his profound desire to share. Thus he harbored intense murderous intent towards MOU. Amir leapt from his steed, soaring through the air with the swiftness of lightning, wielding his knight's sword in a sweeping arc aimed mercilessly at MOU's neck. MOU, however, regarded him with disdain, remaining unfazed by Amir's aerial assault, and instead directed his colossal sword towards the empty space on his left. A crisp clang resonated as metal met metal, and Amir's figure vanished mid-air, only to reappear at MOU's left side, intent on ambushing him. "How could this be? I cannot possibly fail." Amir emerged from the left, his left forearm and a portion of his sword tip soaring high before crashing into the sand several meters away. It turned out that the Amir who had previously leapt into the air was merely an illusion. The true Amir had launched a surprise attack from the left, only to be thwarted by MOU, who first severed his knight's sword and then his left arm. "You are so self-assured, relying on that extraordinary forbidden artifact to assume my appearance, to assassinate your brother, and then frame me for it," MOU remarked, shattering Amir's teeth with the sword's hilt before retrieving his monocle, inspecting it closely. The monocle appeared remarkably antiquated, encased in brass with a faint aura of grime. MOU extracted its supernatural properties and stored the lens in his inventory. Amir spat blood mixed with shattered teeth, his gaze filled with lethal intent directed at MOU. Unperturbed, MOU dispatched him from his horse with a single strike, fracturing several ribs in the process, mindful of the public nature of the act. MOU unsurprisingly claimed the top position, allowing him to select prizes first. Yet, Count Hunter announced that everyone was exceedingly fatigued and proposed a communal dinner before the award ceremony. MOU scoffed at Count Hunter's words, initially expecting to receive his prize without delay. It seemed that Count Hunter intended to act first, withholding the reward from MOU. Such duplicitous behavior incited MOU's strong condemnation, providing yet another justification for his desire to eliminate Count Hunter. Upon returning to the rest area, MOU's ruthlessness rendered many knights hesitant to engage him in conversation, a fact he regarded with indifference. He glanced at his inventory, contemplating a use of the newly acquired ability, yet decided to assess its capabilities first. The ability, Visual Deception, was a low-tier supernatural trait with slight contamination, capable of misleading foes with fabricated illusions. The drawback was a gradual decline in vision with each use. MOU found this trait quite appealing, though he recognized it to be counterproductive against himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize it in preparation for the impending battle, as he currently possessed only a single Thunderbolt seed, which felt insufficiently secure. The four symbols sealing technique, inscribed upon the practitioner, can be triggered at will or unleashed upon death, relying on blood to seal all entities within a 100-meter radius into oblivion. MOU felt no resemblance to a terrorist. However, the rudimentary interface bestowed upon him a self-destructive maneuver. The power of this technique surpassed that of any human bomb, rivaling even the might of a black hole grenade. Upon acquiring it, MOU immediately envisioned its application. Indeed, it involved utilizing his spore clones to invoke the four symbols sealing technique. with over 200 spore clones. He could level the entire European hunter province to the ground. When the time came, he would deliver a devastating blow to Count Alhinter. Mou closed his eyes, diligently mastering the technique. Compared to the original work, which required intricate hand seals, this technique seemed somewhat localized, necessitating the condensation of sealing runes through his true essence. Inscribed upon his flesh, it would allow for remarkable maneuvers. Mou found great fondness for this sealing technique, as it offered far greater cost-effectiveness than the likes of the corpse demon sealing. He surmised that Count Alhinter would greatly appreciate the surprise Mou had in store for him. Chapter 112, Blood Battle. Meanwhile, in the Death Wilderness, Mou's true body unleashed a wind-evading spiral shuriken, obliterating the crawling ghoul he had weakened to its utmost. Not a trace remained, leaving behind a vast pit approximately 200 meters in diameter at the forest's heart. Mou believed that years later, this site would transform into a lake, becoming a picturesque landscape. Dining with Veilright, the desolate forest, nearly devoid of trees, was enveloped in silence. All living beings had fled, while the deceased were reduced to ashes. Returning to nature, Mou intended to return to the Golden Spike territory, confident that his clones could adequately deal with Count Alhinter and Forster. After all, they now possessed the formidable four symbols sealing technique. Regrettably, it had arrived a tad late. Otherwise, he could have shown that ghoul the true extent of his power. In Count Alhinter's castle, the guests awaited the so-called dinner. Soon, a massive meat steak was presented, exuding an enticing aroma. Mou, with keen perception, sensed nothing amiss and retrieved a piece to place in his storage for appraisal. The toxic flesh of the ghoul was veiled by arcane methods, concealing the noxious essence, with hidden toxins capable of sapping one's will to resist. Mou was unsurprised, having anticipated that Count Alhinter would strike during this final supper. The Count stood upon the platform, saluting the guests and inviting them to indulge, assuring them that more would follow. The knights expressed their admiration for Count Alhinter's generosity, oblivious to the tainted and poisonous nature of the meat. Mou rose abruptly, hurling his plate towards Count Alhinter, who deftly evaded it. Sir Jack Bardo, are you dissatisfied with me? Or do you believe that achieving first place grants you the liberty to act with such impunity? Count Alhinter suppressed his fury. These individuals had yet to consume the meat, and it was not the moment for confrontation. To entertain us with morsels transformed into ghastly flesh, laced with poison, am I not permitted to express my outrage? Mou's words caused the knights partaking in the repast to retch in unison. For it is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss the possibility entirely. Oh, Sir Jack Bardo, do you possess evidence? Count Alhinter inquired with a gentlemanly smile, as if observing a mischievous child. Evidence, you say? Allow me to furnish you with it. Seizing a piece of meat from a nearby knight, Mou employed a golden incantation to shatter the enchantment upon the morsel, releasing a dense, foul miasma. The observing knights hastily discarded the meat as if it were a venomous serpent, for they had relaxed their vigilance, having encountered no prior poisonings. To their shock, on this final supper, they were met with treachery of a most sinister nature, as their rudimentary detection methods failed to uncover the peril lurking within. Curse you, Jack Bardo! You have disrupted my plans. Why could you not simply comply? Is it not preferable to die without pain? The Count's robes billowed as he emanated a formidable aura of fighting spirit and arcane energy. In that case, let you experience the might of my army of ghouls, a select force I have preserved for just such an eventuality. With a clap of his hands, the platform behind him collapsed, unleashing several massive, crawling ghouls, each measuring 7 or 8 meters in length. Count Alhinter, do you wish to stand against all your vassals? A participating knight barked, unable to fathom the Count's madness. To serve as the stepping stones to my ascension is indeed your honor. Surrender willingly. Each of my treasures rivals a mid-level knight. Your loss of limbs matters not. Should you inadvertently lose your lives, it would be a significant misfortune. The 30-odd colossal ghouls encircled Mou and the others, while the panicked civilians were overlooked in the chaos. At that moment, the province of Alhinter was steeped in blood and disorder, as numerous self-proclaimed clever citizens were seized by the ghouls and gathered at the central altar of the city, severely injured and lacking the strength to flee. They could only lament repeatedly that those who had escaped earlier did not call for them, cursing their fate at the hands of the pursuing ghouls. The faces of the participating knights grew grim. Most appear to be of lowly knightly rank, with only 4 mid-level knights present, including Mou and the wandering knight, Sost. Amir and Adel had already been wounded and were carried away for treatment, likely having fallen victim to the poison. Let us disperse and rely on our own means. I wish you all good fortune, Sost declared without hesitation before turning to flee. It would be foolish to confront this directly. Escape was the only option. Inspired by Sost's words, the remaining knights, drained of their last vestiges of courage, prepared to flee in a hurried panic. They scattered in flight, and the 30-odd ghouls could only capture a few at a time, leaving room for escape. Mou remained motionless, standing his ground in confrontation with Count Hunter, both intent on slaying the other, their murderous intent unabashedly raging forth. Let my treasure test your mettle. I hope you can endure, only to become my sacrificial offering. Count Hunter commanded 10 crawling ghouls to encircle Mou, turning away to observe the ritual's position. He needed to keep a watchful eye on Voster's actions. Any mischief from Voster that disrupted his use of the ritual was unacceptable. Mou yearned to pursue, but was obstructed by the crawling ghouls. Realizing that he must first vanquish these hindrances to chase down Count Hunter. With a furrowed brow, he regarded the encroaching ghouls, resolved not to engage them in prolonged conflict. Ignoring the approaching ghoul from behind, he focused on the one before him that was preparing to strike with its elongated tongue and inner fangs. Mou deftly evaded, closing the distance to deliver a swift strike with his sword, flames erupting skyward as he severed the head of the massive ghoul before him. The colossal head rolled to the ground, its body collapsing in defeat. Mou stepped upon the back of the fallen ghoul, leaping towards the nearby platform. However, 3 crawling ghouls simultaneously ascended the platform, attacking him from 3 directions. Mou shut his eyes, exhaling flames, and, as he opened them, he had vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage. In that instant, the heads of the 3 ghouls fell, each accompanied by a remnant of Mou's sword strike. This maneuver was executed with such incredible speed that the heads of the 3 crawling ghouls were severed almost simultaneously. Mou leaped down from the platform, emerging outside the castle, pursued closely by several crawling ghouls. One of them, Old Six, continued to consume the bodies of the fallen ghouls, growing ever larger. Mou sprang into the air, delivering a kick to the attacking ghoul, driving it into the ground, before thrusting his colossal sword down to pierce through the ghoul's nape. Chapter 113. A grueling battle before Mou could catch his breath. Another ghoul lunged at him from the side, its claws glinting ominously. The nearly half-meter-long claws, if they struck a human body, would undoubtedly rend it asunder. Mou's gaze turned icy, a terrifying aura emanating from him as the sword in his hand ignited in fierce flames, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, and a resplendent fire lotus blossomed from blade. This fiery lotus was formed from countless densely packed flames of sword energy. Each petal was a razor-sharp blade, shimmering with intense light. They intertwined and coiled together, forming a grand and magnificent pattern of a red lotus, akin to a splendid work of art. Yet, amidst this beauty lay an inexorable killing intent, sending shivers down the spine. In but a fleeting moment, Mou meticulously stripped the flesh from the arm of the crawling ghoul, leaving only the feeble white bones to dangle. The arm, reduced to a mere mass of pulp, was swiftly followed by a decisive slash that severed the neck, after which Mou leapt onto its shoulder and delivered a powerful kick, sending the enormous head, which still sought to reattach itself, hurtling through the air, crashing through a load-bearing wall of a nearby dwelling. A piercing sound sliced through the air behind him, unmistakably the stealthy approach of another ghoul. Yet Mou did not turn to confront it. With a swift thrust of his shield, he sent a long tongue flying. Its sharp fangs shattered upon impact, eliciting a mournful wail from the crawling ghoul. Mou strolled leisurely onto the street, seizing a nearby manure fork and, like lightning, hurled it with precision, piercing the neck of the ghoul, which then flew backward and became impaled against the city wall. Unable to perish or escape, it was left suspended in a futile struggle. Soon, several more ghouls swarmed around him, akin to bothersome flies. Mou leapt into the air, executing a backflip to evade multiple tail strikes from the crawling ghouls, while conjuring a massive fireball with a diameter of 4 meters. In an instant, he thrust it into the midst of 3 ghouls behind him, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated them, their heads shattered and flesh charred, releasing the acrid scent of burnt brains. Once again atop an intact building, after a pursuit of several hundred meters, he encountered an elite ghoul, one that had evolved after consuming its kin. Its skin had transformed from a vivid red to a dark crimson, adorned with blood vessel-like crimson patterns that flickered like flowing flames. To Mo's astonishment, this ghoul expelled a fireball exceeding 2 meters in diameter. He began to comprehend why the ghoul cult was regarded as one of the 3 great evils. Some ghouls had adapted to their adversaries' attacks, developing unique abilities. This one exhibited a semblance of spell-like power. Damn it, you are a ghoul, not a celestial warrior from another realm. Mo felt a flicker of the sensation akin to facing a formidable foe. Understanding that this elite ghoul likely possessed significant resistance to flames, he realized that fire-based abilities would be ineffective against it. Fortunately, such evolution was an anomaly, unlikely to spread among the ghouls unless the flesh of this evolved creature was consumed by others. Without hesitation, Mou extinguished the relatively weak fireball with a swift strike of his sword and promptly drew forth his magical bow, conjuring 3 colossal ice arrows aimed at the elite ghoul before him. The ice arrows flew forth, piercing its body and extinguishing the flames that engulfed it, akin to the corrosive effects of acid. Ultimately, only a skeletal form remained upright. Mou speculated that elemental opposition might be more pronounced among these evolved ghouls. With no time to address the remnants of the fallen foe, 3 more crawling ghouls approached from behind, refrained from turning to slay them, instead continuing to leap onto the distant rooftops, swiftly approaching the heart of the Eurohunter province. There, thousands of innocent civilians and dozens of participating knights were ensconced in the center of the ritual. Each was forcibly fed chunks of ghoul flesh, on the verge of being transformed into new ghouls. "Let us commence, lest some little pest disrupt our proceedings," remarked Count Eurohunter, casting a glance at before addressing Vost. "Very well, we must expedite this to avoid prolonged uncertainties." Vost's hoarse voice rasped like glass grating against glass. As Vost intoned the incantation, the ritual emanated a blood-red glow, extracting a plethora of filth from the core of the ghoul grimoire, which then surged into the orifices of these civilians. Their anguished screams echoed, as though their souls were being shattered. With the influx of corruption, their bodies rapidly grotesqued, transforming into ghouls, unleashed a sweeping arc of fiery sword energy, ultimately annihilating all pursuing ghouls. Realizing time was of the essence, he swiftly drew his arcane great bow, launching a colossal ice arrow aimed directly at a specific node of the ritual. The ice arrow traversed over 2,000 meters with undiminished force, accompanied by the roar of the wind and the sonic boom of its tail, intent on dismantling the ritual. Regrettably, Vost's lips curled beneath his hood in a semblance of amusement, foreseeing an amusing turn of events. The arrow did not achieve its intended destruction, as it was intercepted by a preemptively prepared, disposable defensive ritual. The thin, murky yellow barrier, akin to a deity's domain, remained inviolable. The 3-meter-long ice arrow collided with the tainted barrier, fracturing into pieces upon impact, yet the barrier itself remained undisturbed. Even as the ice arrow disintegrated entirely, it failed to rattle the barrier. As approached, he continued to unleash ice arrows, but alas, none could breach the barrier. However, the silver lining was that the materials constituting this barrier were depleting rapidly. Unrelenting, ultimately shattered the barrier a few hundred meters from the ritual. Unfortunately, he had no time to fire another arrow, sensing an imminent threat behind him that necessitated evasion. Indeed, an ancient cunning ghoul had been trailing, stealthily consuming other ghouls to facilitate its own evolution. This creeping ghoul, now exuding a dark metallic sheen, exhibited formidable defenses, adorned with crimson and azure patterns. Its elongated claws and protruding bone spines rendered it a fearsome creature. In comparison to previous crawling ghouls, this final form was relatively small, measuring just over 3 meters in length. Yet it was concentrated essence, and sensed that this creature's aura rivaled that of a great knight. Swift as lightning, with immense defensive prowess, resistant to blades and swords, and with self-healing capabilities likely surpassing its predecessors, it also possessed a notable resistance to fire and frost. It hung upside down against a wall, the hard bricks yielding to its claws as if they were mere tofu, easily shattered and embedded deep within the structure. Its mouth was filled with sharp, gleaming teeth, while a long, forked tongue flicked out and a stinger arched menacingly from its back. Sharp bone spurs protruded from the joints and connections of its skeletal form, exuding an aura of ferocity that would make even a tiger retreat with its tail between its legs. Mo's expression was grave, wearied by the relentless tide of adversaries. It seemed that the province of Ohent had been left devoid of life. Chapter 114. Voster's countermeasure. Mo remained vigilant, scrutinizing the beast before him, probing for weaknesses in a bid to deliver a lethal blow. After a lengthy standoff, neither he nor the ghoul made a move. Reluctant to squander time, Mo concentrated his energy to conjure a second-tier spell rune of lightning. The moment he initiated the spell, the ghoul smashed through the wall beneath it, launching itself forward with claws and tongue poised for attack. Aware that casting the lightning spell required time, Mo braced himself for the impending confrontation. In a mere breath, he wielded the sword of the sun's breath, its form twisting and coiling like a fiery dragon as it clashed with the diminutive ghoul. His great sword cleaved through the ghoul's claws, yet could not sever its arms, only breaking the surface skin. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows hundreds of times before both retreated to regroup for the next engagement. A sinister smile crept across Mo's face. Foolish creatures were, after all, foolish. He sensed that his opportunity had arrived. With the runes aglow with lightning, he summoned a torrent of charged ions that culminated in a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, striking the ultimate evolved crawling ghoul in an instant. Although the ghoul reacted swiftly, it was still caught by the strike, half of its body charred and adorned with radiating patterns of electricity. Seizing the moment while the ghoul stood rigid from the shock, Mo's great sword ignited with blinding flames, drawing back before launching forward with a resounding explosion, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Mo's figure materialized before the ghoul like a specter, and with a fierce swing of his sword, a brilliant blaze erupted. This inferno formed a fan-shaped arc, its searing heat threatening to incinerate all in its path. Simultaneously, a fierce sword energy surged forth from the blade, an invisible force that effortlessly tore through the surrounding air. The great sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, so fast that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It sliced through the air with astonishing speed, flames trailing behind, aiming directly for the ghoul's neck. The force and velocity of this strike reached their zenith, as if intent on obliterating any obstacle in its way. Even though Mo had already struck the ghoul at the most vulnerable point of its cervical spine with his transcendent world slash, the great sword became ensnared in the muscle on the opposite side after severing its spine. Huff! Mo gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Channeling his true essence, he unleashed a powerful surge, causing the muscles in his arms to swell momentarily. With this newfound strength, he forcefully twisted his body and severed the head of the ghoul. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, akin to a brilliant star, a magnificent spectacle born of the fusion of blood and fiery sword energy. The resplendent flame disk resembled a scorching sun, traversing the ghoul's neck with unparalleled speed. This fiery disk, reminiscent of a blazing meteor, pierced through the ghoul's formidable bones and sinews with relentless force. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the ghoul's head detached from its body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the ground around them. Mo did not relent. He swiftly unleashed over 100 sword energies, dismembering the ghoul completely, reducing it to mere fragments before finally allowing himself a moment to breathe. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a fireball spell, incinerating the ghoul's remains to prevent any further evolution of the undead. This battle appeared effortless for Mo. As he swiftly dispatched the ghoul, yet he had already exerted all his strength. In clashes between masters, victory is often determined in an instant. Any prolonged engagement is merely practice or folly. Panting, he struggled to maintain his concentrated breathing, having consumed more than half of his true essence. And this was merely the beginning. Your sword intent reminds me of someone. What was his name? Ah, yes, Geralt. Do you happen to know him? Forster allowed Count O'Hunter to transform everyone into ghouls, preparing for the impending ritual. He inquired politely of Mo, as if conversing with an old friend. Mo removed his helmet, revealing his transformation into a figure resembling Geralt. Forster, it seems you are not surprised to see me. Did you anticipate my arrival? The Geralt-like MOU remarked, his beastly gaze coldly scrutinizing Forster, as though he were observing a corpse. Ha, old friend, do not look at me like that. The last time I departed, I did say that upon our next meeting, I would take your life. Hear that? Such friendly words, Forster said, exuding an air of nobility. Yet his words were erratic and nonsensical. Forster, it appears you are still entrenched in the path of sacrificing others for your own gain. And you have even ensnared Count O'Hunter. MOU made his intentions clear, seeking to extract further information. Hith, insnoreth. I did indeed lead him. But he willingly fell into my trap, Forster replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the revelation of Count O'Hunter's secrets. For what did it matter to divulge the information of a dying man? Your eagerness to ascend your extraordinary path at the expense of others' lives. Do you have something imperative to accomplish? MOU refrained from immediate action, confident that Forster would not allow Count O'Hunter to succeed, for they were rivals. Geralt, you are quite amusing. I find myself appreciating you. Perhaps we could become friends. Until we meet again, let us discuss this matter further, assuming you survive until our next encounter. Wost, as if oblivious to MOU's presence, turned his back and proceeded toward the impending ritual. Do you believe you can escape this time? Although MOU was uncertain of Wost's motivations, he had no intention of letting him off the hook. Oh, really? Why not gaze skyward? There lies a surprise I have meticulously prepared for you, a vulture-like creature of the hawk kind. MOU's expression darkened as his observation hockey detected a colossal crimson eagle descending from over 4,000 meters above, its wingspan reaching an astonishing 100 meters. With a dive akin to that of a fighter jet, it approached at a staggering speed, estimated to be at least Mach 10. The figure zipped through the sky like lightning, swiftly covering the distance and positioning itself directly above MOU in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a series of deafening sonic booms resonated, threatening to rupture eardrums. The surrounding ruins were battered by an overwhelming force of wind, with some walls disintegrating into mere rubble, while bricks and stones were propelled dozens of meters away. In an instant, destruction reigned, leaving chaos in its wake. Chapter 115, Aerial Hunt MOU's eyes, adorned with 3 spinning tomo, focused intensely as he utilized his observation hockey and transparent perception to gauge the rapid approach of the giant eagle. Its attack speed had indeed surpassed MOU's reflexes, compelling him to adopt a stance of utmost vigilance. He was enveloped in a shroud of black earth spears, encased in a golden light spell, shielded by a translucent repulsion barrier, and surrounded by a pale blue frost ring. With a full eruption of his true essence and the complete operation of the breath of the sun technique, brilliant flames erupted from the blade he wielded. Like an ancient deity, he raised the first flicker of nascent fire, timeless and boundless. The giant eagle arrived in an instant, its massive form seemingly emerging from myth, exuding a fierce aura and an overwhelming pressure that instilled a paralyzing fear. Its razor-sharp talons glimmered like forged metal, radiating a chilling light capable of effortlessly tearing through any material. As the giant eagle drew near, MOU felt an unprecedented weight upon him. There was no evading this battle. The eagle opened its sharp beak and emitted a piercing cry that resonated across the landscape, akin to a sonic weapon, leaving minds reeling and ears ringing. In the next moment, it lunged with its metal-like talons, targeting MOU on the ground. The speed of its strike was breathtaking, reaching Montag in an instant. He felt a fierce wind barreling toward him, sharp enough to slice through his skin. With no time to ponder, he swiftly sidestepped while swinging his great sword, unleashing a torrent of fiery sword energy to meet the giant eagle's claws. The eagle's strength was formidable, and combined with its plummeting velocity, MOU was nearly sent flying by the impact. The colossal bird collided forcefully with several walls hundreds of meters away, becoming ensnared beneath a cascade of bricks and stones, a cloud of dust obscuring its vision. Yet, just as the giant eagle prepared to take flight, an unexpected disturbance erupted from the rubble. A massive brick suddenly soared into the air, followed by a figure bursting forth from the debris. It was MOU, who had been trapped beneath the stones. Remarkably, he bore no injuries, as if the previous onslaught had left him entirely unscathed. His gaze fixed intently on the direction of the giant eagle's ascent, his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Seeking to escape? Not so easily, MOU scoffed. his form darting towards the eagle's retreating silhouette. With deft control, he maneuvered the flying blades around the eagle's neck, encircling it multiple times. As the eagle spread its wings to take flight, MOU tightly grasped the ends of the suspended blades, soaring into the sky alongside it. His body swayed in the air, protected by several layers of shields that deflected the oncoming gales. As they ascended, the ground below blurred into insignificance, leaving only the vast sea of clouds on the horizon and the faint outline of distant mountains. As they approached the cloud layer, the giant eagle sensed an unusual pressure around its neck. Despite its formidable exterior, the flying blades began to slice into its flesh. Turning its head, the eagle perceived MOU's presence, its eyes reflecting both confusion and madness. It flapped its wings violently, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, their lethal edges compelling MOU to evade. Possessing the art of aerial maneuvering, MOU swiftly dodged the wind blades and retaliated with a second-tier sorcery, an intense, searing ray. The crimson laser pierced through the eagle's body, incinerating its innards in an instant. The giant eagle emitted a piercing cry of agony, its vocal vibrations radiating outward with palpable force. MOU summoned all his mental strength, creating a vacuum layer around his body with 2 layers of psychic energy, rendering the destructive sound waves ineffective. The eagle, pivoting its form, flapped its wings with ferocity, lunging towards MOU, its sharp claws aimed to grasp him. In an instant, the distance of over 100 meters vanished, but MOU deftly manipulated the flying blades to entwine the eagle's claws together, utilizing his aerial skills to glide behind it. The blades spiraled around the eagle's body, the fine, nano-threaded filaments embedding deeply into its flesh. Even as its exterior healed, the blades remained lodged within, inflicting unbearable torment that even a ghoul could scarcely endure, yet there was no remedy to be found. The giant eagle began to twist violently in the air, executing intricate maneuvers in a desperate attempt to dislodge MOU. However, not only did MOU remain steadfast, but he also drew ever closer to the creature's form. With each movement, the blades burrowed deeper into its flesh, intensifying the agony. Unfazed by the eagle's suffering, MOU commanded 10 dragon-tooth short blades, targeting the eagle's eyes with relentless precision. Although it could not breach the creature's eyelids, it rendered it incapable of attacking MOU, allowing him to successfully ascend to its back. A sly smile crept upon MOU's face as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a first-tier necromancy spell. The black light of the soul, a beam of dark radiance, shot forth from his fingertips, piercing directly into the giant eagle's body. The creature was seized by excruciating agony, a torment that stemmed from the depths of its soul, rendering it nearly unbearable. Its wings began to tremble, its flight became increasingly unstable, and as the piercing pain intensified, it could no longer maintain its form, spiraling downward toward the ground below. With each surge of the black light of the soul that MOU unleashed, the creature's cries grew ever more mournful. Yet, MOU did not relent in his assault. He struck mercilessly, plunging the beast into deeper despair. Simultaneously, the flying blades tightened, nearly constricting its neck. Wielding the soul-cleaving blade, he plunged it fiercely into the creature's body, severing its very essence. The once mighty giant eagle teetered on the brink of death. As chunks of flesh plummeted from its form, the distance to the ground rapidly diminished, and MOU's gaze sharpened. He realized that time was slipping away. As the altitude decreased, the terrain below expanded rapidly, revealing lush forests and meandering rivers. MOU directed the plummeting giant eagle towards the province of Auhent, where 2 foes remained unresolved. At a few hundred meters from the ground, he finally managed to control the lifeless giant eagle as it soared towards the gates of Auhent. Releasing the flying blades, he activated the air dance technique, telekinesis, and lightness technique, decelerating over a distance of more than 200 meters until he came to a halt. Hovering 100 meters above ground, he watched as the giant eagle crashed into the walls of Auhent. With a thunderous roar, the towering walls, standing 7 to 8 meters high, collapsed, bricks and stones hurled into the inner city like a dam bursting, scattering debris for hundreds of meters and shattering numerous homes within. The once majestic gates were left with a colossal breach from the impact of the giant eagle's carcass. Flesh and shattered bones erupted outward, staining the surrounding ground crimson for hundreds of meters. Chapter 116. Backstab Mo furrowed his brow, for at that moment, Count Alhant had transformed over 10,000 individuals into ghouls. A foul stench, reminiscent of the deepest abyss of hell, surged forth, permeating the air and inducing nausea. It enveloped the surroundings like a thick, putrid fog, corroding buildings and the ground, coating surfaces with a layer of decay that exuded a morbid grayish hue. The sickly yellow and fungal miasma swiftly spread toward the city gates, engulfing the entire city. The once relatively pristine province of Alhant had now been rendered unrecognizable. The formerly tidy streets, homes, and walls had been consumed by this dreadful force, transforming into a realm of corruption and filth. The city seems to have been forgotten by time, ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness. Every inch of this land is saturated with the scent of decay and ruin, evoking a sense of oppression and despair. As one traverses these streets, the ground feels soft and yielding, as if one were treading upon a mass of flesh. Each step sends forth a splatter of repugnant liquid, which clings to the soles of one's shoes, releasing a nauseating stench. Mo swiftly approaches the source of pollution at the heart of the city, where Forster gazes coldly at the spirited Count O'Hunter. Gerald, you have not disappointed me. A mere giant eagle cannot vanquish you. I am beginning to regard you as a friend. Unless you intervene, Forster slowly removes his hood, revealing a face that, though somewhat pallid, possesses a striking handsomeness. His deep-set eyes glimmer with a mysterious light, as if concealing boundless wisdom and power. He gently pushes up the gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, sharpening his gaze to a more piercing focus. His meticulously groomed beard and the slight upturn of his lips suggest that he is not merely a cultist, but rather an alluring and confident gentleman, an aristocrat. His demeanor exudes elegance and gloom, with every gesture imbued with an air of nobility, and his words carry a hint of madness. Will you stand idly by as O'Hunter ascends to sequence 6? Know this. Once the Count advances, you may very well be his first target. Mo, as if encountering an old friend, engages in casual banter, unfazed by the looming moonrise. He believes that Forster must be even more inclined to thwart Count O'Hunter, and thus, if Forster remains unperturbed, he too shall not feel anxious. Gerald, it appears you are a clever man. Would you care to accompany me to the shores of the aspirational sequence? Oh, you mentioned that next time we meet, you would reveal your ultimate purpose for such actions. Does that count as a farewell for now? Certainly not. However, do you not find the quest for the endpoint of the aspirational sequence intriguing? Forster gradually removes his gold-rimmed glasses, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if this were not a mere action, but a meticulously choreographed performance. Who can truly ascertain what lies at the end of the sequence? Is it madness or divinity? There is no consensus today. What obsession drives you toward this unknown destination? How amusing. It seems you know me well. Have you conducted an investigation into my affairs? Forster reaches into the pocket of his chest, producing a snow-white handkerchief. No, had we not fortuitously crossed paths, perhaps we would never have met. Forster lightly breathes onto the lenses, the breath forming a delicate white mist that settles upon them. Gerald, do you know what is required to reach the endpoint? Forster begins to wipe his glasses slowly, his movements gentle and meticulous, tilting his head with keen interest as he inquires. An unwavering will or an unyielding obsession? Woested donned the polished lenses, adjusting them before gazing at the taut visage of Mo, and chuckled softly. Today's discourse had reached its conclusion. The moon had ascended to its rightful place, and the stage had long been set, yet regrettably, the audience comprised only the two of us. At this moment, the luminous moonlight cascaded from the heavens like a silver waterfall, illuminating the entire night sky. Beneath this radiant glow, a mysterious and sinister ritual lay at the center. At various nodes of the ritual, a throng of ghouls stood silently, awaiting the final moment. The essence of Count O'Hant had begun to radiate, resonating with the ritual itself. As his essence spread forth, the pure luminescence of Count O'Hant's soul manifested, resembling a resplendent star. These glimmers intertwined, forming a colossal cocoon of light, enveloping the Count within its embrace. Seemingly having reached a critical threshold, the cocoon disintegrated, unfurling countless filaments that extended outward, merging into the souls of each ghoul. Countless ghouls were thus linked to Count Ohent, signifying that the ritual was in motion. With a smile gracing his lips, Count Ohent glanced at MOU and woasted beyond the ritual. His lips parted, uttering a single word that proclaimed his victory. Woasted's smile widened, as if he were witnessing an absurd comedy unfold. Suddenly, Woasted uttered a few incantations, conjuring a mysterious rune in his hand. To his astonishment, he established a direct link with the ritual, causing it to halt abruptly. Count Ohent's complexion paled, casting a fierce glare at Woasted, surprised that in this critical moment, he had overlooked Woasted's hidden maneuver. Nevertheless, Count Ohent erupted into maniacal laughter, his mirth echoing through the ritual, reaching the ears of MOU and Woasted. Woasted, do you think you have me cornered? Let me tell you, you are merely a supporting character, a pitiful wretch. Count Ohent activated his contingency plan, severing Woasted's connection to the ritual, his lips curling into a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. Woasted's expression turned to one of terror, as if confronted by the impossible. Cold sweat beaded on his brow, his ashen face betraying his impending defeat. Count Ohent reveled in Woasted's reaction, producing a Leiden jar containing the high-level extraordinary trait he had painstakingly acquired. Though it was a somewhat lackluster high-level trait, high-level it remained, incomparable to low-level abilities. The inherent pollution, even sealed within a sacred artifact like the Leiden jar, could not be entirely contained. Yet, he paid it no mind. With this ritual, he could transfer the pollution at the moment of his advancement, effortlessly ascending to Saint of Sequence 6. He invoked a secret method to extract the high-level extraordinary trait from the Leiden jar, instantly creating a realm of unspeakable filth. Count Ohent, oblivious to the consequences, consumed it, preparing to advance to Sequence 6. Splatter. At that moment, the once pale and terrified Forster suddenly emitted a sneer, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of cunning. Gerald, how did my recent performance fare? Am I worthy of a role in the grand theater of the royal capital? Chapter 117. The aberrant of Sequence 6. MOU's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that Forster must possess a contingency plan. Yet, whether it was Count Ohunter's ascension or Forster's, neither was a scenario he wished to witness. Count Ohunter gazed at Forster in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what means he still had at his disposal to disrupt his own elevation. As he consumed the high-tier, extraordinary characteristics, Count Ohunter's body began to undergo a rapid transformation, as if a dreadful force were eroding his very being. A foul, crimson hue gradually spread across his form, rendering him akin to a vessel possessed by a malevolent spirit. And this was merely the beginning. What transpired next was even more chilling. Count Ohunter's head began to contort violently, as if an unseen force were twisting it into grotesque shapes. Simultaneously, countless tentacles emerged from his flesh, each one robust and coated in repugnant slime, adorned with jagged barbs that exuded a nauseating aura. At this juncture, Count Ohunter had wholly forsaken his human semblance. His body had morphed into a monstrous entity, grotesquely oversized and warped, sprouting myriad eyes and human-like limbs, defying rationality and desecrating conventional aesthetics. Yet, an eerie smile graced his visage, as if he reveled in the ecstasy brought forth by this transformation. Count Ohunter had irrevocably metamorphosed into a creature of monstrosity, an existence forged from evil and filth. Retaining a final flicker of sanity, he cast a triumphant glance at Forster. He had succeeded in becoming a being of Sequence 6. As long as he utilized the pollution transfer device to rid himself of this corruption, he could ascend to sanctity among mortals. Regrettably, the moment Forster met his gaze, he activated his hidden ploy. Count Ohunter's body abruptly severed its connection to the pollution transfer device, slipping beyond his control. Deprived of the ability to transfer the taint, he became further distorted. White spots dotted his contorted form, reminiscent of festering sores erupting upon the skin of a flayed lamb. A myriad of eyes began to open across Count Ohunter's body, each pulsating with an uncanny luminescence. These eyes were densely scattered across his torso, proliferating limbs, and the multitude of tentacles sprouting from his head, as if they had claimed dominion over his exterior. Moreover, the gaping orifices resembled independent entities, incessantly parting and closing, emitting a deep, raspy sound. Together, These utterances coalesced into a disquieting murmur of a prayer. This incantation was steeped in filth and malevolence, as if it were a lamentation echoing from the depths of hell. It reverberated through the air, instilling a profound sense of dread and heart-pounding terror. With the last vestige of sanity, Hunter turned to Forster and posed one final question. How did you accomplish this? Forster, with a leisurely gait, approached the Count, observing the transformation of Hunter into a mindless aberration. He directly seized control of Hunter's body, descending from the altar while standing at its center. It was nothing extraordinary. I did not fail when I previously ensnared you. Rather, I manipulated your very form. Ha ha ha. Fool. To solidify their collaboration, they forged a pact, wherein Forster would impart the knowledge of the pollution transfer altar to Hunter, and in return, Forster could manipulate Hunter once. The Count, confident in his status as a Sequence 7, dismissed the threat posed by an inferior Sequence 8's manipulation, ultimately paying the price. Gerald, will you attempt to thwart me once more? This time, you shall have no chance. Forster cast a glance at the approaching Moyu, intent on disrupting the altar, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. I trust that when we next meet, we shall become good friends, if you manage to survive the hands of a Sequence 6 aberration. With the last remnants of his strength lingering within Hunter, Forster subtly instructed the aberration to attack Moyu, subsequently activating the protective altar. Forster fixated on Gerald's beastly gaze, which momentarily transformed into a blood-red hue, dotted with 3 ominous black commas. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished and Forster paid it no mind, believing the outcome to be sealed. Despite Moyu's full-speed dash towards the altar, he was instantaneously confronted by the grotesquely transformed Hunter, now a towering monstrosity of 9 meters in height. This creature's form was grotesquely contorted, brimming with an array of bizarre appendages and organs. Its body was enveloped in repulsive tendrils, resembling countless writhing serpents, adorned with sharp barbs that sent chills down the spine. Additionally, the creature bore an assortment of limbs, some akin to human arms, others resembling animal legs, each twisted into grotesque shapes. Its head was a harrowing sight, covered in a multitude of eyes, each radiating an evil glow, coldly fixated on Moyu. These eyes varied in size, some even larger than a fist, displaying an array of colors from profound black to eerie red. The monster extended a lengthy tongue, its surface lined with sharp barbs capable of easily lapping up flesh. Surrounding the tongue was a ring of menacing teeth, exuding a fearsome presence. Even more terrifying was the corruption. The creature's surface continually oozed a foul, yellowish pus, as if its body were in the throes of decay. This putrid fluid pooled upon the ground, instantly forming repugnant puddles that emitted a nauseating stench. Amidst the foul, yellowish pus that covered the surface, there blossomed grotesque, crimson flowers of flesh. Their petals were composed of raw sinew, while their cores were a dance of blood vessels and nerves. Within a 10-meter radius, an unclean domain existed, starkly contrasting with the surrounding space. It was the projection of the dream realm descended by Sequence 6. This space epitomized the entirety of the spiritual domain formed by Sequence 6, boasting an almost inescapable effect for lower-tier extraordinary beings. Moyu felt an immense weight upon him. His true essence and spirit had only just recovered to half their strength. Were it not for the need to recuperate, he would have no interest in idle chatter with Vostard. Gazing at the filthy domain, Moyu had no intention of testing its intensity, yet the aberrant creature would not afford him the luxury of refusal. In this realm, high-tier extraordinary beings could teleport directly, rendering conventional attacks futile against the monstrosity. Moyu resolved to employ the 4 symbols sealing technique in an attempt to vanquish this creature. However, a singular effort would prove futile. Only with the aid of 200 spore avatars, each wielding the 4 symbols sealing technique, could he hope to envelop the surrounding area and eliminate the beast. Without hesitation, Moyu conjured over 200 spore avatars and imparted to them the knowledge necessary to engrave the 4 symbols sealing technique, as well as the true essence required for its execution. The spore avatars moved in unison, resolutely inscribing the technique upon themselves before silently charging towards the tainted aberration. This creature, devoid of rationality and thought, acted solely on chaotic instinct, disregarding the encirclement of the 200 weak spore avatars and instead lunging towards MOU. A wicked smile crept across MOU's lips as he used a flying blade to propel himself a kilometer away. The aberration pursued for several hundred meters but remained ensnared by the spore avatars. However, the situation had changed. The chests of the spore avatars, marked by the four symbols sealing technique, erupted with torrents of black blood, coating the surrounding area in darkness. The 200 spore avatars collectively transformed the expanse into a domain of blackened blood. At this moment, even the mindless aberration sensed an overwhelming life and death crisis and prepared to break free from the encirclement. Yet it was too late. The 200 spore avatars had created over 200 spheres of darkness. All matter within this realm was consumed by the expanding void of blackness. And even the aberration of Sequence 6 was no exception. It hastily employed the teleportation method of the dream realm, recklessly expending its spiritual essence, an act that exacted a heavy toll. Sequence 6 could scarcely afford to do so more than a few times. It incessantly teleported towards the edge, seeking to escape the black domain formed by the four symbols sealing technique. It was foolish, for had it chosen to teleport skyward, it might have found an avenue of escape. Instead, it opted for a lateral retreat. In an instant, silence enveloped the space before MOU. As the black domain of the four symbols sealing technique dissipated, along with the aberrant entities and spore avatars, as if they had never existed. What remained were over 200 meticulously arranged hemispherical depressions. All objects within this vicinity vanished, be it the earth or the remnants of edifices, erased as though by an eraser, leaving no trace of filth behind. It was cleaner than the ravages of a dog. Should a downpour occur, these depressions would transform into interconnected lakes. At this moment, Vorst was in the center of the ritual apparatus, ascending to Sequence 7, yet he was unnerved by MOU's peculiar maneuver, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Should this technique be employed against him, annihilation would be inevitable, with no possibility of survival. Even though he had ingested extraordinary attributes to ascend to Sequence 7 and was prepared to transfer the pollution, he felt no sense of elation. No one could guarantee whether MOU would strike again. If he did, Vorst would undoubtedly meet his demise. He anxiously awaited the apparatus to transfer his pollution onto the over 10,000 ghouls. The attributes he utilized for ascending to Sequence 7 were precisely for the purpose of escape. Once the transfer was complete, he could flee immediately. Regrettably, MOU cast a sinister smile in his direction, causing Vorst to sense impending doom. In the next moment, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. He severed his connection with the apparatus and removed the protective barriers. The instant Vorst regained his senses, his expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief coursed through him as he realized he had been deceived, employing the very method of the cunning Count Hunter. It turned out that when MOU had locked eyes with Vorst upon his entry into the apparatus, the Eternal Sharingan had inscribed a trigger-based illusion within his being, which would activate upon their next gaze. This illusion was deceptively simple, merely inducing Vorst to believe he had completed the transfer of pollution, prompting him to disconnect from the apparatus and disable the protective barriers. Vorst's countenance darkened, as if he could weep, his eyes flickering with a chilling, bone-piercing light. A cold, murderous intent pouring forth from him, causing the surrounding air to solidify. He was consumed by rage and resentment, utterly unprepared for the fact that his meticulously devised ritual had been thwarted twice by the same individual. This person not only disrupted his plans, but also ensnared him in an unprecedented predicament, an utter humiliation. However, regardless of his thoughts, the connection to the apparatus had already been severed, and the protective barriers were down, leaving him devoid of any chance for redemption. Moreover, as time passed, the pollution gradually eroded his form, engendering terrifying distortions. His previously healthy skin was enshrouded in a layer of black-yellow pus, emanating foul odors. His body was riddled with festering sores that continued to worsen, inflicting excruciating agony upon him. Simultaneously, his limbs began to undergo abnormal transformations, gradually evolving into sharp claws. The most chilling aspect was the involuntary transformation of his visage, morphing into that of a ghoul, as if he were on the verge of losing all vestiges of humanity. Gerald, you wretched soul, you are truly my arch-nemesis. Do you believe that I would succumb to madness, becoming a grotesque aberration like that fool Hunter? Not a chance. You are utterly devoid of resistance now. Your demise is imminent. Voster resembled an indomitable cockroach, his willpower astonishingly resilient. Even in the face of such horrific bodily distortion, he astonishingly managed to retain his sanity, an unfathomable feat indeed. The agony wrought by such a transformation was unimaginable. Any ordinary person would have long since crumbled. Yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. Mo couldn't help but admire Voster as a truly formidable adversary. Having allocated his true essence to the spore avatar for the purpose of inscribing the four symbols sealing technique, Mo now found himself utterly depleted of energy. Even his spiritual essence had been significantly diminished, rendering him no match for Voster. However, he still possessed a trump card. Voster crouched low, akin to a predator poised to pounce, his gaze brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. With a deep, resonant roar, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in stunned disbelief. His form darted through the apparatus like a streak of lightning, exuding an unparalleled aura. Following closely behind him was a legion of thousands of ghouls, each varying in strength, emitting spine-chilling cries as if heralding their arrival to the world. These ghouls were a diverse assembly. Some were tall and muscular, while others were diminutive and frail, yet remarkably agile. Together, they formed a formidable battalion, surging alongside Voster toward Mo. In an instant, Voster's figure flickered, and before Mo knew it, he was upon him, emanating a powerful presence and a stench of blood that caused Mo's countenance to shift. In that moment, Voster was indeed terrifyingly potent, even at his peak. A confrontation would likely yield a 40 to 60 outcome, favoring Voster. Chapter 119. Voster's escape. Once more Voster's gaze was rife with murderous intent on flaying Mo alive. His claws glimmered with a chilling light, each one razor-sharp and capable of rending anything apart. His foul and decaying form emanated a nauseating odor that assaulted the senses, almost penetrating the very soul. Each breath he took was suffused with the stench of death and decay, provoking a visceral urge to retch. Struggling to suppress the impulse to expel his last meal, Mo hastily dulled his sense of smell. Confronted by such a horrific and repugnant foe, Mo felt a tightening in his chest. He inhaled deeply, gripping the Thunder Child tightly in his hand, then hurled it toward Voster with great force. The Thunder Child arced through the air, heading straight for Voster. Sensing the lethal threat posed by this unassuming orb, Voster wasted no time in evading to the side. It still found himself struck by the Thunder Child, deftly maneuvered by Mo's mental control. In an instant, countless arcs of blue and purple lightning erupted with ferocity, resembling ferocious dragons rearing their heads and claws. They pierced the heavens, tearing through the dark night sky and illuminating the entire province of Auhent. Concurrently, the electric arcs shot forth like divine lashes, racing with astonishing speed and might in all directions. Each arc bore devastating energy, obliterating all in its path, whether it be foul air or the advancing horde of ghouls, reducing them to naught in an instant. Under the terrifying tempest of lightning, every ghoul within a 100-meter radius was unable to escape the fate of annihilation, disintegrating into ash. A deafening explosion resonated as Forster was first pierced by an electric arc, his body charred and foulness dissipating, before being shattered by the blast and sent hurtling backward. His broken form retained little more than his head and torso. Yet even they were marred by horrific scars, dark blood oozing forth. Geralt, damn you! How many tricks do you possess? Forster lamented in frustration, astonished that the wretched Geralt still had a trump card to turn the tide at such a critical juncture. He felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Struck by the mysterious lightning, he lost all control over his form. Despite his formidable regenerative abilities, he was powerless to halt the relentless devastation wrought by the residual electricity within him. These lingering arcs of lightning were akin to a myriad of sharp blades, incessantly slicing through his wounds, inflicting excruciating pain. He discerned that this lightning possessed an almost indomitable essence, particularly countering the foul state of his body. Now, not only was he grievously injured, but he also had to endure the incessant assault of the residual lightning while grappling with the chaotic madness of his tainted intellect. In Muyu's grasp, the already released Zampakuto gleamed with a cold, chilling light. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into a singular point. Then swung his Zanpakuto with fervor while simultaneously activating the breath of the sun technique. Muyu surged forward like a colossal flame dragon, imbued with searing heat and unparalleled might, roaring towards the incapacitated Forster. The fiery serpent spanned hundreds of meters, twisting and coiling, distorting the air with its scorching presence, scorching the ground into a charred abyss. Forster, coldly observing the spectacle, realized that though he could no longer resist, escape was still within his reach. Gerald, when next we meet, I shall kill you. Forster's eyes brimmed with a chilling malice, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Muyu, etching his visage into memory. As Muyu's flaming dragon approached, poised to strike at his neck with the Zanpakuto, Forster activated his advanced sequence 7's extraordinary trait. This carefully selected ability allowed him to instantly teleport several kilometers away, proving invaluable for a hasty retreat. However, each teleportation comes at the cost of a sacrificed organ, and only those with formidable self-healing abilities can bear such a price. With a flash of white light in the sky, the figure of Forster vanished from the spot, while Mu unleashed a majestic sword energy, cleaving the air like a dragon. In an unnamed forest several kilometers away, Forster abruptly appeared high above the ground. Yet he showed no signs of life as he plummeted heavily onto a massive rock, shattering bones and spilling blood, lying still as if lifeless. He exhibited neither breath nor heartbeat, remaining motionless for several long minutes before regaining consciousness. To his astonishment, the organ sacrificed for the first time was his brain. Had he not been in a mutated state with a semblance of immortality, he would likely have met his demise. Forster rose, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood, realigning his bones before departing the scene with a pronounced limp. In the province of Alhent, after Mu's sword energy had cut through the air, he did not disperse the blazing dragon, but rather propelled it forward into the ranks of the ghoulish army that had remained unaffected by the thunderous onslaught. Facing countless foes alone, he navigated through the enemy lines as if traversing an uninhabited realm, effortlessly weaving between adversaries. The weapon in his hand gleamed with chilling light, each swing conjuring a storm of blood and chaos. Though the ghouls were numerous, they appeared woefully fragile before Mu. His assaults were akin to a tempest, rendering the ghouls utterly defenseless. His combat skills were both refined and precise, each movement imbued with strength and grace. From a distance, he resembled a crimson divine dragon, darting amidst the endless horde of ghouls, a streak of flame spiraling rapidly. No ghoul could withstand the onslaught of the fiery dragon, being cleaved in twain and subsequently reduced to ashes by the flames. After a prolonged battle, Mu leaned on his sword, panting heavily. He could no longer maintain his state of complete concentration. His body was utterly exhausted, with vital energy, spirit, and stamina reaching their limits, rendering him nearly incapable of continuing. Yet, the outcome was magnificent, with tens of thousands of ghouls eliminated, transforming the entire province of Alhent into a desolate wasteland. Pale ashes scattered throughout the city, remnants of the ghouls slain by Mu. As the sun rose, Mu, having fought through the night, had achieved all his objectives, save for Forster's escape. The cost, however, was brutal. The city of Nord had been stripped of all life. Shattered homes and collapsed walls bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. Just as Mu prepared to disperse this avatar, he sensed a trace of foulness. This presence was hauntingly familiar, the high-level corruption resulting from the Count of Alhent's mutation. Though faint, it existed undeniably, causing Mu's expression to change abruptly, signifying that the abomination might not have perished. Chapter 120. The remnants are hard to eradicate. However, despite activating his observation haki and Sharingan, Mu found nothing amiss. Just as Mu believed that the aberrant creature of Sequence 6 had fled, a murky yellow projection of the dream realm suddenly materialized before him. In an instant, a small, crimson morsel fell from this projection, writhing as if imbued with a life of its own. Accompanied by this eerie movement, an indescribable stench of filth emanated from the flesh, inciting chaos and madness. This scarlet morsel appeared to possess some peculiar ability, as it began to consume the surrounding matter to facilitate its own growth. With the passage of time, its size expanded at a visibly rapid rate, soon reaching the dimensions of a basketball. At that moment, a more terrifying phenomenon occurred. The flesh sprouted a pair of sinister eyes. These eyes emitted an unsettling glow that sent chills down one's spine. Shortly thereafter, a horrific maw appeared beneath the eyes, filled with sharp teeth. Resembling a blasphemous bloom of reason, Mou's expression changed dramatically. He found himself devoid of strength, his true essence depleted, and his spiritual energy exhausted. Faced with this resurrected monstrosity, he lacked the capacity to eradicate it. He understood that if he did not dispel this doppelganger soon, he might be killed by the revived creature. Mou could only hope that once his doppelganger dissipated, a high-ranking, extraordinary being from the three great saintly sects would come to eliminate this aberrant entity. In the desolate wilderness of death, Mou's true self sensed the hatred emanating from the eyes of the sequence, six aberrant creature towards him. Were it not for the considerable distance between them, he would likely have fled in terror, utterly unprepared for the challenge posed by such high-ranking, extraordinary beings. Mou, what troubles you? Violet inquired, stirring a pot of meat porridge, her gaze fixed on Mou's troubled visage. It's nothing, merely a fish that slipped through the net. That sequence, six aberrant creature, is still alive. Just as Mou had fully restored his true essence, even in this moment of peak vitality. He held no confidence in his ability to slay the creature, especially given that the four symbols sealing technique could not vanquish the sequence six aberrant. He lamented that the four symbols sealing technique might ultimately be doomed to a fate of merely sealing structures. The meat porridge is ready. Violet served him a bowl, her culinary skills having surpassed his own for reasons unbeknownst to him. Although the porridge was fragrant, Mou found himself unable to swallow, fully aware of the potential devastation the sequence six aberrant could wreak. His intentions to slay Count Hunter and Forster had borne no fruit. Neither side could claim victory. Now, Mou found himself in the desolate wilderness of death, roughly 5 or 6 days' journey from the Golden Spike territory, with Aju having perished in the Ohunter province, leaving them to return on foot. It was unfortunate that this barren land harbored few magical beasts, with only the occasional encounter with undead creatures or demons. Meanwhile, as Mou pressed onward towards the Golden Spike territory, the vassals of Count Hunter were preparing to rebel. Due to the disheartening revelation that only a scant number of participants returned alive from the competition, while the rest either perished or perhaps remained en route. The nobles exchanged information and learned of Count Hunter's madness. Consequently, they resolved to rise in rebellion together. Baron Jeansway also joined the fray, for he had not witnessed the return of Mou. Although Dole feigned sorrow, he secretly reveled in the outcome. Baron Jeansway, accompanied by over 100 soldiers in Dole, set forth towards the agreed-upon city of Minor, the primary target of numerous nobles, for its wealth promised to double their fortunes with a single raid. They understood the necessity of swift action. Should the king or Marquis Lowen arrive first, their opportunity for plunder would evaporate. This act skirted the edges of propriety. Yet the great nobles would not concern themselves with such matters unless it became egregious, for they needed to allow those beneath them a taste of the spoils. They would arrive approximately at the same time, stabilize the situation, and reap the rewards, whether by bestowing a new title of count or fragmenting an existing one. Ample benefits awaited them. The second son of Baron Viper, Berg, had returned, albeit at the cost of an arm and tainted by corruption in both his etheric and emotional bodies. His state had become erratic, oscillating between bouts of rage and desperate weeping, resembling a madman. Despite Baron Viper's various attempts to remedy Berg's condition, he could merely prevent further deterioration. Thus, seeking revenge and greater gains, Baron Viper also embarked with his son and 200 soldiers. These nobles hastened towards Minor, while Mou raced back to the Jeansway territory. Ultimately, 2 days later, upon arriving outside Minor, Mou discovered the gates firmly shut, with soldiers and knights stationed on the walls, prepared for defense. These knights, once loyal to Count Hunter, had seized control of the city upon learning of his actions, intending to divide the ensuing spoils among themselves. However, an astute noble had caught wind of the impending assault by the border lords and had made early preparations. These nobles, without lands of their own, depended on political or commercial endeavors, forming a separate faction from the landed aristocracy. In fact, tensions existed between these two classes, as merchants and politicians often sought to suppress the prices of goods produced by the landholding nobles or increase various taxes. This dynamic could be seen as a balancing act among the great aristocrats, proving to be exceedingly effective. Even with Count O'Hunter's demise, disputes continued to arise between the factions. Mou found himself unable to enter the city, having intended to procure supplies and a warhorse. Regrettably, he had to take his leave, accompanied by Weirliot. Yet, on his journey, he encountered the landed nobles advancing to attack, and beheld the crest of the Jean Sui family. 2 golden ears of wheat encircling a knight's sword crossed with a kite-shaped shield, the blade adorned with crimson flames. Mou realized that Baron Jean Sui had also arrived. Upon learning that Mou was the surviving younger son of Baron Jean Sui, a knight at the forefront instructed the soldiers to escort Mou and Wei Li Te to the Baron's camp. At that moment, Baron Jean Sui was engaged in discussions with several nobles regarding strategies for attacking main Air City, debating whether to launch a direct assault or to take the time to prepare siege equipment. When he heard the soldiers report that his younger son was outside, Baron Jean Sui immediately rushed out of the tent, a mix of surprise and apprehension flooding his heart. He regretted allowing Mou to participate in Count O'Hunter's competition. Chapter 121. Father and son discuss, and the frontier decree. Though he believed that Mou would return safely, as time passed without any news, his optimism turned to regret. Now, seeing Mou standing before him unharmed, Baron Jean Sui felt a swell of emotion, his eyes misting over. Mou, it is a relief to see you safe. The Baron had a multitude of words to express, but could only utter the simplest of sentiments. Welcome back, Mou. Doll's plump cheeks beamed with joy, resembling an unsightly flower in bloom, as though Mou had returned from the dead. This display of brotherly affection left Mou somewhat bewildered. Let's talk more in my tent, Baron Jean Sui said, patting Mou's shoulder and leading the way, casting a contemplative glance at Wei Li Te, who stood quietly behind Mou. Mou, accompanied by Wei Li Te, followed the Baron toward the Jean Sui family's encampment. Upon entering, Mou found the space modest, furnished with lightweight, dismountable pieces to facilitate military movement. Jans Matt, you two stand guard outside. Ensure no one enters or eavesdrops, Baron Jean Sui instructed the two, who greeted Mou. Yes, my lord, they replied, stepping outside to maintain watch. Once assured that only trusted allies were present, Baron Jean Sui inquired, Mou, what transpired in the O'Hunter province? Father, during my journey to the O'Hunter province, I passed through a village that had been overrun by a rank 7 monster. I rescued Wei Li Te from there. Mou first provided Wei Li Te with an identity, ensuring that only they knew the truth. After all, the village had been slaughtered by the monsters, leaving behind only wretched souls. Later, I entered the O'Hunter province to participate in the competition and encountered the 2 sons of Baron Snake. They resided above me, and I overheard them discussing how Baron Snake had once ordered my assassination. Seizing the opportunity when they were alone, I captured them and, employing a bit of strategy, extracted valuable information. Mou glanced at Baron Jean Sui and Doll as he continued, because they discovered a silver mine within the territory my father had prepared for me. They plotted to assassinate me to claim that land for themselves. I made them forget my interrogation, but unexpectedly, the eldest son of Baron Snake later perished in a brothel. Mou had no intention of revealing his involvement in the demise of the Baron of the Serpent's eldest son, particularly as the Baron himself was present in the camp. Following the initial competition, a conspiracy orchestrated by Count O'Hunter was uncovered, prompting a multitude of civilians to surge forth from the besieged province of O'Hunter. Mou concealed the fact that he had led the civilians to safety, especially since Veilite was cloaked in invisibility. After participating in the final contest, he discovered that the provisions bestowed by Count O'Hunter were laced with deadly poison. Consequently, he exposed the Count's treachery. In retaliation, Count O'Hunter commanded a horde of formidable ghouls to besiege them, intent on making Mou a sacrificial offering. All remaining citizens within the city were offered up, while he managed to escape, leaving the province of O'Hunter likely overrun by ghouls. Mou effectively masked his presence, yet still warned the Baron of the horrors that awaited in the province of O'Hunter. Should they plunge headlong into that territory, they would likely face annihilation at the hands of the grotesque beings classified as Sequence 6. Mou, The pioneering decree was indeed prepared for you. Though I had not anticipated it would lead you into such peril, I shall devise a means to deal with the Baron of the Serpent. You are now capable of standing on your own. Therefore, I entrust this decree to you. Remember to register for development in the capital, declared Baron Jeansway. From a gemstone ring, he extracted a golden ticket, an alloy of gold, silver, and copper, slightly smaller than A4 paper and approximately 2 millimeters thick, inscribed with details pertaining to the territory and MOU's information. Father, how can this be? Dower exclaimed, incredulous. The pioneering decree was of great value. Many barons would go to great lengths to acquire even a modestly quality territory. Upon learning of the silver mine, Dower's greed was blinding. What immense wealth it represented. How could he so readily hand it over to that commoner? Seemingly perceiving Dower's thoughts, Baron Jeansway shot him a stern look. This storage ring was a gift from MOU's mother, and it has since become the emblem of the Jeansway family patriarch. I can only pass it down to you as a form of recompense. Hence the pioneering decree he elucidated. The Baron revealed a secret. Understand that such storage treasures are worth their weight in gold, sufficient to purchase a viscountcy, which speaks volumes of MOU's mother's extraordinary lineage. Father, is that so? Do you know my mother's true identity? MOU inquired, harboring a deep curiosity about his mother, as he possessed no information regarding her. Your mother hailed from the continent of Yenin, a fugitive princess of a fallen kingdom. Due to the multitude of cultists and monsters in Yenin, her realm was obliterated, forcing her to flee to the continent of Baishu. At that time, I was merely a lowly knight wandering in search of adventure when I encountered Delina, pursued by cultists. I rescued her, and together we journeyed, upholding justice and enjoying each other's company. The Baron reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Your mother, Delina, was a vivacious and innocent girl. In the course of our travels, we fell in love. Alas, Delina was cursed by the leader of the moon god sect from Yenin, causing her life to wither rapidly. Despite our efforts to traverse the surrounding kingdoms in search of aid from the saints, no remedy could be found. Later, I returned to the Golden Spike territory with Delina, who, despite her frailty, radiated joy daily, preparing to plead with my father for a marriage proposal. However, during my travels, my father had already arranged for me to wed the sister of Baron Whitelawn. Despite my vehement objections, I could not alter my father's decision. Delina urged me to comply, as her time was limited, and she could not accompany me for long. I married the mother of Dole, and after giving birth to you, Delina exhausted her life force and departed, entrusting me with your care. At this moment, the Baron could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks. She was the one woman he had ever loved, forever passionate and kind. Life was as splendid as summer flowers, while death was as serene as autumn leaves. Though MOU had never seen his mother, he could still feel her love, which ignited within him a resolve to journey to the continent of Yenin and vanquish the leader of the Moon God Church. For reasons unknown, Violet reflected on her own relationship with MOU through the lens of the Baron and his mother's tale. Would he marry her? Could she accompany him throughout his life? Violet was uncertain, but in this moment, she stood by MOU's side. My Lord Baron, Baron Whitelawn has issued orders to prepare for departure and launch an assault on Minel City. Let us ready ourselves, Yance reminded from outside the tent, urging the Baron to emerge from his reverie of nostalgia and sorrow. Come, MOU, let us venture into battle together. Broaden your horizons and grasp what you must. The Baron promptly took the lead, stepping out to commence arrangements. Chapter 122. The Assault on Minel City. MOU exited with Violet, eager to witness whether medieval warfare truly resembled the brawls of village folk. Dole brought up the rear, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness and jealousy flashing in his eyes. The Baron commanded a mere force of over 100 soldiers, all clad in chainmail and rudimentary helmets, making it difficult to envision their combat prowess. MOU surmised that most of these soldiers were mere cannon fodder, as the capabilities of ordinary soldiers in this extraordinary realm were exceedingly limited. Fortunately, extraordinary beings were still relatively few, largely controlled by the nobility, which contributed to the rigid stratification of society, a reason why the aristocracy remained unoverthrown. This time, several barons conferred on launching a vigorous assault, estimating that Minel City harbored a scant number of troops, most having been previously summoned back by Count O'Hunter. The feudal lords had assembled nearly 5,000 soldiers to besiege Minal City. These soldiers were divided into various factions under the command of different nobles, appearing somewhat disorganized. Lacking uniform armor, they resembled a motley crew, and the discipline of the troops left much to be desired. Upon arriving at the foot of Minal City and gazing at its towering walls, reaching 5 to 6 meters in height, Mou was curious about how these noble lords intended to breach the fortress. Soon, soldiers arrived with a plethora of hastily constructed ladders, and Mou, standing behind the Baron, watched with keen interest. The Viscount of White Orchid, the Viscount of Currant, and the Viscount of Lemongrass. There is no need for you to assault Minal. All the treasures within the city have already been requisitioned by Count O'Hunter. The Viscount of Gale, in his utter frustration, had believed that seizing Minal would yield great profits, only to discover that the city's granaries had long been emptied. Not a single gold coin remained, nor any provisions. This predicament can be attributed to Count O'Hunter, in his desperation to procure the Rhine bottle and high-tier extraordinary traits from the Salvation Organization, nearly sold off his very essence, his family's extensive records, extraordinary taboo artifacts, legacies, gold, and everything else, merely to satiate the insatiable appetite of one of the southern leaders of that greedy organization. Ultimately, he was outmaneuvered by Vorst, leaving him not only destitute, but also transformed into a deformity, inadvertently ensnaring those nobles in his plight. Old Gale, do you think I would believe you? You are the most cunning merchant of all. Your words are worthless to me. The Viscount of Lemongrass harbored particular animosity towards the Viscount of Gale. As his primary cash crop, lemongrass was always undervalued by Gale. Now, he sought vengeance, demanding restitution for the exploitation he had endured. While the Viscount of Gale was aware that he could not win the trust of these nobles, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Yet he would not permit these territorial aristocrats to scour the city unchecked. For even if Count O'Hunter had left no treasures behind, these merchant nobles retained some wealth. And the territorial lords would not care whether the riches belonged to him or not. They would seize it all. Enough of this idle chatter. If you intend to obstruct us, prepare yourself for failure. Charge. The Viscount of White Orchid, a man of few words yet fierce in demeanor, had suffered greatly from the previous monster calamity, incurring not only reparations to those nobles, but also providing compensation to the families of fallen soldiers, an obligation he could not neglect, lest he find no one willing to fight for him again. The soldiers, led by the territorial lords, charged fearlessly into the fray, braving a hail of arrows. Intriguingly, the noble knights endowed with extraordinary abilities led the charge, rather than waiting for the soldiers to expend their strength before entering to reap the rewards. Mou finally comprehended their method of siege. It was astonishing how some low-ranking knights could withstand the rain of arrows, leap onto the city walls, and clear a significant area, engaging in duels with the enemy knights. Meanwhile, the soldiers swiftly positioned ladders, capturing more territory and fortifying the breach, initiating a tug-of-war. The Baron, noticing Mou's astonishment, explained, in such sieges, noble knights typically do not take the initiative to assault. Normally, both sides agree upon an open field to engage in battle. However, since this siege does not constitute a formal war, but rather a raid, formal warfare would require the Lord's mediation. Failing that, the Lord would issue commands to resolve matters at a predetermined location. Upon hearing this, Mou recognized the resemblance to the wars of the spring and autumn period, where one side would mock the other for being only slightly better off. The phrase 50 steps laughing at 100 steps originally refers to the wars during the spring and autumn period, where once an enemy army was in disarray, they could flee 50 paces without being pursued, and the victor would even assist in retrieving weapons and chariots, waiting for the opponent to reorganize before resuming combat. This can only be described as a form of absurd, primitive civilization. Some may find such warfare intriguing, without the fear of ambushes or deceit, engaging in a fair and open confrontation. However, such a mode of warfare can only be sustained under a formidable constraint, prevalent in rare times when looting could occur without restraint. Naturally, this pertains only to the battles among the nobility of the same nation. Warfare against foreign lands is conducted with treachery. Unsurprisingly, the noble knights from both sides found themselves in a stalemate, with neither side holding a decisive advantage in numbers. While the noble knights suffered minimal casualties, the soldiers had turned the city walls into a veritable meat grinder. Baron Goldspike, the vassal of the Viscount, was commanded to join fellow barons in an offensive to hasten the capture of Minel City, with permission to plunder one baronial house. The messenger's words indicated that the knights under the Viscount's command were unable to secure a swift victory, thus having to concede some benefits to their vassals to expedite their efforts. Baron Goldspike donned his helmet. This armor, a treasured heirloom of the Goldspike family, was crafted from a blend of magical metals, adorned with golden flame patterns, and possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Let's proceed. Stay close behind me, and do not lose your way. Baron Goldspike grasped an ornate knight's sword and charged towards Minel City. Although M.O.U. wore no armor, beneath his attire lay a layer of hardened earth formed into a protective barrier. Door was clad in standard full armor, though it was evident that his midsection had been specially modified, protruding prominently. Vaelrit wore a cloak of decent defense, impervious to arrows and possessing sufficient strength to withstand projectiles. The quartet braved the relatively sparse rain of arrows and reached the base of the city walls. Gazing up at the towering walls, which stood 6 meters high, they leapt up, with only Door lacking the requisite strength to do so, resorting instead to climb up via a nearby ladder. Accompanying M.O.U. in the assault were a dozen knights led by various barons, all elite knights of formal rank. Upon scaling the walls, they swiftly swept across a vast area, prompting the remaining noblemen inside the city to join the fray. Chapter 123. Duel with Viscount Swiftwind. As M.O.U. observed the fervor of his comrades, he felt somewhat bored, for none could withstand 3 of his strikes. Despite the knights being clad in heavy full armor, they were effortlessly pierced by M.O.U.'s sword. Unbeknownst to them, M.O.U. had become the most formidable breakthrough force, causing others to instinctively follow in his wake as they quickly captured a segment of the city walls. Damn it, how can this lad be so strong? Viscount Swiftwind realized that if M.O.U. was not eliminated, their disadvantage would only continue to widen. Ultimately, the Baron of Gale gritted his teeth and produced 2 small vials. One contained a lethal poison, capable of sealing one's fate with a single cut, while the other held a forbidden elixir that would elevate the user's physical prowess for a day, albeit at the cost of half a year of debilitating weakness thereafter. This particular potion was unearthed from the grave of a sorcerer, and apart from 3 vials of the forbidden substance, he had only a tome inscribed with incomprehensible glyphs. The Baron's expression hardened as he coated his sword blade with the poison, resulting in a sinister, violet sheen enveloping the weapon. He then retrieved the crimson elixir, unsealing the bottle with haste, and swallowed its contents in one swift motion. As M.O.U. thrust his knightly sword, piercing through a knight's chest, he kicked the lifeless body over the castle wall, and suddenly sensed a familiar surge of energy. Raising his gaze, he beheld the Baron consuming the crimson potion, its surface glimmering with specks of light. Before M.O.U. could recollect the nature of this concoction, the Baron radiated an overwhelming aura of battle intent. His eyes turned a feral scarlet, and a raw, primal energy emanated from him, causing his complexion to flush and veins to bulge ominously upon his forehead, as if they might burst. With a deafening roar, the Baron's voice reverberated, instilling fear in numerous knights engaged in combat. In that instant, a remarkable transformation overtook him. His muscles swelled rapidly, shattering the confines of his armor. As the fragments of armor clattered to the ground, they revealed a robust chest and brawny arms beneath. He appeared to have grown taller, exuding an even more formidable presence. However, his eyes were wild with madness and bloodlust, revealing razor-sharp fangs reminiscent of a ferocious beast. He lunged at M.O.U. with astonishing speed, his sword becoming a blur, cleaving through friend and foe alike with indiscriminate brutality. Montag US Gaza sharpened, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly as he activated his observation hockey, perceiving the Baron's every muscle and bone movement with clarity. The wind howled as the violet blade glimmered ominously. As they drew close, M.O.U.'s expression remained unfazed as he struck with remarkable swiftness. The sound of steel clashing echoed, a crisp ring as M.O.U.'s sword deflected the Baron's knightly blade, sending sparks flying. He then executed a flourish, his sword flickering between solidity and intangibility, evading the Baron's powerful downward strike. The Baron, taken aback, realized that despite exerting nearly all his strength, this youth had effortlessly sidestepped his attack. His eyes sharpened with determination as he swung his sword once more, unleashing a fierce gust of sword energy aimed at the opening in MOU's defenses. Though swift, this strike lacked the full force behind it. In his haste, the Baron could not muster all his might, yet he believed that even a mere scratch could spell doom for his adversary. As MOU reclined backward, he deftly evaded the blade that sliced just above the tip of his nose, catching a whiff of the sweet yet acrid scent of poison. In that moment, while lying supine, he steadied himself with his sword and delivered a powerful kick that sent the Earl of Gale hurtling into the crowd. Observing the Earl rise once more, sword in hand, intent on launching another assault, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in MOU's eyes. He brandished his long sword, engaging the Earl in a fierce duel. Their figures danced in a blur, the clash of their swords resonating with sharp, clear sounds. Though still youthful, MOU's swordsmanship was remarkably adept. Each maneuver he executed was imbued with strength and finesse. The Earl of Gale, relying on years of combat experience and the enhanced abilities granted by forbidden substances, relentlessly targeted various parts of MOU's physique. Their intense skirmish captured the attention of the onlookers, who marveled at MOU's prowess, yet did not cease their own attacks, striking with their knightly swords in a bid to vanquish their foe. Initially, they had perceived MOU as merely a slightly stronger youth, but now they were astonished to witness him hold his ground against a master such as the Earl of Gale. Who is this boy? How can he wield such remarkable swordsmanship? One could not help but inquire. I do not know. I have never seen him before. He must be an heir secretly cultivated by some noble, another responded. Amidst the throng, Baron Jean Sway, engaged in combat with another baron, regarded MOU's performance with quiet astonishment. He was aware of MOU's strength, yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of skill. It was astounding to consider that just months prior, MOU had been a mere low-ranking knight squire, and now he stood toe-to-toe with a high-ranking knight under the influence of drugs. He could not help but feel a swell of hope for MOU's future. If the young man continued on this trajectory of improvement, he might one day ascend to the rank of a Grand Knight, standing atop the kingdom. However, at that moment, the Earl of Gale unleashed a knightly technique, his sword transforming into a vibrant green, as though propelled by a tempest. The blade became entwined with a fierce wind attribute, and with a sudden, sweeping motion, he unleashed a barrage of colossal wind blades toward MOU. Unfazed, MOU assessed the potency of the strike and deemed it not overly formidable. He promptly executed his family's signature knightly technique, Flames of Chaos. A surging inferno erupted from his long sword, akin to a myriad of stars cascading toward the Earl's windblade attack. The two forces collided midair with a thunderous roar, shaking the very walls of the fortress. Both MOU and the Earl staggered back a few paces, the Earl's breath coming in quick gasps, clearly indicating that the recent exchange had drained considerable energy from them. Kid, you possess some skill. What is your name? The Earl inquired, intent on discovering the identity of this valiant subordinate. A man on the brink of death is unworthy of knowing my name. May you descend into an eternal nightmare filled with regret. MOU retorted indifferently, recognizing that since their clash had commenced, it was a battle to the death. As the two individuals locked eyes, an intense aura of hostility emanated from them. They were acutely aware that this confrontation would inevitably result in loss of life. Yet neither believed it would be their own. MOU, aside from his combat aura and knightly techniques, refrained from revealing any other means to avoid arousing suspicion. The Baron of Gale, under the influence of forbidden substances, possessed strength sufficient to contend with a Grand Knight, making him a formidable opponent for MOU. Chapter 124. The devious Baron of Gale at the moment their gazes intertwined, MOU swiftly unsheathed his sword, aiming a strike at the Baron, who was enveloped in a tempest of wind. Each of his slashes unleashed a multitude of wind blades, slicing through everything in their vicinity. MOU's blade, however, was adorned with blazing crimson flames. Each swing conjured a vast array of fire that danced in the air, intertwining with the wind blades in a fierce stalemate, neither able to overpower the other. With eyes like lightning, MOU targeted the Baron's vital points with each strike, creating afterimages that shattered all nearby wind blades. The fragmented wind and fiery sword energy enveloped an area of several meters, deterring anyone from approaching. The stones of the city walls bore numerous scorch marks and cuts from their fierce exchange. As the Baron's sword speed increased, his form appeared to be cloaked in a verdant whirlwind. Only the occasional flicker of purplish sword light indicated that he was employing knightly techniques rather than magic. Their movements were as swift as lightning, rendering the onlookers unable to discern their actions, save for the vague sight of a green tornado clashing with a crimson fire vortex. The cacophony of clashing blades signified the ferocity of their encounter, each second yielding a flurry of strikes. Young man, reaching the level of a grand knight at such a tender age defies logic. It seems you harbor unspeakable secrets. The Baron attempted to unsettle Mou with words, as he found himself unable to inflict harm or gain an advantage. With your meager abilities and paltry talent, you still dare to speak? A frog in a well presuming to know the expanse of the sky. Mou, a seasoned warrior, would not tolerate the insolence of a man over 50 who relied on drugs to match him in combat. I recognize your combat aura and knightly skills. They belong to the Jean Sway family, do they not? Are you not concerned that your father and brothers may envy your talent? Why not ally with me? I could grant you a baronship. Seeing no advantage in verbal sparring, the Baron resorted to deceit, attempting to win Mou over to his side. Mou, with a fierce slash, sent the Baron flying, then began employing the sword form of the breath of the sun against him. You are but an old relic. This shallow pool cannot contain a true dragon. Enough of your prattle. I shall send you to your demise. Mou harnessed his combat aura to channel natural energy akin to the breath of the sun, executing the sun halo dragon head dance. His sword transformed into a fiery dragon's head, each strike infused with his full strength, aimed at the Baroness' neck, as if contending not with an equal, but with a colossal and terrifying beast. Indeed, the breathing techniques and sword forms within the realm of Demon Slayer were meticulously crafted to counteract the monstrous physique and capabilities of demons that far exceed those of humans. The sun-breathing technique, along with its 12 distinctive sword forms, represents the culmination of generations of mastery by the revered Kaguya Ubuyashiki, who devoted his life to the art of swordsmanship. Although Moku-yu has ascended to a level of transcendence in this world, his prowess has not been solely derived from relentless training and life-and-death battles. Thus, his martial skills have yet to reach their zenith. It is essential to note that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer world, despite their inferior physical attributes compared to Moku-yu, have honed their breathing techniques and swordsmanship to perfection. Moku-yu, in his continuous struggles, is advancing at an astonishing pace, refining his understanding of the sword and adapting his breathing techniques with both steadiness and speed. With equivalent physical capabilities, Moku-yu's sword speed is increasing exponentially, and his techniques are becoming more incisive, with each strike meticulously adjusted to eliminate unnecessary movements. Moreover, the breathing techniques are becoming increasingly harmonious with his physique. Unlike Kaguya Ubuyashiki, Moku-yu, aided by his unique advantages, can wield the sun-breathing technique but must still make personal adjustments. As battles progress, the flames he unleashes grow ever more intense and tumultuous, rendering it increasingly difficult for the wind noble to withstand his assaults. Moku-yu swiftly adapts the sun-breathing technique to suit his body perfectly, unlocking a wondrous state of mastery. Even without the infusion of fighting spirit, Moku-yu is able to manifest a blade of light, purely through his profound understanding of swordsmanship. Despite his ordinary human physique, he can still unleash a formidable sword aura, demonstrating exceptional insight into the art of the sword. Moku-yu has gleaned from the legacy of the sun-breathing technique that even in epics devoid of such techniques, there existed swordsmen capable of producing sword auras, great swordsmen whose prowess enabled them to unleash 3-inch blade strikes, and sword saints capable of generating sword energy spanning several meters. These individuals, while limited to the physical confines of an ordinary human, possessed extraordinary combat abilities, instinctively responding to the vulnerabilities of their opponents and various combat scenarios. This evokes memories of the venerable AI Ming Yi-sin, who, despite his frail condition, imparted the wisdom of the written word to countless learners. Damn it, how could you advance so rapidly? This is impossible. The expression of the wind sword master darkens as he finds himself increasingly outmatched. Each of his moves falls prey to Moku-yu's relentless onslaught, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. As Moku-yu's training partner, The Wind Sword Master is acutely aware of Moku Yu's remarkable progress, each strike elusive and untraceable, akin to the horns of an antelope, impossible to grasp. This relentless pressure renders him exceedingly uncomfortable, making it difficult for him to unleash his full power in delivering wind blades. Each attempt to gather his fighting spirit and execute his most potent strike is preemptively thwarted by Moku Yu. You should surrender. Your subordinates have all been defeated. In the intervals of their combat, the Knights under the Wind Noble's command ultimately succumb to the relentless offensive of the territorial aristocrats. Aside from a few who stubbornly resist and meet their demise, the majority have cast down their swords and surrender. Damn it, these worthless fools. The Viscount of Gale, filled with resentment, found himself in a situation beyond redemption. After being struck by Mou, he ceased his assaults. Very well, I surrender. I seek the privileges befitting a noble. The Viscount understood the futility of resistance and capitulated, yet he audaciously demanded noble treatment. This notion was rather intriguing. To put it plainly, it signified a half-hearted surrender. I have yielded. You may seize half of my possessions to secure my freedom. This is the dignity of nobility, a reflection of the social customs in this otherworldly realm. Fear not, Viscount Gale, we shall adhere to this agreement. Viscount Xiangxiao recognized the necessity of not pushing too hard, lest he invite the king's ire, and in the unfortunate event, he found himself in a similar predicament. He could employ this method to safeguard his life and half of his fortune. Mou sheathed his knightly sword, preparing to descend from the battlements to search for the extraordinary forbidden artifacts and treasures hoarded by the nobility. Mou, be cautious. Violet, who had been attentively watching him, noticed the sinister smile curling at the corners of the Viscount's mouth and promptly warned Mou. Even though I surrender, I still intend to slay you, brat. The Viscount transformed into a fierce Gale, lunging forward with his poisoned knightly sword aimed directly at Mou with blinding speed. However, Mou, possessing the foresight of observation hockey, had already anticipated the Viscount's move. A smile graced his lips if the Viscount sought to kill him. He too harbored the desire to end the Viscount's life. Wretch! The Viscount's poison blade pierced through Mou's chest, yet he felt no tangible impact. In an instant, he was reeling, as if thrown into the air, alternating between glimpses of the sky and the astonished, terrified faces of the crowd below. It was only upon his head striking the ground that he realized he had been decapitated, darkness enveloping him as he recalled hearing a voice at the moment he struck the boy. Breath of the Sun, Mirage Rainbow. Mou had skillfully employed the sword form of the Breath of the Sun, leaving behind an illusion in his stead. When the Viscount struck the Phantom, Mou unleashed a fiery sword aura, cleaving the Viscount's head from his shoulders. With a flourish, he withdrew his sword, sheathing it seamlessly, and turned away, having successfully claimed the Viscount of Gale's head. Mou, are you all right? Violet rushed over, her expression brimming with concern, fearing for his safety. Fine. I had sensed the Viscount's murderous intent and was prepared. Thank goodness you're unharmed. That despicable Viscount exhibited no noble demeanor whatsoever. Baron Jeansway, feeling a sense of dread, remarked on the Viscount's lack of chivalry, his treacherous attack igniting disdain among the nobility. Let us proceed into the city to plunder. You shall receive a share of the Viscount's wealth. Viscount Xiangxiao reassured Baron Jeansway, knowing that nothing soothes the soul like riches. Fortunately, despite the nature of their endeavor, they held no desire to rob the common folk, instead rushing into the abodes of their fellow nobles. Requested to act alone, for Captain Jack's compass had pointed towards the extraordinary forbidden artifact. Naturally, his request was granted. At such a moment, who could concern themselves with others? Victory belonged to the swift. Without hesitation, made his way towards the estate of the Viscount of Gale, disregarding the soldiers of the Viscount of Lemongrass stationed outside. Thanks to his invisibility cloak, following the compass's guidance, he arrived at a small garden, where the location indicated lay beneath a pond. Activating his observation hockey, quickly discerned an anomaly near a well, approximately 10 meters away, where several bricks concealed something unusual just above the water surface. Without further contemplation, leaped into the well, standing upon the water surface as he gazed at the stones before him. Employing his unique skill, he deftly inserted his index and middle fingers into the crevice of the bricks, extracting one. To his surprise, what lay behind was merely a mundane passage, not the caustic wax ceiling he had envisioned. The vigorous operation yielded no traps. The path was clear. After removing all the bricks, ventured into the narrow corridor, twisting and turning until he faced a stone door. It was not activated by a mechanism. Rather, a keyhole awaited him, though possessed no key. Yet, armed with his transformable Zampicudo, he explored the lock's internal structure with his observation hockey while inserting the blade into the keyhole. After the blade morphed appropriately, it finally aligned with the mechanism. A twist, and the stone door slowly receded into the flanking walls, revealing a modest chamber filled with 6 chests and several metal blocks. Without a moment's hesitation, stored everything in his inventory, recognizing that 3 of the chests contained the extraordinary forbidden artifacts, their tainted aura unmistakable. With no time to squander, departed the Viscount of Gale's estate and sought out Violetta, who awaited him outside, careful not to alert the other Viscounts rummaging through the estate. Together, they proceeded towards the nearest location of another extraordinary forbidden artifact. This time, it was a baron's residence, less opulent than the Viscount's, yet still considerable in size. At that moment, a baron was busy scavenging the premises, leaving no silver platter unturned. Instructed Violetta to wait outside and, adhering to his usual method, rendered himself invisible to enter the dwelling. This hidden chamber was unlike the one at the Viscount's, as it was located in the study on the 2nd floor. Concealed behind a false chamber, the true secret room was shrouded by a decoy designed to mask its existence. Now that the decoy had been breached, its contents had been entirely cleared out. Easily discovered the passageway left at the top of the false chamber, revealing the reason the true chamber remained undiscovered. The wall separating them was a full meter thick, and knocking against it yielded only a solid sound. Traversing a conduit resembling a ventilation shaft, he finally arrived at the genuine secret chamber. Within this hidden chamber, the most abundant treasure is undoubtedly the gold coins, numbering over 1,000. Do not be deceived into thinking this is a meager sum. For a mere baron, such a quantity represents the harvest of a decade in the Gold Sheaf territory. Mou accepted this bounty with an unperturbed smile. In addition, he discovered 2 extraordinary forbidden artifacts and a knightly legacy. Upon Mou's departure, the chamber was subsequently discovered by the baron's soldiers, who were infuriated to find it emptied and promptly executed the soldier who had stumbled upon it. Later, Mou infiltrated 2 other undiscovered chambers, acquiring additional treasures and forbidden items. This incited the local nobility to suspect the presence of an extraordinary being covertly pilfering the riches that had been allocated to them. Amidst the mocking gazes of other barons, they launched a citywide manhunt, yet regrettably found not a trace. Mou's invisibility cloak left no evidence behind. Had they not possessed divination skills, they would have remained blissfully unaware of his presence. However, it was indeed true that there was someone among them who had mastered the 9th tier of divination. For reasons unknown to Mou, their attempt to divine his whereabouts failed, resulting in a backlash that left them bloodied and gasping. When Mou became aware of the diviner's presence, he was drenched in sweat, fearing he would be compelled to flee alongside the Baron and Veilright. Although he felt a sense of relief, he regarded the ability to divine as nothing short of cheating. Mou resolved that he must acquire a means to guard against divination. Otherwise, his true identity could be easily unveiled without him ever realizing it. This expedition proved to be immensely fruitful for Mou. Aside from the countless treasures amassed, he also secured over 100 pieces of magical metal. Indeed, these were the very metallic fragments unearthed within the chamber of Baron Gale. These substances are worth far more than mere gold coins, being sold by weight, yet often scarce in the market. The origin of this magical metal remains a mystery, but it has fortuitously fallen into Mou's hands. This metal, known as silver seraph, is the quintessential material for the crafting of mystical artifacts. When combined with certain powders, it not only doubles the properties of ordinary metals, but also possesses formidable energy conduction capabilities, transforming regular metals into extraordinary materials. In the future, whether for the creation of mystical artifacts or alchemical endeavors, Mou would find ample use for this rare metal, which is seldom encountered even during the era when sorcerers roamed the continent. The quantity of silver seraph found in any given vein is limited, as it is a byproduct of silver mines. A large silver mine might yield only a few hundred pounds of silver seraph. and not every silver mine contains this precious byproduct. In fact, the likelihood of discovering accompanying silver seraph is quite low and entirely random. It is not merely the energy-rich veins that yield this metal, but rather, it is a matter of chance. Chapter 126, The 8th Tier Sorceress. Celine Mo. You also acquired 4 volumes of knightly legacies inscribed on animal hides. One was a mundane-level technique, Breath of the Wilderness, which allows one to advance to the rank of lowly knight. 2 were of stellar rank, Frost Breath and Raging Tide, enabling mastery up to that of a high knight. The final tome, Joy of the Gale, which MOU obtained from Baron Gale's chamber, was of lunar rank, facilitating the ascension to that of an Earth Knight. MOU also felt that during the duel with the Viscount of Gale, he could sense the sharpness of the Viscount's emerald wind blades, as well as the relentless aura of fighting spirit emanating from him. With the acquisition of this moonlight-level night breathing technique, MOU could delve into its study, fusing it with the flame night and sun breathing techniques to forge a unique breathing method suited to himself, ultimately allowing him to ascend to the rank of Grand Knight. Currently, however, MOU's breathing technique could no longer sustain his further cultivation, as he lacked the insights and methods necessary for transcending to Grand Knight. Yet, there was no need to panic. MOU had not yet reached the mid-level of an advanced knight. What delighted MOU the most was a book he discovered in a chest within the Viscount's secret chamber. He speculated that the Viscount must have stumbled upon a certain wizard's legacy. Otherwise, how could there be items pertaining to wizards? The text within this book was exceedingly ancient and incomprehensible to MOU, yet it radiated the unique magical energy of a wizard. Fortunately, he had encountered descriptions of such books in the legacy texts of the Explosive Flame School. The indecipherable script was, in fact, the primordial language of wizards, constructed from the foundational runes of sorcery. This script possessed neither phonetics nor written form, relying instead on the wizard's ability to freely combine their basic meditation runes. It bore a strong personal signature, even the same individual as creations which share no commonality. This language was not meant for reading, but rather for direct perception through mental energy, allowing one to visualize the information and imagery intended by the original wizard. MOU immediately infused his mental energy into the text, and soon a blue mist began to materialize within the room. In truth, this mist was visible only to MOU. Others would perceive nothing unless they too channeled their mental energy into the book. The blue mist transformed, ultimately revealing a distinct figure, a petite woman clad in a wizard's robe, her lower body an array of writhing tendrils, an unspoken aura of corruption surrounding her. It was evident that this wizard had crafted the book shortly after her contamination within the wizarding system. Presently, her rationality remained, albeit forcibly relocated to other parts of her body, rather than being linked to her mind. Greetings, little one of the future. I am Celine, an 8th-tier wizard of the Melting School. Celine adjusted her wizard's robe to conceal the writhing tendrils. I apologize for this unsightly appearance. It is the fault of those 9-tier archwizards who insisted on venturing beyond the cosmos. Though her tone bore a hint of disdain, a smile graced her lips. They fancied themselves masters of all cosmic truths, seeking to unveil the unknown beyond the universe. The unknown? The truth? The wizarding system has already been tainted by forces beyond the cosmos. Unable to record his true name, Celine seemed to ponder the reason for this, but soon relinquished the thought. Well, perhaps it is for the best that his name remains unrecorded. After all, I do not know if you, little one, can withstand the pollution that comes from hearing his true name. At this moment, MOU was drenched in cold sweat, utterly unprepared for Shilin's audacity. If she were to hear the true name of that great source of pollution, he feared he would be rendered akin to Squidward. Well, little one, you're still listening, aren't you? My apologies for nearly frightening you. I'm in a rather disordered state and inadvertently revealed that entity's true name, this damned pollution. Although Shilin had retained her sanity through unique means, she was still occasionally susceptible to mental erosion, uttering forbidden information. You look quite astonished, little one. Your blue eyes remind me of my first love, who has been gone for 7 centuries. Shilin's calm tone belied the chilling words she spoke. How could you perceive me? Was there some great power that transcended time? All right, no need for wild guesses. I merely performed a divination and can only vaguely discern that a child with blue eyes will one day acquire this book. Shilin's gaze met MOU's, as if they were connecting across the ages. Rest assured, the prophecies of wizards are not so formidable. Besides being an 8th-tier truth wizard, I'm also a 5th-tier extraordinary. Had the pollution not reached a critical threshold, I might have directly ascended to the 4th tier. Now, to the matter at hand. I wish to introduce you to the legacy of my alchemical school and the crafting of forbidden items, which may pique your interest. Shilin spoke with evident intrigue, her eyes glinting with mischief. First, let us discuss the furnace visualization method of the alchemical school, an 8th-tier meditation technique. I have modified the foundational meditation runes, though I cannot ascertain whether they will succumb to pollution in the future. Should they be tainted, it would signify my embrace of the outer gods, fully transforming me into a colossal octopus. Perhaps, in the future, when you arrive on the Truth Continent, you might encounter my polluted form. Subsequently, Shilin elaborated on an 8th-tier furnace meditation method, and MOU discerned that these foundational meditation runes had indeed been contaminated. This likely indicated that Shilin had ultimately succumbed to pollution, her sanity eroded, rendering her a follower of the outer gods, resulting in the new meditation runes in her mind being tainted once more. Next, she introduced the core magical inheritance of my alchemical school, which consists of 3 tiers: the low-tier blazing white furnace, the high-tier fusion furnace, and the law-level 100 forms furnace. The blazing white furnace can refine nearly all materials, transforming ordinary substances into magical energy materials. The fusion furnace randomly creates various substances based on luck. The 100 forms furnace can regress the bloodlines of living beings and freely refine them to create extraordinary creatures, though most are unable to stabilize genetic inheritance. I once created a black and white flower bear that exclusively consumed metal, though I wonder if it still exists in the future. Upon hearing about the metal-eating black and white flower bear, MOU instantly thought of the giant panda, as legends say its ancestors were metal eaters. Following this, Shilin began to explain the rune structures of these 3 spells and shared various techniques for their application. The discourse on the furnace sorcery has concluded, and we now turn to the creation of the taboo artifacts. This is the culmination of decades of research following my contamination. Although it cannot entirely eliminate the side effects of the extraordinary properties, it does eradicate most of the pollution, allowing even ordinary individuals to utilize it, albeit at the cost of their vitality after a single use. I have delved into the formation process and essence of extraordinary taboo artifacts, ultimately devising methods for extraction, preservation, and creation. As MOU observed the techniques presented by Shilin, one could only commend her as an 8th-tier truth sorceress. She adeptly crafts extraordinary taboo artifacts through such ingenious methods. In Chapter 127, titled Creation of Extraordinary Taboo Artifacts, I attempted to employ the process used in crafting sorceress instruments to forge extraordinary taboo artifacts. Regrettably, success eluded me, as the extraordinary properties seemed fundamentally at odds with the laws of this realm. Shilin, while speaking, conjured a massive furnace before her, introducing various magical metals and extraordinary properties into it. But it was evident that the endeavor had failed, with the extraordinary properties dissipating entirely. Indeed, the source of extraordinary properties lies with the outer gods beyond the cosmos, whose power has permeated our universe, altering certain material laws. Yet, our world continues to resist this encroachment. Through my investigations into the formation of extraordinary taboo artifacts, I detected a remarkable wave, and, as a truth sorceress studying the laws, I discerned it to be an unknown law wave. Shilin demonstrated the repulsion between 2 fundamentally different laws through indirect methods. I endeavor to shield our world's law waves, allowing the outer gods' laws to infiltrate, and then success was achieved. From Shilin's furnace emerged a bracelet, a successful taboo artifact. However, this method likely remains within the purview of those truth sorcerers who grasp the laws, lacking universal applicability. Thus, I sought to utilize the corporeal materials of magical beings to shield the law waves of magical metals, experimenting with numerous ratios until I achieved success. This particular combination effectively masked the law waves without exacerbating pollution. As Shilin elaborated on this ratio, the process appeared deceptively simple, yet it necessitated the core sorcery of the furnace school, deconstructing the basic particles of each magical metal and juxtaposing them with those of magical beings. In essence, The two materials must be positioned adjacently at the atomic level to perfectly obscure the law waves. I observed that the encroachment of the outer god's laws alters even the minutest material structures, rendering them seemingly unchanged, while their underlying basic particles undergo transformation. Mo was taken aback. The outer god as corruption of this world seemed far from complete, for otherwise, any material could be employed to create extraordinary taboo artifacts. While it is indeed possible to fabricate extraordinary taboo artifacts directly from the materials of magical beings, such an approach would exponentially amplify the pollution, establishing a stable source of contamination. A sudden thought struck Mo regarding a fragment of a tablet imbued with high-level extraordinary properties. This shard, laden with the knowledge of taboos, serves as a potent source of pollution, coupled with the integration of high-level extraordinary characteristics. It is no wonder that such contamination is so astonishingly formidable. Not every high-ranking extraordinary trait and high-ranking taboo substance possesses such a formidable pollution. The extraordinary trait previously employed by Baron O'Hunter exhibited far less contamination than the chapter of soul noxiousness. Now, let us delve into the methods of extracting and storing extraordinary traits. With a smile adorning her face, Sylphine retracted the furnace before her and produced an object reminiscent of an ink-black feather. This is a Klein bottle, crafted from spatial crystal, within which a spatial corridor is shaped. Theoretically, it belongs to a four-dimensional structure, with an internal space that cycles infinitely. Regrettably, the manufacturing process is exceedingly intricate and costly. Thus, I shall present you with a simpler method. Sylphine, with a hint of mischief, anticipated that ink feather would elucidate the creation of the Klein bottle, only to find herself in a display of ingenuity instead. Do not forget that I am a Sequence 5. I have dabbled in most extraordinary rituals. The so-called ritual bears principles entirely distinct from those of witcher rays. Rituals serve as a summoning ceremony aligned with the laws of the outer gods, generally referring to a targeted summoning of an unknown existence or the descent of its power. The unknown nature and inherent danger are substantial. Hence, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Here lies an extraordinary lantern crafted through a method that amalgamates the refining techniques of witch artifacts with both witcher rays and rituals, designed for the extraction and brief storage of extraordinary traits. Sylphine held aloft a lantern emanating a bright yellow luminescence. However, the glow of the lantern does not extend infinitely, but only illuminates a designated area. Furthermore, even when obstructed by objects, it casts no shadows. This radiance is not light in the conventional sense, but rather a conceptual illumination. Within this sphere, all shadows cease to exist, even within a completely sealed box. The interior remains illuminated. This extraordinary lantern is constructed from simple materials, requiring merely the refinement of a shell from magical metal and certain magical crystals, upon which a witcher ray for isolation and a basic illumination ritual are inscribed. Subsequently, oil extracted from the flesh of magical creatures is infused within. Upon incinerating the carcass of the magical beast, the extraordinary traits lose their anchor, seamlessly transferring into the lantern's oil. Activating the illumination ritual allows the extraordinary traits within the oil to serve as the wick producing light, while the isolating witcher ray prevents the extraordinary traits from escaping through the radiance to other materials capable of forming taboo substances. Sylphine dispatched a Sequence 7 magical creature, promptly casting it into the furnace to extract the oil, which she then combined with the extraordinary traits within the lantern. The lantern immediately radiated brilliance, with 3 luminous sources above the oil, signifying the storage of 3 extraordinary traits. The more extraordinary traits stored, the swifter the consumption of the oil. Once the oil is exhausted, the extraordinary traits will also dissipate. Sylphine drained the oil, causing the light to fade, and the 3 extraordinary traits vanished without a trace. Thus concludes the legacy I wish to impart. Should you find yourself befuddled, feel free to revisit this lesson. I hope, dear one, that you are not a simpleton. Upon uttering these words, Mo was abruptly ejected from the tome of inheritance, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. It must be acknowledged that this tome of legacy was immensely beneficial to him. Mo's unique ability to eliminate pollution and adverse effects meant that the extraordinary forbidden items he created could be safely utilized even by ordinary individuals, rendering them rare treasures. He was eager to slay a magical creature to practice his skills. However, mastering the blazing white furnace was essential for crafting these extraordinary forbidden items. Although Mo was currently unable to grasp Shalene's 8th tier meditation technique, he could still employ Shalene's visualization diagram to reconstruct his own witchcraft array. Shalene's furnace visualization diagram was nearly flawless, accommodating a far greater array of spells than those of the pyromancy school. Mo planned to dismantle all the spell runes on the second layer of his Danteon and reconfigure them using the furnace visualization diagram. This would enable him to attain 9 spells on the second layer and 27 on the third layer. Moreover, this furnace visualization diagram was sufficient for Mo to break through to become an 8th tier sorcerer. It was evident that this diagram was Shalene's original creation. Had it not been for the pollution, Shalene might have ascended to the status of a near-divine 9th tier truth sorcerer, rather than becoming an immensely powerful minion of an evil deity. If Shalene had not been tainted, perhaps Mo could have encountered her, the mischievous sage who delighted in playing tricks. After dinner, Mo and Valite spent the night in the residence of a fallen baron, currently the stronghold of the Jean Sway family. The baron was engaged in discussions with other viscounts and barons regarding which city to besiege. Presently, there were 2 cities, aside from Minel City and the Earl of Ohentes province, under the Earl's dominion. One was called Belern City, a vast agricultural hub characterized by its flat terrain and intricate waterways, producing abundant grain. However, its dense population meant a large number of nobles resided there as well. The second city, known as Iron Ridge Fortress, revealed its nature through its very name. Despite being termed a fortress, it was a city rivaling Minel City in scale. A veritable military stronghold nestled in the central canyon of Iron Ridge Mountain, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Its wealth of mineral resources rendered it a veritable arsenal, as weaponry and armor could fetch considerable sums. Currently, the garrison stationed in this city was relatively small, numbering fewer than 3,000 troops. Nonetheless, the difficulty of conquering it was several times that of Belern City. Logically, they should target Belern City. However, they found themselves in a transitional phase, with most of the grain in Belern City still unripe. The previous stockpiles might have been sold off by the Earl of Ohent, as was exemplified by Minel City, where even rats would be scorned as destitute. Therefore, one could surmise that the granaries of Belern City were likely in a similarly dire state. Any attempt to attack would likely result in significant losses without substantial gains. In contrast, Iron Ridge Fortress, albeit possibly depleted by the Earl of Ohent, still retained its valuable mineral deposits, which could not be easily transported away. At this juncture, the expedition towards the Iron Ridge Fortress seemed imminent. However, the other nobles harbored divergent considerations. Although Baronal City had been vacated, the landowners engaged in agriculture remained affluent. Moreover, the remoteness of the Iron Ridge Fortress posed significant logistical challenges regarding supplies. Mo chose to disregard these matters, as long as they did not venture into the Alhent province. Should they insist on courting disaster there, Mo could not intervene. Mo was currently cataloging the extraordinary forbidden items he had recently acquired, totaling 10 in number. Among them, 3 stood out as particularly commendable, while the remainder were of negligible value with rather lackluster abilities. The 3 remarkable items included a marble-sized spider's compound eye, a branch adorned with verdant leaves, and a pair of amethyst earrings. Upon extracting their extraordinary characteristics, he examined their capabilities. The first, silk weaving, exhibited a low-tier extraordinary trait with slight contamination, granting the ability to produce silk. This silk displayed resilience, fire resistance, and controllable stickiness, albeit with the drawback of causing renal weakness. It must be noted that this ability was indeed impressive, despite the side effect being somewhat unacceptable for men. Nonetheless, utilizing silk for garment creation was an intriguing proposition. The second item, rapid plant growth, also bore a low-tier extraordinary trait with slight contamination, capable of slightly enhancing the growth rate of plants, while also possessing the ability to induce premature death in flora. Its side effect involved potential mutation of the hasten plants. The literal interpretation indicated that this extraordinary trait was potent, akin to the celestial vessel of the old sorcerer Han. However, the implications of its side effects remained uncertain. Benign mutations could be advantageous, but harmful mutations would prove disastrous. Nevertheless, botanists would undoubtedly cherish this extraordinary capability. And MOU resolved to refrain from synthesis for the time being, as this mutation ability might prove useful in the future. The third extraordinary forbidden item was MOU's favorite, telepathic communication, featuring a low-tier extraordinary trait with slight contamination, enabling distant communication with the person one wishes to connect with through thought. The side effect entailed a gradual loss of hearing. Undeniably, this item would facilitate seamless communication regardless of distance, making it highly desirable for those in aerospace. MOU combined his two less useful extraordinary traits, silk weaving and telepathic communication, eliminating their side effects and contaminations. With 5 extraordinary traits remaining, MOU planned to conduct a quintuple draw. He sequentially placed the 5 extraordinary traits upon the altar, and soon 5 green orbs descended. The first, a vibranium spear, hailed from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a marvel of Wakandan technology, impervious to damage. It could absorb kinetic energy and energy attacks for storage, subsequently releasing it in a shockwave. Montague, beholding the dark golden spear, could not help but exclaim, "You outshine me." This weapon was indeed impressive, suitable for both ranged and melee combat, and impervious to damage. MOU rubbed his hands together and prepared to unveil the second item. 3 capsules, originating from the limitless realm of cinematic worlds, possessed the extraordinary ability to significantly enhance cerebral efficiency, greatly accelerate cognitive speed, awaken forgotten memories, transform short-term recollections into long-term retention, and sharpen perceptual acuity. However, a potential downside lies in the risk of dependency. Today, MOU felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. These 3 capsules were precisely what he had yearned for during his cinematic escapades. They could instantaneously elevate an ordinary individual into a multifaceted genius. Although MOU already exhibited remarkable brilliance, the utilization of these capsules promised results beyond imagination, albeit in limited quantity. Each capsule could sustain its effects for a day, and even an hour's worth would suffice for MOU to elevate his myriad skills to an unparalleled level. With a lingering gaze upon the 3 capsules, he proceeded to activate the next luminous orb. The Aztec gold coin, extracted from the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, bore a curse placed by the Aztecs. Anyone who dared to seize it would suffer the consequences, losing all senses aside from consciousness, their body transforming into a skeleton under the moonlight, yet acquiring a faint form of immortality. MOU, bemused, contemplated its potential for mischief, though he pondered the curse's efficacy against high-ranking, extraordinary beings, suspecting it would be ineffectual. Thus, he moved on to the next orb. The capital city's water, hailing from the world of Sekiro, flowed from the ethereal realm of the Palace of the Source. The blood of the wounded Sakura dragon mingled with this source water, which, after purification by the aristocracy, became the capital city's water. Consumption would transform one into a monstrous being of eternal life, capable of siphoning vitality from others. MOU mused that if everyone drank this water, all would be citizens of the capital, yet he felt unworthy of such a fate. While the allure of immortality was undeniable, the grotesque transformation it entailed led him to forego the opportunity. The image of the mist shadow aristocrat, blue-scaled skin, elongated carp-like whiskers, a misshapen head for arms and tentacle-like tails, was indeed repugnant. Next, he encountered a large shard of the wedge stone, a relic from the world of Dark Souls, said to be a fragment fallen from a divine disc. Embedding it into a weapon would augment its power 6-fold. Chapter 129. Night-level breakthrough. The quality of these 5 rewards was commendable, indicative of an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, MOU's primary focus remained on his own advancement and strength, preparing to reshape his sorcery array according to the envisioned furnace diagram. He resolved not to squander the true essence that constituted these spells and diagrams. Upon liberating the runes and patterns of the second layer of sorcery, a substantial surge of true essence would manifest. While this essence alone might not facilitate a breakthrough, MOU reminded himself of his 2 true avatars. By consolidating these 2 avatars, their combined essence, alongside the essence released from the sorcery runes, would be sufficient for MOU to achieve a breakthrough into a new phase. Without hesitation, MOU directly manifested 2 authentic avatars within the confines of the room. Although devoid of attire, the setting rendered this inconsequential. sitting cross-legged upon the floor. MOU positioned one avatar before him and the other behind, their palms gently pressing against his form. He commenced the liberation of the second layer of mystical runes from within his corporeal essence, unleashing a torrent of true energy. Though it had yet to reach its critical threshold, as the avatars infused their shared essence into him, an unceasing flow of true energy propelled the condensation of the liquid true energy within his dantian. After a considerable duration, the true energy within MOU's dantian had crystallized to 70%, resulting in an explosive increase in his overall true energy. The whirlpool of true energy spun rapidly, drawing in the natural energies from the air and assimilating them into his being, subsequently transforming them into true energy. Had an extraordinary being activated their spiritual sight at that moment, they would have witnessed a substantial influx of natural energy converging upon MOU's chamber. Ceasing the absorption of natural energy and the condensation of liquid true energy, MOU realized he had ascended to the mid-level of a senior knight. A copious amount of liquid true energy coursed through his meridians, fortifying both his physical body and soul. After a prolonged period, MOU's physical attributes surged remarkably. Yet he pressed on, sensing that the true energy within his avatars might suffice for yet another breakthrough. All mystical runes and visualizations within the avatars dissipated, unleashing a vast surge of true energy that, combined with the remnants of his previous reserves, flowed into MOU. Without a moment's hesitation, he endeavored to break through once more. The whirlpool of true energy spun with fervor, continuously generating liquid true energy. However, even after depleting the avatars of their essence, he found himself still a fraction short of breaking through, a sentiment of frustration welling within him. At that juncture, the nine-orifice golden Dan within his heart, having undergone refinement over the past several days, began to spin wildly, having diminished to less than half its original size. A deluge of energy, readily convertible into true energy, surged into MOU's being, as if divine intervention had graced him, allowing the condensation of liquid true energy to recommence. Ultimately, the nine-orifice golden Dan fulfilled its final purpose, vanishing within MOU's heart, a pill that had accompanied him for several months, facilitating remarkable progress each day. Without this nine-orifice golden Dan, it would have been inconceivable for MOU to ascend from a lowly knight squire to a senior knight at the tender age of 13 within mere months. Unsurprisingly, MOU achieved his breakthrough, emerging as a late senior knight, tantalizingly close to the rank of a great knight. His physical prowess now surpassed that of an average adult male by a factor of 100, endowing him with nearly 10 tons of colossal strength, capable of shattering castle walls with a single blow. This theoretical capability transcended that of ordinary Earth Knights. MOU's current might was sufficient to command respect within the kingdom. Earth Knights were exceedingly rare, regarded as pillars of the nation, often venerated by the royal family and bestowed with noble titles by the king. MOU felt a pang of melancholy for his nine-orifice golden Dan, knowing that his future cultivation speed would regress to its initial pace, resulting in a significant decline in efficiency. Dissolving the two avatars, now lifeless upon the ground, he gazed upon the fully liquefied true energy within his dantian, feeling a modicum of solace. At present, MOU has reached the zenith of the Flame Knight's breathing technique, aspiring to master the moonlit level breathing method that enables one to cultivate into an Earth Knight, known as the Joy of the Gale. To transcend into the Great Knight realm, one must first comprehend a certain essence, then harmonize one's combat energy with this essence, thus facilitating the breakthrough. The combat energy, once intertwined with this essence, transcends the ordinary. Not only does it inflict immense damage, but also touches upon the spiritual domain of cultivation. The training at the Great Knight stage involves a continuous fusion of combat energy with the essence, subsequently refining one's spirit. This enables one's attacks to carry both essence and spiritual damage. Upon reaching the Great Knight stage, the sheer force of one's spirit can instill terror in lesser opponents. This bears resemblance to the Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, as one embodies the might and grandeur characteristic of a great knight, rendering the spiritual aspect no longer a weakness. Although MOU has grasped the essence of the solar sword, he is yet to fully merge it with his true energy. He must forge his own techniques, integrating the fusion skills derived from the joy of the gale to create a unique method that combines his true energy with the essence of the solar sword. MOU remains unfazed, for he possesses a secret weapon, his newfound ability, 48. Upon completing his breakthrough, MOU feels invigorated and his true energy is bountifully replenished. His next endeavor involves arranging the furnace visualization diagram within his dantian to accommodate the runes of sorcery. The furnace visualization diagram, crafted by the 8th tier sorceress Celine, is undoubtedly more intricate than the explosive flame visualization diagram. This diagram is designed to construct a furnace, with 3 foundational runes as its core, subsequently forming the base of the furnace. MOU intends to ascend directly to the 3rd tier sorcerer level, which necessitates the establishment of a 3-layer visualization diagram, thereby adding 36 new sorcery positions. The second layer will consist of 9 positions, while the third will encompass 27, thereby completing the furnace's foundational structure. Fortunately, the legacy left by Celine contains a plethora of 1st to 3rd tier sorceries, sufficient for MOU's advancement. However, MOU finds himself quite unfamiliar with these esoteric sorcery runes. To expedite his familiarization, he retrieves a 48 and consumes it. Instantly, he experiences an unparalleled clarity of mind as memories from his infancy resurface. He envisions his mother, Delina, lying in bed, having just given birth, utterly weakened. From the infant's perspective, Delina is undeniably a beautiful woman, her eyes glistening with tears. With a profound reluctance, she cradles baby MOU in her arms, her lips moving as she murmurs something. In this heightened state, MOU deciphers her lip movements. Absorbing the essence of her words, MOU, my child, may you grow up safe and sound. Do not be picky with your food. Eat well. Bathe daily to warm your body. Avoid staying up late. Sleep on time. And make many friends to avoid loneliness. Although your mother is not skilled in combat, you must diligently study and cultivate to protect yourself, and do not succumb to sadness or despair in the face of adversity. MOU, perhaps as you grow older, you will encounter numerous setbacks and sufferings. It is imperative that you remain steadfast in your identity, harbor dreams, and possess the courage to realize those dreams. There's so much more I wish to convey. I long to be by your side eternally, witnessing your growth and development. Upon reaching this point, the woman fell silent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, MOU was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears cascading down his cheeks, despite the fact that she was merely the mother of this body. Yet, the profound love of a mother and her earnest parting words evoked a poignant wave of grief within him. MOU wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, composed himself, and began to employ an accelerated state, mastering nearly all the structures of sorcery with precision. He then summoned his true essence to construct the foundational nodes of the furnace visualization diagram. He meticulously placed 36 carefully selected sorceress techniques onto their respective positions. And in an instant, the array of the visualization diagram came to life. MOU's mental prowess was refined once more, transforming into droplets that coalesced into a liquid pool within his sea of consciousness. This breakthrough made him acutely aware that his 3-tomo Sharingan had maximized its ocular power. Perhaps the next opportunity would enable him to attain the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Without wasting a moment, MOU began to devise his exclusive cultivation method. He sought to amalgamate 3 star-level night breathing techniques and 1 moon-level technique, alongside the breath of the sun and the chakra refinement method, to create a flawless martial art tailored to his essence. Countless inspirations and terminologies associated with breathing techniques emerged in his mind, while a plethora of extraneous or redundant thoughts were swiftly cast aside. Advanced ideas and correct procedures were continually refined, drawing upon various fictional cultivation systems encountered in his past life. Enthralled in the process of crafting this technique, MOU lost track of time, ultimately culminating in the creation of a new martial art. He named it the Radiant Sunlight Breathing Technique, which in its initial phase could utilize 12 foundational sword techniques for body tempering, thereby channeling natural energy to enhance his physique. This would subsequently evolve into the generation of Battle Chi, utilizing the 12 sword forms and breathing methods to comprehend the essence of the solar sword, culminating in the breakthrough to Grand Knight. Finally, he would refine the earthly malevolence, transforming his true essence into a formidable force to transcend into the realm of Earth Knights. The resultant energy was indomitable. Possessing the attributes of earthly malevolence, his defensive capabilities became immensely robust, capable of withstanding various spells and curses. Through the tempering of the earthly malevolence, his body developed a powerful magnetic field, enabling him to resist the pull of gravity and granting him preliminary flight capabilities. Subsequently, MOU deduced the method to transcend into the Sky Knight realm, a feat that surpassed the confines of moon-level techniques, nearly rivaling the radiant sun breathing method. The breakthrough into Sky Knight involved refining one's mental prowess through the essence and earthly malevolence to its utmost potential. The mental force would elevate his energy and essence externally into a domain. This domain represented the ultimate culmination of a knight's comprehension of the essence. Within this domain, he would be invincible, impervious to any attacks directed at his corporeal form. Having accomplished his primary objectives, MOU realized that his stamina could last for another hour or two. He began to master the intricate art of crafting magical artifacts using the blazing white furnace. Various alchemical techniques were etched into his memory, comprehended and mastered, enabling him to swiftly concoct advanced potions. The art of artifact creation also required a profound understanding of the properties of diverse materials, their handling, and the intricate patterns of magical arrays. Once he had grasped all these concepts, MOU delved deeper into refining his own skills, achieving a profound mastery over the manipulation of Kenbunchika Haki and psychic energy, along with the techniques of Shuinpa and the Golden Light spell, as well as the Dance of the Void. What had once been mere proficiency had now evolved into expertise. Had time permitted, he could have reached even greater depths, but the effect of 48 points had already waned. MOU felt a tinge of melancholy, as if abruptly interrupted from a euphoric peak, a sensation that was maddening. Fortunately, his formidable willpower allowed him to suppress such feelings. As dawn broke, it signified that MOU had gone a night without sleep. Despite a breakthrough in his mental energy, the lingering effects of the 48 points left him feeling somewhat fatigued. After refreshing himself with a splash of cold water, which invigorated his mind, he had breakfast. The Baron mentioned the preparations for the impending assault on Balenal City, indicating that they would set out after their meal. MOU was indifferent. With his current strength, he could even venture into the royal capital and emerge unscathed, provided he did not provoke the high-ranking, extraordinary beings. Accompanied by Veilright, MOU followed the Baron and the main army as they departed from Balenal City, leaving behind a contingent of soldiers to guard the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, a portion of the nobles allocated a small number of soldiers and knights to escort their treasures back to their territories. Observing these riches, MOU detected the aura of extraordinary forbidden items and prepared to surprise the nobles. He stealthily moved to the shadows, conjuring two authentic doppelgangers to disguise themselves as inconspicuous soldiers, who then discreetly left the formation with the intent of ambushing the nobles, particularly the Baron of White Orchid and the Baron of the Serpent. Each doppelganger dispatched a few spore avatars to trail the noble convoy laden with treasures, while he personally set out to intercept the forces of the Baron of White Orchid and the Baron of the Serpent. Once he had plundered all the wealth, the two doppelgangers planned to venture to the Auhent province to ascertain the whereabouts of the aberrant Count of Auhent, and if he was present, to eliminate him directly. Meanwhile, MOU's true self accompanied the relatively small force of fewer than 4,000 men towards the siege of Balenal City. The journey to Balenal City from Balenal City would take approximately 3 days, and the pace of the 4,000-strong army was rather slow. Bored during the ride, MOU attempted to combine the essence of the Sun Sword with his true energy. Although he had already developed the radiant solar breathing technique, the integration of true energy and intent still required experimentation. The fusion of these two distinct elements necessitated continual refinement, allowing them to gradually acclimate to one another, ultimately leading to success. In recent days, Violet has made remarkable progress. With the magical stones provided by MOU for her training, her fighting spirit has nearly reached the level of a mid-tier knight. She has swiftly mastered both witchcraft and alchemy, now almost on par with someone who has consumed 48 points of MOU's essence. She has successfully coalesced a complete first-tier witchcraft rune within her mind, establishing herself as a bona fide first-tier sorceress. The 3 spells she has chosen are the parasitic vines for offense, the colossal wooden barrier for defense, and the dream pollen for assistance, all belonging to the botanical realm. MOU has also gifted her the explosive fire staff, which had become inadequate for his own strength. Unlike the lethal weapon she was depicted as in the original narrative, she now resembles a sage replete with knowledge, perhaps due to her profound love for learning. She has now assimilated 50% of the extraordinary trait of accelerated learning, resulting in a further enhancement of her learning speed. Montag Yushpure Clone Extraordinary Trait. After days of utilization and battles alongside Count Hunter and Vorst, has also been absorbed to 30%. The spiritual energy required to coalesce clones has significantly diminished. Although not all enhancements in the degree of extraordinary traits correspond to an increase in their strength. Chapter 131. Mythical Trait of Temporal Overlap as Night Descended. The group set up camp in a deserted village devoid of life, save for some skeletal remains bearing signs of gnawing. The nobles appeared unfazed by the eerie surroundings, merely deploying soldiers to bury the bones. Each noble gathered with their soldiers, forming a compact encampment. Baron Jean Sway offered MOU some jerky for their evening meal. Though the quantity was scant, the meat was sourced from magical beasts, which MOU found overly salty and tough, while Violet consumed it with a stoic demeanor, unfazed by its unpalatable nature. With soldiers assigned to keep watch through the night, MOU casually selected a dilapidated house for shelter. The disarray of various utensils, thick layers of dust, and the spiderwebs that adorned the dwelling indicated that the village had been abandoned for quite some time. Violet employed a dust-clearing spell, transforming the space into a pristine environment as she expelled the gathered dust from her hands into the outside air. MOU retrieved 2 makeshift sleeping bags, preparing for a night of discomfort. As silence enveloped the night, MOU was abruptly awakened, alerted by his observation hockey. Violet stirred as well, her instincts sensing an impending danger. MOU, why is it so bright outside? She inquired, pointing towards the window, where a brilliant light flooded in, akin to the brightness of day. Something is amiss. My observation hockey has been suppressed, MOU remarked, unable to perceive food just a few meters away. As if obstructed by an unseen force, he drew his Zanpakuto, resolved to investigate the peculiar luminosity, which was conspicuously devoid of any sounds or movements. Violet cast a glance at MOU, her gaze resolute as she grasped the knight's sword and followed closely behind him. In such moments, it was prudent not to wander alone. However, as MOU stepped outside, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The surroundings appeared remarkably transformed. Numerous villagers clad in homespun garments were busily engaged in their tasks, conversing animatedly, completely devoid of any ethereal quality. The sentinels on watch seemed oblivious to any anomalies, exchanging jovial banter with the villagers, punctuated by hearty laughter. A chill crept down MOU's spine, for even with the Sharingan and the ultimate clarity of his perception, it was unmistakably evident that these villagers were ordinary, living beings. The revitalized village, the resurrected villagers, the unperturbed guards, the radiant sky devoid of sunlight, and the slumbering army, all conspire to challenge MOU's understanding of reality. As he led Violet into Baron Jean Sway's abode, they discovered the Baron engaged in cheerful discourse with the homeowner. A fleeting doubt crossed MOU's mind. Could he be ensnared in an illusion? Yet, even as he pressed his nails into his palm, feeling the sting, he found no confirmation of his entrapment in a dreamlike state. It seemed as though their memories were suspended in time, lingering in the past decade. Violet, having recently immersed herself in the kingdom's historical tomes, was acutely aware that the current year marked the 497th year of the calamity. Yet the villagers and the Baron spoke of events from years gone by. Father, when will you awaken? MOU attempted to interject into the Baroness' conversation with the villagers, but found himself utterly powerless. The Baron appeared unable to perceive MOU, nor could he sense his actions. It was as if they were trapped outside the flow of time, unable to influence the reality surrounding them. I apologize, but to validate my suspicions, I must inflict harm upon you. MOU's Zanpakuto plunged directly into the chest of the loquacious villager, only to discover that it met no resistance. It seemed they existed in a realm where time had collapsed when MOU withdrew his blade. There was neither wound nor acknowledgement from the man. The fabric of time here appeared to overlap with the past. With his father and the others ensnared in this temporal web. Lacking a viable course of action, Mou and Violet meandered through the village. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps some forbidden artifact had precipitated this temporal overlap. Thus, he retrieved Captain Jack's compass, intent on locating this potential object of significance. However, as he silently invoked the search for the item responsible for this upheaval, the compass shattered into fragments, seemingly having detected something extraordinary. On my compass! Blast! Mou chastised himself for his carelessness, having rendered the cherished relic he had long possessed into ruins. With a heavy heart, he gathered the remnants of the compass, only to uncover something that sent a shiver of dread through him. The shards in his hand began to restore themselves, as if reversing the flow of time. Mou understood that any domain involving time was far beyond the capabilities of mere high-ranking supernatural artifacts. Perhaps this village harbors mythical and taboo artifacts. It is strange, however, that these mythical taboos seem devoid of any pollution, though such musings are not for Mou to ponder at this moment. Mou speculates that the reason he and Vaylite remain unaffected by these mythical taboos may lie in their connections to another world. It is also conceivable that the presence of the golden finger in Mou's mind is a factor, as the bearer, and with Vaylite summoned from it. The golden finger shields them both from the influence of these mythical properties. Mou vaguely senses that this might be the true explanation, and that the fortune-teller's failure during his previous theft of the extraordinary taboo was also connected to this. This leads to the implication that the essence of the golden finger is more potent than the mythical properties themselves. To verify this notion, a high-ranking extraordinary individual could perform a divination on Mou, potentially revealing the true nature of the golden finger. Despite their thorough search of the entire village, Mou and Vaylite have not encountered any peculiar or potentially mythical locations. They have lost track of how many hours they have been trapped in this village, and out of boredom, they even began to practice their various skills. However, as Mou continued to master his swordsmanship, he realized that his insights would not be reversed. Whether it be a day, a month, or even a year, they persisted in their training until Mou had perfected all his skills to an extraordinary level. His true essence broke through to the late stage of a great knight, while Vaylite reached the level of an intermediate knight. Only then did they return to their original timeline from this overlapping space-time. Initially engaged in a sparring match, they found themselves suddenly back in their sleeping bags in their previous room. It seemed as though all that had transpired was merely a figment of their imagination, for the progress Mou had made to the late stage of a great knight reverted to that of a high knight. Were it not for his retained skills and the mastery of his sword techniques, Mou might have believed it all to be a dream. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky and the dilapidated houses, Mou and Vaylite ventured outside once more to explore. To their astonishment, they discovered that the Night Watch soldiers had all succumbed to slumber. Chapter 132. The quest for treasure and lottery. Mou immediately approached and shook the soldiers awake, eager to inquire if they had encountered anything in their dreams. "Lord Knight, what is the matter?" One of the soldiers, still somewhat dazed, replied upon being roused. "Why have you all fallen asleep? Wake up!" Mou called out to all the soldiers, realizing they indeed seemed to have been in a deep slumber. "Apologies, Lord Knight. I don't know how it happened. I just suddenly fell asleep," the soldier replied, slightly embarrassed, as it was certainly peculiar for a dozen men on watch to all doze off. "Did you dream?" Mou inquired. "I did. I distinctly remember having a delightful conversation with a lovely lady from this village." "Me too," another soldier chimed in. "I was discussing the glorious days of yore with an older gentleman." "Ah, it seems I have dreamed of you before. What could this mean?" In a world enveloped by strange and perilous circumstances, the soldiers instinctively understood that they were encountering an extraordinary event. Consequently, they hurried to awaken their respective lords to avert any unforeseen calamities. "Mou, what is happening? I have heard that you were the first to sense the anomaly." Baron Jean Sway and numerous nobles roused from their slumber, yet they dared not return to sleep, fearing the unknown. They instructed the soldiers to ignite numerous torches to illuminate their surroundings, dispelling some of the terror that gripped their hearts. "Father, Violet and I conversed in the realm of dreams and realized that this was not merely a dream. Thus, we agreed upon a secret signal and took our own lives to awaken ourselves. Subsequently, we discovered that we were indeed sharing the same dream, leading us to venture outside the room, where we found all the soldiers in deep slumber. Mou had deceived us. He could not admit that he had perceived their entrapment in a temporal overlap while remaining unaffected himself. Curse this uncanny reality. This world grows increasingly treacherous. We must depart immediately and leave this place under the cover of night. Viscount Bailon was clearly shaken, his plump cheeks glistening with cold sweat, sensing an ominous atmosphere in the village that seemed to prey upon the unwary. After all, he had been a victim of the calamity wrought by magical beasts, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of several powerful creatures, which had cost him a significant portion of his fortune. He now bore the scars of psychological trauma, and the other nobles were not faring much better. These border lords had encountered their fair share of bizarre occurrences, and the only wise course was to maintain a respectful distance. Thousands of soldiers hastily evacuated the village overnight, moving much faster than during the daylight march. Fortunately, they encountered no magical beasts along the way. Otherwise, these nobles would have become alarmed and skittish. Meanwhile, as one group was on the move, MOU's two avatars began to prepare for their own actions. One of them stood outside the camp of Viscount Bailan's treasure convoy, crimson Sharingan eyes fixed upon the dozen or so sentinels. A faint, sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth. The other avatar similarly observed the escort team belonging to Baron Poison Snake. They transformed into figures reminiscent of assassins from clandestine brotherhood, clad in hooded robes with pointed beaks, charging directly into the camp. The blood-red Sharingan swiftly incapacitated several soldiers who had noticed MOU without a sound. They boldly strode into the heart of the camp, absconding with a substantial portion of the treasure and all forbidden items, leaving behind a note bearing the emblem of the Brotherhood with the inscription, "All is illusion, all is permissible." The reason for leaving behind some valuables was to sow suspicion among the nobles regarding the soldiers. After all, who would rob without taking everything? Might these remnants be mere hush money from the true culprits? Throughout the night, MOU's avatars executed their plan, pilfering tens of thousands of gold coins along with a wealth of silverware and precious gems. A direct windfall, an abundance of riches. Fortunately, the treasures of Baron Jean Sui were all secured within his storage ring, or else it would have been difficult for MOU to explain why only Baron Jean Sui remained untouched by the theft. MOU had acquired a total of 21 extraordinary forbidden artifacts, one of which was extracted from a meteor hammer, a rather satisfying find. The ability, characterized by a low-level extraordinary trait of shockwave fragmentation and slight contamination, possessed the capacity to emit material waves akin to any substance, resonating with others to shatter them, albeit with the drawback of inflicting some recoil upon oneself. This particular trait evoked memories of Whitebeard and the tremor fruit in MOU's mind. Thus, he resolved to retain this ability, while the other 20 mediocre powers would be utilized for a high-level lottery draw. During the previous high-level draw, he had obtained a violet, whose prowess had since ascended to remarkable heights. However, MOU was disinclined to draw characters again, as he invested the 20 low-level extraordinary traits. The purple radiance of the high-level lottery began to bloom, eventually manifesting as a purple orb. May the Jade Emperor, the three pure ones, Jesus, and the Tathagata Buddha, along with the outer gods beyond the world, bestow their blessings. MOU earnestly offered his prayers before activating the purple orb. The result was the birth domain, a unique manifestation of a special mental domain from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, which, after rationalization by the world, transformed into a domain exclusive to the Sky Knights. It retained the inherent effects of the birth domain, while its closed nature evolved into an open realm, amplifying both offensive and defensive capabilities, weakening the attack and defense of foes within its confines, and continuously assaulting and exhausting enemies with its intrinsic properties. MOU pouted, feeling that this birth domain was somewhat unworthy of a high-level draw, although its emergence paved a smooth path for his cultivation as a Sky Knight. He still believed it fell short of the expectations set by high-level lotteries. Surely, he deserved a divine staff to confront the outer evil gods, lest he live in perpetual fear. MOU, ever insatiable, eagerly accepted this reward. A beam of purple light surged into his mind, crafting an ethereal space within the vast ocean of his consciousness. Interwoven within were concepts and principles beyond MOU's comprehension, with a colossal star radiating within this domain, exuding an intensely scorching aura reminiscent of the sun. Although his mental strength was insufficient to fully manifest this domain, it nonetheless granted him an exceptionally resilient mental shield. Any who dared to assail MOU's mind and soul would first encounter the restraining force of the Sharingan. If they surpassed its threshold, they would still be weakened before being drawn into the birth domain. Within this realm, MOU held dominion. The power of the birth domain manifested in the outside world would be equally reflected within his mental sea. MOU found this birth domain reminiscent of the inner scenes described in cultivation terminology, with the domain unfolding akin to the inner becoming external. On the following day, this formidable army of 4,000, after enduring a lengthy night march, found itself wearied and compelled to establish camp in the daylight. Meanwhile, the two avatars of MOU, having plundered the treasures of these nobles, set their course towards the Auhent province, intent on vanquishing the aberration known as the Count of Auhent. Chapter 133. Ambush on the sixth aberration. The two avatars moved with remarkable swiftness, traversing a journey that should have taken days in but a single night. Evidently, the Count of Auhent was quite fond of his domain, for he had yet to depart. As MOU entered the dilapidated Auhent province, he beheld the Count, ensconced at the center of a shattered ritual apparatus. At that moment, the Count had regained his peak form, his grotesque body a patchwork of flesh and sinew, adorned with countless tentacles and eyes. Viscous yellow slime and murky white pus dripped languidly from his form, while his elongated tongue, covered in writhing flesh buds, exuded a foul stench that was palpable even from 1,000 meters away. An aura of dread emanated from him, his body cloaked in remnants of flesh, each muscle brimming with an explosive force. Evil glimmered in his eyes, sending shivers down the spine of any who dared to gaze upon him. His mouth, agape, revealed layers of interlocking teeth, with thick mucus clinging to the corners. His body was a tapestry of writhing tentacles and moving eyes, each orb seeming to possess its own consciousness. The air around him was saturated with a nauseating blend of decay, blood, and rot, a miasma that lingered in the ruins of Auhent province. Now let's strike him down. MOU's avatars exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes alight with determination. In a blink, they vanished like lightning, leaving behind only faint afterimages to attest to their fleeting presence. The phantoms darted through the air, weaving like apparitions, conjuring a fierce gale as they traversed the remnants of the shattered landscape. In an instant, they had covered several hundred meters, appearing like specters in the distance. Simultaneously, MOU's avatars extended their hands. One conjured a wind-based spiraling shuriken, while the other infused it with the essence of solar sword intent, swiftly coalescing into a singular wind-style, spiraling solar shuriken. Without hesitation, they hurled it towards the towering, repugnant aberration. The shuriken spun violently in their grasp, emitting a deafening hum as it seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. A fierce gale surged forth, the air crackling with tumultuous energy. Their speed intensified, and the spiraling solar shuriken radiated an increasingly blinding light. As the shuriken took form, it erupted into a breathtaking burst of crimson brilliance, illuminating a vast expanse for nearly 1,000 meters. The aberrant sensed the approach of the shadow clone, and even in its transformed state, Count Auhent had not forgotten the culprit that had nearly brought him to his demise. The aberrant opened its astonishingly large maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, emitting a guttural sound, reminiscent of air being expelled forcefully from a damaged throat. This sound reverberated throughout the desolate ruins, carrying with it a dizzying power, an invisible shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. With a thunderous roar, its reverse-jointed legs bent, and with a powerful thrust, the earth beneath its feet collapsed, shattering in layers as if struck by a meteorite. In the next instant, the aberrant vanished from sight, leaping hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming into a comet that descended upon the shadow clone, a massive bone spike erupting from its arm like a divine sword of creation, radiating unmatched brilliance as it cleaved through the air, unleashing two streaks of blood-red light. These twin beams of crimson were akin to twin suns, emanating an unparalleled might, as though they intended to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. The ferocity of this strike was enough to instill fear in the hearts of any onlooker. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, the shadow clone displayed not an ounce of trepidation. One clone wielded the wind release, spiral, shuriken, while the other conjured a rune crackling with arcs of electricity, instantly transforming it into a 5-meter-long golden lightning spear, emanating a formidable electric force, intent on obliterating all impurities. This was MOU's third-tier sorcery, the lightning spear, possessing terrifying powers against malevolent attributes such as shadow and darkness. A dazzling golden lightning spear was hurled from MOU's grasp, filling the air with countless electric arcs that coalesced into slender lightning spears. Trailing behind the robust golden spear, merging into a golden torrent that collided with the two blood-red beams of light. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the very fabric of space, as a fierce storm crushed the dilapidated structures to the ground. The two crimson beams shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the ether, while the golden lightning torrent, though diminished, surged forward, striking fiercely at the aberrant. With a ferocious roar, the aberrant, more inclined towards close combat, dismissed the notion that its ranged capabilities had been so easily countered. Instead, wielding a bone sword entwined with a blood-red taint of corruption, it met the golden lightning torrent head-on. The blade sliced through the air as if severing the very essence of space, instantly annihilating the golden lightning spear. Yet it continued to descend upon MOU like a meteor. The clone wielding the wind release, spiral shuriken, smiled indifferently, the shuriken in hand tearing through space, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to collide with the aberrant. The resulting explosion was intense, yet the mushroom cloud that formed was swiftly obliterated by the ensuing wind blades imbued with the essence of the solar sword. A colossal sphere formed by a blade of wind expanded in the air, annihilating countless filthy remnants of flesh and shattering bones into powder. The grotesque form of the aberrant creature was instantaneously ravaged, as if it had evaporated, leaving a gaping void in its body. A torrent of blood erupted from the aberrant's mouth, and its shattered remains soared backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. The avatar of MOU showed no mercy. Dozens of spore avatars inscribed with the four symbols sealing technique were swiftly hurled towards the site of the aberrant's descent. In midair, the spore avatars activated the four symbols sealing technique, unleashing a surge of black blood that coalesced into a dark spherical domain encasing the remnants of the aberrant. Yet, MOU's avatar was not inclined to relent. One invoked a third-tier sorcery to temporarily seal the space surrounding the aberrant's remains, aiming to disrupt its summoning of the dream realm projection. Meanwhile, another avatar employed a third-tier sorcery, Soul Torrent, releasing a transparent beam tinged with blue that traversed several meters, striking the aberrant's remains directly. This was intended to inflict damage upon the aberrant's soul, thwarting its ability to summon the dream realm projection, rendering it susceptible to the four symbols sealing technique. Chapter 134. The tenacious aberrant silently, all matter within the black four symbols sealing area before MOU vanished, erased from the tapestry of existence by a divine hand. However, MOU remained vigilant, for even a sequence 6 aberrant, despite lacking the full prowess of its normal state, should not be underestimated. Such formidable immortality made it exceedingly challenging for even equals to obliterate its existence. It could only be sealed or overwhelmed. As anticipated, a murky dream projection emerged, revealing a giant several times larger than before, descending upon the area. MOU's expression turned grave. This towering behemoth, reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters, was none other than the Count O'Hunter transformed into an aberrant. MOU deduced that the extraordinary trait used by Count O'Hunter to advance to Sequence 6 was likely gigantism. This transformation would exponentially amplify the body's attributes, rendering its defenses and regenerative capabilities even more terrifying. Although this aberrant had been struck by MOU's spatial lockdown and soul torrent, the impact was minimal. Nevertheless, it caused a momentary pause, after which it was enveloped by the continuously expanding domain of the four symbols sealing technique. Ultimately, its instincts, bolstered by its superior attributes, enabled it to transform into a giant, breaking free from its constraints and partially entering the dream realm. Subsequently, under its terrifying self-healing abilities, it restored its mutilated body and re-emerged amidst the ruins. Yet, in that very instant, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Before MOU could react, the aberrant suddenly vanished from its position, as if it had teleported, without any preceding motion or sound. However, MOU's Sharingan managed to capture a fleeting shadow, indicating that this was not a mere teleportation, but rather a movement executed at an unimaginable velocity. This speed was so astonishing that even his Sharingan struggled to discern the finer details, making it hard to believe that such swiftness could be achieved by a giant exceeding 50 meters in height. The moment it materialized, it was already before MOU, wielding a bone sword that extended over 20 meters, emanating a chilling luminescence, as if it could devour all that lay before it. With a sweeping motion of its arm, the bone sword cleaved through the void, propelled by a fierce sword intent, instantly striking towards MOU. The terrifying shockwave shattered the debris of nearby structures, while the razor-sharp sword light sliced through the earth, leaving a deep chasm before reaching MOU in an instant. MOU felt an unprecedented pressure, nearly unable to react in time. A vibrating golden spear appeared in his grasp, swiftly raised to counter this formidable strike. Thanks to the spear's indomitable nature, the blow did not land upon MOU. In that very moment of impending impact, he employed telekinesis and a technique of weightlessness, rendering his body as light as a feather. He then prepared to execute the already perfected technique, the wave step, for a backward leap to dissipate the force. A resounding explosion, loud enough to shatter eardrums, erupted at the instant the bone sword and the vibrating spear met. MOU was violently hurled away, vanishing from his original position in the blink of an eye, propelled to a height of 1,000 meters, where he finally dissipated the overwhelming kinetic energy. Suspended in midair, MOU's clone bore a contemplative expression, realizing that his stature was at a significant disadvantage when facing such a colossal giant. Meanwhile, another clone that remained grounded unleashed the initial release of the soul cutter, transforming it into a long blade measuring over 10 meters. The blade was crafted from the latest exploration of vibrating gold, its edge a single atomic layer, imbued with the essence of the sun sword. The aberrant being wore a wildly maniacal grin as it wielded the immense bone sword, akin to a deity of creation, effortlessly cleaving through thick city walls as though they were mere clay. Although MOU's soul cutter was lengthy, its speed was remarkable, aiming to slice the aberrant being's calf to topple it. Yet, the aberrant's velocity defied the anticipated slowness of giants, instead moving with astonishing rapidity, leaving MOU's fully engaged Sharingan and observation Haki struggling to keep pace. As he swung his sword to parry the oncoming bone sword, the immense force sent MOU staggering back several paces, carving deep furrows in the ground with his legs. Witchcraft. The force descends. Another of MOU's clones arrived, invoking a third-tier witchcraft, summoning a multitude of trees to emerge from the earth. Thick roots intertwined, ensnaring the giant aberrant's legs and climbing up its form. The giant raised an arm to tear apart some of the trees, yet it was continuously ensnared by an unending stream of foliage. Witchcraft, flesh and blood parasitism. Another clone unleashed third-tier witchcraft, causing the trees, clinging to the giant, to sprout numerous tendrils, relentlessly attempting to penetrate the aberrant's very being. Regrettably, the surface of the aberrant creature was as impenetrable as diamond, rendering any attempt at parasitism utterly futile. By the gods, your hide is truly formidable. Montaku, wielding the Zanpakuto, leapt onto a branch, aiming to pierce the thick skin of this colossal aberration. The blade merely left a white mark on the giant's exterior before igniting a shower of sparks, numbing MOU's hand in the process. Arcane Arts, Solar Convergence. MOU's two clones sprang back, invoking the solar convergence, and suddenly, the sky bore a colossal magnifying glass, several hundred meters in diameter. Adjusting its direction to target the aberrant being, the sun appeared to blaze with unprecedented brilliance, as countless incandescent rays converged into a singular point, akin to a laser, concentrating the surrounding sunlight into a focused beam. The air around seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, the light dimming instantaneously. The once bright sky turned somber, save for a robust column of sunlight that remained dazzling, akin to a divine arrow of retribution aimed at the aberration-esque cranium. In an instant, the temperature of the flames surged beyond 10,000 degrees. The intense heat warped the air, incinerating trees in an instant and reducing them to heaps of charcoal. The aberration's scalp was seared through, revealing its stark white skull beneath. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flames continued to cascade down its head, steadily infiltrating the cranium. With a thunderous roar, the aberration tilted its head skyward, its mouth agape, emitting a piercing sound akin to a curse and provocation directed at the sun above. Its body began to quiver, seemingly under the influence of an unseen force. And then, from its form, a vast volume of black smoke billowed forth. This was no ordinary smoke. It was a peculiar substance, infused with a potent stench of pollution and interspersed with waves of sentience. This amalgamation rendered the smoke extraordinarily animated, as if imbued with life, surging and pulsating continuously. The black smoke rapidly expanded, coalescing into a massive cloud that churned and swirled, stretching toward the heavens, enveloping the sky for miles around. The sun was obscured, and the solar convergence, a third-tier arcane art, lost its efficacy, prompting MOU to dispel it. The aberration soon broke free from the branches that ensnared it, as thick limbs crashed to the ground, forcing MOU to evade continually. Chapter 135. The Awakening of the Celestial Body and would release MOU sensed that this Sequence 6 aberration was proving to be a formidable adversary. Nearly all his tactics had been exhausted, yet he was still unable to vanquish it. With its overwhelming strength, speed, and defense, coupled with a near-immortal resilience, he muttered in frustration, "If only you could reveal your health bar." While his clone vented his frustrations, MOU swiftly retreated a dozen meters, narrowly avoiding the sweeping strike of the giant sword. The colossal sword, imbued with a fierce momentum, continued its relentless assault on the earth, carving a profound and elongated gash into the ground, akin to a wound upon the earth. Subsequently, several boulders, each the size of MOU's body, were sent hurtling by the giant sword, hurtling directly towards his clone. The colossal stone, laden with formidable force and inertia, traced a parabolic arc through the air, enveloping the vicinity of MOU. Confronted with such an unconventional assault, MOU's doppelganger took a deep breath, fists clenched tightly, and then unleashed a powerful strike. The air erupted with a thunderous boom, a visible shockwave radiating outward. This punch contained enough force to shatter cities and instantly collided with the massive stone. With a resounding crash, the stone detonated midair, scattering countless fragments in all directions. These shards, akin to cannonballs, surged forth, devastating the surrounding structures for hundreds of meters. MOU paused, contemplating how to vanquish this aberration. Ordinary attacks proved ineffective against it, while overwhelming strikes were evaded as it slipped into the dream realm. Was retreat the only option once more, or a battle of attrition? Before he could finalize his thoughts, the giant aberration surged forward again, wielding two bone swords in a crisscross strike. Boom! A cloud of dust and debris enveloped the area for hundreds of meters, obscuring all that transpired within. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave erupted from the epicenter of the explosion. This wave, akin to a tumultuous sea, surged forth with unrelenting strength, crashing outward like an impenetrable wall. Debris that littered the battlefield, including stones and rocks, was swept up by this force, expanding outward. Many stones traversed the tempestuous air, emitting piercing whistles as if they were artillery shells, flying hundreds of meters in an instant. The ground, unable to withstand such immense pressure, began to fracture deeply. These fissures rapidly spread, resembling the earth being torn apart, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. The once smooth and solid terrain lay shattered, riddled with uneven pits and cracks. A scene of utter chaos. As the dust settled, the radial cracks revealed their epicenter, clarifying the events that had transpired. "Damn it, you're not backing down, are you?" MOU spat out a mixture of blood and dust. He did not evade this assault, but chose to endure it, seeking the oppressive sensation of life and death to catalyze the evolution of his Sharingan. In truth, he failed. The Sharingan did not ascend, likely because MOU subconsciously believed that the demise of his doppelganger would not equate to his own. However, he succeeded in another regard. Although the mental pressure did not trigger the evolution, the extreme physical strain awakened the initial stages of his sage body. His physique surged to twice its former strength, delivering a punch that wielded an incredible force of 20 tons, nearly half the might of the blood-empowered Heavenly Emperor. This enhancement was holistic. MOU's speed and regenerative abilities also soared. It was the extraordinary healing capacity awakened by his sage body that spared him from succumbing to the giant aberrations' might. The most delightful moment for MOU was the awakening of wood release. In truth, MOU had long endeavored to merge the water and earth elements in pursuit of creating wood release. Now, under immense pressure, combined with the infusion of pure yang energy from the awakening of the sage body, MOU successfully amalgamated earth, water, and yang attributes, manifesting a unique wood release belonging to the bloodline realm. At this moment, MOU found himself half buried in the earth, his hand grasping a long golden spear, which appeared diminutive compared to the massive bone sword, as it propped against both weapons. This scene resembled a myth reborn, akin to ancient human heroes defying the gods. Next, it was my turn. Even as the colossal bone sword bore down upon him, MOU's smile was as irrepressible as that of a mischievous imp. With a resounding clash, a figure materialized with lightning speed at the head of the giant aberration. A sharp whip kick lashed out, accompanied by a howling gale, striking with the force of a mountain descending upon it. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, seemingly tearing the very air asunder. The giant aberration was struck in the head by MOU's sudden manifestation, its cranium violently tilting as if struck by a cannonball, collapsing heavily to the ground. The mindless giant aberration, fixated solely on the subdued MOU before it, failed to notice another manifestation lurking nearby. In the moment of awakening of the sage body and wood release, both MOU's true form and its clone simultaneously awakened. The previously parched true essence surged forth, and the speed of its fusion with the solar sword intent skyrocketed. Although it could not yet transcend into a grand knight, MOU had attained an unparalleled mastery over true essence. This kick, capable of propelling the 50-meter-tall giant aberration, was a testament to MOU's extraordinary control over true essence, allowing him to momentarily grasp a primitive form of monstrous strength. This was akin to Tsunade's so-called painful heavenly kick. Although this strike caused MOU's leg to suffer from the backlash of true essence, resulting in broken bones, the self-healing abilities of the sage body swiftly mended his foot, deepening his mastery over this formidable strength. With a tremendous crash, the giant aberration fell to the ground, its massive form generating a colossal impact that shook the very earth. Not only did it shatter numerous dilapidated structures in the vicinity, causing them to collapse and raise clouds of dust, but also stirred up plumes of gray dust soaring high into the air, swirling like a tempest. This scene resembled a minor earthquake, vividly illustrating the weight of the giant aberration and the terror of MOU's strike. To put it into perspective, a height of over 50 meters is sufficient to challenge a giant like Ultraman. Yet, such towering mass was toppled by a single kick from MOU. While there may be allegations of ambush, one could argue, "Ninja, do not fault me for my cunning." MOU's two manifestations stood side by side, one wielding a golden spear and the other a 10-meter-long blade, their gazes cold and indifferent as they regarded the fallen giant aberration. Their physical strength has surged dramatically, prompting the need to stretch their limbs and harness this newfound power. The two of them suddenly stomped the ground consecutively, their forms instantly launching forward, traversing over 100 meters, shattering the earth beneath their feet, and appearing before the colossal mutant just as it was attempting to rise. Chapter 136. The conspiracy of Baron Serpent and Dole in the hands of MOU's doppelganger. The several-meter-long Zampicut abruptly extended, transforming into a colossal blade measuring dozens of meters. The true essence within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, continuously flowing into the blade. At that moment, the essence of the sun's sword intent was fervently infused, melding with the true essence, igniting the blade in a conflagration of blazing flames. The inferno seemed poised to consume the very world, determined to eradicate all impurities. The radiant sun breathing technique, the radiant sun divine wheel. This was a sword form created by MOU, specifically designed to complement the colossal blade. The blade shimmered with fierce flames, dazzling like a burning sun. Accompanied by MOU's furious roar, he swung the long blade with all his might, tracing a beautiful yet lethal arc through the air. As the blade danced, The residual fiery sword aura coalesced into a massive disk of flames, resembling a blazing sun, radiating boundless light and heat. The scorching sun rendered the surrounding air blisteringly hot, even causing the ground to crack and dry. This flaming sword aura, measuring dozens of meters in length, surged forth with astonishing speed, slicing towards the neck of the mutant giant. The sheer might of this assault would leave even deities in awe, as the entire realm dimmed in its presence. With a sound akin to fabric tearing, the neck of the mutant giant was severed, its remarkably resilient skin failing to withstand the force of MOU's strike. The blade penetrated the flesh without hesitation, advancing with a force that could shatter mountains. Even as the mutant giant tensed its muscles to their utmost, it could not halt the inevitable. In mere milliseconds, the blade reached the spine, effortlessly severing it. On the severed neck, a shocking charred surface appeared, evidently a result of the scorching effect of the sun's sword intent. Even with the indestructibility of a sixth-order mutant, it could not disperse the sun's sword intent from the wound in a short time, nor could it heal. Break for me. Montag justopik enger belot. Wielding the dozens of meters-long Zampaket, as his originally slender arms swelled explosively. With the eruption of power, his muscles bulged like small mountains, veins protruding like writhing dragons, each muscle brimming with untold explosive force. The searing heat seemed ready to melt everything, the sweat on his skin instantly evaporating into mist that enveloped the surroundings. The true essence mingled with the sun's sword intent, surging forth from MOU, like a blazing flame ascending into the sky, amplifying his strength once more. The colossal titan's neck was severed with a definitive strike, the charred wound rendering it incapable of swiftly regenerating. Its head soared into the air, akin to a meteor of considerable size, tumbling as it descended. The blazing breath of the sun ignited like a wildfire. Another avatar sprang into action, shattering the earth beneath its feet, instantaneously appearing before the airborne head of the enormous aberration, channeling vital energy and the essence of solar sword intent into the vibranium spear it wielded. The spear, initially adorned in a dark golden hue, transformed into a radiant, sun-like crimson gold, intricate golden patterns seemingly coursing upon its surface. With the flaming golden spear in hand, MOU resembled the sun deity from Egyptian mythology. His weapon transformed into the spear of the sun. As MOU swung his arm, a multitude of spear illusions erupted forth, akin to an endless cascade of starlight. Bursting into the air, the chaotic sparks striking the aberration's head with precision. In that moment, the enormous head resembled a balloon that had been punctured, enveloped by the myriad spear rays of fire before it even touched the ground. An inferno erupted, engulfing the entire head, transforming it into a radiant sun in the sky. As the vital energy and solar sword intent within dissipated, the head was incinerated, leaving behind only a stark white, deformed skull that fell to the ground. This skull bore countless pockmarks, the result of MOU's vibranium spear's piercing strikes. MOU landed, kneeling to absorb the immense force, the skull crashing to the earth and creating a vast crater. I knew you would not perish easily. Your immortality is truly vexing. I wonder if the wolf's immortal strike can counter it. I must find an opportunity to test that. MOU turned to gaze at the headless body of the aberration, which had now dispelled the solar sword intent from its wound, with flesh rapidly emerging to weave an unsettlingly tender new head. This suits me well. My adaptation of power is not yet complete, so I shall use you as a sharpening stone. Wielding his blade, MOU regarded the enraged aberration with a smile. The severed head had severely damaged its soul. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of a Sequence 6 being, the depth of its immortality would have prevented the annihilation of its soul in such a short span. In summary, it remains a war of attrition. And now that MOU possesses an immortal body, he is unperturbed by the prospect of a protracted battle, even after intense combat lasting 2 or 3 days. He would not be exhausted. Meanwhile, MOU had journeyed halfway to Berliner City with his companions. As dusk approached, fatigue overcame both man and horse, necessitating a halt for rest. MOU, did your avatar slay that aberration? Violet inquired, sensing a shift in MOU's aura. This was partly due to Violet being a first-order sorceress and Sequence 9, with heightened sensitivity surpassing that of knights. Furthermore, She had always been aware of the whereabouts of MOU's avatar, thus feeling concern for his well-being and keeping a vigilant watch over him. The standoff continues. The immortality of that aberration is exceedingly formidable, leaving no choice but to engage in a war of attrition. MOU felt quite helpless. This was merely Sequence 6. It proved to be so troublesome. One could only imagine how terrifying Sequences 5 and 4 must be. It is worth noting that MOU's strength was now sufficient to rival that of Sky Knight, though he could not yet manifest his domain, rendering him inferior to a true Sky Knight. However, against an Earth Knight, he likely held the advantage, yet he felt somewhat powerless when confronted with Sequence 6. MOU resolved to merge his true essence with the Sun's sword intent tonight, striving to break through to a great knight as soon as possible, thereby increasing his odds against the aberrants. As MOU entered a deep state of cultivation, a flicker of concern crossed Valerit's azure eyes. Yet she felt powerless to assist him at this moment. Despite her diligent efforts and significant progress, it would not be long before she reached the rank of intermediate knight, and her digestion of her extraordinary traits was advancing swiftly. She would soon ascend to Sequence 8. However, her mental capacity was still insufficient to break through to the second circle of the wizarding system. Valerit quietly remained by MOU's side, ensuring that no one would disturb his training. Meanwhile, within the tent of Baron Viper, the Baron's second son had entered with Dor. The content of their conversation remained a mystery, but ultimately, Dor exited the Baron's tent, both elated and somewhat flustered. Chapter 137. Returned to Golden Spike territory on the following day. MOU packed up his tent and prepared to depart with Valerit and the team. In the province of Ohunter, MOU's avatar had battled the aberrant giant through the night. However, for MOU, the consumption was minimal. He merely engaged the aberrant giant in physical combat, and his recovery outpaced any expenditure. After a night of combat, MOU had nearly mastered all the power of his body, ensuring that there would be no loss of control. Currently, MOU's two avatars were almost overpowering the aberrant giant, a transformation of Count Ohunter. He had discerned the 3 lower extraordinary traits and 1 higher extraordinary trait of the giant. The 3 lower traits, immense strength, incredible speed, and steel-like body, perfectly complemented each other. Though they solely pertained to close combat, these 3 traits alone were sufficient to annihilate a great knight. The higher extraordinary trait, however, transformed the aberrant into a giant. The duration of the battle was enough to make even Ultraman blush. It was excessively prolonged. Throughout the night, MOU severed its head more than once, causing it to lose a significant amount of material. Yet, it still managed to recover fully in a short time. It was akin to a perpetual motion machine. The injuries to its soul would soon mend under the overwhelming immortality brought forth by the aberration. Yet no matter how it recovered, there would always be some consumption. At this juncture, MOU had comprehended the source of the power of higher extraordinary beings. Their essence derived from the dream realm, a derivative world of the spiritual realm. Upon their ascension, these higher extraordinary beings would carve out a domain within the dream realm, which would continuously draw in the power of the spiritual realm, replenishing the source of their spiritual essence. However, this does not imply that the spiritual essence of a high-ranking transcendent is boundless. The dimensions of this realm are not fixed. They expand as the transcendent grows stronger and contract with continued exertion. After a night of fierce battle, the power of the distorted giant's dream projection dwindled increasingly. When it could no longer summon the dream projection, it signified that its dominion within the dream realm had diminished to its utmost limits. At that point, when the distorted being was utterly exhausted, the process, though exceedingly protracted, could require several days of relentless combat. Presently, the attire adorning MOU had nearly transformed into rags. Yet he emanated various defensive auras, even in a 2-against-1 scenario, while suppressing the adversary. The distorted being's reckless and fearless assault shattered MOU's defensive sorcery more than once. Seizing the moment, MOU's clone wielding a several-meter-long blade took advantage of the distorted giant's distraction by another clone. In a flash, he surged forth like lightning, the blade tracing a haunting arc through the air. In an instant, flames ignited along the blade, surging fiercely as if to consume all in their path. Firmly gripping the hilt, MOU pivoted his body, channeling his entire strength into the blade, akin to pulling the heavens and earth together. As MOU discerned the opportune moment to strike, he swung the blade without hesitation, unleashing an onslaught of overwhelming might. The edge tore through the air, producing a piercing whistle, as if the very fabric of space were contorted by the strike. The scarlet flash shone brilliantly, reminiscent of a blazing sun, its radiance surpassing even the dawn's first light on the horizon. This decisive slash cleaved through the gaps in the giant's skeletal joints, severing its left foot with precision. As the giant lurched forward, its body veered to the left, uncontrollably toppling toward the ground. With a vibranium spear in hand, MOU grinned as the distorted being fell toward him. Grasping one of the spore clone's legs with one hand, he spun and hurled it away. The spore clone, inscribed with the four symbols sealing technique, activated the seal as it soared through the air. Black blood erupted, forming a spherical, enclosed space, swiftly approaching the fallen giant's head. This technique, in contrast to the environmentally taxing wind release, spiraling solar shuriken, was now MOU's primary choice for attack. In the instant the distorted being collapsed, it braced itself against the ground, preparing to use a bone sword to sever the wound's surface and physically expel the injury that the solar blade had continuously eroded, allowing for the regeneration of its severed leg. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The spore clone emitted a strange cackle, akin to an enraged bird flying toward a green-skinned pig, heralding its own demise. Undoubtedly, even if the distorted being struck the black sphere of the four-symbol seal with its bone sword, it amounted to mere delivery of provisions. The 20-meter-long sword was swiftly devoured by the seal. In an instant, the shot struck the aberrant being's cranium, causing the black spatial seal of the four symbols to contract, taking the giant's head with it. Although the headless aberration appeared pitiable, in truth, it was merely a superficial wound. Such injuries had occurred innumerable times the previous night, and as long as it retained its sentience, it would swiftly recover. At this moment, the aberration, having reformed its severed leg, turned and fled, displaying no signs of having lost its head. MOU had contemplated sealing the entire body of the aberrant giant with the four symbols technique. Yet this creature was exceedingly cunning, having stored a portion of its flesh within the dream realm, rendering it unconcerned by such tactics. Only by depleting its essence to the utmost limit within the dream domain could it be prevented from storing any remaining flesh or sustaining its consciousness. However, MOU was not idle. He and another avatar relentlessly attacked the aberration, wielding the intent of the sun sword to exhaust its vitality. Meanwhile, seated atop his steed in the army, where MOU's true form resided, he stared vacantly ahead, his mind consumed by thoughts of the aberration. Only Veilrit understood that MOU was engaged in a fierce battle, unable to attend to the situation at hand. She watched him with a hint of concern, remaining vigilant against any potential threats in their surroundings. Not far ahead, Baron Goldenspike wore a troubled expression as a messenger hawk perched upon his arm, having just delivered a letter bearing grim tidings. "Father, what has happened?" Dor inquired with a tone of concern. "It is nothing. There is danger in Goldenspike territory. We may need to prepare to return," the Baron replied, having received a missive from the city official, Ryan, which reported a monster invasion, leaving Knight Commander Shuan gravely injured and the territory in peril. "Father, MOU is immensely powerful. Perhaps we should allow him to return and lend support, so that we may continue our journey to Baronal City. We have already marched halfway. Turning back now would be a tremendous loss," Dor insisted, revealing his ulterior motives in urging MOU to return. The Baron, perplexed by his eldest son's intentions, scrutinized Dor's eyes, seeking to discern something, yet gleaned nothing. He then turned his gaze toward MOU. Chapter 138. The Wooden Man and the Wooden Dragon on Horseback. MOU caught wind of his name, instinctively locking eyes with Baron Goldenspike. "Father, what has transpired?" MOU discerned the Baron's inner turmoil, having overheard but a fragment of their conversation. MOU. Goldenspike territory is in distress. Could you return to assist? I shall reserve a portion of the spoils for you." The Baron deliberated briefly before ultimately acquiescing to Dor's suggestion. "Oh, is that so? How grave is the situation?" MOU inquired, observing Dor's icy demeanor, pondering the implications. "A few monsters have invaded Goldenspike territory, resulting in numerous casualties, and Shuan is gravely injured. The situation is not dire. Otherwise, the Baron would have rushed back long ago." "Very well, but I must select my spoils first." MOU understood, that if he did not voice any demands, the Baron would likely feel a twinge of guilt, while Dao Air would burst into laughter. "Very well, I consent," Moyu replied. "Take care on your journey." The tide of pollution approaches, and the borders have become perilous. The Baron harbored little concern for his younger son. He was aware that even he was no match for him. Thus he easily entrusted him with a reminder of safety. "Understood, father. I shall take my leave now." Moyu had no intention of lingering, swiftly turning his horse around and departing with Violet, leading the army in the opposite direction. At that moment, a flicker of excitement flashed in Dao Air's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He merely watched Moyu's receding figure, his gaze glinting with cold light. Unbeknownst to Moyu, who had his back turned to them, he was acutely aware of everyone's expressions through his observation hockey. Although he sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy, he felt no fear. The schemes of these individuals could hardly pose a threat to him. Dao Air wished to kill him, and he too harbored intentions to eliminate Dao Air. Yet, he was awaiting a justification. Previously, despite Dao Air's actions, he refrained from striking, simply because the offense did not warrant death, and killing Dao Air would leave him unable to explain to the Baron. As for assassination, after Dao Air's demise, the only beneficiary would be himself. One could hardly be so naive. Although this world lacked advanced civilization, it did not imply that its inhabitants were fools. Should Dao Air perish, you would be the first to be presumed guilty. The likes of Baron Bailon would spare no effort in leveraging the laws of the kingdom to seek Moyu's execution, even if he was the sole direct heir following Dao Air's death. Now, Dao Air was poised to place incriminating evidence in Moyu's hands, effectively tightening the noose around his own neck. Provided the evidence was comprehensive, Moyu could eliminate Dao Air and the others with impunity. In this extraordinary realm, the noble court possessed ample means to gather evidence. They could directly communicate with the dreams of the deceased, for even the dead could not keep secrets. Even if one reduced another to ashes, the truth would inevitably ascend to the starry skies of the dream realm. Thus, in such a transcendent world, the likelihood of committing the perfect crime is far lower than in a modern society equipped with numerous surveillance cameras and investigative technologies. One must not only establish an alibi and lack a motive, but also ensure that no evidence is left behind and that the deceased does not discover the perpetrator's identity. In such circumstances, even if you were to employ doppelgangers to eliminate his foes and provide himself with an alibi, he would still remain under suspicion. Unless you were to forego the use of his doppelganger and transformation abilities for his entire life, he would risk facing repercussions. The noble judges of the king, loyal hounds of the royal family, would relish the prospect of certain noble territories lacking heirs, enabling them to revert to the crown. It could be said that these noble judges, upon gathering evidence, would treat the matter with utmost severity, fearing the possibility of allowing one to inherit a title. Montague, there may be dangers along the way back. Violet sensed something amiss, her instincts warning her of obstacles ahead. "It's nothing, merely a few minor skirmishes, which would conveniently provide me with leverage." Moyu remained indifferent, regarding that group of individuals as nothing more than a means to summon the influence of the Earl of Bailon. For Moyu, they were merely pawns in a game, and he wished to assert that his current achievements were solely the result of his own efforts, with no connection to any external advantages. As Moyu and Violet galloped on their steeds towards the direction of the Golden Spike territory, they anticipated reaching their destination within 3 or 4 days, provided no obstacles arose. After a half-day's journey through the province of O'Hunter, it seemed that the dream realm of the aberrant had diminished significantly. At that moment, perhaps the shrinking of the dream realm had reached the aberrant's threshold, as it abruptly ceased its assault on Moyu and instead chose to flee. For a moment, Moyu was unsure whether the aberrant possessed any intelligence. He mused that had the dream realm not been a transient refuge, the aberrant might have remained hidden within its confines indefinitely. "Halt! You cannot escape now, like a cooked duck that cannot fly away. After all, your health is already half depleted. Can you truly hope to recover?" Yet, the reality left Moyu somewhat astonished. The aberrant's speed was indeed unparalleled. With a few strides, it had already distanced itself by several hundred meters, leaving Moyu and his short legs far behind. As he watched the aberrant nearly out of reach, Moyu steeled himself, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture and invoking, would release technique of the wooden man. His other clone mirrored the action, albeit with a different incantation, would release technique of the wooden dragon. In a swift flourish, a towering wooden figure of 20 to 30 meters and a wooden dragon spanning dozens of meters emerged from the earth. MOU's clones leapt atop the wooden man and dragon, seamlessly merging the two colossal entities. Like a feast of fertile earth, they expanded dramatically, culminating in a wooden arhoot over 60 meters tall, entwined with the wooden dragon. It was not that MOU could not create a larger form, but his current essence could only sustain such a scale, perfectly aligned with his recuperative capacity. Do not question why MOU's awakening of wood release led to the wood release ninjutsu. It is fundamentally a technique for directly manifesting trees. These trees could be manipulated to change form under his control, depending on his skill, and MOU possessed commendable control. Standing atop the wooden arhoot, MOU instantly felt the air invigorate, distinctly different from that at ground level. Ah, indeed, piloting a giant is the epitome of a man's romance. I had anticipated summoning Susanoo first, yet here I am with the wooden arhoot. While exhilarated, he did not lose sight of his objective, commanding the wooden arhoot to charge towards the fleeing aberrant. The earth trembled violently with each step of the wooden arhoot, its immense impact resonating with a deep, thunderous sound, causing the ground to slightly yield beneath its weight, leaving profound footprints in its wake. As the wooden arhoot surged forward, it trailed behind a lengthy line of impressions, reminiscent of the footprints left by titans of myth. The wooden Buddha moved with astonishing speed, swiftly intercepting the abnormality just a few kilometers outside the province of a hint. Chapter 139, An Encounter with an Ambush. As the towering figure of the wooden Buddha stood before him, the abnormality emitted a deafening roar, sending forth shockwaves that shattered the surrounding trees, splintering branches and sending leaves swirling through the air. Controlling the wooden Buddha, raised his hand to shield himself from this sonic assault. Ah, still roaring are we? Why not flee? I shall pursue you, and you shall find no escape. Now standing eye to eye with the abnormality, felt a shift in momentum. The once formidable giant appeared less daunting. With a fierce battle cry, the abnormality, wielding a bone sword enveloped in tainted energy, charged at the wooden Buddha, its massive form resembling a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Its eyes were filled with wild fury and chaotic madness, as it prepared to strike with its two corrupt bone swords, intent on cleaving everything in its path. In contrast, the wooden Buddha remained serene, exuding an aura of tranquil compassion, akin to a true deity, radiating an imposing presence. As the abnormality lunged, merely furrowed his brow, then clasped his hands together, guiding the wooden Buddha to swiftly grasp the abnormality's wrists. At that moment, a wooden dragon coiled around the giant's neck, sinking its teeth into the flesh and tearing violently. The abnormality's roars echoed, distorting the air around them. The rippling sound waves spread like concentric circles, aiming to push back the wooden Buddha. Yet, the wooden Buddha stood resolutely, its feet sinking into the ground to anchor itself. Though the tremendous force and sound waves caused it to slide back several steps, carving deep furrows in the earth, commanded a massive timber sprouting from the wooden Buddha's arm to ensnare the abnormality's head, silencing its cacophony that had become unbearable. However, this stalemate was unsustainable. Although the wooden transformation could absorb some of the enemy's energy, it paled in comparison to the abnormality's regeneration, and the pollution was causing the wooden form to decay. As the giant abnormality began to break free from its restraints, relinquished his control, and delivered a powerful kick, sending the abnormality staggering back hundreds of steps. Soon after, a colossal sword materialized in the wooden Buddha's grasp, a transformation of the Soul Cutter's initial release. With a deep breath, quelled the turbulence caused by the surge of energy, then swung the great sword with precision, severing the abnormality in half. The giant, lacking any grasp of swordsmanship, was caught off guard as deftly evaded the bone sword, exploiting an opening to deliver a devastating blow. Though the diagonal cut appeared ghastly, without the corrosive essence of the sunblade, the abnormality managed to misalign and heal its wounds almost instantly. The already grotesque and repugnant body became even more contorted. The soul-cutting blade had wounded its essence, yet it healed swiftly, akin to an indomitable cockroach. The aberrant creature, unafraid of death, wielded two bone swords in a frenzied assault. Regrettably, its swordsmanship was rudimentary, easily countered by Mou, who deftly deflected the strike and subsequently severed its arm. The bone swords danced through the air before embedding themselves into the ground several dozen meters away. Alas, such dismemberment was merely a superficial injury. New limbs and bone swords sprouted almost instantaneously, launching a chaotic offensive against Mou. At that moment, Mou finally grasped the sensation reminiscent of the Flame Pillar's clash with Upper Moon 3. Akaza, what significance did your swift and brutal strikes hold? If I could recover with equal alacrity, were it not for the fact that each of Mou's strikes inflicted spiritual damage, the aberrant's recuperative abilities would likely be even more formidable. Those severed limbs, once cleaved by Mou, transformed into putrid streams, returning to the aberrant and hastening its healing process. Mou was compelled to command another of his avatars to unleash an explosive fireball, incinerating the severed remnants to mitigate the giant aberrant's recovery rate. Thus, another war of attrition ensued between Mou and the giant aberrant. In truth, typical high-ranking extraordinary beings were not nearly as troublesome as the aberrant. It was the undead nature bestowed by pollution that rendered the aberrant nearly impervious to Mou's attempts at annihilation. Meanwhile, after a day of travel, Mou and Valet had traversed nearly half of their journey. Along the way, Mou encountered no ambushes. However, he surmised that the previous stretches lacked treacherous terrain or indispensable routes. After all, should an ambush be miscalculated, it would result in a futile endeavor, necessitating the identification of a strategically critical location. Indeed, a site that met the criteria of being both essential for passage and conducive to ambush lay before Mou, the Valley of Despair. A rugged gorge cradling a turbulent stream, surrounded by scattered boulders, a veritable haven for ambushes. Decades prior, this valley had served as a crucial defensive stronghold against monstrous entities, though it had since fallen into neglect, transforming into a necessary thoroughfare connecting north and south. Its proximity allowed travelers to circumvent the towering mountain roads, catering to those in urgent haste. As Mou rode forth, his observation Haki discerned the hidden ambushers 2 kilometers away, well concealed yet insufficient in number. Merely 200 to 300 individuals, armed with potent bows and poisoned arrows, prepared with an array of wooden boulders and heaps of semi-dry grass, infused with a potent mixture of toxins. Intriguingly, their preparations were quite thorough. An ordinary knight would likely fall prey to their machinations, yet they have encountered me. Mou promptly conjured 2 spore avatars, granting them the ability to alter their forms. They transformed into likenesses of Mou and Valet, adorned with the intricately inscribed 4 symbols sealing technique. Mou required no more captives. He merely awaited to see which unfortunate souls would be swiftly taken down by a single, decisive strike. The spore doppelganger swiftly traversed the canyon, soon to be discovered by those lying in ambush. Why aren't they on horseback? Pondered a knight, sensing something amiss. They are likely pressed for time. Their mounts must have perished, hence their decision to proceed on foot. One knight offered an explanation. Enough chit-chat. This individual is formidable. We shall unleash the rolling logs and poisoned arrows simultaneously, then ignite the toxic smoke. I shall ensure he has no means of escape, declared a clearly authoritative mid-level knight. Very well, Lord Fennel. The 2 knights promptly set about arranging these matters. As the spore doppelganger approached their concealed position before they could release the boulders, it harnessed the telekinetic power bestowed by the ink feather and soared before the ambushers. Art is an explosion, cried the ink feather-like spore doppelganger as it initiated the 4 symbols sealing technique. You got it wrong. It should be Demasha. Another foolish spore doppelganger echoed as it too activated the 4 symbols sealing technique. Chapter 140. The Eternal Kaleidoscope, Sharingan, not good, run. Although Fennel did not comprehend the purpose of the black blood that gushed forth, he instinctively fled. While he managed to escape the area, his subordinates were not so fortunate. They had barely reached the perimeter of the 4 symbol seal when it was activated, decimating their ranks and leaving behind 2 neatly embedded hemispherical depressions in the cliffside. Fennel was filled with terror. He glanced back at the vanishing figures of his subordinates and the rocks, frantically fleeing. They're all dead, all at once. How could this happen? Fennell's face turned pale, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes brimmed with fear, his speech trembling. Moshi Moshi, daisuka desuka. The ink feather suddenly appeared before the horrified Fennell, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Ah, it's you. You are the one behind this. Realizing that the ink feather was indeed the target of his intended assault, a panicked Fennell lunged at him with his sword. Why must you resort to violence upon our first meeting? Such rudeness, Sir Knight, the ink feather remarked, maintaining a light smile as he effortlessly pinched Fennell's knightly sword between two fingers, unmoved. Damn it, what manner of monster are you? Fennell could scarcely believe his eyes. His full force sword held motionless by merely 2 fingers, an unfathomable sight. Despite exerting all his strength, even pressing his weight against it, he could not shift those 2 fingers in the slightest. Now, tell me, who is scheming against me from the shadows? Perhaps I could grant you a swift end. The ink feather inquired casually, twisting his fingers to snap the steel, knightly sword effortlessly, his tone deceptively gentle. Impossible. I would never betray my lord, Count Bland. Ah, what have I just said? Fennell exclaimed. The moment he locked eyes with the ink feather, he fell prey to hypnotic suggestion, unwittingly divulging his allegiance to his lord. So, is Count Bland, is it? It seems this time I may have the opportunity to deal with him. Is there still the Baron of the poisonous snake and door? The words of Mo evidently filled Fennell with terror, as if he had encountered ghost. Despite his attempts to restrain himself from divulging information, he found it impossible to keep silent. Yes, they have instructed me to ambush you. Very well. Are there other schemes at play? Mo was intrigued by the folly of these incompetent individuals. Their sole objective was to seize the territory rich in silver mines. Indeed, they also planned to eliminate Baron Jeansway. What? When do they intend to act? For what purpose? Mo found it hard to believe. Did they not fear the kingdom's retribution? It should have already commenced. Dor, in his quest to become a baron, has offered half of Jeansue's territory to Viscount Bylon, persuading him and the Baron of the Poisonous Snake to dispose of you. Dor then intends to poison Baron Jeansway and subsequently claim that you were responsible for his death, leading to your suicide out of guilt. Viscount Bylon would then support Dor in becoming the Baron, and the 3 factions would share the profits from the silver mine. Fennell's words left Mo incredulous. He had assumed they would only target him, not realizing that Baron Jeansway was also in their sights. It was unfathomable how Dor could be so foolish as to conspire with such dangerous individuals, agreeing to such a ludicrous pact, relinquishing half of Jeansue's territory while plotting to poison the Baron. He could simply inherit all the lands of Jeansway by right. What a fool. A complete and utter fool. Both foolish and malevolent. Mo decisively shattered Fennell's Dantian, rendering his fighting spirit nullified, then tossed him for Violet to catch. Violet, the Baron is in danger. Escort Fennell towards Baronal City. I shall proceed ahead. Without waiting for Violet's response, Mo soared into the sky with telekinetic force and the art of aerial movement, heading toward Baronal City. Mo, Violet began, but before she could finish, she watched as he flew away, her heart filled with concern as she silently prayed for his safety. She then placed the nearly lifeless Fennell upon Mo's steed and rode off toward Baronal City. In just a few hours, Mo caught up with the troops nearing Baronal City. However, the situation within Baron Jeansue's camp was rather unsettling. A large pile of firewood was stacked in the center, surrounded by nobles and soldiers, creating an impenetrable barrier. Mo's expression darkened as his observation hockey revealed Dor, Viscount Bylon, and the Baron of the Poisonous Snake within the tent. In the middle lay a simple coffin made of wooden planks, and Baron Jeansway lay silently within. Mo landed and charged into the tent, holding a vial of healing potion. Mo, why are you here? Dor noticed Mo's entrance, his face a mask of terror. Viscount Bylon was the first to react. Seize him. He is the one who killed his own father, this disgrace. This shame upon the nobility. Mo paid no heed to Viscount Bylon's accusations and directly poured the healing potion into Baron Jeansue's mouth. Regrettably, the potion was not a miraculous elixir of resurrection. The corpse of Baron Jeansway lay cold and rigid. Mo's eyes glowed crimson, an overwhelming sorrow enveloping his heart. He understood that Baron Jeansway had treated him with kindness. Despite not being his child, he could not quell the tide of his grief. The three-hooked jade Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, soon merging into a singular entity, forming the five-pointed kaleidoscopic pattern. Under the weight of such intense negative emotions, Mo activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. At that moment, several intermediate knights burst in, swords raised, intent on dismembering Mo, ensuring there would be no witnesses. Mo turned, and, as they beheld the sinister kaleidoscope in his eyes, an inexplicable dread washed over them. "You are truly wretched." Mo uttered no further words as he swung his knight's sword, unleashing several streaks of light that could only be perceived as fleeting shadows. "Ah, my hand!" Dole screamed first, followed by Viscount Bylon and Baron Dusher, who stared in horror at the blood gushing from their severed arms. Mo had cleanly severed their limbs, and they crumpled to the ground, nearly unable to suppress their agonized cries. Yet instinctively, they attempted to staunch the bleeding, clinging to life. Their screams evidently attracted the attention of others outside, who dismantled the tent only to uncover the horrific scene within. Silence. Mo swung his sword again, severing their legs, and utilized the sun's sword intent to seal their wounds, preventing them from bleeding to death. Summoning ice through sorcery, Mo encased Baron Jinsue's corpse, and then turned his gaze toward the intruding nobles. "Go summon the kingdom's noble adjudicator, begone." His command resonated with an ominous force, and his overwhelming mental pressure sent them fleeing in terror. Chapter 141, Kaleidoscopic Eye Technique. The nearest city, Blue Inn City, where Marquis Blue Inn resided, was merely 5 or 6 days' journey away, home to stationed noble adjudicators. Mo commanded the troops, leaving all those involved in Baron Jinsue's murder severely incapacitated, awaiting the arrival of the noble adjudicator. The Baron's demise awakened Mo's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, significantly enhancing his strength, both in mental force and true essence. This surge directly met the requirements for domain expansion, and the increase in true essence propelled Mo to advance to a great knight, successfully merging it with the sun's sword intent. At this moment, Mo finally had the opportunity to examine the two ocular techniques he had acquired, named Void Domain Transfer and Sacred Flame. The Void Domain Transfer, linked to his left eye, connected to a small space, allowing for storage and concealment, achieving a form of intangibility. Most impressively, Mo could set temporal and spatial markers, designating an exit to a specific location marked by such a sign. This ability combined the powers of the Kimui Kaleidoscope and Flying Thunder God, greatly enhancing Mo's capacity for escape and survival. Meanwhile, the technique belonging to his right eye, though simply named, was immensely powerful, capable of using pollution as fuel, burning eternally until the contamination was consumed. These two abilities, in accordance with the assertion that the Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, can indeed be elucidated. The spatial transfer stems from Mo's evasion of this unfamiliar realm and his yearning to return to his homeland. This evasion birthed the spatial domain, while the longing for home gave rise to the temporal mark. Conversely, the holy flame emanates from Mo's aversion to filth. He despises the tainted world and reminisces about a time devoid of malevolent deities and corruption. The holy flame can be said to obliterate monstrosities and aberrations to the core. Although most creatures and aberrations have lost their sense of pain, the holy flame still accelerates the depletion of their essence. The final ability, the ocular technique of merging both eyes, is Susanoo. Mo summoned the ribcage of Susanoo to shield himself, and then unleashed an immense punch towards it. The sturdy Susanoo merely cracked with fissures, yet upon the infusion of ocular power, it reverted to its original form. This was merely the initial stage of Susanoo, its defensive capability not yet at its zenith, and it was already able to withstand Mo's tremendous strength, highlighting its formidable resilience. The awakening of the sage body and the activation of the eternal eye allowed Mo to perceive a formidable power developing within his eyes, a power that gradually intensified, leading to an inexplicable evolution of his eternal eye. Mo understood that this was the so-called power of the Rinnegan, embodying all phenomena. The incubation period for this power might be protracted. If Mo's strength does not surge, it could take him a decade or more. This is already considered swift. After all, in the original narrative, Uchihamadara awakened the Rinnegan only in his twilight years. At the moment Mou awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, his clone, which was manipulating the wood Buddha to suppress the aberration, prepared to dissipate before reconstituting itself. This newly emerged clone would possess a fusion of the eternal eye and the sage body. When this dissipated clone reappeared, its eyes spun with the eternal Mangeki. Observing the aberration still clinging to resistance, Mou's clone unleashed the holy flame. A pure, sanctified flame instantly manifested upon the towering aberration, consuming it as fuel and growing ever larger, ultimately enveloping the 50-meter-tall aberration entirely. The holy flame continued to blaze, while the filth perpetually surged forth, mending the aberration's form. The two forces thus fell into a precarious equilibrium. The source of this filth was the external deity's shadow perceived within the aberration's mind. This shadow acted as a projection of the outer god, possessing the ability to connect with its true form, continuously casting filth upon the aberration in a wondrous manner. Hence, it was nearly impossible for the holy flame to incinerate the aberration to death, yet the aberration could not extinguish the holy flame either. Thus, upon the aberration, which was undeniably foul and malevolent, flowed an extraordinarily sacred holy flame. Filth and sanctity coexisted, emanating boundless white light that illuminated the entire Ohana province. Resembling a lighthouse in the night or the resplendent form of Ultraman Dyna, dazzling beyond measure. Though the filth itself may remain unconsumed, the essence tainted by its presence is rapidly depleting, far exceeding the exhaustion inflicted by Mou's relentless assaults with his Zanpakuto and sorcery. Observing the abomination, which, despite being engulfed in sacred flames, dared to charge at him, Mou resolved to intensify his efforts to vanquish it. Susanoo. Mou adorned the wooden Arhut with the armor of the Tengu. The pure, white Susanoo, in conjunction with the wooden Arhut, enabled Mou to achieve a magnificent feat, the Susanoo Buddha. Positioned within the crystalline core of Susanoo, Mou found his Zanpakuto vanish, merging with the divine weaponry inherent to Susanoo, forming 7 resplendent blades. These blades, as white as jade, bore a striking resemblance to the one wielded by the cherry dragon, yet possessed a far greater potency. One cry, search, Mou commanded, with one avatar guiding the wooden Arhut, while the other controlled Susanoo, both operating under a singular consciousness. Synchronizing their movements, the 7 blades radiated pure, white, sacred flames, akin to the luminous glow of a full moon casting its gentle light. Mou gazed intently at the advancing abomination, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. The abomination, a towering giant, unleashed a thunderous roar, swinging its bone sword, tainted by sacred flames, towards Susanoo. However, the wooden Arhut, clad in Susanoo's protection, gracefully sidestepped the giant's onslaught. In swift retaliation, Mou brandished the 7 blades held by Susanoo in a fierce arc, executing a diagonal slash that cleaved the abomination from shoulder to abdomen. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the air like lightning, producing a sharp wind that echoed like a divine sword parting the heavens. The giant's form was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. This time, the abomination could not instantaneously heal its wounds. The sacred flames that clung to its injuries prevented any self-regeneration, instead perpetually igniting its flesh. With a roar, the giant relinquished its lower half, its flesh writhing as it shed the charred remnants. Like peeling back the husk of a ripe corn, the abomination emerged anew from its skeletal shell, rapidly reverting to its original state. Only the remnants of its outer layer remained on the ground, continuously consumed by the sacred flames, ultimately incinerating alongside the filth. Such a transformation. Are you Orochimaru, shedding skin like a serpent? Don't forget to pay your royalties. Witnessing the abomination once more standing before him, intact yet again after expending a vast amount of spiritual energy to escape the sacred flames, Mou felt a sense of futility. He raised his blade once more, unleashing a series of sacred flame sword energies that extended for hundreds of meters, determined to reduce the abomination to mere ashes. Chapter 142. The Final Demise of the Abomination. The sacred flame sword energies shredded the abomination into disarray, its severed limbs igniting fiercely, quickly reducing it to ashes. Yet, as the projection of the dream realm descended, It had diminished to a size barely accommodating a fist, yet still expelled a swiftly writhing chunk of flesh, transforming into another abomination. The aberrant entity surged once more, harnessing its colossal and extraordinary abilities, its body swelling against the wind until it transformed once again into a towering giant, standing firm before MOU. This time, however, the giant was adorned with countless sharp, menacing bone swords, each glimmering with a chilling light, perhaps realizing that two swords could not overpower MOU. It instead aimed to prevail through sheer numbers. At this moment, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to Junmaru in the third phase of his curse seal. Though the aura and physique of the two were worlds apart, the aberrant giant began to spin wildly, generating a tremendous whirlwind that whipped the surrounding air into a frenzy. Within this tempest, a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi mingled with foul substances, surging towards MOU like a relentless tidal wave. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, MOU found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly to evade the lethal sword chi and the tainted matter. His Susanoo moved with the agility of a specter, occasionally brandishing a blade to deflect the threatening strikes, gracefully navigating through the tempestuous barrage. Yet, the aberrant creature displayed a flagrant disregard for martial decorum, spinning while simultaneously growing and launching bone swords. The onslaught, reminiscent of a bracken dance, forced MOU to exert all his effort to evade. Even with 7 blades creating an illusionary afterimage, he could not block them all. In mere moments, a multitude of bone swords struck against the Susanoo's garment. With no choice left, MOU channeled the remaining half of his ocular power into the Susanoo, transforming it into a complete form towering over 200 meters. A vast amount of ocular energy coalesced into sinew and skin, followed by the formidable Tengu armor, enhancing its defense, while 2 pairs of wings sprouted from its back, granting it the ability to soar. The fully realized Susanoo, standing over 200 meters tall, rendered the aberrant being as insignificant as a child in a kindergarten, stripping it of its menacing presence. Susanoo ascended into the sky, evading the giant's attempts to strike, while wielding the 7 blades, which morphed into a single bow. A tremendous fusion of solar sword intent and sacred flames coalesced into an arrow. A dazzling white radiance erupted from the sharp tip, as if to illuminate the entirety of existence. An unparalleled wave of formidable energy radiated from the arrowhead, spreading outwards like a tidal force. The very void strained under its pressure, manifesting visible ripples that distorted everything in their path. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth, akin to a bolt of lightning piercing the heavens, leaving behind a white trail in the air, while the arrow had already penetrated the aberrant entity's form. A resounding boom echoed like the final toll of Judgment Day, reverberating with an unmatched intensity that threatened to resonate throughout the world. In an instant, the heavens dimmed, and all fell silent. An indescribable and terrifying force erupted with a might to shatter the very fabric of reality. A radiant light ascended from the ground, resembling a brilliant sun, swiftly expanding to envelop a 1,000-meter radius. Within this brilliance, a colossal mushroom cloud began to rise, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The mushroom cloud continued to swell, ultimately engulfing half the sky. A searing white ring of energy radiated outward like ripples, illuminating the entire firmament and casting a pallid hue over the earth. In this moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill, and all living beings were left awestruck by this overwhelming force. The distant mountains trembled, with countless boulders tumbling down. Rivers surged and reversed their flow, unleashing tumultuous waves. Trees in the forest toppled one after another, engulfed by a cloud of dust. Even miles away, people could sense the intense tremors wrought by the explosion. They gazed in terror toward the horizon, where a brilliant light streaked across the sky like lightning, leaving them bewildered as to what had occurred. Surely, this time it must be the end, thought MOU, as his eyes burned with pain and blood trickled from his eye sockets, staining half of his cheek, an unfortunate consequence of overexerting his kaleidoscope. Fortunately, it was the eternal eye. Had it been an ordinary kaleidoscope, he likely would have suffered significant myopia by now. Exhausted, he dissolved the wooden luohan and Susanoo, descending to the ground to await the dispersal of the smoke and dust. At this moment, MOU was overwhelmed with exhilaration, feeling his power had risen to that of a demigod. In this world, only a saint who had never taken action could humble MOU enough to keep him from becoming arrogant. The earth-shattering might capable of razing cities and cleaving mountains with a single strike was enough to amplify one's ambition infinitely. Yet, MOU was aware of his own limitations. Even defeating a rank 6 aberrant was a considerable challenge, so he decided to remain prudent. Facing the oncoming shockwave of the explosion, MOU's disheveled black hair danced wildly. His clothing billowed in the wind as he wiped the blood from his cheek. He strode toward the epicenter of the explosion, where he beheld a vast spherical crater, several hundred meters in diameter. Perhaps due to the penetration of underground water, mist now enveloped the bottom of the pit. With his observation color hockey unfurled, MOU quickly located the projection of the dream realm at the bottom of the crater. It had shrunk to an astonishingly small size, now less than 1 square meter, down from its original expanse of tens of thousands of square meters. It had taken MOU several days to finally wear down the aberrant. He used his Zampakit to pin the writhing remnants of the aberrant to the ground, and as the kaleidoscope spun, sacred flames purified the last vestiges of its form. As 3 green orbs and 1 purple orb emerged and were absorbed by the storage compartment, MOU finally let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he reclined on the scarred earth, where the province of O'Hunter was now unrecognizable, devoid of any trace of human architecture. Only craters of various sizes and the gashes left by countless sword strikes marred the landscape, with massive boulders scattered everywhere, leaving not a single flower, grass, or tree intact. Gazing at the twinkling stars, MOU gradually regained his strength under the effects of the celestial body. He retrieved a compass from the storage compartment, intending to ascertain whether any forbidden artifacts remained in this shattered battlefield, though it was unlikely that any forbidden relics would survive such a fierce conflict. MOU still dared to hope. Fortune smiled upon MOU, who unexpectedly discovered a silk flower at the battlefield's edge, likely crafted by some skillful maiden, though it remains uncertain whether she perished. Extracting its extraordinary attributes, MOU placed the silk flower at the periphery of the battlefield, perhaps in homage to an unknown soul. As his doppelganger dissipated, the surrounding area, spanning several dozen miles, lay devoid of life, save for the lone silk flower swaying gently in the breeze, with vapors rising from the earth in the distance, while the sky was adorned with 3 radiant moons and twinkling stars. This battle, known only to MOU, would only be felt by future generations who might tread upon this ground, realizing the magnitude and brutality of the conflict. Chapter 143. The return of Vaelrit. Having resolved the corruption of Count O'Hunter and his aberrations, MOU exhaled a sigh of relief. On the following day, he examined the injuries of several nobles who had suffered the severance of their limbs, finding no deterioration in their conditions. They showed no inclination towards self-harm, though even if they wished, they were incapable, their fighting spirit extinguished. Fortunately, MOU had removed their eyes and severed their tongues. Otherwise, their spitting vitriol and venomous glares would have been inevitable. Controlling an army of thousands is no simple endeavor. Yet MOU, with decisive ferocity, executed all the knights who had led the rebellion amidst the throng. Now, none dared to defy MOU's commands. When instructed to camp and await further orders, they complied without hesitation. This was largely due to MOU's readiness to resort to lethal force. Those with courage had been eradicated, and the display of his might was beyond what this meager army could resist. Although many uninvolved nobles voiced their grievances on behalf of the punished, a mere thrashing sufficed to silence their complaints. Their incessant chatter was merely an invitation for further punishment. Perhaps it was the awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan that had instilled in MOU a newfound decisiveness in matters of life and death. A stark departure from his previous inclination to maintain a minimum of kindness toward others. Whether this transformation stemmed from the Baron's demise or the influence of the kaleidoscope remains uncertain. After surveying the military encampment and ensuring no unforeseen complications arose, MOU returned to his tent with a sense of assurance. Vaelrit was expected to arrive that night. In his impatience, MOU had forgotten to mark her with a temporal sigil, which would have facilitated her immediate return. Yet, MOU seemed to overlook the fact that he had since awakened the Eternal Eye. Opening his storage compartment, MOU intended to examine the extraordinary traits that had manifested from the aberrations. The first was might, a low-tier extraordinary trait tainted by severe pollution, which enhanced the user's strength with the magnitude of enhancement contingent upon the investment of spiritual energy. However, the drawback was a reduction in speed. The initial attribute was indeed heavily polluted, though fortunately not to the extent of the most extreme levels. MOU began to comprehend why Count Hunter had utilized a trait that enhanced speed. Despite an increase in strength, his velocity had evidently suffered. MOU considered this ability somewhat superfluous, as he possessed immense strength capable of inflicting multiplied damage. The second extraordinary trait, as anticipated by MOU, pertains to the aspect of speed. This swift, heavily polluted low-tier extraordinary trait allows the user to amplify their velocity through spiritual energy, albeit at the cost of diminished strength. These two abilities serve as a complementary pair of orthodox extraordinary traits, a common solution among most extraordinary individuals to mitigate the side effects of their powers. However, this approach does carry a certain sense of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Fortunately, the side effects are often less formidable than the capabilities bestowed by the extraordinary traits, rendering them tolerable. The trait of steel body, another heavily polluted low-tier extraordinary trait, grants the ability to transform one's physical form into something as resilient as steel through spiritual energy, with the trade-off being a reduction in strength and speed. It is evident that this is purely a tanking skill, yet its defensive prowess is indeed formidable. When MOU had yet to awaken his celestial form, he found that even his slashing blade could not breach the defenses of a gigantic aberration, underscoring the efficacy of this extraordinary trait. This particular trait is particularly suited for crafting extraordinary taboo objects, as MOU has always subscribed to the philosophy of bolstering defenses, whether it be physical or mental fortitude. The more layers of protection, the better. In this perilous world, accumulating armor is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a necessary strategy for survival. Any ability that enhances one's capacity for survival and tolerance in combat holds immense value in MOU's eyes. The trait of gigantism, a heavily polluted high-tier extraordinary trait, confers the ability to increase one's physical size in proportion to the amount of spiritual energy invested. As the body enlarges, so too does the overall physical prowess, albeit with the drawback of diminished intelligence. This was the second high-tier extraordinary trait acquired by MOU, significantly superior to its low-tier counterparts, if not for the fact that his spore clone had only absorbed over 60% of its potential. MOU would have eagerly sought to harness the high-tier extraordinary traits to experience the sensation of ascendance. Lastly, there exists the solitary extraordinary taboo object that MOU discovered using a compass amidst the ruins of the Auhan province. The trait of emotional infection, a mildly polluted, low-tier extraordinary trait, endows the user with the ability to transmit their emotions to others, accompanied by the downside of susceptibility to negative feelings. One must concede that this ability is rather lackluster, yet it does enable a genuine sense of empathy, leaving one at a loss for how to evaluate it. It is best suited for a lottery, as MOU has no need for others to perceive his emotions. The traits of immense strength, swiftness, and emotional infection could be employed for a trifecta lottery, surely yielding favorable outcomes. The three traits were successively offered to the sacrificial altar, thus commencing today's lottery. The meteoric flower, originating from a tomb-raiding cinematic universe, was once controlled by the Khitan princess, Augu, adorned with engravings of the flower. It emanates a mesmerizing light at the juncture of dawn and dusk, capable of revealing one's deepest fears. Were it effective in bridging the realms of life and death, it might pique my interest. Alas, it merely ensnares the illusions of ordinary individuals, proving to be of little practical use. Nevertheless, it holds promise against conventional military forces, though it is regrettable that the elusive Yaochen Pearl was not among the prizes drawn. MOU rubbed his face, attributing his current state to not having washed up properly. Yet he resolved to draw once more. The blood orchid, originating from the realm of Anaconda, possesses the remarkable ability to stimulate biological evolution and transcend physiological limits. And it can be cultivated. To be honest, this item holds little significance for MOU at present. After all, one must first acquire a territory before he can gradually explore the cultivation of ancestral beasts. Nonetheless, its relevance to MOU himself appears to be lacking. as he now finds that items from low-level draws seldom offer him any substantial assistance. Opening the final orb of light, MOU had already begun to lose hope. The golden silk robe, hailing from a tomb-raiding world, promised eternal youth when donned, enabling one to shed their skin every 500 years and ultimately restore their youth. How absurd. Are you presenting me with a tomb-raiding package? Do you truly believe I require a golden silk robe? You wouldn't have pilfered it from some unfortunate soul, would you? MOU felt somewhat disheartened. This so-called divine artifact was utterly useless to him. The other item, the ghost flower, at least had some utility. But what purpose does the golden silk robe serve? His lifespan was ample. Why would he need such a garment? MOU fumed for quite some time, yet fortunately, by evening, Violet arrived on horseback, leading the captured Fenrir. Everything was in place, awaiting only the arrival of the noble adjudicator. However, it would likely take another day for them to arrive. Given the nature of the noble adjudicator, every single one would at the very least face reduction in rank and territory, with the most severe cases facing execution and the confiscation of their lands. Do not be misled into thinking they are paragons of justice. Their true aim is to reclaim lands and titles to bestow upon more compliant new nobles. Chapter 144. Affairs concluded. Violet appeared weary and travel-worn, likely from her relentless journey. Observing the concern in her eyes, MOU merely smiled wryly. It was not as sorrowful as she imagined. After all, he had only been in this world for less than 2 months, and to claim a deep emotional bond with Baron Jeansway would be rather far-fetched. The residual memories and sorrow from this body were what allowed MOU to experience some semblance of sadness, even to the extent of activating his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. MOU instructed Janus to imprison Fenrir, severing his tendons to prevent any attempt at suicide, thereby avoiding the need for further efforts to heal him later. The nobles who once pledged allegiance to the Baron had now been swayed by MOU, who had garnered their respect. As for Dor, a mere fool, no one remained loyal to him. He never endeavored to win the hearts of the knights, but often acted in an overbearing manner. In contrast, MOU, possessing formidable talent and terrifying strength, treated others with kindness and humility, naturally attracting many to pledge their loyalty to him following the Baroness' demise. Now, MOU had reached the status of a Grand Knight, and the cultivation of a Grand Knight was indeed a gradual process. His Danteon was already filled to capacity with liquid true essence, making any further quantitative breakthroughs impossible. He could only slowly refine the true essence, which had merged with the essence of the solar sword, continuously purifying it and eliminating impurities, allowing it to grow increasingly viscous. Thus, this process, in the absence of specialized potions for tempering one's combat aura and spirit, is likely to consume a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, at the tender age of just over 13, MOU possesses ample time to refine his abilities gradually. There exists a possibility that he may acquire treasures capable of purifying true essence, thereby expediting this process. Therefore, in the short term, the only means for MOU to augment his strength lies in the realms of lottery draws or advancements along the extraordinary sequence. As for the wizarding system, MOU's sorcery is vaguely reliant on the true essence framework. A deficiency in true essence will hinder any breakthroughs. Presently, the wizarding system is no longer a complete, extraordinary framework for MOU. It merely serves as a form of divine technique, akin to the mystical arts found within traditional Qi refinement systems, reminiscent of the relationship between Sun Wukong's great immortal technique and the 72 transformations. In summary, the wizarding system offers MOU assistance solely in terms of techniques. Throughout his journey, MOU has only adhered to 2 extraordinary frameworks, one being the modified true essence derived from the knightly system, and the other the path of the extraordinary sequence. The various skills and items he draws upon are merely branches reliant on these 2 extraordinary systems. Employing these skills and items necessitates the consumption of true essence or spiritual energy for activation, thus cannot be deemed a standalone system. There is no such thing as an overly convoluted extraordinary system for MOU. If the existence of 2 extraordinary frameworks is considered chaotic, then so be it. As a day passed, the noble adjudicator finally arrived, a corpulent figure weighing 300 pounds, mounted upon a colossal flying beast. This creature, with a featherless beak and 2 pairs of large, fleshy wings, possesses a gentle disposition, making it an ideal choice for aerial travel. You are the Mo Eugene Sui who applied for noble adjudication in the letter. I am Femar Cheongsi, the chief magistrate of Blue Inn City. Despite his considerable girth, Femar is a sequence 7 extraordinary being, endowed with 3 extraordinary traits dedicated to interrogation, torture, and communication with the dream realm. I am MOU. All individuals requiring judgment have been subdued, and the evidence is complete. Please proceed. MOU led the way, entering the holding area where Dao, Air, and the others were confined. It seems your methods are rather ruthless. However, I have heard they murdered your father? Femar utilized his extraordinary trait, directing a beam of spiritual light from his fingertip into the brow of Count Bylon. Subsequently, a white light erupted from his forehead, revealing scenes depicting the conspiratorial machinations of the individuals involved. This revelation astonished the attending nobles. They were taken aback by the treachery exhibited, realizing that had it not been for MOU's formidable prowess, he might have already fallen victim. As Femar scrutinized the memories of all parties involved, a look of delight crossed his face. After all, this constituted a significant achievement. Such a considerable accomplishment could facilitate his return to the royal city next year. Femar retrieved a thick tome bound in metallic covers and began recording pertinent information, indicating that the evidence was indisputable and he was preparing to render judgment. Soon, Femar completed his notes, casting a glance at MOU and then at the assembled nobles. Ahem, Count Bylon, in collusion with Baron Poison Snake and Dao Air Jean Sui, conspired to murder Baron Jean Sui and frame Mo Eugene Sui. The evidence is irrefutable. The multitude of nobles promptly performed a gesture of obedience to the king's decree. After all, the noble judges executed the will of the king in their judgments. In the name of the king's appointed noble judges, I hereby declare the following. Count Bland shall face execution, his title reduced to that of a baron, and his lands diminished to baronial holdings, to be inherited by his young son, Schumann. Baron Serpent shall also be executed, his title demoted to that of a knight, with the title passing to his younger son, Berg, and his lands abolished. Dalkin Spike shall meet the same fate, with his title passing to Mo Feathers Gold Spike in accordance with the line of succession. As the judgment of Femar concluded, a radiant light surged into a mirror, soaring towards another extraordinary and forbidden artifact in the royal city. It would not be long before someone arrived bearing the king's edict, followed by the arrangements for the reallocation of territories, the inventory of confiscated assets, and the registration of land areas. Mo Feathers Gold Spike, considering you possess an exploration decree yet to be recorded by the kingdom. Even upon inheriting the title of Baron Gold Spike, you must undertake the development of the explored lands. However, should your exploratory territories remain unbreached for 3 years and yield stable production, they will merge with the Gold Spike domain, and you shall be granted the title of Viscount. Femar held great expectations for Mo Feathers' talent. Through the memories of several individuals, he discerned that Mo Feathers possessed the strength of a great knight. The king required such youthful brilliance to pledge loyalty. Thus, the territories that were to be reclaimed were also utilized to foster goodwill with Mo Feathers. As you wish. Your Excellency the Grand Chancellor, Mo Feathers Gold Spike is more than willing to serve the king. Understanding the underlying intentions of Femar, Mo Feathers naturally spoke words of loyalty, indulging in the artifice as required. As a person from Huaxia, one should not merely aspire to be a noble. Opportunities may arise to supplant them. A true gentleman, residing in the world, ought not to languish beneath others for long. When the opportunity presents itself, with the king's tyranny and sufficient strength, one must dare to usher in a new dawn. Unbeknownst to Femar, who was oblivious to Mo Feathers' audacious thoughts, he was quite pleased with the young man's astuteness in grasping his veiled meanings. In the future, as Mo Feathers achieves remarkable success, he would not forget those who had aided him, and naturally, he would need to cultivate relationships with those possessing potential. Mo Feathers, you are commendable. I hope you will manage the Gold Spike domain well and develop the explored lands, living up to the king's expectations. Now, I must take my leave. The individuals designated for execution are yours to handle. Chapter 145. The two-legged dragon Femar had to return to complete his documentation. For the process of revoking noble titles and lands was rather cumbersome and required presentation before the noble council in the royal city. This was necessary to prevent those from opposing factions within the council from continually sabotaging their efforts. Watching Femar soar into the distance, Mo Feathers turned to gaze at Dalkin, whose complexion had turned ashen, even to the point of terror. A cruel smile graced M.O. Feather's lips. Yance, eliminate them. Do it thoroughly, reduce to ashes, lest they become living corpses or vengeful spirits. M.O. Feathers commanded Yance, one of the attendants, and then disregarded the whimpers behind him, striding out with Violet and a multitude of nobles. As you wish, my Lord Baron Goldspike, Yance replied, bowing deeply and altering his address to M.O. Feathers. A series of muffled groans emanated from behind, followed by soldiers who carried the lifeless bodies beyond the camp to incinerate them. Esteemed colleagues, having recently lost my father, I shall refrain from participating in the assault on the city of Belenel. M.O., you must oversee the affairs of the Golden Spike territory, arrange the funeral for Baron Golden Spike, and clarify the financial matters of the territory. It is understandable that Baron Golden Spike is absent. Thus, let's part ways here. Viscount Lemongrass felt the absence of a formidable baron to share the spoils would render their own gains more substantial. With that, he bid farewell, wishing everyone a triumphant campaign. M.O.U. turned to depart, followed closely by Yance and Violet. The 200 soldiers once led by Baron Golden Spike now numbered less than 150, a testament to the heavy toll on ordinary lives in battle, particularly in such an extraordinary realm. M.O.U. intended to bolster the strength of the remaining soldiers. The impending tide of pollution necessitated a fortification of their ranks. Each encounter with peril required the personal intervention of their lord, which was rather unbecoming of his station. Opening up some fundamental, nightly breathing techniques would also aid in strengthening the territory. A company of over 100 made their way back to the Golden Spike territory, unaware that they would soon encounter a brazen horde of magical beasts. These creatures, formidable in their own right, numbered in the hundreds and each spanned over 5 meters in length. Known as the triangular iron-horn cattle, they bore a pair of lateral horns alongside a prominent frontal horn. Their bodies shimmered with a metallic sheen in a dark greenish hue. In truth, their skin was tougher than steel of equivalent thickness. Suddenly, the leader of this 100-strong herd of triangular iron-horned cattle charged furiously towards M.O.U. and his company from the edge of the wilderness. The soldiers were instantly gripped by a sense of panic. Some of the more timid among them trembled uncontrollably, involuntarily retreating. Faced with the ferocious charge of over 100 of these beasts, the sensation was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if the very earth might crumble beneath them. As the triangular iron-horned cattle drew closer, even the bravest warriors could not help but feel a twinge of fear, their faces turning as pale as parchment. "Halt! Those who flee shall be slain," M.O.U. declared, perceiving that these soldiers scarcely resembled true warriors, but rather farmers who had only recently laid down their hoes. His voice echoed across the field, compelling the soldiers to cease their retreat. None dared defy their lord's command in person. Moreover, with M.O.U. himself standing firm, their flight seemed utterly unjustifiable. Observing that some soldiers retained a modicum of courage and did not flee again, M.O.U. nodded slightly, believing they were worth cultivating. As the triangular iron-horned cattle approached within 400 or 500 meters, M.O.U. finally discerned the cause of their panic. Behind them swooped a bipedal dragon, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters. This was a relatively common subdragon species, the only flying subdragon to have proliferated significantly since the disappearance of the ancient dragons. With most adults possessing the strength of a fourth-tier magical beast, M.O.U. dismounted from his steed, for if he delayed any longer, the warhorse beneath him would surely faint in terror. He had no intention of sending his soldiers to confront these beasts, as they were merely stronger than the average adult and would undoubtedly meet a grim fate against a horde of monsters. "My Lord Baron, perhaps we should consider a detour," suggested Yance, a mid-ranking knight squire, his legs trembling despite his attempts to appear composed, his molars nearly grinding against each other in anxiety. "Fear not. Witness my prowess. These ironclad bulls shall soon be my possessions," M.O.U. declared, envisioning a grand plan to seize control of the triangle-armored bulls. Whether for breeding or as mounts for cavalry, they presented an excellent opportunity. The triangle-armored bulls were among the more docile of magical beasts, their aggressive tendencies relatively mild. With a clap of his hands, 2 rows of gourd-shaped openings appear before him, narrow in the center and wide at both ends, each wooden wall a formidable 3 meters thick and 7 meters high. The sudden emergence of these barriers did not deter the panicked triangle-armored bulls. Instead, they surged towards the gourd-shaped openings. Soaring into the air, MOU activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, casting an illusion at the narrow passage where only the bulls could pass. Each triangle-armored bull that traversed the entrance fell under his hypnotic control, settling peacefully within the confines of the wooden walls. The energy expended by MOU was minimal, as the hundreds of bulls, entranced, quietly entered the enclosure. Meanwhile, MOU's attention was drawn to a bipedal dragon charging towards him, its dull yellow scales glinting with a metallic sheen. Its elongated, razor-sharp teeth and muscular limbs, equipped with claws, posed a significant threat as it lunged forward. "I shall play with you," MOU mused, opting not to vanquish the bipedal dragon in a single strike. Instead, he aimed to subdue and tame it. The bipedal dragon was one of the few dragons amenable to domestication. If one could best it in combat and assert a decisive advantage, loyalty could be attained. This tradition gave rise to the kingdom's dragon riders, each possessing the strength of a knight. Upon taming a bipedal dragon, they could rival Earth Knights in prowess. While the royal family maintained a small cadre of trained bipedal dragons, they were a rarity elsewhere. Typically residing on isolated cliffs in the sea, these dragons were seldom encountered, and even Earth Knights struggled against a swarm of them. Though the reasons behind this solitary bipedal dragon's presence in the desolate wilderness remained unclear, it did not deter MOU from his intention to tame it. He had grown weary of frequently changing mounts. For ordinary warhorses and magical beasts alike could not withstand the aftermath of his battles. In contrast, a fourth-tier magical beast, like the bipedal dragon, could soar far beyond the reach of devastating shockwaves, ensuring its survival. One bipedal dragon could earn a title of a viscount from the king, a testament to its invaluable nature. MOU had no intention of squandering this opportunity, for to disregard what was offered by heaven might bring misfortune. Chapter 146. Taming the bipedal dragon in an instant. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed. As the bipedal dragon lunged forward with claws as formidable as the size of MOU's body, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, vanquishing MOU with ease was no simple task, and the bipedal dragon was not yet capable of such a feat, channeling his true essence into his right hand. MOU concentrated all his strength into a single fist. As he gathered his energy, the air around his fist appeared to distort under the overwhelming force of his true essence. When MOU unleashed his punch, the air before him was instantaneously reduced to a vacuum, producing a thunderous sonic boom that echoed throughout the surroundings. The sound reverberated like a clap of thunder, resonating far and wide, as a shock wave surged forth, akin to tumultuous waves, forming a fierce gale. The tempest swept through the area, toppling MOU soldiers, who gazed in terror at the devastation wrought by their commander, their hearts filled with awe and fear, the Baron's might indelibly etched in their minds. A heart-wrenching roar erupted, a pained cry from the bipedal dragon. Its claws, seemingly forged from some arcane metal, shattered beneath the force of MOU's punch. Bones splintered, blood splattered, and dragon scales fractured as the dragon was sent hurtling backward by this immense power. Shock and fear filled the bipedal dragon's eyes, unable to fathom its defeat at the hands of a mere human. It had expected to easily dispatch this human, but found itself grievously wounded instead. Though the bipedal dragon was ferocious and bloodthirsty, it possessed a degree of intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old human, allowing it to weigh the odds. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the dragon realized it might not prevail, and a flicker of retreat began to stir within its heart. But alas, it was too late to flee. MOU utilized his telekinesis to ensnare the dragon with his floating blades, rendering it unable to escape. The bipedal dragon took to the skies, but MOU would not grant it such an opportunity. With a sudden tug on the suspended blades, MOU appeared directly above the dragon's head, seizing one of the dragon's horns. He gathered his strength into a punch and delivered a blow of unmitigated force to its skull. The impact caused the bipedal dragon to howl in pain, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge MOU. Yet, MOU remained steadfast, firmly rooted atop the dragon's head. Observing the dragon's continued defiance, MOU unleashed a series of relentless punches, eliciting anguished cries that echoed through the air, the dragon's head throbbing with agony. It had surrendered, submitting to its fate. Yet its cries, twisted by pain, were incomprehensible to MOU, who had only read of such creatures in books. With each strike upon the bipedal dragon's head, its scales shattered, embedding themselves into flesh, the scalp reduced to a bloody pulp. Despite the dragon's resounding wails, Mo showed no mercy, gathering his strength once more for another blow. The air erupting, blood and flesh splattering in the aftermath. A sickening crack resonated, and Mo's heart sank, fearing he had dealt a fatal blow to the bipedal dragon. Upon meticulous examination, it became apparent that only the skull of the wyvern had been fractured, posing no immediate threat to its life. Nevertheless, it remained in a state of unconsciousness, helplessly plummeting from the skies above. To prevent the wyvern from meeting its demise from a 1,000-meter fall, Mo had no choice but to cast several featherlight and levitation spells upon the dazed creature, allowing it to gradually descend to the ground. The bipedal wyvern collapsed weakly onto the earth, its long tongue protruding from its mouth, clearly exhibiting signs of distress. Mo took out a vial of healing elixir and, supporting the wyvern's head with one hand, poured the liquid directly into its mouth, which was oozing with droplets of blood. The elixir proved remarkably effective. Despite the bipedal wyvern's considerable size, the small amount administered was sufficient to mend its shattered toes and restore the flesh atop its head. Before long, the wyvern's eyelids fluttered, and it gradually regained consciousness, its large, bright yellow eyes reflecting Mo's figure. Uncertain and incredulous, it blinked in disbelief, questioning whether it was experiencing an illusion as it laid eyes on the formidable human before it. After confirming its clarity of vision, it immediately sprang to its feet. Retreating several paces, its eyes filled with trepidation, fearful of receiving further blows to its head. The bipedal wyvern emitted a whimpering, submissive cry, which Mo was finally able to comprehend. For the sake of convenience, Mo invoked the rankless sorcery of the Sealand heritage, the master-servant contract. This spell could forge an unbreakable bond of soul between Mo and the wyvern, allowing for a means of mental communication between the two. A floral-shaped sigil materialized as Mo inscribed it onto the wyvern's forehead, penetrating directly into its essence. The floral design was a whimsical creation of Sealand, who had a penchant for vanity, and at Mo's current level of sorcery, he was unable to alter its form. The instant the soul bond was established, Mo felt a surge of awareness regarding the wyvern's emotions and rudimentary thoughts. At that moment, the bipedal wyvern was overwhelmed with fear towards Mo, its mind racing with questions. What is your name? Why have you appeared here? Mo's voice resonated within its mind, startling the creature. What is a name? I have been cast out by my kin. A clear yet somewhat naive female voice echoed in Mo's consciousness. Are you a female wyvern? Mo found himself uncertain of how to discern the gender of the bipedal wyvern. After all, their reproductive organs were concealed within their cloaca, making it impossible to tell unless they were in heat. Yes, I am a female. I am with child and have been exiled by my kin. The bipedal wyvern's foolish yet sorrowful voice reverberated in Mo's mind. Why were you exiled for being with child? Mo felt perplexed, having never perused any literature on the behavioral studies of bipedal wyverns. I was violated by a land-dwelling dragon from another clan and became pregnant, thus I was cast out. Although the bipedal wyvern's explanation was somewhat vague, Mo grasped the reason for its exile. On the same island, there exist two rival subspecies, the bipedal wyverns and the earth-dwelling dragons. One of the wyverns found herself with the offspring of her adversary, and to safeguard her lineage from the taint of undesirable blood, she was cast out. Mo, feeling a sense of exasperation, pondered the folly of this wyvern. How could one so capable of flight fall victim to the advances of an earth dragon? It was merely because I fell asleep after a meal. Good heavens! How low must your vigilance be to allow an earth dragon to approach unnoticed? Thus, I shall name you Satania, for we are both fools. Mo unilaterally bestowed this name upon the wyvern, indifferent to whether it found favor. I am hungry, echoed Satania's voice in Mo's mind, accompanied by the rumbling of her stomach. Cursing under his breath, Mo slapped his own face, realizing that all bipedal wyverns had voracious appetites. Chapter 147. Arrival at Golden Spike territory. Bipedal wyverns predominantly inhabit food-abundant oceans. Otherwise, only a king could sustain a clan of wyverns. However, the Death Waste still offered a fair amount of sustenance, though the iron-armored triangle cattle were not to be sacrificed. MOU had painstakingly tamed them. Yet the needs of a pregnant wyvern could not be disregarded. Consequently, he retrieved a dozen stamina potions, remnants of Veilrit's practice sessions, which would suffice to satiate the famished wyvern. Satania crushed the glass vials with her teeth, eagerly consuming the contents, which quelled the tumult in her belly. With Satania soaring above, MOU mounted the leading iron-armored triangle cattle and returned to the soldiers. While he relished the adoration in their gazes, it was imperative to hasten back to Golden Spike. He urged the soldiers to clamber atop the backs of the triangle cattle, and together they galloped swiftly towards their territory. Upon the sight of a cluster of triangle cattle and the wyvern in the sky, Shuin and Ryan, who remained behind, feared they might be called to duty. The walls of Golden Spike Town were scarcely half constructed, rendering them inadequate against the onslaught of hellish beasts. Fortunately, scouts atop the arrow towers reported the sighting of young Master MOU riding upon the back of a beast. MOU did not settle the triangle cattle within the town. Instead, he guided them to the lakeside to rest. He erected a wooden fence to prevent ordinary folk from entering and being attacked. Young Master MOU, have you now inherited your title? Ryan and Shuin could scarcely believe their eyes. In just a few days, the old Baron had passed, along with Baron Blanc and Baron Viper. Although aware that this was the decree of the noble adjudicator, it still felt surreal. Indeed, my ennoblement may take some time to arrive. Yet the immediate priority is to lay my father to rest. MOU led Veilrit and the others back to the castle atop the mountain, where they were now the loyal knights and officials of the Golden Spike family. Lord Baron MOU, are we not to notify the other nobles regarding the funeral? Ryan pondered, considering it somewhat hasty to conduct the previous Baron's funeral without prior notice. No need. Those nobles have all gone to besiege Baronal City and will not return anytime soon. Baron MOU sat at the head of the council hall, with Violet standing behind him, while knights and officials lined the long table on either side. Viscount, you shall arrange my father's funeral. He has yet to be cremated. MOU addressed the sorrowful steward, Viscount West. As you command, Lord Baron MOU. Viscount West had been an old ally of Baron Jean Sway, who now lay dead at the hands of his eldest son. MOU instructed West to prepare the venue for the funeral within the castle and to handle all necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, he led everyone to the training grounds, intending to retrieve the frozen body of Baron Jean Sway for cremation. Prepare the firewood, MOU commanded, as he began to thaw the body encased in ice. He removed the gemstone storage ring from the Baron's finger, a relic of MOU's mother that had ultimately returned to him. Cradling the body of Baron Jean Sway, he placed it atop the pyre and, casting one last glance at the Baron, turned to face the gathering. Satania Dragonflame, MOU's voice resonated with detachment. At the edge of the training grounds, Satania opened her maw, unleashing a torrent of flames akin to a raging river. The fire surged forth, cascading down upon the pyre. In an instant, the sky above the training grounds was enveloped in a fierce blaze, the flames licking at the air, while the wood crackled and popped. The dragon's fire brought forth an intense wave of heat, whipping up a fierce wind that rustled the garments of the onlookers. MOU and the others bowed their heads in solemn tribute, bidding a final farewell to Baron Jean Sway. As the dragon's fire subsided, the pyre was consumed, leaving behind a scorched earth and the skeletal remains of the Baron, now translucent as jade, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his remains. However, MOU would not stoop to the madness of utilizing Baron Jean Sway's bones to forge a cursed artifact, for that would be a grievous disrespect. MOU crafted a vibrant coffin from wood, using his telekinetic powers to gather the Baron's remains. Subsequently, he, along with Violet, Shuin, and Ryan, bore the coffin back to the castle, where Viscount West had arranged the funeral setting with the maidens. With no other nobles present to pay their respects, it felt somewhat rushed, but there was little to be done. Those nobles were captivated by the treasures of Baronal City, and not a single lord could be found within 100 kilometers. As evening descended, MOU and his companions laid Baron Jean Sway to rest near the grave of his mother, on a secluded slope by the lake. It was a beautiful spot, adorned with a variety of small flowers, fluttering butterflies, and a sense of vitality. This location was likely chosen by MOU's mother during her lifetime. She had been but a naive and romantic young girl of fewer than 20 when she passed. As night descended, MOU concluded the funeral of Baron Jean Sway and was presently in his study, meticulously organizing information regarding the Gene Sway territory. Meanwhile, Valite had instructed Vixie to arrange accommodations. MOU chose a relatively spacious room on the second floor, offering a panoramic view of the quaint town. What troubled MOU most was the financial ledger of Gene Sway, which was a quintessential example of disarray. He resorted to the double-entry bookkeeping method, employing tables to clarify the income and expenditure relationships. The financial condition of Gene Sway was relatively sound, with the primary revenue deriving from Gene Sway wheat and certain agricultural exports, yielding an annual income of approximately 300 gold coins. This was indeed commendable, as most barons earned merely over 100 gold coins annually, underscoring that potions represented a substantial source of income. However, the expenditure situation of Gene Sway elicited a frown from MOU. Although the accounting methods appeared sophisticated, he discerned signs of falsified accounts through the double-entry bookkeeping. There were frequent purchases of a perishable type of fodder within a month, with prices fluctuating, yet the inventory records indicated that this particular item was only procured once a month. Numerous traces of such fraudulent bookkeeping were evident, clearly indicating the presence of a siphoning parasite. A cold smile crept upon MOU's lips. The imbalance in income and expenditure, coupled with discrepancies in the gold coins in the warehouse, suggested that someone had become negligent in their fraudulent endeavors. Furthermore, Baron Gene Sway lacked a private treasury, and the gemstone storage ring contained only a modest amount of gold coins and miscellaneous baronial items. All signs pointed to the financial officer of Gene Sway Town, a lavishly dressed rotund man named Zhuang Sida. He was a collateral descendant of the Gene Sway family, a contemporary of Baron Gene Sway, yet had long since lost his title. MOU had not seen him at the funeral today, indicating that he did not regard MOU as a significant figure. Aside from this, there were no other pressing issues. Although Gene Sway was situated near the Death Wilderness, it benefited from a vast buffer zone, resulting in infrequent incidents involving magical beasts. Chapter 148. Managing Gene Sway affairs. The Gene Sway territory encompassed not only the directly governed Gene Sway town, but also 4 manors and several villages. The 4 manors produced milk berries, scented leaves, tabor nuts, and forest musk. Perhaps due to lax management or unscientific cultivation methods, the yields were not substantial. Moreover, Gene Sway was located at the kingdom's remotest border, with few merchant caravans passing through, and those traveling to the southern tidal city did not traverse this area. The northeastern border of Gene Sway featured the expansive Silent Mountains, abundant in magical beasts, including the location where Baron Wayne was previously rescued. Although this route was shorter, only a handful of time-pressed merchants or affluent trading companies capable of hiring formidable mercenaries would dare to traverse through Gene Sway territory. Thus, MOU planned to first streamline the internal affairs of Gene Sway before embarking on the task of developing the Silent Mountains, clearing magical beasts, felling trees, and widening the roads. In due course, Gene Sway would emerge as a vital thoroughfare between the north and south, flourishing and thriving rapidly. However, what astonished MOU the most was Gene Sway's taxation system, where serfs were taxed at 8 out of 10, while free citizens bore a tax of 6 out of 10. The situation was astonishingly beyond MOU's imagination. The reason for the serfs' elevated status lay in the fact that their very lives belonged to their lord, considered one of the lord's possessions, necessitating protection of their safety. This accounted for the serfs constituting 70% of the population in the Golden Spike territory, shattering MOU's worldview. Conversely, the free citizens were not subjects of a lord, akin to the relationship between landlords and tenants, hence subjected to lower taxation. Furthermore, the lord bore no obligation to safeguard their well-being. Typically, only a minority of free individuals engaged in agriculture, while most were small-scale merchants or artisans with modest assets. They enjoyed relative freedom, able to traverse wherever they wished without restriction, yet their safety remained unguaranteed. MOU perceived the world as perilously dangerous, with a populace living on the edge, which birthed such an absurd system. Moreover, the various cleverly devised tax regimes were brazenly apparent, with commoners unable to resist, lacking the strength to do so, rendering the situation grotesque. MOU felt compelled to seek improvements to this system, aware that despite being a beneficiary of it, such a territory could not thrive. Ironically, the tax system in the Golden Spike territory was relatively lenient, prompting a wry acknowledgement that the nobility had indeed perfected the art of extraction to an extreme degree. Although MOU did not possess the noble aspiration to save the populace, he desired to strengthen his domain. In this era of noble decay, he could easily rectify the situation. Unaccustomed to being served, which felt rather awkward, he assigned the servants to perform menial tasks instead. After a long-awaited slumber, he arose the next day, and under the attentive service of Vici, completed his morning routine. He had instructed Veilright to summon all officials and knights within the territory, as he needed to reorganize the political structure. Otherwise, as the Lord, he would be burdened with trifles, leading to exhaustion. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the maid, MOU entered the council hall. The assembly was nearly complete, yet he still had not seen Zhuang Site. A cold smile crept across MOU's lips, and a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. Yance, take soldiers and bring Zhuang Site here. Seal off his residence and inform them he is under arrest. MOU commanded from his seat, his icy tone sending a shiver through the assembly, for his presence was indeed formidable. Yes. Yance promptly exited the council hall to gather troops for the apprehension of Zhuang Site. Perhaps many were puzzled as to why he would take such drastic measures. It was not only due to Zhuang Site's repeated absences, but also because, as the treasurer, he had embezzled a substantial amount of funds. MOU tossed several pieces of evidence he had compiled before them, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the assembly. Noticing that none displayed panic or fear, MOU felt a sense of relief. At least the situation had not deteriorated entirely. Before long, a large, rotund figure was dragged in by Yance, resembling a lifeless dog. At this moment, Zhuang Site's countenance had completely transformed, rendered as pale as death, as if all color had been drained from his face. His expression was fraught with disbelief and terror. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his oily cheeks, pooling on the ground below. His legs trembled uncontrollably, barely able to support his weight. He could not fathom that MOU would react so swiftly, denying him any chance to flee. Zhuang Site, it appears you are prepared to confess and submit to justice? Montagu asserted, his commanding presence bearing down on Zhuang Site as he fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Please spare me. Master MOU, no, Baron MOU. I am your uncle. Zhuang Site desperately attempted to invoke familial ties, but alas, MOU's soul bore no kinship with him. Take him away and execute him. Confiscate his estate, reduce his family to servitude, and assign them to build the city walls. MOU's decree shattered Zhuang Site's final vestige of hope, leaving him to be dragged away by Yance. Before long, Yance returned, reeking of blood. My lord, all confiscated assets have been gathered outside, and Zhuang Site and his family have been executed. Looking at Yance, who knelt before him, MOU nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Yance. Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss. MOU surveyed the somber group and proceeded to present the political framework he had devised for the Golden Spike territory. The administrative structure was rudimentary, with vague delineations of authority and responsibility, prompting him to make some classifications. MOU had merely drawn from advanced political systems, recognizing that the Golden Spike territory had only a civil officer, a judge, and a treasurer, which was utterly insufficient. Firstly, the military division would be led by Xiao En, with Yance as the infantry commander and Ma Te as the archery commander. Xiao En would personally oversee the cavalry division, while you may recommend your own subordinates for the various ranks. Next was the commerce department, responsible for establishing trade caravans, procurement, sales, and the execution of various commercial policies. Headed by Ryan, the engineering division would oversee project initiation and execution, encompassing smelting, forging, construction, water conservancy, and roads and bridges, led by Hall, who would select his own subordinates, as I will hold you accountable for any failures. The legal department would handle judicial matters and criminal law, establishing the court and the security office, with the legal text to be collaboratively determined by the ministers, under the leadership of Minister Veilright. Yes, Veilright had not anticipated having her own responsibilities, yet she wished to assist MOU, and having gleaned insights from his tales, she understood the situation regarding the court and the security office. The finance department would manage income and expenditure within the territory, allocating funds to various departments and overseeing taxation, which I shall personally oversee. MOU understood that to be an effective lord, he needed to control both the military and finances. The military posed no threat to him, given his strength, but finances were different. He needed to maintain control over those. Chapter 149. Tax reform. Significant decisions concerning the territory would be determined through voting among the ministers, with a simple majority required for implementation. Each minister would cast one vote, while I would possess 5 votes. From now on, there shall be weekly meetings or various impromptu gatherings. MOU's role is merely to inform them, rather than to negotiate. For a single vote from MOU suffices to veto the collective decision of 5. In the ensuing week, efforts have been focused on the establishment of 5 departments. Given the medieval scarcity of talent, MOU reluctantly resorts to employing his own avatars. Each department possesses its own office within the administrative framework, and those who can read have been conscripted as laborers. During the weekend meeting, MOU surveyed the now relatively complete departments and felt a sense of relief at having finally constructed a framework. Esteemed colleagues, the administrative system has been established. Please organize the tasks within your respective departments. MOU harbored some disdain for the previously chaotic and inefficient bureaucratic structure. Additionally, there is an urgent need to expedite the construction of city walls, allocate a portion of the populace to build public restrooms every kilometer, and develop sewage systems in schools. Hall from the engineering department must ensure the implementation of these plans. MOU finds the stench of excrement in the town intolerable, as it is overwhelmingly pungent. The construction of sewage systems will prevent the streets from being inundated with waste, making them more navigable. As for the schools, currently, the number of literate individuals in the territory does not even reach 50, and those with education are even fewer. They are unable to comprehend decrees and policies. The development of the territory necessitates a considerable influx of intellectuals, compelling MOU to establish schools. This serves as a method to attract talent and population, while also facilitating the circulation of wealth among the common folk. Hall received several drawings from MOU, which he had meticulously crafted, designs for schools, urban sewage systems, and cesspits, complete with detailed schematics. In his previous life as a civil engineer, MOU found drawing to be second nature. He produced the plans within a week and also drafted construction standards and proposals, albeit in a fantastical version suitable for this world. Not a problem, my Lord Baron. I will make the arrangements, Hall responded, admiring the Baron's plans, which were exceedingly detailed and represented an entirely different drawing methodology, showcasing exceptional rigor. Furthermore, it is imperative to reform the taxation system, as the burdens on serfs and freemen are excessively heavy. The existing tax structure shall be abolished, replaced by 2 types of taxation, an agricultural tax of 6 out of 10 for serfs and 5 out of 10 for freemen. Although MOU deemed his tax reductions modest, an immediate plunge to the lowest possible rates might perplex the common folk and elicit a lack of gratitude. The second reform involves implementing a commercial tax, imposing a 2 out of 10 tax on all trading activities. As the common people prosper, they will naturally engage in consumption. MOU envisions the positioning of Jeansway Town to be akin to that of Mainel City, serving as a commercial hub. Additionally, there is a pressing need to cleanse the silent mountains of magical beasts and to fell trees, collaborating with the engineering department to widen and level the roads. I shall assign Satalia to eliminate the magical beasts, but the eradication of mutated beasts, ferocious creatures, and wild animals depends on your soldiers. Do not let me down. MOU is not so reckless as to send ordinary folk led by these few knightly attendants to battle magical beasts. Such an endeavor would merely serve as a feast for the beasts. I will make available 2 manuals on the star-level knight breathing technique. Should you achieve the rank of senior knight attendant and merit recognition, you will be permitted to peruse them. There is no way around it. The current level of knightly attendance no longer meets MOU's expectations, as they are simply too weak. Once the school is completed, it will be temporarily entrusted to Violet for management, and I shall provide you with the textbooks before the school is finished. Violet is arguably the most knowledgeable individual in the Golden Spike territory, second only to MOU. Her pace of learning is astonishing. She has already perused all the literature available in the territory. Appointing Violet to oversee the school is indeed a wise decision. At present, both the court and the garrison merely possess a skeletal structure and require additional personnel, though there is no immediate rush. As for the military, I have drafted a training regimen. Shuin, you must ensure its strict implementation. The top 10 performers in training will be awarded the foundational night breathing technique. The soldier standards are woefully low, they are unable to adhere to commands, and can be easily bested by mid-level knights. MOU has outlined the operational directives for the coming months, prompting all departments to commence their functions. He has created 2 avatars, one to manage the financial department, and the other to draft textbooks tailored to the Golden Spike territory. Meanwhile, MOU intends to cultivate his purple light mushrooms and blood orchid flowers, both of which promise substantial returns. In the castle's rear garden, MOU has established a botanical garden using wood-release techniques, dedicated to the cultivation and research of superior planting methods and potion production. Ultimately, he aims to employ a forbidden branch to stimulate plant growth, aspiring to cultivate better seeds. To create an environment suitable for the growth of purple light mushrooms, MOU specifically excavated a vast underground chamber adjacent to the garden, even uncovering a small underground spring to simulate the mushroom's natural habitat. He then utilized previously collected magical beast meat to create a nutrient-rich substrate, finally sprinkling it with a portion of the mushroom spores. As for the blood orchid, MOU could only replicate the humid conditions of the Amazon rainforest based on cinematic depictions, supplemented by various potions developed by wizards for plant cultivation, which ultimately allowed him to succeed in nurturing it. A few plots of golden spike wheat have been planted, with the intention of using the forbidden branch to develop new varieties. Numerous ordinary crops have also been sown. The garden boasts a collection of economically valuable plants. However, the less valuable flowers and plants originally planted have been relocated to other areas of the castle. To safeguard this botanical garden, constructed to satisfy his agricultural aspirations, MOU has erected towering wooden walls using wood-release techniques, delineating various sections. He also invested heavily in constructing protective artifacts centered around the meteorite flower, exhausting all the low-level extraordinary materials he had gathered. Observing the vibrant vitality of the botanical garden fills MOU with a profound sense of accomplishment. The plants that have acclimated to the illusion, under the influence of the forbidden branch, are nearing maturity after merely 2 weeks. While it undoubtedly pales in comparison to the capabilities of Han the Elder's celestial bottle, it is nonetheless impressive, with the growth time reduced by several dozen times. The consumption of spiritual energy has been somewhat substantial. With MOU's current sequence 8 spiritual capacity, he can only nurture 1/3 of the plants once a day. However, over the past few weeks, the various construction projects in Jeansway Town have been progressing in an orderly manner, with more than half of the city walls already built. The magical beasts of the Silent Mountain have been entirely consumed by Satania, who has devoured even the magic crystals, truly a glutton. Violet has been compelled to concoct nurturing elixirs for a daily, and her proficiency in alchemical potion making has now surpassed that of MOU. She is capable of producing most low-level potions, although some ingredients remain elusive, preventing her from crafting higher-level elixirs. The wizarding system has been tainted, leading to the disappearance of many wizards and the extinction of rare herbs. Perhaps only the continent of truth retains some. Chapter 150. Journey to the Royal Capital. However, MOU's leisurely days did not last long, as they were abruptly interrupted by a letter from the Royal Capital. It was a decree from the king, expressing admiration for this young prodigy and inviting him to the capital to receive a personal accolade. Coincidentally, this coincided with the grand marriage of the crown prince to the princess of the neighboring Fens kingdom, to be held on the national day. MOU felt somewhat exasperated. Such a grand event would undoubtedly become a festival for various cultist degenerates, yet he could not decline. Fortunately, he had a doppelganger to take his place, allowing him to continue developing in Jeansway territory without concern. At present, Jeansway territory is in a state of reconstruction, just beginning its journey towards prosperity, and MOU cannot afford to leave. Nevertheless, sending his doppelganger in his stead could be considered a form of attendance. The journey to the royal capital would take over a month, a considerable duration. With more than 2 months remaining until the national day, there would be ample time for his doppelganger to acquire some opportunities or extraordinary traits along the way. This would also aid MOU in enhancing his digestion of the sequence 8 extraordinary traits. Thus, MOU's doppelganger departed from Jeansway territory alone, without alarming anyone, merely acquiring an additional task of preparing educational materials. This curriculum consisted solely of basic common language, mathematics, and a portion of general knowledge about the continent. along with a simplified night training tutorial. It was quite elementary, yet it represented the utmost limit of knowledge that these commoners could absorb. Disseminating too much information would not be beneficial. The materials were nearly completed, requiring only some organization, and mastering this knowledge would enable individuals to undertake some simple tasks. With some leisure time, Mou decided to inspect the changes in his territory, but was soon approached by Vister with news. "My lord, a boy named Ander claims that a man named Geralt recommended him to pledge his loyalty to you." "Oh, is that so? I shall take a look." Mou recalled the stubborn boy he had encountered in Berry Village, whose family had perished, a tragic fate reminiscent of his own. Mou, accompanied by Vister, arrived at the castle's entrance and beheld the gaunt youth. After several months, he appeared somewhat stronger. "Esteemed Baron, greetings. I am Ander from Berry Village. I wonder if Lord Geralt has mentioned me to you?" Ander approached with a certain trepidation, recalling the chivalric etiquette and phrases his father had once imparted to him. This was his inaugural encounter with nobility. The majority of the inhabitants of Berry Village were serfs, bound to the property of Lord Moyu. Having taken the liberty to seek out his lord, he was well aware that, following the precedent set by other nobles, he could have faced punishment by flogging. "Ah, Geralt, what an intriguing individual. He has spoken of you. So, are you considering enlisting in the military?" Moyu observed the youth, scarcely 13 or 14 years of age. Although Ander had practiced the rudimentary nightly breathing techniques imparted by Moyu, which had strengthened his physique somewhat, he had yet to awaken his fighting spirit. "Is it permissible, my Lord Baron? May I pledge my loyalty to the army?" Ander was filled with delight. He harbored no fondness for the agrarian toil of village life, yearning instead for strength and valor. Of course, with the recent reforms in Jinsui town, there is much to be done and a scarcity of talent. If you perform admirably in the military, you'll have the opportunity to learn the complete nightly breathing technique. Moyu, though he indulged in grand promises, was sincere. The prospects of an impending agricultural tax would liberate a considerable workforce, enabling him to expand the army. As a baron, it was surprising that he commanded fewer than 300 common soldiers and no formal knights apart from Violet. "Thank you, esteemed baron." Ander could hardly contain his elation at the prospect of mastering the complete nightly breathing technique, a pathway to knighthood. He was resolute in his desire to serve the baron faithfully. "Come, let us visit the barracks. I, too, wish to observe the fruits of Shuin's training." Moyu produced a series of modernized training manuals, which, while not enhancing individual soldiers' capabilities, contained some of his innovative tactics for group formations. Although the recent edicts he had issued had yet to be implemented, the common folk had already noticed a transformation in Jinsui town from stagnation to vibrant vitality. The sluggish pace of these reforms stemmed from the need to draft proclamations and delineate the responsibilities of those tasked with disseminating the new policies. Given the shortage of personnel and the volume of decrees Moyu had issued, they were nearing the completion of this drafting process and would soon embark on their journeys to various villages to explain the changes. It was imperative not to expect the illiterate serfs to comprehend the official mandates. Rather, individuals would need to gather them in the villages to convey the information gradually. Moyu remained a well-regarded figure, receiving respectful salutations from commoners wherever he ventured. The recent prohibition against public urination and the dumping of waste had taken effect. Until the completion of public restrooms and sewers, dedicated sanitation carts were employed to transport refuse. Initially met with resistance, the populace gradually adapted and came to appreciate the improvements. At the very least, the streets were no longer littered with excrement and wastewater, resulting in cleaner air and uplifted spirits. The trio soon arrived at the barracks, where the sentry, upon recognizing Moyu, immediately rendered a salute, executing the proper military greeting with his right hand pointed toward his temple, reciprocated with a gesture of courtesy, and then led Ander and Vister aside to facilitate their registration. According to's stipulations, anyone wishing to enter the military camp, aside from himself, was required to register. The process was straightforward, merely requiring them to provide their names, the purpose of their visit, and the date. Upon entering the military camp, the trio was greeted by the fervent shouts of 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1 as the soldiers engaged in physical training. "Attention! At ease!" The commanding voice of Yance resonated, indicating he was leading the soldiers in a drill. Not a single soldier turned to acknowledge the newcomers, clearly a testament to the discipline instilled by their superior. At this moment, Vister and Ander stood agape, astonished by the caliber of the soldiers before them. Vister felt a surge of emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, as he marveled at the legacy of Baron Jean Sway, realizing that capabilities surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, Ander's face flushed with pride. He was witnessing the most elite military force he had ever encountered, standing in impeccable formation, exuding an impressive aura, and possessing resolute gazes. This was merely the result of a week's training, yet the effectiveness was already apparent, prompting to nod appreciatively. Utilizing the fundamental night breathing technique as a motivational tool, he was confident that the soldiers would approach their training earnestly, for mastering this foundational skill would open the path to knighthood, potentially even nobility. Such aspirations were once inconceivable for those of their humble origins. "Welcome, my Lord Baron, to our inspection." Shun emerged from his office to greet. He too was astonished by the remarkable efficacy of the training methods provided by the Baron, leaving them in profound admiration. "Is there any issue with the soldiers' food supply, particularly regarding meat?" Understood that relying solely on training could lead to fatigue. Proper nutrition was essential. "My Lord Baron, we have already raised a substantial number of sheep and black pigs around the shores of Jeansway Lake, and presently, our meat supply relies entirely on the fish from the lake." Nodded in approval. These were directives he had given early on, instructing Shun to procure a significant number of sheep and piglets. The soldiers were to sustain themselves. While agriculture was not feasible, animal husbandry was certainly manageable. They also hired serfs to oversee the livestock, ensuring no animals went missing. A sufficient meat supply was crucial for cultivating a formidable military force. Furthermore, the Jeansway territory boasted a bountiful harvest, with crops like soybeans rich in protein, while barley and oats provided ample dietary fiber. "Excellent. In 3 months, we shall hold a grand skills competition for the entire army. The victors will earn the opportunity to learn the fundamental night breathing technique." Ignited a spark of ambition among the soldiers, offering them a chance to acquire a valuable skill and potentially ascend to knighthood. The response was immediate. The soldiers, now panting from exertion, were eager to hone their strongest abilities. "My Lord Baron, may I participate?" Ander inquired cautiously, aware of his recent arrival. "Certainly," replied Shun. "This is Ander. I entrust his training to you. No special treatment is necessary. He must rely solely on his own efforts." Was determined that Ander would not receive preferential treatment simply because he was brought in by him. "Indeed, my Lord Baron," Shun acknowledged, grasping MOU's intention. "I shall take my leave. You may continue your training." With that, MOU departed from the military camp, intending to inspect the progress of the city wall construction. He hoped that haste would not result in shoddy workmanship, lest he find himself sacrificing an entire lineage. Although Jeansway Town was modest in size, the location of the city wall that MOU had envisioned extended far beyond its limits, allowing ample space for urban development. Consequently, the wall appeared exceptionally long, and the timeline for its completion had to be adjusted. After walking 1,000 meters from Jeansway Town, he arrived at the bustling construction site of the wall. The majority of the laborers were displaced individuals initially resettled here. They received a daily meal and a few copper coins as wages, sufficient to support their families. This also encouraged many idle peasants to join in the wall's construction. Fortunately, the gold MOU had acquired from the plunder and thefts was substantial enough to develop Jeansway into a city worthy of a viscount, alleviating immediate financial concerns. "Welcome to the inspection, my Lord Baron." Hall, the chief engineer, approached with blueprints in hand, bowing respectfully. Hall had performed admirably. The roads surrounding Jeansway Town had been widened and leveled, covered in gravel to facilitate the transportation of stones from the quarry for the wall's construction. MOU surveyed the wall, which stood over 3 meters wide and 7 meters high, nodding in satisfaction. This standard was on par with some larger cities. "If there are any difficulties, please voice them. I shall see if I can provide a solution." As he scanned the area, he noted a few issues that would likely trouble safety inspectors in his former life, but nothing particularly alarming. "My Lord Baron, the primary concern is the slow transportation of stones. Otherwise, progress could be expedited," Hall conveyed, somewhat troubled, as over half of the workforce had been diverted to quarrying and transporting stones. "Let me ponder this," MOU said, stroking his chin. The quarry was approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away. Although the road was prepared, it relied solely on manual labor due to insufficient animal power. "I have an idea." Follow me. MOU led Hall to the quarry, located in the heart of a 600 to 700 meter stone mountain, a spur of the Silent Mountain Range, where suitable stones could be harvested. After calculating the elevation difference between the quarry and Jinsui town, he deemed the plan feasible. He instructed Hall to notify the civilians to vacate the quarry and the descent path. With hands clasped, MOU employed would release, preparing to construct a slide directly connecting the quarry to Jinsui town. An abundance of trees emerged from the ground, interweaving to form a narrow overpass, its surface sloping towards Jinsui town. The towering wooden overpass, reaching several hundred meters high, was soon completed. MOU leaped onto the surface, advancing towards Jinsui town while continuously laying down the structure. Before long, a suitably inclined overpass stretched from the quarry all the way to the banks of Jinsui Lake. The bridge spans a mere 2 meters in width, exhibiting an unparalleled smoothness, seamlessly constructed without any joints or mortise and tenon structures. This wooden overpass is vibrant and rooted, with numerous green leaves and branches flourishing upon it, transforming it into a remarkable spectacle. Returning to the quarry, bifurcated the beginning of the overpass, one side connecting to the platform of the quarry, while the other linked to a waterfall nestled in the mountainside. This innovative design allowed workers to transport stone blocks from the quarry to the junction, where the flowing water would carry them all the way to Jinsui town. Did the common folk and Hall not find themselves utterly astonished at this vision, far exceeding their imagination? "My Lord Baron, are you a deity?" Hall stammered, his voice trembling, as he perceived the divine nature of such a miracle. With a mere wave, a towering bridge emerged from the ground, extending for several kilometers, rendering it almost inconceivable. The laboring peasants and the guarding soldiers bowed in reverence, exclaiming the Baron's name in praise, treating as a divinity. Construction of this elevated aqueduct was not solely for the transportation of stone blocks. It was also envisioned to incorporate additional branches in the future, transforming it into an irrigation system for Jinsui town. Furthermore, connecting it to Jinsui City would facilitate the establishment of a running water project, yielding multifaceted benefits. The waterfall's formidable flow originated from the melting snow of several majestic peaks in the Silent Mountains. The waters of Jinsui Lake are fed by the small river formed by this waterfall and did not completely obstruct it, allowing the stream to continue its tranquil course. Having completed this endeavor, returned to Jinsui town, where many idle townsfolk had emerged to witness the marvel created by their lord. Even officials from various departments and Violet stood upon the city walls, observing the spectacle in awe, convinced of its miraculous nature. Some rushed to the water outlet to collect water, seemingly using it as holy water for a sacred rite, their devotion palpable. Mused that if he were to traverse a world where faith could elevate one to godhood, he might gather a fervent following and ascend to a divine throne, basking in the celestial realms while indulging in the divine whims of the gods. He even contemplated a divine name for himself, the god of flora, the shaper of wooden structures, the architect of wonders. Ignoring the adulations of the townsfolk, retreated to his botanical sanctuary, eager to inspect the well-tended crops. Certain that some had reached maturity, he needed to evaluate the seeds of these plants to confirm whether they were benign mutations. In time, armed with a plethora of high-yield crops and potions, he could attain a status akin to that of a saint. Chapter 152. The Knightly Maiden. Kierna, upon entering the botanical garden, first examined the thriving purple luminous mushrooms, noting that the spores had developed a substantial amount of pale purple bioluminescent mycelium, indicating that it would not be long before the purple luminous mushrooms would emerge. The blood orchid may represent a divergence in the world, or perhaps it is due to an inadequate cultivation environment, causing some to languish. If not for the various potions provided by the sorcerers and the life force bestowed by the wood escape of MOU, they would likely have perished. In the logs, I meticulously recorded the potentially erroneous environmental parameters alongside the various data of the blood orchid, subsequently adjusting some of the temperature settings. Were it not for the presence of an independent sorceress array node here, accomplishing these modifications would have been exceedingly difficult. Finally, the harvest time arrived. The golden wheat and some barley and oats had ripened. MOU intended to reap the crops and assess whether these mutated seeds possessed any intriguing effects. Specifically, for the golden wheat intended for potion making, MOU had cultivated a total of 100 plants, sorting the seeds into storage and clicking to inspect their information. The results: however, exceeded MOU's expectations. Over 83% of the golden wheat seeds exhibited no changes, while 12% manifested harmful mutations, such as toxicity or degradation. Among the remaining seeds, 3 reverted directly to ordinary wheat, leaving only 2 with benign mutations, one featuring a shortened growth cycle and the other exhibiting resistance to lodging. MOU obliterated all traces of the degraded mutations and proceeded to dehydrate and plant the seeds with beneficial mutations, preparing for extensive cultivation. The same held true for the oats and barley, with less than 2% exhibiting favorable mutations, and the degree of optimization was minimal, necessitating recultivation and further attempts to induce mutations. In the short term, no results emerged, but MOU remained unconcerned, as it all depended on fortune. It was entirely possible that some would yield no mutations or regress entirely. MOU projected his consciousness into the avatar journeying towards the kingdom. This avatar, naturally, was cloaked in disguise, taking on the guise of our sorceress, Kikyo. In hand was a third-tier sorceress bow crafted during the journey, which could also serve as a staff, capable of channeling various elemental energy arrows. The bow, fashioned from a branch that had grown into such a form, boasted smaller twigs adorned with leaves, lending it a lifelike aura. Within, sorceress runes and circuits were directly constructed using ethereal silver in a blazing white furnace, embedded with 3 magic crystals, and finally enveloped in would escape. Utilizing the most elastic wooden grain, the bow's resilience rivaled that of super alloys, with a bowstring woven from a blend of ethereal silver and alloy filaments. In essence, it exuded the essence of a bow favored by elves in Western fantasy, imbued with a rich vitality. At this moment, MOU's avatar, Kikyo, arrived at the border of the Earl of Ohen's territory. The swiftness of her arrival was attributed to MOU's awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, which had previously left numerous spatial marks around the Ohen province, allowing for direct teleportation to that location. The consumption of ocular power was minimal, enabling this ocular technique to serve as a standard skill in combat. As dusk descended, MOU discovered a village that still retained a semblance of life, appearing to be free from the rustic simplicity often marked by a propensity for violence. In the quaint village of Shui Sheng, with its ethereal charm, there existed an enigmatic settlement devoid of men and even children. Upon her arrival, the transformed Muyu, now in the guise of a lady named Jing Ku, was warmly welcomed by a kind-hearted elderly woman. The absence of males and the presence of only a handful of elderly residents, all in their 40s or 50s, hinted at the village's impending decline within the coming decades. Nestled by the mountains and waters, the village was bordered by a remarkable flat-topped hill, shrouded in dense greenery, moss, and decayed timber. The structures, composed of ordinary stone and fashioned from a clay interspersed with wild grasses, bore roofs crafted from stone slabs. It was evident that such labor could not solely be accomplished by women, particularly the quarrying and shaping of stone tiles. No suitable quarries lay within a kilometer's radius, suggesting that the materials had been transported from afar, beyond the capabilities of women alone. Despite their age, the houses stood resolute and well-maintained, free from drafts and impeccably clean. "Miss Jing Ku, we have another guest in the village. May she stay with you?" The gentle voice of the elderly woman echoed as she knocked on the door. "Of course, dear elder," Muyu replied, opening the wooden door to reveal a young girl with light red hair and deep purple eyes, clad in exquisitely designed, form-fitting silver magical armor. She wielded a knight's sword at her waist. Her porcelain face was adorned with charming freckles, and a naive brilliance sparkled in her eyes upon seeing Muyu. "Wow, big sister, you are so beautiful. You are the prettiest person I have ever seen," exclaimed Kierna, feeling fortunate to encounter a stunning woman reminiscent of those found in knightly tales on her first adventure away from home. In that moment, she fancied herself the heroine of a chivalric novel, her face breaking into a foolish smile. The young girl, seemingly no more than 15, displayed an innocent grin that could only be deemed silly if not for her beauty. The elder woman nudged her several times to no avail, until Muyu rapped on the door, jolting her from her reverie. "Oh, my apologies. I was just thinking of something delightful. Hello, beautiful sister. I am Kierna Tides. From Tides City." She introduced herself with the earnestness of a knight, her youthful voice ringing with conviction. In an instant, Muyu discerned that this was a girl deeply influenced by tales of knights, likely having run away from home. for she had neither a servant nor a companion with her. Am yinkke, avanderium sorceres, moiu replied. Her voice as cool and refreshing as a mountain spring, evoking a delightful shiver in Kierna, who found the sound ethereal and enchanting. Please, my dear ladies, spend the night here. I shall prepare some food for you. The elder woman beamed, bustling about to arrange their meal. No need for that, dear elder. I have brought my own provisions, Muyu replied graciously. Generally refrains from consuming food offered by others, despite his ability to discern its quality. After all, his storage holds an abundance of cooked provisions. I don't need it either, grandmother, for I have brought my own, he stated. Kierna, having grasped the implication, recalled from her nightly tales the caution against accepting sustenance from strangers, showcasing her cleverness. Very well, however, should you hear any unusual sounds tonight, please refrain from leaving your room, the enigmatic grandmother advised before taking her leave. Please come in. Miss Kierna gestured for Kierna to enter as the skies threatened rain. Sister Jeking, what did grandmother's words mean? Kierna pondered, sensing hidden significance in the statement, yet found no corresponding narrative within her nightly literature. Chapter 153. The Lonely Village Night. This village possesses an air of mystery, yet it is prudent not to pry too deeply. Jeking spoke with a cool demeanor. Since the villagers chose silence and managed to live peacefully, no significant issues seemed to arise. How can you tell there is something amiss? Kierna, somewhat oblivious, had not keenly observed the village's atmosphere. Had it not been for grandmother's remark, she would have remained unaware of any oddities. In this village, there were no men or children. Found himself at a loss for words, were it not for his keen perception confirming that this young girl harbored no ulterior motives. He might have believed she was jesting. How could this be? I didn't notice at all, Kierna exclaimed, finally realizing that throughout her journey, she had not encountered a single male figure. Tonight, do not sleep too soundly, or perhaps avoid slumber altogether. Though as powerful, he understood the perils of hubris. All right. Sister Jeking, where are you headed? As a novice traveler, Kierna made the blunder of inquiring about the path and destination of someone she had just met. However, recognized her innocence and did not mind this unwritten social rule. To the royal city, knelt on the blanket in accordance with Jeking's graceful demeanor, feeling quite uncomfortable despite the apparent elegance. The royal city. How wonderful. Sister Jeking, I too am bound for the royal city to attend the wedding of the Grand Prince. Kierna's excitement surged upon learning of Jeking's destination. Having run away, she felt safer with company. Is that so? Remained non-committal. If he harbored ill intentions, this Navi, a knightly girl, could easily be deceived multiple times in a single night. Indeed, I am actually heading to the royal city to meet Princess Audrey, as she is marrying the Grand Prince. Such details need not be divulged, especially when alone in the world. One must remain vigilant, considering how much personal information Kierna had already revealed. Do not worry, Sister Jeking. My father said that as long as I disclose my surname, there is no threat to me. Kierna displayed a knowing expression, appearing rather clever. Count Cascade, is it? Mou understood that Count Tidal was a formidable lord, presiding over Tidal City, which was second only to the royal capital in size. This city served as the Kingdom of Lea's gateway to trade, boasting a natural deep-water port frequented by numerous vessels and foreign envoys. Count Tidal commanded a powerful navy and a knightly order composed of official knights, possessing military strength that rivaled that of a marquis. Naturally, my father dotes on me, and my brothers are equally affectionate, all wishing to keep me sheltered from harm. Were it not for my clandestine escapades, how could I possibly embark on such adventures? Although Kierna appears somewhat naive, she is, in fact, an intermediate knight capable of holding her own against challengers who must consider her hidden strengths. Conversely, those who cannot match her pose no threat. However, the gravest dangers in this world do not stem from humanity, but rather from various magical beasts and creatures, which show no concern for whether your father is Count Tidal. Nevertheless, you should still refrain from venturing into perilous areas, for magical creatures do not regard your status. Mou kindly cautioned, wishing to prevent this innocent girl from meeting an untimely fate. Magical creatures? I have yet to encounter any. Has Sister Jeking seen them? Kierna, having been well protected, possessed such a disposition. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be a person of intricate schemes. Indeed, I have encountered them, and they are quite dangerous, especially when you are unaware of their extraordinary capabilities. Moyu could not help but recall the aberrant creature that had once been Count Hunter, which had required considerable effort to vanquish. I hope to someday witness the distinction between magical beasts and magical creatures, as knightly tales seldom recount the subjugation of the latter. Kierna felt that those knights were unprofessional. As knights tasked with upholding justice, how could they overlook the greater menace posed by magical creatures? Moyu fell silent, recognizing that those knights who had fallen to penning tales were merely third-rate. When confronted by magical creatures, they would flee rather than engage, as the knightly order was woefully inadequate against such threats before reaching the rank of Great Knight. Especially for intermediate knights, the inability to project their fighting spirit rendered them nearly powerless against magical creatures. Kierna's intermediate knightly prowess could barely inflict minor damage on low-level magical beings, while facing aberrations or phantasmal monsters left her utterly helpless. The knightly order, when faced with magical creatures, could only enhance your speed of escape. Their superior physical condition would allow one to flee until dawn. Although magical creatures are not deterred by sunlight, they generally avoid appearing during the day, following their chaotic instincts without intelligence. Moyu remained awake, focusing on refining his true essence, tempering his spirit with the sword intent of the sun. He despised the slow grind of progress. Compared to his previous rapid advancements, it now felt akin to switching from a high-speed train to a slow, antiquated one. Fortunately, the botanical garden on his side was currently cultivating violet luminescent mushrooms, which served as a primary ingredient for a spirit-refining potion. He hoped that, during this trip to the royal city, he might acquire the necessary supplementary materials. Kierna was a clumsy girl, while Moyu was immersed in her cultivation. At this moment, she was gradually succumbing to slumber, indicating that the escapade of Kierna had deprived her of a proper rest. Before Moyu could rouse Kierna, an extraordinary event unfolded in the village under the cover of night. Without any forewarning, the sky outside was ablaze with flames, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries and the anguished wails of women echoing throughout the village. Moyu's expression turned grave, abandoning the thought of awakening Kierna. Perhaps remaining in slumber was indeed the wisest response to this upheaval. Grasping her enchanted bough, she felt her vital energy surge, causing the bough to emanate a shimmering emerald light, as if the branches of a tree had come to life. What is happening outside? Sister Jekim? Kierna, still drowsy, was evidently stirred by the tumult outside. Do not make a sound. There is something strange out there, Moyu cautioned, activating her observation hockey. However, she found that the scenes of arson and plunder outside were merely figments of her perception. Yet, her senses insisted that this was not an illusion. The flames indeed lit up the night, and the cries of despair were unmistakably real. Sister Jeking, have the bandits invaded? We must go out to assist and bring justice. Kierna's countenance transformed into one of righteous indignation as she drew her knightly sword, preparing to charge outside. Wait, it is merely an illusion. Do not venture out to meet your doom. You cannot contend with that entity, Moyu implored, halting Kierna's advance. Kierna cast a puzzled glance at Moyu, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she wrestled with the possibility that Jeking might be deceiving her, for the sights and sounds appeared vividly real to her senses. Recall what the old woman mentioned this evening? In an instant, Kierna grasped the implication. Perhaps all of this had been foreseen by the old woman, or was a recurrent occurrence. What shall we do then? Remain confined in this room? What if the other villagers face misfortune, despite being of noble lineage? Kierna expressed genuine concern for the welfare of the common folk, a rarity in this world. They have not ventured outside. There is no need for worry, Moyu reassured her. Her observation hockey detected the trembling forms of the female villagers nestled under their blankets, yet none dared to step outside to investigate. This suggested that such occurrences were not uncommon. Otherwise, their behavior would not be so subdued. Moreover, with no males present in the village, a possibility dawned upon Moyu. In this realm rife with peculiarities, it seemed that only one type of monster adhered to a specific pattern of killing, targeting only particular groups of individuals. That was the vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits were varied and bizarre, somewhat akin to vengeful souls or malevolent ghosts. Yet they only claimed lives that met their criteria. Even if one stood directly before them, they would be ignored unless deemed suitable prey. Once one entered their domain, escape became impossible. as one would be relentlessly pursued until death, unless one's strength surpassed that of the spirit, rendering its illusions ineffective and incapable of causing harm. One would soon understand the meaning of being perpetually under siege. The patterns of slaughter and the targeted groups of these vengeful spirits were as varied as the spirits themselves. Nearly everyone was unique. Generally, the creation of vengeful spirits is only associated with those whom they detested the most in life and the manner of their demise. Aside from cults, no one has dared to experiment with conjuring such entities. MOU had no intention of intervening. As long as this vengeful spirit posed no threat to the lives of the villagers and did not seek him out, he deemed it best to disregard it, especially since he planned to depart at dawn. However, Chi-Erna found herself unable to remain passive. She was uncertain whether this vengeful spirit might endanger her life, which instilled a sense of fear within her. Yet she was also concerned for the villagers' fates. Just as anticipated, an unexpected event unfolded. MOU observed the elderly woman who had welcomed them stepping outside. Her expression was a tumult of regret and anguish, guilt mingling with hesitation, resolve clashing with relief. "Xena, it was my sister who exposed you, leading to your brutal slaughter at the hands of bandits. Yet my sister perished that very night, and all the bandits have been vanquished by your hand, along with every man in the village. My husband, my father, all have met their end by your doing. What lingering resentment could you possibly harbor?" The elderly woman's words resonated not only with MOU, but echoed throughout the village for all to hear. They were taken aback to discover that the tragic beginnings of decades of suffering stem from the actions of the village's kindest elder sister. They felt an urge to curse and condemn, yet fear held them back, forcing them to huddle beneath their blankets, weeping softly, uttering curses and lamentations. For 30 years, they had endured hardships, their fathers, husbands, children, and male relatives all slaughtered by that malevolent spirit, yet they themselves had been spared. They harbored hatred for the architect of their tragedy, for the marauding bandits, and for that dreadful specter, trapped within the confines of their village. It seemed as though their fates were inexorably intertwined with its demise. Chi-Erna was struck with astonishment, realizing the true genesis of it all. "Sister Jeking, could it be that the vengeful spirit is responsible for all of this?" Chi-Erna had heard tales and gathered information regarding vengeful spirits, yet had never encountered one, leading to her uncertainty. Indeed, this spirit had persisted for over 30 years, its grievances unresolved. MOU possessed some knowledge about vengeful spirits. Typically, they dissipate over time, and can be dispelled once all resentment is alleviated, with most lasting only around a decade. A spirit enduring for 3 decades certainly bore profound grievances, almost insurmountable in nature. Although the elderly woman had grown weary of life, she did not meet the criteria for being hunted by the spirit. Thus, it had not manifested to claim her. Yet this very outcome deepened her despair. She longed to shatter the wretched cycle, to escape the torment of reliving her most painful memories night after night. "Let's venture outside and see," MOU announced, now aware of the spirit's attack parameters. He pushed open the door and stepped out, only to find himself unscathed. Though Chi-Erna had previously declared her intention to venture forth to rectify wrongs and punish evildoers, when the moment finally arrived, she found herself closely trailing behind MOU, her demeanor markedly vigilant as she cast wary glances around her. "Dear Elder, please share your tale with us, starting from the beginning. Perhaps we may offer our assistance," MOU suggested. His motivations were not merely to occupy himself. He was genuinely moved by the plight of the elder and the village. Moreover, the tears shed by vengeful spirits, arising from their grievances, were referred to as tears of redemption. These tears possessed remarkable purifying abilities, capable of cleansing the outer 4 layers of a tainted soul and purifying one's mental fortitude, thereby expediting the process of mental refinement during the night stage. The elder wiped away her tears, her gaze filled with helplessness as she looked at MOU and Chi-Erna. After a deep sigh, she began to recount her story. "Our village was, 30 years ago, an ordinary place. Then, a family moved in. The man was an eloquent scholar, and the woman, a gentle and beautiful noble girl named Xena. As for their surname, we were unaware. They likely eloped. They treated us kindly, living and toiling alongside us, sharing laughter and camaraderie. One fateful day, the man received a letter informing him that Count Ohent intended to expel the bandits from the region. aiming to drive them away from our village. Worried about the bandits threatening his village and his wife, he resolved to take her away. However, his wife was already with child, and heavy rains fell that day. He had no choice but to leave her here, planning to seek assistance from her father. Yet he never returned. After waiting for days in vain, his wife, consumed by despair and weakened by the cold, suffered a miscarriage. From that day forth, she remained mired in sorrow, gradually wasting away, never to see her husband again. Eventually, the bandits, driven by Count Ahent, invaded our village, committing acts of violence and depravity without restraint. In a moment of desperation, my sister proposed offering Xena to the bandits in exchange for their withdrawal. Xena did not resist, and they plundered all our wealth and provisions. They then established their camp atop the flat-topped mountain behind the village. Not long after, flames erupted from the mountaintop, and all the bandits perished. However, before we could rejoice, Xena reappeared, having slaughtered all the men in the village, including my sister. We were trapped here, unable to leave for over 30 years. As the elder recounted her tale, tears streamed down her face, clearly stirred by the painful memories of the past. Could it be that Xena's vengeance stemmed from her husband's disappearance and the silence that followed? Mou pondered this possibility, for Xena had exacted her revenge upon those she deemed deserving. It was unreasonable to blame Count Ahent for the actions of the deceased. After all, the previous Count Ahent had long since passed away. Seeking vengeance upon the dead was futile. One could hardly exhume graves to chastise the departed. Regrettably, for so many years, we have been unable to leave the village in search of answers, and those we entrusted to relay our plight to the outside world never returned with responses. Leave it to me and my sister Jikong. We shall certainly find that unfaithful man, Mou declared with determination. Kierna exuded confidence, entirely shedding her previous timidity until a white apparition materialized before Mou, revealing a stunning woman. Fear gripped Kierna, causing her teeth to chatter and her legs to weaken to the point of near collapse, tears welling in her eyes. You're Xena? I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, recognized the sudden apparition as Xena, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Xena merely gazed at Mou, her internal essence projecting scenes reminiscent of her daily life with a handsome man. What is his name? Mou understood that this man was Xena's husband and intended to use Captain Jack's compass to locate him. Orb Jackson. The ghostly image of Xena called out to the man's figure, evidently revealing his name. All right, I shall see if I can find him. Mou retrieved Captain Jack's compass, silently invoking Orb's name. Without a doubt, the needle did not indicate a direction. However, Mou remained undeterred, for there existed another possibility, albeit a grim one, searching for Orv Jackson's remains. This time, the compass pointed decisively in one direction, the same path Mou had traversed earlier. The others heard the words Mou uttered and, upon observing the needle's behavior, began to comprehend that the man had likely perished, though the timing of his death remained a mystery. It's too dark to see. Let's venture out during daylight. Mou regarded the pitch-black night, aware that while he could use his observation hockey to search, it would be best for them to participate together. The truth revealed may lead to an even deeper tragedy, and Mou felt an unsettling suspicion brewing within him. Before long, a few hours passed, and the eastern sky began to brighten, while Xena's vengeful spirit vanished from sight. Although vengeful spirits could appear during the day, their presence would hasten their dissolution. No spirit would willingly venture out in daylight. Let us go, Kierna. We must seek Orv's remains. Mou addressed Kierna, who was dozing off in her chair. Huh? Is it dawn already? Very well, Kierna yawned, stretching and rubbing her eyes before following Mou out of the village. Miss Kikyo, Miss Kierna, I implore you, please help us put an end to this tragic cycle. The elderly woman cried out from behind them. Do not worry, dear lady. Once we find Orv, we shall return, Kierna reassured her, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Mou's mouth. The path outside the village was a narrow road bordering the tumultuous river, nestled against a steep cliff. The mountain stream flowed rapidly, its waters crystal clear yet perilously unpredictable, with no protective barriers alongside, rendering it quite dangerous. The two had not ventured far, perhaps 2 or 3 kilometers, when Mou turned his gaze to the compass indicating a direction to the left. On the left lay the stream, its pristine and swift waters appearing utterly unremarkable. It was only after Mou shifted his position several times that he finally pinpointed the exact location the compass indicated. There lies a chaotic stone beach, eroded by the stream on the northern shore, while the adjacent side, near Mou, is heaped with an abundance of rocks and vegetation. It is likely that the remains of Orfu rest beneath this disordered stony expanse. Mou then glanced towards the right, where a section of the mountainside was conspicuously missing, suggesting a landslide had occurred. However, after 2 or 3 decades, the topography here has altered dramatically, making it only possible to vaguely speculate. Whether or not it is true has become inconsequential. Orfu may have encountered a landslide or tragically fallen to the water's edge, falling into eternal slumber until this day. Piteous bones by the uncertain river, still a dreamer in the spring chamber. Mou lamented this tragedy, which tormented all the villagers. "Why have you stopped, Sister Jeking?" Chi-Erna, still observing the scenery on both banks, suddenly noticed Jeking standing still behind her, gazing intently at a particular spot, and hurried back to inquire. "Here. Orfu's remains lie just below." Mou pointed towards the position indicated by the compass. "Ah, right here? I thought we would have to walk much farther. But how did Orfu end up dead here?" Chi-Erna, not one to engage in deep thought, nonetheless understood that Orfu's death here bore significant implications. A mere 3,000 meters apart, yet we never met. Mou leaped down onto the stony beach, surveying the chaotic scene before him, feeling somewhat distressed about how to excavate the remains. After a moment's contemplation, Mou pressed his hand against the rubble, channeling a vast amount of true essence into earthy energy that surged underground. Under Mou's control, the soil erupted like a spring, and soon, a shattered skeleton emerged. Without a doubt, it was the remains of Orfu. Most of the bones were fractured, the skull radiating cracks, clearly indicating it had been struck by falling rocks, subsequently concealed by the landslide. The body was tightly curled, with broken arm and hand bones protecting something at the chest, evidently an attempt to safeguard something precious. Mou did not examine further. Instead, he produced a white cloth, using telekinesis to wrap the bones. He then levitated the bundle, directing it towards the village. Is that it then?" Chi-Erna, prepared to use her sword to dig a pit, was taken aback by Jeking's extraordinary abilities. On the return journey, Mou disregarded Chi-Erna's incessant chatter, constantly questioning whether this was a manifestation of extraordinary powers. Upon their return to the village, all awaited with hopeful anticipation, yearning for the true retrieval of Orfu's remains to bring closure to this ordeal. When they beheld the figures of the two, tears of joy welled in their eyes as they noticed the white cloth-wrapped object. Even Xena, ignoring the sun's scorching rays, revealed herself, staring blankly at Orfu's remains. "I am not unworthy of the task. These are indeed Orfu's bones. He likely encountered a landslide over 2,000 meters outside the village on a rainy night long ago." Mou offered a brief explanation, laying the white cloth on the ground and unfurling it to reveal Orfu's shattered remains. In his palm, he seemed to protect something, presumably related to Xena. Stepped back a pace, allowing Xena to approach Orf. She gently pried open his tightly clasped hands, revealing the object within. It was Xena's amethyst necklace, once held by Orf as a token while he sought assistance from Xena's father. "Alas," she implored, "please retrieve my remains so I may rest alongside my husband." A flicker of wisdom returned to Xena's eyes, filled with a poignant sorrow, and nodded resolutely. Chapter 156. A new journey. Upon seeing's affirmation, Xena beamed, her form transforming into shimmering motes of light, vanishing from sight like scattered stars ascending into the heavens. A single, ethereal tear, radiating a dreamlike and sacred luminescence, fell gracefully into his palm. This was the tear of redemption. Xena's grievances had dissipated, revealing that her husband had not forsaken her, but had merely succumbed to misfortune. This tragic burden that had lingered for over 30 years finally dissolved in that moment. Placed the tear of redemption into his storage compartment, intending to utilize it in the concoction of a high-grade alchemical potion, also known as the tear of redemption, with the primary ingredient being the tear itself and additional materials to be sought in the royal city. With this superior potion, could directly refine and purify his mental and true essence, nearly completing the threshold of the Great Night Realm. Sister Kikyo, shall we seek out Sister Xena's remains? Kierna inquired, unable to perceive the tear of redemption, as it was a gift bestowed by a liberated spirit in gratitude, embodying the purest and most sincere wish, akin to the essence of dreamworld matter. Indeed, would you like to join? Replied, having accepted the spirit's offering and thus felt compelled to fulfill her wish. Of course, this promises to be an intriguing adventure, far more thrilling than the tales of knights. Kierna, an innocent girl enamored with knightly stories, exclaimed, let us proceed. Stored Orf's remains, finding it cumbersome to navigate with them using telekinesis. Wow, Sister Kikyo, you possess a storage bracelet. How impressive. Alas, I am limited to a mere storage necklace, Kierna remarked, feeling her necklace paled in comparison to the bracelet's allure. It was evident she was cherished, as such storage items were rare, even among counts. Thank you, dear ladies. Thank you so much. The elderly woman and numerous other villagers were at last liberated. They could leave the village and escape the torment of those haunting, repetitive nights. After bidding farewell to the elderly woman, followed Captain Jack's compass towards the flat-topped mountain. Although a narrow mountain path existed, it had remained untended for 30 years. Now overgrown with brambles and vines, Kierna volunteered to lead the way, wielding her splendid knight's sword as if vanquishing foes, effortlessly cleaving the obstructive underbrush along the ascent. The blade shimmered with deep blue energy, and its razor-sharp edge made quick work of the tangled flora. Kierna reveled in the unparalleled joy of clearing the path, growing more exuberant with each swing, akin to a spirited husky, brimming with vitality. Upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, the obstruction of shrubs had vanished, revealing a pitch-black jungle. Towering trees shielded the sunlight, casting an impenetrable shadow over the area, reminiscent of the sun sinking below the horizon, barely illuminating the path ahead. This primordial forest lay deep and silent, occasionally disrupted by the haunting roars of unknown creatures, lending an air of terror to the woodland. It felt as though something sinister lurked in the distant darkness, causing Kierna to retreat into a state of trepidation. Cowering behind Muyu, she cast wary glances around, fearful of the sudden emergence of some dreadful entity. Muyu, too, remained vigilant, fully extending his observation haki to thwart any potential ambush. The mountainside exhibited a scarcity of life, primarily inhabited by oversized insects, which was decidedly abnormal. Muyu harbored a strong suspicion that something peculiar resided within this mountain. Lamenting the hardships faced by the inhabitants of this world, survival was no easy feat. Having ascended 2/3 of the mountain's height, they seemed to have entered the domain of insects, where various large arthropods, crustaceans, and mollusks frequently appeared. The dimensions of these creatures were astonishing. A centipede stretched 3 to 4 meters long, while a slug could extend over 10 meters. Muyu felt as though he had stumbled into a kingdom of insects, a sight both repulsive and nerve-wracking. Kierna had transformed into a figure of dread, grasping the sleeve of Muyu's robe while muttering about their ill-fated venture. Surprisingly, these colossal insects did not assault Muyu and Kierna, but rather wandered about like ordinary bugs. The duo cautiously navigated through this region, nearing the mountain's summit, where they encountered even larger insects. Each of these creatures, though formidable, were mere insects rather than magical beasts, while their exoskeletons boasted hardness and strength rivaling first-tier magical creatures. They emitted no trace of energy. Upon reaching the flat-top summit, both paused, not due to the presence of terrifying magical beasts or malevolent entities, but rather because they stood before a colossal anthill, formed from mounds of yellow earth, resembling small hills. Each mound towered no less than 200 meters, positioned centrally on the plateau. This abrupt emergence was startling, with no vegetation surrounding it, only a multitude of black ants, each 1 to 2 meters long, scuttling about. Organized groups were seen transporting enormous insects into the anthill through its entrance. Goodness, this must be the nest of the insect queen. Muyu was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Even within the context of a Western fantasy world, such a bizarre sight should not exist, and Kierna had never heard of anything resembling it. Muyu unfurled Captain Jack's compass, and following its guidance, discovered the remains of Xena nestled within the ant nest. Kierna, wait for me outside. I shall venture in a search for Xena's remains. Muyu retrieved his invisibility cloak, preparing to delve into the depths of the nest. Sister Jekin, I am frightened. There are so many insects here. is truly terrifying. I wish to enter with you. Although Kierna was apprehensive about entering the ant nest, she was even more fearful of being alone in this place, as any danger that might arise would go unnoticed. Hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Kierna's request. She handed her the invisibility cloak and instructed her on its use, then employed her own invisibility technique along with breath-concealing and sound-muffling spells. Wow, Sister Jeking is so incredible. You can do everything. Is this magic? Kierna instinctively assumed it was magic, as witchcraft had faded into obscurity with the disappearance of witches, leaving no one to learn it. Let us proceed. Led the way toward the entrance of the ant nest, which was spacious enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Approximately 2.5 meters in diameter. The 2 of them maneuvered around the bustling ants, gradually entering the passage that led to the heart of the flat-topped mountain. Even speculated whether these ants had hollowed out the mountain, as such an endeavor would require considerable time, even with modern engineering equipment. These ants had undoubtedly emerged within the last 30 years, and their development was a testament to their innate aptitude for construction. Chapter 157. The depths of the ant nest. It was unclear how these ants had designed their tunnels. They were not only well-ventilated but also remarkably sturdy, alleviating concerns of collapse. Observation hockey was somewhat restricted by the tunnel walls, limiting her range to approximately 100 meters. Yet within this scope, she could discern the intricate maze of tunnels, twisting and turning like a labyrinth. Were it not for Captain Jack's compass, would surely have lost her way. Fortunately, the compass guided her to the correct forks each time. The ant nest was a complex web of tunnels, and the soldier ants bore numerous sharp exoskeletal spikes, clearly not to be trifled with. Both and Kierna treaded cautiously, fearful of detection by the ants, for a collective assault would spell disaster. As they passed through a cavernous chamber, they discovered the ants' food storage area, where many large insect carcasses were neatly arranged. Surmised that they were nearing the queen's lair, as food and ant eggs were typically stored in close proximity to the queen herself. Soon, they traversed another expansive chamber and arrived at a heavily guarded cave. The incubation room for ant eggs. Countless milky white eggs, each the size of a person, emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. These eggs exhibited subtle energy fluctuations, indicating that they had been nurtured through extraordinary means. Sister Jeking, these ant eggs smell divine. I am so tempted to eat one. What is happening? Kierna exclaimed, nearly drooling as she leaned against shoulder, murmuring dreamily. Had a sense of what was occurring. These ant eggs contained extraordinary substances that could enhance fighting spirit and purify mental energy. This instinctual urge to consume them stemmed from a primal impulse, akin to the attraction one feels toward rare treasures of nature. Indeed, all animals possess an innate instinct. When their bodies are deficient in certain substances, they instinctively seek to consume. These ant eggs, rich in numerous beneficial nutrients for the human body, prompted even MOU to feel a slight dryness in his throat. A solution must be found, for neglecting the gifts of heaven may lead to dire consequences. At this moment, MOU was in dire need of spiritual purification, and the arrival of these ant eggs was fortuitous. MOU concealed himself around a corner and summoned several spore avatars, imbuing them with the skill of lightness art before sending them forth. Grabbing an ant egg, they fled, prompting the soldier ants to immediately set off with their 6 long legs in swift pursuit. Although the speed of these spore avatars could not match that of the soldier ants, their mastery of lightness art granted them increased velocity and remarkable agility, rendering them nearly impossible to capture. Kierna, gather the ant eggs. Collect as many as you can, MOU commanded without hesitation, fervently using his telekinetic abilities to amass the ant eggs and store them. Okay, Sister Jeking, Kierna replied joyfully, swiftly placing the eggs she encountered into her storage necklace. This cavern was merely one of the hatching chambers for the giant ants, already containing approximately 300 ant eggs. MOU had collected around 250, yet the 2 were still unsatisfied and proceeded to the next hatching chamber, employing the same method of sweeping through. It was not until they had scoured several hundred hatching chambers that they finally paused, not due to a lack of eggs, but because their actions had thoroughly roused the ant nest. Hundreds of ants formed a battalion, swiftly mobilizing to investigate the intruders, and many passages became choked with the bustling soldier ants. To avoid being overwhelmed, Mou and Kierna concealed themselves in a hidden cave, planning to wait until the nest settled before seeking out Xena's remains. After the soldier ants had dispatched all the spore avatars, they remained relentless, seemingly aware that hidden enemies were still present. They appeared determined to scour every corner of the nest until they were satisfied. Reluctantly, Mou had to engage in a game of hide and seek with the ants, relocating to a different position each time they neared their hiding spot. These ants exhibited a hive mind, controlled by a singular intelligence, and they grew increasingly ferocious rather than dissuaded by their inability to locate the two. They began frantically transporting soil, sealing off entrance points, and attempting to constrict the space in which the two could hide. Sister Jeking, what should we do? These giant ants are remarkably clever, Kierna exclaimed, resembling an ant on a hot pan. Although she could handle them individually, the nest harbored no less than 1,000,000 ants. We shall advance towards the mother nest and see if we can find Xena's remains, and then depart, Mou proposed. The two began to proceed in accordance with the compass's guidance, disregarding the bustling soldier ants as they penetrated deeper into the heart of the ant nest. After descending several hundred meters, the two encountered a cave blocked by soldier ants, evidently guarding something of great significance behind them. A sinister smile crept across Mou's face as he condensed a spore clone, subsequently inscribing the 4-symbol sealing technique upon it. Having pursued us for so long, it was time for you to experience a taste of your own medicine. The spore clone swiftly approached the hundreds of soldier ants at the entrance. Yet those who spotted the clone remained unmoved. Thanks to the previous ruse of drawing the tiger from its den, these soldier ants were no longer easily deceived. It appears you possess some wisdom. Is this the will of the Ant King? Mou had previously investigated and found that these ants exhibited no signs of cognitive fluctuations, acting solely based on information received through their antennae. Alas, no matter how clever you may be, you're still bound to fall into a trap. The outcome will be different this time. The immobility of these soldier ants allowed Mou to effortlessly take them all away in one fell swoop. As the spore clone neared, one soldier ant emerged, its formidable pincers clamping down on the spore clone. However, before it could destroy the clone, a copious amount of black blood erupted forth, instantly engulfing all the soldier ants in that passage. Sister Jeking, what sort of technique is this? It's incredible, Kierna exclaimed. Sensing the power, though the black 4-symbol sealing technique had yet to activate, it was already astonishing to behold. Silently, the black sphere vanished, taking with it the soldier ants and a portion of the cave's rocky interior. A smooth, spherical hollow space was formed, environmentally friendly and harmless. If utilized in a modern waste treatment facility, Mou would likely strike it rich. How amazing! They've all disappeared in an instant. Kierna gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Let us move before the soldier ants come after us again. Upon entering the area guarded by the soldier ants, both were taken aback. They found themselves in a dreamlike mushroom kingdom, teeming with colossal, unidentified mushrooms standing several meters tall. Unlike the purple glowing mushrooms Mou had previously acquired, these specimens were extraordinarily large and adorned with colorful spots that emitted a faint bioluminescence, reminiscent of fireflies flickering in the night. Chapter 158. The Giant Mushrooms and the Ant King. These mushrooms emanated a subtle energy fluctuation, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature, though whether they constituted magical herbs would require further identification. How beautiful, Sister Jeking! Are these truly mushrooms? Montag uvas ikvali astonisit. Although they lacked the sentience of mushroom people, this was his first encounter with such magnificent fungi. Not to mention Kierna, who, often confined to the castle, had little exposure to the wonders of the world. Such a sight could only manifest in a fantastical realm like this. Mou plucked a small mushroom resembling a mushroom cap and placed it in his storage compartment, intending to identify it alongside the ant eggs. First, he would examine these mushrooms. Given their peculiar spots and energy fluctuations, they were certainly not ordinary. Giant mushrooms, cultivated by the mushroom people during the first epoch, are rich in nutrients, delicious and non-toxic, suitable for consumption by any race. The cultivation conditions require a shadowy environment devoid of light, utilizing rich soil for planting, resulting in rapid growth and immense yields. The insects that consume the giant mushrooms undergo significant enlargement, with their strength and speed attributes proportionately enhanced. During the primordial First Era, the mushroom folk cultivated these giant mushrooms to tame colossal insects, roaming the wild and untamed landscapes. Was astonished to discover that these mushrooms could be traced back to the First Era. According to some historians, the First Era is believed to date back approximately 10 million years, while we now exist in the Fourth Era, with humanity emerging towards the end of the Second Era. When ancient species, observing, it feels akin to gazing upon a chronicle of time itself, murmured to himself, feeling the weight of history, millions of years indeed. Although these mushrooms can only induce gigantism in insects, their value is undeniably significant. Not only are they delectably flavorful, but they can also be consumed by any race. Truly a treasure. Then examine the giant ant eggs, whose effects are undoubtedly linked to their species. The black-shelled, giant-clawed ant eggs contain trace amounts of a unique magical substance, capable of purifying the spirit and enhancing the refinement of combat energy. Being both delicious and nutritionally rich, the black-shelled, giant-clawed ants, one of the insect races tamed by the mushroom folk in the First Era, serve as excellent aids in construction and food provision. Prolonged consumption of the giant mushrooms has caused specific genetic alterations, stabilizing the characteristics of gigantism. Controlled by the collective consciousness of the ant queen, was indeed correct. These ant eggs possess abilities that are inherent to their species, albeit in a gigantic form. Beholding the thousands of ant eggs stored in the reserves, expressed joy at the bountiful harvest. He gazed upon the vast expanse of mushroom forest and, without hesitation, began to gather them fervently. Witnessing the changing expressions of Sister as she commenced her collection, did not hesitate to join in, also collecting the mushrooms. Before long, had cleared the area of mushrooms, leaving only the mycelium behind, mindful not to exhaust the resources entirely. Let us proceed. The Queen's nest lies ahead, and S remains should be just beyond. Pondered over the events of the past, uncertain why S remains would be found here. However, perhaps all these secrets would be unveiled upon encountering the Ant Queen. After walking several hundred paces and leaving the giant mushroom cultivation base, the two entered a spacious area. This place was heavily guarded by soldier ants, with sentinels stationed every few steps, while worker ants busily transported food and ant eggs in and out. The duo did not disturb the ants, following the worker ants into the interior. They traversed several hundred meters of a complex and winding path, arriving at a space filled with plants that emitted a faint glow. The area was vast, yet it bore a fragrant aroma, contrasting sharply with the earlier putrid stench of the ant nest. Upon entering, they beheld a massive, plump white worm, constantly laying eggs while simultaneously feeding. Numerous worker ants attended to it, providing nourishment and assisting in the birthing of ant eggs. However, this colossal worm was not the ant emperor that sought, for it bore no traces of intelligence, clearly indicating something amiss. It was merely an external reproductive machine. Felt an urge to exclaim, but stifled her voice. Primarily due to the overwhelming number of ants in the vicinity, even the slightest disturbance could lead to their encirclement. Before the two could further investigate, a woman with translucent cicada wings, adorned in an exquisite silk gown, emerged with an air of elegance. Two uninvited guests, daring to intrude and seize a multitude of my offspring along with my giant mushrooms, are hardly exhibiting the behavior of respectable visitors, she remarked, her delicate wings fluttering as she descended gracefully to the ground. Her gaze unmistakably fixed upon the two, was on the verge of tears, her eyes signaling, seemingly asking if they had been discovered. S' expression remained impassive as he scrutinized the woman before him, sensing a familiar aura. He promptly dispelled the magic cloaking him, revealing his true form, and followed suit upon witnessing S' actions. You carry the essence of. Have you come into possession of her remains, or perhaps consumed them? Questioned, his demeanor cautious. Although the woman emitted no signs of combat energy, her mental force was undeniably formidable. It cannot be termed as consumption, rather, it is a fusion. I owe her my life, the mysterious woman replied with a serene smile, exuding a captivating charm that was almost soul-stealing. Your mental power is vast. Did you uncover our presence through it? Inquired, sensing the woman's mental force radiating an alluring quality, capable of scanning the surroundings akin to observation hockey. Indeed, it aids in locating my children, yet you dare to bully them for their lack of intelligence. How despicable, she chided, her tone laced with flirtation, had not assumed the form of, he would have struggled against her mesmerizing allure. Return remains and inter them alongside her husband. Is her vengeful spirit dying wish, she commanded, uninterested in further dialogue. Aim to retrieve remains and depart swiftly. That is unacceptable. Skeleton was a gift from her while she lived, and it serves as the framework for my own body. Without it, how could I move? At that moment, notice the striking resemblance between the woman and their bone structures were identical. His expression grew colder still. If negotiation was futile, then force would have to suffice. I am aware that you can manifest a human-like body. If you provide me with such a form and assist me with a minor task, I may consider returning remains to you. Was uncertain of the woman's true intentions. Given her strength, what assistance could she possibly require? After all, had once been his benefactor. In his innocent youth, he had ventured to the surface, only to be captured and tormented by human bandits, teetering on the brink of death. Hina, who contemplated suicide, bequeathed her bones to me, enabling me to exact revenge upon those humans. Now, since Hina wishes to reclaim her remains, I ought to acquiesce. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, her expression shifted dramatically, and a formidable mental force surged forth, penetrating the depths below. Mou extended his observation hockey. Though it lacked the direct, scanning prowess of mental energy, he nonetheless perceived that several hundred meters beneath the ant nest lay a lava pool, situated directly beneath it. It was clear that this nest relied on the heat of the lava pool to incubate its ant eggs. This flat-topped mountain was, in fact, a dormant volcano, having remained quiet for many years without any eruptions. Within the lava pool, there thrived a peculiar creature, an enormous lizard, or rather, a subdragon species. Measuring over 10 meters in length, its rough, fiery red body resembling flowing magma. It bore a pair of disproportionately large dragon wings on its back. With its gaping maw, it spewed lava, incinerating the soldier ants in its path, before voraciously drawing them into its belly as it advanced toward the ant nest. This subdragon species, the lava lizard, possessed an insatiable appetite. Dozens of massive ants were hardly sufficient to satisfy its hunger. Sensing its near fifth-tier beast strength, Mou felt a weighty apprehension. Fifth-tier beasts emanate a biological force field that grants immunity to physical and energy attacks that do not exceed certain thresholds. Even the Earth Knights would find it challenging to breach the defenses of such a fifth-tier beast force field. It is no wonder that this enigmatic ant emperor was at a loss against it. How about this? If you assist me in eliminating or driving away this lava lizard, I shall return Hina's remains to you, urged the ant emperor, her anxiety palpable. The reason her ant colony struggled to flourish was precisely due to this detestable lava lizard diminishing their numbers. Why should I help the lava lizard in exterminating your kind instead of taking matters into my own hands? Mou retorted coldly, recognizing the audacity of her proposition. But my ant nest boasts an army of hundreds of thousands. Should you oppose me, it is you who may meet your demise first, the ant emperor replied languidly, unfazed by Mou's threat. While she may not excel in combat, that did not imply she lacked means. I cannot allow your ant colony to grow unchecked. With the lava lizard present, it shall ensure you do not expand recklessly into neighboring territories. The ant emperor's formidable mental force posed little threat to Mou, who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Beyond her psychic capabilities, the ant nest held no power that could instill fear in him. Once he activated his eternal eyes, the nest would be powerless to impede his onslaught. Mind you, this land was once a desolate wilderness a century ago, now encroached upon by humanity. It remains uncertain whose aggression is more pronounced. The ant emperor did not wish to relocate. However, her colony was reliant on geothermal energy, and finding another site rich in such resources would not be an easy task. War among races knows no morality, only the law of the fittest. The intention of Mou is quite straightforward. He wishes to prevent the ant clan from fully developing after the removal of the lava lizard. Are you perhaps afraid? Afraid that once my ant clan eliminates the lava lizard, our rapid advancement might threaten the existence of humankind? From the perspective of the ant queen, her insight is astute. She understands the terrifying might of humanity, which has dominated both the third and fourth eras. She is merely a faction of the ant clan and lacks the power to confront the human race. You, the black armored giant claw ants, were once a domesticated race of the mushroom people in the First Era. Despite the passage of thousands of years, your progress remains minimal. I simply do not wish for you to pose a threat to the defenseless civilians at the borders. MOU initially mocks the humiliating past of the Ant Queen's race, subsequently expressing his disdain for the mere black armored giant claw ants. Given this, do not expect to obtain the remains of Xena. My loss of her bones will not inflict any harm upon me. At this juncture, both parties sense an imminent rupture, adopting a vigilant stance to guard against sudden attacks from one another. I do not necessarily require Xena's remains. I merely need to stall you here until the lava lizard descends upon us, and you shall undoubtedly perish. Kierna trembles with trepidation, observing the two formidable figures at odds, nervously scanning the encircling black armored giant claw ants. Alas, I need only send a few soldier ants to their demise, which will satiate the lava lizard, causing it to retreat once it is full. MOU acknowledges that the Ant Queen's assertions may indeed hold truth. The lava lizard possesses considerable intelligence and will not exhaust its resources. Are you certain we can kill or drive away the lava lizard? It is a 5th-tier subdragon. After a moment of contemplation, MOU decides to observe what means the Ant Queen possesses. Indeed, slaying the lava lizard seems improbable, yet I still have ways to drive it away. The Ant Queen, witnessing the once confrontational woman before her easing her stance, also relaxes. Can you guarantee that the lava lizard will not return once driven away? MOU is uncertain from where the Ant Queen derives her confidence, but it is prudent to clarify before deciding whether to follow her plans. Naturally, I can ensure the lava lizard does not return. The Ant Queen smiles mysteriously, her eyes gleaming with amusement, as if she believes her method to be ingenious. Pray tell, what is this method? MOU finds the Ant Queen's cryptic demeanor intolerable. Were it not for the pair of wings behind her, she might have mistaken her for a human woman. 80 miles west of here lies a snow-capped mountain, home to a frost wyvern, a female dragon, while the lava lizard is a male. By stealthily acquiring the dung of this female dragon and presenting it to the lava lizard along with an aphrodisiac, the lava lizard will follow the scent trail to the snow mountain. There, in the frigid environment, the lava lizard's strength will be significantly diminished. Upon encountering the frost wyvern, its courtship behavior will incite the wrath of the cold-averse creature. Thus, the two subdragons will engage in a fierce battle, and the angered frost wyvern, empowered by the cold, will ultimately slay the lava lizard. Cast a peculiar glance at the Ant Queen, pondering the deviousness of her scheme. Such a toxic plan, how did it come to be conceived? Truly, the heart of a woman can be most treacherous. Why then, do you not undertake this endeavor yourself? With your multitude of soldier ants, what need have you for our assistance? Contemplated the numerous flaws in her plan, yet acknowledged its undeniable efficacy. Do you possess any education? My soldier ants are terrified of frigid environments. They perish before even reaching the snowy mountains. The disdainful expression on the Ant Queen's face stirred a desire within to strike her down, but cloaked in the guise of, he must not reveal his true identity. Are you certain that the Frostwing Dragon will not notice if we pilfer its excrement? The risks are too great. It is not worth my while. The Frostwing Dragon ventures out to hunt every 3 days, granting us ample opportunity to enter and exit its lair undetected. The Ant Queen must have executed this plan previously. But alas, her fear of the cold ultimately led to failure, albeit yielding some intelligence regarding the Frostwing Dragon. Chapter 160. The Ant Queen's treasury your plan is commendable, yet relying solely on the remains of is insufficient to compel me to assist you. I require additional compensation. Adopted a demeanor of one who demands more, insisting that the difficulty of this task necessitated an increase in payment. You have taken so many of my ant eggs and collected a significant quantity of giant mushrooms. Is that not enough? Were it not for the need for your assistance, my forces would have already surrounded you during your collection. The Ant Queen, filled with indignation, deemed this individual insatiable, having reaped the benefits yet refusing to act. We acquired those through our own merit. How can you claim them as your due? Moreover, when we took them, you neither intervened nor claimed that they were payment. Maintained an air of entitlement, inciting exasperation in the Ant Queen, who had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Sister, do you think this is appropriate? The timid felt that such actions contradicted the chivalric spirit. What do you understand? We risk our lives to infiltrate the Frostwing Dragoness lair. You expect us to do so without additional compensation? Assumed a demeanor typical of youth, suggesting that such negotiations were merely standard procedure. Very well, I can agree to increase the payment, but this young lady must remain here as a hostage. The Ant Queen, fearing that might flee with the payment without fulfilling his promise, sought a backup plan. What? I am terrified alone here. Can I not accompany sister? The timid, yet feigning composure amused. Fine, but you must first provide me with the remains of and the additional payment. Equally distrustful of the Ant Queen, pondered the potential for betrayal after the task was completed. Would they resort to combat? Agreed, but you must first prepare a new skeleton for me, and then I shall escort you to the storeroom. The Ant Queen's expression soured, yet she acquiesced, both disregarding S input. For until completed the plan, she was assured of her safety. Accompanying him to the snowy mountains would only pose a greater threat and hinder progress. You conjured a spore clone, allowing it to follow the Ant King into his royal chamber. Sister Kaiki, must I truly remain here? You will return, won't you? Kierna felt like a hostage, fearing for her fate. It was not that she doubted Mou's ability to complete the task. Rather, she feared that the Ant King might renege on his word after the mission was accomplished. Do not fear. As a knight, how can one falter? Trust in yourself, and in me, Mou reassured her, calming Kierna momentarily. He then employed his observation haki to discreetly watch the Ant King change, or rather, to shed his exoskeleton. The Ant King's body was exceedingly peculiar, resembling a fluid form as a pristine skeletal structure, nurtured to a porcelain-like whiteness, slid effortlessly from his body. The fluidic flesh then adhered itself to the spore clone, which soon lost control, evidently digested by the Ant King. Mou was uncertain whether this was a racial gift of the Ant King or an extraordinary ability he himself had acquired, as the Ant King's formidable mental energy concealed any potential spiritual fluctuations. Before long, the Ant King emerged, bearing Xena's immaculate skeleton, and presented it to Mou. Confirming the skeleton's essence as Xena's, he stored it in his inventory. The first task was complete, bringing Mou a modest joy. The sensation of earning rewards for his endeavors was truly delightful. Follow me. I shall guide you to the treasury. This little girl shall accompany us as well. After all, she has contributed. The Ant King led the way, with Mou and Kierna trailing behind. They traversed through the formidable defenses of the soldier ants, arriving at a concealed stone chamber. Step inside. The rare treasures excavated by the worker ants over the years are contained within. You may each select 5 items. The Ant King seemed indifferent to the trove, having utilized all that was of value, leaving only what he could not presently employ. Upon entering the chamber, they were greeted by a significant pile of gold, all in the form of human head-sized doghead gold, in considerable quantity. Among the treasures lay numerous rare, magical metal ores, essential for forging divine weapons and witch artifacts: silver, primordial gold, dragon-patterned iron, dark essence copper, nether tin, spatial gems, shadow roots, and more, causing Mou's eyes to gleam with excitement. On the opposite side was a vast collection of crimson magic stones, permeated with fire elements, each of fine quality, resembling mid-grade magic stones. However, there were no medicinal herbs or items for enhancing cultivation, as the Ant King had consumed them all. Mou's gaze fell upon the final pile, which contained the skeletons and scales of 2 lava lizard dragons, even including dragon crystals. He mused that it was no injustice for the ant nest to have drawn the ire of the lava lizard dragons. After all, they had stolen the remains of their parents, yet presented themselves as the aggrieved party, disappointed that there were no forbidden extraordinary items. Mou nonetheless left a spatial imprint within the stone chamber, intending to return in the future. Nevertheless, it is prudent to select first. Mou initially took 2 dragon crystals, which are the magical cores of the 5th-tier lava lizard dragon. Owing to their draconic nature, they are referred to as dragon crystals. The spell model contained within these crystals typically embodies the breath of the dragon, possessing a potency that surpasses that of fire spells of the same tier. They are exceptionally suitable for the crafting of witchcraft artifacts, especially for wizards of the explosive flame school. Next, he retrieved the primordial gold, spatial gem, and shadow root. Among these, the spatial gem is invaluable for the creation of spatial equipment. Primordial gold, being exceedingly rare, can transform ordinary metals into magical metals with just a trace. It is also favored by 7th-tier archwizards and above for crafting rule-bearing artifacts. Its most significant application was discovered by the 8th-tier wizard Selene, who found that it could be refined in a blazing white furnace into a unique liquid metal. When infused into a wizard's skeletal structure, it grants an indomitable strength that even typical 6th-tier wizards cannot shatter. This skeletal enhancement functions as a substitute for a staff, amplifying spells, and allows for the engraving of spell runes for casting. Furthermore, it significantly enhances the wizard's capacity to absorb and refine natural energy or elemental essence. 4. MOU. This translates to an accelerated pace of cultivation and mental refinement. The notion of indestructible bones evokes thoughts of Wolverine, and notably, primordial gold is impervious to electromagnetic spells. With this asset, combined with MOU's intended extraordinary traits for advancing to Sequence 7, he becomes nearly invulnerable to death. Lastly, the shadow root is a unique plant that flourishes solely underground, yet shares properties akin to magical metals. It grows at an excruciatingly slow rate, taking a millennium to grow just an inch. And this particular root stretches over a meter long, likely having matured for more than 300,000 years. Like primordial gold, the shadow root can also be utilized in the crafting of rule artifacts. However, unlike primordial gold, this shadow root can continue to grow even after the artifact is completed. And as it grows, the incomplete imprints of rules will naturally become whole. It is highly esteemed by 7th-tier wizards, as their rule systems are often incomplete. And should they find themselves at an impasse, they can use the rule artifacts crafted from the shadow root to enhance their own rule frameworks. Nevertheless, MOU has no need for it at present and will defer its use for later. Once MOU finished his selection, the Ant Emperor merely cast a cursory glance, seemingly indifferent, likely due to her lack of knowledge regarding these items, thus inadvertently allowing MOU to take advantage. Meanwhile, Kierna collected some aesthetically pleasing gems and metals, driven solely by visual appeal. The most valuable item she acquired was a piece of amethyst, suitable for crafting witchcraft artifacts. You have already received your reward, so hurry and set off, the Ant Emperor urged, having tolerated the lava lizard dragon for long enough. She had contemplated various methods to vanquish it, but had only suffered significant losses among her subjects. Very well. Could you dispatch several hundred soldier ants to escort me to the foot of the snow-capped mountain? Upon their return, please ensure that these soldier ants are coated in dragon dung, for I wish to remain untainted by such filth. S request nearly incensed the Ant King. Yet he ultimately restrained his ire, subsequently commanding 100 soldier ants to lead the way. After imparting instructions to Kierna, followed suit. He leaped onto the back of soldier ant, prompting a darkening of the Ant King's expression as his fists clenched tightly, only to relax in resignation. The ant nest had already burrowed through the flat-topped mountain, and as perched upon a soldier ant, they swiftly plunged into a sloping tunnel that descended westward. A thrilling ride reminiscent of a roller coaster ensued, twisting and turning until the soldier ants emerged from a concealed natural cavern on the western side of the flat-topped mountain. They sped towards the snow-capped mountain visible from the summit of the flat-topped peak. It must be noted that these soldier ants were remarkably swift and powerful, making them excellent transporters. Even the mushroom folk from the first era praised their utility. The soldier ants reached speeds of at least 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, traversing all terrains with ease, requiring only the nourishment of some giant mushrooms for sustenance. Given the complex landscape ahead, the journey would take approximately 2 hours. Contemplated how to hatch some black-shelled giant claw ants, with the intention of nurturing a controllable ant king. This would prove advantageous for both infrastructure development and defense. Within the lore of Shalene, there existed methods for constructing witchcraft arrays to hatch exotic beasts and peculiar insects. However, the task of sifting through numerous black-shelled giant claw ant eggs to identify one that would produce an ant king was indeed a monumental endeavor. The probability of finding an ant king egg among these ant eggs was exceedingly low, and even if one were to appear, it would likely be slain if not for the purpose of dividing the nest. Thus began the painstaking process of identification. After several hours, he finally discovered an ant king egg, a rarity indeed. Marking it meticulously, lifted his gaze to behold the snow-capped mountain, now looming larger in the distance. Despite the clear view of the mountain's entirety, there remained a daunting distance of over 10 kilometers to traverse. perhaps due to prior clearing by the Ant King. No magical beasts were encountered along the way, only a plethora of ordinary wildlife. Soon, arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, where he deduced, based on the Ant King's provided timeline for the frost wyverns, that tomorrow would likely mark their feeding time. Adorning himself with several spells, commenced his ascent of the barren, snow-capped mountain. Though steep, the mountain presented little challenge too, had it not been for his desire to experience the thrill of climbing. He would have opted to fly instead. In truth, while the mountain appeared desolate, some life persisted. Unfamiliar small flowers and grasses, perhaps not yet in bloom due to the season's chill. With the compass to guide him, avoided any missteps and soon spotted a concealed hollow cave on the leeward side of the snow-capped mountain, which served as the lair of the frost wyverns. Indeed, sensed an immensely powerful aura lying in wait. To avoid alarming it, he discreetly maneuvered to the side, a vantage point that allowed him to traverse the lair of the frost-winged dragon while also enjoying the breathtaking sight of the sun-drenched mountains in the distance. However, made further discoveries. He detected the scent of a potion not far from his location. An unexpected treasure. Following the trail of the aroma, he soon found himself between two colossal stones, where a white and jade-colored snow lotus bloomed. It emanated a soft, radiant glow, swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance. Feigning an intention to pluck it, swiftly retracted his hand upon encountering a flash of silver, capturing a small silver-white snake instead. I've long since detected you. Few would notice your presence. This silver serpent was a first-tier magical beast, lacking in physical prowess yet endowed with remarkable speed and innate spells. A ghostly blue cold light was expelled from its mouth, its innate spell capable of freezing its targets. Unfortunately for the serpent, the frost ring adorning its person nullified the attack. Very well, I shall take your treasure, but spare your life. Casually tossed the small snake several hundred meters away into a snowbank, effortlessly collecting the flour and earth into his storage space. Upon appraisal, he discovered it to be a low-tier potion capable of healing injuries, curing fire toxins, and enhancing one's strength. Quite commendable, indeed. Yet, soon realized his jubilance was premature, for the silver snake was merely a juvenile. At that moment, its parent arrived. A 10-meter-long silver serpent emerged from a nearby cave. While not particularly formidable, resembling a third-tier magical beast, S. concern lay not in whether he could vanquish it, but rather in whether the commotion would rouse the frost-winged dragon. Fortunately, S. apprehensions proved unfounded, as this silver serpent had its own natural enemy. A majestic white eagle swooped down from the skies, seizing the moment when the silver serpent turned to confront its adversary. Adeptly concealed himself with sorcery and swiftly retreated. After evading several kilometers, he took refuge behind a boulder, observing the standoff between the two magical beasts. These two creatures were old rivals, neither able to gain the upper hand, instead resorting to their innate spells for offensive maneuvers. Once a physical confrontation ensued, it would be a fight to the bitter end, and both were wary of allowing a human to capitalize on their conflict. The battle between the two colossal beasts did not disturb the frost-winged dragon, indicating that such encounters were commonplace, and the dragon had grown accustomed to them. Though it had contemplated eliminating these persistent nuisances that disrupted its slumber, the dragon, despite its wings, lacked the speed to catch the adeptly flying giant eagle. Meanwhile, the enormous serpent was astutely evasive, residing deep within a natural cave, rendering it untouchable. Even if cornered, it could simply hibernate undisturbed. Chapter 162. The theft of excrement. The confrontation between the two magical beasts did not last long. Realizing they could not defeat one another, they eventually retreated, then emerged, intending to investigate the location where the frost-winged dragon relieved itself. This spot was undoubtedly downwind. Otherwise, the pungent odor would surely be overwhelming for the frost-winged dragon. The dragon's lair itself was situated on a sheltered slope, indicating that the frost-winged dragon's toilet must lie not far across from it. To avoid detection by the frost-winged dragon, had to take a considerable detour before he stumbled upon the dragon's excrement on a glacier. Unfortunately, this location was directly visible from the lair, so he had to bide his time until the dragon ventured out in search of food to act. What left speechless was that the excrement, due to its icy nature, was imbued with a chilling aura and now appeared as frozen clumps scattered across the glacier. The frozen version of the excrement, due to the low temperature, exhibited minimal molecular motion, and thus emitted no discernible odor. In order to transfer the excrement's essence onto the black-armored giant ant, thereby permeating the area with the frostwing dragon's scent, it was imperative to thaw the excrement. This implied that might have to engage in the rather unsavory task of cooking the dung. Thankfully, there were no acquaintances nearby. Otherwise, he would surely face social embarrassment. With time to spare, retrieved several ant eggs and utilized extraction techniques to draw out the peculiar substance within, which was used for purifying mental energy. This substance shimmered with a silvery glow and exhibited highly active energy fluctuations, clearly signifying its value. Upon ingesting it, he felt a remarkable clarity in his mental ocean, as a portion of his mental energy began to coalesce around this substance. The process of purification was, in essence, a sublimation, enhancing its resilience, which required the participation of solar sword intent. The realm of life within his mental ocean resembled a radiant sun, accelerating this transformation. The once pale and translucent mental energy, akin to mist, began to thicken considerably. Not long after, awoke, having completed the purification of his mental energy, a task that would have otherwise taken him a month of arduous labor. Additionally, a portion of his true essence had been refined, each fragment exuding a rich solar aura, a testament to the purification's success. By dawn, had utilized over 100 eggs, allowing his mental energy to manifest as a dense fog above his mental ocean. His true essence had grown even more formidable, radiating a profound sense of intent, indicative of significant progress in its refinement. Once all the true essence was fully refined, each drop would resemble the essence descending from the sun. At that moment, would possess the ability to compel even mid-level knights to kneel before him, stripped of their capacity for resistance. As daylight broke, turned his gaze towards the dragon's lair. According to the intelligence gathered from the Ant King, the Frostwing Dragon was expected to venture out to hunt today. Hoped that the dragon would adhere to its schedule and not keep him waiting too long. Otherwise, he might as well confront the lava lizard directly, though that would undoubtedly lead to a prolonged battle. Before long, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar emanated from the Frostwing Dragon's den, akin to the groans of someone awakening in the morning. Soon, accompanied by a series of low, rumbling dragon roars, a cerulean-hued pterosaur emerged from the depths of the cavern. Its body was adorned with a layer of translucent scales, arranged like ice crystals, glimmering with a faint luminescence. The frost pterosaur boasted a length and wingspan exceeding 20 meters, stretching its wings like a human yawning, casting a vast shadow over the snowy mountains. The creature resembled a typical pterosaur, with a sharply pointed head, eyes glinting with a chilling blue light, and a straight, ivory horn protruding from the back of its skull. Finally, it had emerged from its slumber. Such laziness was not a commendable habit. Just as MOU anticipated the pterosaur would soar off in search of sustenance, it veered toward his position. Its approach was leisurely, not indicative of an impending attack. However, as MOU concealed himself behind a massive boulder, the pterosaur's rear presented an unexpected sight that ignited a murderous intent within him. To his astonishment, the frost pterosaur had chosen this early hour to relieve itself, far exceeding MOU's expectations. With the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spinning, MOU activated his spatial shift, rendering himself ethereal and isolating his presence from the external realm. He completely disregarded the frost pterosaur's act, soaring directly into its lair. Although etherealization did not allow for instantaneous movement, the transfer speed remained swift, as the spaces between realms were not entirely static, but rather exhibited relative displacement. MOU adeptly controlled the relative movement of this space in relation to the external world. Though the pace was unhurried, it remained discreet. Shortly after MOU arrived at the frost pterosaur's nest, the creature had concluded its physiological needs and ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Observing the frost pterosaur depart in search of food, MOU smirked cunningly and stepped into the nest. Similar to ancient dragons, the subdragon species had a penchant for glittering objects. Within the frost pterosaur's lair lay a collection of raw gemstones and some coral agates, likely scavenged from the sea. These trinkets held little value in this world, which lacked the Buddhist classification of such items as treasures. With no discernible energy fluctuations, MOU scoffed at the creature's poverty. venturing deeper, only to stumble upon a remarkable discovery. The frost pterosaur had laid 3 enormous ice-blue eggs nestled within its lair. Aside from this, the nest offered no other valuables. However, MOU had no intention of seizing the dragon eggs just yet, lest the frost pterosaur embark on a relentless search for them, leaving the incoming lava lizard empty-handed. Thus, MOU thoughtfully placed a spatial mark within the dragon's nest, planning to pilfer it during the inevitable clash between the lava lizard and the frost pterosaur. Upon exiting the lair, he encountered the pterosaur's restroom, where the once fresh excrement had now frozen solid. With a telekinetic sweep, MOU swiftly departed from the area, leaving behind the dragon excrement. His affinity for it was not born of a peculiar obsession, but rather due to its unparalleled efficacy as a fertilizer for cultivating magical herbs. In the realm of golden ear, the dragon dung produced by Satalia was meticulously collected by designated personnel and transported to the botanical gardens for enrichment of the soil. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, MOU begrudgingly gathered a substantial amount, several tons, of this dung. Upon reaching the soldier ants awaiting him outside the snowy mountains, MOU extracted a hefty chunk of dragon dung, weighing over a ton, and gently heated it until it thawed, bestowing upon the soldiers a rather unexpected shower. As he sat atop the unadorned soldier ants, he set forth towards the flat-topped mountain, leaving a trail imbued with the pungent aroma of dragon dung in his wake. This scent would deter weaker beasts and magical creatures from approaching, thereby alleviating potential troubles. By the time MOU returned to the flat-topped mountain, it was well past noon, and the Ant Queen was struggling to withstand the onslaught of the lava lizard dragon. Chapter 163. The Ant Queen's secret the moment MOU re-entered the nest. He was immediately spotted by the eagerly awaiting Kierna. She promptly abandoned the skewer of roasted giant mushrooms in her hands and bounded towards him. Sister Kaiki, you have finally returned. The Ant Queen's soldier ants are nearly consumed. Although Kierna had not witnessed the battles in the lower levels, she could see wave after wave of soldier ants descending, never to return. Is that so? The more soldier ants perish, the safer you become. No? Montauk, you jested, fully aware that the Ant Queen would not harm Kierna until her objectives were fulfilled. Ah, someone will be disappointed. I merely dispatched soldier ants to procure materials for the aphrodisiac. The Ant Queen emerged from a concealed chamber. While she recognized that this aloof woman was jesting, her nearing goal rendered her indifferent to the quip. Are you certain your potion can ensnare the lava lizard dragon? As a 5th-tier magical beast, its resistance is formidable, particularly against fire elements. Ordinary potions would have no effect on the lava lizard dragon, and even extraordinary toxins could be swiftly neutralized by its robust constitution. You need not worry. This is not a poison, but a hormone-based agent derived from slaying a lustful hybrid dragon beast. It merely advances the lava lizard dragon's mating season, impervious to decomposition by its biology. The Ant Queen exuded an air of confidence, indicating she had devised numerous strategies to confront the lava lizard dragon. How do you intend to administer this hormone agent to the lava lizard dragon, concealed within the soldier ants, relying on them for delivery? That is of no concern to you. You may take your leave now. The Ant Queen, as if donning a different visage, unhesitatingly urged them to depart. Very well. We shall take our leave then, until we meet again. MOU understood that the Ant Queen likely harbored secrets she wished to keep from them, yet he remained unperturbed, planning to send another avatar to investigate later. MOU departed from the ant nest, accompanied by Kierna, and made his way towards the foot of the flat-topped mountain, arriving at a picturesque location. This area, nestled close to the base of the mountain, boasted lush forests and fragrant grasses. MOU produced a compass, muttering incantations about seeking dragon veins and examining the mountains, while taking deliberate steps to orient the compass toward a site of geomantic significance. Kierna, though unable to comprehend the intricate ritual, expressed her astonishment, pondering whether this was a rite of the extraordinary sequence. This is the spot. Dig down 4 feet. 6 feet long and 4 feet wide. MOU instructed, handing a shovel to the idle Kierna, tasking her with the excavation. Meanwhile, he crafted a simple coffin from wood and carefully placed the remains of Xena and Orf within. Kierna, demonstrating her prowess as a mid-level knight, infused her shovel with fighting spirit, unleashing a formidable edge that extended a foot in length. Like a mechanical digger, she effortlessly cleaved through hardened rock, shattered stones, and intertwining roots. The earth flew as she rapidly excavated a suitable grave, her efficiency rivaling that of a construction site worker earning 1,000 coins a day. Once the fully enclosed coffin was lowered into the pit, she piled the earth back over it and skillfully carved a stone slab to serve as a tombstone, inscribing the names of the two souls. After completing the funeral rites, Mou and Kierna prepared to depart, heading towards the direction of the royal city. Meanwhile, another manifestation of Mou transformed into Akatsuki's member, Akatsuki, adorned with a swirling headpiece and a black robe decorated with red clouds. Utilizing the spatial transfer of the Eternal Eye, he arrived directly at the Ant King's lair, remaining in a state of phasing to evade detection by the Ant King's mental powers. Observing the treasure chamber brimming with magical metals, gold, and magic stones, Mou unabashedly collected everything. At that moment, the Ant Queen was stationed deep below, on high alert against the lava lizard, having administered a potion to it and awaiting its effects. Oblivious to the predicament of her own nest, she remained unaware that her treasures had been pilfered. With a sly grin, Mou surveyed his handiwork, then descended to the lowest level to uncover the secrets hidden by the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen fixated on the increasingly crimson-eyed lava lizard, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The lava lizard, now in a frenzied state, seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar scent, the scent of its mother. It instinctively followed this trail into a cave, heading towards the path Mou had taken upon returning from the snow mountain. After more than 20 years of plotting, the day has finally arrived. The Ant Queen laughed, reclining in triumph like a villain reveling in their scheme's success. How amusing! Let me impart a lesson, teaching you the meaning of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Mou was keenly aware that this secret, concealed for over 2 decades, must be monumental, enough to cause the Ant Queen to lose herself in pride, indicating an extraordinary opportunity. The Ant Emperor commanded the remaining soldier ants and worker ants to excavate from a distance away from the magma pool, and soon they unearthed a vast pit. However, the Ant Emperor remained unsatisfied, directing the black-armored giant pincers ants to dig deeper, quickly creating a chasm of several hundred meters. Only then did she allow the heavily depleted black-armored giant pincers ants to cease their efforts. She ordered the last few soldier ants to ascend to the center of the pit and continue excavating towards the magma pool. As the soldier ants drew nearer to the magma pool, the surrounding temperature soared dramatically, as if they were engulfed in a furnace. The soldier ants experienced extreme discomfort. Yet under the absolute command of the Ant Emperor, they resolutely pressed on. With each step, some soldier ants succumbed to the oppressive heat, their bodies charred and exuding a nauseating odor. The remaining soldier ants appeared oblivious to fear, until only one weary soldier ant remained. This lone ant struggled forward, its exoskeleton glowing red-hot and its antennae beginning to curl. With one final excavation from the giant pincers, the thin rock wall could no longer withstand the immense pressure of the magma and suddenly ruptured, unleashing a torrent of searing hot lava that erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, incinerating the soldier ants in the passage. Due to the height differential, the lava formed a fiery cascade, resembling a burning line spilling down the rock face. The scent of sulfur permeated the underground space, the potent aroma suffocating. The extreme heat, soaring above 1,000 degrees, distorted the air, and the rock walls seemed to melt away. Waves of heat assailed them, making it nearly impossible to breathe, and their skin burned painfully. Yet the Ant Emperor did not retreat an inch. As the lava flowed away, the water level of the magma pool plummeted dramatically, ultimately leaving behind a vast cavity. Chapter 164. The colossal entity at the end of the lava cave, although the cavity had drained of lava, remnants of red-hot magma still clung to the walls. At the bottom of the cavity lay a spring about 1 meter in diameter, but this spring bubbled forth lava, continuously surging out and flowing into the adjacent deep pit. The Ant Emperor recognized the urgency of the situation, disregarding the intense heat of the cavity, and fluttered her transparent wings, soaring towards the empty lava pool. Mou smiled subtly, her ethereal form trailing behind the Ant Emperor, impervious to the scorching temperatures that surrounded them. The lava pool was expansive, and the heat was intense. Mou noticed the Ant Emperor's wings beginning to curl and distort. Passing through a narrow passage and ascending, they arrived at a chamber filled entirely with lava pools. The lava churned, occasionally releasing bubbles that erupted with a dense cloud of sulfur and various toxic gases. However, the Ant Emperor seemed unfazed by these hazards. Biting her lip, she gazed at the lava pool, where columns of magma occasionally surged several meters high. Ultimately, the Ant Emperor flew forward, fully aware of the extreme peril that lay ahead. Yet her determination remained unshaken. At this moment, she became cautious, attuned to the subtle movements of the molten surface, ever ready to evade danger. However, Mou was unperturbed. Being in the aerial domain, he faced no peril even if he were to plunge into the lava. There was no necessity for alarm, as the lava did not harbor the primordial flames of the Azure Lotus, and he simply trailed behind the Ant Empress. It must be noted that the Ant Empress was now revealing her sentience, confirming to Mou that she was indeed an extraordinary being, a rank 7 at that. Although her abilities remained ambiguous, they were certainly linked to the mental realm. And her capacity to assume a humanoid form while retaining a tail for reproductive purposes was undoubtedly an extraordinary trait. The Ant Empress flew at a sluggish pace, and despite her utmost caution in monitoring the lava's movements, even evading the encroaching lava columns caused her hair and wings to curl from the elevated heat. Yet, as her spirit flowed, the charred surface of her body and the curled wings unfurled once more. After soaring for approximately 1,000 meters, she finally emerged into an immensely vast cavern of molten rock. There was no place to rest, and Mou noticed creatures weaving through the lava. It was as if he had stepped into an alternate reality. The existence of life within the lava was far more terrifying than the thought of creatures surviving in the vacuum of space. The beings moved with such speed that capturing their full form was impossible, but they were undoubtedly elongated creatures. Furthermore, it was likely they were a species of social beasts. As Mou observed more than one, the Ant Empress, having discerned the situation, wore an expression of grave concern as she endeavored to ascend to a higher altitude. This molten realm was devoid of oxygen. However, the Ant Empress seemed capable of adapting to such an environment, possessing an oxygen cycle reminiscent of plant carbon processes within her. A Knight of the Earth Knight rank could also achieve internal respiration, liberating themselves from environmental constraints. Although Mou was still a ways off from that. The aerial domain contained oxygen, safeguarding him from this hazardous milieu. As the Ant Empress sped through the lava, a creature measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, resembling a worm, shot towards her with astonishing velocity. Its maw was lined with countless fine, sharp teeth, and its head opened wide, exceeding the diameter of its body, as it lunged ferociously at the Ant Empress. Despite being a mere third-tier beast, its speed was exceedingly rare even among fourth-tier creatures. What astonished Mou the most was the faint scent of dragon blood emanating from this creature, evoking a sense of admiration for the ancient dragon's indifference to the grotesque. If he were an ancient dragon, he would have no inclination to procreate with such a worm-like ancestor. One could only say that the ancient dragons had made remarkable contributions to the biodiversity of the Visor continent, maintaining the equilibrium of the natural biosphere. Despite the Ant Empress detecting the worm's ambush early, she swiftly attempted to evade it. Alas, she did not entirely escape. A portion of her wing was torn away by the worm's assault. The Ant Empress nearly faltered in her flight, yet with the surge of her spirit, her wing began to regenerate anew. The Ant Queen's countenance grew more frigid. No longer holding back, she soared with all her might, striving to traverse the area at the swiftest pace. Yet, her movements seemed to have roused the swarm of worms, countless creatures leaping forth from the lava, weaving an intricate net in the air that rendered her every attempt futile, as if she were on the verge of being torn to shreds. Nevertheless, the Ant Queen did not resign herself to despair. A glimmer enveloped her form as a surge of formidable mental energy erupted from within her. With the release of this psychic force, the surrounding space appeared to be ensnared, creating rippling distortions. The undulating waves of space caused the airborne worms to be rendered unconscious, their simple thoughts abruptly ceasing. Like raindrops, countless worms plummeted, cascading into the magma pool below, generating a great splash. Observing the efficacy of her strategy, the Ant Queen finally exhaled in relief, uncertain if these creatures possessed any semblance of mental acuity. It now seemed they did, though the exertion had drained a significant portion of her psychic energy. Nonetheless, the results were commendable. Under different circumstances, she would not have resorted to such a tactic so readily had it not been a matter of life and death. You noted that the Ant Queen had effectively utilized her psychic force to incapacitate the worms, showcasing a commendable area of effect skill reminiscent of Conqueror's Hockey. With the obstruction of the worms now diminished, the Ant Queen began to fly unfettered, swiftly reaching the edge of the region. Meanwhile, you collected the incapacitated worms into the airspace and gathered a considerable amount of lava, intending to study the properties of these creatures when time permitted. He then quickly caught up with the flying Ant Queen, trailing behind her as they navigated through a narrow crevice, ultimately arriving at another cavern. You found himself pondering how the Ant Queen had discovered this path, clearly having traversed it before. Yet, for the past 20 years, she had never managed to evade the blockades of the lava lizard. Unable to fathom the situation, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was a route discovered by the Ant Queen's ancestors, only now presenting an opportunity to reclaim it. Although this cavern remained filled with lava, the temperature had doubled, compelling the Ant Queen to constantly repair her wings in order to sustain flight. It was then that you discerned the source of this terrifying heat, likely the Ant Queen's objective. Suspended within the magma were spheres the size of basketballs, resembling miniature suns. These orbs radiated an immense light and heat, elevating the temperature of this space far beyond that of other lava caverns. At this moment, the Ant Queen struggled to maintain her composure, overwhelmed by a bittersweet joy. Clearly recognizing the significance of these entities, employing his observation hockey, delved deeper, and after descending several dozen meters, he nearly faltered in his concentration. He beheld, at the base of the lava, a pallid wall embedded with scales the size of trucks. Chapter 165, The Remnants of the Ancient Dragon, the Ant Empress, filled with excitement, directed her attention towards the nearest luminous orb. However, she soon found herself compelled to halt. Beneath the molten lava of this chamber lay countless worms that had previously assailed her. It appeared that these dormant creatures had sensed her intentions, awakening in an instant. Suddenly, the once tranquil magma surged violently, resembling a cauldron of boiling water, bubbling and emitting waves of heat. Despite the chaos, the Ant Empress did not cease her efforts. Instead, she elongated her arm, swiftly reaching for the golden orb. Alas, just as she was about to seize it, an innumerable swarm of worms leapt from the scalding lava, stretching their bodies in midair, advancing towards her with astonishing speed. The Ant Empress's expression turned frigid, and she was compelled to unleash a mental shockwave, which swept through the air, incapacitating all the approaching worms. Afterward, she extended her hand towards the glowing sphere, but this time, she grasped nothing. A hand emerged from the void, seizing the golden orb before her. Then, a man adorned with a tiger-striped mask and clad in a long robe of red clouds on a black background materialized in the air. "Oh dear, is this what you desire? You seem to be having some trouble. Allow me to fetch it for you." A Fayess mocking voice startled the Ant Empress, making her experience an unfamiliar sensation of irritation. "Who are you? Why are you here? Have you been following me?" The Ant Empress's countenance darkened. She had been completely unaware of this person's presence. Had he intended to ambush her, her demise would have been swift and inconspicuous. "Huh? Who am I? What was I saying? Oh, right, I'm a Fae from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing you sneaking about, I thought you might be up to no good. So the righteous Fae must intervene," he replied, gesturing animatedly. The Ant Empress felt a vain throb on her forehead as she contemplated launching a surprise attack to eliminate him. "Are you sent by the woman Kikyo? Or did you follow her to uncover all of this?" A realization dawned upon her. This individual would not simply appear at the ant nest on Flat Peak without reason. "Oh, that woman Kikyo? Indeed, I came here following her, but I didn't expect to stumble upon such unexpected gains." "Thank you very much," a Fae said, taking a bow in a mock display of gratitude, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Humph. The Akatsuki? Are you aligned with Kikyo?" The Ant Empress, uncertain of her ability to subdue him, sensed that he did not exist within her mental perception. What she saw was merely a phantom or a reflection. She decided to extract information from him, hoping to find a flaw or seek revenge in the future. "Kikyo, you say?" I had hoped to invite her to join our organization. However, she chose to align with another group called the Dawn of Fire. What a pity. A Fae appears to be nonchalant about revealing sensitive information, maintaining a light-hearted tone. But why do you follow Jicking? Are your two organizations adversarial? The Ant King was taken aback by how easily this arrogant and playful man divulged information, though she wondered if he was perhaps deceiving himself. Following? I can't disclose my reasons. However, we are not enemies. We all strive for salvation, albeit through differing methods. A Fae stroked his chin, speaking with a semblance of seriousness that was laced with irreverence. Salvation? Might you enlighten me about the salvific missions of your respective organizations? The Ant King was aware of the apocalyptic theories surrounding the world, fully cognizant of its pervasive pollution and bizarre threats. Yet, as far as she knew, those who profess salvation were invariably cults. Of course, our Akatsuki organization seeks to recruit individuals. Our mission is to cultivate the God tree, allowing it to bear fruit. Ultimately, the fruit of the God tree will enable us to absorb the 10 tails, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki and transcending to eliminate the outer gods beyond this realm. A Fae earnestly articulated the organization's objectives, exhibiting no concern about exposing their goals. While the Ant King did not fully grasp the concepts of the God tree and the Sage of Six Paths, she understood they were undoubtedly significant. However, what exactly were the outer gods? What was the God tree? Who was the Sage of Six Paths? The Ant King held little hope for answers, recognizing these to be the organization's closely guarded secrets. The God tree is the 10 tails, and the 10 tails is the God tree. The Sage of Six Paths possesses the bloodline web and yin-yang release, equating him with the divine. The outer gods, on the other hand, are the very source of this world's corruption. A Fae spoke candidly, seemingly earnest in his desire to introduce the organization. May I join your organization? What regulations must I adhere to? The Ant King was surprised to have gleaned such useful knowledge. This organization was undoubtedly formidable, with an ancient lineage. Certainly, to join the Akatsuki, one must don the organization's uniform, refrain from betraying the group, and heed its commands. However, there are rewards, such as extraordinary traits devoid of pollution and side effects, mystical artifacts, and various esoteric knowledge. A Fae wore a beaming smile, clearly delighted at the prospect of new recruits. And what are the Ember organization? What are their objectives? The Ant King inquired, her curiosity piqued. She found Jieking, the woman in question, inscrutable yet sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. The Ember organization? Their aim is to cultivate human elites, organizing these individuals to assault the continent of truth, subsequently sealing the gates opened by the sorcerers to prevent the pollution of the outer gods from infiltrating our world. A Fae refrained from disparaging the Ember organization, which surprised the Ant King. From a Fae's pursuit of Jieking to the missions of both organizations, it seemed unlikely they could coexist peacefully. If I join your organization, do all these treasures belong to me? She asked, pointing to the ancient dragon blood essence. Mo, you had previously identified the nature of the worm and the luminous orbs. Now, the Ant King was well aware of their significance. The lava dragon bloodworm, a parasite residing within the remnants of ancient dragons, has acquired formidable physical attributes and high-temperature resistance due to its infection with dragon blood. It thrives in the vicinity of ancient dragon corpses, subsisting on the diluted brilliance of dragon blood. This creature, an insect-like beast dwelling amidst molten lava, embodies the essence of its ancient progenitors. The essence of dragon blood, a product of the condensation of the vital energies within the decayed bodies of ancient dragons, holds the genetic information of these magnificent beasts. Given sufficient time, it may even coalesce into dragon eggs, potentially giving rise to new dragons. Once refined, the dragon blood essence can enhance both physical and mental fortitude, granting its possessor the might of ancient dragons along with unparalleled resilience. Should it merge with one's bloodline, it could transform the being into a dragon-blooded entity, bestowing fragments of ancient dragon heritage and abilities. It must be noted that the ancient dragon blood essence is fiercely coveted, and none would willingly relinquish their claim to it. The Ant Emperor harbored doubts about her ability to overpower the man before her, as her mental faculties could not perceive him, rendering her unable to launch an assault. Chapter 166. The Akatsuki organization deceives the Ant Emperor. While joining the organization was a possibility, the ancient dragon blood essence was another matter entirely, as its acquisition depended solely on individual prowess. The organization did not impose restrictions on members attacking one another. Seated in the void, a Fae appeared utterly indifferent to the Ant Emperor's disposition, demonstrating an unwavering determination to claim the dragon blood essence. The Ant Emperor's expression darkened. She realized that she could not outmaneuver the man before her, for although there were many ancient dragon blood essences, the decayed dragon corpses could yield only one every decade. How could she not be afforded even a single essence among so many? It was no wonder that Kikyo had chosen not to join their organization. At worst, she could seek Kikyo out and inform them that she had followed her and amassed a significant amount of ancient dragon blood essence. The Ant Emperor bore a demeanor that suggested she was prepared for a do-or-die confrontation, leaving you momentarily taken aback. "Do you truly believe I cannot bring about your demise?" He retorted. "Indeed, you may possess the capability to kill me, yet I have long since nurtured a successor, hidden in a location even I am unaware of. Should I perish, my memories will be transmitted to that successor." The Ant Emperor's expression was not feigned. Her formidable mental prowess, coupled with her extraordinary traits, made such a feat plausible. "Oh dear, must we be so confrontational? Is it not merely a piece of ancient dragon blood essence? Since you have resolved to join our organization, I shall grant it to you of feigned magnanimity," inciting a sense of indignation within the Ant Emperor, who had never encountered such unabashed audacity. "Are there no benefits to joining your organization?" The Ant Emperor's inquiry surprised Mou. He had not contemplated the issue of organizational benefits, considering the Akatsuki's casual approach to persuasion. Thus, he hastily retrieved some extraordinary materials and the skeletal remains of a mutated giant, along with the extraordinary properties derived from spider silk, with the use of a blazing furnace. He crafted a non-harmful, extraordinary taboo artifact intended for spider silk production. After infusing it with spiritual essence, he produced a substantial quantity of spider silk, weaving it into the Akatsuki's signature red and black robe. He also incorporated some inexpensive extraordinary materials to elevate it to a first-tier witch artifact. Subsequently, he forged a second-tier witch artifact ring designed for mental projection and remote communication, inscribing it with a spatial mark. He placed these items in the storage compartment, awaiting a phase utilization, thus providing the organization with tools for communication and uniforms. Certainly, for instance, this uniform I possess is a first-tier magical artifact, endowed with the abilities of concealing one's presence, vanishing without a trace, purifying dust, and providing secondary defensive capabilities. It can be activated through the infusion of spiritual energy, alongside a ring used for organizational communication. Ah-Fei retrieved 2 magical artifacts he had recently crafted and casually handed them to the Ant Emperor, seemingly indifferent to any potential reluctance on her part. The Ant Emperor cast a peculiar glance at Ah-Fei as she donned the ring and the uniform, allowing her wings to extend through the specially designed openings in the back. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, she discovered that it was indeed a rare treasure, and then inquired of Ah-Fei, "Do we currently have any activities within our organization?" "At present, there are none. The divine tree has been planted. We merely await its growth. Our singular aim is to collect more treasures and forbidden items to expedite the divine tree's maturation. The divine tree represents oneself, and nurturing it equates to nurturing one's own essence. Once I awaken the reincarnation it will signify the completion of this endeavor." Subsequently, the Ant Emperor attempted to seize more ancient dragon blood essence. However, in her dealings with Ah-Fei, she ultimately obtained but a single vial, leaving her somewhat disheartened and indignant. Though she only required 1 vial to imbue herself with dragon blood for a singular evolution, the allure of such treasures is undeniable. While 1 vial suffices for her use, it could also be exchanged for other valuable resources. Do not lose heart. The organization holds a gathering once a month, where you could trade with others. Furthermore, within the organization, you may exchange 3 extraordinary forbidden items for an equivalent tier of untainted, side-effect-free extraordinary traits. After you and Kikyo raided me, I am left with nothing, a veritable pauper. You must compensate me." Despite the Ant Emperor's lack of regard for the collected magical metals and materials, due to her unfamiliarity with their use and the challenges of trading with humans, she was understandably displeased at their theft. Upon returning to her ant nest, the Ant Emperor was met with an empty lair, devoid of even a single ant, with all her possessions stripped away. "Well, that was indeed rather unscrupulous. How about this? I shall offer you 3 vials of healing elixir, each capable of restoring injuries of any severity. Fei produced 3 sealed vials of healing potion, intending to appease the Ant Emperor. Really? They can truly restore any injury? The Ant Emperor's spirits lifted somewhat. For her own, regenerative abilities were rather meager. She possessed the extraordinary trait of flesh transformation, allowing her to alter her corporeal form at will. It appeared as though she was healing, yet merely replaced dead cells with parts of her own living flesh. It was not true restoration, but still quite advantageous. As long as her flesh was not completely exhausted, she could replenish it, though the lost cells would require time to regenerate. With these 3 vials, it felt as though she possessed 3 lives, which naturally delighted her. Of course, you may drink one to test its efficacy. After all, you can trade ant eggs with the wolf at the next gathering. Fei was astonished that he had effortlessly deceived the Ant Emperor. However, no amount of fabrication could overshadow the undeniable reality of establishing a genuine organization. Thus, Fei's preliminary foundation of the Akatsuki could be deemed flawless. Moreover, during gatherings, it was prudent to communicate using code names, and it would be wise to prepare a mask or alter one's appearance, as internal strife was not permitted within the organization. Fei's well-meaning warning left the Ant Emperor somewhat taken aback. An organization that forbids internal conflict surely bore resemblance to a cult. Yet, now that she was on this treacherous ship, escape was impossible, for Fei had already uncovered her lair. In fact, Fei had left a spatial mark on the Ant Emperor to prevent her from betraying him and evading pursuit. I must track down Jiking. You should attend to your own matters, Fei remarked before vanishing from sight, leaving the Ant Emperor once again astonished by his spatial abilities, which were indicative of a high-level power. For the Ant Emperor, who relished nurturing and cultivating, joining the Akatsuki presented more advantages than drawbacks, as the organization had little in the way of tasks or actions. Gazing at the desolate ant nest, the Ant Emperor had no choice but to command her divided reproductive unit to feed and produce ant eggs. She needed to expedite her cultivation and, subsequently, under the protection of soldier ants, utilize ancient dragon blood for refinement. Then, at the next gathering, she would familiarize herself with the members and foundation of the Akatsuki, while also trading for some useful items. Meanwhile, Fei appeared at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, observing the lava lizard dragon that was scaling its heights. The intense heat emanating from its body had caused the glaciers to melt, transforming the streams below into turbulent torrents. The crimson patterns on the lava lizard dragon's body had dulled, its temperature diminished, yet persistently continued its ascent. Chapter 167. A moment as the 6th wheels sadly. The frostwing dragon was absent from its nest, otherwise the 2 sub-dragons would likely have clashed. Nevertheless, this did not deter Moyu from stealing an egg, perfectly framing the lava lizard dragon for the act, ensuring a fierce conflict between the 2 sub-dragons. In a fleeting moment of spatial fluctuation, Fei's clone materialized within the frostwing dragon's lair. Without hesitation, he collected 3 enormous ice crystal eggs, each the height of a person, into his storage compartment, also retrieving some debris from the lava lizard dragon's skeleton to leave behind its scent. There was no need for perfection. The frostwing dragon's intelligence was not particularly high, and would not suspect foul play. Upon detecting the lava lizard dragon's scent and discovering the absence of the dragon eggs, it would undoubtedly react with relentless fury. Do not blame me for being cunning, Fei mused as he surveyed the frostwing dragon's nest. Collecting valuable gems and agates that could be exchanged for gold coins, nothing should go to waste. He then vanished from the dragon's lair, appearing atop a distant hill to watch the unfolding drama. However, despite the lava lizard dragon's swift pace, the high temperatures had rendered the ice surface exceptionally smooth, making it quite slippery for the dragon's webbed limbs. Thus, as it ascended to a higher perch, it inevitably encountered an uncontrollable descent, resulting in an exceedingly sluggish pace. However, what astonished Moyu was that the 3rd-tier magical beast, the Silver Serpent, was compelled to emerge due to its lair being inundated with meltwater. Daunted by the aura of the 5th-tier lava lizard, it dared not approach, yearning instead to flee the vicinity. Yet, it encountered the lava lizard, ensnared by its desires, which possessed an ancient dragon's aesthetic sensibility. Upon spotting the Silver Serpent, it immediately shifted its focus. Without hesitation, it altered its course and charged towards the descending Silver Serpent. The silver serpent coiled its body, intending to buy time for its offspring, the young silver serpents, to escape. The lava lizard, unable to comprehend the silver serpent's coiled posture, merely observed its halt in response to a mating signal. Overjoyed, the lava lizard quickened its pace towards the silver serpent, oblivious to the coldness reflected in the serpent's eyes. Unwavering, the silver serpent unleashed its innate spell, sending a robust, icy blue ray towards the lava lizard's eyes. The lava lizard, excessively careless and failing to fully activate its biological force field, found a frigid ray merely slightly weakened before it struck its eyes directly. Instantly, a multitude of ice crystals coalesced upon the lava lizard's gaze, completely obstructing its vision. Then, the coiled form of the silver serpent sprang forth like a spring, leaping into the air and landing before the lava lizard. Its venomous fangs unhesitatingly sank into the lava lizard's neck, but alas, even though it had breached the unactivated biological force field, the lava lizard's scaled armor was beyond the capacity of a mere third-tier magical beast to penetrate. Nevertheless, it clung tenaciously to the scales, striving to inject its venom through the crevices of the armor into the lava lizard's body. Subsequently, its 20-meter-long serpentine body entwined around the lava lizard's neck, resembling a scarf adorning the creature. The silver serpent tightened its grip, its muscles taut, attempting to strangle the lava lizard. Unfortunately, despite the audible cracking of its own vertebrae, it merely caused the biological force field to constrict further against the lava lizard's body, failing to elicit any sensation of suffocation. Moreover, the lava lizard did not require respiration, thus remained unfazed by the perceived threat. Ensnared in its desires, it yearned to draw the silver serpent closer, yet its claws could only barely touch the serpent's form, unable to dislodge it. Venom surged from the silver serpent's fangs, cascading into the crevices of the lava lizard's scales. This venom was a form of extraordinary toxin, gradually eroding the lava lizard's skin. However, this sensation paled in comparison to the thrill of soaking in magma, rendering it inconsequential. In the midst of the lava lizard's attempt to pull the silver serpent closer, while the silver serpent sought to constrict the lava lizard, an observer high above took note of the unfolding scene. From a great distance, it discerned the silhouette of the lava lizard, deterred from approaching by its formidable presence. However, when it beheld the emergence of the silver serpent entwined around the body of the lava lizard, its heart stirred with excitement. The silver serpent was momentarily oblivious to its presence, its vulnerable 7-inch mark laid bare before its gaze. This was an undeniable temptation to strike swiftly. Thus, the great eagle instinctively dove down, its speed surpassing the sound barrier. Yet, due to the innate magical prowess of the giant eagle, it cleaved the air before it, resulting in no sonic boom. In mere moments, the eagle's talons reached the neck of the lava lizard, targeting the silver serpent's vulnerable spot. With a sharp sound, the talons, razor-sharp and lethal, sliced a gaping wound into the serpent's vulnerable mark, flesh torn asunder and blood spewing across the surrounding area. From the exposed innards, the heart, severed by the eagle's claws, could be seen weakly pulsating, attempting to pump forth its lifeblood. The silver serpent managed only a pained hiss before feeling its strength ebb away like a receding tide, its blood gushing from the wound, as if unleashed by a dam. Its body could no longer contract forcefully, the recoil of its biological field rendering it powerless, and it writhed feebly, even as its heart lay shattered. It did not succumb immediately to death. Instead, it hung limply, dragged away by the lava lizard, intending to indulge in a feast. Yet, as the lava lizard gazed down at the feebly writhing silver serpent and witnessed the rapid fading of its life force, it found itself momentarily stunned. In such a situation, should it seize the opportunity or shift its focus? Its inherited memories offered no guidance. However, it soon found itself devoid of choice. For the great eagle plunged down once more, its talons reaching for the serpent's body, preparing to soar away and relish this grand banquet. The lava lizard was incensed. It had not yet had its fill when a third-tier magical beast audaciously disregarded its authority to seize the prize. Regaining a semblance of rationality, the lava lizard observed the eagle, mere dozens of meters away, poised to snatch the silver serpent and fly off. With a mighty roar, it opened its colossal maw, unleashing a beam of crimson light. The searing breath of the dragon transformed into a blazing torrent, directly engulfing the giant eagle, which was swept away in an instant. Reduced to ashes before it could even cry out, now entwined with its mortal enemy, the silver serpent, forever inseparable. Even a magical crystal was incinerated into powder, leaving no remnants behind. Such was the dreadfulness of a fifth-tier magical beast. The penetrative force and extreme heat unleashed by this attack were comparable to the wind release, solar spiral shuriken. From a distance, you couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder the Ant King dared not approach the lava lizard, for a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Furthermore, the lava lizard had refrained from using its dragon breath within the ant nest, as it would have been akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito against foes that were not even magical beasts. Having vanquished two magical beasts, the lava lizard was once again consumed by its primal desires, heading towards the mountaintop lair of the Frostwing Dragon. Chapter 168. A brutal struggle. Perhaps fortune favored the lava lizard, for the Frostwing Dragon, returning from a hunt, had noticed the encroaching lava lizard. The remnants of battle surrounding them and the lava lizard's ascent towards its lair undoubtedly stirred the sensitive instincts of the mother dragon. The roar of the Frostwing Dragon caught the attention of the lava lizard, which discerned it as a warning and a drive to disperse. However, the creature paid little heed, as the mother dragon routinely issued warnings against the intrusion of other males. As long as victory was attainable, there would be merriment. If not, retreat was a viable option. Alas, the intellectually challenged lava lizard remained oblivious to the traps set before it, a scheme devised by a cunning adversary. This time, even if it escaped with its life, it would likely suffer grievous wounds. The mother dragon, having lost her eggs, was not to be trifled with. Regrettably, the lava lizard's ignorance sealed its tragic fate. The Frostwing Dragon, for the moment, chose to disregard the lava lizard's incursion and hastened back to her nest, eager to ascertain the condition of her precious eggs. Meanwhile, the lava lizard, witnessing the mother dragon's return to her lair without expelling it, mistakenly concluded that it was welcomed. Thus, it energetically resumed its ascent towards the dragon's abode, relishing the anticipated pleasures that awaited. Upon returning to her nest, the Frostwing Dragon swiftly approached the location of her eggs, only to be met with the stark emptiness of the nest. Where were her eggs? The three sizable eggs were nowhere to be found. A series of furious roars erupted, reverberating through the lair and causing the very structure to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Within her den, the Frostwing Dragon sensed the presence of the lava lizard, which drove her to the brink of madness. Without hesitation, she burst forth from her nest, unfurling her massive wings and soaring into the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, she ascended until hovering directly above the lava lizard, then opened her sharp maw wide. Energy surged from every part of her being, coalescing and erupting from her mouth in a dazzling silver beam. This formidable ray, moving with the speed of lightning, pierced through the air, carrying an almost absolute zero temperature, targeting the unsuspecting lava lizard. The Frostwing Dragon, fierce and unyielding, unleashed a lethal strike, intent on extinguishing the lava lizard's life. Caught off guard by the sudden frigid breath of the Frostwing Dragon, the lava lizard had no time to retaliate with its own breath. Its pupils constricted as it activated its defensive barrier to the fullest extent. A thick crimson aura enveloped the lava lizard's exterior, appearing vulnerable yet exhibiting an astonishing resilience. With a resounding crash, the lava lizard was propelled backward several meters by the Frostwing Dragon's icy breath, its red defensive field compressed inward, while frost formed upon its searing surface. The area within 100 meters became entirely encrusted with thick ice crystals, trapping the lava lizard within. Nevertheless, being a dragon renowned for its defensive capabilities, the lava lizard, despite being momentarily subdued by the freezing onslaught, sustained only superficial injuries. Though a layer of flesh on its exterior was frozen, it was swiftly thawed by the searing heat of its dragon blood. The frost wyvern, were it not for its ability to soar through the skies, would find itself inferior to the lava lizard. Alas, the lava lizard lacks the power of flight, rendering it a mere target, forced to flee in a state of panic. The icy breath of the frost wyvern enveloped the lava lizard, stripping it of its desires and making it acutely aware of its precarious situation. Should fortune turn against it, escape might not even be an option. However, having endured for a considerable span of time, It is a cunning and patient hunter. Though it cannot fathom why the frost wyvern appears so relentless, it does not deter its preparation for a fierce battle. The sly lava lizard slowed its heartbeat and lowered its body temperature, feigning a state of near death. It understood that the frost wyvern would not unleash its frigid breath again soon, as even a fifth-tier beast would struggle to employ such a devastating move twice in quick succession. It bided its time, waiting for the frost wyvern to approach. It knew it had but one chance, and failing to seize it could lead to its demise. The frost wyvern, puzzled, gazed upon the towering ice crystals, faintly sensing a flicker of life at their center. Soon, it concluded that the lava lizard had been gravely injured by its strike and was on the verge of death, prompting it to release a triumphant roar. It then dove from the sky, intent on shattering the ice crystals and delivering a final blow to the lava lizard. Yet, it was still young, a relatively inexperienced female dragon. The ice crystals were successfully shattered, and a myriad shards obstructed its vision, preventing it from noticing the sudden radiance emanating from the lava lizard. This was not a manifestation of the lava lizard's breath. The energy fluctuations from such a move would have been too conspicuous, risking the failure of its carefully laid plans. Instead, this maneuver was a technique developed over countless years of study, harnessing its internal energy and heat, which it planned to unleash at the opportune moment. In an instant, its physical prowess surged, and it intended to seize the frost wyvern, grounding it to engage in combat. With its formidable defensive capabilities, it aimed to wear down the frost wyvern and secure ultimate victory. It indeed succeeded, as it opened its jaws. An intense surge of fiery magical energy coursed through its razor-sharp teeth. The moment the frost wyvern broke through the shattered ice crystals and approached the lava lizard, it sensed something amiss and attempted to ascend into the air, but it was already too late. The lava lizard's jaws clamped down on the base of the frost wyvern's wing, momentarily breaching its biological field. It was suppressed within, and soon its crystalline scales shattered, its skin sliced open by the sharp teeth, and its muscles and tendons torn by the dragon's fangs. With a roar, the frost wyvern's eyes blazed with pain and determination, and it unhesitatingly thrust its sharp beak toward the lava lizard's eye. This strike found its mark, shattering one of the lava lizard's eyes, the intense agony causing it to loosen its grip. As the frost wyvern prepared to peck at another eye, the lava lizard suddenly exerted force with its hind limbs, sending the frost wyvern crashing to the ground. The impact of the two colossal creatures falling resonated through the snowy mountains, triggering a massive avalanche as large chunks of debris mingled with ice and snow. This deluge engulfed the two titanic beings, their heated blood melting the surrounding frost, revealing the two subdragons engaged in close combat. The left wing of the frost wyvern was torn and hung limply, indicating its inability to take flight. Meanwhile, the lava lizard's left eye lay shattered, its icy crystals remaining intact, while its surface bore significant frostbite. Both subdragons understood that this was a moment of desperate resolve. The frost wyvern flapped its intact right wing, propelling itself back several dozen meters, sending a flurry of snowflakes swirling towards the lava lizard. Although these flakes could not harm the lava lizard, they obscured its vision, rendering the movements of the frost wyvern unclear. The frost wyvern recognized that seizing the opportunity to blind the lava lizard's other eye was its only chance at victory. Otherwise, with its crippled wing and the lava lizard's formidable defense, it stood no chance of triumph. The snowflakes, under the frost wyvern's command, rapidly coalesced into hard ice blocks, which then fragmented into countless sharp ice shards, sweeping toward the lava lizard like a blizzard. These ice crystals shimmered with a chilling light, intent on freezing the lava lizard's form to obstruct its line of sight. However, the lava lizard did not remain passive. The fiery patterns on its body ignited, enveloping it in a searing flame that collided with the incoming snowflakes and ice shards. The interplay of fire and ice produced a hissing sound and generated copious steam. The lava lizard's body was shrouded in a thin veil of smoke, yet remained largely unaffected. The frost wyvern understood that this tactic would not inflict damage, but had nonetheless achieved its objective, obscuring the lava lizard's vision. With remarkable speed, the frost wyvern darted forward, appearing before the lava lizard in an instant, its sharp beak aimed at the lava lizard's right eye. Sensing the lethal intent behind the veil of mist, The lava lizard's flames began to swirl, merging with a biological force field to form an impenetrable defensive shield. The skin of the lava lizard gradually turned a fiery red, as if on the verge of combustion. With the flames rising, the ambient temperature soared, transforming the once frigid air into an unbearable heat. The lava lizard stood like a colossal fireball atop the snowy peak, determined to disperse the mist before it. In the wake of this heat, large amounts of snow rapidly melted, cascading down the mountainside in a torrential flow. This water converged, forming a relentless river that resembled a waterfall spilling from the summit. The rushing waters crashed against the rocks, splashing droplets everywhere and producing a thunderous roar that disrupted the lava lizard's ability to discern sound and direction. The lava lizard dragon barely glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of cold light before a sharp beak broke through the dense mist, approaching with alarming speed. The biological force field was compressed to its utmost limit, and the frost wyvern's assault slowed momentarily, granting the lava lizard dragon a fleeting opportunity to evade. Suddenly, it jerked its head to the side, and as the defensive field compressed to its surface, the frost wyvern merely struck the scales on the side of the lava lizard dragon's face. The sharp beak shattered the scales, but inflicted no harm upon the lava lizard dragon. Realizing that this strike had failed and that its demise loomed imminent, a frenzied resolve flickered in the frost wyvern's eyes. Braving the peril of the magic within its draconic crystal melting away, it summoned its dragon breath once more, albeit without fully gathering its magical energy for speed's sake. The moment the magical energy fluctuations emanated from the frost wyvern, the lava lizard dragon sensed an overwhelming crisis. It attempted to retreat and disrupt the not-so-powerful dragon breath, yet the frost wyvern clung tightly, its claws gripping the lava lizard dragon's horns, denying it any chance of escape. In this life-and-death predicament, understanding the futility of evasion, the lava lizard dragon opened its maw, aiming for the frost wyvern's chest and abdomen, resolved to exchange wounds and see whose defenses held stronger. The frost wyvern's concentrated dragon breath surged forth first, the frigid breath instantly encasing the lava lizard dragon's neck in ice, the cold rapidly invading its body until it encountered the searing magical energy within. The clash of extremes interrupted the lava lizard dragon's own breath, and the rapid thermal expansion and contraction caused its spine to shatter. Its head drooped helplessly as it recognized the imminent end of its life. Yet, the fury and murderous intent within it only intensified. Gathering all remaining magical energy in its claws, it prepared to unleash one final, lethal strike. It swung its crimson claws, tracing 4 brilliant arcs of red, akin to blazing flames, as if slicing through the very fabric of the void. This strike landed squarely on the frost wyvern's heart, akin to a sharp blade piercing and stirring, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through the frost wyvern's body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. This strike was devastatingly fierce. Had it been a mere ordinary attack, it might not have dealt such grave damage to the frost wyvern. However, this was the culmination of the lava lizard dragon's strength in one last desperate effort, its power exceeding all expectations. As the crimson claw marks tore through, the frost wyvern's chest was ripped open, scales and flesh torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere. The heart, once concealed within the ribcage, was now exposed yet continued to beat defiantly. A shallow scratch marred the organ, but it remained relatively intact. Although the lungs were severely injured, these wounds were not fatal. Meanwhile, the frost wyvern's breath had completely frozen the lava lizard dragon's neck, rendering its muscles and nerves lifeless. Ultimately, the lava lizard dragon retained only the sensation in its head, losing all control over its body. The frost wyrm was enveloped in a chilling aura, momentarily freezing its bleeding wounds. It then turned its gaze towards the molten lizard, which lay prostrate on the ground, a flicker of vengeful delight flashing in its eyes. With a swift motion, it crushed the creature's head beneath its foot, disregarding the yearning for life reflected in its gaze, and lunged forward to peck at its remaining eye. Thus, the molten lizard was stripped of its final threat. Just as the frost wyrm prepared to deliver a decisive blow, a sudden pang pierced its heart. Lowering its gaze, it beheld its own heart laid open, struggling to pulse, incapable of pumping blood any longer. A torrent of crimson gushed forth, cascading down the snow-capped mountains and splattering upon the molten lizard. Even though it encased its heart in ice, It could only postpone its demise. A masked figure, wielding a bloodied greatsword, hovered in the void, evidently the one responsible for its affliction, though bewildered by the man's silent and sudden appearance before it. The Frost Wyrm lacked the strength to ponder such matters. The rupture of its heart had sapped its vigor, while it would not perish immediately. Death was inevitable. The regenerative abilities of magical beasts paled in comparison to those of true monsters. In a final surge of strength, the Frost Wyrm lunged at the human with its claws, intent on exacting vengeance. "Ah, how ferocious you are! I merely wish to share some heartfelt words. Is it truly necessary to cradle me so tenderly?" The man, unfazed by the incoming claws, continued to taunt. To the Frost Wyrm's astonishment, its strike passed through the man's form as though he were naught but a phantom. Now lying against the snowy mountain, its wings slightly lifted, the creature found itself too drained from the loss of blood to wield its claws again. It could only emit a feeble wail, its pupils dimming, succumbing to the finality of death. Chapter 170. The Ancient Dragon's Blood Refinement. Do take your time. I've summoned the Molten Lizard to keep you company. Though the Frost Wyrm could no longer hear the man's calls, he approached the Molten Lizard, brandishing the modified Dark Moon Greatsword. Even as its vision faded and blood failed to reach its brain, the lizard sensed the presence of the human. He had no intention of healing the Molten Lizard. For his kaleidoscope, Sharingan lacked the power to control a fifth-tier magical beast. His mental strength was insufficient, even in its dying state. The creature's spirit had long since undergone transformation, and control would require the breakthrough of the Earth Knight. "Let me end your suffering. I am truly merciful," he declared, as the Dark Moon Greatsword erupted with icy blue luminescence, cleaving a crescent blade over 10 meters long, severing the lifeless neck of the Molten Lizard, which was devoid of any protective life force. Observing the two colossal, lifeless beings, the man wasted no time and began the process of dismemberment. It must be said that the robust physique of the fifth-tier magical beast, the dragon, is indeed formidable. It was only through the transformation of his Zampicut into a single atomic blade that you managed to sever it, revealing the dragon's hide, flesh, bones, blood, crystals, and a plethora of miscellaneous organs. These components are extraordinary materials, sufficient for the crafting of numerous fine magical artifacts. Nevertheless, utilizing materials from a fifth-tier beast for the creation of a third-tier artifact seems somewhat extravagant at this juncture. That can be addressed later. As disassembled the two colossal dragon carcasses, he meticulously sorted and stored them in his inventory, leaving no trace behind. Not even the snowflakes and soil tainted with dragon blood, as these are prime materials for crafting superior earth. After surveying the chaotic battlefield, he vanished into the snowy mountains, for he still had administrative matters to attend to. Within the botanical garden, retrieved a piece of exceedingly precious primordial gold, intending to melt it in the blazing white furnace to reinforce his skeletal structure. Once accomplished, he would be able to inscribe high-tier sorcery onto his bones, significantly enhancing his power. However, before proceeding with that, he first extracted a radiant ancient dragon blood essence, planning to enhance his physical form and resistance to high temperatures. The molten primordial gold would reach soaring temperatures, and although he initially intended to rely on his self-healing abilities to endure it, the enhancement from the ancient dragon blood essence was undoubtedly preferable. Without hesitation, opted to use the ancient dragon blood essence for body tempering rather than integrating it into his bloodline. While becoming a dragonkin would bestow greater strength, the physical transformation would be substantial, growing horns and scales, morphing into a diminutive dragon-like figure, which found too peculiar to accept. Although he possessed the ability to revert to his original form, he could not escape the inherent drawbacks of being dragonkin, such as heightened libido, an aesthetic fixation on his entire race, a penchant for slumber, an affinity for treasures, a thirst for bloodshed, and vulnerability to remnants of dragon-slaying weapons. Thus, it seemed prudent to utilize it for body tempering. Should he reconsider in the future, he would still have ample ancient dragon blood essence at his disposal. Though the ancient dragon blood essence appeared solid, it was, in fact, a liquid, with an energy barrier encasing the ancient dragon's lifeblood within. Following the identification method, he punctured a fragment of a lava lizard dragon's horn to allow the essence to flow forth. This was the method to breach the energy barrier, requiring contact with the dragon's physical component. Alternative methods would only result in an explosion, which attests to the cunning nature of the ancient dragons. The force of such an explosion would be considerable. If one were reckless, they could hurl the ancient dragon blood essence at their foes, potentially obliterating them. Understanding that body tempering could be somewhat painful, Mou took a deep breath, shedding all his garments to reveal a physique defined by powerful, well-toned muscles. As the first drop of ancient dragon blood essence descended upon him, it transformed into a surge of formidable energy. This energy, akin to the awakening of an ancient dragon, exuded boundless mental pressure and waves of power. With each droplet of ancient dragon blood essence that fell, Mou's body gradually became enveloped in this potent substance. Every drop of essence felt akin to a blazing flame, swiftly permeating his skin and igniting an unbearable sensation of searing heat. This intense warmth coursed through him like molten lava, scorching Mou's flesh and muscles. Clenching his jaw and enduring the agony, beads of sweat cascaded down relentlessly. As time elapsed, the scorching sensation began to seep from his skin into his muscles, penetrating deeper into his very marrow, ultimately reaching his internal organs. Each part of his being underwent this fervent baptism, as if his body were being entirely reshaped. Despite the excruciating pain, Mou persevered. There was no option to relent, for the process had commenced and could not be halted. His breathing grew rapid and labored, his heartbeat accelerated, and his blood surged, seemingly poised to burst forth from its vascular confines. The corrosive nature of the dragon's blood spread throughout Mou's body, compelling him to maintain his focus and diligently practice his breathing technique, utilizing the dragon's blood to refine his physique. This sensation was akin to being thrust into a furnace ablaze with fierce flames, leaving Mou to feel as though his very body was on the brink of melting away. At that moment, his entire being appeared charred, with even his internal organs nearing the brink of being roasted. This was the essential step in the refinement process of the dragon's blood. The pain was excruciating, far exceeding the mild discomfort he had been led to expect. This agony surpassed even that of the initial entry of primordial gold into his body. Mou felt a twinge of regret for having trusted the information provided by the panel, which had suggested that anything less than fatal pain was merely mild discomfort. Fortunately, within those charred organs, a vibrant vitality was burgeoning. His cells became denser, and the intricate structure of his body underwent a transformation, rendering him remarkably resilient. His skin surpassed the strength of high-tensile rubber. His muscles wove together like steel cables, and his bones felt as though they were forged from jade, exceedingly hard. After an extended period, the essence of the dragon's blood was nearly exhausted. At this point, Mou resembled a humanoid charcoal. Yet the rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated through the charred exterior. Rising to his feet, the blackened shell of his body shattered, revealing a form as exquisite as jade, with wisps of ethereal energy ascending from his crown. His blood was as dense as lead and mercury, and his flesh seemed crafted from arcane metal, imbued with divine power, capable of shaking the heavens. This time, although Mou did not break through to a new realm, he had nonetheless refined half of his true essence and spirit. This revelation significantly reduced his years of arduous labor. He had not anticipated that the essence of the ancient dragon's blood also possessed the power to refine his true essence. As he reveled in his newfound strength, he felt an impressive force of 35 tons, sufficient to demolish cities and obliterate fortifications, with defensive capabilities rivaling those of a fourth-tier magical beast. Moreover, he exhibited remarkable resistance to extreme heat, capable of bathing in molten lava without faltering. Mou surmised that he might just be the mightiest knight of all. Had the Sky Knight not activated their domain to combat him, he could have effortlessly vanquished them. Should he unleash the power of his true essence alongside his immense strength, even a domain would likely prove insufficient to prevent the Sky Knight from being crushed by his might. Not to mention, Mou still possessed the formidable technique of Susanoo, coupled with the wood release of the Great Buddha, making him a singular force capable of challenging an entire nation. Chapter 171. The arrival of the free folk, however. When confronted with the formidable high-ranking magical creatures, the daunting abilities combined with their immortality engender a sense of uncertainty. Mou departed from the botanical garden, refraining from directly infusing the essence of yuan into his bones, as the pain was still too intense for him to bear at that moment. "My Lord Baron," he remarked, "the free folk from several noble territories nearby have heard of the advantageous policies in the Golden Spike territory and are currently making their way here in groups." Upon returning to the castle, Mou received news from Ryan. During this period, Mou had organized a merchant caravan to sell various local specialties, while simultaneously disseminating the beneficial policies of the Golden Spike territory. This influx of free folk was a direct result of the favorable agricultural tax rate of 50%, coupled with the absence of assorted other taxes, which promised them significantly greater profit margins should they engage in farming or trade within the Golden Spike territory. Excellent. How many can we expect? Mou had anticipated their arrival, prompting him to have the available properties in Golden Spike Town assessed in advance. Should the number of newcomers be substantial, collecting rent would yield a commendable income, as most properties in Golden Spike Town belong to the Golden Spike family. The rents, however, were not exorbitant, since many of these free folk typically occupied modest accommodations of 1 or 2 rooms. Although small, these dwellings were well equipped, featuring designated areas for a bathroom, kitchen, and bedroom, sufficient for a family of 3 to reside comfortably. The choice of such modest living arrangements stemmed from the preference of the free folk for value over size. Initial estimates suggested that over 1,000 individuals were en route. Ryan possessed a basic understanding of the free folk population in the 3 nearby baronies, allowing for a straightforward calculation. What a remarkable exodus. It appears several baronies have been thoroughly depleted. Mou had not anticipated such a significant number of arrivals, a testament to the lucrative tax system he had instituted. Most of these free folk were skilled artisans, and in contrast to the exploitative practices of many lords who imposed various burdensome taxes, the Golden Spike territory's openly proclaimed advantageous policies were sufficient to entice them to abandon their previous livelihoods in favor of striving within its borders. In light of this, Mou decided that the soldiers stationed in the Silent Mountains would be tasked with escorting them. He instructed Vister to release carrier pigeons to notify the garrison in the Silent Mountains. Previously, Mou had stationed over 100 troops there, led by Matt, to facilitate the opening of pathways through the mountains. The numerous ferocious beasts and corrupted creatures that had plagued the region had been largely cleared by the army and mercenaries. The formidable magical beasts had all been consumed by Saturina, the ever-hungry glutton. Nevertheless, there remained an abundance of meat, with tens of thousands of pounds transformed into cured provisions, some of which were dispatched for sale, while others were stored in the castle's larders. There was no need for concern regarding ecological disruption, as the Golden Spike territory was situated at the kingdom's farthest reaches, teeming with countless magical creatures, not to mention the ferocious beasts and magical entities that roamed its lands. Even the mountains and forests surrounding the royal city are teeming with magical beasts, a consequence of the nobility's hunting pursuits and the rapid reproductive rate of these wild creatures. Ryan has been tasked with preparing housing for the freedmen and conveying the laws of the Golden Spike territory. Fresh from the stench of refuse, Mou is determined to maintain a pleasant atmosphere, as these newly liberated individuals are accustomed to freedom. As Ryan departs, Mou makes his way to the training grounds, where Violetta, having just completed an alchemical experiment, is now donning the gravity ring gifted to her by Mou, honing various nightly combat techniques. "Violetta, here are some extraordinary materials. See if you can concoct them into potions," Mou says, handing her a bag filled with low-grade extraordinary materials he acquired during his recent endeavors. This storage bag, crafted from beast hide and inscribed with spatial distortion runes, serves as a quasi-magic item. It enlarges the internal space of the hide pouch, albeit limited to 2 cubic units due to the absence of spatial crystals, and it does not alleviate weight. Its usage is also restricted, yet its affordability and ease of creation make it highly cost-effective. Presently, this type of storage bag has become one of the perks for officials in the Golden Spike territory, proving to be exceptionally convenient for transporting goods or personal use. Moreover, the alchemical potions that Violetta has been producing during this time have garnered immense popularity among the officials of the territory. Despite their high prices, they significantly aid in the training of knights. Several squire knights in the Golden Spike territory have now ascended to the rank of low-level knights, a testament to Violetta's contributions. Her mastery of alchemical potions has surpassed that of Mou, and she has established a specialized alchemical shop within the territory, selling various potions and alchemical tools created by Muyu. Although the prices are steep, the shop is favored by merchants and mercenaries alike, with its revenues now exceeding those of the Golden Spike grain market. A significant factor in this success is the sale of the foundational night breathing method, which, though costly, enjoys immense popularity. No one dares to resell the shop's merchandise within the Golden Spike territory, nor do the neighboring baronial lands, as Muyu has eyes and ears everywhere. Those with considerable strength possess the low-level night breathing method and have no need to trade Muyus, while those of lesser strength find themselves at a disadvantage, especially with the prevalence of magical beasts. Muyu's primary aim is to bolster the territory's strength, as the Golden Spike territory faces the brunt of the encroaching deathly wilderness. During the tide of pollution, the impact is most severe here. Fleeing is not a viable option. The tide of pollution does not merely linger at the borders, but envelopes the entirety of the continent, no matter where one escapes. Congregating within the territory may provide some semblance of protection or shared safety. If one attempts to flee alone, encountering magical beasts typically results in certain death. In such dire times, even high-level knights are reluctant to roam freely, let alone those of lower ranks. The knightly system in its mid-early stages finds itself powerless against magical creatures, and the extraordinary sequence system is equally difficult to disseminate. Not only has the speed, quantity, and quality of monstrous births increased, but various natural disasters have also become frequent occurrences. The border territories, in particular, suffer more than the inland areas, as they must contend with the onslaught of beasts. When monsters invade the territories of these beasts, the latter tend to flee, resulting in turmoil along the borders. However, this presents a golden opportunity for those with strength. Most commoners rise to prominence amidst the tide of corruption, as this period often sees noble lands breached, leading to a significant upheaval of power and granting the common folk a chance to ascend. Although the tide of corruption seems distant, its signs have begun to manifest. Recently, MOU has frequently received intelligence indicating an increased likelihood of monstrous appearances within various noble territories. The sparse population of this world is not without reason. With a tide of corruption occurring once every few decades, alongside beasts, the potential for casualties is immense. For instance, had it not been for MOU's intervention in the province of Alhant, it is likely that the entire population of a city would have perished. Chapter 172. The Mysterious Roger. After a thorough inspection of the territory, the development of Jinsui Town is progressing steadily. Following the reforms, the standard of living for the commoners has markedly improved. Those who once subsisted solely on black bread can now savor whole grain bread. And this is merely a reflection of the brief time that has passed. By next year, following the wheat harvest, prosperity is expected to increase significantly. Approximately 2/3 of the city walls have been constructed, with the pace of progress greatly enhanced thanks to the high-altitude aqueduct devised by MOU. Additionally, some manpower has been allocated to construct the sewage system under Hall's guidance. Given that Jinsui territory has experienced favorable weather conditions in recent decades without floods, the scale of the sewage project is manageable and should be completed alongside the city walls. At that time, taller buildings can be erected in the newly planned urban area, along with the establishment of restrooms and schools. Since becoming aware of the impending tide of monsters, MOU has been consciously stockpiling provisions, perhaps a trait inherent to the people of Huajia. Although the proximity of Jinsui Lake makes it unlikely for droughts to lead to famine, the surrounding areas currently host a considerable number of livestock, including ducks and geese, without significantly impacting the environment, as natural carrying capacity remains adequate. On the return journey, MOU encountered a familiar face, the drunken Roger, who had just exited the tavern, evidently having indulged in drink. With flushed cheeks and unsteady footsteps, one might have mistaken this boastful drunkard for an ordinary mercenary were it not for MOU's exceptionally heightened mental acuity. Although Roger's method of concealment is remarkably advanced, previously unnoticed by MOU due to his lower strength, it is now evident that Roger possesses the prowess of a high-ranking knight. This level of strength is typically found among most earls and a select few viscounts. Despite Roger appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, his capabilities are indeed impressive. Aware of the secret Roger harbors, MOU remains nonchalant, for a high-ranking knight could hardly be sent as an undercover agent to Jeansway territory. Moreover, prior to this, there was nothing in the Golden Spike territory that would entice a high-ranking knight. Clearly, he had come to reside there for reasons of a peculiar nature. Observing his debauched demeanor, it was evident that it was not a mere facade. With the current capabilities of observation hockey, one could perceive Roger's inner sorrow. His drinking and provocative behavior, leading to altercations, seemed to be a means to numb his heart's grief. A man with a story to tell. Ah, it is the esteemed Baron. Roger extends his greetings to you. The moment Roger caught sight of Mou, his gaze momentarily cleared, only to soon cloud over again. After a belch, he swayed slightly as he offered a salute. The notorious drunkard, Roger? I have heard of you. It appears you are quite content with your current life. Mou found it somewhat peculiar that Roger recognized him, as he seldom sauntered about, always rushing to attend to affairs and departing just as hastily. Only a select few were familiar with Mou and were aware that their lord had not yet reached the age of 14. Indeed, I am satisfied. The streets are no longer rife with foul odors, and I find it increasingly difficult to regurgitate my drink, all thanks to the Baroness' efforts. The drunken Roger squinted, a hint of sadness and nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. Might I inquire, Mr. Roger, why you have chosen to seclude yourself within my Golden Spike territory all these years? Mou laid his cards on the table, feeling the need to address any potential instability within his domain. Dear Baron, do you not permit the presence of capable individuals within your territory? Roger's tone bore no malice, but rather a hint of playful mockery. Of course, such individuals are welcome, yet they must be reported. High-ranking knights are not a common sight. Upon realizing that Mou had discerned his strength, Roger was initially taken aback. The effects of alcohol momentarily fading, only to be replaced by an inexplicable sense of solace. It seems that the Baron surpasses me in prowess. The Golden Spike lineage has never seen anyone of greater talent than yourself. This revelation astonished Mou, for Roger evidently possessed a profound understanding of the Golden Spike family. You flatter me, Mr. Roger, but I must ask you to clarify your origins and intentions. Mou, opting for directness, was disinclined to engage in further banter. Oh, shall we converse here? Roger turned to survey their surroundings, indicating that this was not an appropriate venue for such discussions. Then I invite you, Mr. Roger, to my castle for a more private dialogue. Mou gestured for Roger to accompany him, suggesting that Roger bore some unique significance. Very well, but do prepare some fine wine for me. Roger strode ahead, seemingly unfazed by any potential dangers that might await them at the castle. Certainly, Mr. Roger. Please lead the way. Before long, Mou returned to the castle and instructed Vici to fetch a bottle of brandy for Roger from the wine cellar. Due to the death of Baron Blanc and the fracturing of the Blanc territory, brandy had become nearly impossible to procure in the short term. As various nobles vied for the brandy recipe, none were inclined to engage in its production. However, Mou perceived this as an opportunity. He was having Violet develop suitable beverages using several alcoholic alchemical concoctions through distillation techniques. In the forthcoming years, seizing a substantial share of the brandy market will undoubtedly yield significant financial rewards. In a secluded chamber, Mou regarded Roger, who was no longer inebriated, and invited him to sit and converse. Roger, with an air of nonchalance, settled into the chair, awaiting the arrival of the brandy that Vizzy would bring. Vizzy, swift in her actions, departed upon sensing the gravity of their discussion, thanks to her mastery of the knight's breathing technique. Mr. Roger, shall we proceed with our conversation? I am curious about the connection between your esteemed self and the Jeansway family. Mou interjected, interrupting Roger's tasting of the wine, which momentarily dampened his spirits. Connection, you say? If circumstances had unfolded differently, you might have had the pleasure of addressing me as uncle, alas. Roger's eyes shimmered with profound sorrow, an emotion that was undeniably genuine. Uncle? Aunt? Mou pondered the historical lineage of the Jeansway territory, recalling the mention of such a figure. Your father's generation had but 2 heirs, am I correct? Indeed, however, little is documented about my aunt. The family history merely states she perished in Tidal City. Mou perused the scant references to his aunt within the Jeansway family history, which seemed deliberately sparse, as if the family wished to avoid discussing her. The accounts concerning his father's generation were penned by Mou's father, and after the Baron's demise, Mou had continued the narrative, detailing the Baron's cause of death and the records of Dale. Your aunt left home at a tender age, much like yourself, and never returned, Roger remarked, taking a sip of his drink, seemingly reluctant to delve into the past. And how might one substantiate your claims? What transpired after your aunt's departure? You remained skeptical, unwilling to take Roger's word at face value, especially as he had yet to attain the strength necessary to engage with the dream realm and observe the life dreams within it. For one must possess the prowess of Sequence 7 to even begin to perceive the dream realm, allowing one's spiritual essence to traverse its depths. Chapter 173. The Venomous Tooth, Assassin Organization. At that juncture, one truly encounters the extraordinary realm. For the majority of individuals possessing abilities beyond Sequence 7 congregate in the dream realm to exchange arcane knowledge and hold gatherings, where they can conceal their identities. This is your aunt's Jean Sway family member ring, along with her ashes, Roger stated, producing a magic alloy ring inscribed with MOU's aunt's name from his waist pouch. MOU recognized this ring as well, though due to his gender and juvenile status, the Baron had refrained from bestowing it upon him, keeping it secured within the storage ring. Receiving the ring, MOU employed the Jean Sway family's unique identification method to verify its authenticity, confirming it was indeed a family member's ring, and the name matched perfectly. His aunt's name was Inar Jean Sway. The letters of her name were encoded on the ring in a special sequence, a distinctive identifier within the family. He then turned his gaze to the ashes before him. Due to the passage of time, the essence emanating from them was indistinguishable, yet MOU was not without means to discern their significance. MOU extracted a pen, forged into an extraordinary and forbidden artifact, its unique supernatural trait being divination. As he grasped the pen, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into it, guiding the pen to stand poised upon the paper. He then silently pondered whether this pile of ashes belonged to Einar Goldspike, the cherished daughter of the Goldspike family. In an instant, the pen began to inscribe words upon the page, letters dancing vividly into existence. He continued to muse, questioning the veracity of Roger's words. Roger, astonished, had already been taken aback by MOU's status as a formidable knight, only to discover he was part of an extraordinary lineage. Upon seeing the affirmative results on the paper, MOU understood and retracted the extraordinary artifact. Very well, Mr. Roger. Please share with me the tale of you and your aunt. MOU had no intention of squandering his spiritual energy on divination. It would likely result in an entire narrative tome, and the process was too draining. Encountering beings of higher transcendence could render the divination results ambiguous. Let me begin with my own story. I was once a golden-ranked assassin for the Poison Fang organization in the realm of the extraordinary. Years ago, I received a designated assassination mission to eliminate the beloved youngest daughter of the Duke of the North, aiming to incite emotional turmoil that would lead to his defeat in the war against the kingdom of Westeros. I failed. Just as I was poised to extinguish the life of that innocent girl, I chose to relent, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to my deceased sister. I was not a product of the Poison Fang organization. Rather, I inadvertently joined them seeking vengeance after my sister was brutally murdered by a lord in my youth. Although the organization imposed numerous obedience tests, I completed them flawlessly, not out of loyalty, but out of a desperate need to grow stronger. After achieving my vengeance, I seemed to lose my purpose, ceasing to strive for power and merely drifting through time. It was until I received another designated assassination mission from the organization, the very task of eliminating the Duke's youngest daughter. I severed ties with the organization, yet they relentlessly pursued me. Eventually, the Duke emerged victorious, and I cleverly revealed the evidence of the Poison Fang's intent to assassinate his daughter. The organization was eradicated by the Duke, yet remnants continued to pursue me until I fled to the Southern Territories. During one of these harrowing pursuits, I encountered your aunt, who was inadvertently caught in the fray. Together, we vanquished all pursuers. Subsequently, we roamed various kingdoms, united in our quest to dismantle the Poison Fang organization. Upon returning to the kingdom of Leah, we believed we had finally eradicated all members of the Poison Fang. Your aunt became pregnant, and we returned to Tidal City, preparing to seek your grandfather's blessing for our union. Alas, in Tidal City, we faced one final assassination attempt. While I ventured out to procure gifts, your aunt was grievously injured by the last remaining member of the Poison Fang, my former instructor. I ultimately took the life of my wounded mentor, but Einar departed from me forever, along with our unborn child. I am aware that Einar has long harbored a desire to atone for the pain caused her father by her departure from home. Thus, I journeyed to the Golden Spike territory, intending to quietly safeguard the sanctity of Einar's heart. At that time, your grandfather had already passed, and your father was oblivious to the affairs between Einar and myself. After Roger finished speaking, he downed the last sip of brandy, his face already streaked with tears. His wife, due to circumstances surrounding him, had wandered the realms in fear of returning home, only to perish the day before her anticipated return. This left Roger eternally unable to forgive himself, forever tormented by his inability to fulfill his wife's wish to come home. He would have preferred never to have known Einar, wishing only for his wife's safety. Alas, this was but a fanciful thought. Henceforth, he spent his days inebriated, seeking to numb his heart, scarred and desolate, until today, when he was discovered by MOU. MOU discreetly confirmed the truth of Roger's words through divination with a pen, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered an unending succession of tragedies, as if unseen hands were persistently steering everything towards ruin. Uncle Roger, I implore you to find strength again. I believe Aunt would not wish to see you in such a state. You could only offer words of solace, which felt trivial and powerless. Nevertheless, he resolved within himself to become stronger, determined that such misfortunes would not befall him. Are you willing to acknowledge my bond with your aunt? Roger, aware of his status as a mere lowly assassin, recalled how Einar had once expressed her feelings for him, only for him to repeatedly reject her due to his own insecurities. Throughout this ordeal, Einar remained steadfast, supporting him as they fought side by side, even while gravely wounded. Of course, I shall inscribe your tale with your aunt into the annals of the Golden Spike family history. If you desire, I can bestow upon you the surname Golden Spike. MOU intended to recruit this high-ranking knight and assassin uncle for his own purposes, planning to have him train a covert unit for intelligence gathering and assassination. Thank you, MOU. I accept. Henceforth, I shall pledge my loyalty to the Golden Spike family as a means to atone for my wife. Roger understood MOU's intentions, but was untroubled. The acknowledgement from his wife's family brought him solace. His wife's youth had been spent in their shared flight, and now he would dedicate the remainder of his life to repaying the Golden Spike family on her behalf. MOU was indeed aware of the reasons behind his aunt's departure, stemming from their grandfather's desire to marry her off to the current Baron of Brandy for political alliance. Yet her departure only led to the Baron marrying the sister of the Baron of Brandy, which could be considered one of the tragedies of MOU's mother. The affairs of the world are intricately interconnected, with cause and effect perpetually intertwining. This, perhaps, is what is termed fate. Uncle Roger may reside in the Golden Spike Castle while I compose the family history regarding my aunt this evening, allowing you the time to gather your thoughts. Chapter 174. Violet's breakthrough MO. You found great pleasure in the act of chronicling stories, as each thread connected to another, weaving a tapestry of fate. Very well, my Lord Baron. The title of Baron Roger now signifies allegiance to MOU. Watching Roger depart with the maid, MOU began to meticulously pen the history of the Jean Sway family. Throughout the night, he diligently recorded the accounts of his aunt within the family annals. With only himself remaining as the sole descendant of the Jean Sway lineage, he felt a palpable risk of familial extinction. MOU realized that upon reaching adulthood, he must endeavor to branch out and cultivate a legacy, lest he be left with mere speculation. The following morning, in the conference hall, MOU introduced Roger to the senior officials of the Jean Sway territory. This revelation astonished the officials, particularly Xiao En and others, who were taken aback to discover that the often-berated drunkard, Roger, was indeed a high-ranking knight. Once the officials had reported their progress, MOU dismissed them, leaving only Roger behind. He had no intention of revealing the establishment of his covert operations to these individuals. Uncle Roger, I require your assistance in assembling and training a cadre for intelligence gathering and assassination, MOU stated directly. The current intelligence system of Jean Sway relied heavily on the business department, which was ill-equipped for covert operations. They could only procure overt information of little value. MOU was uncertain whether his grandfather or father had ever established an intelligence organization, and if they had, it was now beyond his control. Although MOU could employ divination to ascertain the existence of such operatives and their identities, it seemed unnecessary, since no organization had emerged after his father's demise. Coupled with the previous infiltration that had rendered Jean Sway as permeable as a sieve, MOU was resolute in not accepting such a compromised entity. A re-establishment of a fully obedient intelligence organization was what he truly needed. Certainly, my lord, Roger replied. I possess the breathing techniques and assassination skills of the Poison Fang organization. This expertise is abundant. However, it will require considerable resources and the procurement of orphans, which may pose some challenges. Despite Roger's years of aimlessness, he had not forgotten the skills essential for survival. Do not fret about the resources. The family treasury is well stocked with various potions for nightly cultivation, ample provisions of meat, auxiliary potions, and weaponry. When needed, you may use my token to access the treasury and select what you require. As for the orphans, I shall instruct the business department to acquire them from various locales. For now, you can compile a list of orphans within the territory and gather them yourself. MOU retrieved a population registry from the stack of documents, handing Roger a meticulously compiled list of orphan children of unblemished lineage. Rest assured, my lord, I shall establish a clandestine organization that will meet your expectations, Roger assured, taking some resources and gold before hastily departing. MOU felt at ease, allowing Roger to attend to the matter. After lunch, MOU visited the greenhouse, intending to cultivate the giant mushrooms and snow lotus obtained through his clones. The giant mushrooms were relatively straightforward, resembling the configuration of purple luminescent fungi. MOU took the initiative to excavate a vast underground cavern specifically for the cultivation of the giant mushrooms. Fortunately, having previously acquired a substantial quantity of Warcraft meat, MOU prepared ample meat soil and nurturing solution. Now, all that remains is to configure the environmental parameters and then sprinkle the spores. It will not be long before the dream of mushroom cultivation is realized. Upon arriving in the frigid region suitable for planting snow lotus flowers, he observed Vaylite gathering some mature medicinal herbs. In this botanical garden, Vaylite seemed to be more industrious than MOU himself. As perhaps the only master alchemist on the continent of Wee Eyes, she undoubtedly possessed a greater passion for this garden than MOU. Montague, are you going to cultivate some magical potion again? Vaylite inquired, her curiosity piqued upon seeing him in the currently barren cold area. Indeed, but only a single plant, a snow lotus flower I unexpectedly obtained. It is a low-level magical herb, and I am uncertain whether it can be mass-produced. MOU set the parameters and planted the snow lotus, pouring some specialized nurturing solution over it. What a beautiful magical herb! Did you pick this in the snowy mountains? Vaylite exclaimed, clearly enamored by the exquisite flower that appeared to have been sculpted from ice and snow. Yes, if you like it. Perhaps you could take care of it a bit more. There's only this one. If it dies, it will be gone forever. Montague, lacking the meticulous care that Vaylite provided, managed the plant with a less attentive approach, though not entirely careless. Oh, well, all right then. A flicker of hesitation crossed Vaylite's azure eyes, and she seemed to struggle with her words, leaving MOU puzzled. Feel free to speak your mind. I will assist you, he urged, gazing earnestly at her. In this foreign world, he found his sense of belonging solely through her companionship, as they relied on one another. I intend to break through to the second tier of wizardry. I have developed a potion to enhance my mental strength, which should be sufficient for my advancement. Without hesitation, Vaylite confessed, knowing that without the meditation technique, achieving such a breakthrough would be exceedingly difficult. A failure could result in a tumultuous disruption of her mental sea, posing significant danger. This is ancient dragon blood essence and black-armored giant ant eggs. They can aid in purifying and enhancing your mental prowess, as well as bolster your constitution. They should ensure your safety. MOU, unwilling to place Vaylite in jeopardy, recognized that while her usage of these items might be premature and excessive, the potential waste was a trivial concern compared to her well-being. MOU, I will succeed. I want to be by your side always. Vaylite's expression was resolute. Yet in this perilous world, she understood that she needed the strength to protect herself and to assist MOU. Let us proceed to the seclusion chamber. I will remain outside, and should anything arise, I will be there at once. Although with the ancient dragon blood essence, she should be safe, MOU remained vigilant. The two made their way to the seclusion chamber, where MOU stationed himself outside, while his doppelganger attended to matters in the Golden Spike territory. With MOU guarding the entrance, Vaylite felt reassured. She first retrieved 9 ant eggs, which MOU had surmised to be her limit for consumption, laying the groundwork for the subsequent use of the ancient dragon blood essence. The ant eggs are remarkably manageable. Within a single day, she completely refines them, feeling her mental faculties brimming with clarity and vitality. It seems she is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of sorcery. However, to be on the safe side, Veilright decides to utilize the ancient dragon's blood essence. Although she's aware that using the essence entails immense pain, she perceives no risk in its application. She would rather endure suffering than face uncertainty, for she does not wish to be separated from MOU. For 3 days, MOU remains anxiously awaiting her return, experiencing a sense of urgency akin to that felt by a husband anticipating the birth of his child. He can only helplessly listen to the muffled groans of pain that Veilright emits as she uses the ancient dragon's blood essence. Fortunately, he keeps a vigilant watch on her life force, which does not diminish but rather continues to grow stronger. After Veilright digests the essence, her combat prowess ascends to the late stage of an intermediate knight, her life force rivaling that of a terrestrial knight. A day later, Veilright successfully engraves the furnace visualization diagram, consolidating 9 second-tier sorcery runes and achieving a breakthrough to the second tier of sorcery. Her advancement appears entirely justified, given the abundant resources invested, enabling her strength to surpass that of Roger. During this period, Veilright's intensive study of various knowledge has allowed her to nearly fully assimilate her extraordinary learning trait, reaching over 90%. And she will soon be able to consume her next extraordinary trait to ascend to Sequence 8. Meanwhile, MOU, engaging in various events through his avatars, has achieved a 95% assimilation rate and will soon be able to consume his third extraordinary trait, nearing the pinnacle of lower-tier extraordinary abilities. At that point, he will be able to participate in various extraordinary gatherings and transactions in the dream realm, and with the resources he currently possesses, he need not worry about grand undertakings. After careful consideration regarding Veilright's second extraordinary trait, MOU resolves to opt for a life-preserving characteristic, as her offensive capabilities are already ample. The mastery of flesh and blood is a trait he has prepared for himself, particularly suited to him due to the abundance of spore avatars available as sources of flesh. Coupled with his golden skeletal structure, even a saint would find it arduous to bring about his demise. Consequently, the only life-preserving traits left for Veilright are rapid regeneration and an iron body. Ultimately, he decides that rapid regeneration is the superior choice, as, despite having various extraordinary healing potions and medicinal gourds, there are instances where time does not permit their use. The iron body, while resilient, is not impervious. Thus, he favors rapid regeneration. MOU does not wish for Veilright to find herself in a predicament akin to that in the original narrative, where she resorts to a mechanical arm. Now that all is settled, MOU intends to meld the golden essence into his bones, ensuring not only a skeletal structure that grows alongside him and remains indestructible, but also the ability to inscribe advanced sorcery through the golden essence. By employing these high-tier spells in advance, MOU's offensive capabilities and spellcasting prowess will be significantly enhanced. Aware of MOU's need for seclusion, Veilright personally stands guard outside, ensuring that no one can disturb him. 4 MOU's avatars and Satania alone suffice to deter any Sky Knight or extraordinary beings below Sequence 6. However, for the sake of caution, the overly prudent MOU decided to proceed with care, for in this absurd and bizarre world of Western fantasy, anything could happen. Upon entering the seclusion chamber, MOU produced the basketball-sized piece of primordial gold, his eyes igniting with an intense fervor. The surface of the primordial gold emitted a faint golden fluorescence, devoid of any energy fluctuations, indicating its remarkable stability. This luminescence did not emanate from the primordial gold itself, but rather represented a manifestation of the rare treasure's intrinsic laws. Subsequently, MOU's true essence surged, activating the arcane runes of the radiant white furnace. Before him materialized a spectral furnace, towering at a height of a person, radiating a brilliance akin to that of the sun, with eternal divine flames swirling within. Though the furnace appeared ethereal, it was composed of countless minute runes that rotated and flowed in the void, maintaining a stable form. Despite its illusory nature, this furnace, when wielded as a weapon, could likely withstand even the might of an Earth Knight, given its indestructible essence and surface temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. For reference, the sun's surface temperature is merely over 6,000 degrees, while the highest melting points of materials in the past hovered around 4,000 degrees. In this extraordinary realm, MOU was uncertain of the melting point of the highest materials, yet since employing the radiant white furnace, no substance had proven resistant to its transformative heat. Presently, the primordial gold might pose a formidable challenge. After being placed into the radiant white furnace, it had only reached a red-hot state after a day and night. Nevertheless, MOU remained unperturbed. For the furnace's true marvel lay not in its high temperature, but in the intricate runes that would imprint upon the primordial gold during the refining process. This necessity for the radiant white furnace for the refinement of primordial gold suggested that the woman Shalene had developed this sorcery specifically for this purpose. From the visuals inherited from Shalene, it was evident that she had indeed infused primordial gold into her bones. Otherwise, even if she retained her sanity amidst the contamination, she would not have been able to maintain her human form. The primordial gold must have reinforced her skeletal structure, preventing the grotesque distortion of her limbs. Despite the grotesque growth of numerous tendrils from her flesh, her skeletal form remained unchanged. Even contamination could not alter the shape of the primordial gold, underscoring the terrifying nature of this metal. It was noteworthy that the Dao Palace artifact, the extreme Dao Emperor's pouch, had succumbed to the ravages of contamination. This primordial gold could certainly be regarded as a treasure of the nine heavens' divine jade caliber in the shrouded sky world, as the 9 great immortal golds were undoubtedly out of reach. Though the primordial gold was only the size of a basketball, its mass weighed an impressive 40 to 50 tons. It was likely that even the Ant Emperor had once sought to study it, yet remained unrefined and unrecognized, thus fortuitously benefiting MOU, who possessed the discerning eye. Therefore, it is often said that reading extensively can indeed be of great utility. The joy of uncovering hidden treasures is a privilege reserved for those with discernment. 3 days and nights passed, and the primordial gold finally transformed into a floating solution, within which numerous delicate runes emerged. These were not mere magical runes, but rather runes of the laws, serving as a secondary manifestation of the principles that govern reality. Much like the projection of 4-dimensional space within a 3-dimensional realm, though MOU could not comprehend their intricacies, he sensed that this phenomenon was far from ordinary. To be frank, had it not been for the magical seed left behind by Shalene, the blazing white furnace would have been beyond Yunhua's capabilities. At least a 7th-tier truth wizard would be required to even begin to approach the laws. Although a 9th-tier truth wizard was indeed formidable, they were unfortunately confronted by the external divinity of the laws themselves. The mastery over the laws possessed by such beings from a multiversal perspective far surpassed that of the 9th-tier truth wizards. Naturally, upon the opening of the World Gate, it directly unleashed a corruption upon the wizarding system, resulting in calamities that have plagued the world for centuries and continue to escalate. As sufficient runes were infused into the liquid primordial gold, it lost all luster and otherworldly qualities, resembling a defiled divine object, indistinguishable from other metals. Yet, MOU held a different perspective. His spiritual perception and Ken Bunchaku could not discern even the slightest essence of the primordial gold. What followed was the most intricate and agonizing phase. MOU voluntarily shed his magical attire, revealing a robust yet smooth and fair physique. He placed a gourd of healing medicine nearby, ready to take a sip when he could no longer endure the searing heat that scorched his body. Despite having undergone tempering through ancient dragon blood, endowing him with extraordinary resistance to high temperatures, he could not withstand the relentless damage of several thousand degrees. With the preliminary awakening of his immortal body's self-healing, MOU was uncertain whether he could endure the torment. He first cast spells to stabilize his mind and enhance various resistances, then used telekinesis to control the primordial gold as it slowly descended. Assisted by his mental energy, 206 fine strands of primordial gold emerged on its surface, and MOU directed these strands to gradually approach his body. As they neared within a mere few centimeters, he could perceive the intense heat emanating from the strands. Swallowing hard, MOU gritted his teeth, reinforcing his resolve. The 206 strands of primordial gold extended directly toward his body's 206 bones. The densely packed strands encircled MOU, forming a resplendent golden cocoon, quite a magnificent sight. Ultimately, MOU gritted his teeth and commanded the strands to pierce through his flesh, reaching toward his bones. In an instant, the flesh surrounding the strands turned charred, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. At that moment, MOU felt that Shalene, that woman, was the most formidable minister of punishment in the world. Nothing compared to the agony he was enduring, not the pricking of nails nor the torturous executions. The spell of mechanized intellect could only maintain his absolute calmness, but could not shield him from pain, causing the azure glow of magic in his eyes to flicker. Fortunately, the strands of primordial gold had finally made contact with his bones, and like dye, they spread instantly, gradually transforming his pure white bones into a resplendent gold. Although the pace was not particularly slow, for MOU, who felt as if each day stretched into an eternity, it was excruciatingly painful. The agony intensified as the primordial gold seeped into his bones, causing even the marrow to throb with sharp pain. The muscles adjacent to the bones charred black, and even the tendons, which were as resilient as steel cables, began to snap. Yet, under the influence of the celestial body's yang escape power, a slow recovery commenced, albeit at a rate insufficient to match the destructive force of the primordial gold upon his flesh. Nevertheless, he endured. Time passed in agonizing seconds, and the primordial gold orb hovering above him diminished significantly, while his skeletal structure became entirely enveloped in gold. This was not the conclusion. The greater the quantity of refined primordial gold, the more advantageous the outcome, although it would be possible to refine more gold in the future. Achieving it all at once was the optimal solution, as the strands of primordial gold gradually integrated into MOU's bones. Their hue deepened from a pale gold to a dark gold, significantly enhancing their strength. 3 days later, the primordial gold orb above him was completely depleted. With a burst of determination, MOU infused the last strands of primordial gold into his bones. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief and directly consumed a vial of healing elixir, his body battered and nearly in shambles, tendons almost entirely severed, and flesh charred. Gradually, his form began to mend. The tendons reattached to the primordial gold skeleton, and the vitality of his flesh was restored, as the 206 holes created by the primordial gold strands healed and filled. The relentless torment over the past few days seemed to have activated some latent power within the celestial body, yet it remained helpless against the ongoing searing damage. MOU sensed his now indomitable primordial gold skeleton and felt an exhilarating ease in his ability to unleash tremendous strength, capable of collapsing a small mountain. Strength is not solely dependent on muscle power, but also on the resilience of bones. Now, any opponent engaging in close combat with MOU would face calamity. As he struck his fists together, a resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding, which filled MOU with satisfaction. He then retrieved Shalene's tome of inheritance. Eager to explore the methods, processes, and precautions for inscribing advanced sorcery after refining primordial gold, the visage of Shalene materialized before him, still clad in her sorceress robe, with writhing tendrils visible beneath her skirt. Hee, little one. The fact that you can see this image means you have indeed discovered primordial gold. What a fortunate little creature you are. Shalene chuckled, covering her lips delicately, her large, peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. Ahem, but since you have refined primordial gold, you must be eager to inquire about inscribing advanced sorcery. Such a restless little fellow you are. She stifled her laughter, feigning a cough to restore her serious demeanor, yet her words were laced with playful teasing. However, before I share the method with you, I must convey some unfortunate news. If you're still quite young, well, that may be rather unfortunate for you. A mischievous smile crept onto Shalene's face as she seemed to recall something amusing. After the implantation of the yuan gold into the skeletal structure, although the yuan gold would evolve alongside the growth of the bones, it would also influence the rate of bone development. If you are still a diminutive figure at this moment, then TSK, with a tone filled with malice, a countenance adorned with a smile, and crescent-shaped. Peach blossom eyes, especially with the final TSK, it caused a twitch at the corner of MOU's eye. He mused, no wonder Shalene is so short. It is indeed due to the yuan gold. However, This detestable woman was already quite short, which is probably why she sought to take revenge on society, without mentioning in the explanation of the yuan gold smelting that it would affect height. As Mou contemplated Shi Lin's mischievous antics, he found his perception of her becoming increasingly vivid, rather than viewing her as an ancient figure from centuries past. That wretched old woman. She could never have anticipated that I, at the age of 14, already stood at a height of 1.79 m, although that is still somewhat short. I possessed the ability to alter my form. Mou's words were, of course, lost on Shi Lin. After indulging in her wicked amusement, she commenced to elaborate on how to inscribe advanced sorcery and the pertinent precautions. In truth, the method is quite straightforward, as the yuan gold skeletal structure has been infused with a plethora of runes from the blazing white furnace. Should Mou wish to inscribe advanced sorcery, he merely needs to activate these runes, akin to igniting the blazing white furnace. His bones would gradually warm, their surfaces softening, at which point he could begin his work. This process resembles the crafting of sorcery instruments, where one meticulously inscribes the runic circuits. Furthermore, should he be dissatisfied with the inscribed runes, alterations can easily be made, showcasing the practicality and efficiency of Shi Lin, an 8th-tier grand sorceress. While it is indeed possible to inscribe a multitude of advanced sorceries, the dimensions of the human skeleton impose limits on the quantity of sorcery that can be inscribed. Only the 12 bones of the limbs and the skull are capable of inscribing advanced spells. Other fragmented bones can only accommodate lower-tier sorcery. However, Mou is not greedy. Possessing an excess of sorcery does not necessarily equate to effective usage. Given Mou's current reserves of true essence, it is likely that he could only wield a high-tier sorcery once before being unable to utilize it again. Nevertheless, this remains a trump card. Most high-tier elemental sorceries possess earth-shattering capabilities. Mou has dedicated several days to inscribing 13 advanced sorceries, encompassing domains of defense, offense, support, soul manipulation, and evasion, among others. Chapter 177. The eternal bloom of violet. Having completed the smelting of the yuan gold, Mou felt it was time to update and iterate a few of his avatars. At that moment, it was nighttime, and at the border of the Silver Mirror Count's territory, Kikyo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Kiruna and left behind a spatial mark before vanishing. Mou directly dissolved 2 avatars, and upon reconstituting them, both bore a skeletal structure of yuan gold. Were it not for the fact that avatars dissipate upon death, Mou would have considered eliminating them to extract the yuan gold skeletons for profit. Ah, master, your thoughts are perilous. You would have us sell ourselves, sighed a Fey, dressed in a robe of black adorned with crimson clouds, expressing his exasperation. Perhaps the doppelganger, a Fey, had been infected by Abido's influence, transforming into a comical figure, utterly unrelated to his true character. 2 imbeciles were conversing with themselves. The doppelganger Kikyo cast a disdainful glance at his self-portrayal and promptly utilized spatial transfer to vanish from the chamber. Oh, then I shall take my leave as well. This is quite dull, a Fey remarked before disappearing into the air to attend to governmental matters. Meanwhile, the primary body felt a tinge of shame regarding the earlier soliloquy, yet recognized it as a necessary part of the masquerade exercises. However, Mou worried about inadvertently spiraling into a state of schizophrenia. Upon exiting the chamber, he encountered the fully armed Violet. Clad in deep blue with shimmering silver armor, she stood resolutely on the ground, her ornate magical greatsword poised in her grasp. Having gone several days without rest, she remained vigilant against potential adversaries. Violet appeared exceedingly fatigued, her eyelids heavy, and her hair disheveled from nodding off intermittently. Mou felt a surge of excitement, tinged with sorrow and concern, prompting him to approach her. His proximity evidently startled Violet, who was merely in a light slumber. She was not asleep in the conventional sense, but rather in a state of preserved stamina and alertness. Perhaps this skill was honed during her solitary survival on that desolate island. Mou, I apologize, I accidentally dozed off, Violet exclaimed, suddenly lifting her gaze to meet Mou's, her expression instantly brightening with joy. Mou noted that Violet's once vibrant azure eyes had dulled somewhat, stirring his empathy. You should not linger too long. It's quite all right. Let me take you to rest, he said, gently ruffling her hair before lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Mou, Violet gasped at being swept up, but as she recognized the familiar embrace, she settled into tranquility. She gently turned her head to rest against Mou's chest, where his heart thudded powerfully yet somewhat hastily. Accompanied by the rhythmic beats, she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber. It had been a considerable time since Mou had held Violet, and in that moment, he perceived that she had grown taller. Although he knew her physical prowess rivaled that of an Earth Knight, her petite form remained soft and delicate. The weight was somewhat cumbersome, heavier than an equivalent volume of iron, yet it posed no challenge for Mou, who could still lift her with ease. Though curious as to why such a diminutive figure could possess such density while remaining fragrant and supple, he chose not to dwell on it, acknowledging the nonsensical nature of their fantastical world. Much like the metaphysics surrounding whether fairies have odoriferous feet. As they traversed back to the castle, Violet had already succumbed to deep sleep during the journey. Upon entering Violet's chamber, Mou gently laid her upon the bed, meticulously removing her dress armor before adorning her in nightwear. Do not inquire how this transformation occurred. It is simply a matter of extraordinary ability. Such details are best overlooked. Violet's room was rather unadorned, devoid of superfluous embellishments. However, Mou did not impose strict regulations upon her way of life. Perhaps she naturally favored such simplicity, he mused, recalling how, in the original narrative, the militarily trained Violet preferred a similar decor. After draping a blanket over her and tucking it in carefully, he prepared to rise and depart, only to find his garment's hem caught in Violet's grasp, confirming that she had indeed succumbed to slumber. A fleeting expression of helplessness and affection crossed his face. This habit of hers likely stemmed from her initial days in this unfamiliar world, where her wariness prompted her to seek solace in the presence of familiar company. He reminisced about how she often eschewed clothing while sleeping, and each time she nestled into his covers, it stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He could only recite the mantra of 3 years as a starting point, with the maximum penalty being death to quell his own fluttering heart. Even in her dreams, Violet clung tightly to the hem of his garment, compelling Mou to sit resignedly at the edge of the bed, gazing at her serene countenance. Perhaps it was only in his presence that Violet felt liberated enough to sink into profound sleep. He gently tended to her disheveled strands of hair, content to offer her silent companionship. He was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for her, a blend of familial affection, romantic love, and friendship, though he could not discern their proportions. Yet, just as he held significance in Violet's life, so too did she in his, each of them yearning for the other. In times of separation, thoughts of her would inevitably arise, propelling him to seek her out, and only upon glimpsing that familiar silhouette could he find solace. In this strange and whimsical world, the two from different realms could only endure together, finding comfort in one another's presence. Accompanied by the gentle cadence of Violet's breathing, Mou nestled into the bed, firmly clasping her hand as he succumbed to sleep. It had been ages since he had truly rested, often substituting meditation for slumber. He understood that his strength was not yet formidable enough. He needed to cultivate power to safeguard Golden Spike territory, its denizens, and protect the one most dear to him, Violet. As time passed, several hours later, Violet awoke first. For those of formidable strength, the need for sleep diminishes. It is akin to the notion that while one may lose their hair, they simultaneously grow stronger. A brief respite can rejuvenate the self, while a feeble infant requires hours of sleep each day to ensure proper growth. Violet noticed the hand that held hers firmly, her gaze drifting to Mou's dark hair as a gentle smile blossomed upon her lips. "Ah, Violet, you are awake. My apologies for making you wait," Mou murmured, sensing her awakening and rousing himself in turn. "No, protecting you, Mou, is a privilege I willingly embrace." Violet clasped the hand of Mou tightly, as if wishing to convey her heartfelt emotions. "I understood that safeguarding Violet was among my most vital responsibilities." Mou embraced Violet's delicate form, holding her close, his heart in a tumult of emotions. Lowering his head to whisper near Violet's ear, he spoke with fervent affection. "I love you, Violet." Upon hearing Mou's words, Violet's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Although she could not comprehend the reason, it did not deter her from reciprocating Mou's love. "Is this what love feels like?" "I love you too, Mou. I will be by your side forever." Though her voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering determination. Much like how Mou had once risked everything to save her. In the territory of Count Silver Mirror, within a cave nestled in a mountainside, Kikyo wore a captivating smile, one that could enchant any heart. The connection between her main body and her avatar allowed her to sense the joy and love emanating from her true self. As night gradually yielded to dawn, the newly evolved Kikyo possessed strength unparalleled. By the dimming campfire, Kierna stirred, waking from her slumber. Kikyo cast a bemused glance at the sleepy girl, tempted to deliver a playful punch to rouse her properly. "Oh, how wonderfully I slept, though I yearned for a soft bed and a velvet blanket," Kierna lamented, rubbing her eyes before noticing Kikyo seated nearby, munching on jerky. "Sister Kikyo, is breakfast to be so simple today?" she inquired, producing a piece of jerky for herself to gnaw on. "Let's set off quickly. I sensed a flicker of fire not far off yesterday, likely indicating the proximity of a human settlement. We can rest once we arrive." Kikyo rose and cast a cleansing rune, purifying her already immaculate form once more. "I want that too. Sister Kikyo, grant me such magic," Kierna exclaimed, believing Kikyo was wielding some form of sorcery, never contemplating the aspect of witchcraft. Kikyo obliged, casting the cleansing spell upon Kierna, transforming her into a fragrant, charming maiden once again. After a brief tidying, the two set forth towards the location of the fire they had previously detected. This world was vast and sparsely populated, with less than half of the habitable and developed areas accessible to humanity. Thus, a vast expanse of uninhabited land often served as a buffer between lords, with only specific routes being established by human endeavor. Despite this, for traveling merchants, each journey was a gamble with their lives unless they possessed formidable strength. Yet, such precarious main roads remained the merchants' best options, as they at least bore the signs of human passage. However, to avoid certain perilous zones, these main roads meandered. So, while the straight-line distance might be 10 kilometers, the actual distance could stretch to 30 or 40 kilometers. Mou and Kierna, possessing both skill and audacity, naturally chose to traverse the shorter paths, encountering and vanquishing various magical beasts and creatures along the way. Indeed, all the monsters were vanquished by Moyu. The first encounter with these creatures left Kierna with her insatiable appetite for adventure, akin to a runaway husky. After a mere few exchanges, she was gravely injured by the monster. Had it not been for Jikong's timely arrow that struck down the beast, Kierna might have found herself at her father's banquet, destined for a meal of despair. Throughout their journey, they encountered a total of 3 monsters, each of which Kierna, undeterred by previous encounters, yearned to engage with. Despite the thrashing she received, the trio comprised relatively common rank 9 creatures, a phantasmic beast, a carrion bird, and a water ghost. The phantasmic beast had previously met its end at Moyu's hands, possessing a rather feeble ability to emit sounds that induce hallucinations. The carrion bird, though frequently seen, was encountered for the first time. It too proved to be weak, easily dispatched by a single enchanted arrow. Its ability, the voice of dread, was a low-tier supernatural trait that produced sounds instilling fear, albeit with the unfortunate side effect of rendering the voice hoarse and mocking. Such ineffectual traits explain the prevalence of these monsters, as Moyu was aware that those with formidable and unique abilities were quite rare. As for the water ghost, it bore little resemblance to the corporeal beings of Western fantasy. Rather, it was akin to the spectral entities found in Chinese horror lore. Its capabilities were intriguing yet largely impractical, though it did provide a peculiar boon to the Mediterranean. The ghostly hair, another low-tier supernatural trait, allowed for the growth of resilient hair that could shift between tangible and intangible states. Those ensnared by it would experience suffocation and swift depletion of strength, with the hair itself feeding on the host's blood. Compared to the previous 2, this creature was significantly more formidable, yet for Moyu, it remained a mere trifle, as its abilities could easily be substituted with sorcery. The water ghost appeared by the water's edge just as the unfortunate Kierna was washing her feet, dragging her beneath the surface. Despite her desperate struggles, her lack of swimming skills rendered her helpless, leaving her unable to call for help. Had it not been for Jiekong's acute observation, which alerted him to Kierna's plight and his decisive shot that eliminated the water ghost, she would have surely met a grim fate. This incident underscores the inherent dangers of the wilderness, where even a mid-level knight could fall prey to despair. Following this harrowing experience, Kierna became notably more vigilant, refraining from recklessly courting danger, marking her growth. The 3 supernatural traits were subsequently used by Jiekong for a lottery, as he had not indulged in such a diversion for quite some time and felt a twinge of excitement, perhaps due to his prolonged abstinence from lotteries. The rewards proved unexpectedly splendid, a veritable stroke of luck. Among the treasures was a blood bodhi branch, sourced from the tumultuous realm of Fengyun, an exotic plant from Lingyun Cave that had mutated due to exposure to Qilin blood, endowing it with the effects of enhancing cultivation and healing wounds. This branch bore 3 blood bodhi seeds, which, while of little use to Moyu himself, would serve excellently for nurturing his subordinates. The seeds were soon planted through extraordinary means, hopeful to take root and flourish, with 1 seed designated for Violet to consume, elevating her knightly prowess to that of a high-ranking knight. However, this currently represents Violet's utmost limit. Should she fail to comprehend the sword intent, her progress shall come to a standstill. Nonetheless, MOU harbors the belief that through the sword forms of the sun breath technique, Violet shall amalgamate her own breathing style to discern her unique sword intent. In MOU's perspective, this process should not take long. If the Hashira of the Demon Slayer world can achieve this, there is no reason Violet cannot as well. The remaining 2 orbs have not been distributed, as MOU intends to bestow them as rewards once his subordinates accomplish great feats. Otherwise, the lack of clarity in rewards and punishments is a grave error for a lord. The Tianxiang Duku, hailing from the realm of the foremost martial artists, possesses the power to maintain a dying individual in a state of false death upon consumption of 1 orb, preventing the deterioration of their injuries. The ingestion of a second orb will restore their wounds, enabling them to awaken directly. The rewards from the second lottery were somewhat lacking, yet still commendable. Due to the singular nature of the orb, MOU directly planted it in the botanical garden. The evil Emperor's Relic, originating from the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, is a sacred artifact of the demonic sect capable of absorbing and storing energy, containing the true qi and essence imparted by successive evil emperors. Its true name is the Earth Origin Pearl, which can be refined into the body to form a second Dantian. The rewards from the 3rd lottery escalated in quality. Although the essence within the evil Emperor's Relic is not particularly significant to MOU, given its chaotic nature, the ability to establish a second Dantian is indeed a remarkable boon, representing a potential doubling of MOU's true essence. However, MOU has yet to commence the refinement process due to the overwhelming amount of disordered true qi and essence, imbued with the obsessions and spiritual fragments of the past evil emperors. Absorbing it directly would be akin to inhaling poison. The previously purified true essence might be rendered futile. Yet, MOU is reluctant to expel the true qi and essence, as that would be a sheer waste. After much contemplation, he could not devise a suitable solution, thus opting to set it aside for the time being, awaiting the day when he might draw upon or discover a remedy. Kierna forged ahead, wielding a long, curved branch, propped at an angle against the ground, continuously pushing forward. The slender tip of the branch, propelled by tremendous force, was compelled to slide through a plethora of fallen leaves. Occasionally, the branch would exceed its threshold, causing it to bend abruptly and launch a multitude of leaves into the air. In those moments, Kierna would rejoice, for the leaves that soared upward would gently descend around her as she passed by. Although autumn had yet to fully arrive, Kierna's actions allowed her a delightful prelude to the season's joys. Jiang Jing trailed behind, observing Kierna's childlike antics with a measure of exasperation. Nonetheless, it rendered their journey less monotonous. Sister Jiang Jing, look, aren't these fallen leaves beautiful? This is what autumn is all about. These dreadful trees refuse to shed their leaves, Kierna exclaimed. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden force tugged at her, and a withered, pale arm reached out from the ground, nearly grasping Kierna. Phew, that was close. I almost got caught, all thanks to Sister Jiang Jing. Kierna patted her small chest, still seemingly shaken, nervous yet reckless. She felt fear in the presence of such undead entities, yet displayed ferocity when confronting the pitiful beasts. Do not underestimate it. This is no ordinary corpse demon. Observe its palm. Following Kikyo's warning, Kierna noticed a blood-red, fleshy tendril dancing in the air from the pale hand. In truth, it was not a tendril or a fleshy growth, but a worm partially buried within the palm, with its writhing portion in the air splitting into 4 petals at the tip, resembling a grotesque, flesh-colored flower, its mouth adorned with menacing, tiny teeth. Oh, how repulsive! What on earth is this? In an instant, Kierna leaped behind Kikyo, leaving only her eyes visible above Kikyo's shoulder, trembling in fear. Seemingly frustrated by its failure to capture prey, the owner of the arm suddenly bent its knee, revealing a similarly pale and emaciated leg. The bizarre corpse then pivoted at its head, arching its torso without using its arms for support. This body was clearly not under the control of a human soul. Its form contorted in a manner defying humanity, relying solely on the strength of its waist to maintain its posture. As the corpse tilted its head, its full shape became apparent. At a glance, it resembled an ordinary corpse demon. However, Kikyo could not sense any soul fluctuations emanating from it, leading her to speculate that this body was controlled by the very worm she observed. Such parasitic control of hosts is not uncommon in nature, as evidenced by the way hairworms manipulate their mantis hosts. Activating her hidden Sharingan, Kikyo discerned energy flowing through the corpse's veins, yet it was not the corpse's own energy. Rather, it appeared as though the worm had replaced the veins and various nerve vessels, proliferating within the body and intertwining into a chaotic mass. Astonishingly, this corpse could perceive the positions of the two, now staggering towards them like a creature from a zombie film. What should we do? Kikyo's sister, this is terrifying, Kierna exclaimed, on the verge of tears at the sight of the grotesquely distorted figure approaching her, clearly unaccustomed to such horrors. Do not worry. This corpse is not particularly strong. Step back, and I shall investigate what this entity is. Kikyo wielded her bow, known as natural resonance, summoning a blade of wind that severed the approaching corpse's arm. This bow was, in fact, a wand capable of invoking its inscribed sorcery or amplifying spells. After all, who dictated that a wand must be a mere staff? She had witnessed wands transformed into great spears and swords. Though the corpse's arm was severed, no blood flowed forth. Instead, numerous tiny worms surged from the wound, burrowing back into the corpse's interior. Intriguingly, the creature, upon being severed into 2 segments, astonishingly bifurcated into distinct entities, exhibiting a remarkable vitality. Approaching a few meters from Kikyo, the corpse's legs abruptly bent, propelling itself into the air and lunging directly at her. Despite possessing the physique of an ordinary human, its strength, diminished by death, was capable of such explosive force. Was this limitation a remnant of its former brain? As the bizarre cadaver advanced, Kikyo felt little trepidation. She merely activated a secondary defensive force field through a magical rune, sending the body hurtling away upon collision with her shield. In the aftermath, hardened roots erupted from beneath, swiftly ensnaring the immobile corpse. Observing the now incapacitated figure, Karina's fear dissipated, prompting her to rush forward and poke it with a branch. The convenience of magic was evident. Yet regrettably, Kikyo was reluctant to impart her knowledge. Karina had long coveted the versatility and potency of Kikyo's sorcery, but it seemed no lessons were forthcoming. Kikyo unsheathed Karina's knight sword and cast aside the severed arm, revealing a multitude of tiny orifices. These were the entry points of the worms, indicating that they had first invaded the blood vessels before subsequently feasting upon the nerves and meridians. No worms remained within the arm, nor were there any signs of larvae. Turning her gaze to the corpse, now ensnared by roots and utterly motionless, Kikyo utilized the knight sword to slice through its epidermis. Beneath, writhing worms squirmed, grotesque enough to nearly induce Karina's retching. Kikyo extracted one, using telekinesis to hoist it into the air, discovering it to be over 1 meter in length. This worm emitted a faint aura of contamination, with a subtle flow of energy, yet lacked any psychic resonance, indicating it was another form of extraordinary creation. Just as Kikyo intended to store and analyze it, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 180. The parasite bloodsucker, the bound corpse, unexpectedly erupted, flesh bursting apart to reveal a mass of vivid red worms entwined like noodles in a bowl, surging forth from the crevices of the roots. They swiftly advanced towards Kikyo and Karina in a dense swarm that would provoke unease in anyone with a fear of clusters. Kikyo aimed her bow at the writhing mass, unleashing a blast of frost that encased all the worms in a crystalline layer of ice. However, even this frigid temperature, capable of shattering a human, failed to eradicate the worms, underscoring the extraordinary resilience of these beings. With the worms still suspended in the air, controlled by her telekinesis, she proceeded to store it and assess its attributes. The parasitic blood-sucking organism, a remarkable creation of the Yellow Claw Society for the purpose of achieving immortality, can inhabit the human body and reproduce within it. Upon reaching a specific quantity, they will consume one another, with the ultimate victor evolving to coexist with a human corpse, giving rise to intelligence and extraordinary abilities. The apex of this evolution enables the being to sustain itself by feeding on human blood, possessing immense strength, astonishing speed, and even developing fleshly wings. Undoubtedly, this is yet another abomination conjured by a cult. Currently, MOU, a mere baron in a remote border village, has already encountered the cannibalistic church, the Salvation Organization, and the Yellow Claw Society. If MOU had an achievement system, he would likely have earned the title of lifelong nemesis of the three sinister sections. With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjured a fireball, incinerating all the parasitic blood-sucking organisms to prevent any ordinary person from falling victim to them. These creatures can burrow directly into the human body, and should one hesitate, they would soon be completely parasitized. Had Kierna been bitten just moments ago, she would likely have faced amputation. For these entities cannot be shattered or expelled by mere fighting spirit. Let us proceed, but tread carefully. We do not know what else we may encounter. Kikyo led the way, activating her observation haki to remain vigilant of their surroundings. As they journeyed, Kikyo occasionally cast fireballs, eliminating lurking corpses along with the parasitic organisms, until they arrived at the edge of a cliff, spotting a town below. It appeared to be a baronial territory of similar scale to Jinsui Town, and the flames they had seen the previous night likely originated from this small settlement. However, it was peculiar that no signs of human activity were visible in the town, prompting Kikyo to suspect that it had fallen victim to the parasitic blood-sucking organisms. In daylight, these creatures tend to shy away from the sun, leading the corpses in the woods to hide beneath fallen leaves or in tree hollows. It was likely that those townsfolk who had been parasitized were concealed within their homes, avoiding the unwelcome sunlight. Noticing the coldness in Kikyo's expression, Kierna seemed to grasp that the town was in dire straits, which saddened her. A town of several thousand souls would likely struggle to leave any survivors, indicating that thousands of parasites were now spreading around the vicinity. If these parasitic blood-sucking organisms were allowed to proliferate unchecked, several neighboring baronial territories would undoubtedly face calamity. Should they form a significant presence, it could result in a catastrophe that might even alarm the three great holy churches. Let us descend and investigate. If there is any hope, we must seek out survivors. Once again, MOU felt the harshness of this world. The plight of ordinary people was truly grave, and even nobles found it challenging to preserve their lives. Following the serpentine path carved along the cliff, they soon reached the base, having eliminated several parasitic blood-sucking organisms hiding in the shadows along the way. As they progressed, not only did the density of the organisms increase, but the strength of their hosts also appeared to grow, as the parasites within had undergone significant division, enhancing the physical prowess of their hosts. Regrettably, even when confronted with merely a first-tier fireball spell, the entities succumbed instantaneously, exhibiting no capacity for resistance. Their strength was insufficient even to contend with low-ranking knights. Were it not for the parasitic crisis posed by the blood-sucking larvae, a mid-level knight could have effortlessly eradicated them all. Kikyo had instructed Kurna to attempt an assault, despite Kurna severing the entities into several pieces. She could not annihilate the blood-sucking larvae, which instead proliferated further. Ultimately, it was only by igniting dry leaves that the fierce flames were able to incinerate these parasitic creatures, though a few managed to escape. Thus, when faced with a multitude of entities, even a Viscount mobilizing the entirety of his domain might not suffice, unless the strategy involved drawing them out and employing fire. However, to reduce thousands of these entities to ashes would require an immense quantity of firewood. The flickering flames observed that night might have indicated someone combating these entities, yet, with no sign of smoke or fire by day, it seemed they either failed and fled or had perished. Having not ventured far, the two soon heard the sound of vigorous lumbering, clearly, The entities would not engage in such activity, only humans would, coupled with the necessity of fire to eradicate the blood-sucking larvae. It appeared someone was preparing a substantial amount of firewood, perhaps intending to vanquish all the entities in one fell swoop. After traversing several hundred paces, they encountered a bustling area of stumps, evidently hewn by human hands, and the recentness of the cuts was apparent. Following the sound of chopping, the two emerged from the underbrush and quickly spotted a soldier clad in chainmail, wielding a battle axe to fell trees. Nearby, a pile of neatly bundled logs and branches lay stacked. The soldier, upon noticing the emergence of the two strikingly beautiful women from the thicket, immediately assumed a defensive posture, brandishing his axe, his fingers forming a whistle to call for reinforcements. Clearly, they possessed experience dealing with the entities. However, this soldier, a mere ordinary man, hesitated to act rashly. Despite the two women appearing far from monstrous, one could never be too cautious. He had witnessed firsthand a comrade fall victim to the parasitic creatures, enduring excruciating pain, swiftly losing all rationality and turning against his allies. "Hey, Big Beard, what do you mean by this? Do you take us for those ghastly things?" Kurna exclaimed, indignant. She was taken aback by the foolish soldier's poor judgment. Did he truly view her and Sister Kikyo as such wretched beings? Who knows? Came the retort. Those recently infected appeared no different from the living at first. The bearded soldier had nearly convinced himself that the two were not entities of that sort, but remained on high alert, even in the presence of seemingly defenseless women. Initially, the afflicted could scream for mercy. It would not be long before they lost their ability to speak, their skin turning pallid, resembling corpses, albeit these entities did not decay. Before long, the underbrush rustled with numerous sounds, clearly indicating the approach of several individuals. Soon, a multitude of soldiers emerged from the underbrush, approaching the two individuals before them, each wielding bows and nets, evidently not intending to engage in close combat. Chapter 181. Baron Zelensky, this was indeed a prudent method of dealing with the hosts. Close-quarters combat could easily result in contamination from the remnants of the parasitic bloodsuckers that could splatter upon them. These remnants would swiftly transform into new entities, burrowing into the human body in a span too brief for the average person to react. How infuriating! We are not those abominations. Kira glared at the armed figures closing in on them, her indignation palpable, her nostrils flaring in anger. "Lady, you must be quarantined for a time. This is for everyone's safety," spoke a low-ranking knight, evidently the leader, who expressed his apologies with a bow. "Are you soldiers of this barony? Are there any survivors in the town?" queried Kaiki, her tone icy, as she sought to ascertain the origins of these individuals and assess the threat level posed by the parasitic bloodsuckers. "No, we are soldiers of Baron Zelensky, tasked with sealing off this barony. There are no survivors left in the town. Not even Baron Creek has escaped the calamity." The knight's voice was tinged with melancholy, as if lamenting the harshness of human existence, beset by various disasters. "It seems you have discovered the efficacy of fire against these parasitic bloodsuckers. Alas, by the time your firewood is dry, those hosts will have evolved into their ultimate forms," Kaiki remarked, skeptical of the soldier's plan to gather firewood, as she doubted that those ultimate beings could be vanquished by mere flames or these ordinary soldiers. Parasitic bloodsuckers? Evolved? Ultimate forms? A figure clad in resplendent silver, knightly armor stepped forth from behind the soldiers. He removed his helmet, revealing a youthful visage, his flaxen curls framing a face marked by a blend of youthful vigor and noble grace, with gray eyes that bespoke aristocracy. The soldiers bowed their heads in respect, placing their hands over their hearts before stepping aside. "Greetings, ladies. I am Baron Zelensky. Pray tell, what do those terms signify?" The youth appeared no older than 16 or 17, seemingly a young heir like MOU, though his prowess as a knight was only of mid-tier, not comparable to MOU's extraordinary talents. "I am Kira Tides, hailing from Tide City, and this is my sister Kaiki, a formidable sorceress." Kira executed a graceful curtsy as she introduced herself, while her description of Kaiki as a sorceress aptly captured her enduring impression of her sister. Parasitic bloodsuckers are the insects residing within living corpses, a product of the Yellow Robe Society's experiments with immortality. Kaiki elucidated, her thin lips moving slightly, delivering her explanation with an air of detached calm. Evolution, in its essence, is the phenomenon whereby these creatures proliferate within their host until they reach a critical mass, at which point they begin to consume one another. Ultimately, the victor among them will emerge endowed with intelligence and extraordinary abilities, while the host itself will develop fleshly wings, transforming into a being of ultimate potential. Kikyo speculated that these intelligent parasitic bloodsuckers might possess the capability to leave behind means of survival, only to be usurped later, as the pursuit of immortality by a mere monster seems utterly unnecessary. It is likely that many members of the Yellow Cloth Society have resorted to such methods for their own longevity, and the calamities wrought by these parasitic bloodsuckers are merely the result of someone's desire for an immortal vessel. Cursed be the circumstances, but what a time! How long will it take to complete this evolution? Count Zelensky was also deeply troubled. His father had unexpectedly perished while surveying the territory, and after considerable effort, he had finally secured his title and domain. Yet now, such misfortune had befallen his vassals. After sacrificing numerous soldiers, he had only just begun to discern the weaknesses of these monsters and was preparing to confine them within the town, gathering firewood to ultimately eradicate this crisis. To his astonishment, these abhorrent creatures were capable of evolution, far exceeding his expectations. A cascade of unfortunate events weighed heavily upon him, pushing him towards despair. A week is all it takes for them to evolve. Your damp firewood is likely of little use now. With those ultimate beings capable of flight and endowed with various extraordinary abilities, it is estimated that your barony will face devastation. Kikyo's tone was laced with a sense of lament. The hosts themselves were manageable, but the Yellow Cloth Society lurking behind them posed a formidable challenge. What foul course of action should be taken? I have already sought assistance from the 3 great holy churches, yet they have informed me that due to the widespread calamities, those in urgent need must await their turn. At this moment, Count Zelensky felt akin to a despondent fish out of water, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. He feared he might become the first lord to inherit a title only to flee his territory in search of refuge. Leave it to me, Kikyo reassured. You need only to dispatch individuals to cleanse the hosts that have not taken refuge in the town, while remaining vigilant against any potential members of the Yellow Cloth Society. Her words infused Count Zelensky with renewed spirit. His legs no longer felt weak, and a sense of vigor surged within him. Though he was curious about Kikyo's methods of exterminating all the hosts, he recognized the urgency of the matter at hand. He ordered his soldiers to gather the desiccated firewood and dispatched several hundred men to hunt down the remaining stragglers. Naturally, he was quite intrigued by Kikyo's techniques, eager to witness the so-called magic, for most noble knights had only ever encountered the night-breathing technique. Many nobles regarded extraordinary traits as unclean powers, associated with madness and corruption, leading to their infrequent use among the aristocracy. Magic, for various reasons, was solely transmitted among those of the extraordinary tier, with few having access to the less costly and hazardous forms of magic. As Kikyo soared into the town, she left behind a stunned Count Zelensky and an envious Kurna. After scanning the small town with her observation hockey, Kikyo's expression darkened, for beyond the hills at the town's rear lay a cave harboring a multitude of parasitic bloodsuckers, writhing within the sanguine soil. After confirming the absence of any living souls in the quaint town, Kikyo directed her bow towards the heavens, reciting incantations with an air of theatricality, resembling the activation of arcane magic. In truth, she was channeling her true essence into a mystical rune, which she then projected skyward in a direct imprint. Solar Convergence. This was a third-tier spell, characterized by its formidable power, minimal consumption, and extensive range, well suited for stationary or sluggish targets. The essence of this spell lay in its ability to temporarily alter the refractive index of the air within a radius of 1,000 meters above, forming a nearly spherical convex lens. It would concentrate the sunlight from the sky, capable of incinerating everything within a radius of several hundred meters, raising the temperature of the targeted area to nearly 4,000 degrees. From the perspectives of Count Zelensky and Kierna, they beheld Kikyo's dress billowing as she held her bow aloft. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of sunlight descended upon the town, akin to a divine manifestation of a solar deity. However, at that moment, their surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as if the fervent warmth of midday had dissipated. allowing them to genuinely perceive that the sunlight was being redirected elsewhere. Concurrently, the areas within the town illuminated by the sunlight erupted into a dazzling, blinding radiance, engulfing everything in its intense glare, rendering the true situation within indistinguishable. Count Zelensky and Kierna could only observe thick, billowing smoke rising into the sky, forming a magnificent column. As the smoke encountered the rays of sunlight, it ignited swiftly, flames roaring to life in the air. This smoke emanated from various wooden and plant materials at the periphery of the luminous circle, produced from incomplete combustion. Within the confines of the light's embrace, Kikyo could distinctly sense that all combustible materials seemed to vaporize instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. The only remnants were the molten earth transformed into magma. For no living being could endure within such a sunlit realm. As Kikyo continuously adjusted the beam of light, she soon engulfed the entire town in flames, erasing all structures, with wooden items and the hosts of parasitic bloodsuckers reduced to wisps of smoke, leaving only the bricks slowly melting, ultimately dripping into a pool of magma on the ground. Upon confirming that the town had been thoroughly cleansed, Kikyo directed the beam towards a cavern nestled in the mountains behind the town. Along the path, wherever the radiant circle passed, trees were vaporized, the earth melted, and even the parasitic bloodsuckers buried deep within the soil could not escape their grim fate. The blood-soaked land received Kikyo's special attention, until a significant portion of the soil transformed into lava, flowing into the town, causing a substantial part of the hill to dissipate into the town and that cavern. The once several hundred-meter hill was now reduced to a mere mound of less than 100 meters, with streams of lava coursing through. After confirming that all had been eradicated, Kikyo dispelled the solar convergence, allowing sunlight to resume its original trajectory. Zelensky and Kierna stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the formidable nature of magic, yet utterly unprepared for its terrifying manifestation. They surmised that no knight below the rank of a Grand Knight could possibly withstand such an assault. This realization instilled within them a profound sense of unreality. Had it not been for the molten lava flowing before them, they might have believed themselves to be trapped in a dream. The hundreds of soldiers present gazed upon the scene as though witnessing a divine miracle. Were it not for their commander's admonitions, they might have knelt in reverence. Nevertheless, some among them turned their prayers to the sun god, attributing the spectacle to divine wrath aimed at annihilating evil, thus heralding this miraculous descent. Kaiki descended to the ground and approached Zelensky and Kierna, both of whom regarded her with trepidation. They could hardly fathom how such a woman, as serene and solitary as a cold moon, could wield such fierce flames. The incongruity was striking. While they would not have been surprised had Kaiki summoned the moon in broad daylight, the invocation of solar power felt dissonant. What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? Fear not. Such magic demands significant energy, and even I cannot wield it frequently, Kaiki reassured them. Her words brought them back to reality, though they scoffed inwardly at her claim of great expenditure. How could she speak of exhaustion with such an unflinching demeanor? Nonetheless, they managed to muster smiles, wary of provoking her wrath, lest they find themselves consumed by flames, leaving no trace to account for their demise. Though she understood their fear, Kaiki felt a pang of disappointment. She was not a mindless harbinger of destruction. Yet, there was a flicker of joy within her, for she had just showcased her extraordinary powers before hundreds, fully assimilating her avatar's extraordinary traits. She was on the verge of ascending to Sequence 7, a threshold that would grant her access to the dream realm, allowing her to traverse, trade, and converse within its ethereal expanse. Most importantly, you could project her power through the connection to the dream realm, enabling her to craft her true name and spells. In due course, the magic she designed would spread, with more and more individuals invoking her true name to borrow her strength, significantly accelerating her progress in extraordinary assimilation. It is worth noting that for high-tier extraordinary beings, the assimilation of high-tier traits is notoriously slow. Thus, the existence of magic. It can be asserted with certainty that every spell or grimoire available represents the legacy of a high-tier, extraordinary individual. In truth, few design magic at Sequence 7, as their 3 extraordinary traits do not afford them the versatility needed for diverse spellcraft. Many paths yield imperfect or even unrelated combinations of their traits, lacking the ability to complement one another, resulting in diminished strength. Reliance solely on offensive extraordinary traits does not confer superiority upon them in the realm of high-tier extraordinary beings. Presently, MUS2 extraordinary traits offer little in the way of enhancing her power, yet they serve as invaluable means of survival. For ordinary extraordinary sequence holders, the more potent their extraordinary abilities, the greater the pollution they carry. If, during the lower stages of extraordinary beings, one accumulates a significant amount of pollution in their quest for strength, they will find it utterly impossible to ascend to higher ranks. The pollution inherent in higher extraordinary traits is sufficient to distort a sequence holder on the brink of critical thresholds. Not everyone possesses a unique ability, like MOU, capable of purging pollution and side effects. Rather, pollution and madness are the norms of the extraordinary sequences. Sister Jeking, how can you teach me magic? Chi-Erna expressed her envy as she relished the feeling of being in the spotlight, enjoying the numerous functions and immense utility of such abilities. Upon hearing Chi-Erna's words, Jeking pondered for a moment. After ascending to Sequence 7, he believed he could impart the magic he had created, though he needed to concoct a plausible backstory for the source of this magic. Soon, he recalled the fire organization mentioned by his alter ego of Faye. In that case, he would bring Chi-Erna into the organization. Wait, I will report to the organization. After they conduct their review, if you pass, I shall be your introducer into the organization, at which point we can exchange some magic. Jeking fabricated a story about an organization with a calm demeanor, fully aware that it would consist entirely of his alter egos, leaving no room for fear. Oh, wonderful. Wait, exchange. Does that mean I have to buy it? Chi-Erna initially cheered and leaped with joy, only to soon realize the implications, lamenting, how could she, a pauper, possibly possess treasures to trade for magic? Miss Jeking, I wonder if I might learn? Zelensky also felt a twinge of envy, aware of the extraordinary traits and magic, yet lamenting his lack of access due to the tightly controlled channels. The royal family and the three great holy churches maintain a stringent grip on extraordinary traits and knowledge, which is why so many secret societies exist. Chapter 183, Ascending to Sequence 7. That is possible, but you must pass the organization's review. Do not worry. Knowledge of magic is quite affordable within our organization, which adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Jeking's words alleviated the concerns of the two, as this was perhaps one of their rare opportunities to engage with the extraordinary. Here is the badge for trainee members. Once the review concludes, you'll be notified. Jeking produced a communication badge he had just refined, which was an upgraded version allowing for mutual messaging. The principle behind it is a group communication spell, a third-tier sorcery enabling real-time communication over vast distances and capable of recording 3 soul fluctuations, meaning one can add 3 friends. After listening to Jeking's introduction, both looked at the flame-shaped badges in their hands, filled with delight. The fact that trainees possess such treasures speaks volumes about the organization's profound depth, further solidified by Jeking's previous use of magic, strengthening their resolve. However, are you aware of the secrets that lie behind magic? Jeking doubted the two would comprehend the true significance of magic. Had he not possessed the identification of a storage compartment, he likely would not have understood either. Magic? Are there still hidden secrets? After Zelensky befriended Kikyo and Chi-Erna, he expressed confusion regarding Kikyo's inquiries. I am uncertain, he remarked. I am aware that magic can wield various extraordinary abilities. Chi-Erna, infusing her fighting spirit, attempted to communicate with Zelensky and discovered that she could indeed project sound, a sound only she could perceive. Then she heard Kikyo's inquiry, who was equally uninformed, stating so-called magic, spells, and incantations are merely the craft of high-tier extraordinary beings. In short, if the source of magic is dubious, it is best to refrain from utilizing it. Our organization's magic derives from generations of Flame Kings, who, in their benevolence and tolerance, bestow magic with minimal cost, thus there is no need for concern. Kikyo succinctly elucidated the mysteries of magic to prevent these two Na'vi individuals from recklessly practicing it, which could jeopardize their very souls. Ah, so magic is perilous. Chi-Erna mused, realizing she had misjudged Sister Kikyo. She had always believed Kikyo refrained from teaching her out of the high value of magic. even refusing her offer of exchanging the Lunar Level Knight's breathing technique. It turned out that magic was not safe at all. Well, let us first cleanse the area of any lingering parasitic bloodsucker hosts. We must not allow any to escape, for even a single one could reignite the threat. Kikyo dismissed the two's concerns, knowing she needed their assistance in spreading magic. Magic, even when offered freely, is contingent upon one's courage to employ it. They began to search for hosts, while on the other side, the entity entered a secluded chamber. MOU had resolved to ascend to Sequence 7 today, a level that represents a pivotal tier within the extraordinary system, allowing one to traverse the dream realm and acquire certain high-tier abilities, such as force projection and the perception of true names. However, compared to high-tier extraordinary beings, these abilities were somewhat diminished, yet still commendable, sufficient for MOU to conjure illusions. He retrieved the already synthesized and purified flesh control extraordinary trait, which emanated a vibrant green light, clearly indicating its impressive quality. Without hesitation, MOU consumed the flesh control trait, disregarding the distorted and eerie figures that appeared like shadows through frosted glass. These phantoms could not disturb his mind. Beneath the true spirit, a new green extraordinary trait foundation was established, and MOU's true spirit was subtly elevated, granting him access to a dreamlike world that he recognized as the dream realm. Unlike high-tier extraordinary traits, Sequence 7 only allowed him to touch upon that world without the ability to reside in any particular area as high-tier extraordinary beings do. He could only occasionally leap into the dream realm, and once his spiritual energy was depleted, he would be compelled to return. Otherwise, he risked being assimilated by the dream realm, becoming a mere nightmare driven by instinct. MOU's capacity for spiritual guidance surged dramatically, exceeding tenfold that of Sequence 8, and his essence was slightly enhanced. Unfortunately, due to MOU's robust physical constitution, the enhancement was only marginal. Ordinary extraordinary beings, even when they have cultivated the night breathing technique to the level of a grand knight, will experience a significant enhancement of their physical form upon advancing to Sequence 7. At this stage, the relatively weaker, supportive traits of the extraordinary sequences will compensate for their shortcomings, resulting in a considerable increase in strength. Due to the elevation of one's true essence, 3 lower-tier extraordinary traits will also be amplified, making it evident that, under typical circumstances, Sequence 7 cannot be easily subdued by Sequence 8. MOU possesses comprehensive knowledge regarding the intricacies of blood and flesh control, along with its corresponding operational guidelines. This trait is undeniably potent. It can amplify the physical body significantly, enhancing even an ordinary person's physical prowess by over tenfold. When the degree of digestion of this extraordinary trait is below 33%, one can still exert control over their own flesh and blood, enabling them to unleash their full potential without prior martial training. It is noteworthy that even those at the pinnacle of martial arts cannot harness their complete strength, as human muscles cannot be entirely coordinated to exert force in unison. Human strength is inherently dispersed. Theoretically, one might possess the potential to exert 10 tons of force based on muscle strength, yet most individuals can only utilize less than 10% of that power. For instance, MOU currently possesses a colossal strength exceeding 35 tons, yet this is not his ultimate limit, as his martial realm allows him to exert merely less than 20% of his power. Presently, with a single punch, MOU can deliver over 175 tons of force without employing any extraordinary strength techniques, categorizing him as a mid-tier war god in the universe of devouring the starry sky. With a digestion rate below 30%, the blood and flesh control trait also permits the utilization of one's own substance to heal injuries, as long as there is still flesh and blood within the body and the soul remains intact. This trait enables a complete explosive release of power without damaging muscles or internal organs. As long as one's flesh is not lost and remains within the realm of control, it can be reintegrated into the body. This is not mere self-healing, but rather the return of matter. The consumption of spiritual energy is minimal, bestowing MOU with an epic enhancement, as his spore avatars are essentially proliferations of his own flesh, while his spiritual energy remains unexhausted. No one can vanquish MOU's corporeal form, for with the protection of the primordial gold, he can always retain a portion of his flesh, such as his brain. Thus, He can condense his spore avatars to restore instantly. In essence, most high-tier extraordinary beings would struggle to eliminate the current MOU. High-tier sequences do not engage with causal rules. Let us not forget that MOU's spore avatar trait, now upgraded to sequence 7, allows him to manifest a true avatar, granting him effectively 3 lives. Chapter 184. Dream Realm and True Name when the digestion of the blood and flesh control trait falls below 60%. One can utilize the flesh and blood of still-living corpses to replenish their own matter, as well as to repair the bodies of others. When the digestion rate surpasses 60%, one can control the blood and flesh of living beings to mend their own or others' physical forms. Even if the body is reduced to a single cell, as long as the soul persists, resurrection is possible. Furthermore, the flesh and blood within a person can be transformed into entities that can be remotely controlled, enabling the manipulation of others' lives and deaths. In essence, this extraordinary ability, while not primarily combat-oriented, is indeed formidable. Upon successfully advancing, MOU yearned to explore the dream realm, a curiosity that had long captivated him. With a surge of spirituality, he fashioned a spiritual entity, its appearance shifting until it bore no resemblance to his original visage. As he touched upon this vast and ethereal world, you could even perceive the bizarre spectacles within through the barriers of the realm. Feeling only a slight obstruction, his spiritual form leapt forth, transporting him into the dream realm. The dream realm lacks continents and skies, existing instead as a vibrant cosmic expanse. Bubbles, both being born and fading away, populate the surroundings. These represent the dreams of various individuals. Approaching them allows one to sense the contents of these dreams. If one desires, entering these illusory bubbles is as simple as stepping into the dream realm itself. Conversations with the dream's owner are possible, granting some control over the dream's narrative, akin to the art of dream transmission. Beyond these ephemeral dream bubbles, the metaphysical position of the dream realm is adorned with countless flickering dreams of life, beautiful dreams, each radiating a spectrum of enchanting hues. The true essence of the deceased carries fragments of their final soul, undergoing self-judgment by the laws of the dream realm before ascending to the realm's skies as beautiful dreams. In contrast, the lower echelons of the dream realm are populated by the dark and profound dreams of those who have not passed judgment, eternally trapped in nightmares, reliving memories they wish to forget. The dream realm is vast, inhabited by various dream spirits, including nightmares that feed on these dark dreams, perpetuating a cycle of torment for those ensnared. These nightmares instill uncontrollable fear, which in turn becomes sustenance for them. This accounts for the profound weakness experienced by those awakening from lucid nightmares or dreams within dreams. Their spiritual energy has been siphoned away, leaving them vulnerable to the nightmare's dominion. Nightmares lack a fixed form, capable of transforming into any shape, yet their essence, nightmare energy, remains unmistakable, revealing their true nature. Another type of entity within the dream realm is the spirit of wishes, which, like nightmares, does not adhere to a specific form and also feeds on spiritual energy, albeit in a gentler manner. These spirits select certain wishful dreams and assist individuals in realizing their desires, thereby gaining spiritual strength. For instance, if someone wishes to reunite with their deceased mother, the spirit of wishes will guide them to the dream of their mother, connecting their dreams. However, for complex and challenging wishes, these spirits can only offer subtle guidance. The realm of dreams is vast, truly boundless, devoid of fixed map, as it transforms incessantly. Fortunately, the ethereal entities that enter this dreamscape can teleport in any direction and distance at will. However, should fortune not favor them, they may traverse a lifetime without ever encountering another ethereal being or the spirits of the dream realm. The areas where trade and conversation are possible are established by high-ranking transcendent beings and are quite rare to find. Thus, to seek a specific individual or a designated domain, one must employ a true name. Each person can imprint their true name within the dream realm, provided it aligns with their fate and is genuine. This ensures the directional accuracy of the true name. For the individual, it functions as a personal domain name, while the territories of high-ranking transcendent beings resemble various web addresses. To locate acquaintances or desired dream domains within the dreamscape, one must know the corresponding true name and call upon it with spiritual essence. If the other party permits access, one may approach the acquaintance or domain. Most wild, transcendent beings, lacking the true names of others, can only rely on chance. Yet, the transcendent realm also possesses publicly accessible true names, governed by the three great churches of saints. By possessing a true name from one of these churches, one can access the most prosperous areas, which are under the church's dominion. Both trade and communication are well guarded, as the three great churches maintain order. Regrettably, you currently lacks any true name from the three great churches, as acquiring one necessitates visiting their sanctuaries to purchase it. However, purchasing a true name implies a formal registration of one's transcendent identity, which is unacceptable to certain cunning individuals. At this juncture, one must join secret societies and obtain the true names associated with the domains governed by the three great churches through these clandestine organizations. It is noteworthy that each individual's true name can be freely established, but must reflect their authentic circumstances. One cannot whimsically adopt the true name of a war god and expect to embody such a figure. If one's fate cannot bear such a name, one will suffer backlash. True names possess power, enabling the borrowing of strength or the summoning of the individual to whom the name belongs. Furthermore, as one of the lowest entities in the dream realm, classified as Sequence 7, one is only worthy of a single-segment true name. High-ranking transcendent beings wield two-segment true names, and the strength of an individual can be discerned through the power of their true name. Mythical tier transcendent beings possess three-segment true names. Alas, no individual has ascended to divinity as of yet. Most individuals, upon reaching high sequences, find that such corruption is irreparable, with sequence 4 typically representing the limit of one's capacity to bear such corruption. Moreover, mythical traits are not easily found. Those entities exhibiting mythical characteristics can no longer be considered mere monsters, but rather the favored of external gods at sequence 3, the progeny of external gods at sequence 2, and the avatars of external gods at sequence 1. The essence of myth is not something that can be extinguished by high-ranking transcendent beings. Even a sage of sequence 4 finds it exceedingly challenging to usurp the mythological attributes bestowed by an outer god. Thus, one can only acquire these mythic traits through the use of mythic taboo objects, which necessitates the invocation of an outer god's power via specific rituals to extract such qualities. This predicament elucidates why, to date, only those of sequence 4 have achieved transcendence, a path fraught with madness and corruption. Currently, MOU is also able to inscribe his true name, an act that significantly enhances the recovery of his spiritual essence, akin to establishing an anchor within the dream realm. While contemplating his true name, a fitting and prestigious name emerged within the recesses of his mind. Without hesitation, MOU began to imprint this name onto a mysterious layer of the dream realm with his very soul, declaring, "The genuine soul from the eternal true realm." He murmured the name he had intuitively chosen, a fundamental recognition derived from his own spirituality, self-evident and not a mere fabrication. Eternal true realm? Is my homeland the eternal true realm? MOU's expression mirrored disbelief, grappling with the notion of such a reality. This world, devoid of any transcendent entities, operates under physical laws so stringent that they obscure all irrationality. Nevertheless, the prowess of his homeland filled him with pride and delight. The concept of a genuine soul intrigued him. What, then, is the antonym of genuine? Falsehood. Could it be that there exists a false soul and a false world? Why emphasize the authenticity of his soul, if not to highlight the formidable nature of this attribute? The true realm and the genuine soul must indeed be causally linked. MOU speculated that while this world may not be entirely real, it cannot be dismissed as an illusion either. Such inquiries are beyond the scope of his current capabilities. Yet, upon imprinting this single true name, an instinctive sensation urged him that he could inscribe another. The status of this second name would stem from his own panel. That most enigmatic entity. It appeared that as he ascended to sequence 6, a further true name would manifest, suggesting that if he were to become a high-ranking transcendent being, he would possess a divine, three-part true name. This revelation prompted MOU to ponder the true nature of this panel, which seemingly elevates his standing. It is certainly not as simple as a mere system. Rather, it resembles a form of ability or extraordinary characteristic. Nonetheless, the mythic attributes are not so formidable, leaving MOU uncertain about its true essence. His doubts and speculations cannot invalidate the assistance the panel has afforded him. Otherwise, he would remain merely a knight as attendant. The implications of the status conferred upon him regarding the second true name are indeed thought-provoking. Master of properties and the panel of time and space. He mused, uncertain of how best to name it. The properties, as MOU understood, indicate that the panel can synthesize to eliminate pollution and side effects. In the realm of time and space, the first notion that crossed MOU's mind was the concept of sacrificial lotteries. For those items were evidently not conjured from thin air, but rather possessed their own origins. As for the interface, it appeared that MOU's panel was merely a nomenclature understood solely by him, with its true appellation remaining a mystery. This panel seemed to accommodate his preferences. If he chose to call it panel, then so be it, implying a certain autonomy in his choice. Thus, MOU, a Sequence 7 Husky, directly ascended to a high-ranking extraordinary status through this golden finger, acquiring his own dual-named identity, the true soul from the eternal true realm, the sovereign of characteristics and the master of time and space. The addition of this true name signified a deeper connection between MOU and the dream realm. If Sequence 7 could only linger in the dream realm, while Sequence 6 could establish domains within it, MOU now existed in a liminal space between the two, his spiritual entity forming its own domain, allowing him to remain in the dream realm indefinitely. Moreover, he could project power and intent through his true name, rendering his abilities nearly indistinguishable from those of Sequence 6. Consequently, MOU's spiritual acuity doubled, nearly rivaling that of Sequence 6, empowering him to command the forces of the dream realm surrounding him. Having completed the design of his true name, MOU began to contemplate the construction of his own magic. However, his three extraordinary traits were not particularly conducive to the formation of spells. Neither his shape-shifting nor his spore duplication were ones he wished to disseminate. Thus, only the trait of flesh manipulation remained viable for magical transformation. Yet it required a bit of disassembly. After some experimentation, MOU deconstructed flesh manipulation into two distinct components. He named them the Divine Descent Power and the Flesh Restoration. As its name suggests, Divine Descent Power grants one the immense strength akin to that bestowed by divine intervention. This spell, upon invoking MOU's true name and reciting a prayer, extracts energy from the user's body, enabling the manifestation of this ability. With this power, his physical form could amplify tenfold beyond that of an ordinary person, unleashing a force equivalent to 100 times that of an average individual, comparable to a seasoned Earth Knight. Such formidable strength is indeed terrifying, capable of turning the tide in dire situations, accompanied by a spiritual assault. This is a characteristic of extraordinary abilities. Even if the user lacks spiritual essence, harm can still be inflicted upon magical creatures. The second spell, Flesh Restoration, allows for immediate healing of injuries. If the detached flesh retains its vitality, it can return to the body. This ability could approximate a state of being decapitated yet remaining alive, for consciousness does not dissipate immediately upon losing one's head. If this magic is employed within a minute of such an event, the body would regenerate beneath the neck. The stronger the individual, the longer their consciousness endures post-decapitation. Upon reaching a certain threshold, they would lose this fatal weakness. Has christened his grimoire as the Primordial Truth Codex. While it currently encompasses merely 2 spells, its potential is boundless. However, these 2 spells are insufficiently impressive. After careful deliberation, resolved to incorporate some witchcraft, he selected a few low-tier spells, cleverly disguising them as magic, and stipulated the requisite level of power for their use. Otherwise, one might inadvertently cast a 3rd-tier spell, exhausting oneself in the process, only to find the enemy unharmed while succumbing to magical depletion. In his quest to amass more extraordinary traits, decided to introduce 3 premium spells. The first allows access to a storage compartment, capable of collecting extraordinary traits from defeated creatures, requiring a fee of 1 extraordinary trait to unlock each slot. By uttering his true name, one can manifest a projection of his interface, revealing the unique slots of his storage compartment. To unlock additional slots, one must sacrifice an extraordinary trait for each. Next is the identification spell, enabling the sacrifice of one extraordinary trait to discern the properties of an unknown item. The third spell facilitates synthesis, allowing the expulsion of contamination and side effects from one extraordinary trait in exchange for 3. Thus, should one wish to utilize this third function, they must first unlock 4 storage slots through the sacrifice of 4 extraordinary traits, subsequently using 4 traits, 2 for synthesis, while retains the remaining 2. It must be said that its machinations are astutely conceived. After all, how could one label the act of sacrifice as greedy? It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. In due course, the Ember organization will adopt this magic as their own, with each member employing the same spells and possessing their storage compartments, unmistakably marking them as part of the same entity. Meanwhile, the Dawn organization opts for a mental projection method to communicate and trade in the void. Plans to establish an alias specifically to manage the collection of monster remains and the extraction and synthesis of extraordinary traits, with both organizations poised for a prosperous future. A few orchestrated conflicts could ignite a spectacle worth witnessing. In the barony of Shidi, dawn breaks. Outside a town reduced to a landscape of molten rock, awakens from her training, aware that it is time to investigate the source of the town's turmoil. Stirs from her tent, a gesture of generosity from Count Zelensky, who has provided the tent for and he stands watch outside with his soldiers, embodying the essence of chivalry. Once prepared, heads toward the cave, having sensed a potent aura of corruption emanating from it the previous day. Sister, may I accompany you inside to take a look? An aficionado of adventure cannot resist participating in such a thrilling endeavor. Miss, I too wish to see inside. Count Zelensky, still a youthful lad, expresses his curiosity. It is unwise. The atmosphere is fraught with perilous contamination. Should you wish to transform into a creature adorned with the tentacles of an octopus, I shall say no more. Jeking has no intention of burdening herself with 2 inept companions. The cavernous terrain is too constricted for proper assistance. The reason for today's exploration is merely a desire to ascertain if there lies a puppeteer behind the scenes, yet the night passed without any incident. Alas, what a bore it is! Kiina feels rather despondent, for waiting outside for Jeking's emergence will surely lead to her demise from ennui. Regarding your introspection, the fire which informed me last night that you have indeed passed, you are now in a probationary period. Following the directives of the main body, Jeking has invited both Kiina and Count Zelensky to join the organization as laborers. As for Kiina and Zelensky, the main body has meticulously divined their fundamental information and confirmed their status as non-members of other organizations. Really? How splendid, Sister Jeking. Does this mean I can learn magic? Kiina exclaimed, leaping with uncontained joy, her limbs dancing in elation. Count Zelensky, too, displayed palpable excitement, his ears flushed with exhilaration. Do not harbor excessive curiosity regarding magic. Most spells conceal unspeakable secrets. Have you forgotten my warning? What does it matter? After all, it is magic belonging to our organization. Could it possibly pose a threat? Kiina, devoid of guile, believed that Jeking would never harm her, while Jeking harbored no malicious intent. Her actual desire was to have Kiina assist in enhancing her extraordinary traits and their assimilation. Here is the magic you requested. Volume 1 of the Book of Primal Truth, which records spells of relatively low consumption. Jeking produced 2 tomes crafted from beast hides and arcane metals, their covers a shimmering black gold, and presented them to the pair. This book also serves as a magical artifact, though it merely possesses the functions of recognizing its master and preventing prying eyes, and is relatively inexpensive to produce. Wow, is this a magic book? From now on, Kiina shall be a formidable sorceress. Kiina exclaimed, immediately embracing the tome and rubbing her cheek against it, eager to peruse its contents, only to discover she could not open it. The magic book requires a master. A single drop of blood upon the central emblem will suffice. Without hesitation, Kiina and Zelensky pricked their fingers and let their blood fall upon the Tai Chi symbol at the center of the book. With a flicker of arcane light, the bond of mastery was established. Only the designated master may access its contents. Any attempt by others to forcibly open it would result in its destruction. The book as protective feature against prying eyes ensures that no unauthorized individual can glimpse its secrets, making it both cost-effective and immensely useful. Remember, this comes at a price. I am now your introducer and mentor within the organization. This magic book is yours at cost price, one low-tier extraordinary trait, and do not forget to return it to me. Jiekeng, reminiscent of a miser, showed no hesitation in exploiting her two hapless laborers. The grand, ancient organization they envisioned was, in reality, comprised of only 3 members, including themselves. In contrast, the Shao organization is even more pitiable, consisting of a mere 2 individuals. Yet, there is no alternative. Only those of value meet MOU's criteria for recruitment. Understood, Sister Jiekeng. These spells are truly formidable. Is this really the first volume? Kierna had no objections to the payment, as she did not believe that acquiring low-tier extraordinary traits was particularly challenging. Meanwhile, Zelensky exuded confidence, convinced that he could amass a wealth of extraordinary traits through this grimoire. As the creatures were plentiful, previously, they merely lacked a method to extract these traits. Sister Jiekeng, I don't recognize any of these incantations. What script is this? Kierna inquired curiously, pointing at the block characters. Zelensky was also perusing the unfamiliar spells, utterly perplexed. This script is Chinese, an ancient shorthand of divine writing. Fear not, as there are phonetic annotations in the common tongue above these characters. In a bid to maintain an aura of mystery, Mayu directly employed Chinese. One can easily envision future users of the Mayu grimoire fluently conversing in Mandarin, creating a vivid image. No wonder it feels so ancient and enigmatic. It's perfectly normal not to comprehend it. Kierna noticed that the phonetic annotations in the common tongue were somewhat mismatched with the Chinese incantations, realizing they were intended for clarification. As she perused the introductions to several spells, her excitement surged. In truth, this first volume is a complete grimoire, with subsequent volumes emerging as Moyu's power escalates, potentially leading to a second or even a third volume. Kierna began to chant, albeit with a few stumbles, yet she succeeded. O true soul from the eternal realm, master of attributes and the temporal panel, your most devoted follower, Kierna Tides, beseeches your attention and bestowal. Please descend your power. Thunder Spear. As Kierna completed her incantation, the sky became tumultuous, dark clouds roiling, and a golden lightning bolt struck. It manifested in Kierna's hands, resembling a thunder god. As she wielded a multi-meter-long spear, crackling with arcs of electricity, poised to execute judgment upon heretics. Subsequently, Kierna hurled the thunder spear, captivating the fiery gaze of Baron Zelensky and instilling awe and fear among the soldiers. The spear struck a cliff, resulting in a violent explosion, with debris scattering alongside the lightning, startling the birds in the forest into a frenzied ascent into the sky. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater approximately 10 meters in diameter emerged in the rock face, the marks of the ravaging lightning conspicuously evident. Wow, incredible, though it is somewhat exhausting, Kierna exclaimed. The fool had unwittingly employed a second-tier sorcery beyond her limits, leading to a depletion of her vitality and considerable mental energy. Chapter 187. The Flesh and Blood Cave. Zelensky, initially eager to experience the splendor of magic, reconsidered his intentions upon witnessing Kierna's dismal condition. Had it not been for Jiekeng's support, Kierna would have likely collapsed to the ground. Yet, despite her apparent weakness, she seemed unperturbed, reveling in her triumph. In the face of adversaries, it is prudent to refrain from employing such magic that requires excessive energy expenditure. It is wise to conserve some fighting spirit for spells that facilitate escape and self-preservation. Kikyo presented Kierna with 2 vials of fighting spirit restoration elixirs and offered one to Zelensky, a product of Violet's craftsmanship, which proved to be quite effective. Upon consumption, Kierna swiftly regained 70% of her fighting spirit, with a gradual recovery still underway. Practice your magic outside. It will be best to focus on spells that are most suitable for you, as this will enhance your casting speed. Kikyo stepped onto the basalt ground, transformed by molten lava. Hard to believe that this place was once a quaint little town. Approaching a hill that remained half intact, its surface was bare, composed of solidified lava. The entrance to the cavern was vast, having received special care from Kikyo. The flesh and earth surrounding the mouth had been incinerated, allowing lava to flow in, significantly dissipating the original stench of pollution. Upon entering, They ventured deeper into the cavern, arriving at the final resting place of the lava, where a striking contrast unfolded. Inside, there was a thick, blood-scented mire, while outside lay a coating of black, solidified lava, clearly reluctant to tread upon the blood-soaked ground. Kikyo chose to levitate above it. This cavern possessed an insidious allure, compelling those who entered to feel an urge to sacrifice themselves, to bleed into its depths. The golden light enveloping Kikyo's form was solidified to the essence, shielding her from the overwhelming stench of blood and decay. The clash between the golden radiance and the filthy aura produced ripples on its surface, accompanied by the hissing sounds of corrosion and purification. As they pressed further in, not only was the ground enshrouded in blood mire, but even the ceiling and walls bore witness to the same, occasionally adorned with fleshy tendrils reminiscent of stalactites. Blood and a foul liquid dripped intermittently, pooling into a reddish-brown blood pond upon the mire. Within the depths of this blood pond, numerous parasitic bloodsuckers emerged, simultaneously rising to gaze at Kikyo as if they possessed eyes. "Ah, have you noticed me?" The golden light surrounding Kikyo erupted suddenly, extending dozens of meters and illuminating the filthy, shadowy cavern. A swarm of parasitic bloodsuckers leapt from the blood pond, contorting their bodies as they lunged toward Kikyo. Yet, upon collision with the golden light, they merely emitted a shriek before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. As Kikyo advanced, an increasing number of these parasitic entities emerged, only to collide with the golden radiance and meet their demise. Their actions appeared solely aimed at exhausting Kikyo's vital essence. However, she was well equipped with ample restorative elixirs, rendering her impervious to a war of attrition. After traversing over a kilometer, she had yet to encounter any creatures aside from the parasitic bloodsuckers. Nevertheless, Kikyo sensed that this blood mire cavern resembled a living organism, though it remained merely a conjecture. As she delved deeper into the cave, Kikyo's suspicions were confirmed. The cavern had come alive. It felt akin to traversing through the intestines of some creature, as the cave had entirely transformed into a fleshy conduit, devoid of any inorganic soil or matter. The cave quivered, exuding an exceptionally corrosive slime, and although the blood and flesh cavern lacked any discernible light source, it emanated a sanguine glow. This eerie luminescence possessed a potent corruptive quality, infused with an insidious power that could compel one to offer themselves as a blood sacrifice. Even the resolve of the most seasoned knights could falter, leading them to surrender their will and merge with the cavern's grotesque flesh. With a fervent shout, searing ray, a crimson beam erupted from the wielder's hand, cleaving through the cavern side and creating a charred fissure that revealed the rock beneath the fleshy layer, which was over 2 meters thick. The flesh seemed to possess a semblance of sensation, convulsing violently as the scorching ray sliced through it. On a spiritual plane, Kaiki could almost hear a chilling wail, followed by a sudden eruption of red light from the cavern walls. Numerous tendrils emerged, each ending in human hands, their palms reaching out in a frenzied grasp toward Kaiki. However, they were thwarted by a barrier of golden light. Despite their inability to penetrate, the tendrils intertwined around the golden barrier, enveloping Kaiki in a grotesque sphere of flesh. With a cold, commanding voice, Kaiki declared, "Tempest blade, break." A myriad of razor-sharp wind blades coalesced into a spherical shield, forcing the flesh sphere apart and shredding the tendrils into countless fragments. The scattered remnants of flesh tumbled to the ground, only to be absorbed back into the writhing mass of the cavern. Yet, more tendrils surged forth, relentlessly reaching for Kaiki, showing no signs of depletion. "Oof. If that's the case, then I shall incinerate you all." The eternal kaleidoscope of her Sharingan spun in her eyes, and a milky white flame ignited above the blood and flesh cavern. The holy fire blazed fiercely, fueled by the filth around it, rapidly consuming the cavern as it spread inward. In an instant, the once damp and tainted chamber was engulfed in sanctified flames, charring and incinerating the grotesque flesh. Even a myriad of mysterious liquids secreted by the cavern could not quell the holy flames. The cave trembled violently, akin to the quaking earth during an earthquake, as the flesh walls convulsed in agony. "You have met your misfortune in encountering me. When it comes to roasting meat, none surpass my prowess." Kaiki navigated through the sanctified fire, her golden aura shielding her from its searing heat, racing through the inferno-laden cavern. This was to prevent whatever malevolent entity lurked deep within from escaping. After traversing several kilometers, the holy flames before her gradually dissipated, as the creature had severed its internal connection to the flesh and the outside world. The cavern walls writhed in retreat, attempting to flee. Thinking to escape? Too late. The holy flames ignited once more upon the flesh walls, extending deeper into the cavern's bowels. The consumption of the sacred flame is rather minimal. Should there be pollution serving as fuel, there would be no necessity to expend spiritual energy to sustain its combustion. In no time, Kaiki arrived at the innermost recesses of the cave, where the fleshly walls had been entirely consumed by the flames, revealing severely eroded rocky caverns. The noxious atmosphere of the cave had been thoroughly incinerated, dispelling the malevolent force that had lingered. However, Kaiki also encountered the abominable entity at the depths. It was a grotesque sphere of flesh suspended above a pool of blood, the pool itself having been cleansed by the sacred flame, while the fleshy orb appeared to be disrupted in its gestation or evolutionary process. Its surface, charred and desiccated, bore numerous fissures from which ethereal energies seeped forth. Based on these spiritual emanations, Kaiki swiftly discerned that within this grotesque egg, a sequence 6 transcendent was undergoing a longevity ritual. At this moment, the creature encased within the egg had yet to complete its metamorphosis, its soul essence and corporeal essence remaining unintegrated. Naturally, Kaiki was unwilling to permit the unseen puppet master to achieve full transformation. A sequence 6 in its prime would be far more formidable than the aberrant counter-hunter. Once again invoking the sacred flame, the grotesque egg, steeped in a thick aura of pollution, would undoubtedly revel in its baptism by the holy fire. Meanwhile, Aft, in the midst of his transformation, was becoming somewhat anxious as he sought to unify his soul essence with his corporeal vessel. To reclaim the vitality he had sacrificed to the outer god, he had undertaken a longevity ritual that was not yet fully perfected. By utilizing the ceremonial rites and his unique high-tier transcendent traits, he had managed to inhabit a vessel that could sustain him through the consumption of blood. This ultimate form was birthed from the blood of an entire town as populace. Yet, a few days prior, he discovered that he required a considerable amount of blood to bring his emergence to fruition. To attain a nearly flaw-free ultimate form, he had commanded his assistants and a newly recruited member to procure a substantial number of living sacrifices from a neighboring town. However, days passed without their return, and he could only ascertain their survival through the soul blood he had previously imbued within them. Their whereabouts and movements, however, remained a mystery to him. After a prolonged wait, he was taken aback by the arrival of an adversary. Just yesterday, he sensed that several protective and alert entities he had strategically placed within the town had been eliminated. Trapped within the grotesque egg, he was unable to act, limited to controlling the blood within the pool, which provided him with a modicum of offensive capability. Throughout the previous day and night, he remained vigilant against the enemy's intrusion into the cave, relying on the advantage of his own territory. Yet, to his astonishment, the night passed without the enemy's arrival. Just as he believed they had departed, this morning, the foe stepped into the cave, confronted with the various lethal traps he had devised to vanquish high-ranking knights. The opponent not only emerged unscathed, but also set ablaze the fleshly barrier he had painstakingly cultivated. Ordinarily, even ordinary flames, let alone some extraordinary ones, would find it exceedingly challenging to completely consume their own arrangements. This individual had long anticipated the necessity of fire-resistant designs. When confronted with formidable flames, the flesh and blood barrier would secrete a liquid capable of isolating the fire, subsequently tainting the flames themselves. However, he was taken aback by the intensity of the fire, which nearly incinerated his very lair. To avoid being engulfed by such flames, he resolutely severed his control over the flesh and blood barrier, ultimately achieving success. He believed that such a powerful flame seed could not be so abundant and that he would not encounter it again. Yet he miscalculated, as the adversary unleashed another wave of flames, this time directly consuming the space before him, and his flesh and blood egg was soon enveloped, leaving him on the brink of being burned alive. In the end, he devised a method to transfer all the blood from the blood pool into the flesh and blood egg using a specialized technique. By employing this method akin to the melting of ice cream, he ultimately extricated himself from the life-threatening blaze. His relief, however, was short-lived the enemy strode in and, without uttering a word, launched an attack against him. Was this not unreasonable? Here he was, quietly undergoing transformation, and yet the adversary, without discernment, chose to strike. Faced with flames fueled by filth, and knowing that his entire strength relied upon his blood, he found himself in dire straits as the blood pool had run dry. He was still in the midst of transformation, with not even a small amount of blood available for offense. His soul blood had been utilized to control 2 assistants and a new member. In that moment, he truly saw no way to escape the flames unless he voluntarily interrupted his transformation and emerged in a state of incomplete unity between body and soul to confront his foe. Did he have a choice? He had none. Given this, what was there to hesitate about? Yet, before preparing to emerge and fight with all his might, he took a precautionary measure, transforming his invisible control over the assistants and new members into direct control. He commanded them to return with the utmost speed and efficiency to provide support, lest he succumb to defeat and death. You have pushed me to this point. You truly deserve to perish. Today, it is either your demise or my survival. After declared fiercely, abruptly terminating his transformation, causing the shell of the flesh and blood egg to shatter instantaneously. A plethora of fragments dispersed the sacred flames, resulting in a cascade of milky white fire raining down. Kikyo, having anticipated the emergence of the creature within, unhesitatingly repelled the oncoming sacred flames and the shell of the flesh and blood egg with a repulsive force field. At that moment, the being within the flesh and blood egg was revealed to MOU for the first time. It was a humanoid creature, towering over 2 meters, with a pallid complexion devoid of any pores. It was entirely naked, yet bore no reproductive organs, its limbs ending in sharp, gradient red claws. Several pairs of elongated, pointed horns adorned its head, also in a gradient of red, exuding a fierce appearance. Its canine teeth protruded without lips, its blood-red eyes lacking pupils, and its nose consisted merely of 2 slightly protruding nostrils. It is said that to attain immortality, one might endure such an appearance. Was your previous form even more unsightly? Such a grotesque visage, devoid of any allure. Even the prospect of eternal life loses its charm. Death would be a more favorable fate. He could hardly accept the notion of transforming into a mere wraith, and this even more repugnant biological form was beyond his comprehension. You have interrupted my metamorphosis. Thus, today, you shall serve as the sustenance for my transformation. After sensed that the woman before him was merely a sequence 7, and despite not understanding how that flame had manifested, he was aware that he held the upper hand. Nevertheless, observing Kikyo's audacious demeanor, he found it peculiar, suspecting she must possess some hidden card, thus opting to bide his time. What is the true relationship between your Yellow Robe Society and the Outer Gods? I have heard that you separated from the Outer God cult. Kikyo, having finally encountered a member of the Yellow Robe Society, was keen to inquire about such a captivating topic within the realm of the extraordinary. They are merely a congregation of aimless insects, while we hold steadfast faith in the Lord of the Yellow Robes. Rather than displaying anger, Afta appeared devout, fervently praying. Oh, are you so certain that the outer gods beyond this world are indeed the Lord of the Yellow Robes? Is it not also said to be chaos or the all? We have once heeded divine revelations. As for the names of other outer gods, they are merely avatars of my deity. Afta was indeed a fervent zealot, and at that moment he began to preach. Soon, he would pay the price for his carelessness. Yet, one could not fault MOU for his cunning, as hesitation leads to downfall. Chapter 189. Restraint due to the dissonance between body and soul, Afta's essence lacked a solid foundation, resulting in a certain instability. Faced with such a glaring vulnerability, Kikyo could not refrain from exploiting it. The reason Afta lingered, prattling on with Kikyo, was that he had already fallen under the hypnotic sway of her eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, he was ensnared in an illusion, continuing to divulge clandestine information. It was not until Kikyo approached him, placing a hand upon his head, that she marked him with a temporal seal to prevent his escape, subsequently intensifying the illusion's hold. She sought to destabilize his exalted, extraordinary attributes hidden beneath his true spirit, aiming to cause his descent from Sequence 6. Extraordinary beings have the ability to extract the extraordinary traits they have assimilated. However, Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor, for doing so would invoke a fierce backlash, damaging the true spirit and forever hindering future ascension to higher sequences. The elevated sequence had allowed Afta's true spirit to penetrate halfway into the dream realm, where that portion of his essence, under the might of his exalted extraordinary traits, had established a domain within the dream realm. The high-level extraordinary trait served as the cornerstone of that dream space, and now Kikyo was unsettling his foundation, gradually withdrawing the exalted traits from the dream realm. The dream realm has become exceedingly unstable, and at this moment, Afta's subconscious has sensed the impending danger, continuously alerting the entrapped Afta. Unfortunately, Kikyo has disguised this warning as the derision and hysteria of the enemy he is about to eliminate. Naturally, he remains utterly indifferent, even reveling in his own delight. Kikyo meticulously controls the extraction of the high-tier extraordinary trait, exercising great caution, for if any violent fluctuations were to occur, the yet-to-be successfully extracted Afta would undoubtedly awaken due to the injury inflicted upon his true spirit. Kikyo treads carefully, ensuring that these steps do not generate significant disturbances, allowing the eruption to be unleashed only at the final moment. Kikyo succeeded. The violet high-tier extraordinary trait detached from the vicinity of the true spirit, stripping Afta of his true spirit imprint, causing him to plummet from sequence 6. As Kikyo gazed at the high-tier extraordinary trait materializing in the air, he unhesitatingly stored it away, leaving the now defenseless Afta at his mercy. Afta's true spirit found itself half-embedded within the dream realm, and with the extraction of the high-tier extraordinary trait, the dream space abruptly collapsed. The terrifying fluctuations of the dream realm and the destructive force from its fragmentation severely impacted Afta's true spirit. In an instant, half of his true spirit within the dream space was shattered by this cataclysmic energy. Awakened by the pain, Afta extricated himself from the illusion. The agony resulting from the damage to his true spirit, his soul's core, almost led to his mental demise. He was acutely aware that he had been stripped of his high-tier extraordinary trait, rendering him powerless to resist. Nevertheless, he still yearned for survival. The cunning Afta resorted to previously implanted means within his assistants and new members, preparing to have them carry him away. Due to his descent from sequence 6, the soul blood he had embedded within the two was slowly dissipating. Seizing the opportunity to control them, he commanded them to take him away at all costs. He did not wish to perish in this place, feigning death on the ground while secretly urging the two to arrive swiftly. The two had indeed arrived, but were obstructed by Kurlna and Baron Zelensky outside. Though his assistant was merely a sequence 7, the other was a sequence 6. Had that sequence 6 not been ensnared by pollution, he might have retained his sanity. However, his mental will was largely entangled by the contamination. This provided Afta a chance to stealthily infiltrate the soul blood, allowing him to surreptitiously control the individual, though he refrained from revealing this control. He understood that the person had ulterior motives for joining him, as it was none other than Forster, who had been relentlessly pursued by the ghoul cult. Confident in his ability to exploit the Yellow Robe Society's power, he found himself unexpectedly outmaneuvered, becoming a pawn under someone else's control. Controlled and swift, Forster infiltrated the cave, while the assistant grappled with Kurlna and Baron Zelensky using magic, as they were still unfamiliar with magic and unaware of each other's capabilities. They exercised restraint in their magical applications. They first enveloped themselves in a shield, adorned with a radiant spell to protect against various pollutants and curses. Relying on this divine power and their assistant, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Fortunately, the assistant's extraordinary traits did not lean towards combat. Thus, the three of them were locked in a stalemate, with magical brilliance and knightly techniques illuminating the scene. Within the cave, Kikyo had long since discerned Afta's nefarious plot and cleverly devised a plan to summon his comrades. When he sensed the approach of an individual entering the cave, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. He recalled the aura of Forster, never anticipating that Forster had joined the Yellow Robe Society after departing from the Auhent province. Now under Afta's control, the opportunity had presented itself effortlessly, perfect for ensnaring them all. With a swift kick, Kikyo turned Afta to face him. In that moment of eye contact, Afta once again fell prey to an illusion, rendered powerless under the crushing weight of his true essence. Subsequently, Kikyo manipulated Afta to summon Forster before him, compelling him to relinquish his resistance. Employing the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he seized control of Forster, contemplating the man who had twice evaded his grasp. First, he marked Forster with an array of temporal and spatial seals to prevent any unforeseen escape. Now, by a twist of fate, Forster found himself ensnared once more, and Kikyo observed the waning traces of pollution emanating from him. Likely a result of a recent minor contamination transfer ritual, this signified that many had fallen victim to his toxic influence, a true scourge, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within Kikyo's gaze. Initially, he commanded Forster to extract his high-tier extraordinary traits, ensuring the utmost safety. Should he fail to eliminate Forster in one decisive blow, allowing him to flee would be disastrous. The process of Forster extracting his high-tier extraordinary traits proceeded smoothly. Yet the collapse of the dream realm inflicted damage upon his true essence, nearly awakening him. As the purple high-tier extraordinary traits were gathered from the air, Kikyo beheld Forster convulsing on the ground. Such anguish could not atone for his past misdeeds. However, under the remnants of soul blood and the control of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Forster ultimately remained ensnared until death. Forster, who would have thought you would meet such a fate? Today, you shall be buried here alongside Afta. Kikyo then turned his attention to Afta, commencing an interrogation to extract every detail he knew, urging him to recount his childhood experiences, leaving no stone unturned. Afta had originally been a serf in a baronial territory along the eastern frontier of the Liuya Kingdom. Following the outbreak of war between the Liuya Kingdom and the Zephan Kingdom, his baronial territory was besieged, leaving him and his parents in a state of disarray. On the road, they encountered the Yellow Robe Society, who sought to profit from the chaos, ultimately being captured and made into sacrifices for the ritual of the outer god's descent. His parents pushed him to the back of the crowd, amidst the thousands who perished. Just as the ritual's light began to envelop his feet, the malevolent deity descended, and though he narrowly escaped calamity, his mind was tainted by the influence of the dark god. The purpose of the outer god's descent was to extract the extraordinary traits from the corpses of the myriad monsters they had collected along their journey. Afta, awakened by a fleeting moment of clarity, instinctively consumed a fragment imbued with extraordinary properties, thereby transforming into an extraordinary being. Following the conclusion of the ritual, his existence drew the attention of the Yellow-clad, who believed he had garnered the favor of an outer god, ultimately compelling him to join the Yellow-clad society. He diligently pursued knowledge and self-improvement, enduring the agonizing distortions that plagued him, driven by an indomitable will. The members of the Yellow-clad society forbade him from shedding this corruption, convinced it was a divine blessing. Enduring humiliation and burden, he leveraged his connections within the society to access esoteric knowledge while discreetly reporting the whereabouts of himself and his companions to the three great churches. After several narrow escapes from ambushes, he survived against the odds, yet the Yellow-clad remained oblivious to his treachery, as his tainted appearance would lead to his demise if captured. Ultimately, after years of growth and subterfuge, he purged himself of the corruption, ascending to the rank of Sequence 7. He orchestrated the downfall of the former leader through cunning, leading to his ascendance over the remaining members of the Yellow-clad society. He then ventured south, uniting with other branches of the Yellow-clad, ultimately seizing control of the southern domain and becoming its leader. During the last ritual of divine descent, in a bid to acquire forbidden extraordinary knowledge, he sacrificed a significant portion of his life force. The majority of the southern domain's members were drained of their vitality by the outer god, succumbing to corruption. Accompanied by an aide, he sought a location for a longevity ritual, only to encounter Forster, who had slain the previous Count Zelensky. Without hesitation, he accepted Forster's request for admission, deftly injecting him with soul blood to establish control over him. This led to a longevity ritual that initially succeeded, but ultimately faltered when confronted by Kikyo. As Mokyu listened to Afta's remarkable life story, he felt inspired by the man's resilience. Had it not been for his own interference, Afta might have soared to even greater heights. He meticulously noted the locations of Afta's treasures and appropriated his storage bracelet. Though uninterested in the forbidden extraordinary knowledge, he recorded its details, which included methods for summoning the favored of the outer gods. However, he had not succumbed to madness. The favored were uncontrollable, mythic beings of Sequence 3. Should he ever require mythic traits, he could summon them to eliminate foes of Sequence 3. Afta's grand life, though impressive, ultimately met a tragic end, as Kikyo shattered his soul with a soul-cutting blade, casting him into the dream realm to eternally languish in nightmares. His remains, a host to the ultimate blood-sucking parasite, could not be disregarded. They were incinerated by sacred flames. Gathering the 3 green orbs of light from his mouth, Kikyo deemed this journey remarkably fruitful, exemplifying the adage of golden belts from murder and arson. Opening Afta's storage bracelet, he noted that it had been pilfered from the previous leader of the Eastern Domain. Within, apart from an abundance of gold and gems, lay only the dismembered remains of magical creatures and some unsavory materials for profane rituals. These tainted items were to be incinerated, as they were essential for conducting malevolent ceremonies. Ultimately, only 2 tomes remained. The first, a detailed account of the longevity ritual recorded by Afta, proved useless and was consigned to the flames. The second, however, was of considerable value, detailing the locations of various supernatural gatherings within the Kingdom of Leah, as well as annotations regarding the trade of extraordinary items and the locations of bounty associations in the supernatural realm. This would facilitate Jieko's future encounters with the supernatural world, preventing MOU from remaining a novice, aimlessly seeking fortune. Turning to the still-controlled Forster, MOU found himself intrigued by Forster's experiences. In an astonishingly brief span of time, he had risen from Sequence 8, encountered in this very first meeting, to Sequence 7 within the Ohente province, and now to Sequence 6. Employing the same method, he prompted Forster to recount his life story in exhaustive detail. Forster, a bastard son of an earl from the capital of the Kingdom of Leah, had felt neglected by his father, which fueled his determination to excel academically. He enrolled in the prestigious University of Leah, joining the Ancient Languages Department, where his father's legitimate son was also studying, becoming a scholar in that field. Outshining his father's legitimate heir in every aspect, he sought recognition, which ultimately incited the ire of the heir's mother, leading to his expulsion through contrived means. Banished by his father to the Southern Domain, the territory of the Iron-Blood Duke, he began a life of despondency. The Iron-Blood Duke's youngest daughter, aspiring to learn the ancient language, sought out Forster, who had succumbed to a life of indulgence and drunkenness. Though reluctant, Forster had no choice but to comply under the Duke's threats, becoming the private tutor to the Duke's daughter. The ensuing narrative took a melodramatic turn, as the Duke's daughter, Belair, sympathized with her tutor's plight and admired his talents, frequently offering him solace. Forster, in turn, emerged from his shadows, and over 2 years of teaching, their affection blossomed. Regrettably, fate had more tragic twists in store. For reasons unknown, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Leah learned of Belair's existence and requested her hand in marriage. The king, seeking to strengthen ties with the powerful Iron-Blood Duke, consented. The Duke, aware of the Crown Prince's reputation, found himself powerless and had to both inform and comfort his daughter. However, he stumbled upon the secret romance between Belair and Forster, discovering that they had crossed boundaries both permissible and forbidden. Faced with the Duke's wrath, Forster was destined for death, yet, swayed by his daughter's pleas, the Duke reluctantly spared him on the condition that Belair wed the Crown Prince. Ultimately, Belair acquiesced, while Forster was brutally crippled and cast out of the castle, once again losing everything and sinking into a despairing existence. In a final act of compassion, Belair could not bear to see Forster suffer so. She stealthily procured a healing elixir of the extraordinary and a latent vial imbued with supernatural qualities. To meet Forster for one last time, Waster, once again consumed by rage, prepared to rescue Belair, utilizing extraordinary potions and traits to transform into a being of great power. He then bore witness to his beloved marrying the Crown Prince, retreating into the shadows, heartbroken yet increasingly ruthless. Alas, it was not long before he learned of Belair's tragic fate, brutally murdered by the tyrannical Crown Prince due to her pregnancy before marriage. Chapter 191. The Battle of Kierna. At this moment, Waster, akin to a lost soul, utterly descended into madness, joining the cannibal church and acquiring a second extraordinary trait. He resorted to thievery, stealing from the church's sacred texts, and subsequently fled from their relentless pursuit. In the southernmost region, seeking to rid himself of corruption, He attempted a pollution transfer ritual in a village. However, his efforts were thwarted by the interference of the transformed Geralt, leading to his failure and subsequent escape to the province of Alhent, where he conspired with the Count of Alhent. Though he outmaneuvered the Count, he ultimately fell victim to the machinations of the transformed Geralt. Despite attaining the rank of Sequence 7, the failure of the pollution transfer ritual left him once again tainted. Utilizing his newfound abilities, he narrowly escaped death, wandering aimlessly until he attacked a branch of the cannibal church, which granted him a high-ranking extraordinary trait. He later sacrificed the populace of a small town, cleansing himself of corruption and successfully ascending to Sequence 6. It must be said that in his haste to assimilate the powers of Sequence 7, he committed numerous heinous acts, embodying the adage that those who suffer often harbor their own reprehensible traits. Presently, Waster finds himself ensnared by Geralt, with no hope of survival. His demise is inevitable. Yet, this predicament unveiled a grand conspiracy orchestrated by Waster, who secretly conspired with the Iron Blood Duke and various cult organizations to overthrow the kingdom of Leah. The Iron Blood Duke sought vengeance for his daughter while also indulging his own ambitions. Waster aimed to assassinate the Crown Prince, avenging Belair, and orchestrating a mutual destruction between the Iron Blood Duke and the kingdom of Leah. The numerous cults, meanwhile, desired chaos, seeking to profit from the ensuing turmoil. Geralt pondered how to navigate this impending chaos, weighing whether the collapse of the Leah regime would serve his interests. Their method for instigating the coup was straightforward: to strike during the wedding of the Crown Prince and the Grand Princess of the Zephyr Kingdom. Should they succeed, the royal family of Leah would likely face annihilation, leading to the disintegration of the kingdom's power. If they failed, they would prioritize the assassination of the Zephyr Grand Princess, igniting a war between the two nations. The Iron Blood Duke and the cult would then rise to seize their desired gains. However, Waster's involvement would soon become negligible, serving merely as a bridge between the Iron Blood Duke and the various cult organizations. Regardless of Waster's remaining obsessions, his fate was sealed. The only recourse left would be to eventually slay the Crown Prince in tribute to himself and Belair, ultimately granted Vorst a death devoid of suffering, crafting an illusion wherein he fulfilled his deepest obsession. Within this ethereal realm, he vanquished the Crown Prince and toppled the monarchy of the Leia Kingdom, while the Iron Blood Duke perished amidst the chaos of war. With the completion of his obsession, Vorst's will to survive dissipated, and he succumbed in the illusory dream, where he finally beheld the pregnant Belair. Together, they strode towards the luminous shore, their life dreams intertwined in the dreamscape. Initially, they radiated shadows of despair, yet ultimately found redemption in one another, as darkness faded and vibrant hues filled their shared dream. Gradually ascending from the depths of the dream realm to its pinnacle, they transformed into an eternal reverie. As Vorst's form was consumed by sacred flames, dissolving into the ether, the remaining 3 orbs of extraordinary essence were collected by. Rest in peace. I shall slay the Crown Prince. Kikyo exited the desolate cave, where 2 once formidable figures lay buried in this nameless abyss. Beyond the cavern, amidst the ruins of Kilna town, Kilna moved with the swiftness of lightning, her knight's sword unleashing cascades of azure light. Each blade of light accumulated, resembling a towering wave crashing towards the assistant of Avda. Why hasn't Sister Kikyo emerged yet? Has something befallen her? Kilna's wave-like sword energy cleaved through the assistant's form. Yet she felt no joy, for it was merely an illusion. It wasn't that the assistant outpaced Kilna and Count Zelensky in their divine state. Rather, the assistant had conjured numerous phantoms identical to his true self, making it nearly impossible to discern his actual whereabouts. Uncertain, but we must hasten to resolve this individual, otherwise we shall be too late, whether to escape or rescue Miss Kikyo. Zelensky's martial prowess excelled in defense, and combined with the material return magic he wielded, he faced the elusive attacks of the assistant without faltering. Suddenly, the earth before him transformed into a mass of spikes, forcing Zelensky to retreat once more. The ground now a treacherous expanse of protruding thorns. His formidable defense and regenerative abilities rendered him a bulwark, continuously restraining the myriad phantoms of the assistant, while either deflecting or enduring the sudden emergence of spikes or air blades. Meanwhile, Kilna, swift and powerful, focused on exterminating the assistant's illusions, striving to identify the doppelganger for a decisive strike. There is no need for futile efforts. Allow me to depart. I have no desire for mutual destruction. A flicker of relief and trepidation crossed the countenance hidden beneath the assistant's hood. Had it not been for the new member's swiftness, he would have been the one to enter that cave. As the soul blood within him dissipated with Afta's demise, he regained his autonomy from the state of control. Thus, at this moment, he was filled with animosity towards Afta, feeling utterly discontent as he was silently restrained by others. Anyone would find such a predicament intolerable. He felt a sense of urgency to depart, as the man and woman opposing him were oblivious to the circumstances within the cave. Did he not realize the peril he faced? Once the reinforcements emerged from the cavern, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, he found himself ensnared, unable to escape. His speed was a significant liability. Even the formidable Baron Zelensky moved with greater swiftness. Were it not for his extraordinary ability to safeguard his life, he would likely have succumbed to the relentless onslaught of their myriad tactics. Impossible. What if he were to summon reinforcements? Kina, utilizing her enhanced physique bestowed by divine descent, engaged her adversaries in combat with knightly techniques, though her fighting spirit was nearly depleted. Although she possessed a vial of energy-restoring potion left by Kiku, she intended to use it for rescuing her sister from a cave, thus refraining from consumption. While both she and Zelensky appear to have the upper hand, their fighting spirit could not match the endurance of a Sequence 7 assistant in a prolonged battle. As they shattered the illusions of the three assistants once more, both were anxiously recalling the spells outlined in the magical tome provided by Kiku, searching for a spell that could turn the tide. However, due to their brief examination of the book, they only retained a scant few spells, none of which could presently aid them. Chapter 192. Collaborative Counteroffensive against Sequence 7 currently. One must either occupy the opponent while the other peruses the spellbook to select a decisive spell, or they would find it exceedingly difficult to reclaim the advantage. Are you not concerned about your companions who enter the cave? If you allow me to leave, I shall not impede your efforts to rescue them. How does that sound? The assistant remained undeterred, attempting to exploit the information gap to persuade the two to abandon their assault against him. You hold him off while I find a spell to eliminate him. Kina dared not let this individual escape and immediately instructed Baron Zelensky to hold his ground. Very well, but you must act swiftly. Baron Zelensky summoned divine power once more, preparing to exert every effort to delay his adversary. Not a chance. The assistant once again conjured multiple doppelgangers, charging towards Baron Zelensky, while he and a portion of the illusions advanced towards Kina. Earth Splitter. Zelensky unleashed his family's signature technique, executing a powerful downward slash, infusing the knight's sword with rich, earthy fighting spirit that surged into the ground. The earth before him shattered in a fan-shaped pattern, unleashing a torrent of shockwaves from the fissures. The advancing doppelgangers were obliterated, yet having exhausted his ultimate move, Zelensky found himself unable to continue the fight. His fighting spirit depleted, the magical aura surrounding him began to wane, and his body felt nearly too weak to remain upright. He promptly retrieved the extraordinary restorative potion left by Kiku, allowing the pale, blue starry liquid to flow into his mouth. Soon, it permeated his entire being, as an abundance of miraculous energy transformed into fighting spirit, revitalizing his nearly parched dantian and swiftly restoring over 60% of his fighting spirit. However, Zelensky did not rush to aid Kierna. Instead, he opened the grimoire in search of an appropriate spell. In truth, Kierna's previous utterance, seemingly a call for him to hold his ground, was, in fact, a covert signal employing their organization's communication emblem, subtly instructing Zelensky to consult the magic tome. Her loud declaration served to lure the enemy into attacking Kierna as per their design, granting Zelensky the opportunity to seek a timely spell. Drawing upon her dwindling energy, Kierna unleashed a formidable magic, the gravitational field. Within a 200-meter radius surrounding her, the gravity surged dramatically, escalating to 100-fold of its original strength. The assistant's physical form was immediately crushed against the ground, his visage turning a ghastly shade of blue and purple, his eyes bulging. Simultaneously, all of his shadowy duplicates shattered, leaving him alone, unable to escape. Had he not been a Sequence 7, with physical attributes surpassing that of an ordinary human by tenfold, he would surely have succumbed to the sudden increase in gravity. Fortunately, his inherent vitality slowly mended his body, preventing him from bursting under the immense pressure. Quickly, I cannot hold on much longer. Kierna maintained the spell, yet her energy was rapidly depleting, leaving her feeling as though her very essence was being drained. Now, explosive fireball. This spell, a powerful third-tier incantation, constituted the core of the pyromancy school, boasting considerable potency. As the energy within Zelensky was once again siphoned away, even the remnants of the unconsumed potion within him were drawn out. The sky swiftly bore witness to the emergence of a colossal crimson sun, radiating terrifying flames, akin to a sun on the brink of eruption, exuding a fearsome force. Oh no, I cannot sustain this any longer. Kierna's energy was exhausted, and the gravitational field began to wane, granting the assistant a fleeting chance to breathe. Kierna refrained from consuming the restorative potion, intending to maintain her peak condition for the mission to rescue Jeking. Alas, this very hesitation afforded the assistant a glimmer of hope for escape. Faced with the descending fireball, the assistant was consumed by dread, his heart racing with the terror of impending death, compelling him to unleash his full potential. His extraordinary abilities frantically warned him that failure to evade the attack's radius could result in his demise. He summoned his latent power, violently breaking free from the remnants of the gravitational field's grasp, and conjured a thick layer of earth to envelop his body as a protective barrier. He then manipulated the air to form 2 layers of air membrane shields around him, creating a vacuum within the inner layers. Swiftly rising, he fled with remarkable speed, each step causing the soil beneath him to coalesce, providing a counteracting force to propel him forward. Although he could have chosen to burrow directly into the earth, his extraordinary affinity lay not with soil manipulation. The inability to swiftly dive into the depths posed the risk of being struck by the explosive fireball before he could reach a sufficient depth. At that moment, one would either perish from the tremors or be obliterated by the explosion. Thus, fleeing seemed the wiser gamble for survival. As the assistant hastily retreated, Count Zelensky swiftly directed the explosive fireball towards him. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, shaking the earth and air, while vast quantities of charred soil were propelled into the atmosphere. The detonation of the fireball caused a sudden spike in temperature, generating rippling waves of air that surged outward, akin to the ferocity of a 12th-degree typhoon. Both Kurna and Count Zelensky struggled to maintain their footing, swept away by the shockwave, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a mushroom cloud rising majestically. After a considerable time, as the smoke dissipated, the two beheld a gaping crater over 30 meters in diameter, with molten lava bubbling ominously at its base, indicating temperatures high enough to melt the earth. The surrounding soil had taken on a glassy appearance. Yet there was no sign of the assistant, just as they believed him to be dead and victory was theirs. They suddenly observed the charred earth several hundred meters away shifting. A figure, entirely blackened and bleeding, rose from the ground. This was none other than the assistant, having faced the explosive fireball directly. His skin was scorched, with patches revealing white bone, a clear testament to his grievous injuries. Upon witnessing the fireball's approach, his extraordinary abilities alerted him to the imminent danger, indicating that this attack exceeded his current threshold of endurance. Without hesitation, he channeled all his spiritual energy, gathering a significant amount of soil to create a protective layer harder than rock. Unfortunately, at the moment of the fireball's explosion, the over 5-meter-thick earthen shield was shattered. Fortunately, he withstood the brunt of the explosion's damage, though he was hurled away by the blast. Next came the searing heat. However, due to the vacuum created by his previously established air shield, this layer effectively insulated him from extensive thermal conduction and convection. Only the radiant heat penetrated his final line of defense. Subsequently, the shockwave from the explosion obliterated all remaining protection, leaving him with severe internal injuries. Yet he ultimately survived, albeit in a lamentable state. He could even perform in a tragicomedy without issue. Huh, did you not expect the old man to survive? Farewell. Today's grudge shall be repaid in kind. Seizing the opportunity while the two were exhausted, the assistant darted into the woods with astonishing speed, entirely unrecognizable as someone who had just endured such trauma. Chapter 193. Conclusion and Departure. Damn it. Zelensky had not anticipated this individual would prove so resilient, managing to survive such devastation. Curse it! Do not let him escape. Kurna, seething with rage, immediately rose and retrieved an extraordinary potion. Just as she prepared to consume the restorative elixir to regain her combat energy and pursue the assistant, a golden streak flashed across the sky, striking the fleeing figure. It was Mou who had intervened. He had been present when Count Zelensky unleashed the explosive fireball. However, to allow the two to hone their combat experience, he refrained from intervening, observing quietly from the sidelines. The cooperation between the two was indeed remarkable, successfully inflicting severe damage on the assistant of Sequence 7. At that moment, if Kierna had consumed the extraordinary potion, victory would have been theirs. However, to prevent the adversary from resorting to desperate measures, Moyu drew forth a vibranium spear, imbued with the sorcery of the soul arrow, and shot it forth with his bow. The arrow struck the fleeing assistant, pinning him to the ground. And without the protection of his spirit, his soul shattered, leaving only a lifeless body that twitched faintly. Sister Jeking, are you unharmed? That's wonderful, Kierna exclaimed, noticing the golden light emanating from Jeking, who had lowered her bow. She leaped with joy. Miss Jeking, it is a relief that you are well. I am utterly exhausted. The Viscount Zelensky collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. This intense struggle for life and death was a first for him. Here, recover your fighting spirit. Moyu handed Zelensky a vial of the extraordinary potion to restore his vitality. Sister Jeking, why did you not give me one? I am out of fighting spirit as well. Kierna felt it was unfair. Sister Jeking was being partial, neglecting the cutest Kierna. Do you not already possess one? Moyu was not inclined to indulge Kierna and proceeded to the deceased assistant's side. He withdrew the vibranium spear, placing it in his storage, and then absorbed 3 spheres of green light from the assistant's body. Sister Jeking, is this what extraordinary traits are? It feels so wondrous. Eventually, Kierna drank the extraordinary potion, regaining her fighting spirit, and joined Zelensky behind Moyu. This body contains 3 low-tier extraordinary traits. Since the 3 of us will be involved, let us divide them equally. Consequently, each of you owes me 1 extraordinary trait, which will be considered settled now. Moyu shamelessly claimed all the extraordinary traits for himself, and then incinerated the assistant's remains with a burst of flame. Very well. But next time we encounter a magical creature, Sister Jeking, you must not compete with me. Kierna felt that this distribution was not unjust. After all, this world was rife with magical creatures, and there was no fear of being without extraordinary traits. Viscount Zelensky voiced no objections. Without Jeking, he likely would have perished there. Since our business here is concluded, we shall take our leave. Moyu sensed that further events might unfold along their journey, and the delay felt increasingly pressing. Miss Jeking, I too must journey to the imperial capital. My father has passed unexpectedly, and I must go to receive my title. Viscount Zelensky intended to accompany Kierna and Jeking to the imperial capital, as it would be prudent to have companions along the way. I did not expect you to be a direct vassal of the king. How did you fall to the rank of Viscount? Kierna understood the reason behind Zelensky's need to be ennobled in the royal city, as his family was also a direct vassal of the king. In truth, these direct vassals of the king originally held the title of count, their purpose being to balance the noble powers at the border. They monitored the movements of border nobles and frequently reported to the king, preventing the border nobility from consolidating their power and declaring themselves kings. Certainly, the pursuit of pivotal military and economic strongholds serves to bolster the king's dominion over the realm and eliminate potential threats. The direct vassals of these monarchs, upon the demise of the previous count, customarily journey to the royal capital for their investiture. This is twofold. Firstly, it allows the king to ascertain whether the noble is competent or merely inept, thereby preventing any disruption to his grand designs. Secondly, it manifests the king's favor and provides a comprehensive understanding of the borderlands, as written correspondence is often woefully inadequate. Regrettably, my family has long suffered under the oppressive rule of the Iron-Blood Duke, facing ostracism from neighboring nobles, rendering our land's produce nearly unsellable. Our only recourse has been to dispatch merchant caravans beyond the influence of the Iron-Blood Duke, yet with the rampant presence of monsters. Many of our knights have perished in the pursuit of trade. Surrounding nobles have also driven monstrous creatures into our territory. drastically diminishing our resources and making it increasingly difficult to meet tax obligations, resulting in our demotion. The Viscount Zelensky feels a profound sense of helplessness, perceiving the king's abandonment of their plight. His recent venture to the capital was an attempt to gauge the king's disposition. How tragic it is. Were it not for our possession of Tidal City, our circumstances might be akin to yours. Kierna sympathizes with the misfortunes of the Zelensky family, yet perceives a certain stubbornness in their approach. They could easily feign allegiance or covertly align with the Iron Blood Duke, rather than persist in direct confrontation. The Zelensky family guards not an economic hub, but a vital military point, a narrow passage to the north. To bypass this strategic choke point and strike at the heart of the kingdom, one must either traverse the formidable Yin Duan mountain range or embark on a lengthy detour of several thousand kilometers around it. Logically, this significant route should be bustling with merchant traffic. Alas, the king has prohibited commerce here. The kingdom of Leah had once exploited the guise of trade to deceive the garrison, seizing this critical location under the cover of night. Thus, learning from the missteps of previous royal administrations, the current royal family forbids commercial passage through this crucial narrow strait. Were it not for their inability to fill this passage, the Leah royal family might have considered such an action. Presently, if Mou and his companions wish to reach the capital, they can obtain a transit decree to pass through this area. However, for the merchant caravans, the situation is dire. They dare not traverse the Yin Duan mountains and must instead take a lengthy detour, compounded by the increasing ferocity of monsters. The economic ties between the heart of the kingdom and its borders have nearly disintegrated. There is, however, an alternative route. One could embark from the southern Tidal City by ship to the territory of the Zephan kingdom, subsequently entering the kingdom of Leah via the Shibi River. Yet, only exceedingly large trading conglomerates possess the connections and resources to navigate this path. The seas are not devoid of monsters. Indeed, their numbers are even greater. Without considerable fortune and strength, most merchant vessels face significant peril. Nevertheless, for those unafraid of danger, one could traverse the western Tewa Strait and proceed northward, ultimately accessing a river leading into the heart of the kingdom of Leah. This Tewa Strait serves as a conduit between the continent of Truth and the continent of Baishu. This region is perpetually besieged by storms that stretch from horizon to horizon, rendering it impossible for any vessel to navigate its treacherous waters. Coupled with the overwhelming presence of monstrous entities that far exceed those found in other seas, this strait has never been considered a viable passage. Since the cataclysm on the continent of Truth and the emergence of these abominable creatures, no soul has ventured to the continent of Truth. Chapter 194. Newly added extraordinary traits. The Zelensky family claims to guard the line of the Yin Duan Mountains. However, in reality, they only control one end of this line, while the other is held by the Royal Southern Legion. The Kingdom of Leah has endured for nearly 3 centuries, during which time class stratification and conflicts have reached an exceedingly acute level. The territory that the royal family can genuinely command has dwindled to a mere hinterland, roughly the size of a duke's domain. The royal family, mired in ignorance, is plagued by scandals, and the 3 dukes are nearly estranged from the crown. The military factions under royal command have become burdensome, with annual cuts to military funding. Meanwhile, the nobility indulges in increasing decadence, reveling in a life of excess. Though the kingdom of Leah is waning, no one has yet risen to rebel. Those ambitious dukes and marquises are quietly amassing power, biding their time for a change in fate. Mou is aware of these dynamics, but remains indifferent. As a noble residing at the border, he understands that no one would dare to seize a territory directly threatened by monstrous incursions. Moreover, with the prospect of regime change, these minor nobles often become pawns in the machinations of various factions, their steadfast border aristocrats amidst a transient royal family. The precarious state of the Kingdom of Leah is not a concern for Mou. If the royal family is apathetic, why should he worry? He merely wishes to explore the realm before chaos ensues, as any ambitious noble would aspire to traverse the countries. Mou estimates that this wave of pollution will erode the last vestiges of fortune for the Leah royal family, leaving one to wonder which duke will ultimately triumph or if the kingdom of Zephan will seize the opportunity. I need to return to my domain to arrange some matters. I should be able to depart the day after tomorrow. Miss Kaiki and Miss Chier, please come to my territory for a respite, so I may extend my hospitality. After all, as a lord, Viscount Zelensky cannot simply don a disguise and depart at will, as MOU does. Sister Kaiki, let us wander through Zelensky's city. I have heard it enjoys abundant rainfall and frequently witnesses rainbows. We must see it for ourselves. Chier's desire to behold a rainbow is genuine. Yet the area surrounding Zelensky city is crisscrossed with waterways, boasting a flourishing fishery and an abundance of culinary delights, which tempts her palate. Very well, let us go. MOU agreed, recognizing the value of experiencing diverse landscapes. Accompanied by a retinue of soldiers, Viscount Zelensky could not have arrived on foot to attend to matters concerning the Valley domain. The group progressed northwestward, traversing several kilometers along a narrow path, until they finally arrived at a natural harbor as dusk descended. 3 grand sailing vessels lay anchored on the river's surface, their construction benefiting from the extraordinary abundance and durability of timber in this fantastical realm. Each vessel measures approximately 50 meters, a testament to the limitations of shipbuilding technology. Otherwise, they could easily exceed 100 meters in length. However, ships of such considerable size are ill-suited for inland rivers. In the tidal city, nearly 200-meter-long sailing warships are commonplace. Thus, the sight of the 2-decked warship before them elicited no surprise from Jeking and Kierna. Soldiers and attendants had already gathered aboard the warship, and after everyone embarked, they swiftly set sail toward the upstream city of Zelensky. As the warship navigated out of the mountainous river, it entered a more expansive waterway. Although the name of this river remains unknown, it spans over 1,000 meters in width, with tranquil and crystal-clear waters, allowing glimpses of swimming fish beneath the surface. According to a nearby maid, the journey from this point to Zelensky City would take approximately 4 hours, while traveling against the current would extend the duration by more than threefold. As dusk descended, Muyu retreated to his quarters, where he found Kierna dining. Despite the ship's modest accommodations, the evening meal was quite palatable. Muyu sampled the fare, particularly relishing the pan-seared fish, while he found raw fish slices less appealing, despite their tender and delicate texture, which he struggled to appreciate. Reclining on his bed, Muyu accessed his storage compartment. During this expedition to the Streamland territory, he had acquired 9 low-tier extraordinary traits and 2 high-tier ones. As per his customary practice, he would first assess their abilities before deciding which to retain and which to draw lots for. First among the traits was an extraordinary ability from the Yellow Robe Society's AFTA, capable of reaching Sequence 6, indicating a commendable level of extraordinary prowess. The Blood Plague is a low-tier trait of mild pollution that spreads an extraordinary disease through the host's blood, capable of transforming the infected into blood thralls, whom the host can manipulate at will regarding their life and actions. Blood thralls are bloodthirsty and devoid of reason, possessing only minimal extraordinary capability and weakness. The side effect entails an increasing bloodlust with the proliferation of blood thralls, potentially leading to a loss of sanity. This ability, though seemingly effective for creating cannon fodder, held little appeal for Miyu, as it appeared to be a mere token bestowed upon AFTA upon joining the Yellow Robe Society. Next was Blood Control, a low-tier extraordinary trait of mild pollution that allows the user to manipulate blood free from biological constraints to attack others, or to control blood infusion for minor self-healing. The side effect is the development of a blood addiction, requiring dilution of blood to maintain sanity. This ability appeared relatively promising, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, seemingly chosen to complement the Blood Plague. However, to Miyu, it was merely an optimized version of the Crimson Blood Manipulation, lacking significant utility. Lastly, Blood Recovery, a low-tier extraordinary trait of mild pollution that enables rapid restoration of one's condition and injuries through the consumption of blood, even allowing complete recovery from near-fatal states and bodily mutilations. The side effect is that if the consumed blood is toxic, the user will suffer tenfold aftereffects, and the injuries will remain unhealed. Goodness, this set of abilities would effectively transform one into a vampire, yet Muyu found this power to be rather unimpressive. After gaining mastery over flesh and blood, Muyu no longer held much regard for abilities that merely healed wounds. Subsequently, he activated the high-level extraordinary trait of AFTA, which aligned perfectly with his needs as a cunning individual. The Soul Blood, a moderately tainted high-level extraordinary trait, allowed one to transform their own soul into a state of soul blood. This soul blood could mend the spiritual injuries of oneself or others, enhance resistance against pollution and illusions, and when infused into another's body, it could exert control over their soul. However, a notable drawback was that any injury to the soul would result in a depletion of soul blood, which could not be replenished once lost. To his astonishment, he discovered the potential for a golden opportunity. This ability was truly a boon for those of the extraordinary order. MOU was acutely aware that abilities and items capable of restoring spiritual injuries were exceedingly rare and valuable. Moreover, the ability to covertly control others was a significant advantage. For instance, Atha utilized soul blood to exert control over Forster, who belonged to the same order, demonstrating the subtlety of this power. Until the activation of soul blood, the controlled individual would remain utterly oblivious to their manipulation. Such a trait in Atha was undoubtedly squandered. It was destined to be his. MOU resolved that this trait would be his to wield, solely for its soul restoration capabilities. Chapter 195. Inventory of gains. MOU then turned his attention to the extraordinary traits derived from Forster. After 3 encounters, he had nearly discerned the full extent of Forster's extraordinary abilities. The Corpse Devourer, a low-level extraordinary trait with slight pollution, allowed one to temporarily gain the full capabilities of an extraordinary creature by consuming specific parts of its body through a special ritual, or to permanently acquire a weakened version of its fragmented abilities. However, the side effect was that as the number of corpses consumed increased, one's own soul would become increasingly chaotic and vulnerable to pollution. This trait was indeed quite advantageous, as this world harbored many formidable extraordinary beings whose abilities often surpassed those of numerous extraordinary traits. However, now that MOU had reached the 7th tier, he could no longer utilize low-level extraordinary traits, rendering this ability unattainable. Even if he were to refine it into an extraordinary taboo item, it would merely result in an apparatus capable of consuming the extraordinary organs of other beings. Although it could unleash the abilities of extraordinary creatures, it would essentially overlap with the properties of witchcraft artifacts. The Seduction, a low-level extraordinary trait with moderate pollution, enabled one to persuade intelligent beings to more readily believe their words. As the duration of seduction increased, the probability of success would also rise, until it reached a point where one could briefly control the soul of the intelligent being. The drawback was that one would become more susceptible to the words of others. This trait was likely the one that Belair had secretly gifted to Forster in the past, serving as the foundation of Forster's rise to power. He likely relied on this seduction trait to gain the trust of the Corpse Devourer cult, ultimately seizing its resources, such as the cult's secret scriptures. Later, he attempted to leverage this ability to join the Yellow Robe Association, intending to repeat his previous tactics to achieve his ambitions. Unfortunately, he did not foresee that he would first fall victim to Atha, another cunning individual, who used soul blood to control him, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of MOU. This characteristic may not appear formidable at first glance. However, the insidious and gradual manipulation it exerts over time is indeed terrifying. For instance, Count O'Hunter was long subjected to the subtle influence of Vorst, ultimately leading to the ensnarement of his very soul. It was only at the moment of his ascension to Sequence 6 that Count O'Hunter suddenly rebelled, resulting in his tragic fall into the ranks of Sequence 6 aberrants. It took considerable effort for MOU to finally slay him after a second opportunity arose. Although this trait is quite remarkable, MOU has no intention of allowing it to circulate freely. Otherwise, the insidious allure of this characteristic could ensnare not only him, but also those in his vicinity. Furthermore, if this trait were to lose its side effects, its potential for chaos would be even more daunting, capable of infiltrating the upper echelons of the kingdom and inciting unrest. The ability known as Flash, a moderately contaminated low-level extraordinary characteristic, permits the consumption of spiritual essence to randomly teleport within a radius of several kilometers. The accompanying side effect is the random loss of an organ with each teleportation. This rare spatial extraordinary ability among low-level traits, while only capable of random relocation, serves as an invaluable means of escape. Previously, in the O'Hunter province, Vorst evaded death thanks to this extraordinary characteristic. MOU intends to synthesize this trait, purging its pollution, to create a forbidden extraordinary object, which he plans to bestow upon Violet for her protection. Were it not for MOU's acquisition of spatial transfer, he would have certainly seized this opportunity without hesitation. Next, there exists a high-level extraordinary characteristic that Vorst had yet to reveal, the capabilities of which remain unknown to MOU. This ability, known as corruption breath, is a high-level extraordinary trait marked by moderate contamination. It can absorb the corrupting energies from oneself or from corpses, penetrating barriers of non-positive energy attributes. When inhaled by living beings, it diminishes their vitality, shortens their lifespan, and induces a state of weakness. The side effect entails a reduction of the user's maximum lifespan by half. Frankly, this high-level trait could be considered a foundational aspect among high-level extraordinary abilities, yet possesses considerable strength nonetheless. Not everyone has the protective barrier against pollution that MOU has, such as the Golden Light Curse. Most extraordinary barriers are material or negative attribute barriers, such as air barriers, earth barriers, spiritual barriers, and blood barriers. In this world rife with filth and madness, positive attribute energy is exceedingly rare. Even among the three great holy churches, it is likely that only the Church of the Holy Fire possesses such capabilities. Therefore, when most extraordinary beings encounter this corruption breath, they face a grim fate, weakened and subjected to a relentless depletion of their lifespan, ultimately leading to a wretched demise. Regrettably, Vorst never had the chance to utilize this ability before MOU seized control and brought about his end. This high-level extraordinary trait remains among MOU's considerations. However, there is no immediate urgency to select a high-level extraordinary trait for ascension to Sequence 6. MOU then turned his attention to the three low-level extraordinary traits offered by his Sequence 7 assistants. Foreseeing danger. The low-level extraordinary trait of mild pollution grants the ability to anticipate events a second before a crisis unfolds. The side effect is an overwhelming surge of inspiration, which makes it easier to hear the whispers of foreign deities and acquire forbidden knowledge, leading to potential contamination. This ability, if not for the absence of Kin Bunchika Haki, would undoubtedly mark MOU as a prime candidate for the extraordinary sequence. However, it is also worth considering for others, serving as a commendable alternative. A mere second of foresight is sufficient to confront knights stronger than oneself. The true phantasm, another low-level extraordinary trait of mild pollution, can generate numerous indistinguishable illusory duplicates. Its side effect is the risk of personality fragmentation. This trait belongs to the realm of trivialities, as a true duplicate devoid of offensive capabilities serves little purpose, primarily useful for escape, and shatters upon contact. Regardless, MOU holds no regard for this extraordinary trait. Utilizing it for a lottery would be its most fitting fate. Material shaping, a low-level extraordinary trait of mild pollution, allows one to manipulate the molecular composition of non-biological entities within a 5-meter radius to achieve desired forms. The side effect is a doubling of spiritual energy consumption during shaping. Although this trait appears lackluster for MOU, the Witch's Artifact Alchemist, it is arguably the most advantageous quality, enabling efficient crafting of witch artifacts. Eventually, MOU may achieve one-click shaping in the production of witch artifacts, transforming into an unfeeling three-dimensional printer where various magical circuits and energy pathways can be directly formed, subsequently guiding extraordinary materials to fill these circuits, thus facilitating swift artifact creation. This trait is a waste in the hands of those lacking skill. Yet fortune favors MOU in this instance. After careful consideration, MOU decided to use the traits of blood healing, blood control, and true phantasm as synthesis materials. The foresight of danger will be tested for a single draw, as it is said that miracles often arise from solitary attempts, and MOU believes in his luck. Chapter 196, Violet of Sequence 8 currently. MOU retains the traits of telepathic transmission, shattering resonance, and steel body without undergoing synthesis to remove their pollutants and side effects. This time, he must preserve the 4 low-level extraordinary traits of corpse consumption, seduction, instantaneous movement, and material shaping. The synthesis materials comprise only 3 extraordinary traits: blood plague, blood control, and blood healing. After his selection, MOU resolved to eliminate the pollutants and side effects from instantaneous movement, material shaping, and seduction, preparing to refine them into an extraordinary taboo item. Upon completion of the synthesis, MOU initially employed the method taught by Saran for crafting taboo items, refining material, shaping into a furnace that mirrored the shape of the blazing white furnace. Following this, the creation of the taboo item became straightforward, requiring only the fusion of the blazing white furnace and the material shaping furnace. With ease, he melded extraordinary materials and magical creature bones into the desired forms. Soon, he refined the instantaneous movement extraordinary trait into a taboo ring and shaped the seduction trait into a black mask reminiscent of Kakashi. 3 extraordinary forbidden items were placed into the storage compartment. MOU cast his gaze towards the perilous foresight ability, which he had intentionally reserved for a lottery. Had it not been for Violet's mastery of observation hockey, this ability might have been the optimal choice for crafting a forbidden item. MOU had previously instructed Shuin and others on the training methods for observation hockey, yet they only emerged battered, showing no signs of developing this remarkable skill. In contrast, Violet, whether due to her own innate talent or the panel's modifications, quickly mastered the rudiments of observation hockey. Most of the items MOU had extracted were subjected to adaptive modifications by the panel. Perhaps humans and objects differed, endowing both Violet and MOU with the unique trait of being able to learn any extraordinary system. Currently, apart from Violet, MOU had not summoned a second character, leaving him uncertain whether this was a result of the panel's influence or Violet's inherent gifts. Violet possessed a naturally keen intuition, and combined with the combat instincts and animalistic intuition she developed on the island, she already had a foundation for observation hockey. This may have facilitated her eventual mastery of the skill, albeit at a novice level, sufficient to contend with opponents slightly stronger than herself. Moreover, with her acquisition of the wave step and sky dance techniques, Violet excelled in evasive maneuvers, rivaling MOU's agility. Her advanced knightly prowess and combat energy allowed her to soar several kilometers, and when fatigued, she could replenish her energy on the ground using wave step. Meanwhile, MOU tended to the sprouting blood bodhi vines and observed the yet-to-be-born black-armored giant ant emperor. He cast an illusion to control it in the womb and donned a mask of manipulation, thoroughly enchanting the unborn emperor, all in pursuit of cultivating a suitable tool for his ambitions. Knowing that Violet was still in the alchemical chamber on the second floor of the castle, MOU prepared to personally deliver the instantaneous forbidden item to her. As he approached the door, Violet emerged from the chamber as if they shared a silent understanding. The two exchanged quiet glances, each reflecting a glimmer of surprise for their beloved. "Violet, I have a surprise," MOU declared. "MOU, I have a surprise as well," Violet replied. They shared a knowing smile, their identical azure eyes mirroring each other's reflections. "You go first, Violet." "No, you first, MOU." With a synchronized eagerness, they began to speak as if rehearsed, until MOU decided to take the lead. "This is a pollution-free and side-effect-free forbidden item I crafted. Can you guess its purpose?" He presented a ring embedded with a sapphire, offering it to Violet to gauge her reaction. "This ring? Are you proposing to me, MOU?" Violet, having studied the cultural significance of rings in MOU's previous life, recognized the symbol of a lifelong commitment intertwined with the gift. MOU was taken aback by Violetta's unexpected jest, but he found himself more fond of this playful and slightly adorable version of her, in contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. "Of course, if you so desire, let us wed upon reaching adulthood." Faced with such a binary proposition, any reasonable person would undoubtedly choose affirmation, rather than adopting Uncle Da's foolishness of living off others while exclaiming, "Are you instructing me on how to act? This ring is exquisite. I adore it." Violetta did not provide a direct answer to MOU's inquiry, yet she lowered her gaze, golden strands of hair obscuring her expression, as she slowly adorned her right ring finger with the sapphire ring. Having diligently studied the customs of MOU's former realm, she had grown quite fond of the world he described. This ring possesses the ability to teleport you to a random location within a 20-kilometer radius, safeguarding your life in critical moments when I am not by your side. Seeing Violetta where the teleportation ring brought a sense of relief to MOU, for this ring, along with the necklace she wore and her own being, bore his spatial imprint. MOU intended to enhance the necklace with extraordinary materials, crafting it into a complementary magical artifact. Consequently, should the necklace detect Violetta's life in peril or a shift in her spatial position, it would alert the other necklace worn by MOU, enabling him to hasten to her side. Violetta, please hand me your necklace. After explaining his reasoning, Violetta readily acquiesced. Ah, you placed it upon me. Thus, it is only fitting that you remove it. Violetta cherished MOU's affection for her, having perused numerous tomes. She understood many principles and tales, and did not mind employing subtle tactics to draw closer to him. Very well. MOU gazed upon Violetta, whose head was slightly bowed, gently parting the golden locks behind her neck to reveal her fair skin and the shimmering silver necklace. He carefully activated the mechanism and removed the rather ordinary necklace. Shall I redesign its style? The creator of this necklace was merely an ordinary person, and it was his first work in his youth, though imbued with sentiment. Its design is somewhat antiquated. No, that will not be necessary. This was your first gift to me, and it carries a story behind it, making it quite meaningful. Violetta shook her head gently, her thoughts wandering to the elderly gentleman, wondering if he had ventured to the snowy mountains. By the way, what about the surprise you mentioned? MOU recalled the surprise they had both spoken of earlier. He had an inkling of what was to come. As Violetta's ethereal aura was currently vibrant and palpable, Violetta lifted her head, her golden hair dancing lightly in the air, tilting her head adorably. Oh, that. The extraordinary trait I previously ingested has been fully digested. Chapter 197. Beastly contamination. Violetta's delicate fingers lightly touched her rosy lips, her azure eyes crescenting into a smile, radiating joy. That is splendid. I have long prepared the extraordinary trait of sequence 8 for you, which remains a means of self-preservation, known as hyperregeneration. MOU handed the verdant extraordinary trait to Violet, ever concerned for her safety. With the consumption of this hyperregeneration trait, coupled with the wizarding system, the art of aerial dance, the wave step, and the flash ring, Violet would be sufficiently equipped for her own defense. Is there a trait that can directly translate into strength? I wish to assist MOU further, Violet pondered, feeling that her current capabilities could do little to aid him. She believed her expertise lay solely within the realm of alchemy, which filled her with a sense of guilt. Violet, your safeguarding of yourself is my greatest assistance. MOU's unwavering resolve momentarily distracted Violet, who bit her lip before ultimately accepting the hyperregeneration trait and consuming it. She realized that alleviating MOU's worries could indeed be a form of support. Furthermore, this trait would expedite her self-creation of breathing techniques and the comprehension of profound realms. She intended to utilize the self-healing ability of hyperregeneration to explore more aggressively and audaciously the breathing techniques that suited her, striving to grasp the appropriate profundity and subsequently ascend to the rank of Great Knight. She solicited the readers for names that encapsulated her profundity. Should it be flower, ice, or something else entirely? Upon witnessing Violet consume the trait and effortlessly advance to sequence 8, MOU nodded in satisfaction before taking his leave to return to his chamber, preparing to forge a magical artifact. On an unnamed river within the territory of Zelensky, Kikyo dragged the extraordinary trait of danger precognition into the sacrificial interface. This time, although he could only perform a single draw, the ritual was fully charged. Observing the emergence of a green orb, he swiftly clicked to examine it. Topaz's force field, hailing from the Elden Ring world, known as the Wasteland Stone, is a magic derived from a gamble on life for exploration. Capable of forming a magical force field, it separates magic from prayer, continuously generating force fields during its sustained application. Future generations would undoubtedly comprehend that the once ridiculed theory is, in fact, a discovery sufficient to establish a new classroom. The fruits of mortal research could even withstand divine punishment. This magic has undergone a rationality revision of world rules, with its structure modified into the runes of high-level sorcery. All non-physical energy attacks may be deflected, including divine arts and meme infections from mythical beings, with 0 mana consumption. My apprentice, from this day forth, neither man nor God shall harm you in the slightest. MOU was moved to tears, astonished that, even in this alternate world, Master Topaz's magic could transcend realms to protect him. merely shifting from the realm of games to reality. In MOU's eyes, this magic could be deemed a supreme treasure among high-level lottery rewards, inexplicably drawn from the low-tier prize pool. This is a zero-consumption blue magic, capable of deflecting all forms of energy attacks. As I felt an intricate magical rune imprint itself onto my golden skeletal structure, I, MOU, sensed the formidable nature of this spell or sorcery. With a mere thought, I activated this incantation, and the force field of Topus manifested without any discernible consumption of essence. Akin to the tremors of a law wave, a series of concentric, bluish-green ripples emanated outward from around my body, enveloping an area within 3 meters. Although I could not comprehend the reasons behind the zero-consumption blue or the mysterious fluctuations, I took solace in the notion that this was a form of care from teacher Topus, transcending dimensions. Upon studying this magical rune closely, I perhaps discerned the reason behind Topus' force field being a product of a low-level lottery. This rune was even more aligned with the essence of the rules than Celine's white furnace, making it impossible to bestow or transfer this power through the dream realm. In essence, this incantation could only be wielded by me and could not be transformed into a spell for others to utilize. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the overwhelming potency of the incantation, which could still be regarded as a treasure from high-level lottery. Having tired of contemplation, I accepted this as the panel's pity upon me, a compensation for bringing me into this world. Dissolving all my authentic avatars, I updated this incantation onto each of them. Currently, I have 3 avatars. The first permanently assumes the form of Kikyo, the second of Obito, while the third can change its guise at will, appearing as needed. Kikyo did not engage in unnecessary conversation with the avatars. Instead, she executed a spatial transfer, arriving directly in the cabin. However, before she could retrieve the ant eggs for the purification and refining of essence and mental power, she felt the ship suddenly tilt to one side. With her psychic power, she caught the tumbling debris, firmly rooted to the spot as if her feet had taken root. Without the need for observation through the observation hockey, Kikyo discerned that a colossal entity, tainted with a pollution aura, had collided with the vessel. Once the shaking of the wooden ship subsided, Kikyo swiftly ascended to the deck, where she found Kira and Baron Zelensky emerging as well. Sister Kikyo, what attacked us? Is the ship going to sink? Kira, though not new to sailing, still harbored fears of being at sea, and the unknown threat only heightened her anxiety. What on earth is that? We have never encountered anything like it before. Baron Zelensky was concerned that this massive creature might return to inflict further damage, jeopardizing one of his few remaining assets, the ship. Fear not, it is a 4th-tier magical beast, somewhat strengthened due to pollution, merely larger in size. Kikyo had already discerned the nature of this polluted creature through her observation hockey. Despite the numerous dark brown, toothy tentacles sprouting from its back and the bizarre tumors scattered across its body, it remains evident that this creature is a colossal crocodile, measuring over 100 meters in length. Its peculiar appearance left Jieking unable to identify the species of such an immense reptile. As she watched this abominable, polluted beast gradually recede into the distance, she initially assumed it was merely passing by. To her astonishment, the crocodile shifted its body in the water, preparing to turn back. The once crystalline river became murky as the giant crocodile pivoted, stirring the waters of the bay into a tumultuous state. The tumultuous movements of the creature caused the water surface to rise dramatically, creating numerous whirlpools in the vicinity. Sister Jieking, that beast is returning. Is it going to attack us? Kierna and Zelensky, having discerned the immense creature's maneuver in the water, exchanged anxious glances, their expressions growing grave.